In the year 798 of the AG era, several years after the great assembly of cosmic forces, a tranquil earth, son Wutian, you owe me my first kiss. If you don't, I'll have my father teach you a lesson. The shrill and indignant rebuke echoed like thunder in his ears. Wutian abruptly opened his eyes, his mind a blank slate, only sensing a lingering sweetness on his lips. First kiss? What first kiss? He instinctively lifted his head, noticing a blue-haired beauty shaking his shoulders with fervor, her exquisitely crafted face reminiscent of an anime goddess, now etched with fury. Behind her stood two men, one tall and one short, dressed in orange martial arts attire resembling armor, and sporting that iconic hairstyle that defied gravity. Wait, Wutian blurted out, what in the world? Is the comic convention this intense? Even Goku and Vegeta look so much alike in their cosplay. No sooner had he spoken than the Vegeta furrowed his brow in irritation. Kakarot, what nonsense is your son spouting? The Wukong scratched his head in a comically naive manner. Wu Tian, did you hit your head just now? Wu Tian was utterly bewildered. He distinctly remembered leaving the convenience store, only to be struck by an out-of-control truck the next moment. Could it be he had traversed into another realm? Into the world of Dragon Ball? Hey, son Wu Tian, don't play dumb with me. The blue-haired girl, noticing his daze, pressed on, you clearly lunged at me and kissed me. Me? Wu Tian pointed at himself, his face a mask of disbelief. This was absurd. A lifelong singleton with over 20 years of solitude, who had never even held a girl's hand. How could he commit such an earth-shattering act? Yet, it did seem he had felt his body uncontrollably lurch forward just before losing consciousness. Bulma, the man resembling Wukong, advised from a distance. If Wu Tian made a mistake, let it go. Bulma? Vegeta's daughter? Only then did Wu Tian connect the dots, scrutinizing the girl before him anew. Her azure hair, striking features, and the form-fitting red attire accentuating her youthful curves. This was indeed Bulma from Dragon Ball. Kakarot, what has happened to your child today? Vegeta huffed, uncrossing his arms and clenching his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. Fine, since you refuse to discipline him, I shall take it upon myself. With that, he turned, his piercing gaze fixated on Wu Tian, a chilling grin spreading across his face. Oh, someone is about to be taught a lesson by my father. Bulma stepped back, delight gleaming in her eyes. Wu Tian sighed helplessly. Well, if a beating was inevitable, so be it. After all, he had endured enough bullying during his school days. What was one more encounter with an overly enthusiastic cosplayer? Perhaps he could even leverage it for a new car, that he instinctively reached for his phone in his pocket, ready to open a car purchase app, rehearsing his well-practiced routine of lying down to select a vehicle the moment he hit the ground. But after searching for a time, his pocket was empty, save for a plastic bag emblazoned with XX convenience store. Before he could ponder further, a searing rush of air bore down upon him. Vegeta's grin widened in the distance, his voice resonating like a call from the abyss. Let's see if you've squandered the Saiyan blood within you. If you truly resemble your brother, then don't blame me for holding back. Before he finished speaking, he vanished, so swift. Wu Tian barely had time to react, feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, his body hurled into the sky like a loose kite. PFT. A warm, metallic taste surged in his throat as blood gushed forth. The sensation of weightlessness and excruciating pain drained him of all strength. Just as his consciousness began to fade, a shadowy figure appeared beside him. That IT was Vegeta. He had flown up. If I were to grade your performance. Vegeta's voice was icily piercing, laced with unabashed disappointment. Son Wu Tian, you are currently the most useless Saiyan. In a roar, his robust right leg lifted like a battle axe, the speed deliberately slowed, as if to let Wu Tian witness this despairing strike that I hope. You can grow a bit more. Huh. Wu Tian turned his head, locking eyes with Vegeta's fierce gaze. Oddly, beyond the anger, there seemed to be a hint of concern akin to that of an elder. Before he could contemplate this, a thunderous kick slammed into his chest. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ground trembled violently, sending flocks of birds soaring into the sky. Wu Tian's body crashed into the grass, creating a terrifying crater several meters wide. That it's over. I'm going to die. His bones felt shattered, consciousness sinking into an abyss of darkness. In a daze, Warm hands caressed his face. He struggled to open his eyes, seeing a middle-aged couple with kind smiles. His parents, whom he had never met, only seen in old photographs. Dad, Mom, he murmured instinctively. Gradually, the couple's faces began to merge with the image of Kakarot from the comics. Wu Tian, are you all right? Wukong lifted Wu Tian from the pit, vigorously patting his shoulder. The force nearly shattered him anew. Humph. Not far off, Vegeta stood with arms crossed, squinting against a tree, while Bulma wore a triumphant expression. Wu Tian gazed back at the crater he had created, his pupils dilating in shock. This wasn't a special effect. This was real. I truly crossed over, and I nearly got kicked to death by Vegeta. How disappointing. Vegeta strolled over, addressing Wukong. I didn't expect Wu Tian to be this weak. Indeed, Wukong chuckled, scratching his nose, seemingly unperturbed by his son, nearly being killed moments ago. TCH, Vegeta raised his chin proudly. Though I hate to admit it, both Trunks and Gohan have lost interest in training that if Frieza or any other enemies return, what can these incapable youngsters do? Frieza, huh? Wukong replied with a relaxed demeanor, pointing at himself. It's no concern. I'm here. If I go down, it'll be up to you. You're mistaken, Kakarot. Vegeta's tone shifted to one of grave seriousness. Though we Saiyans have a long adolescence, our lifespans are ultimately finite. In 100 years, you and I will be old. What will we fight with? Frieza's lifespan far exceeds ours. Having spoken, Vegeta turned to Wukong, only to find him counting on his fingers, muttering to himself. 32, 33. That doesn't make sense. I shouldn't be that old yet. Hey, Kakarot, I'm discussing serious matters here. Vegeta exploded in fury, striking down toward Wukong's head. However, just as the blow was about to land, Wukong's figure swayed like a gentle breeze, narrowly evading Vegeta's attack, his counting undisturbed. A master. This is true mastery. Wu Tian's heart raced. Vegeta, Wukong finally raised his head, a smile full of combat spirit gracing his lips. Haven't we gone too long without a good fight? Vegeta paused, then broke into a proud grin. TCH, it's been 5 or 6 years, hasn't it? How about a match? That is precisely my intention. As the words fell, the atmosphere surrounding the two individuals shifted dramatically. Wukong extended his right hand, sinking his center of gravity, assuming the familiar stance of the Kamehameha as remembered by Shao Tian. Across from him, Vegeta also slightly bent his legs, arms outstretched, as a fierce aura surged around him. An earth-shattering battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 2. A classic reenactment. Wukong versus Vegeta. Is it about to begin? At this moment, Shao Tian stands motionless, his gaze fixed intently on Wukong and Vegeta before him. Even now, a substantial part of him remains skeptical, convinced that he is merely ensnared in a dream. After all, what is about to unfold before his eyes is nothing less than a monumental clash from the world of anime. Memories of scenes he once viewed on DVD surge forth, igniting a fervor within him. In the next instant, Wukong makes his move. With a whoosh, a thunderous sound reminiscent of a fighter jet taking off fills the air. The ground where Wukong once stood fractures, and he vanishes without a trace. In the blink of an eye, he reappears before Vegeta, launching a powerful punch. A smirk dances on Vegeta's lips as he swiftly raises his hand to block, then retaliates with a flurry of strikes. In an instant, their fists and feet intertwine in a blur. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive sounds of their combat reverberate through the surroundings. Each boom accompanied by the earth beneath them crumbling further into a gaping chasm. The pit widens until Shao Tian can no longer discern their figures. Just then, a howling sound erupts again as two silhouettes soar from the depths of the abyss, ascending into the sky. So fast, Shao Tian is transfixed, unable to capture the movements of Wukong and Vegeta. From their initial confrontation to their ascension into the clouds, the events transpired in the blink of an eye. Their forms are shrouded by thick clouds, yet the sonic booms that tear through the sky continue to echo back to the ground. The bamboo grove surrounding Shao Tian sways violently, while the previously tranquil surface of the lake begins to ripple fiercely. As he gazes upwards, visible ripples explode in the air. The heavy clouds rapidly dissipate, gradually yielding to a clear expanse under the blazing sun. Hey, you're not trying to locate Dad and the others, are you? A fragrance reminiscent of orchids wafts closer, and Xiao Tian abruptly turns, finding Beulah at his side, who coyly remarks, "Sun Wutian, you're even weaker than I imagined." Can you see their movements? Of course. Beulah, brimming with pride, places her hands on her hips. My brother taught me how to sense targets using qi long ago. Meanwhile, you've likely squandered your training time, haven't you? With that, Beulah leans in, her expressive eyes fixed intently on Xiao Tian. Hey, what are you doing? Xiao Tian stares at her approaching stunning face, instinctively leaning back. Beulah inches closer. In this moment, the sounds of battle from the sky begin to fade, overshadowed by the rapid pounding of his heart. Suddenly, everything seems to revert to normal. Beulah withdraws, playfully twirling her azure hair, and with a flutter of her eyelashes. She asks, "Sun Wutian, do you know why I was upset just now?" Xiao Tian snaps back to reality, feeling a bit bewildered. Was it because I kissed you? Well, that is secondary. The main reason is that you seem a bit off today. Beulah glances back at the sky, leaving behind a beautiful profile. I thought you might have been possessed by some entity again. Again? You're referring to Baby, right? Xiao Tian recalls the story he had watched repeatedly, where the artificial life form created by the Tsafuruans possessed everyone on Earth, ultimately forcing Wukong into a fierce battle. Beulah nods with a smile. I remember that time vividly. My father and I were driving home, and you and Gohan stood in the middle of the road, acting like a different person and dared to damage my car. Hey, that wasn't my intention, Xiao Tian protested, unconsciously placing himself in Sun Wutian's shoes. Indeed, time flies. It's been over 6 years. Beulah casts a disdainful glance at Xiao Tian. But you've become remarkably weak. You can't even withstand 2 moves from my dad. You must have spent all your training time chasing girls, right? Paris, Dasha, Emily, you're just like Uncle Yamucha. What? This is huge news. Until now, Xiao Tian had thought Sun Wutian was merely preoccupied with romance, neglecting his training. But the names that Beulah rattles off leave him utterly astonished. Sun Wutian, the innocent boy he remembered, truly had such a roguish reputation? What are you thinking about? Beulah reaches out to tap Xiao Tian, her brow furrowing. Nothing. In his flustered state, Xiao Tian raises his head, refocusing his gaze on the sky. This time, he perceives a sensation within him that differs from before. A searing energy radiates from his spine, extending to every muscle, gradually surging towards his mind. Then, he begins to hear crackling sounds by his ear. He can distinctly sense that these sounds do not originate from the external environment, but from the tiny electric currents generated by every nerve ending. In the next moment, Xiao Tian's heart jolts violently. Miraculously, he begins to see the figures of Wukong and Vegeta engaged in battle, not as the indistinct shadows he had seen before, but as tangible entities executing their moves. As time progresses, the actions of the two become increasingly clear, ultimately revealing the precision of each strike. Whoosh. Wukong employs instant transmission repeatedly. Each time he materializes behind Vegeta, the latter similarly vanishes to another location. Suddenly, a thunderous sound pierces the sky as Vegeta, after yet another flash, delivers a precise punch to Wukong's abdomen, sending him hurtling towards a distant ridge. With a resounding crash, the ridge is left with a massive crater from the impact of Wukong's body. Duoshida, what's wrong? Kakarot, your body is too rusty. Wukong rises from the rubble, his martial arts uniform torn in several places, looking up at Vegeta hovering in the air with a grin. You've become stronger, haven't you? Vegeta? Of course. Vegeta crosses his arms, boasting confidently, I've been training rigorously every day to defeat you. I see, so nothing has really changed. Wukong replies with a smile, but his gaze sharpens. Well then, the warm-up is over. Are you ready, Vegeta? Boring tricks. Vegeta lowers his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. I knew you would respond like this. But can you withstand this attack? Wukong's eyes flicker with something unusual. As if recalling their first battle, Vegeta spreads his arms wide, enveloped in a golden radiance that bursts forth in all directions. Suddenly, the previously tranquil atmosphere erupts with thunder and lightning. Cloaked in golden light, Vegeta gathers his hands at his chest, veins bulging on his forehead. With a roar, a second sun appears in the sky. The Ultimate Flash. Chapter 3. The Duel of Gods, Part 1. Vegeta hovers hundreds of meters above the ground, completely enveloped in that golden glow. Scorching waves of energy rush towards the earth, and the heavens and earth undergo a dramatic transformation. Countless fragments of stone and branches rain down like bullets in the fierce wind, forcing Xiao Tian to shield his face with his hands. Faced with such a visceral sensation, he finally realizes that he may have truly been reborn. Reborn into the fantastical and fervent world of Dragon Ball. How utterly astounding. Xiao Tian strained to widen his eyes through the gaps between his fingers, witnessing the radiance enveloping Vegeta intensifying, ultimately transforming into a powerful energy wave hurtling towards Wukong on the ground. Standing resolutely upon the rocks, Wukong allowed the furious winds to assault his eternally unchanged hairstyle, his face adorned with a childlike smile. "This is splendid," he exclaimed with glee. At that moment, Wukong's pupils were completely consumed by golden light. He took a step forward, his palms converging beneath him. Hame, the chaotic currents around him began to converge towards Wukong, swiftly coalescing into a radiant white sphere of light that expanded from his palms. This scene was all too familiar to Xiao Tian, who had entirely lowered his hands from his face. It was time to witness a miracle. Vegeta's final flash pierced through the clouds at a visible speed. And just as it was about to strike Wukong, the energy ball in the latter's hands had already taken shape, emitting brilliant beams of light all around. Wukong roared towards the heavens, unleashing a brilliance that eclipsed the sun. From his close vantage point, Xiao Tian merely caught a glimpse of the blinding light before feeling an unstoppable storm surge towards him. On one side was the searing white light, and on the other, the golden glow that replaced the sun. The clash between Wukong's Kamehameha and Vegeta's final flash erupted in midair. The resulting shockwave was exponentially greater than when the two had exchanged blows earlier, sending a tempest raging across the ground. "Incredible, truly incredible," Xiao Tian shouted in exhilaration amidst the cacophony. Yet, he had to shield his face with both hands, leaning forward desperately to withstand the gale powerful enough to uproot trees. To his astonishment, despite the two imprints of his retreating feet on the ground, he somehow remained standing. Reflecting on this, Xiao Tian felt he had inherited the superior physique of Sun Wutian as a descendant of the Saiyan lineage. Otherwise, with his originally frail frame, he would have been swept away long ago. "Hey, where's Bulma?" Suddenly, Xiao Tian recalled the blue-haired girl who had been beside him. In all the canonical histories of Dragon Ball, there was no mention of Vegeta's daughter undergoing any martial training. In other words, aside from possessing half the blood of the warrior race, she was no different from an ordinary Earth girl. Oh no, she hasn't been swept away by the wind, has she? Anxiously scanning his surroundings, Xiao Tian noticed Bulma's absence, his brow furrowing. Just then he felt a punch on his back, followed by a playful shout, "You fool! I'm right behind you." Turning around, he met Bulma's bright eyes, filled with a hint of panic. "What are you dawdling for? Quickly, use your energy to shield against the impact from my father and the others. Otherwise, we'll be sent flying into the sky." "Use energy? How do I do that?" Xiao Tian was utterly bewildered, but with no other options, he summoned all his strength, attempting to replicate the energy-gathering cries from the anime. Yeah. Yet, despite his fervent cries, he could not halt the force that was gradually pushing him backwards. "You idiot! You idiot!" Bulma incessantly pounded Xiao Tian from behind, her voice laced with reproach. "As a descendant of the Saiyans, what have you been doing all these years?" "Wait a minute, you're also a descendant of the Saiyans," Xiao Tian retorted, pouting without mercy. "You." Bulma's face flushed crimson, clearly unable to argue against this undeniable fact. Just as the two were about to engage in a quarrel, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Following this commotion, the fierce winds ceased. The energy waves dissipated, and everything around them gradually returned to tranquility. Bulma still tightly clutched Xiao Tian's clothes, and they both instinctively gazed upwards. After the clash of energy waves, Wukong soared into the sky, confronting Vegeta. "Vegeta, you are truly stronger than I envisioned. I nearly couldn't withstand that last attack," Wukong remarked, contemplating his hands. "Humph, don't think I'm unaware," Vegeta scoffed. "You're all talk about warming up, yet you haven't even transformed into a Super Saiyan. This is precisely why I've avoided seeking you out over the years. You always make such a fuss over a fight. It truly disgusts me." Wukong chuckled, scratching his nose. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought you were avoiding me because of Bulma. By the way, she seems to have used the Dragon Balls to regain some youth lately. Her figure should be hey, Kakarot." Vegeta's face flushed, and he retorted sharply, "We're in the midst of a battle. If you don't unleash your true power, I might just leave." With that, Vegeta glanced down at the ground. "Bulma, we're preparing to head home." "Okay, Daddy." Bulma peeked out from behind Xiao Tian, waving at the sky. "Wutian, Wukong turned to Xiao Tian, hesitating momentarily before saying, "If, and I stress, if there comes a day when neither I nor your uncle Vegeta are around, will you be able to stand on your own?" Xiao Tian looked up, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "The road ahead is long, but I hope you continue to grow." Wukong's eyes sparkled, and even from a distance, Xiao Tian could observe clearly. "Even if you are shattered, you must resolutely protect those you love and who love you, safeguarding all that is worth defending. Remember, this is my expectation of you." The premature loss of his parents and his reclusive nature had caused Xiao Tian to live like a zombie, indifferent to his surroundings, devoid of purpose in his bleak existence, and no one ever held any expectations for him. Yet, at this moment, Wukong's words pierced through to his soul, causing Xiao Tian to tremble at the sound of them. As he lifted his gaze to the sky once more, preparing to speak, he noticed a brilliant blue aura rapidly expanding. "All right, Vegeta, let us engage in a truly exhilarating battle." Wukong's roar reverberated through the skies, enveloped completely by the blue light. This blue light swiftly transitioned to a deep azure hue, with layers of silver-tinged chaotic currents emerging at the edges. Super Saiyan Blue, full power activated. Initially, Vegeta wore a serious expression. However, as Wukong completed his transformation, a slight smile crept upon his lips. "I see. It appears that the realm only the supreme gods can master is still too challenging for you, even after all these years. All right then, since you're serious, I need not hold back." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, a deep roar accompanying the explosive energy emanating from him. "Huh, yeah." Vegeta transformed into the Super Saiyan deep blue form, saturating the sky with two brilliant blue auras. Upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation, Wukong's gaze sharpened. In the blink of an eye, he had flashed from his position to Vegeta's side, delivering a powerful elbow strike. The two exchanged 3 blows in less than half a second. Each collision of their bones sent searing shockwaves radiating outward, rushing towards Xiao Tian and Bulma on the ground. Chapter 4, The Clash of Gods, Part 2. Xiao Tian clenched his fists tightly in front of him, attempting to shield against the oncoming force, but it proved futile. He found himself being pushed back, the grass beneath his feet leaving deep grooves that extended for several meters. As the Super Saiyan Blue Wukong and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta continued their intricate dance of combat, the heavens rumbled with thunderous roars. The vast lake before them stirred to life once more, as a colossal whirlpool began to manifest itself before Xiao Tian and the others. This vortex, positioned directly beneath Wukong and Vegeta, spun ever more rapidly with the intensification of their battle. Ultimately, the whirlpool transformed into a spiraling water tornado, intertwining energy storms with vaporous mist as lightning danced within its core. With a roar, Wukong, in his Super Saiyan Blue state, unleashed a torrent of energy, swiftly circling Vegeta 2.5 times before delivering a whip-like kick that swept through the air like a spear. Vegeta raised a hand, intending to block this attack, but it was merely a feint from Wukong. At a distance of less than 2 centimeters from Vegeta, Wukong did not exhibit the slightest hint of inertia in retracting his attack. Instead, he launched a devastating punch from an improbable angle. Shima. Oh no. Thud. Not only did Xiao Tian and Bra, who were observing from the ground, fail to react in time, but even Vegeta was caught off guard. The punch struck him squarely on the left side of his face, propelling him towards the earth with tremendous force. The sound of shattering mountains followed. Boom, boom. Vegeta crashed through 3 mountains before abruptly halting his descent. As he slowly raised his head, 3 streaks of blood trickled down his jawline. Gazing at Wukong, who stood aloft in the distant sky, Vegeta's eyes narrowed. He noticed Wukong's right hand deeply embedded in the rock, veins bulging on the back of his hand as he pulverized the debris into dust. TCH. Vegeta spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. It was evident that the force of that last attack had exceeded his expectations. "Ah, Daddy." Bra ran to the lakeshore, calling out toward the direction where Vegeta had fallen. "Don't worry, he's fine," Xiao Tian reassured her as he caught up and stood beside her. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, he is not so easily defeated. Bra turned to look at Xiao Tian, her eyes filled with confusion. The latter, however, did not meet her gaze, maintaining a calm demeanor as he observed the battle unfolding in the distance. In a moment of realization, Xiao Tian sensed a shift in the battlefield's energy. The true battle was about to commence. Vegeta's aura gradually stabilized as he ascended into the sky from the mountains. With his eyes tightly shut and arms crossed in an X shape before his chest, a deep blue energy core began to emanate a radiant glow. At this moment, Wukong's expression shifted from his usual relaxed demeanor, his brow furrowed deeply. Vegeta's energy transformed abruptly the moment he took flight, entering a realm even Wukong had yet to comprehend. Indeed, you were concealing your true power, Wukong murmured to himself. Let me see what you can do. A smile graced Wukong's lips as he gathered energy once more, the energy of the Kamehameha swirling in his palms. Suddenly, the center of this energy torrent ignited with a spiraling crimson light, and Wukong thrust his hands forward, unleashing a Kamehameha wave that pierced the clouds, hurtling toward Vegeta. Yet, as it neared Vegeta, the form of the energy wave began to shift. The once red energy beam was gradually supplanted by a gradient of purple, ultimately dissipating into fragmented energy midair. What? Xiao Tian and Bra, as well as Wukong, exclaimed in astonishment. In the distance, Vegeta stood resolute amidst the storm, unfazed by the lightning that danced around him. His entire being, enveloped in deep blue flames, began to transform into purple energy. Do you truly not understand? Vegeta, still with his eyes closed, murmured softly. Wukong shook his head with a smile. Initially, it was indeed perplexing. However, it is now clear that I never anticipated your combat prowess to ascend to such heights in just a few short years. Kakarot, why didn't you activate the 20-fold Kaioken during your previous attack? At your current level, you should be able to withstand it, Vegeta inquired. Indeed, Wukong nodded, albeit with a hint of regret, but that was already the Kamehameha executed under the 20-fold Kaioken. Upon hearing Wukong's admission that he had utilized the 20-fold Kaioken, Xiao Tian's eyes widened in shock. This was not the ordinary 20-fold Kaioken. It was the 20-fold Kaioken enhanced by his Super Saiyan Blue state. Clearly, Vegeta had effortlessly neutralized what was among Wukong's most formidable techniques, indicating that Vegeta's combat power had surpassed the limits achievable by a mere mortal. Perhaps he had already entered the realm of the gods. So it is, Vegeta's voice, deep and magnetic, resonated. It seems that the outcome of this battle is already determined. Haha, Wukong chuckled, brushing dust from his clothing. Perhaps, but not today. With those words, Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes wide, clearly seeing the silver-white starlight swirling within Wukong's pupils, as a crystalline aura began to envelop him. Finally, it has come, this searing omen. The legendary technique of the gods. Zizai Ji Gong. Vegeta's lips curled into a smile, followed by an uproarious laugh. Then let me give it a try, Kakarot. With a mere thought, Vegeta traversed the kilometers separating them, appearing behind Wukong in an instant, delivering a hand strike aimed at Wukong's neck. This entire process transpired in the blink of an eye, and even Xiao Tian, whose eyes had not blinked, failed to perceive the motion. He remained focused on Vegeta's original position. Too fast. By the time Xiao Tian realized Vegeta had vanished, the sound of a sonic boom resonated in the air. Thud. Wukong seized Vegeta's arm. In the state of Zizai Ji, Wukong had completely anticipated Vegeta's attack. Without any evasive movement, he naturally sidestepped Vegeta's strike by mere millimeters. Seeing his attack miss, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, gathering a purple energy sphere in his other hand, lunging toward Wukong with lethal intent, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for the latter. Yet, Wukong's subsequent actions shattered Vegeta's expectations. He suddenly released his grip and leaned back, propelling his legs like springs into Vegeta's chest, using the momentum to flip several hundred meters away while simultaneously unleashing 7 circular energy slashes. Vegeta crossed his arms to withstand the onslaught of the energy waves, and a series of clashing sounds echoed through the air, as what was once deemed an indomitable divine technique was entirely dismantled, dissipating into the atmosphere. Vegeta, thanks to you, I am becoming increasingly exhilarated. Wukong focused his energy, raising his hands high like a lightning rod, channeling the lightning into his body, igniting an explosive aura. Ziz. From the depths of Vegeta's traditionally fierce gaze, a flicker of warrior's delight ignited, a happiness even he had not recognized. Indeed, it is only by battling with you that I can truly gauge my progress over the years. Kakarot. Beerus. Whis. None can compare. Only you, Kakarot. Ah! As Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously lowered their hands to their waists, their eyes met, and an unspoken battle intent surged in the air. with the intensification of their respective auras. The atmosphere around Earth began to resonate with a mournful cry, as silver and deep purple energy torrents intertwined, shooting into the cosmos. The ground erupted with howling winds, heralding an apocalyptic scene. "Daddy, Uncle Wukong, please stop fighting," Bra shouted with all her might, cupping her hands around her mouth as she called out to the two in the sky. But at that moment, Wukong and Vegeta could hear none of the sounds of the world. Their gazes were solely locked on each other. The lakeside surged with monstrous waves as a massive tree trunk, several meters long, was uprooted by the tempest, hurtling towards Xiao Tian and Bra. "Bra, danger!" Xiao Tian swiftly pulled Bra behind him, raising his fists to shield her. With a resounding crash, Xiao Tian opened his eyes only to be astonished by the white aura enveloping him. The stout trunk of a tree had been effortlessly sent flying. "Sun Wutian, are you all right?" Bulma tugged at Xiao Tian's arm, noticing the abrasions adorning his skin. "I'm fine," Xiao Tian replied softly, still in disbelief over the power he had just unleashed. However, in the next moment, his gaze was fixed upon the horizon. The Earth was on the brink of destruction. A torrent of dark purple energy split into countless rays in the vacuum, and a rift in space materialized out of thin air. Each collision between Wukong and Vegeta caused the rift to expand exponentially. Kamehameha. Final flash. With the clash of the Kamehameha wave and final flash, the dark rift was torn asunder. Both Wukong and Vegeta, in their state of combat, sensed the anomaly and turned to look. To their astonishment, the world around them had vanished completely. The rift expanded rapidly, engulfing them into an abyss of darkness. "Vegeta, what is happening?" Wukong exclaimed, his eyes filled with confusion. The seasoned warrior Vegeta quickly regained his composure, his expression mirroring Wukong's shock. "I don't know. How could this be? We need to break free, Kakarado." Vegeta glanced at Wukong before unleashing his power, attempting to escape the still unfolding rift. "No, it feels like an immense force is pulling me in," Wukong roared, struggling with all his might, yet remaining anchored in place. "Damn it!" Vegeta, soaring into the air, was swiftly yanked back, helplessly watching as the rift consumed him and Wukong. Their final cries were filled with resentment and fury, and in the next instant, they vanished without a trace. The storm subsided, and the apocalyptic scene that had just unfolded disappeared entirely, leaving only the absence of Wukong and Vegeta. "Daddy, where are they?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock, her long eyelashes fluttering. They vanished. Chapter 5. The arrival of the duo, Piccolo and Gohan. "Daddy, Daddy," Bulma called out to the sky, surveying the aftermath of the fierce battle by the lakeside, which was now a scene of devastation, with uprooted trees and broken branches strewn about. The mountains lay shattered, and the lake was overflowing. The original surface of the lake had expanded several times due to the destruction of the dam, with water seeping through the cracks in the ground. Xiao Tian slowly closed his eyes, striving to sense the auras of Wukong and Vegeta. During their recent clash, he had entered a transcendent state unlike any he had experienced before, as though he were a martial hero from a wuxia novel, with enhanced vision and hearing. It was this very ability that allowed him to briefly perceive the moves of Wukong and Vegeta. He was uncertain if this was what was referred to as Qi in the Dragon Ball universe. Yet it was evident that his own foundation as Sun Wutian enabled him to manifest such power. "Have you found any trace of my dad or your dad?" Bulma inquired anxiously beside him. Xiao Tian paused, then slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. "How could that be?" Bulma shot a glance at Xiao Tian and complained. "Did they go to another planet? Can't you sense them? You fool. Are you even training?" Faced with the temper of the illustrious heiress of Dragon Ball, Xiao Tian felt utterly speechless, having just rescued her moments ago, only for her to unabashedly blame him. In an instant, he contemplated revealing that he was not the true Sun Wutian. However, just as he prepared to speak, a sudden foreboding washed over him. Such powerful energy. Xiao Tian swiftly focused on the southeastern horizon, where two dark figures approached at an alarming speed. "Is it Wukong and Vegeta?" "No." Within half a second, Xiao Tian realized that the auras of these two figures were completely different from those of Wukong and Vegeta. Who could it be? Xiao Tian clenched his fists. If individuals of the caliber of Frieza were to appear now, both he and Bulma would undoubtedly meet their demise. As those two dark figures drew closer, Xiao Tian's heart finally settled when he recognized their shapes. Among them, one was a striking figure covered in green skin, adorned with white silk draped over his head and shoulders, while the other was a handsome young man with short hair. They were both exceedingly familiar to Xiao Tian. Wonderful. It's Uncle Piccolo and Brother Gohan. Bulma's eyes sparkled with joy upon spotting the approaching duo. Hey, Wutian. Bulma. Gohan waved to them from a distance, and then, with a surge of energy, he accelerated, leaving Piccolo behind, and almost instantaneously landed before Xiao Tian and Bulma. Just as Xiao Tian was about to address him by name, he recalled that he was now in the identity of Sun Wutian. To avoid a repeat of the earlier incident, he instead asked, Brother, what brings you here? Gohan was about to respond when Piccolo landed before them, stating, while at home, Gohan and I sensed the energies of Goku and Vegeta. Initially, we thought they were merely sparring, until their auras abruptly ceased. Gohan stepped closer to Xiao Tian and Bulma, offering them a gentle smile. Uncle Piccolo and I concluded that something strange must have happened to Dad and Uncle Vegeta, so we followed the direction of their vanishing auras. What on earth happened, Wutian? Piccolo inquired, frowning. Faced with Piccolo's green visage, Xiao Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. While he had not felt this way while watching the anime, being scrutinized by the real Piccolo made him feel as if his thoughts were laid bare. Wutian? Gohan noticed something amiss and placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Tian's shoulder. You seem a bit dazed. He has been like this since earlier. Bulma crossed her arms, her expression slightly vexed. Brother Gohan, Uncle Piccolo, let me explain. Bulma quickly recounted the events that had transpired. Vanished. Piccolo gazed into the void where Goku and Vegeta had clashed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Suddenly, he turned sharply and called out, Gohan. Understanding the urgency, Gohan stepped forward and closed his eyes. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Tian witnessed Gohan transform entirely, his aura shifting from that of the scholarly young man to something entirely different. A gentle breeze caressed the lake's surface, stirring the remnants scattered on the ground. Gohan's eyelids began to flutter, his brow furrowing in concentration. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes. No, I cannot sense Dad or Uncle Vegeta at all. Piccolo looked over, stroking his chin thoughtfully. If they are not engaged in battle and given the distance, it is indeed possible to lose track of them. Even Brother Gohan cannot find Dad and the others? Bulma expressed her concern. Gohan nodded slowly, addressing Bulma. I'm sorry, Bulma, but this is not surprising. Piccolo's deep, resonant voice interjected. Their powers have ascended to the realm of the gods. In their Super Saiyan blue forms, I and Gohan can still perceive some traces. However, if this is an entirely new form, then perhaps no mortal could possibly perceive such an aura. Upon hearing this, even Xiao Tian understood. But now there remained a crucial question. Where exactly are Goku and Vegeta? Son, what level of strength have you and that fellow Vegeta attained? Piccolo turned his back to the trio, gazing into the heavens. Could it be that even Lord Beerus has been surpassed by you two? As Piccolo's silhouette was observed, a sudden flash of insight struck Xiao Tian, pulling his gaze from Piccolo to speak to Bra. Bra, please contact Aunt Bulma immediately and inform her of the current situation. Call Mom. Though Bra looked puzzled, she obediently nodded and proceeded to activate the display on her wristwatch. After a brief wait, a languid voice of a woman resonated on the line. Hello, is this Vegeta? Finally remembered to call your beautiful and gentle wife. Hee, you Saiyans. Mom. It's Bra. Bra sighed helplessly. Have you gone drinking with Aunt Tais again? Bra, where are you? Hearing her daughter's voice, Bulma on the other end seemed to awaken partially from her stupor. The situation is as follows, my father and I. As Bra recounted the events, Sun Wufan approached Xiao Tian. Wutian, why do we need to contact Aunt Bulma immediately? Does she know the whereabouts of Dad and the others? It's about the Dragon Balls. Before Xiao Tian could respond, Piccolo turned to Sun Wufan. Through the Shenlong, we should be able to directly inquire about the current location of the two. To gather the Dragon Balls, however, we must rely on the Dragon Ball radar. I see. Sun Wufan suddenly grasped the situation and cast an appreciative glance at Xiao Tian. Clever, Wutian. Xiao Tian felt somewhat awkward receiving such direct praise for the first time. But at that moment, Piccolo calmly interjected. Yet, Wutian is only partially correct. I fear even the Shenlong may not be able to discern their location. The reason we require Bulma's assistance is because only she can connect with that entity. Weiss. Both Xiao Tian and Sun Wufan spoke simultaneously. Precisely. Just as their conversation concluded, a piercing cry from Bulma on Bra's end erupted. What? Vegeta and Sun Jun are missing? Yes, Mom. Bra looked at the holographic image projected from her wrist. After a moment of silence, Bulma addressed the three. Understood, come to my location. Wufan, notify Chi-Chi and the others. Bra, you must head to the Capsule Corporation headquarters immediately to find your brother. He should still be in the office handling documents. Understood. After assigning tasks to everyone, Bulma said no more and promptly ended the call. It was only then that Xiao Tian regained his composure. Bulma truly is a woman who has weathered countless storms. He mused inwardly. At that moment, Sun Wufan patted Xiao Tian and said, Wu Tian, you and Uncle Piccolo should head to Aunt Bulma's house. I will go pick up Mom. It's a perfect opportunity to see Trunks. It has been quite a while since you last met. Gana. With that, Sun Wufan glanced at the others and, with a burst of energy, soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Wu Tian, let us depart as well. Piccolo signaled to Xiao Tian and then ascended into the air. Bra huffed at Xiao Tian, retrieving a capsule the size of a fingertip from her pocket and tossed it to the ground. After a puff of smoke, a beautifully designed flying machine appeared in the previously empty space. As Bra stepped into the cockpit, the sound of the engine starting could be heard. What's wrong, Wu Tian? Piccolo's stern and impatient voice echoed from above. Why are you dawdling down there? Xiao Tian felt foolish standing there in a stupor, suddenly realizing a critical issue. He still didn't know how to fly. Chapter 6. Long time no see, my dear friend, Trunks. The endless waves of wheat danced gently in the breeze, with the occasional call of a pterosaur echoing through the mountains. Several men resembling hunters, armed with double-barreled rifles, were curiously gazing at something. In the clear sky, a long white streak trailed as Bra piloted her personal flying machine at hundreds of kilometers per hour through the clouds. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian sat in the co-pilot's seat, filled with curiosity about everything around him. Reflecting on his 20-plus years of youth, he realized he had never traveled to a distant place that required a plane. Observing the surroundings, the flying machine could indeed be described as small but perfectly equipped. Behind the seats, Xiao Tian inadvertently discovered a small storage compartment filled with an assortment of plush dolls. For reasons unknown, whether due to a quirk or a bout of obsessive-compulsive behavior, he reached out to tidy the dolls, placing them back in their rightful positions. However, unexpected events often occur at such moments. Among these girl dolls, Xiao Tian noticed a few corners of pink fabric mixed in. Initially unsure of what it was, his curiosity compelled him to pull it out. Upon seeing the complete object he had inadvertently extracted, Xiao Tian felt his face flush, blood rushing to his head. A warm stream uncontrollably gushed from his nostrils, and he hurriedly pinched his nose. But Bra, who was attentively piloting, noticed something amiss. Hey, what is wrong with you? Bra turned her head, confused as to why Sun Wu Tian, who had seemed fine moments ago, was now in such a state of panic. She quickly pulled his hands away from his face, only to be horrified to discover blood gushing from his nostrils. Did you get hurt? No, it's nothing, Xiao Tian hastily clarified. What a joke. If Bra found out he had unintentionally pulled out her underwear, how could he possibly survive in this world? He would be beaten up by her father every day. Thus, Xiao Tian fervently shook his head, attempting to brush the incident aside, but the more he did so, the more Bra's attention was drawn to it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Bra exclaimed, a mix of reproach and hidden concern evident on her face. After setting the ship to autopilot, Bra leaned over, reaching into the storage compartment behind Xiao Tian's seat. Consider yourself lucky. Mom worried I might get hurt while out, so she left a first aid kit back here. Just wait, I'll get you something to stop the bleeding. It's okay, I can clean it myself. Xiao Tian pressed himself tightly against the seat's back, feeling too timid to move with Bra so close. Stop trying to tough it out. I think you should train more with Wufan and the others. Otherwise, you won't even be able to handle a small fry. What if? Bra paused suddenly, causing Xiao Tian to feel an ominous premonition of exposure. The cockpit of the flying machine, already cramped, became eerily silent, as if a storm was brewing. Son. What? Tian. Boom. The flying machine, which had been gliding smoothly through the clouds, suddenly jolted violently, and then the rear engine erupted with a brilliant blue light, shooting to maximum speed. I'm sorry, let me explain. Xiao Tian was firmly pinned to his seat by the immense inertia from the sudden acceleration, and the scenery outside the cockpit window began to spin wildly. Go explain it to King Yama. Bra yanked the control stick sharply, and the flying machine, now in a state of high-speed flight, twisted like a tornado, toggling between clockwise and counterclockwise maneuvers. After nearly 20 minutes of torment, Bra seemed to lose some of her energy, and the trajectory of the flying machine gradually stabilized. At this moment, Xiao Tian found himself in a daze. Pressing against the side window shield, gazing at the sprawling architectural marvels below, as a chilling voice from Beulah echoed in his ears. Next time, you will be finished. Slowly regaining his senses amidst the buzzing in his mind, he was struck by the sight of the innumerable towering structures that filled his view, causing him to swallow hard. Where's this? Shidu, please refrain from asking such foolish questions. It makes you appear equally foolish. Seemingly oblivious to the latter part of Beulah's sarcastic remark, Xiao Tian's gaze remained fixed on the succession of skyscrapers. The aircraft glided over the city at a reduced speed, amidst various other flying devices. Below, the streets were bustling with vehicles and pedestrians, presenting a vivid tableau of a futuristic metropolis. Shidu, the most prosperous city on Earth within the Dragon Ball universe, was also the location of Bulma's residence and the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Suddenly, a magnificent building came into view. Distinguished by its open-air balconies ascending in a staggered manner, its architectural design radiated a palpable sense of advanced technology. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could observe numerous individuals diligently working at their computers. Atop the structure loomed a colossal logo, emblazoned with the words, Capsule Corp. This was, unmistakably, the Capsule Corporation, a name familiar to Xiao Tian. Under Beulah's adept control, the aircraft descended onto a helipad suspended in midair atop the office building, and with a click, the cabin door opened. Beulah eagerly unfastened her seatbelt and leaped down, followed promptly by Xiao Tian. A young woman in professional attire greeted them with a warm smile. And upon seeing Beulah and Xiao Tian, she hurriedly approached and bowed respectfully. Miss Beulah, you have arrived. Beulah nodded slightly and inquired, is my brother still busy? Yes. President Trunks is currently in a meeting with the shareholders, the professionally dressed woman replied. Honestly, I informed him in advance that I would be coming. Miss, you cannot blame the young master. After all, the corporation has required his attention on numerous matters lately. All right, let us wait then. Beulah waved her hand dismissively. Shortly thereafter, the woman led them into a lavishly decorated reception room. After placing a meticulously prepared cup of coffee in front of Beulah, she turned to Xiao Tian and asked, would young Master Wu Tian prefer tea or coffee? I'm fine with anything, Xiao Tian replied politely, glancing at Beulah reclining on the sofa beside him. Very well. Please hold on a moment while I prepare a coffee similar to the young ladies. The woman smiled and nodded, but was interrupted by Beulah. Wait, just give him a cola. Beulah pointed at Xiao Tian and muttered, I don't want to share the same drink with him. Understood. The woman maintained her respectful demeanor and, without consulting Xiao Tian further, retrieved a chilled beverage from the refrigerator and placed it on the table before him. After another bow, she exited the room. The reception room fell silent as Beulah took a sip of her coffee and reclined on the sofa, closing her eyes to rest. Perhaps due to the day's thrilling events, a wave of drowsiness washed over Xiao Tian, making his eyelids grow heavier. However, just as he was on the verge of drifting off in the plush, luxurious sofa, a clear and vibrant voice broke through the air. Apologies for keeping you waiting. In an instant, Xiao Tian's eyes snapped open. Simultaneously, Beulah sprang up from the sofa and dashed toward the approaching man. Brother, you're so late. Hey, come on. You're too old for this. If Mom sees, you'll be in trouble. The man gently patted Beulah's back, his gaze locking onto Xiao Tian's face, exuding a warm, yet piercing smile. Wu Tian, you finally decided to come. The moment he saw the familiar figure, all remnants of drowsiness vanished from Xiao Tian. The man, clad in an exquisite suit that accentuated his tall stature, sported a light purple hairstyle and a strikingly handsome face, mature and angular. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Vegeta, sharing at least 70 to 80% of his features. It has been a while, Xiao Tian said softly as he approached, calling out the name of this figure buried deep within his memories. Trunks. Chapter 7. Gathering at the Bulma residence to search for the missing two. Standing before them was Trunks, the eldest son of Vegeta, the coolest character in Dragon Ball. Just moments ago, while on the aircraft, Xiao Tian had envisioned the moment of their meeting countless times. However, he had not anticipated that Trunks' attire and striking visage would embody the archetype of a modern-day corporate tycoon. Brother, are you done with your work? Let us hurry home. Shall we? Beulah clung tightly to Trunks' arm, her demeanor transformed from haughty to endearing. Mom already informed me about Dad and Uncle Goku's matters, Trunks nodded, glancing at them both. Let us go home. With that, the three prepared to head toward the helipad's exit, but just a few steps out, a woman's urgent voice called from behind. Young master, please wait. There are still several contracts awaiting your approval. Trunks let out a sigh, as though he had anticipated resistance upon leaving the company. Without turning back, he said, for the foreseeable future, I'll leave those matters to you. I have more important things to attend to. Quickly, I don't want to be held up by these people. Trunks quickened his pace, leading Beulah and Xiao Tian forward. It was only once they boarded the aircraft that Trunks lay back and exhaled deeply. What is going on? Is there someone other than Dad and Mom that you fear? Beulah chuckled, covering her mouth. Trunks hurriedly removed his suit jacket and replied, but to speak of fear, there is indeed someone I wouldn't dare provoke. Oh. Beulah turned eagerly, not wanting to miss any secrets. Is it that legendary being known as Beerus? I heard that he held me as a child, so he should be quite approachable. Trunks turned to exchange a knowing smile with Xiao Tian, then said, that person is, of course, you, my dear sister. Upon hearing this, both he and Xiao Tian burst into hearty laughter. Honestly, my serious brother at work becomes so unguarded outside. Beulah quickly caught on, eyeing the two with a playful glare as she powered up the aircraft. That settles it. Once we get home, I'll tell Mom about how you both bullied me. With a roar, the engines surged to life, and the aircraft jolted upward, causing Xiao Tian, unable to fasten a seatbelt, to bang his head against the ceiling. Ouch! Serves me right for allowing you and my brother to laugh at me. And you, sit still in the back. If you keep fidgeting, I might just toss you out. Under Beulah's commanding operation, Trunks's cheeks twitched slightly as he sat still, scarcely daring to breathe, while casting a sympathetic glance at Xiao Tian, clearly conveying a message of you're in trouble, buddy. The Bulma residence was not far from the Capsule Corporation headquarters, and within 10 minutes of flight, a familiar semicircular building came into view. Surrounding the structure, adorned with the Capsule Corporation logo, was an expansive courtyard featuring several uniquely designed areas. Xiao Tian leaned out to gaze, recognizing it as the gravity chamber used by Vegeta for training. Uncertain of how much gravitational force he could withstand, the young warrior, known as Super Saiyan, reflected on how at the tender age of 7, Sun Wutian had mastered this power with ease. As he gazed down at the unfamiliar body he now inhabited, he recognized that its potential was no less than that of Sun Wufan. In this perilous world of Dragon Ball, he resolved not to languish like an ordinary person, waiting for fate to claim him. Remembering the motivational words spoken by Goku, he had firmly decided to dedicate himself to rigorous training. Otherwise, he would be incapable of protecting others, let alone safeguarding himself. The aircraft landed steadily in the courtyard, and Sun Wutian followed the Trunks' siblings across the grassy path into Bulma's home. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the exquisite decor, marveling at Bulma's status as the wealthiest individual on Earth. The lavishness of the living room alone was enough to eclipse the opulent mansions he had often seen on television in his own world. Inside Bulma's abode, he recognized several familiar faces, including two bald men of contrasting heights, Krillin and Tianjin. Additionally, he spotted the drowsy Yamcha on the sofa, flipping through a magazine, while the old turtle hermit beside him was engaged in conversation with the android 18, who was laughing with a blonde girl strikingly similar to her. Seated nearby were three women, Chi-Chi, Biddy Li, and Xiao Fong, while Piccolo stood aloof, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. As they arrived, the chatter ceased, and all eyes turned toward them. Hey, Wutian, why are you so late? Krillin called out with a wave. Before Sun Wutian could respond, Bra chimed in with discontent. It's because this guy insisted on sharing the aircraft with us. Honestly, he could have flown here in a blink. Yamcha, having overheard this, suddenly woke up with a chuckle and quickly pulled Sun Wutian aside, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Look at you, charming the ladies, even Bra. You've got my old flair. Flustered, Sun Wutian waved his hands in denial. That was just a coincidence, nothing more. No need to explain, Yamcha replied, placing a finger to his lips with a knowing look. I have faith in you. After all, Bra had grown up quickly, and given Vegeta's temperament, he would never allow a mere earthling to court her. Thus, the only suitable candidate among the new generation of warriors with Saiyan blood was undoubtedly Wutian. Hey, what are you two conspiring about over there? Yamcha was about to say more when a woman's voice rang out from the center of the room, causing him to freeze. Turning their heads, they saw a woman with short blue hair clad in a white lab coat, exuding a commanding presence. Bulma, you finally made an appearance. Yamcha stammered awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Bulma merely glanced at him before addressing the gathering. You all know about Sun Jun and Vegeta, right? The situation is dire, and we must devise a plan immediately. At this, the room fell silent. Since the tournament of power hosted by Zeno, Earth had enjoyed a prolonged period of peace. Enemies like Baby, who should have been capable of annihilating the world at some point, had been defeated by Goku in his Super Saiyan Blue form due to their delayed emergence. Yet, no one anticipated that the two mightiest warriors of the seventh universe, Goku and Vegeta, would vanish mysteriously into the void. Bulma, what should we do? Wufan suggested, glancing at Piccolo. The best course of action is to summon the dragon and perhaps contact Lord Whis for assistance. Wufan's suggestion was indeed the most feasible option at that moment. The others nodded in agreement. Bulma snapped her fingers and smiled slightly. That aligns with my thoughts. I just gathered the Dragon Balls last month. She reached into the large pocket of her lab coat and retrieved a palm-sized tablet. Let's contact Whis first. We may need the Dragon Balls for something else later. Come to think of it, Bulma, it seems someone has been summoning the dragon every year, Krillin interjected playfully, narrowing his eyes. I hope it's not someone trying to maintain their youth. With a clang, Bulma struck Krillin on his bald head with a frying pan, causing him to yelp in pain. Serves you right, Android 18 remarked, crossing her legs, her beautiful face betraying no emotion. Bulma's use of the Dragon Balls was almost an open secret, and Sun Wutian was well aware of this. Over time, the Dragon Balls had come to be monopolized by Goku and his companions, and with Earth enjoying peace for so long, their wishes had become increasingly outlandish. After reprimanding Krillin, Bulma skillfully began typing on the tablet until a fluctuating graph appeared on the screen. All present gathered around, eager to hear the long-awaited voice of the angel. Yet as moments passed, the screen remained unchanged, displaying the same repetitive image without uttering a word. This is infuriating. It never fails to happen at critical moments. Bulma paced back and forth, her frustration mounting. Perhaps Whis is busy, Piccolo remarked gravely. It seems we can only summon the dragon and inquire for now. Yes, we may have no other choice, Bulma agreed, nodding before turning to Trunks. The Dragon Balls are in the safe at the back of the storage room. Please retrieve them. Understood. Trunks ascended promptly, darting towards the living room corridor just above the ground. Chapter 8. Come forth, Shenron. In no time, Trunks had neatly arranged the Dragon Balls on the expansive lawn of Bulma's estate. Everyone gathered, their eyes fixated on the 7 orbs that had altered countless destinies. Come forth. Shenron, grant my wish, Bulma proclaimed, raising her arm high. After a brief silence, the Dragon Balls erupted with golden light, shooting skyward. Above Bulma's home, no, above the entire West City, thunder rumbled and dark clouds rapidly gathered. The numerous pedestrians below had grown accustomed to this spectacle. They merely glanced up before returning to their tasks. Indeed, for the inhabitants of this world, it was merely an annual ritual. As the golden light enveloped everyone, the brilliant beam did not fade but gradually dimmed, revealing the emerald-hued form of Shenron. Sun Wutian stood in awe, for at this close range, the size of Shenron surpassed his wildest imagination, with the white underbelly blocking much of his view. The dragon spiraled down from the sky, its massive head glowing red as it gazed at the crowd, its whiskers twitching slightly. Now, speak your wishes. I can fulfill them. Shenron's voice resonated, deep and sonorous, echoing the familiar timbre from Sun Wutian's memory. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma looked up at Shenron and declared, Please bring Goku and Vegeta back here. I understand. Shenron replied succinctly, and with a flash of red light from its eyes, the crowd held its breath, awaiting the dragon's response. However, the process of granting this wish proved to be far longer than anyone anticipated. As minutes passed, Shenron's eyes remained closed. What is happening? Bulma could not help but voice her confusion. Despite being the youngest in the room, she had witnessed Bulma make wishes to the Shenlong several times. Previously, wishes had been granted in an instant, and never had the process appeared so peculiar. Bulma glanced at her daughter, placing her finger to her lips to signal for patience. As everyone speculated internally, Shenlong's eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing a hint of unease on his otherwise immutable face. I apologize, but this wish exceeds my capabilities and I cannot assist you. Though they had anticipated this possibility, the group could not help but exclaim in surprise. Bulma furrowed her brow and looked up at Shenlong, expressing her dissatisfaction. What is the matter? It is merely a matter of teleporting 2 individuals back to Earth. Have they already perished? Upon hearing this, Bulma instinctively covered her mouth with her hands, her expression a mix of disbelief and horror. Shenlong, unperturbed by Bulma's demeanor, continued, "No, I do not sense them in the realm of the dead. Goku and Vegeta should still be alive." "What do you mean by should?" Bulma inquired. "Well, I cannot be certain. In any case, their souls are not present in the afterlife of the seventh universe. Please make another wish. I remind you that you may still make 3 wishes." Shenlong's expression was somewhat awkward, and his tone softened. It was rather surprising that Shenlong would directly address Bulma by name. Evidently, after all these years, he had become quite familiar with the main cast. No wonder the provision for 3 wishes existed for loyal patrons. Xiao Tan found this amusing, but noticing Bulma's worried expression, he stifled his laughter. Minutes passed in silence. "So what are your wishes? Be quick, or I shall take my leave." Shenlong's voice resonated again. "What should we do? Should we wish to turn back time to when they were battling?" Bulma asked the group. "That way, we could prevent their disappearance." "What a splendid idea!" Krillin and Yamcha exclaimed simultaneously, with others nodding in agreement. However, a sudden voice interrupted, "No." All eyes turned to Xiao Tan, who had just concluded his contemplation and approached, continuing. "Setting aside whether Shenlong can accomplish this, do you not remember, Bulma? Manipulating time is a grave offense." Before Bulma could respond, Piccolo's deep voice chimed in from the side. "This is precisely my concern. If Whis and Beerus detect fluctuations in the timeline, they will not merely provide a verbal reprimand as they did last time." Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression changed dramatically. "What is it, Mom?" Bulma asked, grasping her mother's arm. "And nothing," Bulma replied, turning to Xiao Tan and nodding solemnly. "I understand." Xiao Tan was well aware of what Piccolo alluded to. Years ago, Bulma had attempted to create a time machine using her future self's notes, but was thwarted by Beerus. Whis had sternly warned Bulma that time is the domain of the gods, and not even deities may manipulate it at will. Were it not for their past acquaintance, Beerus might have dealt with her more harshly. Thus, Bulma's plan was thwarted, leaving everyone pondering their next course of action. At that moment, Xiao Tan surveyed the group and then turned toward Shenlong. "How about conveying the news of their disappearance to Whis and asking him and Lord Beerus to come to Earth immediately? Surely, you can manage that?" "Well, just delivering a message? That is certainly within my capabilities," Shenlong replied promptly. This time, Shenlong did not keep them waiting long. Only a few seconds passed before he delivered his response. "I have conveyed Goku and Vegeta's predicament to Lord Whis. This wish has been fulfilled." "Excellent." Bulma's eyes sparkled. And at that moment, her communication device beeped. "Right, we still have 2 wishes left. Since Shenlong is here, let us not waste them," Android 18 reminded everyone. At that moment, in the realm of the afterlife, the North Kai, who was joyriding in his car, suddenly sneezed and slammed on the brakes. As if aware of events unfolding in another world, he immediately transmitted his voice through telepathy. "Hey, Minna, can you hear me? Did you hear something?" Dilly glanced at Gohan before addressing the group. "That voice sounds familiar," Krillin mused, scratching his head. "That's right. It is Lord North Kai. Dad has always wanted to revive him." Gohan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and turned to the Shenlong in the sky, saying, "Shenlong, please." Before Gohan could finish, Shenlong interrupted. "I apologize, though there were indeed 2 wishes remaining. Delivering the message to Lord Beerus expended a significant amount of my energy, so that is that. Farewell, everyone," Shenlong hastily concluded, and as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed across the sky, and the Dragon Balls that had been resting on the ground suddenly soared into the air, scattering rapidly in 7 different directions. After this commotion, the once overcast sky cleared, and sunlight streamed back into Bulma's courtyard. "Ah, Bulma, it has been quite a while." A peculiar voice emanated from Bulma's device, its gender indeterminate yet imbued with an ethereal quality. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd felt a sense of relief wash over them. Chapter 9. Hurry to Earth, Lord Whis. "It is Whis. Have we made contact so swiftly?" Everyone was captivated by the voice emanating from the communicator. Bulma, Whis continued. "The Shenlong on your planet has informed me that Goku and Vegeta have disappeared during their battle. First, I would like to confirm the veracity of this event." "Indeed," Bulma replied, glancing at Xiao Tan and Bulma, who both nodded in affirmation. She then added to Whis, "That is correct. Bulma, Wu Tan, you both witnessed it. Please describe it to Whis." At Bulma's urging, Bulma leaned closer to the communicator's screen, and upon seeing Whis's image, she felt an inexplicable warmth. Since she became aware of her surroundings, she had only heard about this angelic being from her mother's tales, but had never seen him in person. "Are you the angel my mom often speaks of?" Bulma asked, pointing at the screen. "But you seem to lack wings?" "Oh ho ho," Whis chuckled softly. "Bulma, is this your second child with Vegeta?" Yes, Bulma replied, slightly embarrassed. Whis then turned his gaze to Bulma, listening intently to her account. Whis pondered. "Based on your daughter's description, it appears that the battle between Goku and Vegeta was so intense that it caused a rupture in the space-time continuum, drawing them in." "A rupture in space-time?" The group gasped in astonishment. "Indeed," Whis affirmed, nodding. "This is entirely plausible, and it has occurred before. Bulma, you should have witnessed it as well." "Me?" Bulma pointed to herself, then began to recall something. "Are you referring to the battle between Goku and Broly?" "Indeed. To be precise, it should be the fusion of Wukong and Vegeta, also known as Vegeta, along with Broly." At that moment, the astonishing energy unleashed from their bodies tore apart the nearby space, creating an entrance to another realm. What, another world? Everyone felt as if they were listening to a tale from a distant land. "Wait a moment. Whis, are you referring to other universes?" Bulma inquired calmly. "Within the worldview of Dragon Ball, there exist a total of 12 universes, and the universe in which Wukong and his companions reside is the 7th universe. A fact that Xiao Tian remembers clearly. The two universes that sum to 13 when paired are known as twin universes, where the species and evolutionary processes are largely consistent, such as between the 7th and 6th universes." With this thought, everyone felt somewhat relieved, as if Bulma's speculation was correct and Wukong and Vegeta had ventured into another universe. It would not be overly difficult to retrieve them, especially with Whis present. However, who could have known that the very next moment? Whis shook his head. "No, the rift does not connect to another universe. According to the cosmic laws established by the deities, only angels, Kaioshins, or destroyers can open passages between universes. Even if Wukong and Vegeta were to amplify their combat power 100-fold or 1,000-fold, they could not violate this rule." Upon hearing this, everyone present fell into silence once again. Whis cleared his throat and continued. "Beyond the 12 universes ruled by the Omni King, there exists another realm. In that place, the concepts of time and space do not exist. It is the darkest and most desolate area among all the universes. It sounds somewhat akin to the Wuzuji." At this moment, Xiao Tian, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. After uttering those words, he noticed everyone staring at him, all with expressions of surprise. The Wuzuji was the venue for the power tournament many years ago, and it was only after Xiao Tian mentioned it that everyone recalled the past. The astonishment stemmed from the fact that Xiao Tian had not been present at the scene during that event, apart from the 10 representatives of the 7th universe. Everyone else remained at Bulma's home. "Ha ha ha," Xiao Tian scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. Did you all forget? Mr. Whis introduced it before we set off." "Indeed, I did mention that." Whis nodded. Continuing, "The two realms are indeed quite similar. But the Wuzuji was merely an abandoned prototype of a universe. The place I refer to is a forbidden zone of the divine realm, an existence that even I cannot glimpse." Even as an angel, you cannot enter there?" "Correct," Whis answered succinctly, but then switched his tone. "However, this is merely a hypothesis. Whether Wukong and the others ventured there remains to be explored on-site. Typically, the location where they vanished is likely to retain the aura of another space." "That would be splendid, Whis." Upon hearing Whis's words, Bulma excitedly invited. "Please trouble yourself and Lord Beerus to visit Earth." "Ahem, Bulma, this is precisely what I wanted to convey. Unfortunately, I am unable to come to Earth at this time." "Why?" "Quite regrettably, Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa are engaged in a wager concerning who can sleep longer, and during Lord Beerus's slumber, as his attendant, I cannot leave." "Who would be so bored as to bet on sleeping?" Bulma frowned, complaining. "Bulma, please mind your language," Whis reminded expressionlessly. "Since Lord Beerus awakened, due to his relationship with Wukong and the others, he has not had a proper rest. For his health, he must sleep for another 30 years. "What?" Bulma continued to pout, saying, "In the past, Whis, you often snuck onto Earth with Lord Beerus to indulge." Damietisi Whis half closed his eyes. Bulma pondered for a moment, feigning helplessness, and said, "Well, in that case, I can only have the lavish feast I prepared taken away." Upon hearing lavish feast, Whis's eyes visibly brightened. But he quickly regained his composure. "No means no, In any case, I will not leave until Lord Beerus awakens. What a pity, there are so many delectable dishes. Assorted tempura, curry udon, sushi, grilled eel, Bulma continued listing, showing no signs of stopping. Unfortunately, you have already treated me to those. Weiss's eyes narrowed slightly, appearing quite calm. Please forgive my inability to assist. Bulma raised an eyebrow, seemingly ready to revert to her true nature. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now, Weiss announced, preparing to disconnect the communication. Hey. Just as everyone was at a loss, Xiao Tian's somewhat timid voice emerged. If you don't mind. I could prepare a dish that Lord Weiss has never tasted before. Chapter 10 Unexpectedly, the dish that moves the gods is. Everyone present turned to Xiao Tian, all with expressions of disbelief. You can cook? Bra furrowed her brow, the first to question. I can manage a little. While he humbly downplayed his skills, Xiao Tian thought to himself, if I couldn't even cook, then what have I been doing for these 20+ years? After all, the land I once inhabited was truly a culinary paradise on earth. Wutian. Chi-Chi walked over, grasping Xiao Tian's hand to examine it closely, then shook her head, saying, No way, you Saiyans look like you can't even hold a spoon properly. Don't be overconfident, let your mother handle it instead. For the first time, Xiao Tian heard someone refer to her as mother, which left him momentarily stunned. Chi-Chi's attire and demeanor matched his memories of her character, but with age. Her once lovely face bore some wrinkles, resembling a housewife eroded by time. After speaking, Chi-Chi headed towards the outdoor kitchen in the courtyard. Yet, before she had taken a few steps, Weiss's voice echoed once more from the communicator. Ho. To taste the culinary creations of the battle-hardened Saiyans is indeed quite a novelty. Chi-Chi-san, you should let him try. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian withdrew his focus from Chi-Chi's face and nodded to everyone. From the dishes Bulma had just mentioned, it appeared that Weiss had merely indulged in Japanese cuisine over the years. Although Xiao Tian had mostly relied on takeout in his previous life, that was merely due to laziness. When it came to cooking, he indeed had a few noteworthy dishes. However, just then, Xiao Tian suddenly recalled something and dashed into Bra's aircraft. Moments later, he emerged holding a plastic bag and hurried towards the outdoor kitchen. I can do this. With this in hand, I can surely attract even a god. With that thought, Xiao Tian began bustling about in front of the kitchen counter. However, as he deftly cracked the eggs and mixed them in a bowl, Chi-Chi's eyes widened in astonishment. That being said, Bulma, I recall that last time Vegeta struggled to crack an egg. It must have been tough for him, considering their race is not adept at such tasks. As Weiss recounted these past events, Bulma chuckled in agreement. Ha. Indeed, Vegeta and Wukong are quite similar. I just wonder if Gohan and Wutian learned any culinary skills from Chi-Chi. Should you ever dare to try, Weiss? Bulma auntie. Son Wukong scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat bashful, then looked towards his companion, bitterly. Feeling quite ashamed, I typically take on the role of the chef at home, while Bai Li shows no sign of discontent and gently reassures Wu Fan, saying, It is perfectly fine, Wu Fan, you should simply focus on what you truly enjoy. Hey Mom, have you forgotten about me? Xiaofang tugged at Bai Li's sleeve. Over the years, both Xiaofang and Bula have blossomed into graceful young ladies. Due to their Saiyan heritage, the striking aura and subtle charisma they exude distinguish them from ordinary Earth girls. How could that be? Bai Li's eyes curved into crescent moons as she continued softly. At home, Xiaofang and your father are the two I cherish the most. Vui's, on the other end of the communicator, stifled a chuckle and remarked, what a warm familial scene. Alas, I fear I may have to remain on Beerus's planet for another 30 to 50 years before I can reunite with everyone. By then, Bulma, you and the others will have aged, I suppose. That may not necessarily be the case. Bulma has always possessed the secret to maintaining her youth. A mischievous voice chimed from the crowd. Oh dear, time is flying. A soft glow flickered from Vui's staff as he squinted at the purple gem at its tip. Lord Beerus's sleeping posture is becoming increasingly undignified. Goten, how much longer do you require? Almost done, Lord Vui's, Xiao Tian replied. With a swift motion, he flipped the frying pan, causing the rice grains within to dance like waves. At this, not only Chi-Chi but everyone in attendance gaped in astonishment. Goodness, is this really Goten? I must be dreaming. When did he acquire such skill? Bu-La's pupils widened in disbelief, her grip on Bulma's hand tightening. As the final flip was executed, Xiao Tian placed a plate before him, and soon, Glistening golden grains of rice formed a small mountain. Chopped green onions floated down from above, covering the fried rice. In just 10 minutes, a dish that was visually pleasing and aromatic was completed. "It is ready, Lord Vuis," Xiao Tian exclaimed, rushing to the communicator with the freshly made egg fried rice. Vuis leaned in to inspect, his nose twitching as though he could smell the fragrance through the screen. "It appears to be merely a simple fried rice dish. Bulma has taken me to enjoy similar before." Vuis stroked his chin, speaking leisurely. "However, it seems that it is indeed time for a meal. A brief departure should not trouble Lord Beerus." Upon hearing Vuis's concession, expressions of delight spread across everyone's faces. "As for the prophetic fish, if Lord Beerus awakens mid-meal, please inform him that I am off to seek new delicacies. Do remember to pack some for me." A goblet floated towards Vuis, responding melodiously. "That goes without saying." Vuis chuckled softly, then raised his staff to address those on the other end of the communicator, saying, "Everyone on Earth, I shall join you shortly. Goten, I hope your culinary creation does not disappoint." The communicator emitted a dazzling rainbow light before Vuis vanished. "Greetings, everyone." Vuis's voice resonated almost immediately among the crowd, and a tall figure suddenly materialized before them. Bulma nearly fell to the ground, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, "How did you arrive so swiftly? I recall it taking a while to fly here." Vuis waved to the crowd, his eyes half closed in a smile. "I can teleport as well. But I previously wanted to enjoy the scenery before a meal. This was for Lord Beerus's health." As he spoke, Vuis approached Xiao Tian, gazing down at the new generation Saiyan, Sun Wu Tian. "The last time I saw you, you were just a mere child. Now, I can sense an invisible power within you, as if a soul from another world resides within." Upon hearing this, the others remained oblivious to its significance. But Xiao Tian felt a jolt within. He could hardly believe that Vuis had discerned he was not truly Sun Wu Tian. Could this be the might of the strongest deity in Universe 7? Vuis waved his hand through the air, conjuring a small steel spoon from his slender fingers, preparing to poke at the rice on the plate. "Wait a moment, Lord Vuis." Xiao Tian suddenly halted Vuis's motion and retrieved a jar with a bright red label from a plastic bag, revealing the fiery chili oil inside. With a swift motion, the lid, which would normally require significant strength to open, was effortlessly twisted off by Sun Wu Tian. Xiao Tian poured the chili oil over the fried rice and said to Vuis, "Please enjoy this with the egg fried rice." Vuis nodded without hesitation, then took a spoonful of the egg fried rice mixed with Laogan Ma and began to savor it slowly. Everyone present watched in silence, eager for his reaction. Suddenly, a prolonged "oh" emanated from deep within Vuis's throat, a sound that spread far and wide, even reaching farmers laboring in the fields of West Capital, who paused in curiosity. "Why do I feel as though I might weep? How long has it been since I felt this way?" "It's the onion. I added onion," Vuis declared, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze upon the jar of chili oil in Xiao Tian's hand. "And what is this miraculous substance? The spiciness tantalizes my taste buds without causing any discomfort. Instead, it ignites my appetite." Paired with the fluffy and perfectly cooked egg fried rice crafted by Goten, it is truly a match made in heaven. Vuis tossed his staff into the air, his body floating gracefully and spinning joyfully. Delight radiated from him as he exclaimed, "It seems that after the delightful instant noodles, I have once again discovered unexpected culinary delights while stealthily visiting Earth without Lord Beerus's knowledge. Everyone, let us soon embark on a quest to find Goku and Vegeta." As Vuis looked down at the gathering below, his body slowly descended. "However, before that, I must fully relish this unprecedented taste." Chapter 11. Confirming their whereabouts. Goku and Vegeta in the otherworld. Vuis indeed felt somewhat hungry. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, his small steel spoon swept through the entire plate of egg fried rice with an extraordinary finesse that was beyond mortal comprehension. Goten, I am thoroughly satisfied with your culinary skills, particularly with this bottle in your hand. What is it called again?" "Laogan Ma." "Yes. The branding of this elderly gentleman's product evokes a sense of familiarity in me." It was only after setting down his utensils that Vuis's expression turned slightly more serious. "Now, back to business. Let us promptly proceed to the location where the two have vanished. Time is of the essence. Everyone, gather around and form a circle." Vuis spread his arms wide, and the group quickly closed in, linking hands. "Bulma, please have your daughter describe the approximate location." Upon hearing Vuis's directive, Bulma turned to Bula, who nodded in response. It's roughly 100 kilometers south of West Capital. There is a vast lake there. Vui's acknowledged with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the staff hovering behind him began to emit a soft glow and gradually moved to the center of the circle formed by the group. The lake 100 kilometers south of this city, Vui's staff projected a three-dimensional image, showcasing various landscapes. Found it. Vui's opened his eyes. Everyone, please hold on to each other tightly. Be cautious of the descent. No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiao Tian heard a whoosh beside his ear. In an instant, amidst a scene shift, they found themselves outside a forest, facing the expansive lake. The terrain here has been irrevocably altered, with vast craters and melted rock walls bearing witness to the ferocity of that battle. Weiss hovers above the center of the battlefield, his divine staff glowing once more. This time, the radiance does not diffuse but rather concentrates like a spotlight, as Xiao Tian's gaze swiftly locks onto the past. There lies the very core of the clash between Wukong and Vegeta's auras. In the air, faint traces of energy, imperceptible to the naked eye and akin to black fissures, are forcefully delineated from the void by the light of the divine staff. Everyone watches intently as this process unfolds. The black energy appears to writhe as if it possesses life, exuding an unsettling aura of icy desolation. Weiss's brow furrows slightly, and for the first time, a grave expression graces his usually amiable face. The remnants of destructive divine power are evident, yet they do not belong to Lord Beerus. This force is far older, imbued with a certain hatred and nihilistic intent. A destroyer god? Has another universe's destroyer god come to Earth? Trunks inquires with astonishment. Weiss slowly shakes his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the void toward a distant location where this power source ought to have been sealed long ago. After speaking, Weiss snaps his fingers. With that sound, the energy from the void is swiftly enveloped by the light of the divine staff, ultimately vanishing from everyone's sight. So, did Wukong and Vegeta truly go to that place? A trembling voice from Krillin echoes among the crowd. Oh, Weiss, please don't keep us in suspense. Quickly share what you know with everyone, Xiao Tian implores, observing the unusual concern in Chi-Chi's eyes as Wukong's wife. Weiss's gaze sweeps over the crowd before finally resting on Chi-Chi's face. His elegant tone carries a rare weight. Chi-Chi-san, I completely understand. Rest assured, I will disclose to you all that I know shortly. Upon finishing, Weiss gracefully descends from the air to stand before everyone. He slightly nods, the crystal atop his divine staff shimmering as if retrieving ancient and distant memories. Where shall I begin? Weiss murmurs to himself. In simple terms, the universe as we know it, no matter how vast, operates under the rules set forth by Lord Zeno, encompassing the flow of time, space, energy, and life. Even the afterlife, the realm of the Kaioshiins, the realm of the destroyers, and the void beyond the universe still exist within this grand system. You all understand this point, do you not? As if in unison, everyone nods, though Xiao Tian hesitates slightly. Recalling the timeline, he had only awoken from his modest 600 yuan rental room that morning. After all, who could have anticipated that after a day of labor, he would suddenly find himself in this simultaneously familiar and alien world? Of course, he has now fully accepted the reality of being reborn as Sun Wutian. Yet, while listening to Weiss's calm narration, he suddenly remembers something he had long overlooked. Since he retained his consciousness as Sun Wutian, taking over this body that flows with both Saiyan and Earthling blood, where has the true Sun Wutian's soul gone? Perhaps their souls have exchanged places, with Wutian ultimately transported to a reality devoid of Dragon Balls. Or perhaps this answer is one only Xiao Tian himself can uncover in due time. In any case, Xiao Tian now feels it best to keep the secret. For if the individuals before him were to learn he is not the true Sun Wutian, the ensuing troubles would be unimaginable. What are you thinking about? Xiao Tian is jolted from his reverie by a voice nearby. Turning, he finds Bra gazing at him with wide eyes, her expression radiant. Do I have something on my face? Xiao Tian retorts. Not at all. You're just being a bit self-absorbed. Bra pouts, her cheeks flushing as she quickly turns away. However, with her interruption, Xiao Tian finds himself disinclined to ponder further. He shifts his attention back to Weiss, who continues to speak with a melodious and divine voice. That was an exceedingly distant time, so far back that even I have forgotten the exact year. Hundreds of billions of years ago, Lord Zeno created the multiverse from a realm of chaos and void, at a time when the number of universes far exceeded that of the present. As Weiss speaks, his divine staff weaves images anew, and soon a magnificent vista of the universe's infancy unfolds around them. Xiao Tian and the others quickly notice a rounded, robed figure resembling a child emerging from the boundless, absolute void, where there is neither time nor space, light nor darkness. Then, existence itself was defined. A childlike thought, innocent yet indifferent, flits through. This place is too monotonous. It is not a sound, but rather an intent, emanating from the supreme and unfathomable being, Lord Zeno. In an instant, a singularity erupts. Countless primordial nebulae surge forth from the void, like vibrant paint splattered onto an infinite canvas, swirling, expanding, colliding. The colossal nebulae are molded and shaped by an invisible force, coalescing into immense and blazing stars. They are the hearts of the nascent universe, radiating millions of degrees of heat and illuminating the dark epochs with their first light. Stars draw one another, forming magnificent galactic arms. Stardust cools and condenses into planets. Adorning the stars, some barren, while others, under the nurturing of laws, quietly give birth to the initial sparks of life. Countless galaxies, nebulae, and star clusters are created and arranged in a single moment, collectively forming a complete, intricate, and functioning universe. And this is merely the beginning. The same intent flows once more. The second, third, 11th, 12th universe, like bubbles, are birthed one after another in this supreme domain, unfolding. As everyone marvels at such exquisite creativity, Lord Zeno sits in his palace, transcending comprehension, gazing with childlike eyes at these newly birthed universes, which appear as delicate toys. When Lord Zeno's gaze focuses on one particular universe, the subsequent words send a chill through everyone present. Such a world is no longer needed. With a gentle touch of his small finger, a universe ceases to exist. Chapter 12. The Divine Realms Past. The imprisoned ancient god among those present, Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, Master Roshi, Android 18, and Tien Shinhan had all participated in the power tournament that gathered elites from multiple universes years ago. They bore witness to the moment when Lord Zeno pressed the button to eliminate the discarded universes. A universe typically harbors billions of civilizations, and each civilization requires billions of years to nurture an exceptional intelligent species. Yet in that fleeting thought, all is rendered void, returning to nothingness. Perhaps having witnessed too many universes' demise, Weiss's expression remains calm, and he has no intention of explaining further. Instead, he shifts the conversation. In the primordial times of the universe, due to the scarcity of divine positions, the duties of the gods were not as clearly defined as they are now. For instance, as you know, each universe has its destroyer god and Kaioshin, the former responsible for destruction and the latter for creation. These rules were established only in the last few billion years. In an epoch long past, the acts of destruction and creation were often executed by the same deity. According to the chronicles of the divine era, the universe originally comprised 18 realms, overseen by 5 divine beings dispatched by the Omni King. Each of these celestial beings possessed immense and unparalleled power, thus they were known as the original gods. At this juncture, Weiss paused, seemingly weighing his words. For instance, the 6th and 7th universes were once under the jurisdiction of a single deity. His might and wisdom were nothing short of extraordinary, to the extent that he was once deemed by the Grand Minister as the most likely candidate to assume part of his responsibilities. It is remarkable that one god governed 2 universes, embodying both destruction and creation. Baiku found this notion somewhat unfathomable, as it surpassed his comprehension of the divine hierarchy. Not only 2, in fact, the original god I am about to mention once presided over 4 universes. Weiss nodded affirmatively. His name is Karasudasu. The very utterance of this name seemed to cause a slight tremor in the residual dark fissures in the air. Lord Karasudasu was distinctly different from other deities. Weiss continued, his tone imbued with an objective assessment. He was not intoxicated by the ecstasy of annihilation, nor was he lethargic like the later Lord Beerus due to his duties. Rather, he possessed an almost obsessive and profound inquiry into the balance between destruction and creation. He often gazed at the night sky from his temple, contemplating for eons, observing the birth, prosperity, conflict, and demise of civilizations, striving to discern some ultimate law. This does not seem like a bad endeavor, does it? Kirin spoke cautiously. Indeed. Weiss sighed softly. Under his governance, Both the 6th and our 7th universes experienced a remarkably stable period. However, at some point, his thoughts began to deviate from the righteous path. He started to question the very essence of order. He believed that the existing cosmic rules, particularly the Omni King's supreme, yet seemingly arbitrary will, represented the greatest imbalance of all. Did he seek to rebel against the Omni King? Gohan's voice quivered with incredulity. That innocent yet immensely powerful figure, Son Gohan, had inadvertently locked eyes with him during the Tournament of Power, an experience that left an indelible mark on him. Yes, Whice's expression turned completely serious. For a time, Lord Kursudasu refused to fulfill his duty of periodic cleansing of planets, and during the million-year audience with the Omni King, he boldly requested the Omni King to spare certain star systems from destruction in front of the Assembly of Gods. This act was met with vehement opposition from the Grand Minister, ultimately inciting the wrath of the Omni King. The Omni King was angered. Indeed, all who had witnessed the Omni King were taken aback, including the seasoned Dragon Ball enthusiast, Xiao Tian. Allow me to interject a side note. Whice's gaze swept across the faces of the assembly. The Omni King is the ruler of all existing universes, and should anyone be fortunate enough to encounter him, utmost respect must be maintained. An attitude of indifference, like that of Goku, is perilous in the extreme. Should the Omni King feel offended, not just Earth, but the entire 7th universe and even other universes could face catastrophic consequences. The crowd gasped in unison, and Xiao Tian could not help but recall Goku's every encounter with the Omni King, where he either extended a handshake or spoke casually. The repercussions of such actions by anyone else are unimaginable. Now, returning to Lord Kursudasu, Whice cleared his throat. It was his rash audience that permanently altered the structure of the divine realm. By command of the Grand Minister on behalf of the Omni King, the positions of Destroyer Gods and Supreme Kai were allocated to all universes, each with distinct responsibilities, remaining mutually exclusive. However, regardless of the distribution, the power of the Destroyer Gods would always surpass that of the Supreme Kais. Hence, the Grand Minister established a rule: if a Supreme Kai were to perish, the corresponding Destroyer God of that universe would also cease to exist. You should be well aware of this rule. Xiao Tian bit his lip, fully cognizant of the implications. It was precisely because Zamasu killed the Supreme Kai in the future timeline of the 7th universe that Beerus vanished. So, Whice, where did these original gods ultimately go? Bulma inquired. A profound silence enveloped the scene, with only the sound of the wind sweeping through the mountains reverberating in the air. After a moment, Whice's voice turned somber as he calmly replied, "They have all returned to the stars." What? The assembly was perplexed. The so-called original gods were celestial souls formed from the will of the stars, sculpted by the Omni King at the dawn of the universe. After their duties were usurped by the Destroyer Gods and Supreme Kais, the Grand Minister reverted them to their original state. But what of Lord Kursudasu, whom you just mentioned? Whice interjected, seemingly deterred from allowing any mortal present to recklessly utter that name. Indeed, his fate was meant to follow suit. Yet, his power was too formidable, and the 4 universes he governed, 6th, 7th, 16th, and 17th, bestowed upon him an indomitable will that could not be expunged by the Grand Minister. Thus, in the end, the Grand Minister exiled him, imprisoning him in a desolate dimension where time itself was nearly at a standstill. This realm is one that even angels cannot easily tread. Everyone believed he would remain in silence until the end of eternity. Whice's gaze returned to the nearly purified Dark Fissure, stating, "However, there seem to be troubling signs now. This faint aura, though weak, conveys an enduring hatred born from countless ages." He lowered his gaze to the assembly, his elegant visage stripped of any semblance of ease. "Goku and Vegeta's disappearance conceals deeper secrets. I must report this matter immediately to the Grand Minister and the Omni King." Silence. A deathly quiet enveloped the desolate mountains. The news Whice brought was too shocking, far exceeding any prior invasion by formidable foes or the emergence of demons. This was no longer a planetary crisis, but an ultimate tempest threatening the very fabric of the universe, even challenging the supremacy of divine authority. What shall we do then? Bulma's voice was parched. Whice's gaze swept over the assembly, ultimately resting upon her. To maintain cosmic balance, the ancient dragon god, Salam, created the Super Dragon Balls, and it has been a while since their last use. Following the conclusion of the Tournament of Power, go forth and seek these Dragon Balls scattered across the universe, Bulma. and use them to rescue Goku and Vegeta from that dimension. Chapter 13. A Cosmic Adventure. Let us gather the Super Dragon Balls. Whice's words fell upon the assembly like a colossal stone, stirring ripples of unrest in their hearts. The Super Dragon Balls, legendary orbs crafted by the ancient dragon god Salam, are capable of granting any wish of cosmic magnitude. The quest to locate them is akin to a near-desperate endeavor, akin to sifting through an infinite sea to find a specific grain of sand. After a brief silence, Xiao Tian took a deep breath and voiced his doubts. His voice was low yet clear, resonating in every ear present. Lord Weiss, if I recall correctly, each Super Dragon Ball is massive, comparable to a planet. Even if we are fortunate enough to find one amidst the boundless universe, how do we intend to collect them? Must we drag a planet through space? This is indeed a profoundly realistic concern. Nearly everyone present had witnessed the Super Dragon Balls, which hardly appeared to be objects meant for mortals to gather. The imagery is too surreal. A tiny ship towing one or even multiple massive planets through the void. It should be noted that while destroying a planet may be relatively simple in the Dragon Ball universe, moving a planet across vast distances exceeds the realms of their comprehension, both technologically and personally. Even Bulma furrowed her brow tightly. As a leading scientist, she understood better than anyone the astronomical figures entailed in the engineering paradox and energy requirements. It was almost an unsolvable dilemma. Upon hearing this, Whis displayed a hint of realization and just the right amount of apology on his elegant face. He lightly tapped his temple with his fingertips, his demeanor still calm and composed. Oh dear, I truly forgot. In my eagerness to explain the gravity of the situation, I nearly overlooked providing the most crucial tool. That was my oversight. His gaze gently roamed over the crowd, as if searching for something. Ultimately, his profound eyes settled upon Bulma, more specifically, on her fair neck. There rested a necklace, designed with simplicity yet exuding luxury, featuring a large gem that sparkled with a deep ice blue radiance at its center. Bulma-san, Whis smiled, his tone imbued with a touch of admiration. The adornment you are wearing at this moment, this gem, is exceptionally unique. Its material structure is remarkably stable, and more surprisingly, it seems to resonate profoundly with your life frequency, and it is certainly not a product of Earth. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising her hand to gently touch the cool blue gem. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes, a subtle blend of sweetness, irritation, helplessness, and eventual acceptance. This gem, her voice unconsciously softened, as if lost in a distant memory, was a birthday gift that awkward fellow Vegeta secretly prepared for me several years ago. Huh, Dad did that. Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief, his voice brimming with shock. In his memory, his father was the eternally proud Saiyan prince, a combat fanatic who buried himself in the gravity chamber, indifferent to all mundane matters aside from becoming stronger and surpassing Kakarot, with love and family nearly absent from his lexicon. For a long time, Trunks had questioned whether his father truly loved his mother. Perhaps only Bulma held the answer to that. Dad actually gave a gift? And secretly, Bra also looked on with curiosity, her eyes wide, as this was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Humph, Bulma chuckled softly, her lips curling into a sweet and nostalgic smile. He thought he had hidden it flawlessly, but I found out anyway. You all should have seen his expression. She mimicked Vegeta's usual crossed-arm stance, tilting her chin slightly in an attempt to feign a fierce expression. His face was flushed, and he vehemently denied it, claiming it was just a useless glowing stone he picked up after the last battle, not something he intentionally prepared for a boring woman like me. Although Bulma's words were laced with complaints, her tone was filled with an inextricable nostalgia and a hint of sweet pride. The others, especially little Tian, couldn't help but envision Vegeta in that rare, flustered state, his pride causing his face to redden. The previously tense atmosphere lightened, and smiles of goodwill appeared at the corners of everyone's mouths. Even the usually solemn Piccolo seemed a bit softened. Bulma-san, you truly do not know the origin of this gem? At this moment, Whis' voice emerged from the cheerful ambience. Now it was Bulma's turn to widen her eyes. Appearing quite perplexed, only recalling Whis' earlier mention that it was not of earthly origin, she gently shook her head, replying, that guy Vegeta never mentioned it. So I have no idea. Whis continued, his gaze becoming slightly more serious. I have seen this gem once. Upon reflection, it must have been during my travels with Lord Beerus to planet Vegeta many years ago. At that time, it was embedded at the pinnacle of King Vegeta's throne. Upon hearing Whis' account, everyone was taken aback, especially Bulma, who had suspected that Vegeta might have simply stumbled upon it in a store or picked it up from some corner of the world. However, she had never imagined that this blue gem was connected to the long-extinct Saiyan royal family. Bulma cradled the blue gem at her chest with newfound scrutiny. Indeed, she soon discovered a white pattern resembling a trident, composed of a fibrous substance at the gem's core. Moreover, this was not a naturally occurring formation. It was evidently implanted using some form of advanced technology. At that moment, Whis smiled softly and remarked, "It is clear that it symbolizes the glory of the Vegeta royal family and the entire Saiyan race." Subsequently, a gentle and pure blue aura, seemingly infused with cosmic power, flowed from Whis' staff. Unlike any known energy beam, it resembled a living, warm current, gracefully enveloping the necklace around Bulma's neck. Eventually, akin to rivers converging into the sea, it tenderly infused into the blue gem. The gem's radiance brightened slightly, as if nebulae began to swirl within, before the glow receded, returning to its original state. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that amidst the profound blue, there now existed an exceedingly faint, pulsing holy aura, akin to the breath of life, as if a miniature universe were sealed within. Chapter 14, Super Saiyan 2, Trunks all right, Whis nodded gently, his tone still unperturbed. Now, it possesses the power of the divine realm. When you can visually perceive the Super Dragon Balls in the universe, please take note of the distance. Being too far or too close may affect the outcome. Simply concentrate your thoughts on this necklace, and it will allow you to collect them. Furthermore, Whis continued, his expression growing slightly more serious. Through it, you can now also actively contact me. Should you encounter some troubles that are entirely beyond your capabilities during your search, you may attempt to send me a message through it. Of course, I must remind you that I cannot guarantee a timely response every time. Bulma tightly grasped the necklace resting against her chest, beneath its cool touch. She seemed to sense a gentle, vast power flowing quietly. Whis nodded again, his elegant and tall figure beginning to blur slightly, as if gradually merging into the surrounding light. Now, the matters ahead are entirely entrusted to you all. Please remember, time does not favor us. This may well be the greatest crisis the seventh universe has ever faced. You must set off as soon as possible. His words dissipated like a whispering breeze, and his figure finally rippled like a reflection upon water, disappearing entirely from the air, leaving no trace as if he had never existed. The lakeside was left with only the sound of the wind rustling through the mountains. It seemed that this would once again become a lengthy adventure. Leave the preparation of the spaceship to me. As for the remaining tasks, Bulma took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on Trunks. Trunks, searching for the Super Dragon Balls is far more urgent than dealing with Capsule Corporation's affairs. You haven't trained in a long time. Go with Gohan and regain that rusty body of yours. Trunks nodded earnestly at her words. Okay, Mom. At that moment, little Tian also looked towards Son Gohan. In truth, ever since witnessing so much, he had been constantly thinking about striving to develop the potential of his own body. If he could grow stronger, training with Son Gohan would be an excellent choice. Big brother, I also want to train with you. Little Tian stammered slightly, clearly finding it too difficult to utter terms like brother or Onaikin that filled him with a sense of embarrassment. Wu Fan turned around and cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Tan, before breaking into a smile and saying, "Of course, you can, Wu Tan. But who is stronger now, you or Galankursu?" "It must be Wu Tan," came the cheerful voice of Galankun, who had been busy with company matters over the past few years and mused that he might even struggle to maintain his Super Saiyan form now. As he spoke, he sauntered to the front, his previously relaxed hands gradually tightening into fists. "Haha." With a booming voice, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the grassy field, and strong gusts of energy began to radiate outward from Galankun. Everyone looked on with eager anticipation, Xiao Tan included, as he observed Tan's once soft lavender hair slowly standing upright and transforming into a golden hue. Super Saiyan, Xiao Tan silently mused. With a mighty explosion, the white aura surrounding Tan expanded into a brilliant golden flame, and his pupils shifted from pure black to a mesmerizing jade green. Sparks of electricity crackled within the golden aura, brimming with seemingly boundless energy. "Well done, Galankursu," Kurlin exclaimed, applauding him. Beside Kurlin, Shrbahao held her daughter Ma's hand, her long eyelashes fluttering briefly as a subtle smile graced her lips. Indeed, Wu Fan nodded in agreement, maintaining his clenched fist. Telenkasu offered a slight smile to the onlookers before retracting his aura and reverting from his Super Saiyan transformation. Haha, you truly are the coolest, big brother. Bula shouted joyfully. After witnessing the entire transformation, Xiao Tan was estimating S strength. Maintaining the Super Saiyan 2 form requires immense physical capability. And judging by the faint strain evident on S face during his transformation, he was not being modest. It appeared he had indeed been out of practice for some time. It seemed that since the Tournament of Power, Earth had enjoyed a prolonged period of relative peace. So much so that an exceptional warrior like could only remain at the Super Saiyan 2 level. Wu Tan, it's your turn. Wu Fan's voice reached Xiao Tan's ears unexpectedly. All eyes turned toward him, and he felt as though he had returned to his student days. Experiencing the embarrassment of being called upon by a teacher in front of the entire class, the crowd instinctively provided Xiao Tan with space. Their expressions filled with the same anticipation they had shown for Nunkursu. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tan endeavored to recall the details of S transformation, attempting to recapture that sensation of energy convergence. However, he felt a sense of panic. The comics had said that gathering energy required tranquility. Yet he was in turmoil and could not sense anything. Just as he feared he might embarrass himself before the crowd, a sudden, urgent ringing broke the tension. Bulma promptly retrieved her communicator from her pocket. You mean there are still some issues with the structure? Understood. I will be there immediately. After hanging up, Bulma frowned slightly, evidently displeased with the news. She then deftly produced a capsule adorned with the logo of the Capsule Corporation and tossed it onto the ground by the lake. With a soft pop and a puff of white smoke, a sleek, silver spacecraft materialized before them. It was large enough to accommodate around 10 people, boasting a stylish and high-tech appearance. Weistu really should have seen to it that everyone was returned before leaving, Bulma muttered with a hint of annoyance, then gestured for everyone to board. Come aboard. There is an urgent matter to address at headquarters, and it will also give you a chance to see our new toy. The spacecraft ascended silently, speeding toward the Capsule Corporation headquarters in Shidu. Inside, Gu gazed thoughtfully at the rapidly passing scenery, while Xiao Tan continued to ponder Gunkur's transformation and his own unfinished attempt. The vessel soon landed at the headquarters, and Bulma led the way to the elevator. Follow me. She guided them through several brightly lit corridors until they arrived at a massive alloy door. After her iris scan was completed, the door slowly slid open, revealing an expansive, brilliantly lit construction workshop. In the center of the workshop stood a colossal spaceship, awe-inspiring in its scale. Its design differed significantly from any aircraft Xiao Tan had encountered thus far, featuring elegant, flowing lines and a matte silver-gray hull, while some areas revealed intricate internal wiring and structures. Clearly, this spacecraft was still in the final stages of construction. Chapter 15. The New Hope, Bulma's Cosmic Blueprint. Wow, Bulma! Xiao Tan exclaimed in astonishment. Even having seen various spacecraft in the Dragon Ball world, he had rarely encountered such a grand design. Perhaps only the round flagship of the Frisia Force could rival it. Humph, Bulma huffed, crossing her arms and gazing at the spacecraft with a hint of displeasure. This is a new type of patrol ship that Akert commissioned me to build for the Galactic Patrol 6 months ago. He claimed it was to combat the increasingly severe cosmic crime, yet I cannot reach him at all now. She paused, her tone growing more irate. Daring to stand me up, he will pay for it when I see him. With that, she signaled for everyone to follow her up the adjacent staircase and into the ship's interior. The interior of the spacecraft was even more spacious and comfortable than it appeared from the outside, with a well-lit cockpit offering a broad view, and the control panel adorned with holographic displays and intricate instruments. Xiao Tan was left speechless, contemplating that if such a massive construct could be realized in the real world, attaining the status of the world's richest person would be a certainty. Since Jakura is unreachable, this ship is just sitting idle, Bulma remarked, tapping the cold metallic wall beside her, her eyes gleaming with ambition. Now it belongs to us. With just a few targeted modifications, such as energy detection arrays, and a slight optimization of its weapon systems designed for Galactic Patrol, it would be perfectly tailored for the quest for the Super Dragon Balls. She turned to face the group that had followed her into the ship, her expression turning serious. However, before we begin the modifications, we must first determine one thing. Who will be part of this mission? Interstellar travel is no trivial matter, particularly considering the unknown destination, the lengthy duration, and the potential for encountering formidable challenges that even Wei Su might find troublesome. Bulma's gaze first fell upon Turlunkursu. I must go personally. The piloting and final adjustments of the ship require my expertise. Turlunkursu, you will be by my side for security. Turlunkursu nodded without hesitation. Understood, Mom. Bulma's gaze shifted to her daughter Bula, who looked back at her with eager anticipation. Bula, you cannot go, Bulma stated firmly. But Mom, Bula insisted, her determination evident. I want to help rescue Dad. Hearing this, Bulma softened her tone. It's not that I don't want you to go. But although you and your brother are Saiyans, you have not undergone any training. The universe is truly dangerous. You must understand that a long time ago, I almost lost my life on a certain dreadful planet. Upon hearing this, Bekerk's expression changed, and he coughed awkwardly. Bulma, I must correct you. That Mary Kershing is not what you describe as a dreadful planet. Furthermore, if my memory serves me correctly, the first deadly threat you encountered on Namek was that fellow named Vegeta, was it not? Bulma, momentarily distracted by Piccolo's interruption, nearly lost her serious demeanor, casting an exasperated glance at him. Hey, Piccolo, I'm trying to educate my child here. Please do not undermine my efforts. The focus is not on which planet it is, but on the universe. Do you understand? The universe is perilous. She turned her gaze back to her daughter, her tone softening yet remaining resolute. Bula, I understand your intentions. You wish to assist in rescuing your father, which is commendable. However, this is precisely why I cannot allow you to take such risks. You are not like your brother. Trunks has grown up immersed in combat and training, while you. Bulma reached out to gently tousle her daughter's hair. Bula, listening to her mother's words, still brimming with reluctance, felt the tension in her tightly pressed lips ease slightly. She recognized the truth in her mother's words. She indeed had never undergone the rigorous combat training that her brother had. Nevertheless, Bula sought to negotiate. How about this? Bulma raised her index finger, suddenly smiling at Bula. If you can master the art of flight before the spaceship is completed, I shall permit you to go. Hearing this condition, Bula's eyes lit up with excitement. Really, Mother? Of course, Bulma replied. Bula, brimming with enthusiasm, glanced at little Tian, then turned to son Gohan, saying, Gohan, please allow me and my brother to train under you. No problem, Bula, son Gohan chuckled, adding, you possess Saiyan blood. I believe you will quickly master the art of flight. After all, Xiaofeng could fly as soon as she was born. Is that so, Feng? Bula asked, looking at Xiaofeng, who responded with a knowing smile. I can hardly recall those days. But generally speaking, the art of flight is a fundamental combat skill. I heard from Mother that Uncle Goten was able to learn it almost immediately as well. Little Tian almost stumbled at the thought. He suddenly realized that if Bula were to train with son Gohan, given his current abilities, he would be easily outmatched by this headstrong young lady in the days to come. Hey, son Goten. Are you worried that this young lady will bully you from now on? Bula teased, noticing little Tian's reaction, stepping closer with a mischievous smile. You need not worry. Although my talents are quite extraordinary, I do not wish to train to the point where my hair becomes multicolored. All right, Bula. Bulma announced as she positioned herself at the spaceship's control panel, seemingly ready to make an announcement. That fellow Gak said the ship's name is the Galaxy King's Spear. It sounds utterly dreadful. The New Hope is the name to embody the fresh hope brought forth by the Super Dragon Balls. Bulma's voice rang out, clear and resolute, echoing within the spacious confines of the spaceship. The name caused everyone present to pause momentarily, their eyes igniting with a glimmer of approval. Indeed, Bulma proudly raised her chin, thoroughly pleased with her sudden inspiration. Forget about spears and shields. Those sound cumbersome and barbaric. Our spaceship is meant to seek hope and facilitate reunions. So it must be named New Hope. The more she spoke, the more fitting the name seemed to her. The Super Dragon Balls can grant any wish. It is our greatest hope for retrieving Sun Jun and Vegeta. Little Tian silently committed this name to memory, feeling it carried more weight and significance than any codename he had heard before. All right, the name is settled. Bulma clapped her hands, redirecting everyone's attention back to the task at hand. Trunks, Gohan, Goten, here. The three responded immediately. The spaceship will be completed in approximately a month. During this time, you must diligently train. Do not forget, we are about to face a being potentially more powerful than Lord Beerus. Chapter 16, Revisiting Old Haunts. Dinner at Bowsy Mountain. Once Bulma concluded her arrangements, she dove headfirst into her work with the engineers, leaving the others exchanging glances at Capsule Corporation. If we are to train, would it not be better to utilize the gravity room at my home? Trunks suggested to son Gohan. Hee. But that would mean Bulma cannot learn the art of flight, right? Let us return to Baozi Mountain, Gohan said without hesitation, naming the location. It is our best training ground, peaceful, vast, and steeped in memories. Gohan approached little Tian, patting him on the shoulder as he added, "Let us go home." Home. Little Tian was about to say something, but turned back to find Bulma and Trunks already aboard a flying vehicle, the engine's roar filling the air. Hey, while you were daydreaming, Gohan has already taken off. If you don't hurry, my brother and I won't wait for you. Upon hearing this, little Tian wasted no time and rushed towards the spaceship. In the distance, the undulating mountains silhouetted against the deepening blue-purple sky, while towering trees and peculiar vegetation swayed gently in the evening breeze, producing a rustling sound. The air was crisp and refreshing, imbued with the fragrance of earth and foliage, interspersed with the ethereal calls of nocturnal creatures in the distance. After a brief flight, little Tian and the Trunks siblings descended beside a semicircular building nestled within the forest. It seemed that Chi-Chi had already returned home with Gohan, as she hurriedly tied on her apron and plunged into the kitchen, her voice echoing from within. "You all rest for a bit. You must be hungry after your journey. I will prepare a few more dishes." Trunks skillfully approached the well in the courtyard, drawing up a bucket of cool well water. "Bulma, come taste. The well water at Baozi Mountain is particularly sweet." Curious, Bulma leaned in, cupping her hands to drink. "Wow, it's really sweet. How do you know this place so well?" Trunks chuckled. "I often accompanied father here to find Uncle Wukong for training when I was younger. Although father always claimed he was reluctant, he was quite serious when sparring with Uncle Wukong." As he spoke, a look of nostalgia graced his face. Little Tian mimicked the action, taking a sip of the refreshing water, which invigorated him. He noticed Gohan standing in a corner of the courtyard, gently caressing a large tree, its trunk impressively thick, with several indentations resembling fist marks. "What are these?" Little Tian inquired curiously. Upon hearing the question, Gohan turned with a gentle smile. "These are marks left by father when he secretly taught me martial arts during my childhood." At this moment, Bulma also approached, examining the tree closely, exclaiming in surprise, "Did Gohan have such strength as a child?" Indeed, Gohan nodded slightly before adding, "Back then, I was also astonished by the latent power within me. However, just a few days later, mother gave father a stern lecture, forbidding me from practicing martial arts. But Gohan, your strength remains impressive." Trunks interjected, genuinely admiring. "Hee. The truly strong ones are Trunks and Goten," Gohan said, glancing at little Tian. "You both have been able to transform into Super Saiyans since a very young age. You must understand, my father and Uncle Vegeta had to endure rather harsh trials to reach that transformation." Harsh trials, indeed, little Tian silently mused. The legendary Super Saiyan, after all, was said to have awakened only after Goku sacrificed Krillin. As he contemplated this, Bulma's voice broke through his thoughts. Some individuals are probably unable to handle even a mere fish now, aren't they?" In response, little Tian smiled awkwardly at the three, while also calculating his current strength, pondering what it might be in terms of combat power. Gohan's gaze fell upon him, making little Tian feel somewhat uneasy. Indeed, the latter continued with a hint of concern, "I sense an unprecedented weakness within you. Is something amiss?" "I do not know," Xiao Tian replied, feeling flustered, uncertain of how to explain to the three individuals before him. Should he confess that he had traversed from another world into the body of Sun Wutian? At least, not yet. Just then, Chi-Chi emerged, carrying a large platter of freshly prepared dishes, once again providing Xiao Tian with an escape. "It's time to eat. Wutian. Quickly tidy the table. Trunks, Beulah, make yourselves at home." At her words, Xiao Tian and Wufan immediately sprang into action. Soon, the dining table in the courtyard was adorned with Chi-Chi's culinary masterpieces. Xiao Tian had long anticipated the delicacies of the Dragon Ball world. Yet upon witnessing the dishes laid out by Chi-Chi, he could not help but shiver. Unknown bird wings, tentacle-like appendages reminiscent of octopuses, and cylindrical meat resembling sausages filled the table. "What is wrong, Wutian?" Wufan asked, placing a piece of unfamiliar red meat into Xiao Tian's bowl. "This is your favorite dish made by Mom." "Wufan Ge, do you all eat these things at home?" Beulah asked, her tone slightly awkward as she glanced at Xiao Tian and then at her brother. "It's delicious," Trunks replied with a laugh. "Absolutely scrumptious." Xiao Tian devoured the meat, fully aware of its flavor from the outset. After all, how could food that made Dragon Ball's greatest gourmand, Goku, devour it ravenously be anything but delightful? The moment the meat touched his palate, an indescribable, primal savor burst forth. The meat was exceptionally tender, almost melting in his mouth, with a rich aroma accompanied by a unique fragrance of herbs, as if it encapsulated the purest essence of Baozi Mountain's nature, far surpassing his expectations. Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled as he couldn't resist taking another large piece. Observing this, Beulah, who had hesitated, shut her eyes as if making a firm decision and popped a golden, crisp fried insect leg into her mouth. With a satisfying crunch, her expression transformed from trepidation to incredulous delight. "Wow, this is truly delicious," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement, likening it to a particularly fragrant fried shrimp. "But crisper and fresher. Brother, you must try this. What do you think? I wasn't wrong, was I?" Trunks laughed heartily. "Son Wutian, your home-s food is so delectable. Why didn't you bring me here sooner?" Laughter echoed as Xiao Tian partook in his first meal within the Dragon Ball world, enveloped in this delightful and warm atmosphere until its conclusion. The affection displayed by Chi-Chi and son Wufan, along with Trunks' concern as a close friend, were feelings he had never experienced in his own world. This was the family of Sun Wukong. This was the world in which he lived. There were no office intrigues, no urban clamor, only the most primal flavors, the purest emotions, and the embrace of vast nature. Xiao Tian began to immerse himself in this experience, occasionally interjecting with comments or being amused by Beulah's exaggerated eating mannerisms. As night fell, the starry sky over Baozi Mountain was exceptionally clear and bright, the Milky Way stretching across the horizon. Xiao Tian opened the window, allowing the cool mountain breeze infused with the scent of night to flow into the room. He slowly sat on the edge of the bed, his fingers gliding over the surface of the desk, a surge of indescribable emotions swelling within him. Where had the true Sun Wutian gone? Had their souls exchanged, awakening in that cold, bleak rented room, lost and bewildered? Or had he already faded away? "I'm sorry," he murmured softly, as if apologizing to the true owner of this room, "and thank you, Wutian. Thank you for this powerful body, for all the familial bonds and ties you possess. I do not know why I am here." He clenched his fists, his gaze gradually steadying. "I will strive to grow stronger. I will exert every effort to bring back Wukong and Vegeta." As if in response to his vow, or perhaps merely a psychological effect, a faint, gentle warmth began to radiate from his heart, coursing through his body before gradually settling, completely merging with his soul. Outside the window, the expansive forests beyond Baozi Mountain lay quiet and vast, the contours of distant hills appearing soft and mysterious beneath the starlight. If Xiao Tian had previously felt a twinge of unease about his transference, at this moment, he understood that he was no longer merely an outsider occupying another's body. He was Sun Wutian, and he would embrace all that this identity entailed, embarking on a journey filled with the unknown and perilous challenges. Chapter 17, Training from Zero, Rediscovering the Saiyan Spirit. The following morning, Baozi Mountain was still enveloped in a light morning mist, the air thick with the crisp scent of foliage. Wutian's slumber was abruptly interrupted by a sharp sensation in his ear. "The sun is up, and you're still asleep." Beulah's clear yet slightly assertive voice rang in his ear. Wutian groggily opened his eyes, meeting Beulah's sparkling gaze. It was then that Xiao Tian noticed that Beulah and Trunks had not returned to Shidu the previous night. Two cozy capsule rooms had unfolded in the courtyard of Goku's home. Trunks was stretching not far away and, upon seeing the commotion, couldn't he help but chuckle and shake his head. "Beulah, be gentle with Wutian." "I am being gentle." Beulah pouted, tugging at Wutian again. Thus, Wutian was dragged out of the room by Beulah. The cool morning air instantly refreshed him, and he spotted Wufan already standing in the courtyard, his aura steady, clearly having completed his morning workout. Upon seeing Wutian being pulled out by Beulah, he smiled warmly. "Awake? Perfect timing. Let us head to a more suitable place for training." Instead of using the Bukong technique, Wufan led the trio along a dew-dampened path toward the depths of the back mountain. After walking for a short distance, Wutian's surroundings opened up. The area was flat and expansive, with a crystal-clear stream bubbling nearby and towering rock walls and dense forests on the other side. This place, far removed from civilization, was tranquil and brimming with natural energy, indeed an ideal training ground. "All right," Wufan smiled at the three, his gaze finally resting on Beulah. "Since Aunt Bulma has given you a goal, We will start with the basics of Bukong. Trunks, your foundation is solid, though a bit rusty. It should come back quickly. Warm up first. Wufan first addressed Trunks, then turned to Wutian. Wutian, you should stretch a bit and find your rhythm. We will start combat practice shortly. Beulah nodded excitedly, her blue hair swaying with her movements. Wutian felt a twinge of anxiety within, but maintained an air of composure. Responding vaguely, all right. Combat practice? He hadn't even grasped the basics of flying yet. After this, Wufan's focus returned to Beulah. He began to explain the key principles of the Bukong technique in a gentle and clear tone, emphasizing the understanding of the essence of qi and how to manipulate it finely. Qi is the embodiment of the life energy within us and the source of our strength. It is not an abstract concept, but a real force that can be sensed and guided. As he spoke, Wufan extended his palm. Without any visible exertion, a gentle white aura began to manifest, enveloping his hand like a flickering flame. See, just like this. Wutian and Beulah gazed in rapt attention, the stable energy appearing almost alive. The principle of the Bukong technique, Wufan continued, as the aura around his hand gradually dissipated, his body slightly lifting off the ground, hovering a few inches above the surface. Utilize your energy to perceive and gently repel the earth beneath your feet. It is not about leaping. Rather, it is about lifting oneself with a continuous and stable flow of energy. After Wu Fan completed his explanation, he gracefully descended, his movements light and soundless. Envision your energy flowing within you like water. You must concentrate, introspect, and sense the existence and movement of your internal energy. Then, with a steadfast thought of wanting to float, gently guide it to gather at your feet. Like water flowing, Bra softly repeated the keywords. Her small face tense with focus as she began to earnestly attempt the exercise, closing her eyes in total concentration. Meanwhile, Wutian, who was warming up nearby, appeared to be moving his limbs aimlessly, yet his eyes were magnetically drawn to every subtle action and explanation from Sun Wufan. His ears perked up attentively. As he followed along, he subconsciously began to recall the harrowing moment when he and Bra faced danger not long ago. At that time, confronted by the massive tree hurtling toward them, he felt a surge of uncontrollable, searing power that ultimately burst forth. That was the sensation. Wutian's heart jolted. It felt as though his blood was boiling, each cell crying out, and a powerful warmth surged uncontrollably within him. He struggled to remember, to capture that moment of exhilaration. Initially, his body remained silent, like a dry well. Following Wufan's advice, he attempted introspection to feel the energy within, but beyond his pounding heartbeat and breath, he sensed nothing. He grew anxious, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Remain calm. He must remain calm. Wutian forced himself to take deep breaths, clearing his mind and immersing himself within. Suddenly, he recalled an interview with Bruce Lee from a documentary he once watched. This legendary martial artist from his world had left behind cinematic classics and a unique, profoundly philosophical martial arts theory. Clear your thoughts. Be formless and invisible, like water. Just as Sun Wufan had said, approach the energy within with observation and sensation rather than force. Wutian attempted to channel his energy once more, and this time, the energy flowing within him began to respond. The sensation was as subtle as fireflies, yet undeniably real. When he opened his eyes again, he was astonished to discover that his feet had lifted off the ground, his entire body gently bobbing in midair. Wutian gasped, his heart racing with excitement. The sensation of defying gravity through his own power filled him with an indescribable sense of accomplishment and freedom. Wutian, you're demonstrating quite well, came Wufan's voice. Bruh, don't rush, you can do it too. Encouraged by Wufan, a circle of white energy began to envelop Bra, lifting her into the air as well. I can really fly. I can fly? Bra's excited voice rang out. Wufan observed the scene before him, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Excellent. Remember this moment. Practice diligently, and you will soon master it. Just then, a figure descended with a soft whoosh, gracefully landing beside the three. It was Trunks, who had completed his warm-up and adaptive training. His purple hair slightly damp with sweat, his aura more refined and powerful, clearly having begun to acclimate to the training. He witnessed Bra's successful levitation, and a broad smile spread across his face. Bra, it seems you won't need a flying machine for long. Trunks crossed his arms, and then turned to Wutian. At that moment, a glint of competitive spirit ignited in his eyes as he suddenly proclaimed, Wutian, Shall we begin our sparring? Like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, Wu Tian, still basking in the joy of success, felt a sudden tightening in his chest at the mention of sparring with Trunks. Spar with Trunks. What a joke. He had only just learned to levitate. Wu Fan, after a moment's contemplation, nodded. Very well. After all, it has been far too long since the two of you have met. Trunks' eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Bra wore an excited expression as if awaiting a performance, and Wu Fan exuded trust and encouragement. Wu Tian felt a cold sweat forming on his back, but at this point, he could not find a reason to refuse. Gritting his teeth, he forced a smile to appear natural and nodded. All right, please be gentle with me, Trunks. Chapter 18. Wu Tian vs. Trunks, becoming stronger through combat. Trunks smiled, for as he had mentioned, it had indeed been far too long since he had sparred with his dear friend. What he did not realize was that the son Wu Tian standing before him was no longer the 8-year-old Z fighter capable of transformation. Come on, Wu Tian. Just like we did when we were kids. No sooner had he spoken, Trunks' figure blurred as he closed the distance, delivering a straightforward punch accompanied by the sound of rushing wind toward Wu Tian's face. The speed was not particularly swift, evidently a test to gauge Wu Tian's response. Startled, Wu Tian instinctively attempted to retreat and evade. Yet, in that brief moment, Trunks' speed seemed to slow significantly in Wu Tian's eyes. Although puzzled, Wu Tian seized the opportunity, executing a remarkably fluid sidestep to narrowly evade the punch. The lightness of his movement surprised even him. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed Trunks' eyes, followed by a smile. Not bad, Wu Tian. How about this? He increased his offensive pace, his fists and feet raining down like a tempest. Although he still held back, the relentless onslaught blocked all of Wu Tian's avenues of escape. Wu Tian found himself in a state of disarray, relying solely on a vague instinct to block and evade. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his arms and forearms clashing echoed. With each block, Wu Tian felt his arms numb from the impact. Trunks' strength exceeded his expectations. Gradually, a peculiar sensation began to manifest. After the initial panic subsided, he realized that his body was not as pained as he had anticipated and was slowly adapting to match Trunks' speed. His blocking movements became less rigid, and his footwork grew increasingly agile. Trunks' attack trajectories appeared clearer in his eyes, no longer mere indistinct afterimages. He even began to instinctively predict the landing points of some attacks, enabling him to mount more effective defenses. When Trunks launched another punch, Wu Tian attempted to avoid a hard block by following his body's instincts, placing his palm on Trunks' wrist, not to resist, but to guide it outward. Trunks' punch was diverted slightly, striking empty air and presenting him with a fleeting opening. Good. Wu Fan, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, while Bra's eyes widened in astonishment. Trunks' surprise deepened, but he reacted swiftly, altering his move, pressing his elbow down to neutralize the force of Wu Tian's pull. Interesting. Wu Tian. With this remark, the pace of their battle escalated. Wu Tian found himself increasingly immersed in the moment. Although still on the defensive, he was no longer as flustered as at the beginning. His evasions became more fluid, and his blocks grew increasingly clever. Each move began to reveal a fluidity and ease that even he had not predicted. Could this be the true essence of Sun Wu Tian's strength? He felt his body's coordination and agility enhancing at an astonishing pace, as if the dormant instincts within him were being awakened by this confrontation. With every block, every evade, and every instinctive counter, he felt an increasing sense of naturalness and seamlessness. He even began to distinguish a sliver of consciousness, attempting to summon the faint flow of energy within him and condense it into his fists and feet. When he successfully channeled a stream of energy into his fist for the first time and struck, a subtle white aura emanated from his knuckles, creating a faint hum as it grazed the air. Although its power paled in comparison to Talon Kusi, this was undoubtedly a significant advancement. Just like that, Talon Kusi grew increasingly exhilarated as he fought. He noticed that although Wu Tian's strength had diminished somewhat, his mastery over his body was recovering and improving at an astonishing pace. It seemed he was regaining his condition swiftly. Be careful, I shall accelerate my pace slightly. Talon Kusi's aura shifted subtly, enhancing both speed and strength, thereby increasing the pressure dramatically. Wu Tian immediately felt the strain. If the previous skirmish could be navigated with the gradually awakening instincts of his body, The current seriousness of Tai Kusi's speed and strength resembled a sudden tsunami. Crashing through the defenses he had painstakingly established, Tai Kusi's strikes blurred into mere afterimages, the sound of slicing air merging into a singular roar. Wu Tian's eyes struggled to keep up with the movements, relying solely on his fading sense of energy and residual combat intuition to block the onslaught. Bang! Crack! Thud! The dull thuds of impact intensified. Wu Tian's arms, shoulders, and side were struck in succession. Though Tai Kusi moderated his strength, each blow carried substantial penetrating force, causing Wu Tian to grimace and his breath to become erratic. He attempted to employ the technique of guided momentum once more, but Tai Kusi's speed was too overwhelming. As soon as his palm grazed Tai Kusi's wrist, a stronger force instantly repelled him. With his defenses wide open, his chest received a light jab. In a real-life confrontation, this would have likely resulted in severe injury. Ugh! Wu Tian grunted, staggering several steps back before barely stabilizing himself, his breath coming in rapid bursts, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The fluidity he had just grasped had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. His body could no longer keep pace with his thoughts, and the meager potential that had just awakened seemed to be subdued by the tempestuous assault. Tai Kusi, truly the son of Vegeta, illuminated the disparity in their strengths at this moment. Wu Tian sighed softly. Tai Kusi did not pursue him. Instead, he retracted his aura and stood still, his brow slightly furrowed, a flicker of confusion and curiosity glimmering in his eyes. He found Wu Tian, standing before him, quite peculiar. At times, he exhibited exquisite grace and a remarkable responsiveness, while at other moments, he appeared particularly awkward and rigid, as if there existed a subtle disconnection between his body and consciousness. Particularly concerning were the declines in fundamental strength and speed, which were somewhat unexpected. Wu Tian. He was about to inquire when, at that moment, Wu Fan's gentle voice rang out. He had approached the edge of the arena without Wu Tian noticing. Wu Fan's gaze fell upon the slightly panting and somewhat disheveled Wu Tian, his eyes reflecting concern and a barely perceptible scrutiny. He could distinctly sense that Wu Tian's aura had become erratic and unstable under the intense pressure of their confrontation, indicating a significant depletion of stamina, clearly nearing his limits. Let us conclude for today. Wu Fan nodded at Tai Kusi and then turned to Wu Tian, his tone as gentle as ever. Wu Tian, your awareness and reflexes remain intact, which is commendable. However, he shifted his tone, continuing, yet your foundational strength, speed, and control over your energy have regressed far more severely than I anticipated. It seems the years of peace have indeed rendered you somewhat complacent. Wu Tian opened his mouth to retort, but found himself unable to argue, ultimately lowering his head in silence, his feelings complex. Only he understood that this was not complacency, but rather that he had yet to truly inherit the full legacy of this body. Do not worry. Wu Fan stepped forward, patting Wu Tian's shoulder in a comforting gesture. The foundation remains, and you seem to have regained some feel for it. However, reclaiming your strength will require time. It cannot be accomplished overnight. In fact, it's not just you. Even for Tai Kusi and myself, our skills have diminished compared to the past. Moving forward, we all must engage in more rigorous training to thoroughly make up for what we have fallen behind. Wu Fan cast a final glance at everyone, smiling slightly. The night was deepening, and the starry sky over Bao Zishan was particularly clear and bright, the Milky Way stretching across the heavens like a resplendent jade ribbon. The evening breeze swept through the mountains, bringing with it refreshing coolness and the fragrance of flora. Wu Tian lay upon the soft bed, yet sleep eluded him. The images of the day replayed in his mind like a revolving lantern. Tai Kusi's fierce onslaught, his own clumsy defenses, and Wu Fan's gentle yet piercing critique. He tossed and turned, his heart laden with myriad emotions. This body belonging to Sun Wu Tian harbored such immense potential, and he ought to be a genius standing atop the pinnacle. Yet now, in his hands, he could barely grasp the fundamentals of flight, let alone transform. Against a normally capable yet diminished Tai Kusi, he was utterly powerless. What am I to do? Wu Tian pondered, gazing at his outstretched hands. How can I truly command this power? He sat cross-legged on the bed, attempting to recall and capture the elusive sensation he had experienced earlier that day, the true feeling of harnessing energy. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. It was akin to a novice holding a top-tier gaming account, replete with maxed-out gear and skill points, yet utterly incapable of executing even the most basic maneuvers. Super Saiyan Wu Tian murmured to himself. This term once represented merely a passionate legend from an anime. Yet now, it was an insurmountable wall he must cross. He closed his eyes, striving to concentrate, seeking within himself the means to transform into a super warrior. He recalled the countless times he had watched Dragon Ball Z, particularly the iconic moment when Goku first transformed into a Super Saiyan on Namek, his resolute gaze and the golden aura that erupted forth. It was born of rage. Bardock's fury over the annihilation of his kin, Goku's wrath for the murder of his dear friend, Tai Lon Kusi's, from the future, anger at Wu Fan's tragic demise, and Vegeta's ire at his own inadequacy compared to Kakarot, whom he deemed a lower-class warrior. A typical Saiyan's first transformation often required that profound fury. Wu Tian faltered. Over the course of his 20-plus years, he realized he could not find even a hint of genuine anger within himself. It seemed rather absurd. A modern worker, constrained by the monotony of daily life, found anger to be an unnecessary emotion. Should he express it before others, he would surely be labeled immature, inevitably becoming the subject of workplace ridicule. Wu Tian's gaze inadvertently fell upon an old photograph on the bedside table. It was a group photo featuring Goku and his companions. In the picture, Goku radiated his usual sunny disposition, one arm around the recently born Xiao Fong, while affectionately ruffling little Wu Tian's hair with the other. Gazing at Goku's pure smile, Wu Tian felt a strange sense of calm wash over him. He involuntarily began to reminisce, recalling every storyline he had absorbed concerning Son Goku, the innocent child emerging from the wilderness, who time and again faced dire straits, relentlessly pushing his limits to protect his friends. The arduous training on King Kai's planet, the near-death experience on Namek leading to rebirth, and even in the face of excruciating heart disease, he persevered, battling formidable androids. In the hyperbolic time chamber, he trained diligently alongside Wu Fan, and in the final moments of the Cell Games, he faced death with unwavering courage for the sake of Earth. Even after ascending to the pinnacle of the seventh universe, one remains steadfast in maintaining a childlike heart, forever battling to grow stronger and to protect those around them. True strength is not an inherent trait. It is birthed from resilience and optimism, rising time and again from the ashes of defeat, forging a path even in the direst of situations. Kakaluot. Wu Tian softly murmured Goku's true name, as if drawing a thread of strength from it. Indeed, even Sun Wukong commenced his journey from nothing, step by step, though his starting point differed from his own. The essence of their struggles remained the same: understanding and mastering power. Impatience and anxiety resolve nothing. Wu Fan was right. What is needed is a gradual and methodical approach to training. With this realization, the boulder pressing upon his chest felt significantly lighter, and weariness washed over him like a gentle tide. Wu Tian's consciousness began to fade, infused with memories of that legendary warrior and a renewed determination. He finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 19. My battle power is 4,700? A month had slipped by unnoticed since his battle with Trunks. Bulma's flight technique was no longer a challenge for her. She could effortlessly keep pace with Trunks, darting between the Capsule Corporation and Baozi Mountain. Trunks' resurgence in power was astonishing. Wu Tian had witnessed him engaged in a fierce duel against the ordinary Wu Fan in his Super Saiyan 2 full power state, their roars echoing throughout the forest. The golden aura, wrapped in layers of lightning, was both wild and stable, and Trunks' rapid onslaught had forced Wu Fan to retreat repeatedly. Wu Tian felt he had long held a misconception about Qi. Perhaps influenced by modern thinking, he had regarded Qi as an ethereal concept, an academic theory. Thus, even after spending considerable time in the Dragon Ball world, he had yet to grasp its intricacies. Now, however, Wu Tian could distinctly sense that he had wholly embraced his identity as Son Goten. The instincts of this body were merging with his soul from another world, and with each training session alongside Trunks, though the outcome remained predictably unfavorable for him, he no longer felt disheartened. He could clearly feel his movements becoming increasingly fluid. The exhilarating sensation of gradually mastering power was in itself a reward. Yet the sole obstacle remained that elusive threshold, the Super Saiyan transformation. No matter how fervently he attempted to channel his emotions and concentrate his ki, that pivotal metamorphosis had yet to occur. What was happening? Was his actual battle power still insufficient to reach the critical point for transformation? standing amidst the wilderness of Baozi Mountain. With the gentle breeze rustling through the hills and the moisture of dew in the air, he retrieved a silver, single-lensed mechanical device from his pocket. This was something he had casually spotted in a corner at Bulma's house when summoning the dragon. He had pleaded with Bra for days before she finally agreed to bring it. The battle detector, once a standard for the Saiyans, was originally a high-tech invention developed by the Frisia Force to assess the strength of enemies before conquering planets. However, as Goku and his companions had grown stronger, the device had lost its utility. Yet for Wutian at this moment, it served as a useful tool for real-time tracking of his progress. 4700, is that all? Wutian pressed the activation switch, directing it at himself, silently reciting the number displayed. In his memory, this was merely the level of Nappa, who had accompanied Vegeta during the Saiyans' initial appearance. However, he was not in a combat-ready state now, so a lower reading was to be expected. "Hey, Wutian," came Wufan's call from the sky, interrupting Wutian's contemplation. Wufan and Trunks descended gracefully, landing steadily before him. "Ah, so you snuck off here alone," Bra said, hands on her hips, her tone teasing. "Wutian," Wufan spoke gently, his aura calm. "In a moment, Trunks and I will continue our training. You can assist Bra with her flight technique." "Huh, she wants me to be her sparring partner? It's a favor I'm doing for you," Bra retorted. "Are you going to practice or not?" Let me think about it." Wutian pondered. He felt that only by engaging in practical combat with Trunks or Wufan could he gradually master his fighting techniques. If he stayed back to assist Bra with her flight practice, he might as well bid farewell to any improvement in his battle power today. Wufan and Trunks exchanged knowing smiles, leaving no room for Wutian's dissent as two powerful auras suddenly erupted. "It's settled then. Bra is your responsibility now, Wutian." Trunks nodded slightly at him. With a soft tremor in the ground, the two shot into the sky like arrows, swiftly disappearing into the clouds. "Hey, brother. Clarify your words before you go." Bra clenched her fists, a visible blush creeping onto her cheeks, her long lashes fluttering as she mumbled in the direction they had vanished. "I don't want to stay here." The scene fell silent, and perhaps to alleviate the awkwardness of their solitude, after a long pause, Wutian coughed lightly. "Ahem. Do we still need to practice flying?" "So boring," Bra replied, her hands resting behind her head as she stretched, seemingly disinterested in answering. Suddenly, as if recalling something, her eyes lit up. "How about we take a flight? I've heard stories about strange animals deep in Baozi Mountain that I've never seen. Even dragons flying in the sky." It seemed this young lady truly had little experience. In Wutian's recollection of the Dragon Ball storyline, dragons didn't seem that uncommon. He considered for a moment. Basic flight was no longer a challenge for him, so he decided to agree. "All right, great," Bra cheered, immediately soaring into the air. Calling down to Wutian, "You lead the way, but if I encounter any danger, we'll deal with it together. I have no objections." He chuckled lightly, shrugging. After all, he was now a warrior with over 4,000 in battle power. In a world where a single gun equated to a weakling, what kind of danger could he possibly face? Wutian's expression sharpened as he channeled his ki, instantly propelling himself into the air. The two soared above the lush bamboo forest, the strong winds generated by their rapid flight bending the bamboo tops, setting off waves of green that rustled continuously. Bra flew ahead, her joy palpable. At least in Wutian's eyes, her smile now appeared far more genuine and liberated than it had in West City. "Hey, son Wutian." Bra suddenly slowed her pace, matching his speed, her voice tinged with rare sentiment. Since I was little, I've always thought." She gazed down at the endless green sea below, her voice carried by the wind. "How wonderful it would be to fly freely in the sky like Dad and Uncle Goku, without any constraints." With that, Bra gracefully maneuvered through the tall bamboo stalks. The gust of wind sent bamboo leaves swirling, and the fragrance of the young girl's hair wafted into Wutian's nostrils. He steadied himself, somewhat puzzled. "Then why didn't you start training earlier? With your talent, you should be able to learn easily." Bra was momentarily taken aback, pouting as she replied, "Mom wouldn't allow it. She and Dad used to argue about it a lot." Wutian found this somewhat strange, but upon reflection, it was quite typical of Bulma. This world had enjoyed a prolonged period of peace, and as the daughter of Earth's wealthiest individual, she likely saw no need to become a combat enthusiast. Given the circumstances, why would she agree to let Bulma join the cosmic adventure under the condition of mastering the Wukong technique? Perhaps it was the disappearance of Vegeta that prompted a shift in her perspective, allowing her to provide her daughter with the opportunity to grow stronger, at least to the point of self-preservation. With this thought, Goten refrained from further inquiries. The two fell silent, their figures darting forward, swiftly leaving behind the expansive emerald bamboo forest. Before them lay a breathtaking panorama, replaced by jagged peaks that pierced the sky like the fingers of a giant, reminiscent of scenes from familiar anime. In the depths of the distant thicket, sporadic, prolonged roars of unfamiliar beasts resonated, enhancing the primal wilderness ambience of the area. Over there, Bulma suddenly pointed towards a remarkably sturdy ancient tree. It stood proudly atop a small hill, its crown resembling a magnificent canopy, evidently the highest point in the vicinity. Excellent. The two harmoniously unleashed their energy, their forms shooting forth like arrows, landing firmly atop the robust branch. The trunk was wide enough for them to sit side by side. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying the fresh scent of grass and earth. Bulma took a deep breath, swinging her legs as she gazed at the setting sun sinking behind the mountains, and suddenly burst into laughter. Now I finally understand why you never come to my house anymore. Huh. Why? Baotou Mountain, even the air is sweet. It's so much better than the streets of Shidu filled with metal and the fumes of flying vehicles. Goten was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement with a smile. The pristine nature of Baotou Mountain indeed brought a sense of tranquility, reminiscent of his childhood in the countryside. In an unguarded moment, Goten's gaze swept across Bulma's delicate profile, and he found himself unable to look away. In many ways, Bulma seemed to embody the perfect blend of Vegeta and Bulma's traits. With an endearing face reminiscent of a lively girl, she possessed an inherent prideful disposition. It was no wonder that among the new generation of Saiyans, it seemed only Bulma and Xiao Fong had grown up in an era of complete peace. If Xiao Fong had been influenced by Goku to some extent, acquiring some combat skills, Bulma was purely constrained by her privileged upbringing, which stifled her innate strength. What kind of female Saiyan would she have become had she been born on an undestroyed Vegeta? Goten continued to gaze at Bulma, lost in thoughts of narratives that should not exist. Just then, her previously lively demeanor gradually dimmed, enveloped in a veil of melancholy. "Father," she murmured softly, her voice barely audible against the wind. "I wonder where he is now and if he is well." "Don't worry." Goten forced a smile. "Vegeta is the second strongest Saiyan after Goku. There are few things in the universe that can challenge him. I believe he can handle any situation." To his surprise, Bulma suddenly turned her head, casting a glance at him, her nose emitting a soft huff. "Humph. You're still as rude as ever. Is my father's name something you can just call out?" Chapter 20. Breath of the Wilderness. Test of Battle. Goten was about to apologize for his earlier indiscretion when a piercing shriek, seemingly from some wild beast, echoed from above. Suddenly, a massive shadow descended. Goten felt as though he had lost all support and was plummeting towards the ground at an alarming speed. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness hit him, but he forcefully suppressed the instinctual panic as the familiar energy within him erupted. "Huh!" With a low roar, his descent abruptly halted, and Goten hovered midair. However, before he could comprehend what had just occurred, he heard Bulma's short, startled cry below. "Ah!" Goten glanced down sharply to see the blue-haired girl plummeting uncontrollably towards the ground, seemingly stunned by the sudden turn of events. Or perhaps her strength was insufficient to adjust in such a precarious situation. "Bulma!" Without a moment's hesitation, Goten unleashed his energy, diving down with the utmost speed, leaving a swift white trail in the air. The wind howled past his ears as the ground loomed closer. Just as Bulma was about to crash into the earth, Goten's arm encircled her waist. The tremendous impact forced his arms down, yet he engaged his core to twist his body. Scattered twigs and leaves floated around them as dust rose slightly. Utilizing the momentum of his dive, Goten executed a backflip, landing firmly on the ground, stabilizing his form. "Are you all right?" Goten quickly inquired, lowering his head. Bulma, still shaken, had her azure eyes trembling slightly. Upon realizing she was in Goten's embrace, her cheeks flushed a shade of red. She seemed to want to say something, but couldn't find the words in time. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted nearby, causing the ground to tremble violently. The two quickly turned their gazes. Before them stood the massive shadow that had just landed, now revealed to be an enormous wyvern. Its rugged dark green skin was covered in muscles, and its menacing head bore icy yellow vertical pupils that fixated on the newly stabilized duo. Filled with primal hunger and ferocity, the creature's massive wings, when folded, resembled two towering walls, casting a shadow that completely enveloped Goten and Bulma. The ferocity of its presence was palpable. The wyvern's yellow eyes lingered on them for an extended moment, as thick saliva dripped from its mouth, filled with sharp fangs. Exuding a foul odor, Goten clenched his fists, sweat dampening his back. Although his power level was sufficient to confront the beast, the raw killing intent bearing down upon him made his heart race uncontrollably. Without warning, the giant wyvern let out a thunderous roar. Its powerful hind legs propelled it forward like a cannonball, directly lunging at the two. Open wide, Goten shouted urgently, reacting swiftly, tightening his grip on Bulma's arm as he unleashed his energy, narrowly avoiding the wyvern's razor-sharp teeth by leaping into the air. The violent wind pressure stung their faces. Boom. The ground where they had stood was shattered by the wyvern's jaws, debris flying everywhere, leaving behind a terrifying crater. Failing to make contact, the wyvern roared in fury, raising its head, its massive wings unfurling and stirring up clouds of dust. It clearly had no intention of letting go of its prey, and with powerful legs, its colossal body soared into the air, pursuing Goten and Bulma, who were now suspended midair. This is infuriating. Bulma, regaining her composure, felt her noble temperament rising. She broke free from Goten's embrace with a single hand, preparing to gather her energy for an attack. Don't move. Goten quickly intervened, performing a nimble sideways roll as they narrowly avoided the wyvern's sweeping claws. It's too fast. We need to create some distance, Goten urged, pushing the Wukong technique to its limits as he maneuvered with Bulma through the wyvern's furious attacks and slashing claws. Each of the wyvern's assaults carried overwhelming force, easily breaking ancient trees as the ground erupted with crashing sounds. This won't do. Goten wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that the energy expenditure from dodging at such high speeds was immense. Spotting an opening, he swiftly hurled Bulma towards a safe treetop. You hide first. Almost simultaneously, the wyvern seemed completely enraged by Goten's constant evasion. It abandoned its descent, its massive form suddenly soaring to a height far beyond Goten's reach. The sunlight was obscured by its massive form, casting a suffocating shadow. In the next instant, the enormous shadow descended, accompanied by a piercing shriek that sent chills down one's spine. The pterosaur folded its wings and dove towards the isolated and defenseless Wutian like a meteor. The combination of speed and power created a terrifying sense of oppression, as if the very air were being torn apart. Little Tian had nowhere to evade. Son Wutian, Bulma cried out from the treetops. In the face of life and death, Wutian remained remarkably calm, no longer in a state of panic. He swiftly gathered his hands at his waist, palms facing each other. With a roar that drew upon all his strength, a torrent of energy surged towards his palms at an unprecedented speed. A cerulean energy sphere quickly took shape, its brilliance intensifying, pulsating with a violent energy that emitted a resonant hum. This was the essence of the Kamehameha technique. Just as the pterosaur was about to collide with him, Wutian thrust his arms forward with great force. A resounding boom echoed as a thick blue energy beam surged upwards like an enraged dragon emerging from the sea, boldly meeting the descending beast. The light instantly engulfed the pterosaur, striking precisely at the base of its colossal wing. Amidst the blinding brilliance, the anguished cries of the pterosaur were heard, accompanied by the distinct sound of something snapping. As the energy beam dissipated, it became evident that the pterosaur's wing was grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly severed. It lost its balance and tumbled from the sky, crashing heavily into the forest and scattering flocks of birds. Wutian, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving violently, sweat pouring from his forehead. He did not feel particularly fatigued. Rather, he was exhilarated by the recent battle with the pterosaur. Are you all right? Bulma hurriedly descended from the treetops and landed beside him. I'm fine, Wutian replied, shaking his head. At that moment, two swift sounds of breaking air approached rapidly, and Sun Wufan and Trunks descended swiftly. They had evidently been drawn to the aftermath of the Kamehameha's eruption. Wutian, Bulma, what happened? Wufan was taken aback by the chaotic scene before him. Trunks quickly approached his sister, examining her closely. Bulma, are you hurt? We're fine. Bulma dusted off her clothes, restoring her slightly proud demeanor, and pointed at Wutian. This guy, although clumsy, ultimately did not falter. Chapter 21. Bulma's request to head to Foambao Island. Witnessing the girl who had been terrified moments ago now standing with a nonchalant expression, Wutian nearly fell over in disbelief. Just then, a series of urgent communication alerts sounded from Trunks' wrist. He pressed the answer button, and Bulma's holographic image was projected before them. She appeared to be in the cockpit of the New Hope, screens flickering in the background. "Mom, what's wrong?" Trunks inquired. "How is the training going?" Bulma did not look at the group, but instead focused on a nearby monitor, her fingers furiously tapping away. "Everyone is making rapid progress. Bulma can already adeptly use the instant transmission technique, right, Bulma?" Trunks shot a smile at his sister. Bulma replied, her tone slightly eager as she looked at her busy mother. "Can we go search for the Dragon Balls together, Mom?" "Of course, but I'm afraid it's not time yet." At this moment, Bulma finally paused her work and glanced at the group. Wutian noticed that Bulma's once beautiful face appeared somewhat haggard, the faint dark circles under her eyes and the fatigue etched on her brow, betraying her lack of restful sleep. "Aunt Bulma, you must take care to rest. It wouldn't be good if you wore yourself out," Wutian expressed with concern. "Though I've toiled through several nights. It's all worth it." Bulma's tone lifted with a hint of excitement. "The spaceship's main body and external armor are already completed. I've even added a small gravity chamber inside, sufficient for Trunks and Wutian to train during the journey." She shifted her focus, quickly tapping on the virtual keyboard, her brow furrowing. However, we've encountered a crucial issue. Hearing this, Wutian, Wufan, and the Trunks siblings immediately gathered around. To facilitate long-duration space travel, and to activate the warp system if necessary, we need a special energy crystal as a core catalyst, the same kind I once asked Goku to find in the Earth's core when I replicated the time machine. Wutian was well aware of this narrative, but the thought of venturing to a place so hot it could melt him made him apprehensive about his current abilities. However, this time it won't be so troublesome, Bulma said with a slight smile, seemingly sensing Wutian's hesitation. "I detected a small island, about 400 kilometers off the coastline of Shidu, named Foambow Island, which recently experienced a violent volcanic eruption. The eruption exposed high-purity energy crystals due to tectonic movements, triggering a fierce energy reaction." Her gaze swept over Trunks and Wutian, finally settling firmly as she spoke with clarity. "So, here comes the task. Trunks, Wutian, you two will make a trip to that island and bring back the crystals for me." She paused for emphasis and added, "This way, the New Hope's energy issue will be resolved, and we can set off soon." Trunks immediately straightened, responding without hesitation, "Understood, Mom. We'll set off right away." Wutian took a deep breath and nodded. The cosmic adventure in search of the Super Dragon Balls was imminent, even without Bulma's instruction. He would naturally feel compelled to go. "Excellent," Bulma said with satisfaction. "I've already sent the coordinates and energy signatures of the crystals to Trunks' receiver. There's no time to waste. Prepare and set out immediately. Wufan, Bulma will be in your care on the way back." "Don't worry, Aunt Bulma," Wufan assured with a nod. "Trunks, let us go." As he spoke, Wutian soared into the sky, taking in the vast expanse of Baozi Mountain. Above the cerulean skies of Shidu, two blazing trails of energy blazed like comets, hurtling at astonishing speeds towards the southeastern sea. Wutian and Trunks flew side by side, the intense wind pressure howling around them, as the city beneath shrank rapidly, soon replaced by the boundless azure ocean. During the flight, Trunks gazed at the horizon where the sea met the sky and suddenly spoke, his voice somewhat ethereal amidst their high-speed travel. "You know, after practicing with Brother Wufan this past month, I've truly realized how much I've squandered over the years." There was a hint of self-deprecation and gravity in his tone. "As the descendant of Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, I should be stronger and more responsible." He paused, contemplating. If Dad knew my current level, he would likely be very disappointed. Wutian glanced at him, pondering deeply. To be honest, his impression of the future Trunks came primarily from an alternate timeline, namely the larger Trunks. Though both were named Trunks, the experiences of the larger Trunks far surpassed those of the Trunks in the main timeline. Family and friends perished before his eyes, and a world shattered by relentless invaders shaped him into a decisive and resilient individual. In contrast, the Trunks before him had clearly not faced such trials. He grew up in a blissful environment, even though he witnessed formidable foes like Frieza and Zamasu under the protection of Vegeta and Goku. The sun continued to rise over Earth the following day. Wutian retracted his focus and spoke to Telank. "Do not overthink it, Telank. Uncle Vegeta has long ceased to be that cold-hearted Saiyan, although I am unsure how to articulate this. I am reminded of the concern he held for me when I first arrived in this world. What he truly cares about is whether you possess the determination to become stronger. In other words, even if you start pursuing strength now, it is by no means too late. Telank paused momentarily, memories flooding back of the time he bid farewell to his future self, enthusiastically waving his hands and exclaiming, "You can do it. Future me, I will also grow stronger." The recollection brought a hint of moisture to Telank's eyes. "You are right, Wutian." As they conversed, a dark speck shrouded by thick clouds gradually enlarged on the distant horizon. The closer they drew, the more palpable the abnormality of that area became. The inky clouds swirled like a vortex, electric serpents danced amidst them, and the tempestuous winds churned colossal waves that relentlessly battered the contours of the island. That location was their destination, the mysterious island known as Fungbao Dao, as mentioned by Buerma. "Stay close to me, Wutian." Telank's expression hardened, his aura suddenly swelling. "We shall charge directly ahead." Before he finished speaking, he adjusted his course and surged forward like a shooting star, daringly heading toward the storm barrier that seemed poised to devour everything. Chapter 22. Fierce Battle. The mysterious poaching group. Are they androids? Wutian inhaled deeply, following suit without hesitation. Boom. As they made contact with the storm's edge, violent gusts and torrential downpours struck them head-on, instantly reducing visibility to nearly nothing. The tremendous winds threatened to lift Wutian off his feet, while thunder rumbled within the clouds, deafeningly loud. Telank forged a path ahead, his golden aura resembling the bow of a ship cutting through waves, forcefully tearing open the wall of wind. Wutian gritted his teeth, pushing his flight skills to their limits, closely tailing Telank's fiery trail while struggling to maintain his balance. This brief dash proved to be more mentally taxing than sparring with Telank. At last, after piercing through an extraordinarily thick curtain of rain, the pressure suddenly lessened. The two successfully broke through the storm circle, reaching the skies above the island. The extraordinary sight before them left both breathless. The surroundings were enveloped in dark clouds and flickering lightning, yet above the island, the sky was a serene expanse devoid of clouds. The island appeared to have been scorched by the wrath of a giant, the earth charred black, with solidified and still flowing dark red lava visible everywhere, the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and the stench of burnt matter. In the distance, a volcano continued to spew thick smoke. They descended to the edge of a desolate wasteland. Before them lay an ominous primeval jungle. Beep, 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 beep. The detector indicates the direction is over there. Telank glanced at the receiver on his wrist. This device, reminiscent of the Dragon Ball radar, displayed numerous bright points scattered throughout the higher terrain of the jungle deep within the island. Following the blinking signals of the detector, they cautiously navigated through the eerily silent forest. The ground beneath them remained warm, and around them lay the bizarre corpses of creatures, covered in volcanic ash or perished from extreme heat, their forms grotesque, sending shivers down Wutian's spine. This catastrophe, Wutian could not help but murmur, possesses an utterly terrifying destructive force. Indeed, Telank nodded gravely, yet compared to their past experiences, these were. Before he could finish, a rustling sound erupted from the dense underbrush not far away, clearly not caused by the wind or rain, but rather an urgent scraping noise. The two immediately halted, swiftly turning their heads, their gazes sharp as they focused on the source of the sound, instinctively concealing their presence and entering a state of vigilance. Wutian and Telank exchanged glances, silently lowering their bodies and peering through the gaps in the dense foliage. The sight before them made their pupils constrict. A group of individuals clad in standardized gray protective suits, equipped with breathing filters, wielded peculiar firearm-like instruments, scanning the surviving or injured creatures on the island. The front of the instruments emitted a strange, eerie green beam. Any creature illuminated by the beam, regardless of its previous state, would swiftly shrink and contort amidst piercing screams, ultimately transforming into charred remnants indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. It became evident that the devastation of this area was not solely the result of volcanic eruptions, but rather the actions of this mysterious group. A surge of anger welled up within Wutian. He glanced at Telank, who also exhibited a glint of icy resolve in his eyes. "Stop!" Wutian could no longer contain himself, leaping from his hiding spot and shouting fiercely. Telank almost simultaneously emerged, standing resolutely beside him, his piercing gaze sweeping over the unexpected intruders. The sudden appearance of the two youths startled the protective-suited individuals, causing them to halt their actions in astonishment. Their eyes widened at the boys who seemed to have descended from the heavens. Clearly, they had not anticipated the presence of outsiders on this storm-isolated island of death. After a moment of silence, a man wielding a large launcher stepped forward, one hand removing his mask with disdainful fury in his voice. "Where did these wild brats come from? Hurry and get lost. It is you who should leave." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Wu Tian's figure abruptly blurred. Bang! With a muffled sound, the leader of the group was sent flying. His launcher slipping from his grasp, he crashed heavily against a distant charred tree trunk, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Almost simultaneously, Telank sprang into action. His golden aura flickered momentarily. Dealing with these ordinary individuals did not necessitate transforming into a Super Saiyan. His form flitted like a specter among the crowd. Thud, thud, thud. The remaining suited figures had no time to react before they fell one after another, swiftly dispatched. The battle commenced swiftly, yet concluded even more rapidly. The scene was left with only the occasional crackle of electricity from the instruments. Telank suppressed his aura, frowning slightly as he turned to Wu Tian. "Wu Tian, did we act too quickly? At the very least, we should have inquired about their intentions." Wu Tian, too, came to this realization, gazing at the unconscious forms strewn about with a hint of regret. Indeed, but their actions do not appear to align with benevolence. Just as the two began to contemplate their oversight, whoosh! From the shadows nearby, an impossibly swift figure shot forth without warning, targeting the recently relaxed Wu Tian. Wu Tian felt a fierce gust of wind rush towards him, as though struck by a colossal hammer to his chest. Ugh! He barely had time for effective defense before an unimaginable force hurled him off the ground, crashing through 2 trees the width of a bowl before he landed heavily. Blood surging within his chest and darkness creeping into his vision. "Wu Tian!" Telank exclaimed, immediately adopting a battle stance, his fierce gaze locking onto the sudden assailant. There stood a remarkably tall and imposing man, entirely cloaked in a voluminous black robe, resembling an iron tower where Wu Tian had just stood, emanating an unsettling pressure. The black robe swayed slightly, and a hand clad in a black metallic glove slowly extended from the sleeve. Cough, cough. Wu Tian clutched his chest, unsteadily rising from the ground. That previous blow had indeed been severe. Yet, shaking his head, he felt that apart from a slight disarray in his breath, he was not severely harmed. The Saiyan constitution, combined with a month of rigorous training, evidently rendered him more resilient than he had anticipated. His seemingly effortless rise, however, caused the figure beneath the black robe to momentarily pause, the direction of the mask shifting slightly, revealing a hint of incredulity. "Who exactly are you?" A dull voice emerged from beneath the mask. "That question should be directed at us." Wu Tian twisted his neck, the joints emitting a faint crack, the oppressive pain in his chest rapidly dissipating. His gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the figure before him. Indeed, he had been somewhat careless earlier, but he was now fully prepared for the upcoming confrontation. "Trunks," Wu Tian spoke in a low tone, adopting an attacking stance. "You need not intervene. Allow me to face him." Chapter 23. The mystery of the androids. Upon hearing this, Trunks hesitated slightly, but took a step back, tempering his aura and maintaining a vigilant posture. "Be cautious, Wu Tian. This fellow is rather peculiar." "Understood." No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath Wu Tian erupted, his form launching forth like a cannonball, delivering a swift straight punch aimed at the opponent's face. The figure in the black robe reacted with astonishing speed, his metal-gloved hand precisely intercepting the blow. Bang! The collision of fist and palm produced a dull sound akin to metal clashing. Wu Tian felt as though his fist had struck an indestructible alloy. The recoil left his arm slightly numb. Remarkably hard, Wu Tian thought to himself, yet his movements did not falter. Utilizing the rebound force, he spun around and unleashed a sweeping kick toward the opponent's head, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The black-robed figure raised his hand to block again, his movements unnaturally precise. The clash of leg and arm echoed with a painfully metallic sound. After several rapid exchanges of offense and defense, Wu Tian realized that the opponent's blocking technique was exceedingly efficient, devoid of any superfluous motions, and possessed tremendous strength. However, his speed and adaptability appeared somewhat rigid. Seizing a minuscule gap after the opponent's block, Wu Tian abruptly altered his approach, bending low to execute a sweeping kick aimed at the lower half. The black-robed figure seemed taken aback by this maneuver, his center of gravity wavering slightly. In that fleeting moment, Wu Tian propelled himself off the ground, channeling all his energy into an elbow strike that descended upon the opponent's chest like a battle axe. Boom. This time, the black-robed figure failed to fully defend himself. The heavy elbow strike landing squarely against his tattered robe, rending fabric echoed through the air. The immense force staggered the figure back several steps, revealing not flesh and blood beneath the torn black robe, but a biotic structure gleaming with metallic luster and intricate circuitry. An android? Wu Tian and Trunks exclaimed in unison. The black-robed figure steadied himself, the electronic eyes beneath the mask flickering red, seemingly incensed. He growled lowly, his arms trembling violently, completely shredding the remnants of his black robe to unveil the entirety of his form, a being exhibiting partial human traits, yet primarily composed of high-strength alloy and energy conduits. He charged toward Wu Tian, his speed surpassing that of before. Since he is not human, this will be simpler. Wu Tian's eyes sharpened, no longer holding back. In the face of the android's heavy punches, Wu Tian refrained from taking them head-on. Instead, he deftly sidestepped at an exceptionally clever angle, utilizing the techniques he had honed over the past month during training with Trunks. Simultaneously, he drew his hands swiftly to his waist, azure light converging instantaneously. Close range. Almost pressing against the android's chest, Wu Tian unleashed a beam of light. Boom! The dazzling blue column instantly engulfed the android's figure, the tremendous energy impact sending him hurtling away, crashing through several large trees before collapsing to the ground. Upon closer inspection, his body sustained multiple damages, crackling with electrical sparks, and the red glow in his eyes extinguished completely. Breathing heavily, Wu Tian approached cautiously, gingerly nudging aside the half-destroyed mask on the figure's face with his toe. Beneath the mask lay a grotesque visage, half human, half machine, devoid of any vitality. Indeed, this is a modified android. Trunks stepped forward, his expression grave as he examined the figure. The technology here does not resemble that of Ant 18. It is coarser, yet more violent. It appears this matter is far from simple. Wu Tian approached as well, frowning. Aunt Bulma would surely find this intriguing. Indeed, Trunks nodded. We should take this back for Mom to analyze. Perhaps we can uncover their origins and motives. The two swiftly located several crystals emitting gentle energy fluctuations nearby, following the detector's guidance, and carefully secured them. Subsequently, Trunks hoisted the motionless android onto his shoulder. Let us go, Wu Tian, it's time to return. The two figures once again soared into the air, piercing through the serene canopy above the island, racing past the still tumultuous storm barrier, heading toward the direction of Shidu. Shidu, Capsule Corporation's underground advanced laboratory. Bulma furrowed her brow, her fingertips gliding rapidly across the holographic projection screen, which vividly displayed the internal structure of the damaged android brought back by Wu Tian and Trunks. The intricate energy conduits, non-standard alloy skeleton interfaces, and an aggressively designed energy core starkly contrasted with her memories of past androids. It resembles an early prototype design. Bulma stroked her chin thoughtfully and turned to the golden-haired woman beside her. Number 18. Have you ever encountered similar research by Dr. Gero? This was Wu Tian's second close encounter with number 18 since his last visit to Bulma's house. She still bore her signature appearance, her sleek shoulder-length golden hair, a few strands casually falling across her forehead, accentuating her ice-blue eyes, which appeared even more calm and penetrating. Her arms crossed over her chest. Time seemed to have left little mark on her flawless biotic form, yet her eyes, gazing at the holographic image, held a depth of scrutiny absent in her youth. Number 18's ice-blue pupils shifted slightly, absorbing every detail of the holographic image. No, Dr. Gero's work pursued a perfection of biological mimicry and efficient internal energy cycles. Whereas this, she pointed to several particularly crude energy conduits and exposed reinforced joints within the image, appears more as a poorly crafted imitation, with an energy circuit design rife with unstable redundancies, seemingly intended to extract maximum power in a short period, disregarding the hostess' lifespan. She paused, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing her lips, remarking intriguingly, I never expected that after so many years, there are still those secretly researching such things. Completely different, Bulma murmured, her tone laden with unprecedented gravity. If this is not the work of Dr. Jero's remnants, she turned to face the group gathered nearby. Then it can be definitively concluded. Bulma asserted that there exists an unknown force currently engaged in the clandestine development of new androids. Their intentions remain unclear. Yet their technological trajectory does not seem aimed at preserving peace. The atmosphere within the laboratory grew significantly heavier. However, in light of the pressing situation, Bulma inhaled deeply, her gaze sweeping over the group, emphasizing the urgency of locating the Super Dragon Balls in the cosmos to rescue Son Wukong and Vegeta as the paramount task. This decision was both rational and urgent, eliciting instinctive nods from Gohan and Trunks. Aunt Bulma. At that moment, Wu Tian stepped forward, a trace of urgency tinging his voice. I believe we cannot afford to completely disregard this newly emerged threat. All eyes instantly focused on him. Wu Tian took a deep breath, striving to articulate his thoughts. Androids do not require training as we do. They merely need to input combat technique codes to continuously iterate and evolve. From all the Dragon Ball works I have seen, the emergence of Super Android 17 posed a crisis for Earth that even surpassed that of Perfect Cell. What we are facing now may simply be a more primitive model. Correct, Ant number 18? Yes, one could say that. Upon hearing Wu Tian seek her opinion, number 18 glanced over, playfully winking. Continuing, Wu Tian gazed at the figure lying on the control panel, the very one he had personally defeated, and continued, if this truly is a test, or merely a failed product of the opponent's research process, neglecting it could potentially cultivate a future threat. The universe is vast, and the quest for the Super Dragon Balls is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. It can be said that departing a few days earlier or later makes little fundamental difference, and we cannot guarantee that Earth will not face more direct and intense attacks during our absence. Upon hearing this, Trunks fell into contemplation for a moment, his gaze sharpening. He recalled the cruel treatment of the animals on the island and the merciless attack style of this cyborg. He solemnly stated, Mother, Wu Tian has a point. The modus operandi of this force is dangerously covert. If we all venture into the cosmos, Earth's defenses will be unprecedentedly vulnerable. The risks may be greater than we imagine. Chapter 24, Bra's Hidden Talent? Bulma crossed her arms, her fingertips lightly tapping against her arms, her gaze shifting between Wu Tian, Trunks, and the damaged cyborg on the control panel. The laboratory was filled only with the faint hum of the instruments at work. The viewpoints expressed by Wu Tian and Trunks undoubtedly cast a shadow over the originally clear plan. But they also raised a pressing issue that needed to be confronted. After a brief silence, Bulma suddenly snapped her fingers, a flicker of resolute determination glimmering in her eyes. I've thought it over, she began, her tone regaining its usual sharpness. Perhaps we need not choose between the two. Both matters can proceed simultaneously. She picked up the energy crystals, emitting a soft glow from the control panel, weighing them in her hand. I will immediately inject these crystals into the ship's engine to resolve the issue of our journey into space. Her gaze then shifted to Trunks and Wu Tian, finally settling on Bra. As for pursuing leads on this mysterious group, Bra, this task is entrusted to you to assist them. What? Upon hearing this, not only Wu Tian but even Trunks looked at Bulma in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. To involve Bra, who had virtually no combat experience, in an investigation of such a perilous organization, it seemed far too frivolous and not at all like something Bulma would suggest. Bra herself was momentarily taken aback, but her azure eyes quickly sparkled with determination. She let out a huff at the astonished Wu Tian before turning to Bulma. Don't worry, Mom. Leave it to me. Bulma paid no heed to the surprise from her son and Wu Tian, merely nodding at Bra. Yes, I believe you can be of help. Her tone was calm, yet there seemed to be a deeper meaning behind it. After speaking, she offered no further explanation, clutching the energy crystals, and strode directly toward the isolation door leading to the ship assembly workshop until she vanished from view. The remaining few in the laboratory exchanged glances. Trunks, still furrowing his brow, looked at his sister. Bra, this is too dangerous. I know, Bra replied nonchalantly, but if Mom believes in me, besides, you and this idiot are here too, she remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Tian, who was still processing the decision. Wu Tian looked at the confident young lady before him, and his previous sense of helplessness was somewhat alleviated. While he did not comprehend Bulma's deeper intentions, there was no choice but to take it one step at a time. All right, Trunks sighed, seemingly accepting their mother-s arrangement, his expression shifting back to seriousness. Since Mom has decided this, let us commence. Wu Tian nodded, articulating his analysis. I believe we should search for clues regarding the manufacturing origin from this wreckage. And 18, I think this shouldn't be too difficult, right? Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, a flicker of amusement passed through 18's ice-blue eyes. Oh, you're quite adept at pinpointing the crux of the matter, she teased lightly, yet her actions were decisive. She approached the control panel, extending her slender fingers and precisely pressing against the temple of the damaged cyborg, a faint electric current seemingly flashing at her fingertips. The brain of the cyborg, even in this rudimentary model, must possess a core processor and memory storage unit, she explained in her characteristic cool tone while she worked. As long as the core has not been utterly destroyed. Before she could finish, a holographic screen on the side of the control panel suddenly illuminated, rapidly scrolling through complex codes and waveforms. There's always something to uncover, Bra remarked, curiously leaning closer to the flickering screen. Is this garbled information its memory? You could interpret it that way, 18 said, her fingers deftly navigating through the void, filtering out useless data. Bra, the next steps are up to you. She paused momentarily, magnifying a segment of an anomalous signal waveform that was continuously repeating. Bra hurried to the main control panel, grasping the keyboard, her fingers dancing across the keys with the grace of a pianist. The complex codes and waveforms scrolling across the screen appeared to transform into clear commands under her focused gaze. Occasionally, she would furrow her brow in thought, swiftly inputting a few lines of commands for filtering, operating with a proficiency that belied her novice status, resembling a seasoned technician instead. Trunks watched in astonishment. The sister he remembered was always associated with fashion magazines and dessert shops. 18 took in their surprised expressions, a faint yet meaningful smile gracing her lips as she teased. What are you two little rascals making such faces for? She gestured toward Bra, who was fully engrossed in the screen. She is the daughter of Bulma and Vegeta. With the blood of Earth's foremost scientific genius and the Saiyan warrior race coursing through her veins. Surely, you didn't believe she has only known a life of luxury? Wu Tian was completely taken aback. Indeed, how had he overlooked this fact? As Bulma's daughter, how could she possibly be oblivious to the technologies of the Dragon Ball world? The demeanor of a privileged young lady perceived by outsiders might merely be one facet of her life. Found it. At that moment, Bra's bright voice rang out, tinged with excitement. She pointed at a specific signal band on the screen that had been magnified and stabilized. This recurring encrypted signal was unusually strong and employed an ancient coding method that did not resemble the technological styles currently found on Earth. Her analysis swiftly pulled everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. Can we trace the source of the signal? Wu Tian immediately inquired, his expression turning serious. I'll give it a try, Bra nodded, her fingers leaping across the keyboard once more. Mom left many decryption tools in the database. Just give me a moment. As Wu Tian observed the transformed Bra before him, his original doubts gradually shifted to a newfound understanding. Perhaps Bulma's decision was not impulsive. This seemingly spoiled young lady might harbor unrecognized potential capable of altering the course of events. Just as Bra was intensely focused on tracking the signal source, her fingers flying over the keyboard, Wu Tian turned his gaze toward 18, who was leaning against the control panel with an indifferent expression. Taking a deep breath, he approached her with newfound seriousness. Aunt 18, Wu Tian began, his tone imbued with earnestness and unwavering resolve. I would like to challenge you to a battle. Chapter 25, Wu Tian vs. Cyborg 18. Upon hearing this, even Trunks cast a surprised glance in his direction. 18's exquisite and stunning eyes shifted slightly toward him, the corners of her mouth seemingly curving into the faintest of smiles. Oh, what has prompted this sudden desire? Her voice remained cool, devoid of any discernible emotion. If Bula successfully traces the lair of the artificial beings, Wu Tian clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him. I believe it is essential for me to familiarize myself with combat against these artificial beings. He raised his head, gazing intently at 18 Hao. It would likely be more appropriate to engage in battle with an 18 Hao. Furthermore, only by sparring with a seasoned warrior who has endured countless battles can one truly uncover their own shortcomings. Therefore, I kindly request your assistance. The air in the laboratory seemed to momentarily stagnate. Bula paused her work, glancing over with curiosity. 18 Hao did not respond immediately. She merely regarded Wu Tian quietly. After a brief moment, she slowly stood upright, adjusting her wrist with an almost imperceptible sound of joint friction. How intriguing. She uttered 3 words with an air of ambivalence, neither commendation nor otherwise. However, I do not consider myself a senior. But since you, young brat, are so eager for a fight, I shall indulge you in some practice. She pointed upwards towards the dedicated training area. Let us move to the upper training grounds. This place cannot withstand our exertions. Excellent. Wu Tian exclaimed with delight, responding immediately. Trunks opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately settled for a resigned smile. He understood 18 Hao's character and recognized that this was a rare opportunity for Wu Tian. The two took the internal elevator and soon arrived at a spacious training area within the Capsule Corporation, reinforced with special alloys. 18 Hao casually stood at the center of the arena, arms crossed, observing Wu Tian, who had already assumed a stance and was poised for action. Young brat, unleash the skills you demonstrated when you impersonated an adult at the martial arts tournament and sparred with me, she said, a playful smirk gracing her lips, revealing a charming dimple. I will not feed you openings as Trunks does. I understand. Wu Tian inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening instantly. Boom. He hesitated no longer. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning, launching the first strike. His speed far surpassed that of his earlier encounters with the modified beings. However, in the face of his swift punch, 18 Hao merely sidestepped slightly, effortlessly evading with the slightest of margins, her movements so graceful that it seemed as though she had anticipated all of his actions. Wu Tian felt a jolt of realization and promptly altered his tactics, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. In mere seconds of relentless assault, he executed the techniques he had mastered over the past month of training with Trunks to perfection. Yet, 18 Hao's form was like a specter, always moving with minimal effort at the critical moment, precisely dodging or deflecting each of his attacks. Her movements were efficient, concise, imbued with a near-cold elegance, as if she were performing a meticulously choreographed dance of death. Bang, bang, bang. The training ground echoed with the dull thuds of their clash, the majority being the sounds of Wu Tian's attacks being blocked or missing entirely. The speed is acceptable, yet your intentions are too obvious. 18 Hao even found the leisure to point out each flaw and inadequacy in Wu Tian's techniques with her cool voice, devoid of mercy. Wu Tian gritted his teeth, simultaneously pushing the Wukong technique to its limits, spiraling around 18 Hao at high speed, seeking an opening. Whoosh, whoosh. He attempted to launch a few energy blasts as distractions, but they were effortlessly swatted away by 18 Hao. The vast disparity in power was starkly apparent at that moment. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, a glimmer of determination flickered in Wu Tian's eyes. He abruptly retreated a step, swiftly drawing his hands to his sides, as azure light gathered furiously. Huh. A hint of approval finally appeared in 18 Hao's eyes as she nodded slightly. Huh. Wu Tian roared, exerting all his strength to unleash the most potent strike he could muster. The dazzling azure beam shot forth like a furious dragon emerging from the sea, roaring towards 18 Hao, who showed no intention of evading. Beep, beep, beep. Sun Wu Tian, your combat power is rising. 3-900-000. It seems you possess a modicum of interest. 18 Hao's voice resonated through the training ground. However, in the face of this formidable Kamehameha capable of obliterating a planet, she calmly raised a hand. Buzz. An invisible barrier seemed to manifest before her palm. The overwhelming Kamehameha collided with it, scattering like waves crashing against a reef, dissipating in an instant. Within moments, the energy wave transformed into countless sparkling points, scorching intricate marks into the surrounding alloy walls, yet failing to budge 18 Hao even slightly. As the radiance faded, 18 Hao slowly lowered her hand, gently brushing aside a few strands of hair, her garments remaining undisturbed. Remember, the most vulnerable spot of an artificial being is always its power reactor. As she spoke, she pointed to her heart and the back of her head, indicating not here, but there. Subsequently, she ceased to elaborate further and turned to exit the training area. At that moment, I found it. Bu Lei's voice came through the training grounds communicator, exuding joy at her success. I have pinpointed the general area of the signal source. Just as 18 Hao finished speaking, the intense residual energy waves in the training ground had not yet fully settled, and Bu Lei's enthusiastic voice resonated clearly throughout every corner. I have found it. I have pinpointed the general area of the signal source. 18 Hao, who was about to leave, paused slightly, her ice blue eyes glancing towards the communicator's direction, seemingly surprised by the efficiency, but said nothing further, continuing her leisurely stride towards the exit. Wu Tian was panting, his breath still unsteady, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The shock from his all-out attack being effortlessly neutralized by 18 how was far more overwhelming than the fatigue in his body. Yet, Buele's news acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly redirecting his focus. He dissipated the residual energy surrounding him, raised a hand to wipe his sweat, and refocused his gaze. Excellent, Trunks remarked, his face lighting up with excitement. He hurried to Wu Tian's side, patting his shoulder. Well done, Wu Tian. It seems the special training has yielded better results than anticipated. This statement served as both an affirmation for Wu Tian and encouragement regarding their progress. The trio swiftly exited the training ground and took the elevator back to the underground laboratory. As the elevator doors opened, they found Bulma standing at the main control console, her hands flying over the virtual keyboard, the holographic star map expanding and focusing before her. Quite swift, Bulma, Trunks said with a smile as he approached. Of course, Bulma replied without looking up, her tone tinged with a hint of pride, but more so with concentration. With my expertise, this level of encrypted signal is hardly a challenge. The decoding tools in my Mother S database are exceptionally useful. Wu Tian also leaned closer to the screen, observing the marked star region, and curiously inquired, where exactly is it located? Is it far from us? Bulma magnified the star map, pointing to a continuously flashing area marked with special icy crystal symbols, accurately locating the coordinates. It is the ice continent in the polar region. The ice continent. Trunks frowned slightly. That area is perpetually covered in ice and snow, with an extremely harsh environment and almost no permanent residents. No wonder it has remained undiscovered. It is indeed an ideal location for establishing a secret base. Precisely, Bulma nodded, pulling up some environmental monitoring data. The signal source originates from deep within the continent, beneath a massive ice cap, with energy readings that are highly concentrated and active, definitely not a natural phenomenon. She paused, her expression turning serious, and moreover, this energy fluctuation pattern closely matches the core frequency of the previous artificial being remains. It is undoubtedly one of their main hideouts. Time is of the essence. Wu Tian's eyes sharpened as he made a decisive call to action. We must depart immediately to destroy this base before they become aware and prevent them from creating more artificial beings. It seems I shall also need to stretch my limbs. 18 How remarked, rubbing her wrist. I shall go as well. Beulah raised her hand immediately, saying, Brother, do not forget, this place was discovered by me. Trunks pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, Beulah, you will be in charge of technical and intelligence support. Goten, we will take the lead. Let us prepare to set off. The four acted swiftly, boarding the specialized high-speed spacecraft parked atop the Capsule Corporation. In no time, the craft ascended silently, transforming into a streak of light as it sped toward the polar regions of the Earth. Chapter 26. The assault begins. Secrets of the ice continent inside the cabin. The atmosphere was tense and focused. Beulah continuously adjusted the equipment, monitoring the energy fluctuations and any potential defensive scans from the direction of the ice continent. Trunks closed his eyes to meditate, regulating his breath to prepare for the impending battle. Goten repeatedly recalled every detail of his recent encounter with number 18, particularly her final reminder about the weaknesses of androids, specifically the energy reactor, heart, or back of the head. The spacecraft swiftly traversed the vast distance, with the scenery outside gradually shifting from the deep blue ocean to an endless, dizzying expanse of pure white. Massive glaciers loomed like slumbering behemoths, coiling across the continent, while the biting cold wind whipped up ice particles, drastically reducing visibility. We are almost there. Beulah fixed her gaze on the screen, noting that the signal source lay just beneath the largest glacier ahead. The detector revealed a colossal artificial structure. Suddenly, her expression changed. They have discovered us. The base's defense system has been activated. High-speed energy entities are approaching. No sooner had she spoken than the spacecraft's alarm system blared sharply. Outside the window, several small dots with white trails rapidly ascended from the crevices of the glacier, hurtling toward them. They are automated defense drones. Trunks instantly opened his eyes, golden aura flaring as he transformed into Super Saiyan. Beulah, steady the craft. Goten, prepare to engage number 18. Understood. Goten took a deep breath. his gaze sharpening as a white aura enveloped him. Trunks opened the hatch, and the frigid wind rushed into the cabin. Without hesitation, he charged out, unleashing a barrage of precise energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The leading drones were instantly obliterated, erupting into fireballs. Goten followed closely, using his flight technique to stabilize himself, targeting a drone attempting to flank their craft, and with a swift energy blast, shattered it into pieces. Though their coordination was somewhat unrefined, their Super Saiyan-level strength and speed proved more than sufficient to deal with the drones. Soon, the wave of defense drones was entirely cleared. Let us push forward. Trunks decisively pointed to a conspicuous massive entrance carved into the glacier below. The spacecraft dove under Beulah's control, hovering steadily near the entrance. The three quickly jumped out, landing on the cold metallic platform. However, the heavy alloy gate at the entrance had descended, completely sealing their path. The gate is closed? Goten exclaimed in surprise. Leave it to me. Beulah produced a portable computer from a universal capsule, connecting it to the control interface beside the door. This outdated encryption system will be cracked in 3 seconds. Indeed, almost as soon as she finished speaking, the heavy gate emitted a dull rumble and slowly began to rise, revealing a well-lit passageway extending downward, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. Beyond the gate was not the imagined dark corridor, but an immense underground space. The ceiling towered above, supported by gigantic alloy beams, while the surrounding walls were lined with various pipes and cables. At the center of the space lay a vast production workshop, with dozens of cylindrical incubation pods arranged neatly, each containing artificial bodies at various stages of completion, some retaining human features, while others bore grotesque, half-mechanical forms. The air was infused with the chilling scent of a mixture of disinfectant and machine oil. Who are these people? An ear-piercing alarm echoed throughout the workshop. A squad of guards, clad in gray uniforms and wielding energy weapons, surged forth from every corner, opening fire without hesitation. Dodge! Trunks shouted, his figure blurring as he plunged into the guards like a tiger among sheep. Wherever he struck, the guards fell, utterly overwhelmed. Goten was equally swift, dispatching the minions before him with remarkable speed. Stop them. Activate the defense protocol. We must not let them approach the mainframe. A figure resembling a leader shouted from behind a control console. The walls on both sides of the workshop suddenly slid open, revealing several larger chambers behind them. Accompanied by heavy footsteps and hydraulic sounds, 3 battle-type androids, more menacing in design and clad in thick armor, stepped forward. Their electronic eyes flickered with crimson light, instantly locking onto Trunks and Goten. These ones appear to be significantly stronger. Goten sensed that the energy emanating from these 3 was far more formidable than that of the previous guards. One for each of us. Let us resolve this swiftly. Trunks declared without hesitation, his golden aura surging as he charged at one of the androids. The battle erupted instantly. The strength and defense of these 3 heavy androids were astonishing, their fists creating deep craters in the alloy floor as energy beams swept in all directions. Trunks and No. 18 managed to suppress their opponents with overwhelming power, while Goten found himself in a tough struggle. His attacks barely penetrated the thick armor, forcing him to rely on speed and agility to seek opportunities to strike at their weaknesses. Number 18 glanced at Goten's struggle, her cold voice cutting through. Kid, do not merely think of brute force. Remember what I told you earlier. Upon hearing this, Goten's eyes sharpened. He ceased attacking the hard chest plate and redirected his focus toward the only area on the heavy androids protected by a shield, the back of their heads. With a precise energy blast, he managed to breach the shield. Good opportunity, Goten. Goten's eyes lit up as he closed in, gathering brilliant blue energy in his hands. Hum-ha. At point-blank range, he unleashed his full power. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated as the massive body of the android staggered before crashing to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Trunks obliterated his opponent's head along with its internal sensors with a powerful energy cannon. The last android fell victim to number 18's deft finger flick, which precisely pierced through its energy core at the back of its neck, rendering it immobile. At that moment, a slow yet distinct applause resonated from behind the control console. A middle-aged man, clad in a lab coat with disheveled hair and eyes brimming with fervor and distortion, stepped forward, wearing a sickly, excited grin. Marvelous. Truly an extraordinary battle. His voice, tinged with excitement, was somewhat shrill. You are worthy of defeating my failed creations. Perfect battle data. Simply splendid. Who are you? Trunks stepped forward, warily fixing his gaze upon him. Me? The man exaggeratedly spread his arms, as if showcasing his masterpieces. I am Dr. Galadu, the most outstanding yet underestimated student of Professor Gero. He fervently gestured to everything around him. All of this. This base. These perfect creations. They were all born from the great blueprint of my master. And I, Galadu, have completed the unfinished work of my master. Professor Gero's disciple? Goten frowned. Indeed. Dr. Galadu paced excitedly. My master was so obsessed with the perfection of biological simulation that he forgot the essence of power is destruction. It is conquest. He suddenly pointed at the incubation pods, and I have found the shortcut. I have invented a revolutionary neutralizer. Only by merging the essence of DNA from numerous formidable beasts can one achieve the perfect amalgamation of an organism's ferocity and mechanical obedience, thus creating the most powerful weapon of annihilation. This is why you have been hunting those beasts. The sound of Brawla's anger reverberates. Hunting? No. It is extraction. It is sublimation. Dr. Galadu waved his arms, proclaiming that their power would be eternally manifested in my masterpiece. And now, it is finally complete. He abruptly pressed a massive red button on the console, a manic grin spreading across his face. Let you become the first sacrifice to my lifelong creation. The artificial human number 22, Ultral. A piercing hum ensued as the largest cultivation chamber, shrouded in a heavy energy barrier, slowly opened in the deepest part of the workshop. A chilling white mist enveloped the air. A tall figure emerged from the fog, possessing cascading silver hair and a delicate yet expressionless visage. Her lifeless eyes resembling the coldest abyss, devoid of any emotion. Her physique exuded a sense of fluidity and power, not encased in heavy armor, but rather covered by a layer of dark silver biometal skin that shimmered with a ghostly light, presenting a deadly yet bizarre beauty. It was cold, silent, yet emanated an overwhelming sense of oppressive might. Awaken. Artificial human number 22, Ultral. Dr. Galadu spread his arms wide, appearing frenzied. Go. Tear them apart. Suddenly, her emotionless, deep crimson eyes slowly turned, precisely locking onto Trunks, Goten, and number 18 ahead. She slightly raised her hand. An invisible, suffocating aura of terror instantaneously enveloped the entire workshop. The true battle was only just beginning. Chapter 27, Super Saiyan Transformation. Goten's awakening the emotionless, deep crimson eyes of artificial human number 22, Ultral, acted like the most precise scanner, instantly locking onto the three individuals ahead. As she slightly raised her right hand, the air began to distort, and an alarming energy, visible to the naked eye, rapidly coalesced, compressing and emanating a foreboding dark red glow. Caution! Trunks warned in a low voice, his golden aura flaring up once more as he unhesitatingly positioned himself in front. Boom! A thick dark red energy beam erupted from Ultral's palm like a roaring beast, melting the alloy steel plates beneath it into a fiery chasm. Trunks crossed his arms defensively, bracing himself against the devastating impact, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground as he struggled against the overwhelming force, his golden aura flickering intensely. Such immense power. Trunks thought in shock. Almost simultaneously, Ultral's figure became indistinct, appearing at Goten's side with near-instantaneous speed, her other hand poised like a blade, slicing through the air toward his ribs. The speed and angle were far superior to any previous adversary. So fast, Goten's pupils constricted, hastily gathering his energy in his arm to block. Bang! An unimaginable force struck, sending Goten hurtling sideways, crashing heavily against the distant alloy wall, his arm tingling painfully. Goten. Trunks attempted to turn and assist, but was ensnared by Ultral's relentless dark red energy blasts, explosions erupting around him. Number 18's eyes flickered, her figure darting into the fray, delivering a sharp side kick aimed at Ultral's head, attempting to rescue Goten. Ultral seemed to have anticipated this, raising her other hand with astonishing speed to block. Thud! A dull impact resonated as number 18's kick was firmly parried. An invisible shockwave erupted from their point of contact. Humph! A barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corners of Ultral's otherwise impassive face, her strength proving equal to that of number 18, Dr. Grola's outdated model. Her deep crimson gaze swept over number 18, her icy voice laced with clear mockery, a failed relic of the past. Number 18's expression hardened, her onslaught accelerating. fists and feet raining down like a tempest. Yet Ultra matched her precision and efficiency, their battle transforming into a dizzying blur of motion. Each collision releasing astonishing energy shocks that reverberated through the surrounding cultivation chambers and instruments. Goten extricated himself from the wall's indentation, shaking off his numbed arm, his expression growing grave. This number 22's speed, strength, and defense are terrifyingly formidable, exhibiting no discernible weaknesses. "Brala, we must leave this place," he shouted into the communicator, simultaneously rejoining the fray, collaborating with Trunks and number 18 to besiege artificial human number 22. The trio formed a triangular formation, encircling number 22, their fists and feet striking from every conceivable angle like a relentless downpour. However, the latter resembled a flawless combat machine. Her reaction speed was astonishing, consistently evading or blocking lethal strikes with minimal movement. Dark red energy flowed across number 22's form, creating a powerful defensive field that significantly diminished the impact of their attacks. The battle reached a stalemate, yet the trio sensed that number 22's energy was boundless, identical to that of other artificial humans. At that moment, no? 22 appeared incensed by their entanglement. She forcefully deflected number 18's attack, absorbing Trunks' punch and retreating a half-step, her deep crimson eyes suddenly igniting with intensity. She spread her arms wide, a colossal dark red energy swirling violently at her chest, compressing into an exceedingly perilous energy sphere. "ZZZZ. Not good, scatter," Trunks shouted urgently. Yet the energy sphere's expansion was beyond imagination, on the verge of detonating. In that critical moment, Brala's voice resounded once more. "It seems the only option now is to forcibly disrupt her energy circuits. I will strike her back with the focus beam of the aircraft." No sooner had she spoken than a slender yet highly condensed pure white energy beam descended from above, accurately striking a specific point on number 22's back. "Now's our chance." "Trunks," number 18 commanded sharply. Trunks understood immediately, his whole body erupting with golden lightning as he ascended to Super Saiyan 2, charging toward number 22 like a golden comet. Number 22's eyes blazed with crimson light as she stabilized her energy and met Trunks with an open palm. Boom. The tremendous force sent Trunks hurtling backward. "Brother," Brala exclaimed, her eyes wide as she called out toward Trunks' falling form. At that moment, number 22 smirked wickedly, casting her gaze toward Brala, swiftly raising her hand to unleash a deep red destructive beam. "Brala, watch out." Goten reacted almost instinctively, leaping from the ground. Trunks and number 18 were momentarily forced back, unable to offer assistance. At this juncture, he was the closest to Brala. Hearing her name called, Brala turned back in a daze, only to see the approaching red beam, capable of obliterating her entirely, drawing ever closer. No. In an instant, the emotions Goten had long suppressed erupted forth, accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar. His energy surged forth like an uncontrollable torrent, and blinding golden radiance enveloping his form. Boom! A powerful energy cyclone erupted around him, blowing away all debris, including the death beam aimed at Brala. As the dust settled, Goten's hair stood on end, transformed into a brilliant golden hue, his emerald eyes ablaze with fury, surrounded by a swirling tempest of golden energy. "Son Goten." Brala's tear-filled eyes reflected the golden glow. "Trunks, number 18. Let us strike together." Bang, bang, bang. 3 cyclones surged towards Android 22, instantly turning the tide of battle. Goku, awakened as a Super Saiyan, experienced an unprecedented leap in both speed and power. He transformed into a golden flash, darting ahead to confront Android 22, his fists, fueled by fury, raining down upon her like a torrential downpour. Now faced with 2 Super Saiyans and an 18 who was on par with Super Saiyan strength, Android 22 could no longer maintain her previous composure. The area near her right chest, well protected, yet her greatest vulnerability. With a cold voice amidst rapid movement, 18 keenly pointed this out, leveraging her extensive experience and understanding of similar constructs, as if she had finally identified the critical target. Understood. Trunks' eyes sharpened, and with both fists unleashed, he relentlessly struck at Android 22's front, forcing her to stagger backward. Now is the time. Goku grasped the signal, channeling energy into his hands, radiating a brilliant blue light. Hummy hummy ha. Almost simultaneously, Trunks maximized his energy, thrusting both palms forward. Final flash. 2 energy waves surged forth, while 18 executed a backflip from the air, launching herself towards the rear of Android 22, securing a tight grip on her, and taunted. Now let us see who the real failure is. No. As the formidable energy beams drew closer, Android 22 roared, attempting to escape the grip behind her. But 18 held her steadfast as if bound by iron chains. Boom. Goku's Kamehameha collided with Trunks' final flash, utterly consuming the figure of Android 22. As the brilliance gradually waned, chaos enveloped the scene, with dust swirling in the air. And 18. Goku gasped, his golden aura slowly retracting. A wave of guilt washing over him. If anything happened to 18, how could he face Krillin? Baka, foolish child, your feeble power cannot harm me. Just then, 18's familiar voice emerged from the haze, instantly transforming Goku's despair into joy. The three focused their gaze, and through the dust emerged a graceful silhouette, 18 slowly stepping forth, surrounded by a dissipating light green protective shield. Chapter 28. Bulma's worried Trunks and Goku exhaled in relief, dissipating their auras. The intensity of the battle had left them breathless. Especially Goku, who had just undergone his first Super Saiyan transformation, feeling as if his essence had been drained, yet his spirit soared. Wonderful. Weave triumphed. Bulma exclaimed, a mix of excitement and fear gracing her features as she turned to Goku. Thank you. Goku. It's nothing. I couldn't just stand by and watch you get hurt, Goku replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Trunks, vigilant, scanned their surroundings, whereas Dr. Gero. The group immediately turned towards the control panel, only to find it deserted, leaving behind an empty chair and screens still flashing with various data and alarms. He got away. Bulma lamented, striking the control panel in frustration. Suddenly, a piercing alarm reverberated throughout the base. The workshop lights flickered ominously to a haunting crimson, casting uncertain shadows across their faces. What is happening? Goku felt a surge of anxiety. Bulma rushed to the main console, her fingers flying across the virtual keyboard, her complexion paling rapidly. This is bad. The self-destruct sequence has been activated. The reactor core is overloading. A massive countdown timer loomed on the main screen, mercilessly ticking down. 0500, 0459, 0458. In less than 5 minutes, everything here will be obliterated. Bulma's voice trembled. The entire ice structure will collapse. Damn it. Trunks cursed under his breath, his gaze sharpening. We need to evacuate. Backtrack. The base began to tremble violently, the metallic beams groaning under pressure as shards of ice and dust cascaded from the ceiling. There must be an emergency escape route. 18 spoke calmly, her eyes scanning the complex interface of the console, knowing a secret base of this magnitude would not lack a contingency. Bulma, find it. I'm on it. Bulma forced herself to remain composed, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as the layout of the base materialized. 0430, 0429. The vibrations intensified, and distant explosions echoed ominously. Found it. Bulma exclaimed, pointing towards a narrow passage on the side of the workshop, now illuminated by a flashing red light, leading straight to the surface. Go. Trunks acted without hesitation, pulling Bulma along as he surged toward the passage. Goku and 18 followed closely behind. Inside, the passage flickered with red emergency lights, narrow and steep, as fragments of ice and metal rained down from above. The four accelerated to their utmost, racing through the violently shaking corridor. 0300, 0259. The explosions behind them grew alarmingly near, with waves of scorching air and thick smoke surging forth, pursuing them relentlessly. Hurry! Move faster! Trunks shouted, his golden aura flaring once more to shield Bulma behind him. Goku also unleashed his energy, striving to keep pace. Having just endured a grueling battle and his first transformation, his energy reserves were depleted, sustained only by sheer willpower. 18, unaffected by energy loss, glided through the chaos, effortlessly clearing obstacles at critical moments, paving the way for the team. 0130, 0129. Ahead, light finally pierced through. It was the exit of the passage. But before the threshold, a heavy alloy gate was slowly descending. This was the final safety barrier. No time. Bulma gasped. Trunks. 18 called sharply. Understanding. Trunks and Goku exchanged a glance, instantly comprehending each other's intent. They simultaneously concentrated their dwindling energy into their hands. Hami. Final flash. A blue and a golden beam of energy roared forth, colliding forcefully with the descending gate. Boom! In a violent explosion, the gate was blasted open, creating a massive breach. Go! Without hesitation, the force surged through the opening. Just as they burst forth, the corridor behind them collapsed in a cacophony of deafening explosions. Outside, they were greeted by a biting wind and swirling snowflakes. They stood on the edge of a glacier. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated beneath them as the entire glacier began to quake and fracture. Behind them, the entrance of the base erupted as a massive ice cap buckled upwards before crashing down, forming a colossal pit. Fiery flames and smoke billowed from the crevice. Reaching for the heavens, the shockwave of the explosion swept over them, engulfing them in ice and debris. Get to the aircraft, Trunks shouted, pulling Bulma towards the hovering vehicle nearby. The four raced into the cabin at breakneck speed, and Bulma yanked the control stick upward. The aircraft engines roared under the strain, narrowly evading the complete collapse and explosion as they shot into the raging storm. Peering through the porthole, they beheld the once majestic glacier now transformed, replaced by a vast burning pit, smoke and steam blotting out the sun. Is it over? Goku slumped in his seat, gasping for breath, gazing at the devastation below. Still shaken. Yes, Trunks nodded solemnly, his expression complex. The base and Android 22 have been destroyed. Yet regrettably, we allowed Dr. Gero, the mastermind, to escape. 18. On the other hand, stared out the window in silence, lost in her thoughts. The aircraft broke through the clouds above the capital city, descending gradually into the expansive courtyard of the Jianan Company. As the hatch opened, Trunks, Goten, Bulma, and Android 18 emerged in succession. In the courtyard, Bulma had been waiting anxiously, accompanied by Gohan and Piccolo. Upon seeing the four return safely, Bulma visibly sighed in relief. How did it go? Was it successful? She inquired, hastening toward them. Trunks shook his head and recounted the events briefly, concluding with a grave tone, we destroyed the base, and that terrifying android, number 22, was eliminated. However, Dr. Gero activated the self-destruct sequence at the last moment and escaped amidst the chaos. Escaped? Piccolo queried, his expression serious as he stroked his chin softly. With both the androids and Dr. Gero devoid of life signs, locating them on Earth will be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Bulma's gaze swept over Goten and Trunks. Piccolo is correct. Based on past experiences and my understanding of these villains, it is highly likely, no. It is certain, they will return at some point in the future. Should we eradicate this threat entirely before setting off again? Goten suggested. If we do that, it could delay us considerably, Bulma retorted, crossing her arms and tapping her fingers against her arms incessantly. At that moment, the sapphire pendant on her chest emitted a faint vibration. Ah, is that Whis? Bulma quickly composed herself, cradling the gemstone at the end of her necklace, perplexed about how to answer it. Just then, Whis's voice resonated clearly for everyone present. Mina-san, let me test this communication. Bulma, please stroke the gemstone 3 times. Upon hearing this, Bulma promptly complied, and the sapphire's radiance projected a figure before her. After a swirl of light particles, Whis appeared before them, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, even holding what appeared to be a cup of milk tea. Good afternoon, everyone, Whis greeted, taking a gentle sip of his tea while surveying the group. It seems you have just endured a battle. Lord Whis. Goten inhaled deeply, regarding our journey into space to seek the Super Dragon Balls. Oh, that is precisely what I was about to discuss, Whis interjected, placing his cup down and nodding slightly. I have provided a brief report to the Grand Minister about Goku and Vegeta's situations, as well as the potential risks posed by the awakening of Karsatosu. The situation may be a bit troublesome. Following the recent use of the Super Dragon Balls during the Universe Power Tournament hosted by King Zeno, the Super Dragon Balls have now scattered across 12 universes. He paused before continuing. However, after some negotiations, the Grand Minister has exceptionally permitted me to grant your spaceship temporary permission to traverse the boundaries of the universes. What? Bulma exclaimed. Are you saying we must travel to other, more distant universes beyond just the 7th and 6th universes? Indeed, Whis replied succinctly. But you need not worry. The Divine Realm has confirmed that the 7 Super Dragon Balls are actually distributed across only 6 of those universes. Our 7th universe, being the user of the last Super Dragon Ball, currently possesses 2. The remaining universes, the 2nd, 6th, 8th, 10th, and 12th, each contain 1. But Whis' tone shifted slightly more serious. The Grand Minister hopes you will collect them promptly, as reports from the Supreme Kai of those universes indicate that they have all experienced unusual disappearances of planets. Unusual disappearances of planets? The group expressed their surprise at Whis. Yes, to put it simply, the destruction of a planet, particularly one that has developed civilization, can only be executed by a destroyer god like Lord Beerus. Of course, it could also be carried out by a destroyer god commanding others, such as the destruction of planet Vegeta. That's correct. The demise of planet Vegeta was a result of Lord Beerus delegating the destruction order to Frieza, Whis stated plainly. So, what happened to those planets that disappeared? Goten continued to inquire. It is the minions dispatched by Lord Karsatosu from his world, Whis declared, looking at everyone intently. They too seek the Super Dragon Balls. Although their specific intent remains unclear, it is highly likely they aim to restore their master. Wait, Whis, Bulma interjected. Addressing the image of Whis, if that is the case, wouldn't it be faster for your angels or other gods to gather the Super Dragon Balls? Moreover, it would be easier to eliminate those minions, would it not? Upon hearing Bulma's words, the group suddenly realized the validity of her point. Indeed, rather than risking their own safety to collect them, having the angels intervene would evidently expedite the resolution of this crisis. However, it seemed unlikely that matters would be so straightforward. Goten pondered, glancing at Whis, who maintained his usual impassive expression, confirming Goten's suspicions. You are thinking too simplistically, Bulma-san. Indeed. After a moment, Whis spoke again, to prevent the gods from repeatedly using the Super Dragon Balls to threaten the universe. The dragon god Salama established a rule during the creation of the Super Dragon Balls. That is, when the Super Dragon Balls are collected and used by deities, their contact time increases exponentially, starting from 1 year and continually growing. As we know, the Super Dragon Balls rewarded at the Power Tournament were gathered by the gods. Before this, Lord Beerus had used them to restore the Earth of Lord Kampa's universe. Thus, to date, the Divine Realm has approximately 80 Earth years left on the cooling period for collecting the Super Dragon Balls. While this time may seem short for us, it is sufficient for the minions of Karsatosu to act. Ah, so that is how it is. Bulma furrowed her brow. Had I known, I would have been more frugal. Restoring planets is a desire that could be fulfilled without the Super Dragon Balls, right? Now is not the time for retrospection, Bulma-san, Whis remarked thoughtfully. In any case, you should depart as soon as possible. Following Whis' communication, a brief silence enveloped the group. The magnitude of the information was significant, traversing 6 universes to contend with unknown formidable foes for the Dragon Balls, with time pressing and danger looming. Bulma was the first to break the silence, clapping her hands decisively, the sharp sound capturing everyone's attention. All right, everyone understands the situation now. Her tone regained its assertiveness and decisiveness, her sharp gaze sweeping over each individual. The final adjustments for our New Hope spacecraft are complete, and we should be ready to set off within the next few days. She turned to Trunks and Goten. Trunks, you need to conduct a final inventory and equipment check immediately. Understood, Trunks nodded promptly. Bruh. Bulma pivoted towards her daughter. You will accompany me to the workshop. Since we are heading into space, I must teach you how to operate the spacecraft. All right, Mom. Bra replied enthusiastically. At that moment, Gohan stepped forward, speaking gently yet firmly. Aunt Bulma, I will not be joining you for the journey through space. The others turned to him in surprise. Gohan adjusted his glasses, a calm smile on his face. The crisis posed by the androids has not yet subsided. Earth requires someone to remain behind. Uncle Piccolo and Aunt 18 will assist. But in the face of the potential return of Dr. Gero or other unknown threats, I fear we may lack sufficient manpower. His gaze shifted from Trunks and Goten to Bulma. The responsibility of searching for Dad and Uncle Vegeta rests with you. I will stay with Uncle Piccolo and the others to protect Earth, while also attempting to track down Dr. Gero. Bikuro embraced his arms and emitted a somber sound of agreement, while the 18th nodded in concurrence. There was no doubt about Wufan's strength. With him on Earth, everyone felt reassured. Bulma inhaled deeply and nodded, stating, All right, Earth will be entrusted to you. Please exercise caution. Just then, Wu Tian suddenly spoke up. As if recalling something of utmost importance, his brow furrowed. All gazes turned towards him in curiosity. What is it, Wu Tian? Trunks inquired. Wu Tian raised his head and declared. The Xiando? We forgot the most critical item, the Xiando. Indeed, Trunks exclaimed, slapping his hand in realization, his face a mixture of regret and relief. How could we have overlooked that? Bulma, too, came to a realization, exhaling heavily. Exactly. At a crucial moment, it's an essential item. Mom, what is a Saiyan? Is it delicious? Bra asked. Well, to put it simply, it is something that can restore stamina in an instant. Aunt Bulma, I'll go fetch it, Wu Tian volunteered. He was now exceedingly confident in his ability to perform the Wukong technique, and the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies was truly delightful for him. A modern individual from another world. As for Corinta, he didn't even need to know its location. From the vantage point in Shidu, a towering column piercing the heavens could faintly be seen in the distant forest to the east. Corinta? Bra blinked. Is that the legendary tower where the immortals reside? Precisely. Wu Tian affirmed, turning to Bulma. Aunt Bulma, we need as many Saiyan as possible. The Saiyan is still cultivated and protected by the cat immortal, right? Yes. Bulma quickly processed the information in her mind, pausing before adding, but the yield of Saiyan has always been low. He might not generously grant us too many. Regardless, we must make the trip. Whatever we can obtain will suffice. Wu Tian's tone was resolute. I will set off to Corinta immediately. I will accompany you, Bra suddenly declared, her tone leaving no room for argument. Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her. Bra? You. Is that all right? With hands on her hips and chin raised. She replied, I am the future cosmic navigator. If that big cat guarding the Saiyan is uncooperative, how will you, being so foolish, manage? Trunks observed his sister and then Wu Tian, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Very well. Having Bra along might indeed be beneficial. Wu Tian, I entrust her to you. Bulma contemplated for a moment and then nodded. All right, but you two must remember, time is of the essence. Depart immediately. Understood. Wu Tian and Bra responded in unison. Without delay, they exchanged a glance and simultaneously unleashed their energy. Boom, boom. The two auras enveloped their figures, akin to two arrows released from a bow, soaring towards Corinta at a rapid pace. Chapter 30, Final Preparations. The mysterious beings of the immortal Corinta, the strong winds howled past their ears as the city beneath them rapidly diminished in size. Wu Tian was entirely focused on mastering the Wukong technique, pushing his speed to the utmost limit. Bra followed closely behind. Although her execution of the technique was not as polished as Wu Tian's, her control over her energy was stable enough to keep pace. Hey, son Wu Tian. Bra's voice pierced through the rush of air as they flew. That Corinta really does seem as high as the legends say. Did ordinary people ever manage to climb it? Indeed. Wu Tian shouted back, slightly slowing down to match her pace. It used to be that way. Wow. Bra exclaimed, her eyes filled with yearning. That must have been exhilarating. It's a pity that now that we can fly, we can't experience that feeling. You'd be better off not experiencing it. Wu Tian chuckled ruefully. I've heard the ascent was quite painful. The pair continued to fly swiftly, sweeping over mountains and rivers. The scenery below, transforming rapidly. Approximately 20 minutes later, a slender pillar, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, gradually came into view on the distant horizon. That is Corinta. Even in this age, it stood majestically, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. As they drew closer, the details of the tower became clearer. The pinnacle vanished into the clouds, with a faint outline of the structure visible. Let's fly directly to the top, Wu Tian declared, adjusting their course and accelerating towards the summit. Bra eagerly followed suit. Soon, they landed steadily on the platform atop Corinta. The area was modest, with an ancient temple imbued with Eastern charms situated at its center. A subtle fragrance filled the air, invigorating their spirits. As they touched down, a resonant voice emanated from within the temple. Welcome to Corinta, Wu Tian, Bra. The two focused their gaze and saw a figure slightly taller than Wu Tian, adorned in traditional Namekian attire, slowly stepping out. He bore a resemblance to Baiku, yet with softer features, exuding youthfulness and vitality. Dandi, Wu Tian exclaimed joyfully, recognition lighting up his face. Since Dandi had become the Earth's deity, encounters with friends had become infrequent. Wu Tian, it has been a while. Dandi greeted him with a warm smile, then turned to Bra. This must be Bra, the daughter of Bulma and Vegeta. Truly, you possess an extraordinary presence. Bra, slightly flustered, tucked a stray strand of her wind-tossed blue hair behind her ear. Hello, Dandi. I've heard much about you. Dandi, how did you know we were coming? Wu Tian inquired, voicing his curiosity. Dandi's smile faded slightly, taking on a more serious demeanor. While I may not be as battle-focused as Uncle Baiku was, as a deity, I still perceive the energy of the earth. The sudden disappearance of Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta's formidable energies, along with the subsequent anomalous spatial fluctuations, alerted me to a significant crisis. He gestured for them to follow him into the temple. The cat immortal has sensed even more. He anticipated that you would require assistance and has been waiting for some time. The cat immortal is already aware. Wutian and Bra exchanged astonished glances. Indeed, Dondi led them through the simple yet solemn interior of the temple to a unique courtyard at the back. In the center of the courtyard, instead of a traditional ground, there was an intricate array of intertwining vines radiating a soft golden light, forming a vast natural platform. Scattered among these vines were sporadic green pods, and a plump white cat, leaning on a wooden staff and adorned with a distinctive headdress, was seated with its back turned to them, seemingly observing something. "Corinta, they have arrived," Dondi respectfully announced. The white cat slowly turned, its face adorned with a characteristic, slightly mischievous, yet wise smile, speaking in its unique tone. "Well, here you are. Hee hee. The little one from the Goku family and the young lady from the Vegeta family have arrived even faster than I anticipated." "Corinta," Wutian quickly bowed. "No need for such formalities. This is not the time for that." Corinta waved a paw dismissively, its gaze sharpening. "You two youngsters still carry the traces of recent battles, and your energies are somewhat disordered. It seems all is not well below." Wutian nodded, briefly recounting the events concerning Dr. Geladu and Android 22. After listening, Corinta stroked its beard. "Ah, remnants of Dr. Gero? They truly linger on. However, what you are about to face is likely just an appetizer." It shifted its focus. Pointing to the Saiyan on the surrounding vines, "Dondi should have informed you. I know you require these." "Yes," Wutian quickly replied. "We are about to embark on a journey into space to search for the Super Dragon Balls. Although we are uncertain of the dangers we may encounter, the Saiyan is indispensable." In the realm of Chaoji Longzhu, a flicker of nostalgia glimmered in the eyes of Kalen Shinran, for it was something even the esteemed Kaioshin dared not mention. "Your journey is destined to be arduous." He cast his gaze upon Wutian, his eyes imbued with scrutiny. "Especially you, young one. With Wukong and Vegeta absent, the burden has now fallen upon you, the new generation. Has your power awakened?" Wutian paused for a moment, then comprehended what Kalen Shinran was referring to. He inhaled deeply, focused his mind, and exclaimed, "Ha!" A surge of golden energy erupted from within him, his hair transforming to a lustrous gold, his irises shifting to a vibrant green, embodying the form of a Super Saiyan. "Oh!" A spark of surprise flickered in Kalen Shinran's eyes, yet he promptly remarked, "Your energy is considerably weaker than before, Sun Wutian. Though I am uncertain about what has transpired within you, I harbor great concerns for this journey." Bura, observing Wutian's transformation into a Super Saiyan, was filled with an enigmatic light. As Wutian relinquished his transformation, he could not, of course, admit to being a fraud in front of everyone. He caught his breath and said, "I find it quite challenging to control, and it drains my energy significantly." "That is to be expected," Kalen Shinran replied matter-of-factly. "Peace on Earth has persisted for too long, and it is only natural that you have neglected your training." He paused, gesturing with his staff towards the courtyard's edge, where a small pool brimmed with crystalline liquid. "Perhaps you could try this before you embark on your journey." "What is it?" Bura inquired curiously, leaning closer to sniff the faint yet pleasant aroma. "Chaoxing Shui." Wutian recalled the Dragon Ball tales he had once seen. No. Kalen Shinran shook his head. "That Chaoxing Shui has long since vanished. This is Inyan Shui, cultivated from the dew atop the tower, mixed with a hint of the lingering essence of Chaoxing Shui, along with the roots of Xiando. It does not enhance power, but it may aid you in concentrating your mind temporarily, providing slight assistance in stabilizing your current state. So what do you think?" Wutian regarded the pool, then looked at Kalen Shinran and Bura, nodding decisively. "I shall give it a try." He approached the water's edge, crouched down, inhaled deeply, and immersed his hands into the icy liquid. Initially, he felt nothing remarkable, but as he closed his eyes and endeavored to attune himself, an extraordinary resonance began to emanate from the water, and to his astonishment, ripples of blue began to form. It seemed as if vague images and sensations flowed through his mind, reminiscent of Sun Wukong's essence, resilient, pure, and indefatigable. Observing Wutian in his meditative state, Kalen Shinran turned to Dondi and said, "Lord Tiangshan, please fetch the prepared Xiando." "Certainly," Dondi replied. turning towards the depths of the temple. Shortly, he returned with 2 small bags, each containing 6 or 7 Shiendo. This is all we currently have in stock. It should suffice to help you navigate the impending crisis. Bura accepted the Shiendo and curiously examined one closely. At that moment, Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes. Huh. Wu Tian clenched his fists, and once again, a golden aura erupted from him as he transformed into his Super Saiyan form. This time, he distinctly felt the searing energy flowing within him, a stark contrast to his previous transformation, which had felt chaotic. Thank you, Kalen Shinran. I feel as though I've grasped something. Wu Tian expressed with gratitude. As long as it is of assistance, Kalen Shinran nodded in satisfaction. Remembering this sensation, the essence of power lies not in ferocity, but in control, especially in the cosmos, when facing unknown adversaries. A calm mind is far more vital than a brawny fist. He lifted his gaze towards the boundless blue sky beyond the tower, his tone becoming distant. Go, children. The fate of Earth may well rest upon the shoulders of this journey. Wu Tian and Bura exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw a flicker of resolute fire. We will surely bring back Dad and Uncle Wukong, won't we? Bura stated with unwavering conviction. Wu Tian nodded emphatically yes. Let us set forth, Bura. After bidding a solemn farewell to Kalen Shinran and Dondi, the two executed the Mukong Shu, transforming into streaks of light as they departed from the ancient Kalen Tower. Racing towards the West capital, a new journey was about to commence. Chapter 31, Forward. Destination, the depths of the 7th universe. In the depths of the Wanning Jianan Company in Shidu, within a vast spaceship assembly workshop, the New Hope vessel lay quietly docked in its designated berth. Compared to a month ago, its appearance was far more complete, with previously exposed pipeline connections now covered by smooth armor plates, exuding a palpable sense of burgeoning power. Bulma stood before the main control console, her fingers swiftly gliding across the virtual interface. Her expression was focused, occasionally issuing soft commands into the communicator, directing the engineering team below for final adjustments. Terlankis had changed into casual attire and was meticulously inspecting the accompanying equipment by the gangway, appearing composed. At that moment, 2 figures descended with a soft whoosh at the workshop entrance. It was Wu Tian and Bura, returning from outside. We're here, Bura exclaimed, rushing forward. Her face flushed with excitement. Wu Tian followed closely behind, his energy significantly steadier than when he had left, his gaze resolute. Terlankis straightened, speaking in a low voice. We are ready, Mom. Wu Tian clenched his fist, sensing the energy within him, though faint, was now somewhat under his control. Good, Bulma said briskly. Gesturing with her hand, let us prepare to depart. One by one, they ascended the gangway and entered the New Hope vessel, the hatch slowly closing behind them with a reassuring, muffled sound. The interior of the spaceship was spacious, designed with a futuristic aesthetic. The main control room offered a panoramic view, with a vast arched observation window revealing the expansive workshop outside, various holographic displays, and control interfaces radiating a gentle glow. Terlankis quickly took a seat beside Bulma in the co-pilot's chair, placing his hands on the auxiliary control interface, while Wu Tian and Bura promptly settled into the comfortable seats at the rear, fastening their seat belts. All systems, final check. Bulma's voice was calm and clear. Life support systems, normal. Navigation systems, normal. Cosmic coordinate module loaded. Power core, stable output. Energy crystal charging at 100. Defense matrix, standby mode. Gravity simulation system, calibrated. A series of system reports emanated from the synthetic voice aboard the spaceship, accompanied by the rhythmic pulsing of green confirmation signals on the control panel. Excellent, just like that. Bulma took a deep breath, gripping the main control stick before her. The next step was to initiate the main engine and conduct a low-power preheat. A deep, powerful vibration resonated from the depths of the vessel, as if a slumbering giant was awakening, simultaneously. The thruster nozzles at the rear of the spaceship began to emit a ghostly blue glow. The workshop ceiling began to slide open, revealing the dimming sky of Shidu at dusk. By the way, Bulma, we should have a Dragon Ball radar or similar device, right? Wu Tian suddenly recalled, inquiring. Bulma paused for half a second, then smiled. What are you thinking, Wu Tian? This is an essential tool for our adventure. How could we possibly leave it behind? With that, Bulma gently tapped the floor of the spaceship with her foot, revealing that the Dragon Ball radar was indeed beneath them. Beneath our feet? Terlankus and Bura exclaimed in unison. Precisely. I installed the Super Dragon Ball radar at the bottom of the spaceship, near the tip. It took considerable effort to create it. Bulma lifted a cup of coffee from the control panel, downing it in one swift motion before tossing the cup into the sealed cabinet. Should we activate the Dragon Ball radar now to determine our destination? No need. The ionosphere on Earth will limit the radar's power. We must venture into space to activate it. Bulma explained, her gaze sharp as she placed her hand on the control stick, preparing for takeoff. A clattering sound reverberated as Goten felt the vibrations beneath him. The New Hope gracefully detached from the dock's fixed supports, ascending steadily and silently through the opening in the workshop's ceiling, hovering above the Capsule Corporation courtyard. Below, upon receiving the news, Chi-Chi, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and Android 18 gathered in the courtyard, gazing upward at the ship poised for its voyage. Tears glistened in Chi-Chi's eyes as she waved fervently. Piccolo, arms crossed, nodded solemnly. Give it your all, everyone. Gohan and Krillin shouted in unison. Through the observation window, Goten could see those familiar figures below, a wave of warmth flooding his heart. Hold on tight, Bulma cautioned, then abruptly pushed the throttle to its limit. Boom. The tremendous thrust instantly pressed the four of them firmly into their seats. The spaceship surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, rocketing skyward. The cityscape of Shidu rapidly shrank outside the window, soon replaced by an increasingly dense layer of clouds. After only a few minutes piercing through the clouds, the curve of Earth appeared outside, and the vastness of the starry sky gradually revealed itself. Countless stars sparkled like diamonds embedded on a black velvet canvas, serene yet magnificent. We have truly left Earth, Bra exclaimed, leaning against the observation window, her eyes wide with awe and disbelief. Goten felt a rush of excitement. This was a universe unlike anything he had seen on a screen in his previous life, a profound sense of vastness enveloping him. All right, let us initiate the Super Dragon Ball radar scan, Bulma declared, pressing a prominent orange button. A low hum resonated from the ship's underside, and the largest holographic projection screen in the control room instantly cleared the original star map, replaced by an intricately rotating and complex galaxy chart. The edges of the chart continuously expanded outward, indicating a rapid increase in the scanning range. Countless points of light flickered on the screen, representing known stars, nebulae, and even unknown energy sources. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the screen, eagerly anticipating the unique light point that would signify the Super Dragon Balls. However, after several minutes of scanning, no particularly large signals or those matching the energy characteristics of the Super Dragon Balls appeared. Instead, two distinctly separate areas on the star map revealed fuzzy, flickering spots of light, rather than clear points. What is going on? Goten furrowed his brow in confusion. So, there are no specific coordinates, just two approximate directions? Bulma crossed her arms, staring intently at the two light spots, her fingers lightly tapping her arm. Just as I suspected. The Super Dragon Balls are too massive. Their signals become very dispersed and indistinct after traversing such vast cosmic distances, making precise location difficult. Thus, the radar captures not pinpointed locations like the Dragon Balls on Earth, but rather general areas. But this is sufficient, Bulma Auntie. Goten gazed at the star map, recalling a saying from deep within his memory, every beginning is difficult. Bra cast a puzzled glance at him, murmuring, when did you become so eloquent? Indeed, Bulma agreed, smiling. Goten is right, every beginning is difficult. She magnified one of the light spot areas, the details remaining indistinct, revealing it to be an unknown star region. We can only reach this area first, and then conduct more detailed local scans to ultimately pinpoint the Dragon Ball's precise locations. She grasped the control stick again, aligning the spaceship's course toward one of the blurred light spots on the star map. It's decided, let us pursue the Dragon Ball in that direction. Bulma's voice carried a hint of excitement as she gently nudged the joystick, activating the space jump engine. Power increased to 70. Jump initiation. Boom. A force beyond description instantly bore down on everyone, as if the very fabric of space were being violently compressed and stretched. As Goten gazed out of the observation window, he noticed that the stars no longer receded rapidly, but were instead completely distorted, all celestial bodies stretched into long, colorful ribbons of light. A powerful sense of dizziness and weightlessness washed over him, as though his very insides had shifted places, the world before him blurring, accompanied by a relentless, thunderous roar of space. It was difficult to discern how long this sensation persisted, feeling like both an instant and an eternity. Suddenly, all pressure vanished. The thunderous noise ceased abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence. The swirling lights outside calmed, reverting to the profound starry sky. Though this celestial expanse was entirely different from what they had seen moments ago near Earth, the constellations appeared unfamiliar, and the colors and shapes of distant nebulae were markedly distinct. The spaceship floated steadily in the cosmos, as if the monumental jump had never occurred. Is the jump over? Trunks was the first to react, exhaling deeply, his voice still trembling. Bulma also relaxed her tense demeanor, a triumphant smile gracing her face. Indeed, according to the star map comparison, we have arrived at the edge of the area where the first Super Dragon Ball resides. No sooner had she finished speaking than the ship was suddenly filled with blaring alarms. Warning, warning! Numerous unidentified targets are approaching at high speed. The shrill alarm shattered the post-jump silence, the control panel flashing red warning lights frantically. On the holographic radar screen, the previously empty expanse of stars suddenly swarmed with dozens of rapidly moving points of light, converging from various directions in an encircling manner. What is happening? Goten leapt from his seat, lunging towards the radar screen, his expression shifting dramatically. There are so many of them, and they're moving fast. Bulma reacted just as swiftly, her fingers flying across the control panel to magnify the radar image and activate the external observation system. There are 30, no, over 40. They're moving incredibly fast. Bulma's voice carried a note of tension. How is this possible? Trunks furrowed his brow. We just arrived in this area. It's as if they've been waiting here. Goten and Bra immediately rushed to the observation window, gazing into the depths of space. In the distance, against the backdrop of starlight, small black silhouettes rapidly enlarged, revealing their menacing contours. They were uniformed small attack ships, leading with a familiar disc-shaped large spacecraft. The bow of the opposing ship glimmered with ominous red targeting beams, silently closing in like a pack of wolves. Their intentions were unmistakable, to block all possible escape routes. Are they space pirates? Bra's voice trembled as she gripped the window frame tightly. It seems so. Goten observed the design of those ships, an unsettling sense of familiarity rising within him. The style of these vessels reminded him of a well-known force. Just then, the communication channel of the New Hope's control panel was forcibly interrupted. A screeching noise filled the air, and a holographic image abruptly appeared in the center of the screen. The image depicted a space creature with gray-blue skin and a grotesque appearance. It had a large bald head and pointed ears, with small eyes glimmering with greed and malice. Its mouth revealing uneven, sharp teeth. "Ah, look at this lost little lamb," the extraterrestrial remarked with a sharp, mocking tone. "How dare you swagger into our territory without proper identification?" The alien leader rapped on the screen. "I am Lord Gulama of this star sector. Present your passage permits immediately, or this ship shall become ours." His maniacal laughter echoed through the communication channel, grating on the nerves. "We're merely passing through. If you wish to avoid apprehension by the Galactic Patrol, you should leave at once," Bulma declared, glancing at the screen, uncertain of the adversary's identity. She could only hope that the Galactic Patrol, led by Jekka, would intimidate them into retreat. The Galactic Patrol? Gulama scoffed, his narrow eyes squinting. "I'm afraid, madam, that before Emperor Frieza, no one can escape." He issued a final ultimatum. "Disarm immediately and open your hatches. Otherwise, my fleet will reduce you to cosmic debris." The mention of Frieza's legion struck Goten and Trunks like a bucket of ice water, causing their pupils to constrict. Even Bulma's expression soured instantly. "To think they are remnants of Frieza," Trunks muttered through clenched teeth, his fists tightening unconsciously. Goten, gazing out the viewport, observed the approaching ship. Frieza had been resurrected by Whis as a reward for winning the Tournament of Power, though he had visited Earth with the absurd wish to grow 5 centimeters taller. After witnessing the might of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, Frieza and his legion had vanished into obscurity. Realizing they were dealing with Frieza's minions sent a shiver of dread through Bulma, yet she forced a smile, addressing Gulama. "Oh, so we are all acquainted. Haha. You see, Mr. Gulama, we are old friends of your Lord Frieza. Years ago, during the Tournament of Power, Lord Frieza fought alongside us to protect our 7th universe." "Is that so?" Gulama's brow furrowed in confusion, his large bald head tilting slightly as he contemplated. "Tournament of Power, 7th universe?" he mumbled, his stubby fingers drumming on the armrest of his throne. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief, believing she had successfully deceived him, and was about to concoct further details to enhance her credibility. However, Gulama's momentary perplexity quickly morphed into a more sinister grin. He leaned forward, nearly pressing his grotesque face against the screen, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "Woman, since you claim to be an old friend of Lord Frieza, all the better. Why not come back with me to meet the king himself?" "What?" Before she could respond, the communication was abruptly severed, the screen plunging into darkness. Almost simultaneously, dozens of blips representing enemy ships on the radar screen accelerated, viciously converging on the New Hope. "Damn it! If only we could take them out." Goten glared at the approaching vessels. He had now mastered controlling his aura in Super Saiyan 1, and with Trunks, who was even stronger, they could unleash their full power against these foes. If only Frieza himself wasn't aboard that ship. "No way," Bra interjected, glancing at Goten and pointing outside. "Even Dad and Uncle Goku can't survive in space." "Damn it," Bulma cursed under her breath, her hands flying over the auxiliary control panel. "Activate the shields. Hold on tight, kids." With that, she thrust the engine output to maximum and maneuvered the ship into a perilous roll, narrowly evading 2 cannon shots aimed at the engines. The engines of the New Hope roared under the strain, erupting in brilliant blue flames as they attempted to break free from the encirclement. "This is impossible. There are too many of them. Their firepower is too dense." Goten focused intently on the control screen, where the red lines representing enemy fire formed an intricate web. Energy beams rained down upon the ship's shields, creating violent ripples. "Shield energy at 65. 58. Trunks shouted. "It's a gamble. Seize the chance to plunge into the planet's gravity well. Use the complex terrain to shake them off." Bulma yelled, steering the ship toward the giant pink planet. "Understood." Trunks quickly complied, concentrating the shield energy at the front of the ship. The New Hope surged forward like a silver bolt of lightning, disregarding the incoming attacks as it sped toward the colossal pink orb. Behind them, Gulama's fleet relentlessly pursued, their firepower intensifying. Just as the ship was about to breach the planet's atmosphere, a powerful laser beam, charged for a long time, shot from a hidden enemy ship behind an asteroid, striking the New Hope's right thruster. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from the ship's right side, violently tilting it to the left, spiraling out of control. The shrill alarms blared throughout the cabin. "Right thruster damaged. Power imbalance. We're losing control," Trunks shouted. "Damn it." Bulma struggled to stabilize the controls, but the ship continued to spiral uncontrollably, yanked downward by the planet's immense gravity. "We can't keep this up. We'll crash. Initiate emergency landing procedures. Everyone hold on," Bulma decisively commanded. The ship plummeted like a meteor, trailing smoke and flames, crashing into the thick atmosphere of the pink giant planet. The intense friction with the air turned the ship's exterior a brilliant red, emitting piercing screams. The immense overload pinned them to their seats, their view filled with the searing pink currents outside. After an indeterminate time, the descent finally began to slow. The ship broke through the thick clouds, revealing an endless expanse of vast pink vegetation below, with towering purple crystal forests visible in the distance. "Brace for impact." Bulma exerted her final strength to pull the control stick, attempting to glide the ship down at a relatively gentle angle. Crash! With a violent jolt and a gut-wrenching sound of tearing metal, the New Hope slammed down onto a relatively flat expanse of pink foliage. After skidding for several kilometers, it finally came to a trembling halt. The cabin was in disarray, lights flickering, alarms still sounding feebly. "Is everyone all right?" Bulma asked, releasing the sweat-slicked control stick, her voice hoarse. "We're fine, brah." Trunks unbuckled his seatbelt, shaking his slightly dizzy head, then turned back. "We're okay," Goten and Bra echoed. Though they were shaken from the impact, the safety belts and cushioning system had spared them from injury. "We made it." Bra gazed out at the unfamiliar pink world. Still shaken, only temporarily safe, Bulma frowned as she examined the damage report on the main control panel. "The ship's thrusters are completely destroyed. We are stranded here for now." Trunks approached the observation window, gazing at the pink-hued sky and bizarre alien landscape, several trails visible from where they had just fallen. "Those guys won't give up easily. Frieza's minions will likely land on this planet too, searching for us." Goten clenched his fists, a mix of frustration and determination surging within him. He had not anticipated that their first real battle in the universe would culminate in such a disheveled crash landing. Fortunately, that scoundrel Frieza was not aboard the spacecraft. Bulma rose to her feet, donning a breathing apparatus atop her head. Come on, children, let us venture forth and explore the world outside. Chapter 33. The Pink Inferno. With a mournful wail of escaping hydraulic gas, the battered door of the New Hope slowly creaked open. A wave of humid air, laced with the scent of earth and a peculiar floral aroma, rushed in. Bulma was the first to don her breathing mask and descend the gangway, closely followed by Goten, Trunks, and Bra. The four stood upon this unfamiliar terrain, awestruck by the spectacle before them. Beneath their feet lay soft, resilient pink grass, composed of countless tiny, sponge-like fungal organisms. Cotton-like pink spores floated in the air, reflecting a mesmerizing glow under the light of three varying-sized purple moons. In the distance, a forest of enormous purple crystals rose majestically, piercing the clouds. What a beautiful place, Bra murmured, momentarily forgetting her fears. Do not be deceived by appearances. Bulma's voice emerged from behind her mask, shattering the brief tranquility. The multifunctional detector in her hand emitted a shrill alarm, indicating a complex air composition with a high concentration of unidentified spores, posing risks of hallucination and nerve paralysis to ordinary people. The situation aboard the spacecraft was even more dire. The main propulsion engine and energy core had sustained severe damage, and it would take no less than 10 days to a fortnight before they could hope to leave this place. With those words, the group was pulled back into the harsh reality. Mom, look at the sky. Trunks pointed upward, his expression grave. Above them, against the lavender sky, streaks of light with trailing flames were hurtling into the atmosphere, directed precisely toward their location. That is Galama's fleet. They are pursuing us. Goten clenched his fists, knuckles cracking ominously. The first battle in the cosmos had devolved into a desperate flight and a crash. A wave of intense frustration and defeat igniting an unprecedented fervor in his Saiyan spirit. We cannot remain here. We are sitting ducks, Bulma decisively declared. Trunks, Goten, you must immediately scout that crystal forest. Bra and I will stay here to initiate the ship's ghost mode, minimizing energy output and setting up some camouflage. Understood. Goten and Trunks exchanged a resolute glance, hesitating not a moment longer as they became two flickering shadows, racing towards the distant purple crystal grove. As they flew across the soft pink terrain, Goten's senses were heightened beyond measure. Everything here was steeped in uncertainty. The energy pervading the air, the texture of the vegetation underfoot, the distant hum emanating from the crystal forest all stirred a profound excitement within his Saiyan blood. This sensation was starkly different from sparring with Gohan at Baozi Mountain. This was a genuine, life-threatening combat environment. Soon, the duo plunged into the crystal forest. The scene was even more fantastical, with each crystal tree soaring to heights of over 100 meters, translucent purple crystals within shimmering and pulsating with light. What a wonderful place. Goten's eyes sparkled. The environment was a natural battlefield prepared just for them. Do not be careless, Trunks cautioned with a composed demeanor, retrieving a small detector from his waist. These crystals harbor a peculiar energy field that will disrupt our sensing capabilities. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage, as it means we may struggle to detect enemies in advance. The two swiftly navigated through the forest for several minutes until they discovered a natural cave concealed by vines behind a massive cluster of crystals. Just as they were about to return to inform Bulma, a wave of malevolent energy suddenly descended upon the land. They are here. Goten and Trunks simultaneously looked up towards the forest's edge. They witnessed several small attack vessels landing violently around the wreck of the New Hope, doors flung open, and streams of uniformed cosmic soldiers pouring out, led by the grotesquely large Galama. Humph, a bunch of cowardly rats. Galama sneered at the wreckage of the New Hope, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Did you think crashing in this forsaken place would spare your lives? He raised his wrist and pressed a communicator. All personnel, listen up. Equip energy detectors, pair up, and search this area inch by inch for me. Remember, the woman who piloted the ship must be taken alive. The other two can have their limbs broken first. Yes. Dozens of Frisia 4 soldiers scattered like a net cast wide, steadily advancing towards the crystal forest. Their energy detectors flickered with faint energy readings. Those were the residual auras of Goten and Trunks, not yet fully concealed. In the cave, the four regrouped, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The situation is worse than anticipated. They have energy detectors, Trunks whispered. Though the forest will interfere, we will still be discovered if they get close. Then we cannot afford to wait passively. Goten's gaze sharpened like a blade. To remain idle is not the Saiyan way. We must take the initiative and eliminate them one by one before they can encircle us. You are right. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Bulma's eyes. We cannot rely on luck. Trunks, Goten, this battle rests solely upon your shoulders. Make it swift and do not linger. Mom, brah. Stay hidden in the cave and do not come out. Trunks instructed, then turned to Goten. Let them witness our strength. All right. A radiant golden light erupted around Goten in an instant. Without hesitation, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair soaring skyward, and his emerald eyes ablaze with fierce combat spirit. Now, he possessed the confidence to wield the power of his Super Saiyan form with precision. At that moment, two Frisia soldiers wielding energy guns cautiously approached their vicinity. Hey, the detector is reacting. They are just behind that crystal. With a thunderous bang, the detector before the two Frisia soldiers exploded. Battle power? How is that possible? How could such a powerful being exist in this backwater location? Who cares? Capture him, and we will earn a hefty reward. The two exchanged a greedy glance, their avarice overcoming their fear as they raised their energy guns and flanked him from either side. However, as they rounded the massive purple crystal, they were confronted by a golden-haired youth, arms crossed, awaiting them with an air of calm. Are you looking for me? Goten's tone was flat, yet imbued with undeniable pressure. Open fire. Quick, open fire. One soldier shrieked. Two beams of destructive energy shot towards Goten. Yet his figure flickered and vanished from their sight. Where is he? Right behind you. A chilling voice whispered like the breath of death in one soldier's ear. Terrified, he turned to find a fist enveloped in golden flames rapidly enlarging in his vision. Boom. Before he could even let out a scream, the soldier's combat suit shattered, and he was sent hurtling like a cannonball against the crystal wall, falling silent forever. The other soldier, paralyzed with fear at the horrific scene, instinctively reached for his communicator to call for help. But Goten would not grant him that chance. With his right hand, he aligned his index and middle fingers, aiming at the soldier, a dazzling light igniting at his fingertips. This technique was the Maken Kasapo, taught to my brother by Uncle Piccolo and passed down to me. A spiraling golden beam, traveling faster than sound, pierced through the soldier's chest in an instant. Having completed his task, Goten did not even glance at the two lifeless bodies. This swift and decisive execution brought him no discomfort. Instead, it filled him with an exhilarating rush. This was the instinct of a Saiyan, born for battle. Too slow. Wu Tian flexed his wrist and whispered to himself, in comparison to the sparring sessions with IE-18. The movements of these adversaries appeared as if they were being played in slow motion. However, the sounds of battle ultimately drew the attention of distant foes. Gula Ma's roar echoed through the jungle via the amplification devices. They've been discovered. All units, converge on the coordinates. Crush them. Waves of malevolent energy surged from all directions, frantically converging towards Wu Tian's location. Here they come. Trunks appeared beside Wu Tian, transforming into a Super Saiyan, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, bracing for the imminent clash. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming energy, suffused with a primal and brutal essence, awakened abruptly from the depths of the crystal jungle. This aura was chilling, ancient, and immensely powerful, reminiscent of a colossal beast that had slumbered for eons, roused by the recent skirmish. It eclipsed the combined presence of all Frisia Force soldiers in the vicinity. The fighting spirit on Wu Tian and Trunks' faces froze instantly, replaced by unprecedented shock and terror. They turned sharply to gaze into the shadowy depths of the jungle, which they had never before trodden. This energy does not belong to the Frisia Force. Trunks' voice trembled. Wu Tian felt goosebumps rise on his skin. A profound fear emanating from the depths of his soul rendered him motionless. Was there truly something else on this planet? Chapter 34. The Primal Beast, Crystal Fong Dragon Lizard. The sudden surge of energy erupted like a dormant volcano that had lain silent for millions of years, violently manifesting in the depths of the crystal jungle. Cold, savage, and imbued with a primordial hunger, it enveloped the entire battlefield in a stifling pressure. The minuscule evil energies surrounding the Frisia soldiers seemed trivial compared to this behemoth. What in the world is that? The Frisia soldiers, who were advancing towards Wu Tian and Trunks, halted in unison, their faces etched with fear far more potent than when they had encountered the Super Saiyan. Instinctively, they redirected their weapons towards the source of the ominous energy emanating from the dark depths of the crystal jungle. What is happening? In a nearby cave, Bulma felt the terrifying pressure and turned pale, gripping Bulma's arm tightly. Bulma's expression was equally grave as she fixated on the wildly fluctuating energy readings on her device. The values had surpassed the instrument's limits, morphing into a blinding array of red static. Such a monstrous entity still slumbered on this planet. In the jungle, Wu-Tien and Trunks stood side by side, backs turned to the approaching Frieza force, their full attention fixated on the terrifying presence that was awakening. Wu-Tien, brace yourself. Trunks' voice was unusually serious. This energy feels far beyond our capabilities. Wu-Tien remained silent, merely nodding. His emerald green pupils locked onto the front, as his golden aura flared more intensely. The Saiyans' combative instincts ignited a blend of fear and excitement within him. Boom! The earth began to tremble violently, as distant purple crystal trees collapsed in clusters, as though some colossal creature was surging through the ground towards them at breakneck speed. It is coming. Just as Trunks finished speaking, the ground beneath them erupted violently. A gargantuan head, adorned with purple crystalline scales, burst forth from the earth. It possessed eyes like molten lava and a mouth filled with razor-sharp crystalline teeth, exhaling scalding white steam. Merely its head was the size of a small spacecraft. Roar! A deafening roar unleashed a devastating sonic wave. The surrounding crystal trees shattered instantaneously, and the violent energy blast sent several nearby Frieza soldiers soaring into the air. It's a primordial beast of this planet. Crystal Fang Dragon Lizard. Run! A soldier recognized the fearsome creature documented in the Cosmic Beast Compendium, letting out a desperate scream. But it was too late. The beast, dubbed the Crystal Fang Dragon Lizard, seemed to be engulfed in a furious rage for being disturbed from its slumber. Its massive form fully emerged from the earth, stretching hundreds of meters long, like a moving mountain of crystal. It did not differentiate between foes. Its enormous tail, lined with sharp crystalline spikes, swept across. Boom! The ground was carved into a massive chasm, as 7 or 8 Frieza soldiers and their weapons were instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist and metallic fragments. A monster! It's a monster! The remaining soldiers succumbed to panic, discarding their armor and firing wildly as they fled in a frenzy. Yet, the Crystal Fang Dragon Lizard had no intention of sparing any invaders that disrupted its dreams. It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a searing purple energy beam that precisely harvested the fleeing lives. The sounds of explosions and screams echoed in succession as the once mighty Frieza force appeared feeble, akin to ants before the true sovereign of the planet. Now's our chance. Let us go, Trunks exclaimed, seizing Wu-Tien's arm, ready to retreat amidst the chaos. Wait. Wu-Tien stood his ground, his gaze fixated on the rampaging behemoth. For just a moment, the Crystal Fang Dragon Lizard's fiery eyes locked onto them as well. In the eyes of the beast, these two small figures, engulfed in golden flames and exuding powerful energy, were no different from the minions. They were all intruders that had awakened it. Roar! The Crystal Fang Dragon Lizard bellowed, abandoning its pursuit of the remaining minions. Its massive head swung violently, unleashing a beam of destruction directly towards Wu-Tien and Trunks. Watch out! Trunks' pupils constricted, unleashing an even greater surge of energy as he pushed Wu-Tien aside. Boom! The ground where they had just stood was left with a bottomless molten pit, the edges of the crystals sizzling and vaporizing. Damn! It considers us enemies too. Trunks steadied himself, his expression grim. There's no helping it, Wu-Tien replied, a battle-hungry smile spreading across his face. Since it wants a fight, we shall indulge it. Meanwhile, behind a massive crystal, Bulma, having narrowly escaped disaster, hid with a few confidants, eyes wide with terror as they beheld the scene unfolding before them. What should we do, boss? That monster is terrifying, one trembling subordinate inquired. Bulma's eyes glimmered with malice and cunning. He observed Wu-Tien, Trunks, and the Crystal Fang Dragon Lizard locked in confrontation, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. What shall we do? Let them fight. Ideally, they'll both suffer heavy losses. Once those two are exhausted from the beast, we'll emerge to clean up the remnants. Boss, you're brilliant. The Crystal Fang Dragon Lizard, infuriated by its missed attack, surged forward with astonishing speed. Its massive form charging towards the two, claws raised high, poised to strike with a devastating force. Scatter! Trunks shouted, and the two swiftly evaded to the sides, the colossal claw crashing into the ground, triggering a minor earthquake. Where is this beast's weakness? Wu-Tien yelled, dodging the sweeping tail of the dragon lizard. I don't know. We can only fight and search. Trunks quickly formed hand signs before launching forward. Let us test this out. Burning attack. A massive fireball, infused with high thermal energy, streaked through the air, crashing into the crystal Fong dragon lizard's face. Boom. A violent explosion erupted at the head of the Longshi. Yet the colossal beast merely shook its head, leaving only a charred mark on its crystalline-scaled cheek, without even a breach in its defenses. Such formidable resilience startled Trunks. Roaring with fury, the Longshi violently swung its head, unleashing a thicker energy beam that swept menacingly towards them. Wutian, above, Trunks shouted, diving downward to evade the oncoming beam. Understanding the urgency, Wutian unleashed his energy, propelling himself skyward like a golden rocket, skillfully dodging the sweeping attack. He ascended to a parallel height with the Longshi's head, his hands forming a triangular shape before his forehead. Solar Fist. A blinding white light erupted instantaneously. Caught off guard, the crystalline Fong Longshi emitted a pained roar, its massive head thrashing wildly, temporarily blinded. Now, its eyes. Wutian cried out. Well done. Trunks, already poised for action, raised both hands above his head. A dazzling purple energy sphere rapidly coalescing. Super Energy Cannon. A blue energy beam, as thick as a barrel, surged forth with the might of thunder, targeting the gaping maw of the crystalline Fong Longshi. This time, the assault proved effective. The energy beam penetrated the Longshi's body unhindered, instigating a violent explosion from within. Aya! The crystalline Fong Longshi released an unprecedentedly anguished wail, its massive form trembling violently as crimson blood mixed with violet energy shards poured from its mouth. It staggered backward, crashing into a large expanse of crystalline forest, its enormous body collapsing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Have we succeeded? Wutian landed beside Trunks, panting heavily from the exertion of their recent coordination. Not yet, Trunks replied gravely. While its energy had diminished, it had not been extinguished. As the dust slowly settled, the silhouette of the crystalline Fong Longshi emerged. It struggled to rise, but the severe internal injuries rendered it temporarily immobile, its molten-like eyes fixed intently on Wutian and Trunks. The rage within them gradually faded, replaced by an expression akin to pleading and warning. Wutian noticed the shift in its gaze and glanced behind the Longshi. Beyond the collapsed crystalline forest, he discerned a vast cave emanating a gentle glow. The aura that had driven the beast to madness and compelled it to protect something at all costs emanated from deep within that cave. It seems to guard something, Wutian murmured. At that moment, Galama, lurking in the shadows, erupted with greedy excitement. Ha! What a splendid opportunity. Those two Saiyan brats and the monster are incapacitated. Go, my minions, he commanded, charging forth with the last remnants of his subordinates, ignoring the fallen Longshi and the nearby Wutian, and heading straight for the mysterious cave. This is bad. Trunks' expression changed as he realized their intent to reach the cave. Witnessing this, the crystalline Fong Longshi's eyes widened in despair and fury. Letting out a desperate roar, it summoned the last of its strength in a futile attempt to rise and thwart Galama and his crew, but ultimately collapsed helplessly. Turning its massive gaze towards Wutian, a hint of pleading flickered in its eyes. Gazing into the creature's eyes and then at Galama rushing toward the cave, Wutian suddenly understood. Without hesitation, he shouted to Trunks, Trunks, we must help it. In an instant, he vanished, like a flash of golden lightning, positioning himself directly in front of Galama and his men. What? Galama was startled by Wutian's sudden appearance, quickly recovering with a malicious grin. You little brat. You're on your last legs too. Take him down. A dozen Frisia soldiers raised their weapons, unleashing a barrage of energy beams that blocked Wutian's escape routes. Yet, Wutian merely regarded them coldly, slowly raising his hands to gather energy at his waist. Kamehameha. A brilliant blue light ignited in his palms. Meanwhile, Trunks understood Wutian's intent. Taking a deep breath and focusing on the soldiers preparing to fire, his gaze sharpened. He too must resolve this swiftly. The chaotic three-way battle was about to escalate into an even more tumultuous confrontation due to an unexpected twist. And what was it that lay hidden deep within that cave? Fiercely protected by the crystalline Fong Longshi? The answer seemed tantalizingly close. Chapter 35. Hunter and prey facing a barrage of intertwining energy beams, Wutian stood resolute, the blue light in his palm having reached its zenith. With a powerful shout, he unleashed a formidable Kamehameha wave that surged forth like a rampaging dragon. The blue energy torrent swiftly engulfed all incoming energy projectiles, relentlessly charging towards Galama's forces. The Frisia soldiers, terrified, scrambled in disarray, desperately seeking refuge. Boom! The Kamehameha wave skimmed the ground, carving a charred trench hundreds of meters long through the crystalline forest, the explosive aftermath sending several unfortunate soldiers flying. "Damn it!" Galama exclaimed, covered in dirt as he rose, fuming at the sudden depletion of his ranks. After executing that strike, Wu Tian did not linger in battle. Seizing the moment of chaos among the enemy, he swiftly returned to Trunks' side. "How's it going?" Trunks inquired, ever vigilant. "The energy drain is more significant than anticipated. But I can manage," Wu Tian replied, breathing heavily yet his eyes shining brightly. "Trunks, we cannot confront them head-on. Though these soldiers are insignificant, their numbers are overwhelming. And that giant has yet to be defeated." His gaze flickered towards the struggling crystalline Feng Longxi, and a bold plan rapidly formed in his mind. Since their objective is that cave, and the giant desires to protect it, why not let them fight it out among themselves? Trunks instantly grasped Wu Tian's concept, a glimmer of agreement in his eyes. Using their blades against each other? Precisely. Wu Tian grinned, his expression slightly cunning. "We lead Galama and his men towards the crystalline Feng Longxi, and then, from the shadows, we eliminate them one by one." "Excellent idea." Trunks nodded, recognizing the advantageous terrain and chaotic lighting as a natural hunting ground. Today, let them witness who the true hunters are. With their plan set, they wasted no time. "Hey, Frisia's lackeys," Wu Tian provocatively called out towards Galama. He then deliberately hurled an energy blast towards the fallen crystalline Feng Longxi. The energy blast detonated near the Longxi, causing no substantial harm but undeniably serving as a blatant provocation. Roar! The already enraged crystalline Feng Longxi was incited into a frenzy by this act. Struggling to lift its upper body, its fiery eyes fixated on Wu Tian and Trunks. Those two brats. Galama seethed in rage at the sight. Believing Wu Tian and Trunks aimed to seize the cave's treasures, he immediately commanded, "Chase. We must not let them succeed." With his order given, Galama charged forward with the remaining soldiers towards the direction of the crystalline Feng Longxi. As Wu Tian and Trunks exchanged knowing smiles, they transformed into two streaks of golden light, swiftly darting through the crystalline jungle. They deliberately slowed their pace to tease their pursuers, leading them step by step toward a trap that had long been set. The enormous body of the Jingya Longxi served as the perfect centerpiece for the battleground. When Galama and his companions finally caught up, panting and exhausted, they beheld Wu Tian and Trunks hovering on either side of the colossal creature's head. The beast, tormented by these agile little pests, flailed its massive claws and tail in frustration, unable to even brush against their clothing. "Now," Wu Tian signaled to Trunks with a glance. The two simultaneously unleashed an even stronger aura, then instantly retracted it, vanishing like lightning into the depths of the intricate crystal forest. Having lost its target, the Jingya Longxi's pent-up rage found a new outlet as it spotted Galama and his band of uninvited guests before it. In its simple mind, all moving creatures within this area were enemies. With a thunderous roar, the Jingya Longxi unleashed its fury upon Galama and his comrades. It opened its gaping maw, and a devastating energy beam, infused with boundless wrath, swept toward them. "This is bad. Scatter!" Galama exclaimed in horror, never having imagined that he would be used as a pawn by those two Saiyan brats. But it was too late for regrets. The torrent of violent energy swiftly engulfed the team, with explosions and screams echoing in the air. The soldiers of Frisia's army once again became victims of a one-sided massacre at the hands of the planet's overlord. Meanwhile, the true hunt was just beginning. At the top of a colossal crystal tree, several hundred meters away from the battlefield, Wu Tian and Trunks materialized, their plan having succeeded. "It's time for our hunt." Wu Tian's gaze turned cold and focused as he closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the faint auras of those fleeing in chaos. "Over there, too." Wu Tian suddenly opened his eyes and pointed toward a relatively sparse area of the crystal forest. "Leave it to me." In an instant, Trunks disappeared from view. Wu Tian then directed his attention to another location, where three soldiers stood back to back, fear etched upon their faces as they warily scanned their surroundings. "Found you." Like a phantom, Wu Tian silently appeared on a branch above them, gazing down upon his unsuspecting prey. One soldier seemed to sense something and trembled as he lifted his head. What he saw were emotionless, emerald-green pupils. Above, he shouted in alarm just as a golden energy wave descended from the sky, striking precisely between the three of them. Boom. There were no screams, no struggles, only a fleeting flash of light followed by utter silence. On the other side of the jungle, Trunks employed a more direct approach. He darted between the two soldiers like a purple bolt of lightning. The soldiers, still holding their weapons at the ready, found their bodies frozen in place. The next moment, a fine line of blood appeared across their necks, followed by their heads rolling away, their bodies collapsing lifelessly. Done. Trunks wiped his hands as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Thus, the identities of hunter and prey were completely reversed in this bizarre crystalline jungle. Wutian and Trunks transformed into the ultimate hunters, utilizing their exquisite perception of energy and their vastly superior speed and strength to orchestrate a textbook division and encirclement within this natural maze. They sometimes feigned attacks to lure small groups of enemies into the path of the Jingyao Longxi, while at other times, they appeared like specters behind isolated foes, delivering fatal strikes. The number of Frisia's soldiers dwindled at a visibly alarming rate. Boss, we've been played. Those two are assassinating us. Help. I don't want to die here. This isn't a battle, it's a massacre. The communication channel was filled with the desperate wails of soldiers in their final moments, their cries reaching Galama's ears, twisting his already grotesque face in fear and rage. Now, he was left with only two loyal subordinates. The three of them huddled against a crystal rock wall, terror-stricken as they gazed into the shadowy corners where light and darkness danced, fearing that death could leap out at any moment. Those damned little pests. I will tear you apart. Galama roared in fury, yet his voice betrayed an undeniable fear. He had imagined himself the master of the game, only to realize that from the very beginning, he and his men had been mere pawns on someone else's chessboard. The humiliation of being crushed by both intellect and strength nearly drove him mad. Boss, let us retreat. We need to return to the ship and get out of this cursed place. One subordinate pleaded, his voice trembling. Shut up, you worthless fool. Galama snapped back. If we run now, they will pick us off one by one like live targets. We fight back. Just then, a mocking voice echoed from above them. Fight back? What do you intend to fight with? Galama and his companions looked up in terror to see Wutian and Trunks hovering in midair, gazing down upon them with eyes that regarded them as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Galama's pupils dilated to pinpricks. The game is over. Trunks slowly raised his hand, palm facing them. No, I, Galama, am one of Frisia's most capable subordinates. How could I perish at the hands of you country bumpkins from a backwater planet? Faced with the threat of death, Galama completely lost his sanity, shoving his two subordinates aside to use them as shields. Die. He pressed a nondescript red button on his wrist, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. Did you think you've won? Too naive. I anticipated this contingency and specifically requested such a device from the army. It's aboard our mothership. Prepare to experience the pinnacle of Frisia's technological prowess. Arise. My ultimate weapon. With his furious shout, a blinding red beam shot skyward from the distant mothership, tearing through the lavender sky. A powerful, purely mechanical energy reaction thundered down upon them. Wutian and Trunks exchanged alarmed glances, both turning toward the mothership. They watched as the top deck of the circular ship began to slowly crack open, revealing a massive, menacing shadow, crafted entirely of metal, rising from within. Chapter 36. The unknown Fong. The soaring red beam resembled a sword piercing the heavens, exuding an aura of ominous destruction. In the distance, the metallic deck of Galama's circular mothership peeled away, layer upon layer, as a fearsome, enormous shadow emerged amidst the blinding red light, its contours starkly contrasting with the enchanting natural landscape surrounding it. What is that? Wutian furrowed his brow, sensing a formidable energy rapidly escalating. It's a battle mech. Trunks's expression turned grave, and it's a heavy mech. I can't believe Frisia's army would equip such a thing to someone who appears to be a mere pawn. Before he could finish speaking, the colossal mech stood fully revealed before them. Towering at about 50 meters, it was cloaked in a dark purple hue, the signature color of Frisia's forces. The streamlined body was riddled with a plethora of cannons and energy emitters, with colossal particle cannons mounted on its shoulders and four metallic limbs extending from its back. Behind a dark red composite armor, Galama's maniacal laughter echoed. Ha ha ha, you two little monsters. Surprised, are you? Did you think that transforming into that golden-haired form would render you invincible? Now, what are you too possessed to challenge me? Merely your pitiful biological energy. The colossal mech's singular eye ignited, instantly locking onto Wutian and Trunks. Be reduced to cosmic dust. Galama roared, firing the particle cannons mounted on the mech's shoulders simultaneously. Two beams of red energy, more robust and concentrated than any prior assault, tore through the air, hurtling towards the duo. Scatter. Trunks and Wutian swiftly dodged in opposite directions. Boom. The crystalline jungle behind them was ravaged by the beams, creating two unfathomably deep, fan-shaped trenches as countless enormous crystal trees were vaporized in the torrent of energy, leaving not a trace. Such astonishing destructive power. Wutian steadied himself, glancing at the obliterated scenery, his heart racing in fear. Wutian, do not confront it head-on. Trunks quickly communicated. The armor's thickness is overwhelming. Directly exchanging blows would deplete too much energy. We must identify its weakness. Weakness? While evading the mech's barrage of fire, Wutian observed intently. Though the mech's firepower was fierce, its massive size rendered it somewhat clumsy. Its cockpit, positioned right in the chest. Trunks incisively pointed out. If we can breach that composite armor, we could eliminate Galama. Understood. The two reached a consensus instantly. Trunks would engage in frontal distraction to draw fire, while Wutian would seek an opportunity for a decisive strike. Hey, ugly creature, is this all your tin can is capable of? You move as slowly as a tortoise. Trunks hovered mid-air, extending his middle finger at the mech in a supreme act of provocation. You wretched golden-haired brat. How dare you mock the supreme technology of the Frisia Force? You seek your demise. Galama bellowed with rage, abandoning his attack on Wutian, directing all firepower towards Trunks. In an instant, a multitude of weapons surged toward Trunks like a tempest. Trunks maximized the speed of his Super Saiyan form, weaving through the dense barrage, leaving trails of golden afterimages. Now's the moment. Seizing the instant when all fire was diverted to Trunks, Wutian sprang into action. Instead of charging head-on, he circled around, using the complex terrain of the crystalline jungle as cover, silently maneuvering to the mech's rear. Foolish child, did you believe I was unprepared? My mech possesses comprehensive scanning capabilities. Galama's maniacal laughter echoed once more. Suddenly, four spider-like metallic appendages shot out from the mech's back, striking towards Wutian from various angles like venomous serpents. The tips of the appendages glistened with a chilling light, high-frequency blades. This is bad. Wutian did not expect the mech to possess such 360-degree attack capability at this moment. He was exhausted and could not fully evade. In a critical moment, he sharply twisted his body, crossing his arms protectively over his chest while concentrating his energy into his arms. Clang, clang. The piercing sound of metal colliding rang out as Wutian successfully blocked two of the appendages, but the other two viciously pierced his side and shoulder. Ah! Intense pain surged through him, blood instantly staining his battle attire. Wutian groaned, sent flying by the immense force, crashing heavily against a crystal rock wall before finally halting. Wutian. Trunks' eyes widened in horror at the sight. Ha! Did you see that? This is your limit. Galama cackled triumphantly. Once I deal with you, the bothersome purple-haired brat, I'll take my time torturing him. He directed the mech's cannons squarely at Trunks. Bastard. Trunks roared, no longer evading, unleashing a powerful aura far beyond his previous levels. With golden flames even flickering with traces of electricity, I will not let you escape. Final flash. A sphere of energy hotter than ever before rapidly formed in his palm, emitting such heat that even the surrounding crystals began to melt. Futile. Your energy attack is insufficient to penetrate neutron star armor. Galama howled. Dozens of energy beams simultaneously firing at Trunks. Yet, Trunks stood firm, channeling all his strength into this single strike. He thrust the beam forward, charging headlong into the torrential barrage of light. The clash of burning attacks and energy projectiles erupted in a series of violent explosions, engulfing the battlefield in flames and smoke. Meanwhile, Wutian leaned against the rock wall, enduring immense pain as he gasped for breath. He understood that Trunks was creating an opportunity for him at the cost of his own life. Only one chance. Gritting his teeth, Wutian slowly raised his right hand. He began to gather all the remaining energy within him towards the tips of his index and middle fingers. The Mekanka Sapo, immensely consuming and difficult to control, possessed unparalleled power. A golden energy vortex began to swirl at his fingertips, compressing and emitting a sizzling sound. As the smoke cleared, Trunks knelt on the ground, battered and gasping heavily. Though he had successfully broken through the barrage, he had also been gravely injured by the shockwaves of the explosions, his strength nearly depleted. Before him, the Tyrant 4 mech bore the scars of battle, its chest armor charred and emitting wisps of smoke, yet it remained unbreached. Huh, do you see? Galama's voice was tinged with weakness. Evidently, the recent exchange had drained the mech's energy significantly. He maneuvered the mech, raising its remaining operational right arm cannon, aiming it at the exhausted Trunks. It is over, golden-haired brat. Not yet finished. A cold voice suddenly echoed in Galama's ear. Galama turned in terror, only to find Wu Tian had inexplicably appeared at the mech's right side, his right index and middle fingers aligned, aimed directly at the charred armor on the mech's chest. At his fingertips, a golden light point, condensed to perfection, radiated a murderous aura. When did this happen? Galama gasped in shock. Mekankasapo. Without a moment's hesitation, a spiraling golden beam, infused with all of Wu Tian's belief and strength, shot forth at a speed surpassing visual perception. This strike struck precisely at the most vulnerable point of defense. Sizzle. The neutron star armor, which had barely resisted even the burning attack, crumbled before the terrifying penetrative force of the Mekankasapo, as fragile as paper, instantly punctured. The spiraling beam pierced through the armor, through the cockpit, and through Galama's face. Contorted with fear. The light in Galama's eyes quickly dimmed. As he gazed in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest, he finally slumped his head in defeat. Boom. The out-of-control Tyrant 4 mech began to explode in succession, electric sparks dancing across its surface. Ultimately, this once mighty killing machine collapsed, its massive form teetering forward before crashing heavily to the ground, reduced to a pile of blazing scrap metal. Phew. After unleashing that final strike, Wu Tian exhausted all his strength. Reverting from Super Saiyan form, his black hair drenched in sweat, half kneeling on the ground in fatigue. The battle was finally over. Minutes later, Wu Tian and Trunks supported each other as they approached the heap of scrap metal. Trunks yanked open the melted cockpit door, dragging out Galama, already lifeless yet still remarkably intact. He retrieved a small energy injector from his waist and plunged it directly into Galama's neck. Amidst a surge of electrical stimulation, the seemingly lifeless Bulma suddenly convulsed violently. Momentarily regaining a flicker of consciousness, he weakly gazed at the two individuals before him, his eyes brimming with resentment and confusion. What schemes were Frieza concocting? Trunks, with a directness that pierced the air, inquired coldly, "What is the purpose of your gathering here under his orders?" Bulma emitted a wheezing laugh, unaware of the true identities of his interlocutors. In his dying moments, he desperately wished to flaunt his master's grand design, seeking a semblance of illusory comfort. Do you think defeating me equates to victory? You have no inkling of the magnificent being you face. Lord Frieza shall soon transcend all that exists in the universe, including those exalted deities. What do you mean? Goku pressed for clarity. Bulma's gaze became distant, as if he were recalling something profound. With his last breath, he stammered. He is in search of a legend, an ancient source, one that will grant him the power to slay gods. Once he finds that sacrificial offering, Lord Frieza will wield a power that even the god of destruction shall tremble before. As his final words escaped his lips, Bulma's head drooped, and he breathed his last. Goku and Trunks exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock and perplexity. The notion of slaying gods and the need for a sacrifice? What antics was Frieza up to? These terms were, to them, a complete enigma. Chapter 37. The Gift of the Dragon Lizard. A glimmer of hope. The crystal jungle lay in ruins, the charred earth and shattered crystals bearing witness to the ferocity of the recent battle. Goku and Trunks, thoroughly exhausted, supported each other as they gasped for breath. The fragmented intelligence gleaned from Bulma loomed over them like ominous clouds, yet their immediate priority was survival. Mom. We finished here, Trunks said wearily into the communicator. That scoundrel Bulma has been dealt with. Well done, Trunks, Goku. Bulma's voice crackled through the device, tinged with a sense of relief at having survived, but swiftly turned serious. However, do not celebrate too soon. I have just intercepted the final distress signal from Bulma's mothership. A significant portion of Frieza's army is likely approaching. We must repair the ship and leave at once. But the ship's engine core is severely damaged. With our current materials, we cannot fix it, Trunks replied, his brow furrowed in concern. This was their most daunting predicament. At that moment, a deep, rumbling roar echoed around them. Instinctively, both men turned alert, spotting the once hostile crystal-toothed dragon lizard dragging its injured body toward them. Its eyes, previously filled with malice and cruelty, now reflected a complex array of emotions. Curiosity, perhaps, or scrutiny. What does it want? Trunks whispered, instinctively adopting a battle stance. Only to wince in pain. Do not be alarmed. It seems to bear no ill will, Goku reassured him. He observed that the dragon lizard's gaze lingered more on the cave entrance behind them. Just then, a timid little head peeked out from the shadows of the cave's depths. It's Bra. Bra. Get back. It's dangerous. Trunks shouted urgently. Yet Bra, undeterred, boldly stepped out of the cave. To their astonishment, she cradled a miniature dragon lizard. No larger than a puppy, gleaming with a crystalline sheen. A bandage from Bulma's first aid kit adorned one of its tiny legs. Tied in a crooked but adorable bow, it seemed to relish its position in Bra's embrace, nuzzling her cheek and emitting adorable, gurgling sounds. Brother, Son Goku, look, I've made a new friend. His name is Shanshan. Goku and Trunks exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Bulma's voice broke through the communicator, tinged with exasperation. While we were hiding in the cave, she discovered this little one had been injured by falling rocks during the battle. And now here we are. The gigantic adult crystal-toothed dragon lizard, upon seeing Bra with her unscathed little dragon, felt its fierce demeanor gradually dissipate, replaced by a gentler light in its large, slitted eyes. It lowered its massive head and emitted a soft, rumbling sound toward Bra and her precious Shanshan. It became clear that the cave was its nest, and this small creature was its offspring. Goku realized the truth. No wonder it had been so fiercely protective of its lair. It was not purely malevolent, merely a mother safeguarding her young in its own way. With this understanding, the last remnants of their wariness melted away. They no longer perceived this colossal beast as a foe, but rather as a comrade also striving to survive amidst the chaos. The mature dragon lizard seemed to sense their change in attitude. It gently nudged Bra's head with its enormous snout, then regarded Goku and Trunks. Taking note of their injuries, it turned and let out a long, sonorous call deep into the cave. Subsequently, it began to walk heavily toward the depths of the cave, glancing back to beckon them to follow. Is it inviting us in? Goku speculated uncertainly. It appears so, Trunks nodded, glancing toward Bulma. Mom, what do you think? Let's go in and take a look, Bulma replied. Its life signs are stable, and it harbors no malice. Furthermore, I detect a potent and unique energy response from deep within the cave. Perhaps our turning point lies within. Without further hesitation, they followed the footsteps of the crystal-toothed dragon lizard into the depths of the cavern. The interior of the cave was far more spacious than they had imagined, with countless glowing moss and small crystals adorning the walls, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. The air was imbued with a refreshing scent, reminiscent of damp earth. After traversing a long corridor, they emerged into a vast underground cavern. At the center of the cavern lay a crystal-clear subterranean lake, and at its heart, an immense, semi-transparent blue crystal pillar rose from the lakebed, reaching up to the cavern's ceiling and radiating a dreamlike glow. Countless fine streams of energy coursed through the pillar, akin to veins, converging at the top to form a dazzling core of energy. A majestic and pure energy suffused the entire space. Goodness, this is magnificent, Bulma exclaimed, gazing at the images transmitted by the drone, her voice filled with genuine admiration. This crystal pillar is truly the heart of this planet. The adult dragon lizard approached the lakeside and gingerly placed the injured little dragon lizard into the water. A miraculous scene unfolded as ripples spread across the lake. Gentle energy enveloped the little dragon's wounded leg, and the injury visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. This lake possesses healing properties? Goku marveled. Not merely healing, Bulma replied, her voice trembling with excitement. I have analyzed the composition of this energy. Trunks, look at that enormous crystal pillar. Do you see the energy streams flowing within? I do, Mom. What is that? That is energy resonance crystal, a legendary material that exists only in theory. Bulma explained enthusiastically. It has perfect energy conductivity. It can not only completely repair the ship, but also increase the engine's output power by at least 30%. This revelation was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline. Wu Tian and Trunks displayed a long-lost joy upon their faces. In the direst of situations, the glimmer of hope finally emerged. The adult Longxi seemed to comprehend their conversation, letting out a low growl before gently nudging the colossal crystal pillar with its head. Several pieces of crystal, each the size of a human head and imbued with pure energy, detached from the main structure, floating gracefully upon the lake's surface. "It has gifted us these crystals," Bulma exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. This was a token of gratitude from the Longxi for rescuing its offspring and an acknowledgement of their newfound amicability. "Wonderful." Trunks immediately soared over, cautiously gathering the shimmering crystal fragments. "Aunt Bulma, is this enough?" Wutian inquired. "Absolutely. More than sufficient," Bulma replied excitedly. "I will return to the spaceship right away. Give me 3 hours, and I promise to get it flying again." The looming crisis seemed to be gradually dissipating. Trunks handed the crystals to the arriving Bulma, who promptly took the crucial materials and piloted a small craft back to the spaceship, commencing her urgent repairs. Meanwhile, Wutian, Trunks, and Bra temporarily remained in the safety of the subterranean cavern. Trunks gazed at the enchanting underground lake and then at the scars adorning his and Wutian's bodies. A thought stirring within him. "Wutian, let us dive in and recuperate our strength." "Absolutely," Wutian eagerly agreed. "Hey, brother." Bra, her face flushed with embarrassment, hastily covered her eyes with her hands. The two boys stripped off their tattered shirts and leaped into the lake. The warm and comforting energy enveloped them instantly, sending delightful tingles through their wounds. "This feels amazing," Wutian sighed in contentment. However, just as they reveled in this rare tranquility, Bulma's voice broke through with new, somewhat troublesome news. "Trunks, Wutian, I have good news and bad news. The good news is that the repair of the engine core is going exceedingly well. The energy resonance crystals are perfectly compatible with our spaceship system." Yet Bulma's tone shifted. "The bad news is that to power the upgraded engine for an extended interstellar leap, our current ship's energy reserves are severely insufficient." "Insufficient? By how much?" Trunks asked. "By a considerable amount." Bulma's voice turned grave. "I estimate we need to replenish at least 1/3 of the spaceship's total energy reserves with high-purity energy. Otherwise, we can only manage short-distance flights and will be utterly unable to escape the Frisia forces' encirclement. Where can we possibly find such a vast energy source?" Wutian's smile faltered. In the cavern, the flickering hope seemed once again shrouded in shadows. Chapter 38. The Spring of Rebirth. Bulma's disheartening news cast a shadow over their recently ignited hope. Energy deficiency. Trunks rose from the warm lake water, his brow furrowed. He understood all too well that failing to execute an interstellar leap meant they would be trapped on this planet, akin to fish in a barrel for the Frisia force. Wutian too ceased his aquatic play, the carefree expression vanishing from his face. He had never imagined that one day they would be cornered due to a lack of fuel for their spaceship. This felt far more debilitating than facing a formidable foe. The atmosphere within the subterranean cavern grew heavy. Only Bra and the little dragon lizard named Shanshan remained blissfully frolicking, their cheerful laughter echoing in the expansive space. Is there truly no other way? Wutian glanced toward the massive crystal pillar at the center of the lake, unwilling to give in. Trunks followed his gaze, his eyes lighting up as if struck by inspiration. Wait, Wutian, you are onto something. He hurried to the lake's edge, immersing his hand in the water once more. Eyes closed in deep concentration. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment gracing his features. This lake water. It possesses not only healing properties. Trunks' voice brimmed with excitement. I can sense it holds an immense and pure life energy. This energy is derived from the crystal pillar. The adult crystalline Longxi seemed to understand Trunks' words, emitting a low, rumbling sound as it gently nudged the lake's surface with its head, affirming his discovery. Are you suggesting that this entire lake serves as a colossal energy source? Wutian grasped the implication instantly. Indeed, Trunks nodded. It functions like a natural battery. If Mother can devise a conversion device, we can channel the energy from here into the spaceship. Wonderful, Wutian exclaimed, splashing the water with exhilaration. Trunks immediately communicated this revelation to Bulma through the communicator. On the other end, Bulma fell silent for a few moments, followed by the rapid clattering of keyboard strokes and her signature, confident laughter. I see. I understand now. The ecosystem of this planet represents a perfect energy cycle. The crystal pillar is the core, and the lake water serves as the storage medium. Bulma's voice conveyed her certainty. Give me half an hour. I will swiftly design a simple energy siphoning device blueprint for you. As for materials, we can use the remains of that scrap mech. The daunting challenge had been resolved, and the gloom that had clouded their hearts cleared away. While awaiting Bulma's design, tranquility returned to the cavern. Trunks sat cross-legged on the rocky shore of the lake, eyes closed in meditation, consolidating the strength he had just regained. Meanwhile, Wutian submerged himself back into the lake. This time, he refrained from playful antics and instead attempted to calm his mind, emulating Trunks. The warm lake water enveloped him, and the pure life energy seeped into his being like countless gentle tendrils, saturating his limbs. He could distinctly feel the energy he had expended in battle restoring itself at an astonishing rate. He endeavored to guide this energy through his body, performing a full cycle as he had been taught by his father and brother. Initially awkward, he soon became immersed in the wondrous sensation. The external energy harmonized with the chi within him, as if resonating in unison. He felt no longer like an isolated individual, but rather a part of the lake. Even the very pulse of the planet itself. All surrounding sounds faded away. He perceived the flow of energy within the crystal pillar and heard the subtle sounds of plant growth in the distant forest. This clarity surpassed any previous experience of training. Gohan had once said that combat was not merely the clash of strength, but also the comprehension and application of chi. Protection was not a mere slogan. It was an instinctive desire that arose when one possessed sufficient power. He recalled his days on Earth, living tirelessly, never truly contemplating why he sought strength. It was only when faced with formidable adversaries that he felt the first genuine pang of helplessness, realizing that without power, he could not even protect those most dear to him. A profound understanding quietly blossomed within Wutian's heart. His mindset underwent an unnoticed transformation. As his mindset evolved, the chi within him became increasingly pure and refined. While the total amount did not exhibit explosive growth compared to before, its quality was drastically enhanced. If his previous chi resembled loose cotton, now it was akin to tempered steel. Wutian. Trunks' voice roused him from his reverie. Wutian opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within. He rose, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength. The previous fatigue and pain vanished without a trace. My mother has sent the blueprints. We must get to work. Trunks raised the portable device in his hand, displaying a complex schematic of the apparatus. Without hesitation, the two of them soared out of the cavern and located the remnants of the mech still emitting wisps of smoke. They began to dismantle and assemble according to the blueprint. An hour later, a somewhat rugged yet intricately structured energy siphoning device was born from their efforts. They connected one end of the device to the lake's water, while the other end linked to an exceptionally long, high-strength energy conduit that extended from the spaceship. As Trunks activated the device, a visible blue energy stream was drawn continuously through the conduit, transporting it towards the distant ship, New Hope. The energy reserves of the vessel began to rise at an astonishing rate. Witnessing this, Goten and Trunks exchanged a smile and shared a hearty high five. After another 2 hours, Bulma finally relayed the long-awaited good news. The engine repair and upgrades were complete. Energy replenished to 100. We can depart at any moment. The group returned to the spaceship, where Bulma and Bra occupied the pilot seats, while Goten and Trunks stood behind them. Are we ready, everyone? Bulma turned and smiled, declaring that their interstellar journey was about to commence once more. She pressed the ignition button, and the New Hope emitted a low rumble as it gently ascended, silently departing from the beautiful planet that had aided them. Upon entering the pitch-black cosmos, Bulma activated the super radar. All right, let us see where the first Super Dragon Ball of the 7th universe is located. On the screen, points of light representing the 7 Dragon Balls flickered, 5 of which resided in other universes, temporarily undetectable, leaving only 2 glowing in the 7th universe. Bulma locked onto the nearest one. Soon, a navigational route appeared on the star map, marked with a red cross at its destination. However, when the star map system automatically retrieved the details of the destination, the atmosphere in the cockpit plummeted to an icy silence. The screen displayed a dark red nebula area marked as extremely dangerous, accompanied by a chilling warning from the Galactic Patrol Organization. Warning: target coordinates located in the Mobius Death Zone. Description: this area is a turbulent region of time and space, filled with spatial rifts and high-energy radiation storms. No recorded ships have ever returned after entering this area. Known as the Graveyard of Spaceships. Chapter 39, Graveyard of Spaceships. Death Star region. In the cockpit, the air seemed to solidify. The ominous red text flickered on the screen. The graveyard of spaceships? Bra's voice quivered slightly. Trunks' expression grew unusually grave as he stepped forward to display the detailed data of the star region. A series of missing reports, energy anomaly analyses, and records of failed explorations filled the screen, each representing a ship and the eternal disappearance of all its crew members. No, he stated emphatically, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This place is too dangerous. We cannot enter. According to the data, the temporal and spatial structure here is highly unstable, and even unmanned probes lose signal within minutes of entry. Charging in would be akin to suicide. Then what should we do? Take a detour? Goten inquired. It seems we have no choice. Trunks magnified the star map, noting that the coordinates of another Super Dragon Ball in the 7th universe were unknown. We can only choose to venture into other universes, but this will require time, a considerable amount of it. Time is our most pressing scarcity. A calm and confident voice broke the stalemate. The group turned to see Bulma with her arms crossed, her eyes not reflecting fear, but rather a glimmer of excitement and curiosity characteristic of a brilliant scientist. Mom? Trunks asked, somewhat puzzled. What you see are records of failures. Bulma approached the control panel, her fingers swiftly gliding across the screen to bring forth a series of complex formulas and ship performance parameters. But what are we piloting? An outdated cargo ship? Can their engines and shields compare to our new hope? She tapped the control panel, her face radiating absolute confidence. Our ship has just undergone upgrades. Equipped with a newly stabilized warp engine powered by energy resonance crystals, with shield strength far exceeding conventional standards. These so-called spatial rifts are merely equations that require precise calculations in my view. This is too risky. Trunks insisted. Calculations can have errors, and a single misstep could leave us with no chance to call for help. For the first time, a serious divergence in opinion emerged between mother and son. At that moment, Goten, who had been silent, spoke up. I believe Aunt Bulma. His voice was soft, but remarkably resolute. Trunks and Bulma turned to him in surprise. Meeting their gaze, Goten said earnestly, during the Fountain of Rebirth, I contemplated much. We embarked on this journey from Earth to seek adventure, to retrieve Dad and Uncle Vegeta. If we shrink back due to danger, how are we any different from staying on Earth? He clenched his fist, his eyes alight with a fire ignited only after their last battle. Moreover, Frieza is also searching for these items. If we hesitate, he may be one step ahead. We cannot afford to waste time in indecision. Goten's words plunged Trunks into contemplation. For the first time, he sensed in this former friend a determination reminiscent of his father. Son Goku. Indeed, they were Saiyans, the last guardians of Earth. In the Saiyan lexicon, when has there ever been a notion of retreat? Seeing her son wavering, Bulma seized the moment to propose a compromise. We need not plunge directly into the heart of the star region. We can first conduct a short distance test in its peripheral area. She outlined a relatively stable section, suggesting they enter the edge of the storm to test the ship's systems under extreme conditions. If the data proves my calculations correct, we shall proceed. If not, we retreat immediately. I will defer to you, Trunks, and we will venture into other universes. This proposal not only provided an opportunity for technical validation, but also preserved a safe exit. Trunks pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, then. Goten, we are responsible for addressing any unforeseen circumstances. Understood. Goten immediately comprehended. With the decision made, the atmosphere within the ship grew tense yet orderly once more. Bruh. Come sit beside me, Bulma said, patting the co-pilot seat. Observe how I operate this, and assist me in monitoring the energy shield output. Yes, Mom. Bra took a deep breath, nodding vigorously, suppressing her fear deep within. The New Hope adjusted its course, slowly approaching the ominous dark red nebula. The closer they drew, the more bizarre the cosmic surroundings became. Numerous shipwrecks floated around, some appearing torn apart by immense forces, while others seemed corroded by the passage of millennia, silently narrating the horrors of this place. Small fissures, resembling scars, occasionally streaked through the space, distorting and consuming the surrounding light. Prepare to enter the warning zone. Bulma's voice remained steady and calm, raising the shield output to 70. Engine energy stabilized directly by the resonance crystals. As the ship's bow dipped into the dark red nebula, a severe jolt struck them. Alert! Alert! The starboard hull has encountered spatial distortion. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the cockpit. Do not panic, Bulma shouted, her hands dancing across the control panel with urgency. Bra, report the shield status. The The shield has dropped to 68. It is recovering rapidly. Bra kept her eyes glued to the screen, loudly reporting the data. Excellent. Switch the engine to manual fine-tuning mode. Bulma fixed her gaze on an area that appeared tranquil, yet was fraught with unseen turbulence, and suddenly yanked the control stick. The Xin Shiwang Hao emitted a faint hum as the hull tilted, narrowly gliding past a freshly formed spatial rift at an astonishing angle. Through the porthole, one could even perceive the void within the rift, darker than the night itself. Steady now. Trunks and Goten had already maximized their energy levels, poised for action at any moment. Under Bulma's deft maneuvering, the Xin Shiwang Hao skillfully navigated the storm's edge, at times accelerating through turbulent energy currents, and at others, urgently hovering to evade invisible gravitational traps. The crystal at the ship's core radiated a gentle yet resolute glow, soothing every tremor of the vessel. After 10 minutes, the ship successfully emerged from the nebula's opposite side, returning to relatively safe cosmic space. We did it, Bra exclaimed as she observed the stabilized data, letting out a long sigh of relief and slumping into her chair. Humph, a piece of cake. Bulma wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face betraying an unmistakable pride. The successful test validated her theory entirely. This deadly star region was not an insurmountable chasm. Marvelous. Aunt Bulma, Goten exclaimed sincerely. Trunks also breathed a sigh of relief, his admiration for his mother deepening. He retrieved the navigation data from earlier and began collaborating with Bulma to devise a safe route into the core area. However, as the ship briefly rested and prepared for the next jump, an exceedingly faint signal suddenly flickered in the corner of the communication channel. Beep, beep. That sound mingled with the cosmic background radiation noise, nearly imperceptible. Huh. Bulma's keen ears detected it immediately. She paused her current task and isolated the unusual frequency. As she continuously filtered and amplified the signal, the faint noise gradually became clearer. It transformed into a fragmented, standardized distress signal. Distress call. This is Galactic Patrol PTRL. Surrounded by unidentified enemies, requesting urgent assistance. The signal was intermittent, the voice severely distorted by intense interference, yet the distinctive, somewhat frantic tone rendered the occupants of the cockpit momentarily speechless. Goten and Trunks exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief. This voice. Trunks furrowed his brow, struggling to recall why it sounded so familiar. Bulma purified the signal one last time, and the distorted voice finally became momentarily clear. It is me. I am Jack from the Galactic Patrol. Is anyone there? Jack. Goten and Trunks exclaimed in unison. Chapter 40. Emergency Turn. Rescue Jack. Jack. The simultaneous exclamation resonated loudly in the quiet cockpit. Bulma's brows first lifted in surprise, then knitted tightly together, a clear hint of anger flickering across her striking features. Oh, you Jack. She placed her hands on her hips, glaring at the intermittent distress signal. I thought you had been sucked into a black hole. Do you have any idea how many brain cells I wasted on your ridiculous request? The ship is built, yet you vanished without a trace, not even a message. Though she was scolding him, her tone was laden with the familiarity and reproach of old friends, her concern outweighing her irritation. Trunks chuckled wryly. His mother would never alter her forthright nature. He seemed to be in trouble. Goten pointed at the screen, which displayed coordinates automatically marked according to the signal source, located within a dense asteroid belt not far from them. The distress signal remained intermittent, yet interspersed within it were bursts of energy weapon fire. Clearly, Jack was embroiled in a fierce battle. What should we do? Bra asked nervously. Should we go rescue him? Of course. Bulma replied without hesitation. Although that guy is rather unreliable, he is still an old acquaintance. As she spoke, she began adjusting the ship's course towards the signal source. Trunks did not object. Although their mission was to search for the Super Dragon Balls and time was of the essence, abandoning a friend in distress was not their style. The Xin Shiwang Hao executed a smooth turn, its engines emitting a soft blue glow as it surged towards the asteroid belt. As they approached, the battlefield situation gradually became clearer. They saw a small, round spaceship emblazoned with the insignia of the Galactic Patrol, desperately maneuvering between colossal asteroids. Its hull bore multiple charred marks, the energy shield flickering ominously, clearly on the brink of collapse. Surrounding it, several battleships adorned with skull and crossbones insignia had formed a blockade, relentlessly firing lethal energy beams in an attempt to obliterate Jack's vessel. Space pirates? Trunks speculated as he observed the ships. Whatever they are, Goten said, already rolling up his sleeves, brimming with combat fervor. Let's just go for it. As he spoke, the Xin Shiwang Hao reached the battlefield's periphery. Aunt Bulma, should we just go straight in? Goten inquired. No, Bulma shook her head, analyzing the situation professionally. The asteroid belt's environment is too complex, and the Xin Shiwang Hao is too large. It would be easy to become the target of concentrated fire and risk injuring Jack. After pondering for a moment, her gaze fell upon an object in the ship's hangar. She snapped her fingers. Goten, do you remember that mech you dismantled back on our planet? I used its components to create a small craft for you. She brought up the hangar's footage. In the image, a sleek, compact single-pilot craft resembling a fighter jet was quietly stationed there. Its design was inspired by the spherical ships once used by the Saiyans. Yet it was more aggressive, equipped with small energy cannons on either side. How cool. Goten's eyes sparkled. This meteor craft was specifically designed for you Saiyans. It is highly maneuverable and extremely fast, perfect for causing chaos in the asteroid belt. Bulma declared proudly. Fantastic. Leave it to me, Goten said without hesitation, turning and sprinting towards the hangar. Moments later, with the sound signaling the launch bay opening, a white streak shot from the belly of the Xin Shiwang Hao, precisely entering the chaotic asteroid battlefield. What is that white craft? Reinforcements? A pirate pilot in the pirate crew's communication channel exclaimed with uncertainty. Whatever it is, shoot it down. The pirate leader barked. Several pirate ships immediately redirected their cannons, focusing fire on the meteor as it entered the fray. Dozens of energy beams surrounded Goten, blocking all his escape routes. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The white craft, seemingly animated, executed maneuvers impossible for a human pilot to achieve amidst the dense hail of fire. It rolled rapidly, drifted sideways, each time narrowly avoiding the deadly beams. How is that possible? How can he evade them? Is this guy a monster? The pirate's horrified cries became the background noise for Goten's performance. This is exhilarating. Goten laughed excitedly. He did not rely entirely on the ship's operating system, but instead connected his energy with the craft. At that moment, the meteor felt like an extension of his own body, moving in tandem with his thoughts. After narrowly evading several rounds of attacks and toying with his opponents, Goten initiated his counterattack. He suddenly yanked the control stick, and the meteor executed a graceful tailspin, instantly maneuvering behind one of the enemy ships. Taste this. He pressed the fire button, simultaneously infusing a breath of his energy into the energy cannon. Two beams of energy, thicker and brighter than conventional artillery, struck the pirate ship's engine with precision. Boom. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the pirate ship transformed into a dazzling firework in the vastness of space. This ignited the battlefield completely. Well done, Wu Tian. Trunks cheered over the communication channel. This is just the beginning. Wu Tian piloted the meteor, akin to an elegant dancer, weaving gracefully between deadly meteors and artillery fire. At times, he utilized the massive asteroids for cover, launching sudden attacks that dealt fatal blows to the enemy. At other times, he zipped past enemy vessels at supersonic speeds, slicing through their armor with his wings. In a matter of minutes, 3 more pirate ships were reduced to cosmic dust under his onslaught. The pirates were utterly bewildered, having never encountered such a formidable and peculiar opponent. This was no longer mere piloting skill. It was artistry, pure domination. Retreat. All personnel retreat. The pirate leader, finally gripped by fear, issued a panicked command. The remaining pirate ships, as if granted a stay of execution, hastily turned around, desperately fleeing towards the asteroid belt, just as Wu Tian prepared to pursue. Trunks' voice came through timely. Wu Tian. First, save Gak. Understood. Wu Tian altered his course, arriving beside Gak's dilapidated ship. The communication connected, and Gak's familiar face appeared on the screen. Visibly shaken, nearly brought to tears upon seeing Wu Tian. Wu Tian, Trunks, and Bulma. It's really you. I'm saved. All right. No need to wail, Bulma interjected, a hint of impatience in her voice. Quickly, explain what happened. Didn't you receive an urgent mission? How did you end up being chased by a bunch of pirates? At this mention, Gak's expression immediately turned grave. He glanced around, seemingly ensuring his safety, then lowered his voice to utter a chilling revelation. Bulma, this mission is of utmost importance. I discovered that the Frisia force is collaborating with these cosmic pirates. Gak took a breath and continued. They seem to be searching for some ancient relics scattered throughout the universe. I was discovered while stealing a star map data from them. which led to my predicament. Frieza collaborating with pirates to seek ancient relics? Trunks furrowed his brow. For what purpose? I don't know. Gak shook his head, a look of lingering fear on his face. I only downloaded a small part of the data before I was forced to stop, but I saw some peculiar annotations. What annotations? Wuqian pressed. Gak inhaled deeply, recalling the fleeting glimpse of the content, and slowly said, on that incomplete star map. Every marked relic point was accompanied by the same annotation. Can be used to interfere with divine power. Chapter 41. The Evil Emperor. Frieza's invitation. Interfere with divine power? The words Gak spoke felt as though they bore weight, pressing heavily on the hearts of everyone in the cockpit. Bulma's earlier smugness and teasing vanished, replaced by deep contemplation. She understood better than anyone the terror that Frieza embodied. He was cunning, cruel, and possessed an insatiable thirst for power. If he were to acquire technology or artifacts capable of restraining deities, the consequences would be dire. It seems we must hasten our pace, Trunks said solemnly, his gaze sharp. Frieza's new movements undoubtedly added urgency to their already pressing mission. My ship is beyond repair, Gak lamented, looking at his still-sparking vessel with resignation. Could you take me along for a while? Once we reach a safe starport, I will contact headquarters. Of course, no problem, Bulma replied, activating the towing beam of the New Hope, carefully dragging Gak's rickety ship into the spacious hangar. Moments later, Gak himself arrived in the cockpit. He removed his helmet, gratefully thanking everyone, then handed a data chip to Bulma. This is the portion of the star map data I risked my life to obtain. Although incomplete, it marks several relic coordinates that Frieza has already confirmed. Bulma accepted the chip and immediately inserted it into the main computer. On the star map, several distant star systems were marked with red dots, each one far from conventional routes, located in the desolate depths of the universe. These coordinates do not overlap with the locations of the Super Dragon Balls, Trunks observed, drawing a conclusion. This indicates that Frieza's current objective is not the Super Dragon Balls. Wu Tian analyzed. He intends to find a means to counter divine beings before pursuing his ambitions. This is the most prudent approach for him. Bulma nodded in agreement, noting that he aimed first to eliminate the greatest threats posed by the god of destruction and the angels before acting freely. That guy is still so meticulous in his operations. Their brief exchange clarified the contours of Frieza's conspiracy. All right, enough chit-chat. Bulma resumed her grip on the control stick. Gak, you should rest for a bit. We still have a Dragon Ball to find. There's no time to waste. You're still planning to delve deeper into the ship graveyard. Gak exclaimed in alarm. That place is, don't worry. My ship is not comparable to your patrol vessel, Bulma replied confidently, steering the New Hope once more and resolutely plunging into the dark crimson realm of death. Having learned from their previous experience, this voyage felt much more composed. Under Bulma's command, the New Hope navigated like a nimble fish, weaving through the turbulent currents of time and energy storms. The core crystal of the vessel emitted a stable glow, dissipating most spatial disturbances into nothingness. Along the way, they encountered more floating shipwrecks, some even remnants of ancient civilizations from millennia past. This star region truly buried countless adventurers' ambitions. Just as they traversed the most perilous outskirts of the star region without incident, nearing the coordinates of the Super Dragon Balls, a piercing alarm rang out unexpectedly throughout the entire ship. Alert! Detecting large-scale spatial transition reactions. Not a temporal rift. Bra observed the radar screen, her complexion instantly paling. It's a fleet. Before she could finish, the space surrounding the ship began to warp violently, as if disturbed by thrown pebbles on water. In the next moment, dozens of massive spatial wormholes opened up out of thin air. 1 ship, 10 ships, 50 ships, hundreds of uniform disc-shaped warships surged forth from the wormholes, encircling the New Hope within mere seconds. Each warship bore the insignia of Frieza's army, a mark that struck fear into the hearts of all beings in the universe. It's Frieza's army. Gak fell to the ground in terror. We are surrounded. How could they possibly know our route? Trunks was both astonished and furious. This path was a last-minute decision. It was impossible for it to have leaked. It's a tracker. Bulma slammed her palm on the control panel, pulling up Gak's ship's scanning records. There was a micro-tracking beacon on Gak's ship. We brought it in with us and led the enemy right to us. However, it was already too late to realize this. All personnel, battle stations. Trunks decisively commanded, unleashing his golden Super Saiyan aura. Wu Tian, prepare to engage. Understood. Wutian's body also ignited with golden fighting spirit. But to their surprise, after the encirclement formed, Frisia's fleet did not immediately open fire. They merely hovered silently in space, countless dark gun barrels resembling cold, unfeeling eyes, watching this solitary ship in silence. The oppressive silence was even more suffocating than a tempest of attacks. At this moment, a flagship, considerably larger than the other warships, slowly emerged and positioned itself directly in front of the Xian Xiangwan. A communication request was forcibly accepted. On the screen appeared an alien clad in the standard combat uniform of the Frisia force, with a stern expression and two horns protruding from his head. I am Colt, the commander of the Third Fleet of the Frisia force. His voice echoed through the speakers, cold and devoid of emotion. By the command of King Frisia, I have been awaiting your arrival for some time. His gaze swept over Trunks and Goten on the screen, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Surrender without futile resistance. Immediately shut down your ship's engines and submit. Absolutely not. Trunks bellowed, ready to charge forward. Wait, Trunks. Goten stopped him. He forced himself to calm down, staring coldly at Colt on the screen. What does Frisia intend to do? Colt seemed pleased with Goten's composure, nodding slightly and speaking in a declarative tone. King Frisia has not ordered your extermination, but rather sent me to invite you aboard his flagship as guests. The word invitation struck everyone as utterly absurd and ominous. Colt ceased speaking, quietly awaiting their response, while the massive fleet behind him silently demonstrated their overwhelming might. The choices were stark. Accept this bizarre invitation or be reduced to cosmic dust here. Trunks gradually dissipated his aura, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly from the strain. He took a deep breath and made the only decision that could ensure everyone's safety. We accept the invitation. A wise choice, Colt scoffed, cutting off the communication. In the next moment, several thick tractor beams shot forth from the bottom of the flagship, firmly locking onto the Xian Xiangwan. Before this irresistible force, the engines of the Xian Xiangwan automatically shut down. Like a captured prey, it was slowly and helplessly dragged toward the vast mothership beneath the gaping black hangar, resembling the maw of an abyss. Chapter 42. The enemy of my enemy. The vibrations of the Xian Xiangwan ceased. Through the porthole, all that could be seen were the cold, immense metal grates and the distant blinking indicator lights on the inner walls. They had been completely swallowed into the belly of Frisia's flagship. After a moment of silence, the bright lights of the hangar flickered to life, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. Only then did everyone realize they were in a terrifyingly vast space, capable of accommodating dozens of large warships. The Xian Xiangwan rested at the center, appearing minuscule and out of place compared to the neatly arranged Frisia force ships surrounding it. Thousands of soldiers busily attended to their duties, their movements synchronized and devoid of sound. This extreme discipline was more chilling than a chaotic battlefield. A hydraulic sound announced the opening of the hatch. Waiting outside was Commander Colt, flanked by two squads of elite soldiers clad in armor. Energy detectors flashed red lights, locking onto each individual within the hatch. Please, Colt gestured, his face devoid of reverence. King Frisia does not wish to wait too long. Goten took a deep breath and stepped out first. Trunks followed closely behind, his hand resting on his waist, eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Next came Bulma, Bra, and the visibly trembling Gak. As they stepped onto the deck of Frisia's flagship, a chilling aura enveloped them. This way, Colt said curtly, turning to lead the way. They traversed the enormous hangar and entered a wide main corridor, spacious enough for tanks to pass side by side. What a massive ship, Bra murmured in awe. Quiet, Bra, Bulma cautioned in a low voice. She sensed countless hidden gazes, akin to venomous serpents, fixated upon them. Within this vessel, every move they made was under meticulous scrutiny. After a lengthy walk, Colt finally halted before a pair of massive double doors. King Frisia awaits inside. Colt stepped aside, indicating they could enter. The doors slid open silently. However, the sight that greeted them was not the menacing command center they had envisioned. Instead, they found themselves in an exceedingly spacious circular room facing a grand, arched floor-to-ceiling window. Through the window, they could gaze down upon the splendid yet perilous nebula of shipwrecks below. The room's decor resembled that of an opulent parlor. The floor was covered with soft carpets made from the hides of unknown creatures, and a faint, exotic fragrance lingered in the air. In the center of the room sat a small figure leisurely in his signature white floating chair, his back to them, gently swaying a glass filled with a purple liquid. He did not turn around but spoke in that familiar, spine-chillingly elegant voice. "Oh ho ho ho, welcome, guests from Earth." Then Frieza slowly turned to face them. He still bore the same appearance, his final form with a white body, purple shoulder pads, and that signature, polite yet cruel smile. Yet both Goten and Trunks could distinctly sense the unfathomable power within him, even more refined than when he was on Earth. "It has been quite a while since I last saw the son of Sun Wukong and the son of Vegeta." Frieza's gaze swept over Goten and Trunks, tinged with a hint of amusement. "Frieza," Trunks gritted his teeth, instinctively assuming a fighting stance. If the first encounter with Frieza through television or comics had instilled a sense of despair, witnessing him firsthand made Goten tremble with an inability to suppress his deep-seated fear. "Do not be so tense, little Saiyans." Frieza elegantly sipped from his glass, seemingly unfazed by their hostility. "I know your purpose in the universe is to seek the Super Dragon Balls to rescue Sun Wukong and Vegeta." Such a touching tale of familial love. His tone dripped with unabashed mockery. "However, it seems you have encountered an adversary more troublesome than I, have you not? The one called Kalstas, was it?" Frieza tilted his head, genuinely interested in his power. Bulma stepped forward, arms crossed defiantly, meeting Frieza's gaze without fear. "So, does the Galactic Emperor Frieza require the assistance of us Earthlings to confront an enemy?" "Oh ho ho ho, still as sharp-tongued as ever, Vegeta's woman." Frieza chuckled. "You are half correct. The enemy of my enemy may not be a friend, but can become a temporary ally, cannot they?" He shifted his gaze from Bulma, ultimately resting upon her fair neck. More precisely, it landed on the gemstone necklace gleaming with a deep icy blue light under the parlor's illumination. For the first time, a subtle change appeared in the smile on Frieza's face. It was no longer purely mocking and playful, but rather mixed with surprise and greedy curiosity. The floating chair drifted slightly forward as he squinted, as if admiring a rare treasure. "Before we discuss collaboration," Frieza's voice lowered, extending a slender finger towards the sapphire. "May I ask, Bulma-san, where did you acquire that exquisite stone around your neck?" Frieza's question drew all eyes toward the blue gemstone adorning Bulma's chest. Before departing from Earth, Whis had imbued this necklace with divine power, granting it the ability to collect the Super Dragon Balls. However, Goten was taken aback by Frieza's acute perception. He could sense anomalies from such a distance. Bulma instinctively stepped back, one hand protectively covering the necklace. Not only was it a crucial tool assigned to them by Whis, but it was also a gift from Vegeta, imbued with special significance. Regardless of its implications, she could not permit Frieza to lay his hands upon it. "How curious," Frieza said, his smile unwavering, yet his tone carried an undeniable air of coercion. "Just a mere curiosity, Bulma-san. Or perhaps this trinket conceals some unspeakable secret." The atmosphere grew tense once more. Trunks stepped forward, subtly positioning himself in front of his mother, and calmly stated, "This is merely a personal item of my mother-s." "Frieza-sama, it seems you are overly concerned with such trivialities." Frieza let out a sharp, mocking laugh, his body rising slowly from the hovering chair. His feet finally touching the soft carpet below. He approached them with an elegant gait, each step resonating with the heartbeat of those present. An unseen pressure causing beads of sweat to form on Goten's brow. "A personal item?" Frieza halted before them, his crimson eyes scrutinizing the gemstone up close. No. I detect a very familiar and rather unpleasant scent emanating from this stone." He tilted his head slightly, as if recalling something. "It bears the essence of an angel. The angel of Universe 7, Whis, correct? I had the fortune of experiencing that power from a distance. I would never mistake it." His gaze intensified with aggression, as if he aimed to penetrate the gemstone and see through Bulma to the very core of the secret. "Why would you infuse your power into a gemstone belonging to the Saiyan royal family? What do you intend to do with it?" Frieza's seemingly casual inquiry struck directly at the heart of the matter. "Do not regard me with such eyes. I have no intention of slaying you," he scoffed, interestedly extending a finger where a red light began to coalesce. "But should you provoke my ire, the outcome could be unpredictable." Chapter 43, An Alliance? With Frieza? Bulma forced herself to remain composed, retorting with a cold smile. "Frieza-sama, you jest. How could a gift from Vegeta be connected to an angel? You must be mistaken." "Whether you are mistaken or not, we both know the truth," Frieza replied, his gaze shifting from the gemstone back to Bulma's face. "There is no need for such tension. I am not currently interested in the crude act of seizing the necklace." He deftly redirected the conversation. Instead, I wish to discuss matters of collaboration. Frieza turned, pacing back to the immense viewport, facing away from them as he gazed out at the vibrant, yet desolate nebula. As I mentioned earlier, those self-proclaimed void messengers have recently caused me considerable trouble. They are like locusts in the cosmos, attacking my planets, plundering resources, and destroying several of my critical research bases. Frieza's voice bore a hint of genuine annoyance. I deployed my armies, but to little effect. Their abilities are peculiar, capable of directly annihilating energy. My soldiers are as fragile as paper before them. He paused, allowing the gravity of his words to sink in. And you, while weak, are among the few forces in this universe, aside from myself and those two Saiyans, capable of contending with them. So you want us to work for you? Goten bluntly exposed the underlying implication. Oh ho ho, do not phrase it so harshly, Son Goku's son, Frieza chuckled, waving a finger. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. I am aware you seek the Super Dragon Balls, and I happen to know the exact location of one. He continued, moreover, I can provide you with detailed intelligence regarding the Void Messengers. This offer is undeniably enticing. In exchange, he elaborated, I require your assistance with a task. A task that even my elite forces find exceedingly challenging. What task? Trunks inquired cautiously. On your imminent course lies a mining planet designated KB9, which has been seized by the minions of the Void and transformed into a significant stronghold. Frieza's tone grew grave. Stationed there is one of their high commanders, a being who calls himself the Annihilator, Graf. My 3rd and 5th assault fleets have attempted incursions, but they were utterly annihilated by his bizarre ability to erase all forms of energy. Conventional energy attacks are nearly ineffective against him, resulting in substantial losses for me. A flicker of genuine anger crossed Frieza's eyes. However, you Saiyans are different, he remarked, looking at Goten and Trunks. You may possess the very capabilities that could counteract him. Thus, I want you to eliminate that stronghold and bring Graf's head before me. He added nonchalantly, consider it a testament to your strength. Let me see if the offspring of Son Goku and Vegeta are truly worthy of negotiating an alliance with me, Frieza. This statement cloaked blatant exploitation and a deadly trial as a seamless collaboration, reflecting Frieza's true nature. Should they succeed, Frieza would eliminate a significant threat without lifting a finger. Conversely, if they failed or perished, it would perfectly eradicate 2 potential dangers. Regardless of the outcome, he would emerge the assured victor. Silence enveloped the cockpit. Collaborating with Frieza was akin to seeking refuge with a tiger. No one believed that this cosmic emperor harbored any goodwill. Behind every suggestion lay layers of intricate schemes. Yet, did they have a choice? Bulma exchanged glances with Trunks, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. How can we trust you? Bulma spoke up, striving for maximum benefit and assurance. Your so-called intelligence, who knows if it is genuine? What if the adversary is a creature we cannot defeat? Are you simply sending us to our doom? Oh ho ho, what a clever and cautious woman, Frieza acknowledged with a nod of approval. Rest assured, I, Frieza, conduct my affairs with a distinct style. He snapped his fingers. The commander cult immediately understood, presenting a data pad. This is a portion of the intelligence regarding that stronghold, including its defensive deployments and an analysis of Graf's abilities that my forces have gathered. Consider it a down payment for you all. Frieza gestured for Cult to hand the data pad to Bulma. She accepted it, quickly scanning the contents. The information was remarkably detailed, even featuring a few blurry yet brutal combat clips, appearing far from fabricated. As for the remaining intelligence and the coordinates of the Super Dragon Ball, Frieza's lips curled into a sly grin. When you return with that head in hand, I shall gladly present it to you. Of course, to demonstrate my sincerity, I can arrange for some minor upgrades and maintenance on your ship. His words were impeccably crafted, offering both allure and retaining control, ensuring the initiative remained firmly in his grasp. Goten's mind raced. This was a blatant scheme. Frieza had them cornered into compliance. Taking a deep breath, he made his decision. Very well, we accept your terms. Oh, Frieza seemed somewhat surprised by their swift agreement. However, we have a condition of our own. Wu Tian met Frieza's gaze and articulated each word with precision. Let us hear it, Frieza remarked, intrigued by this descendant of the Saiyans. Until our mission is accomplished, you are forbidden to send anyone to disturb Earth in any form. Wu Tian's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Upon hearing this, Frieza was initially taken aback, then erupted into a thunderous laugh. Oh ho 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 ho. Ha ha. He laughed so heartily that tears nearly streamed from his eyes. son of Suin Wukong. You are truly amusing. Do you believe you are in a position to negotiate with me? His laughter abruptly ceased, and a dreadful aura enveloped the entire room. Wu Tian and Trancus turned pale, feeling as if a colossal weight had been placed upon them, making even breathing laborious. This power was far more terrifying than any adversary they had encountered before. Golden Frieza, could it be? No. Had he surpassed that state? Yet, in an instant, Frieza retracted his aura, as if everything that had just transpired was but an illusion. In light of your courage, I grant you this concession. Until I lose interest in Earth, my legion shall not set foot on that blue planet. This verbal promise was fragile and easily shattered. But it was the only concession Wu Tian and his companions could secure at present. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful. Frieza raised his goblet. Wu Tian remained silent, merely casting a cold stare in Frieza's direction. Subsequently, Cart led everyone out of the reception room, arranging for them to temporarily reside in a luxurious guest room. Meanwhile, the Xingsuangho was taken to a designated repair area for what was referred to as an upgrade. Once the door closed, severing all external surveillance, Trancus could no longer contain himself. Wu Tian, how can we trust that scoundrel? This is nothing but a trap. I am fully aware. Wu Tian's expression was equally grim. But did we have any other options at that moment? If we refused, we might not even have been able to exit that door. Calm down, Trancus, Bulma interjected. She moved to the corner of the room and retrieved a capsule from her small bag, tossing it onto the ground. With a bang, a sophisticated tent equipped with energy shield capabilities unfolded instantly. Let's discuss inside. After confirming that the tent's shielding function was activated, Bulma spoke. We must accept Frieza's terms. But we cannot trust a single word he utters. What do you mean, Mom? Trancus queried. We will play along. Bulma's eyes sparkled with wisdom. This is not a collaboration. It's an audition, or rather, a sacrificial offering. He pretends to seek our assistance, but in reality, he is throwing us a problem even he cannot tackle. This is a thorough test of our strength. If we succeed, it demonstrates our value for him to continue exploiting us. If we fail and perish, it conveniently eliminates a significant threat for him. Every outcome favors him. Bulma's incisive analysis quickly calmed both individuals. So do we still proceed? Beulah asked, a hint of fear in her voice. We must, Wu Tian declared resolutely. This is both a trap set by Frieza and our only avenue forward. We must pass this test to earn the opportunity to move ahead. Indeed, Bulma nodded. She raised her head, looking back at Trancus and Wu Tian. Thus, we must execute our plan with utmost caution. We will follow his script and eliminate that fortress. This serves both as a stalling tactic and a test. We will probe how much of Frieza's intelligence is genuine and ascertain what he truly seeks from us, or rather, from this necklace. Chapter 44. The Power of the Legion. The following morning, as everyone exited their guest room, Commander Kurt awaited them outside like a cold statue. How did everyone rest? He inquired expressionlessly, though his tone bore a subtle, imperceptible oddity. In accordance with the will of King Frieza, we have conducted a comprehensive maintenance and upgrade of the Xingsuangho prior to your esteemed guests undertaking the mission. We are ready to depart at any moment. Upgrade? Bulma immediately became alert. Indeed, Kart nodded slightly. King Frieza deemed your vessel somewhat lacking in firepower and defense. To ensure the smooth execution of the task, he generously deployed the most elite engineers of the Legion to make some enhancements to your ship. This statement left everyone in a state of bewilderment. They had anticipated countless forms of surveillance and traps, but never considered such an almost supportive gesture. Under Kart's escort, they returned to the massive hangar. The Xingsuangho lay silently at rest, yet the group immediately perceived the differences. On either side of the vessel, the original particle cannons had been replaced with more streamlined and aggressive turrets, their barrels gleaming with an eerie blue energy aura, clearly indicative of Frieza's standard weaponry. The external armor of the hull seemed to be coated with an additional layer glistening with metallic sheen. What in the world? Wu Tian gazed at the rejuvenated spacecraft, utterly perplexed. One by one, they boarded the ship, and the hatch gradually closed behind them. Bulma rushed to the captain's seat, her fingers dancing over the control panel, calling up the complete structural diagram and energy circuit report of the vessel. Lines of data refreshed on the screen, and Bulma's expression transitioned from initial vigilance to one of incredulous astonishment. Well, Mom, that scoundrel didn't install any bombs, did he? Beulah asked nervously. No. Bulma shook her head, her gaze complex as she studied the data. Not only are there no listening devices or explosives, but Frieza actually upgraded the ship. The firepower output of the main cannons has increased by at least 40 compared to our original setup. He even covered the hull with a layer of energy-conducting alloy, allowing us to withstand a significant impact at mid-range. What does he mean by this? Bula questioned, equally baffled. Why is he suddenly so generous towards us? This is certainly not an act of goodwill, Wu Tian stated plainly. Indeed, Bulma shut off the data screen and leaned back in her chair. He provides us with weaponry and supplies, intending for us to use his resources to serve him. Humph, regardless of his ulterior motives. Bulma grasped the control stick with renewed determination. Since he has offered it up, we shall accept it wholeheartedly. It is the perfect opportunity to test the technological prowess of Frieza's Legion. The engine of the Xingsa roared with greater vigor than ever before. Slowly navigating out of the flagship, accompanied by a slight tremor, the stars outside were instantly transformed into a myriad of dazzling lights. The Xingsa became a streak of luminescence, vanishing into the depths of the universe. According to the data provided by Frieza, planet KB9 was situated in an uncharted, alien star system, with an estimated travel time of approximately 6 hours. All right, everyone, we have 6 hours to prepare, Bulma announced as she set the autopilot, addressing the group. I need to thoroughly analyze the intel provided by Frieza with Jiaka. Understood, Trankus nodded, then turned to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, let us go. Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with combat fervor. The two moved in unison toward the ship's gravity training room. Since their adversaries could nullify energy attacks, honing their pure physical strength and combat skills to perfection was their sole path to victory. As the door to the gravity chamber closed, Trankus immediately set the gravity to 100 times normal. A hum of dread pressure descended upon them, as the air thickened like viscous syrup. Wu Tian and Trunks felt their bodies suddenly sink, yet they quickly adapted to the overwhelming gravitational force with their formidable physiques. Without any superfluous words, the two adjusted their breathing and sprang into action in an instant. Their figures morphed into two indistinct shadows within the confined space, each clash echoing like the resounding clash of steel. They deliberately refrained from utilizing any energy, relying solely on the explosive power of their muscles, the speed of their neural responses, and their honed combat skills for offense and defense. The winds of their punches tore through the air, while their legs moved with the swiftness of lightning. As sweat left their skin, it was flung to the ground under the terrifying weight of gravity. This was the most primal, arduous, and potent training to unearth their physical potential. Meanwhile, within the cockpit, Bulma and Jack were scrutinizing the projected intelligence data, their brows furrowed in concentration. The Annihilator glyph, according to the Galactic Patrol's classified files, had surfaced a decade ago. Jack accessed the encrypted data on his personal terminal. At that time, he had obliterated one of our branches, and the file described his capabilities in 4 incomprehensible words. This aligned with the intelligence on Frieza. Bulma pointed at the analysis chart, indicating that his energy field could theoretically even distort space. Any energy entity entering the force field would be forcibly dismantled. However, the intelligence had a blind spot. What was the extent of this force field? Did it have a startup time or cooldown? Frieza had divulged none of this information. He must have done so intentionally. Jack exclaimed angrily, that bastard is simply trying to send Wu Tian and the others as cannon fodder to ascertain the enemy's complete data. The analysis proceeded in tense silence, and the training continued in a sweat-drenched fervor. 6 hours of travel passed quietly amid their respective endeavors. When the door to the gravity chamber reopened, Wu Tian and Trunks emerged, drenched and panting, yet their gazes were sharper than before. Bulma and Jack had also completed the integration of all intelligence and devised several combat strategies. The New Hope slowly exited its hyperspace travel. A peculiar planet appeared before them, known as KB9. Once a prosperous mining planet, its surface was now shrouded in a thick layer of dark red dust, reminiscent of rust. The atmosphere was thin and murky, revealing massive structures resembling steel fortresses scattered across the surface. My heavens, Jack gasped as he gazed out the viewport. This planet is already dead. Radar scans indicated that the surface fortresses emitted high energy readings, and unknown interference particles filled the atmosphere, completely blocking our long-range communications. Bulma's voice resonated from the captain's seat, tinged with gravity. It seems the enemy has been thoroughly prepared. Wu Tian stretched his limbs, the soreness from training dissipated, replaced by a refreshing surge of strength. Shall we land directly? No, Bulma shook her head. Forcing a landing without knowing the enemy's details would be too passive. Let's use this first. She pressed a button, and a small launch port opened on the side of the ship. A palm-sized drone resembling a dragonfly was ejected, silently piercing through the atmosphere toward the largest fortress on the surface. The images transmitted back from the drone appeared on the main screen in real time. As the camera advanced, the details of the fortress gradually came into focus. It was anything but a normal building. It resembled a colossal steel beast lying upon the earth. Just as the drone was about to pass over a massive platform, a figure in the center caught everyone's attention. It was an extraordinarily tall being, its entire body enveloped in a dark purple, crystalline exoskeleton. It wore no armor, simply standing there with its arms crossed, as if awaiting something. Is that the Annihilator Gleef? Trunks murmured. Seemingly sensing something, Gleef abruptly raised his head. His face bore no features, merely a smooth crystalline mask. However, the moment he glanced in the drone's direction, an invisible wave of terror surged forth, disrupting the signal and causing the screen to flicker with static. Not good. We've been detected, Bulma exclaimed. In the next instant, Gleef raised one hand, aiming it at the drone. There was no light, no sound, nor any energy response. Yet, the image on the screen instantly appeared to dissolve, twisted and broken as if immersed in corrosive acid, ultimately fading into complete darkness. The signal was severed. A profound silence enveloped the cockpit. He merely raised a hand. Bulma's voice trembled slightly. In a single glance, he had obliterated Bulma's custom-made stealth drone in a manner they could not comprehend. It seems infiltration reconnaissance is out of the question. Trunks took a deep breath, his resolve solidifying. We must break through head-on. I have a plan, Wu Tian suddenly spoke, his eyes gleaming with the pent-up destructive urge from 6 hours in the gravity chamber. Since he can annihilate energy, let's present him with a gift that can't be annihilated. Half an hour later, above the desolate surface of planet KB9, a piercing alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the massive steel fortress. Alarm. High-energy objects detected rapidly approaching. Gleef abruptly lifted his head, his smooth mask turning toward the sky. The murky clouds were torn apart, revealing a massive meteor, over 100 meters in diameter, forcibly compressed from countless discarded metals and rocks, blazing with fierce flames as it hurtled toward the core of the fortress. This was the physical sword of science launched by Wu Tian and Trunks as they exited the ship, using sheer brute force from the planet's asteroid belt. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, Gleef merely raised his crystalline arm slowly. An invisible force field instantly expanded from him as the center. The enormous meteor, capable of leveling a city, halted its advance the moment it touched the force field. Immediately, under the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, the metals and rocks comprising the meteor began to visibly peel away, disintegrate, and vanish at a molecular level. There was no explosion, no shockwave. The colossal meteor, which had blotted out the sun, was silently erased from existence, as though it had never been there. What? Far aboard the New Hope, Wu Tian stared in shock at this scene, his eyes nearly bulging. It can even disintegrate solid matter. Trunks' expression turned grave as well. Just then, Gleef in the fortress slowly lowered his hand. A cold, emotionless thought pierced Trunks' and Wu Tian's minds with pinpoint accuracy. I have found you, Saiyan rodents. Chapter 45. An unbeatable adversary. That cold, emotionless thought struck Wu Tian and Trunks like a physical ice pick, sending a chilling wave through them. They had been discovered. Moreover, in a manner they could not comprehend, their positions had been precisely locked. Darn it! Trunks cursed under his breath, casting aside all hesitation. He exchanged a glance with Wu Tian, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Since ambushes and tests had failed, only the most familiar and direct approach remained for the Saiyans, a head-on assault. In an instant, their figures vanished from their original positions, transforming into two golden streaks of light that tore through the murky atmosphere, hurtling straight toward the massive steel fortress on the surface. Viewed from space, they resembled two small golden meteors, trailing long tails of flame as they sped toward the slumbering steel beast upon the dark red earth. On the platform of the fortress, Jalefu slowly raised his featureless mask, as if he had already foreseen their arrival. Faced with the imposing presence of the two, he did not take a single step, remaining motionless in place. Jalefu's arms were still crossed over his chest, his demeanor haughty, akin to an evil deity awaiting offerings. Inside the cockpit of the Xian Shiwang, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The energy levels of Trunks and Wu-Tien were rapidly escalating. They charged downwards. Jekka fixed his gaze on the image on the screen, his voice strained. Bulma remained silent, yet her tightly pressed lips and fingers dancing across the control panel spoke volumes. On the main screen, the high-magnification optical lens had firmly locked onto the purple figure. What sort of monster is this wretch? Bra unconsciously clenched her hands together, her knuckles turning pale from the strain. She dared not avert her gaze from the two increasingly close golden light points on the screen, her heart beat like a drum. She had never seen Wu-Tien display such resolute determination, a charge that risked everything. Too slow. A chilling thought echoed once more in the minds of Wu-Tien and Trunks. In the next moment, Jalefa moved. He simply raised his right hand and made a vague grasping motion in the air. A hum, an invisible, terrifying wave of force, unseen to the naked eye, instantly radiated outward from him. Wu-Tien and Trunks, plummeting at supersonic speed, suddenly stalled. As if they had collided with an invisible wall made of glue, their velocity plummeting. Is this a gravitational field? Wu-Tien gritted his teeth, straining against the sudden pressure. No, this is not right. Trunks, with his more extensive combat experience, immediately sensed the anomaly. This was not merely gravity. The surrounding space felt thickened. Their movements were severely hindered. Each action akin to swimming with mountains on their backs in the deep sea, consuming energy several times greater than usual. Just as they struggled, Jalefa's figure appeared before Trunks like a specter. Too fast. So fast that even Trunks' dynamic vision could hardly catch it. Without a hint of energy fluctuation or any warning breath, he simply materialized. Trunks' pupils constricted sharply. The instinct honed from countless battles kicked in, prompting an immediate reaction. He roared, disregarding the viscous resistance of the space. Drawing his long sword with one hand, enveloped in golden flames, and struck downwards with a fierce arc towards Jalefu's head. This strike, infused with the full power of his Super Saiyan 2 form, was potent enough to cleave through an asteroid. However, in the face of this earth-shattering blow, Jalefu executed a motion that would forever remain etched in Trunks' memory. He did not evade or block. He simply extended two fingers. Just as the glimmering blade was about to make contact with his form, he effortlessly pinched it between his crystalline fingers. Ding! A faint, almost negligible sound echoed. Trunks' full-force strike, capable of severing gold and splitting stone, was halted mid-air. The blade was less than half a meter from Jalefu's mask. What? The shock on Trunks' face was indescribable. He could distinctly sense an unparalleled, terrifying force emanating from the sword, rendering it immovable regardless of how he channeled his energy. An even stranger occurrence unfolded. The section of the blade held between Jalefa's fingers began to vanish. It did not shatter or melt, but silently and completely disappeared, as if erased from existence by an invisible eraser. Trunks watched in horror as his once prized sword disintegrated inch by inch, from the tip, into nothingness. A fear stemming from the depths of his soul seized his heart. Trunks. Meanwhile, Wu-Tien finally broke free from that bizarre force field and charged forward with a roar. He concentrated all his energy into his right fist, the golden aura blazing like a burning sun, delivering a punch imbued with explosive power towards Jalefa's cheek. In response to Wu-Tien's assault, Jalefa did not even turn to look. He merely flicked the fingers that held the blade outward. Clang! Trunks felt an irresistible force surge from the sword, as if he had been struck by a high-speed train, screaming as he was sent flying, tumbling through the air for several rotations before barely regaining his balance. In his hand, the sword was now reduced to half. After completing this, Jalefu slowly turned, raising his other hand to meet Wu-Tien's wrathful iron fist. Wu-Tien's punch halted just a centimeter from Jalefa's cheek. Like Trunks before him, his fist seemed to be blocked by an invisible, indestructible barrier, unable to advance any further. Is this the annihilation field? Cold sweat beaded on Wu-Tien's forehead. He could distinctly feel the immense energy capable of demolishing mountains in his fist being rapidly dismantled and absorbed by an enigmatic force, dissipating into nothingness. Furthermore, the turbulent air currents stirred up by his punch became calm the moment they approached Jalefa's form. It was as if an absolute realm of stillness and finality surrounded this being. Too weak. Jalefu's icy thought echoed once more as he forcefully pushed his palm forward. Wu-Tien felt an unresistible shockwave erupt, his throat tightening as he was violently propelled away like a kite severed from its string. Wu-Tien. Trunks steadied himself, witnessing this scene with eyes wide in disbelief. In just a single exchange, one brother had lost his weapon, while the other was sent flying without even making contact. This was no longer a battle, but a one-sided annihilation. How infuriating! The proud self-esteem of the Saiyan made it unbearable for Trunks to accept such defeat. He roared in fury, discarding the remaining half of his broken sword, fists clenched, charging once more. Wait, Trunks. Don't be reckless. Wu Tian, stabilizing himself from a distance, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Trunks became a streak of golden lightning, unleashing a tempest of attacks upon Jalefu. Fists, feet, elbows, knees. He executed every fighting technique he had mastered to the utmost. Yet, all was in vain. Each of his attacks, no matter how swift or creatively angled, ultimately disintegrated before the invisible force field surrounding Jalefu, rendered utterly futile. It appeared as if an ordinary person was futilely hammering against an unyielding, transparent wall. Useless. Jalefu seemed to have lost his patience. Just as Trunks launched a flying kick towards his face, he swiftly extended his hand, precisely grasping Trunks' ankle. Alarm bells rang in Trunks' mind as he attempted to retract his leg, only to find his ankle immobilized, as if it were welded in place. The familiar, chilling sensation of annihilation began to emanate from his ankle. He watched helplessly as the combat boots he wore disintegrated at an observable rate, inch by inch. From the point of contact. Following that, his skin. An intense pain, akin to being gnawed upon by countless ants, surged through him, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from Trunks. No. Wu Tian, with blood-red eyes, charged forward once more, disregarding everything. On the New Hope, Bulma witnessed a scene that left her pale with fear. A short gasp escaping her lips as her hands clamped firmly over her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. Brother, Bulma, think of something. Hurry, think of a solution. Goku was in a state of frantic agitation. Bulma's complexion was equally grim, yet words failed to escape her lips. In this critical moment, Jalefu suddenly released his grip, delivering a brutal kick to Trunks' abdomen, sending him hurtling away like refuse. Trunks tumbled on the ground for several revolutions before coming to a halt, his right foot a mangled mess. Jalefu's chilling gaze swept over everyone, his disdain for their meager tricks palpable. He slowly raised his hands, palms facing each other. An energy fluctuation, more terrifying and heart-stopping than any before, began to coalesce between his hands. The surrounding space visibly warped under the weight of this power. What is he planning? Wu Tian gritted his teeth against the pain, rising from the ground to assist the injured Trunks, keeping a watchful eye on the distant foe. They all sensed Jalefu was about to become serious. In the next moment, the energy between Jalefu's hands peaked. However, his target was not Wu Tian and Trunks, but rather the New Hope, situated tens of thousands of meters above. Chapter 46. The last pride of the Earth's children. Jalefu precisely locked onto the New Hope. Far above in the sky, the sphere of distorted space in his palms, though small, emanated an aura potent enough to instill dread across the universe. This is bad. Far aboard the ship, Bulma, nearly simultaneously, sensed the lethal energy lock-on. Instantly, the alarm system was activated, a piercing buzz resonating throughout the cockpit. Warning. Ultra-high density energy attack detected. Target, this ship. Expected arrival in 3 seconds. Quick. Activate maximum power energy shield. Bulma nearly shouted, her hands frantically pressing the controls. Goku was so frightened that he collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, Bulma stared blankly at the increasingly bright light on the main screen, her mind a complete void. The shadow of death had never loomed so clearly over her. On the ground, Wu Tian and Trunks simultaneously grasped Jalefu's intent. His target is Mother. Trunks, filled with shock and rage, struggled to rise, dragging his injured leg, nearly stumbling again. In that instant, Wu Tian's pupils constricted to pinpricks. His mind flashed with countless images, like a movie in fast forward. There was Bulma's gentle smile as she prepared delicious meals for him. There were the beads of sweat shared with Trunks during their training. And there was Bulma's face, often pouting, yet revealing concern in fleeting moments. These people were his most cherished friends and family in this world. An instinct born from the depths of his soul overwhelmed the agonizing pain and the fear of the formidable enemy. Stop, hands. Wu Tian slowly rose from the ground, the faint golden aura around him suddenly surging as if ignited by a potent fuel. Stop. A roar, unlike anything human, erupted from the depths of his throat. The earth beneath him cracked with each step, golden energy waves surged like a tsunami, sweeping away the dark red dust from the surface, revealing the black rock layers below. Go Fu hesitated momentarily in his attack, the smooth surface of his mask turning with newfound interest towards the dramatically transformed Wu Tian. Wu Tian's eyes had turned a vibrant red, his muscles straining against the fabric of his battle suit, threatening to burst. His power, catalyzed by fury, escalated at an inconceivable rate. With a powerful thrust of his legs, the ground exploded into a massive crater. His figure transformed into an unprecedented, dazzling bolt of golden lightning. Not aimed at Go Fu, but rather arcing skillfully between Go Fu and the New Hope, forming a direct line. He would use his body to absorb the lethal blow capable of obliterating the ship. Wu Tian, no, Trunks cried out hoarsely. On the ship, Bulma peered through the viewport, her heart sinking as she saw that small yet resolute golden figure standing between the ship and death. Her heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, halting its beat. Wu Tian crossed his arms before his chest, channeling all the surging power within him into his arms. Oh, Go Fu's thoughts took on a hint of amusement, an interesting little ant. Without hesitation, he thrust the annihilation energy sphere in Wu Tian's direction with great force. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no blinding beam tearing through the sky. The condensed energy sphere morphed into a silent, distorted ripple, traveling at a speed surpassing that of light, instantly reaching Wu Tian. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying force slammed into Wu Tian's arms. In that moment, he felt as if the entire universe had collided with him head-on. The battle suit on his arms, along with the skin and muscle beneath, disintegrated into primal particles upon contact with the annihilation energy, vanishing without a trace. Next came his bones. Ah! A piercing, agonizing pain coursed through his body like electricity. Wu Tian's consciousness nearly shattered in that instant. Yet he did not retreat. He bit down hard, blood streaming from his crimson eyes. With the unwavering resolve to protect, he bore the weight of the annihilating attack. The golden aura and the twisted annihilation force clashed violently, creating an unstable energy singularity before him. The surrounding light was consumed, space torn apart, emitting a sound that grated on the nerves. The standoff lasted less than 2 seconds. Ultimately, Wu Tian's strength had its limits. Just as his arms were on the brink of total disintegration, he summoned the last of his strength, lifting his body upward with a mighty effort. Aya! The lethal wave of annihilation was narrowly deflected over his head, skimming the energy shield of the New Hope and shooting into the infinite depths of space. Having accomplished this feat, Wu Tian's golden aura flickered like a candle in the wind, extinguishing in an instant. He could no longer maintain his stance, his vision darkening, plummeting like a bird with broken wings. Wu Tian, Trunks, dragging his injured leg, rushed forward to catch him. In his arms, Wu Tian lay with his arms a bloody mess, bones starkly visible, engulfed in a deep coma. Were it not for the Saiyans' formidable vitality, he would have already succumbed to death. A deathly silence reigned aboard the ship. Everyone was rendered speechless by the harrowing scene they had just witnessed. Bulma knelt in stunned silence, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Just moments ago, the seemingly simple-minded boy had shielded them from certain doom with his own flesh and blood. Bulma's eyes reddened. She bit her lip tightly to stifle her cries. The battle, however, had not concluded. Go Fu slowly lowered his hands, seemingly unfazed that his attack had been thwarted. His gaze fell upon the unconscious Wu Tian and the injured Trunks on the ground. This ends here, loyal hounds sent by Frieza. He took a step forward, advancing deliberately towards the two. Every step taken reverberated like the tolling of death's bell, striking at the hearts of all present. Trunks positioned Goten behind him, kneeling on one knee, gasping violently. His right leg had nearly succumbed to numbness, and his stamina was all but exhausted. Yet, he still bore the weight of his fractured sword, resolutely supporting his body without a hint of retreat. How infuriating! Trunks's voice was hoarse, yet his gaze was as fierce as a lone wolf. Gleef did not heed his outcry, moving forward at a measured pace. Regardless of the circumstances, the battle was far from over. As the prince of the Saiyans, he would never allow himself to falter before the enemy, especially after his comrades had sacrificed their lives to create this opportunity. He inhaled deeply, preparing to ignite the last remnants of his life force for a desperate charge. However, just as Gleef drew within 100 meters of them, the oppressive atmosphere became almost suffocating. An anomaly suddenly transpired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of beams of varying colors, infused with terrifying energy, descended from the murky clouds like vengeful meteors piercing the night. These beams did not target Gleef, but instead struck precisely around his path. Boom, boom. The earth shook violently. A relentless series of explosions kicked up clouds of dust and shockwaves hundreds of meters high, creating an unfathomably deep chasm between Gleef and Trunks, momentarily obstructing his advance. This abrupt turn of events rendered everyone speechless. Trunks, astonished, lifted his gaze skyward. There, the thick, dark crimson clouds were forcibly torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a gaping maw. A magnificent, regal-looking disc-shaped spaceship slowly descended from the opening. That vessel was indelibly etched in Trunks' memory. It was Frisia's flagship. A familiar, elegant yet chilling laughter echoed throughout the battlefield via loudspeakers. The ship's hatch opened slowly, revealing a diminutive figure that, despite its size, commanded attention as though it were the very center of the universe, seated upon a hovering chair, surveying the battlefield from above. It was none other than Frisia. Chapter 47. The King Comes to the Rescue? Frisia's unexpected arrival plunged the battlefield into an eerie silence. The air was filled solely with the hissing sound of dissipating smoke from the explosions, alongside Trunks' labored breathing. Ah, what a remarkable scene I have been graced with. Frisia languidly reclined in his hovering chair, his crimson eyes scanning the ravaged ground before finally settling on Gleef, his tone laced with amusement. I had intended to let the two little Saiyan monkeys play a bit longer, to test your limits. Alas, they appear to be rather ineffective. His voice, quiet yet resonant, carried across the area, each word imbued with the innate arrogance of the Cosmic Emperor. Gleef halted his advance, his visor directed towards Frisia's flagship, remaining silent. This most malevolent emperor of the universe was clearly not on his list of targets today. Frisia, Trunks shouted in a mix of shock and anger. You wretch. Save some strength. The little power you possess now is truly a disgrace to Vegeta and Son Goku. Frisia's tone dripped with disdain. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Trunks and the unconscious Goten in his arms, a fleeting glimmer of greed and astonishment flickering in his eyes. He had witnessed Goten's near-death explosion of power and his resilience against the obliterating energy through the ship's remote surveillance, far exceeding his expectations. This son of Son Goku seemed to harbor a mysterious potential that intrigued even him. Witnessing this display of potential prompted a re-evaluation of his initial strategy, which had regarded them as mere cannon fodder. Such valuable combat prowess could not simply be squandered here, at least, not until every ounce of its utility was extracted. Very well, Gleef. Frisia descended from the sky, his tone suddenly chilling. Your strength is undeniable, but today, we need not forge an irreconcilable enmity here. You should understand that my legion spans the cosmos. You do not wish to ignite a war today, do you? With his words, a red light began to emanate from his fingertips. The aura of the Cosmic Emperor was unmistakably revealed at that moment. Gleef remained silent for a moment, the icy intent resonating once more, this time directly conveyed to Frisia. Your arrogance will one day lead to your destruction, Frisia. Oh ho ho ho. Then you need not concern yourself, Frisia replied with a smile. At least not today. It will not be I who faces annihilation. Gleef slowly turned away, indeed relinquishing the pursuit, step by step retreating to his iron fortress. He was acutely aware that, in his current state, he had no chance of confronting Frisia and his entire legion. Their objective was not to engage in a full-scale war with Frisia. With Gleef's withdrawal, a potentially fatal crisis was temporarily resolved in an unforeseen manner. Frisia watched Gleef's departing figure, a glint of cold light flashing in his crimson eyes. Soon after, a beam of light descended from the flagship, enveloping Trunks and Goten. Come up, Frisia commanded with an unmistakable tone of authority. Your performance barely qualifies as acceptable. It is time to discuss genuine cooperation. Trunks clenched his teeth, filled with humiliation. Yet, gazing at the barely conscious Goten in his arms, he ultimately refrained from resistance, allowing the beam to slowly carry them into the perilous and enigmatic flagship. Aboard the New Hope, Bulma and the others observed this dramatic scene, their emotions in turmoil. What should we do now? Gak's voice trembled. Bulma took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. She gazed at the screen displaying Frisia's flagship as its hatch began to close, her expression resolute. We follow them. Inside the medical bay of Frisia's flagship, The sterile white surroundings were almost blinding. Various intricate instruments, unfamiliar to Trunks, operated methodically. Goten lay quietly in the restoration pod, enveloped in green healing liquid, countless tiny nanobots diligently repairing his nearly obliterated arms. Trunks, having sustained lighter injuries, had regained mobility after a simple spray treatment and bandaging. He stood silently beside Goten's restoration pod, his expression dark and foreboding. The door to the medical bay slid open silently. Bulma entered with Bra and Gak, guided by a soldier from Frisia's army. "Trunks," Bulma exclaimed upon seeing her son unharmed, a portion of her anxious heart finally at ease. "Mother," Trunks nodded. Yet his gaze never strayed from the restoration pod. Bra's eyes immediately fell upon Goten. When she saw the stark white bones of Goten's arms gradually being covered by new flesh in the green liquid, her eyes filled with tears. She hurried to the front of the restoration pod, reaching out her hand as if to touch the glass, yet hesitated mid-air, fearful of disturbing him. "How is he?" Bra's voice trembled slightly. "The medical technology of Frisia's army is better than we imagined," Trunks murmured. "There is no threat to his life. But due to the special nature of his injuries, the restoration will take considerable time." Bulma moved to the opposite side of the restoration pod, gazing at Goten, who lay quiet as a child, her heart a tumult of emotions. She extended her hand, gently caressing the cold glass cover, as if she could touch the young boy within. The child's voice, that of Bulma, was soft and filled with compassion. "He saved us. Just moments ago." In that life-and-death instant, Bulma beheld the calm and resolute determination in Wu Tian's eyes, a demeanor not typical of a child. This child, unbeknownst to them, had matured significantly, and within him, Bulma could discern a figure that brought her immense familiarity and solace, Suinjuan. Simultaneously, a wave of deep guilt surged within her heart. This was not merely a concern for a companion. It was akin to a mother's tender affection for her own child. Beside her, Bulma quietly observed the scene, remaining silent. Yet, the hands resting at her sides had discreetly clenched into fists. Bulma took a deep breath, seemingly on the verge of speaking. However, at that moment, the door to the medical room slid open once more. Ka-Erta, the commander of Frisia's fleet, entered with several guards, his expression devoid of emotion. He first cast a glance at Wu Tian in the repair pod before turning his gaze toward Bulma. "Madame Bulma," Ka-Erta said, slightly bowing. His demeanor respectful, yet his tone was cold and void of any warmth. "Lord Frisia requests your presence." Chapter 48, Bulma versus Frisia. Ka-Erta's emotionless voice shattered the fleeting warmth within the medical room. Bulma withdrew her hand from the repair pod, turning around, her previously soft gaze now sharp and vigilant. She subtly shielded Bulma behind her. "Frisia wishes to see me?" she inquired calmly. "Is it just me?" "Yes, Madame Bulma." Ka-Erta maintained his bow. "The Lord is awaiting you on the bridge. He has instructed that only you be invited." The implication was unmistakable. The others were advised to remain behind. Trunks immediately stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Bulma, his face etched with distrust. "Where do you intend to take my mother?" Ka-Erta raised his head, his expression still impassive as he regarded Trunks. His tone remaining flat. "Lord Frisia merely wishes to engage in a thorough discussion with Madame Bulma, without any interruptions from others." "Mom, don't go." Bulma grasped the hem of Bulma's clothing, shaking her head vigorously. Yet, Bulma appeared remarkably composed. She gently patted her daughter's hand, signaling her to remain calm, and then turned to Trunks, offering him a resolute glance. "It's all right, I will meet him." Bulma's voice was soft but imbued with undeniable strength. At this moment, they had no room for choice. Moreover, she paused, her gaze sweeping over the still slumbering Wu Tian in the repair pod. "Some matters must be discussed by me." She understood well that Frisia would not engage in a losing proposition. The reason he acted was due to the extraordinary value exhibited by Wu Tian and Trunks. Now was the time to determine how that value would be appraised. "Take care of Wu Tian and Bulma instructed Trunks, before following Ka-Erta out. The command bridge of Frisia's flagship was as spacious as a small plaza. Outside the enormous curved windows lay the profound and tranquil cosmos. Frisia stood before the window, his back to the entrance, gazing intently at the nebula. Bulma entered under Ka-Erta's guidance. "Lord Frisia, Madame Bulma has arrived." "You may leave," Frisia commanded, not turning around, his tone indifferent. Ka-Erta bowed and silently withdrew, the heavy alloy doors closing behind him, leaving only Bulma and Frieza in the command bridge. Oh ho ho ho, Bulma, it seems you are not overly frightened. Frieza slowly turned, a facade of elegance and insincerity gracing his features. Thanks to you, I am still alive, Bulma retorted boldly, crossing her arms and surveying her surroundings. Speak, Frieza. What is your purpose in going to such lengths? I appreciate your forthrightness, Vegeta's woman, Frieza acknowledged with a nod, as a hovering chair drifted toward Bulma. My intentions are quite simple. He extended a finger. As I mentioned earlier, I wish to engage in a genuine collaboration with you. His crimson eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Previously, I regarded you merely as tools to clear away refuse. However, I have since changed my mind. The potential exhibited by Son Goku's son has astonished me. Frieza's tone bore a semblance of condescending approval. Thus, I have decided to offer you an opportunity, a chance for an equitable transaction with me, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Bulma inwardly scoffed, yet maintained an impassive exterior. Transaction? What sort of transaction? Very simple. Frieza snapped his fingers. The main screen behind him immediately displayed a vast star map, highlighting a significant luminous point. This indicates the approximate location of the Super Dragon Balls known to date. Frieza stated nonchalantly. Bulma's pupils narrowed slightly. I can provide you with all the intelligence and materials necessary to locate this Dragon Ball. In return, you must eliminate those who oppose the Frieza army. We help you find the Super Dragon Ball, and then you use it to wish back Goku and Vegeta? Bulma seized upon the logical fallacy, her tone tinged with mockery. Frieza, the Super Dragon Ball can grant only one wish. You cannot be so benevolent. Oh ho ho ho. Madam Bulma, you truly overestimate me. Frieza laughed exaggeratedly. How could I squander such a precious wish on saving my two archenemies? His body leaned slightly forward, his tone turning grave. I have no interest in wishes concerning the Super Dragon Balls. What I truly desire are the Dragon Balls on your Earth. The Earth Dragon Balls. Bulma was taken aback. Indeed. A flicker of barely concealed fervor glimmered in Frieza's eyes. Those small, convenient, and reusable treasures are my ultimate pursuit. Unfortunately, my subordinates have been searching for ages without any leads. He shifted his gaze, staring intently at Bulma. But you, Bulma, possess the technology to create a Dragon Ball radar. Therefore, I require you to construct a Dragon Ball radar for me, to aid in locating the Dragon Balls on Earth. That is the essence of my proposal. Frieza spread his hands, summarizing, fair, is it not? Bulma remained silent for a moment before inquiring, what is your wish? Don't tell me you are still hoping for eternal life. Eternal life? Frieza scoffed. That tedious concept has long ceased to be my ambition. As for my wish, oh ho ho ho, he let out a knowing laugh, refraining from a direct answer. Instead scrutinizing Bulma with a gaze that assessed her from head to toe, slowly stating, I cannot disclose it. It is a trivial personal wish, entirely unrelated to cosmic dominance or eternal life. His voice lowered, imbued with an undeniable authority, as if revealing a supreme secret. You need not know the specifics, Vegeta's woman. Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly. You simply need to understand that this wish will not disrupt the order of the universe and will pose no threat to your Earth. It will merely bring me a bit more joy. Although Frieza did not articulate it plainly, Bulma keenly sensed a subtle, concealed eagerness in his demeanor. This wish likely was not as grand as he portrayed it to be. However, as Frieza had stated, as long as this wish did not endanger Earth or the universe, its specifics were inconsequential to her. It is of paramount importance that this truly serves as an enticing bargaining chip for trade. What say you, Bulma? After taking a deep breath, Bulma swiftly regained her composure, her mind racing with thoughts. Frieza's proposition struck at her one vulnerability, locating Goku and Vegeta. Moreover, this personal desire he had concealed felt oddly more reassuring than ambitious aspirations such as immortality or invincible power. Very well. Without much hesitation, Bulma nodded. I shall grant your request. I can create the Dragon Ball radar for you, but you and your legion must provide all necessary intelligence and resources. Oh ho ho ho. A wise choice. Frieza's triumphant laughter echoed throughout the vast command bridge as he envisioned the perfect future where his little secret would come to fruition. To demonstrate my sincerity, Frieza snapped his fingers once more. A soldier entered, bearing a tray on which rested a data chip. This contains the precise coordinates of the first Super Dragon Ball. Rest assured, this time there will be no formidable opponents like Gula. Frieza slid the chip towards Bulma, considering it a down payment. Bulma gazed at the small chip, Realizing that this treacherous bargain had officially commenced, she slowly extended her hand, firmly grasping the chip in her palm. A fruitful collaboration, Frieza beamed even more brightly. Chapter 49. The crystal tear star. As the heavy alloy doors of the command bridge closed silently behind Bulma. This transaction, which would determine the fates of all involved, was formally established. Clutching the still warm data chip, she returned to the medical room with a tumultuous heart. The moment the door opened, Trunks rushed forward, while Bra and Gak cast anxious glances. What happened, Mom? What did that scoundrel Frieza say to you? Trunks's tone was filled with suspicion. Bulma did not respond immediately. Instead, she stepped forward among them, revealing the small chip in her open palm. He has made a deal with us. In the simplest terms, Bulma recounted everything that had transpired on the command bridge, including Frieza's disinterest in the Super Dragon Balls and his true desire for the Earth Dragon Balls, along with his deliberately concealed personal wish. Upon hearing this, the medical room fell into a long silence. What nonsense! Trunks erupted first, slamming his fist against the nearby wall with a dull thud. He expects us to be his henchmen, eliminating his foes, and then you will personally craft the Dragon Ball radar for him? Mom, why agree to this villain? As the son of Vegeta, Trunks's innate pride rendered him incapable of accepting their current predicament. Trunks, calm down. Bulma's voice rose sharply, imbued with an undeniable authority. Do you think I wished for this? But what other means do we have to locate your father and Wukong? Her gaze swept across her furious son and the equally bewildered Bra and Gak. Now is not the time for discussion. This is our only opportunity. Frieza requires us to clear obstacles for him, and we must leverage his intelligence and resources. Trunks's lips moved, yet he could not retort. He understood that his mother spoke the truth. In the face of such an overwhelming disparity in power, they indeed had no other choice. And that wish, Bra quietly inquired. Will there truly be no danger? Bulma shook her head, a peculiar expression crossing her face. I may not know the specifics, but I have a feeling that his wish might be far more mundane than we imagine. With that, she casually inserted the data chip into her portable tablet, swiftly extracting the information within. The coordinates of the first Super Dragon Ball are located near the crystal tear star in the P5X galaxy. Frieza's intelligence indicates that the indigenous people there may not be particularly friendly. Bulma raised her head, her eyes regaining their resolve. We have no time for disputes. Trunks, recover from your injuries and intensify your training. From this moment forth, you and Wutien must grow stronger at the fastest pace possible. Time flowed silently by. In the following days, they lived under the patronage of Frieza aboard his flagship. He indeed honored his promise, arranging for Bulma and her companions the most luxurious accommodations, occupying nearly half a floor with dedicated attendants for their daily needs, and meals served at the highest standard. However, they were also placed under the strictest surveillance. Wherever they went, guards accompanied them, and every corner was filled with invisible monitoring devices. Aside from the medical room and the temporary laboratory assigned to Bulma, they were forbidden from venturing into any other area of the ship. Bulma paid this no mind. She immersed herself in the laboratory, ostensibly designing a brand new Dragon Ball radar for Frieza, while secretly utilizing the database of Frieza's army. She feverishly analyzed all intelligence regarding the crystal tear star, attempting to decipher the flagship's central system. Every moment was dedicated to preparing for the impending operation and eventual escape. Trunks, on the other hand, channeled all his anger and humiliation into his training. He almost locked himself in the gravity chamber, pushing his limits under hundreds of times Earth's gravity, with golden energy never ceasing. Each time he collapsed from exhaustion, he would rise again after a brief respite. He understood that cooperating with Frieza was merely an illusion. When both parties lose their utility, it ultimately comes down to brute strength. Meanwhile, Bra became a regular visitor to the medical room. She would come almost daily, sitting quietly beside Wutien's recovery pod. Through the green healing liquid, she could see Wutien's arms regenerating at an astonishing speed, new skin covering the bones, and muscle fibers slowly reassembling. She would linger there for a long time, sometimes lost in thought, other times speaking trivialities through the glass barrier to the unconscious boy inside. For instance, how Trunks had once again pushed himself to the brink, or how Frieza's army's food was horrendously unpalatable. She was uncertain whether Wutien could hear her. It felt more like talking to herself. One day, the flagship's broadcast system suddenly crackled to life, emitting the unperturbed voice of Commander Kaurta. Ms. Bulma, the fleet will arrive at the target planet, the crystal tier star, in 30 minutes. They have arrived. Bulma rushed out of the laboratory, and Trunks emerged, drenched in sweat from the training room. They met on the bridge of the Xinshi Wang, where outside the vast viewport, a brilliantly radiant planet, resembling tears of the cosmos, floated silently in the profound darkness. It was a planet composed entirely of crystalline structures. Massive clusters, akin to mountains, formed the continent of the planet. Liquid, shimmering with a multitude of colors, converged to form its oceans. The entire planet reflected a dreamlike glow under the light of its star, breathtakingly beautiful. This is the crystal tier star. Gak gazed in awe. The energy field within the planet is extremely unstable, and the magnetic field is chaotic. Meanwhile, Bulma furrowed her brow. I have detected a very peculiar life signal. They seem to be symbiotic with the planet's crystals. Just then, Frisia's communication request came through. His image appeared on the main screen, still exuding that leisurely demeanor. Oh ho ho ho, it seems you have already laid eyes upon that beautiful glass bead, Frisia remarked with a smile. According to my intelligence, the Super Dragon Ball lies deep within the core of that planet. Go forth, and do not let me down. The communication was abruptly severed. Prepare for landing. Bulma immediately issued the command. Trunks nodded and turned to head toward the preparation room. However, at that very moment, an urgent and piercing alarm blared from the medical monitoring system at the rear of the bridge. Everyone was startled and turned to look. On the main monitoring screen connected to Goten's recovery pod, the life signs were skyrocketing at an unfathomable rate. Heart rate, energy index, cell activity, all surpassed the crimson upper limits of safety thresholds. What is happening? Bulma gasped in shock and rushed to the control panel. The once tranquil recovery liquid was now violently boiling, releasing countless bubbles. In the center of the recovery pod lay Goten, whose arms, recently restored from utter destruction, were beginning to emit a dazzling golden glow beneath his skin. A colossal energy, enough to instill fear, was awakening within that seemingly frail body, expanding. Trunks felt that familiar yet alien presence of immense energy, his face a mix of astonishment and disbelief. The radiance intensified, as if a small sun was about to detonate within the recovery pod. Chapter 50, Super Dragon Ball, Battle for the Stars. The alarm echoed hauntingly throughout the bridge, tightening everyone's hearts. System overload. The temperature of the recovery liquid was spiraling out of control. The pod's pressure exceeded 300% of the critical value. Bulma's fingers danced frantically over the console, attempting to regain control, but the incessant red warning boxes on the screen signaled that her efforts were in vain. The energy surging from the recovery pod had surpassed the limits of the equipment, akin to a collapsing star frantically condensing inward. Mom, the pod can't hold much longer, Trunks exclaimed. He could clearly see the indestructible alloy walls of the pod beginning to display spiderweb-like cracks. Bra, pale with fear, instinctively hid behind her brother. Just as Bulma was about to initiate the emergency pressure relief procedure, a tremendous crash resounded. The reinforced glass observation window of the recovery pod shattered under the impact of the golden light. The boiling green recovery liquid, along with countless shards of glass, poured out like a waterfall. A figure enveloped in radiant golden light slowly stood up amidst the chaos. As the light gradually receded, Goten's silhouette was revealed. However, he was entirely naked. A short gasp came not from Bulma, but from Bra. Her small face flushed crimson as she abruptly turned away, covering her eyes with her hands. Bulma, appearing considerably more composed, couldn't suppress a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. She quickly removed her white lab coat and rushed forward. Really? At a time like this, you add such chaos, she muttered softly as she draped the coat over Goten, wrapping him securely from head to toe. Goten seemed still disoriented from his awakening, blinking in confusion only after being covered. He did not cry or display the usual signs of fear. He simply stood there quietly, his eyes wide open. What kind of eyes were they? Clear, calm, yet profoundly deep, as if harboring an ancient starry sky. When Goten looked towards everyone, there was no trace of childish innocence. Instead, there was an otherworldly calm that seemed to perceive everything. Goten, how do you feel? Bulma inquired cautiously, examining him closely. Goten blinked, and the depth in his gaze momentarily faded, returning to a semblance of youthful vitality. He tugged at the noticeably oversized coat and offered Bulma a faint, albeit weak, smile. I'm fine, Aunt Bulma. His voice was still somewhat hoarse. It just feels like there's something inside me that isn't quite obedient. No sooner had he spoken Then a strand of golden energy erupted uncontrollably from his shoulder before extinguishing swiftly. His energy was highly unstable. Trunks sensed that Goten's internal energy resembled boiling water, at times surging violently, at other moments retreating into silence, utterly unpredictable. Just as Bulma was ready to conduct further examinations on Goten, her primary detector emitted a series of urgent beeps due to the recent energy explosion. Instinctively, she glanced at the screen, and her entire being froze. "How is this possible?" she murmured, her eyes fixated on the display. "Mom, what's wrong?" Bulma did not respond. She operated the console with frantic haste. She tapped into all of the New Hope's backup energy sources to conduct a high-precision deep scan of the Crystal Tears star. Moments later, a stunning three-dimensional star map materialized before them. The beautiful crystalline planet's internal structure was meticulously revealed layer by layer. At its core, an enormous pentagram pattern radiating a soft orange light was clearly imprinted. Frieza was mistaken, or rather, he completely misunderstood. Bulma's voice trembled with excitement. She turned to the bewildered crowd and announced the earth-shattering truth. The Super Dragon Ball is not located near this planet at all. This planet itself is the one-star Super Dragon Ball. Then who are the enemies Frieza spoke of? Trunks asked with difficulty. Those beings, Bulma pointed at the screen, are likely the planet's evolved immune system, protecting itself. After a brief moment of shock, Trunks's gaze regained its determination. No matter what it is, our objective remains unchanged. He stated firmly, we must collect this Dragon Ball. Indeed, Bulma nodded, then lifted the necklace at her chest. Whis mentioned that when we can visibly perceive the Super Dragon Ball, we can collect it, but it seems nothing has happened yet. Bulma attempted to channel her thoughts into the pendant, yet the sapphire remained unresponsive, lying silently in her palm. Could it be that the distance is too far? Jocko speculated. We're still separated by the atmosphere. No, that's not right. Bulma shook her head, her gaze refocusing on the three-dimensional star map as her mind raced. Whis said visibly perceivable, which is a rather vague term. What we see now is merely a macro image of the planet, not the essence of the Super Dragon Ball. It's akin to looking at a person and seeing their appearance, rather than their soul. Where is the essence of the Dragon Ball? Trunks inquired. Bulma's finger pointed to the very center of the star map, at the orange glowing pentagram. Right here, at its core. I believe this necklace must come into contact with the core of the Dragon Ball to activate the collection mechanism. Only then did everyone realize that the challenge they were about to face allowed no shortcuts. They would still need to land on the planet. All right. Bulma quickly began to issue orders, distributing specialized communicators and life detectors. The landing plan remained unchanged. Goten, you're not stable. No. Goten interrupted her, his tone gentle yet resolute. I want to go too. I feel like I know what to do. Ultimately, Bulma, gazing into his calm eyes, nodded in agreement. The New Hope slowly descended through the atmosphere, composed of countless minuscule crystals that refracted a kaleidoscope of colors. As the spacecraft's hatch swung open, all present were awestruck by the breathtaking vista before them. It was as though they had descended into the heart of an immense gem. Beneath their feet lay a crystalline floor, smooth as a mirror, while in the distance, colossal crystal clusters rose and fell like a majestic mountain range. The sky was devoid of clouds, replaced instead by even larger crystals suspended above, refracting the starlight into countless radiant beams that interwove to form a fantastical tableau. A peculiar energy pulsated through the air, reminiscent of a metallic hum. The energy field here was undeniably strange. Trunks furrowed his brow, sensing an absence of any life force. Is there no one here? Be cautious, Bulma cautioned through the communicator. My sensors indicate that the energy flow on this planet is unlike any known life form. Goten remained silent, crouching down with curiosity to gently touch the crystalline ground beneath him. A cool yet welcoming sensation coursed through his fingertips, as if engaging in a silent conversation with the planet itself. Following the coordinates provided by Bulma, they began their trek toward the core of the Dragon Ball. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the crunch of their steps on the crystalline surface. After walking for about 10 minutes, the throbbing hum intensified. Trunks abruptly halted, scanning the area with caution. Something is coming. No sooner had he spoken than numerous distorted shadows began to materialize on the ground and the crystal-clad mountainsides. In an instant, pure crystal shells emerged from the crystalline matrix. They bore humanoid shapes, their bodies crystalline, with energy cores flickering within like beating hearts. The Crystal Guardians. Without a sound or breath, They approached slowly, their silent steps ominous. Bulma shouted, "Trunks, back away." In a flash, golden energy erupted from him, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. Without hesitation, he directed a powerful energy sphere at the foremost crystal guardian. Die! The golden energy orb, imbued with destructive force, struck true at the guardian's chest. Yet, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, upon contact, the energy sphere seemed to vanish as if submerged in water, absorbed entirely by the guardian's transparent form. The guardian's body ignited with blinding golden light from the energy it had absorbed. Before Trunks could react, it raised its crystalline arm, aiming directly at him. In the next moment, a golden energy sphere identical to Trunks's own was reflected back from its arm, hurtling towards him with greater speed. What? Trunks's pupils constricted, leaving him no time to evade. He could only hastily cross his arms in defense. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated, shaking the crystalline ground, as Trunks was thrown back several meters by the force of his own attack. In disbelief, he stared at his arms, which throbbed with pain. How could this be? It returned my attack. Meanwhile, more crystal guardians had surrounded them, their smooth, multifaceted heads turning in unison, glinting with a cold, menacing light. Chapter 51. Nullified attacks. Trunks steadied himself, shaking off the tingling in his arms, his face etched with disbelief. This was not merely an attack being deflected. It was his power as a Super Saiyan easily absorbed and converted by the enemy, which then turned to harm him. This sensation was more perplexing than simply losing a power struggle. "Trunks, be careful." Bulma's warning echoed through the communicator, but it was too late. The encircling guardians began to close in. These silent crystal guardians seemed to receive a unified command and launched their assault simultaneously. Their strategy was simple yet effective. Some guardians leaped high, transforming their arms into razor-sharp blades, while others glided swiftly across the ground, like phantoms on ice, using their shoulders and bodies to collide. Damn it! Trunks roared in defiance, charging forward once more. He abandoned ranged energy attacks, channeling all his strength into his fists and feet. If energy attacks could be absorbed, then he would shatter these glass figures using the most primal form of combat. His figure became a golden streak among the guardians, moving so swiftly that only a series of afterimages could be seen. Thud! A powerful punch landed squarely on a guardian's chest. It felt not like striking a living being, but rather as if he had unleashed his full force upon a dense, high-grade alloy. The immense recoil sent sharp pain through Trunks's fingers. The struck guardian staggered back, a clear crack forming on its crystalline chest, but before Trunks could strike again. The crack rapidly healed in a flicker of light, returning to its original state. In the next moment, its blade-like arm swept toward him with a whooshing sound. Trunks swiftly dodged, only to be struck by another guardian's collision against his side. Ugh! He grunted, pushed back several steps. This is troublesome. Trunks's heart sank. These beings not only absorbed energy, but also possessed unimaginable physical defenses and rapid regeneration capabilities. Their numbers continued to swell, emerging endlessly from the ground and crystal walls. This was a battle of attrition with no hope of victory. "Aunt Bulma, cover me." Just as Trunks found himself in a dire struggle, Goten's voice rang out unexpectedly. He had slipped out from behind Trunks, facing another wave of guardians. His oversized white lab coat appeared somewhat comical in motion, yet his expression was remarkably composed. Instead of unleashing a powerful aura like Trunks, he constricted his energy to the utmost degree. A crystal guardian lunged at him, its sharp blade aimed directly for his face. In the instant before impact, Goten's body tilted at an astonishing angle. The lethal blade grazed past his nose, the rush of wind tousling his bangs. His movements were devoid of excess, as if calculated through countless iterations, achieving the most perfect evasion with minimal motion. Then, Goten shifted his footing, gliding effortlessly into the attack's blind spot of another guardian, easily evading the sweeping arm. This fighting style was unfamiliar to Trunks. It was not the straightforward combat celebrated by the Saiyans, but rather a more intricate art, emphasizing technique and perception. After successfully dodging multiple attacks, Goten finally seized an opportunity. He lowered his body, closing in on a guardian's lower half, and with his right hand poised like a blade, he precisely struck a point at its knee joint. That was the weakest point in the energy flow of the guardian structure. Even Bulma's instruments had yet to analyze it. Yet Goten seemed to instinctively know. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the guardian's knee shattered. The unbalanced guardian collapsed with a resounding thud, shattering into a myriad of glistening fragments. Yet, before the crowd could rejoice, those shards transformed into flickering lights, seamlessly reintegrating into the ground. Moments later, an intact crystalline guardian emerged anew from the same spot. This is futile. Wu Tian swiftly retreated to Trunks' side, breathing heavily. They are one with this planet. As long as we stand upon this land, they cannot be vanquished. This statement extinguished the last flicker of hope within everyone's hearts. At that moment, Trunks bore visible injuries, the energy of the Super Saiyan rapidly depleting. Retreat. Trunks. Lead everyone back to the spaceship. Bulma's decisive voice echoed through the communicator, having realized their current means were inadequate to defeat these foes. No, we must eliminate them. Trunks bellowed, bringing his hands together before his chest as a dazzling purple light began to coalesce. Mom, you all go first. I will hold them off. Gallic Gun. He needed to create an escape route for his companions, even if it meant using energy attacks that the enemies could absorb. However, just as he was about to unleash his energy blast, a hand gently pressed against his wrist. It was Wu Tian. It's futile, Trunks. Wu Tian shook his head, his calm eyes glimmering with wisdom. What you intend to do will only waste your strength. He looked up at the seemingly endless army of guardians, then glanced at the distant spaceship, as if calculating something swiftly. Follow me. With that, he took hold of Bra's hand, and to her astonishment, turned and dashed towards a crystalline valley that was entirely opposite to the spaceship's direction. Wu Tian, what are you doing? The spaceship is that way. Trunks exclaimed anxiously. Trust me. Wu Tian's voice, though not loud, carried a compelling force. Trunks gritted his teeth, immediately shielding Bulma and Gak, and followed Wu Tian's lead. The crystalline guardians quickly adjusted their course, relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Moments later, Wu Tian led everyone into a narrow crystal canyon. The terrain here was exceedingly complex, with massive crystalline formations interlocking, limiting the Guardians' advantage in group charge. Upon reaching the depths of the canyon, Wu Tian suddenly halted, pointing to a massive, upside-down crystal the size of a house hovering above them. Trunks, use your strongest power to strike there. Trunks instantly comprehended Wu Tian's intent. Without hesitation, he inhaled deeply, channeling all remaining strength into his palms. Gallic Gun. A brilliantly radiant torrent of purple energy surged upwards, not aimed at any enemy, but precisely crashing into the colossal, suspended crystal. The Guardians instinctively sought to absorb this vast energy, yet they could not ascend to such heights. With a thunderous roar, the enormous crystal, upon being struck by the ultimate flash, instantly became riddled with cracks and then shattered with a deafening crash. Tons of massive crystalline debris rained down like a meteor shower, completely sealing the entrance of the canyon. The violent tremors made the entire canyon quake. As the dust settled, the pursuing army of Guardians was entirely cut off from the collapsed canyon. They were temporarily safe. Acknowledging this, Trunks could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan state and knelt on one knee, panting. Wu Tian also released Bra's hand, his face somewhat pale. Look over there by the spaceship. Gak suddenly pointed towards another exit of the canyon, shouting in terror. The group turned to see. At the direction where the New Hope was docked, a dense throng of crystalline guardians had appeared, completely surrounding the spaceship and severing their escape route. They were trapped. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have impulsively landed. Bulma leaned against the crystalline wall, her face revealing regret and helplessness for the first time. No, Aunt Bulma. It's not your fault. Wu Tian approached her, softly offering comfort. He then turned to the still panting Trunks. Trunks, I have noted every attack you made just now. Aunt Bulma, I need you to retrieve all the combat data recorded. Though Bulma was puzzled, she immediately activated her multifunctional terminal, projecting the holographic images and data analysis of the recent battle into the air. Wu Tian pointed at the moment Trunks first launched an energy blast that was absorbed. Look here. He slowed the footage, indicating the flow of energy within the crystalline guardian. Trunks' energy, once entering its body, was not instantaneously refracted. It required a process of conduction and amplification. On the holographic projection, the energy data flowed through the Guardian's crystalline structure, racing along a specific path before being emitted from its arm. During this process, Wu Tian's finger indicated a minute fluctuation on the data analysis graph. To handle such immense energy, its bodily structure would produce an extremely subtle, high-frequency resonance. Resonance? Bulma's eyes lit up as she instantly grasped Wu Tian's implication. She snatched the controls, her hands flying across the virtual keyboard, integrating all the data, modeling, and analysis. Minutes later, a brand new data model appeared before them. It was an exceedingly complex sound wave frequency graph. I understand. I understand. A sense of excitement and fervor replaced Bulma's previous gloom. Her face glowing with the thrill of discovery. She pointed at the screen, her voice trembling with enthusiasm. These crystalline guardians are like precise tuning forks made of crystal. Their bodily structure can conduct immense energy, but therein lies a fatal weakness. That is the resonance frequency. Bulma looked up, her eyes sparkling with intelligence and confidence. As long as we can emit a resonance frequency that perfectly matches their bodily structure, we can cause them to self-destruct from within without any attack. Chapter 52. Bra's resolve within the narrow crystalline canyon. The atmosphere was almost suffocating. The collapsed boulders temporarily halted the pursuit of the crystalline guardians. Yet everyone understood that this was merely a respite. Through the crystal's refraction, they could still see the dense, silent figures outside. Like a pack of patient hunters awaiting their prey to emerge from the cage. Worse still, in the direction of the New Hope. Another army of guardians had completely sealed off their escape. They were trapped, with no path forward or backward. Bulma sat against the cold crystalline wall, her expression bearing an unprecedented gravity. She stared at the complex resonance frequency graph on her multifunctional terminal, her mind racing at an extraordinary pace. The theory was established. Yet converting theory into reality remained a daunting chasm. She needed a sufficiently precise subsonic wave generator, stable high-energy output, and a complex frequency matrix. Yet in this besieged canyon, she had nothing. Trunks sat cross-legged nearby, desperately recuperating his strength. His complexion remained pale. The transformation into a Super Saiyan had drained him significantly, compounded by the hidden injuries sustained from direct confrontation with the Guardians. Wutian sat beside Bulma, quietly observing the data on the holographic screen, his young face reflecting an intensity of focus beyond his years. The exquisite evasion and tactical command he had just executed had nearly exhausted all his mental faculties. Meanwhile, Beulah stood silently on the opposite side of the canyon. She gazed at her brother, trembling slightly from physical exhaustion, and then at her mother, whose brow was furrowed in intense concentration. Lastly, she turned her attention to Wutian, who, though perpetually silent, always managed to step forward in critical moments. A sensation of unprecedented helplessness engulfed her, akin to being submerged in frigid ocean waters. Once, in their warm and peaceful home on Earth, she had been the cherished little princess, adored by many. Her father was the proud Saiyan prince, her mother the world's wealthiest and most brilliant scientist, and her brother the domineering CEO and a formidable warrior. With them around, it felt as though the sky could fall without her needing to worry. Battles, adventures, and crises seemed distant. Her only concern was shopping and enjoying life. However, upon stepping into this cold universe, witnessing her brother and Wutian nearly lose their lives on planet KB9, and personally experiencing the despair of the recent ambush, she realized how misguided her previous beliefs had been. Her pride here held no value. Her status afforded her no protection. As her brother fought valiantly, bruised and battered, as Wutian risked his life to divert the enemy, and as her mother desperately sought a way out, the only thing Beulah could do was cower in the background, trembling, becoming the very burden that required protection. She loathed this feeling. She despised her own weakness and powerlessness. "Brother," Beulah suddenly spoke, her voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in the silent canyon. Bulma lifted her head from her reverie, surprised to see her daughter. Beulah slowly approached Trunks and, under her brother's astonished gaze, spoke with an unprecedented seriousness, enunciating each word. "Brother, teach me to fight." Trunks was taken aback. He had never anticipated that his pampered sister would make such a request. "Beulah, do you think the recent crisis frightened her? Don't say foolish things. Fighting is arduous and not suited for you. I will protect you." "Protect me?" Beulah shook her head, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "Like how you just did. You could barely hold on yourself, and yet you want to protect me? Brother, I refuse to remain that helpless burden hiding behind you." Her gaze swept across everyone present, with their father and Uncle Wukong missing, who knew how many dangers lay ahead. "I want to possess the strength to protect everyone, at the very least to protect myself." The girl's eyes lost their usual petulance and stubbornness, replaced by a resolute determination reminiscent of a do-or-die attitude. That fervent resolve moved Trunks deeply. He fell silent. As a brother, he wished for his sister to remain innocent and carefree, far removed from violence. Yet he understood that in this merciless universe, lacking strength equated to being prey. This realization may have come to Beulah later than desired, but it had ultimately arrived. All right. Trunks slowly stood up, solemnly nodding. I promise you. As long as we can escape from here, I will teach you. But Beulah, you must understand that as a descendant of Saiyan blood, once you embark on the path of training, there is no turning back. I will not turn back, Beulah replied resolutely. At that moment, the previously silent Bulma also stood up. We will find a way out. Her face brightened, replacing previous heaviness and helplessness with her signature confident smile. A brilliant idea has just sparked in my mind. Bulma stepped into the center of the group, swiftly sketching a simple structural diagram on the virtual screen. Look, although we are trapped here, what is our greatest advantage? She inquired. Is it the New Hope? Gak guessed. Precisely. Bulma snapped her fingers. Although the guards have surrounded the ship, they seem to lack long-range attack capabilities and do not know how to breach the ship's defense system. This means that the New Hope is currently our safest and most well-equipped base. Wisdom sparkled in her eyes. My plan consists of 3 steps. The first step is cover. Trunks, I need you to expend your last reserves of strength to create another collapse at the other exit of the canyon, burying us completely. What? Bury us as well? Trunks was puzzled. Yes. Bulma pointed at the thick crystalline ceiling above the canyon. By blocking both exits, we can temporarily obscure the guard's line of sight and perception, creating an absolutely secure sealed space for ourselves. The second step is infiltration. Gak, remember the miniaturized teleportation device I borrowed from the Galactic Patrol? Gak's eyes widened. You mean that prototype, which can only teleport short distances and has a 50% error rate? That's the one. Bulma smiled. While its teleportation range is limited, it is sufficient for our current location to reach the New Hope. I will perform an emergency calibration on its positioning system to minimize the error rate. The third step, and the most crucial one, is counterattack. Bulma's finger pressed firmly on the screen. Gak, I need you to teleport back to the ship and access my temporary laboratory stored in warehouse number 2. Then, following the blueprints I provide, immediately assemble a subsonic pulse grenade that emits a specific resonance frequency using the available materials. Once we have this, those indestructible glass orbs will shatter at the slightest touch. The entire plan was bold, audacious, yet intricately interconnected and logically sound. After hearing it, hope reignited in everyone's eyes. All right, let's do it. Trunks was the first to respond. Although the error rate is still high, I am willing to take this risk for the sake of justice in the galaxy. Gak also stood tall. The plan was immediately set into motion. Trunks, dragging his weary body, made his way to the other end of the canyon. He gathered the last of his strength and unleashed a powerful energy wave against the crystalline wall above him. With a thunderous roar, countless stones cascaded down, sealing off the exit completely. Darkness enveloped the canyon, isolating them entirely from the outside world. Bulma swiftly activated the lighting function of the universal terminal while connecting the palm-sized, uniquely shaped teleportation device to the terminal, commencing intense calibration work. Time passed minute by minute, though no sounds reached them from outside. Everyone knew that the endless army of guards awaited. After an indeterminate time, Bulma exhaled deeply. All right. She carefully handed the calibrated transmitter to Gak while inserting a pre-prepared data chip into his communicator. The blueprints and all necessary notes are contained within. Remember, our lives are now in your hands. Gak accepted the weighty device, solemnly saluting like a Galactic Patrol officer. Everyone, I promise to complete the task. With that, he pressed the activation button on the transmitter. A blue glow enveloped him, rendering his body transparent and ethereal. The teleportation commenced, his voice becoming fragmented. It must succeed. Before he could finish his sentence, with a flash of blue light, Gak's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 53. The power of resonance. As the figure of Gyaka vanished completely into the fleeting azure light, the entire canyon fell once more into a suffocating silence. Time appeared to stretch infinitely. Each passing second was laden with uncertainty. Had the teleportation succeeded? Trunks forced himself to breathe steadily, yet his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Bra clutched the hem of her garment, holding her breath, afraid to make a sound. Even the normally self-assured Bulma merely crossed her arms, feigning calm as she fixated on her terminal, her fingers tapping the screen repeatedly, revealing her anxious heart. Suddenly, a crackling voice broke through. Bulma, can you hear me? This is Jaka. After a jarring burst of static, Jaka's voice, tinged with both fear and a hint of triumph, finally emerged from the speaker. It worked. Bulma and Bra exclaimed in unison. Where are you now? What is the situation? Bulma immediately pressed on. The sound of rummaging came through the speaker, accompanied by Jaka's complaints. I'm not sure. It's very dark here, and I seem to be surrounded by something soft. Oh my god. Is this your spare underwear, Bulma? Wait, why did the teleportation land me in the clothing storage? Shut up. Bulma's face reddened as she shouted into the communicator. This is not the time for discussion. Head to the second warehouse. The data chip contains the laboratory password and emergency power instructions. Start working immediately according to the blueprint. Yes, yes. Jaka replied hurriedly, his voice revealing the sound of him scrambling to exit. The long wait began. In order to gather strength, Trunks chose silence, closing his eyes and entering a meditative state. Feeling the continuous energy replenishing within him, Bra commenced her first combat lesson. Following Trunks' simple guidance, she sat cross-legged, attempting to heed the sounds within her body and tap into the power stemming from her Saiyan lineage. Goten remained still, leaning quietly against the crystal wall. Unlike Trunks, who meditated, Goten tilted his head slightly, his dark eyes unfocused as if listening intently to something. He was attuned to the voice of the planet. The peculiar, metallic humming of energy pulses became clearer as he isolated himself from the outside world. It resonated like the breath of this crystalline planet, steady, ancient, and imbued with an indescribable rhythm. Goten seemed to catch a faint emotion within that rhythm. Was it solitude? Just as he was lost in thought, the entire canyon shook violently without warning. Crystal's dust fell from the overhead rock walls. Not good. Bulma's expression shifted. The sentinels outside are attacking our rock wall. They've discovered us. She quickly connected with Jaka. Jaka, what is happening? We're running out of time. Almost there. Just one last step. But the plasma welder here doesn't have enough energy to fuse the alloy shell. Jaka's anxious voice came through. Abandon the welder. My brain is racing. Open locker number 3 and find the powerful neutron ray I didn't finish using last time. Use that. But the manual states it requires at least 8 hours to cure. Forget the manual. Mix it directly with the T09 catalyst. That's with me. It will definitely cure harder than the alloy in 30 seconds. Another violent tremor shook the canyon, and a tiny crack appeared in the mountain wall. 30 seconds felt like an eternity. Finally, Jaka's voice came through the communicator, filled with relief. I did it. Bulma. I completed it. A total of 12 sonic pulse grenades. Great. Bulma felt invigorated, immediately loading the grenades into the ship's drilling launch port, targeting their current coordinates. Hurry. Before long. A faint mechanical drilling sound approached, growing louder. A section of crystal wall nearby suddenly cracked open, revealing a drilling detector emerging from the rock, carrying a silver metal briefcase. The counteroffensive weapon had arrived. Trunks opened his eyes abruptly, golden energy flaring anew. He approached the massive rock blocking the canyon entrance, inhaling deeply as he concentrated his restored power into a single point. With a powerful shout, a beam of golden energy erupted forth, obliterating the obstructive rock into a cloud of dust. The blinding sunlight, along with the endless sea of crystalline remains outside, flooded back into view. It was still the same silent, despairing encirclement, but this time, fear had vanished from everyone's eyes. Bra, Goten, follow me. Trunks opened the briefcase, distributing the grenade-like metallic discs to the two. Mom said these have an effective range of 50 meters. Remember, just throw them and don't get too close. After sharing a knowing nod with Goten, Trunks commanded, I'll go left, you go right. Aim for the ship and break through. With that, the two transformed into streaks of light, charging into the ranks of sentinels. A crystalline sentinel raised its blade, swinging down at Trunks. He did not flinch or evade. Instead, he seized the moment, hurling a pulse grenade at its feet. Buzz. There was no explosion, no flames. The pulse grenade landed, emitting an invisible, inaudible subsonic force field that silently spread outward. An eerie scene unfolded, centered around the grenade. All the crystalline sentinels within a 50-meter radius froze as if a pause button had been pressed. Their internal energy cores flickered erratically, and fine cracks appeared like spiderwebs across their translucent bodies. The sentinel poised to strike suddenly lost its luster, becoming as rough as frosted glass. Opportunity. Trunks wasted no time, delivering a punch infused with golden energy that crashed forward, Crack! The sound of shattering echoed. The once invulnerable foe, which had previously caused his fist's pain, was now shattered effortlessly like fragile glass under his iron fist. We did it! Bra exclaimed in astonishment from the rear. Stop gawking. Keep moving, Bulma shouted, picking up a grenade and hurling it toward the next area in their path. The rhythm of battle instantly shifted. This was an unprecedented fight. Bulma and Jaka on the communicator coordinated the throwing of pulse grenades to clear the path, creating safe zones where enemies were temporarily vulnerable. Meanwhile, Trunks and Goten efficiently dismantled those once unbeatable foes into fragments. They surged forward like a tidal wave. The once formidable, endless army of crystalline sentinels crumbled before them. Soon, they broke through the encirclement, successfully reaching the deep, softly glowing chasm marked on Bulma's map, leading to the planet's core. As they stepped onto the edge of the chasm, all pursuing crystalline sentinels abruptly halted. They ceased their attacks and turned away, forming a silent line of defense around the chasm, as if a loyal guard was protecting their sacred ground, forbidding anyone from advancing further. A powerful energy field, more intense than any pulsation previously encountered, emanated from the depths of the rift. This ancient and majestic force was not malevolent. As the crowd stood in uncertainty, the entire gorge began to tremble violently. The soft glow at the bottom of the valley suddenly transformed into a dazzling brilliance. A colossal figure, suffocatingly immense, began to rise slowly from the depths of the earth. It dwarfed any crystal guardian they had ever seen. Its form no longer a simple humanoid shape, but composed of countless interlocking polyhedral crystals, resembling a living, moving mountain of crystal. Its head was adorned with a magnificent crystal cluster, resembling a crown, with myriad beams of light swirling within. It possessed neither eyes nor mouth. Yet when its gaze swept over the crowd, everyone felt an irresistible aura of majesty descend upon their minds. It appears to be the leader of those outsiders, Bulma murmured, her expression turning gravely serious. The King of Crystal Bones. This is the true will and guardian of this planet. Just as Trunks instinctively assumed a battle stance. Believing a fierce confrontation was inevitable, a grand yet clear voice resonated, not through the air, but directly within their minds. Intruders, state your purpose for coming here. The voice did not belong to any known language, yet each individual comprehended its meaning with clarity. It was as magnificent as the harmony of stars, yet as clear as a whisper in one's ear. Purpose. Trunks slowly lowered his defensive posture, though his taut muscles remained unyielding. He inhaled deeply, poised to respond on behalf of the group. However, a figure stepped forward ahead of him, standing before all. It was Goten. We have come in search of the Super Dragon Balls, which can fulfill any wish. Goten raised his head, gazing at the mountain-like king of crystal bones. His voice calm and clear, devoid of fear. Our father has been taken by a mysterious black hole, and we require the power of the Super Dragon Balls to rescue him. The light on the crystal crown of the King of Crystal Bones flickered slightly. The grand voice echoed in their minds once again, but this time seemingly directed solely at Goten. Insignificant life, you carry the scent of sorrow, yet also the fragrance of hope. The voice paused, as if carefully sensing something. Nevertheless, I do not perceive malevolence within you. Huh? What is happening? Goten inquired, perplexed. The King of Crystal Bones offered no explanation but gradually raised its massive arm, composed of countless crystals. As it moved, the surrounding space began to warp slightly. In its palm, a three-dimensional star map, crafted from pure light particles, slowly unfolded. A series of illuminated coordinates formed a brilliant light band that spanned the cosmos. Ultimately, the end of the light band focused on a beautiful azure planet. Earth, our Earth, Bulma exclaimed. In the distant antiquity before that planet's birth, the King of Crystal Bones' voice carried a hint of ancient sorrow. Our creator, the dragon god Salama, traversed here, sowing the seeds of life that ultimately birthed what you now know as the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Our lineage originated from that primordial planet. Our mission is to serve as guardians of these Dragon Balls. Its gaze once again fixed upon Goten. Tell me, insignificant life, does your wish, aside from rescuing your companion, harbor any ulterior motives? For example, conquest? Or destruction? None. Goten's response was simple yet resolute. He met the imposing presence's gaze, his eyes clear as crystal. He paused, revealing a sincerity on his youthful face that was starkly different from his battle demeanor. If possible, I would like to return home joyfully. Home. The King of Crystal Bones repeated, the light of its crown becoming unprecedentedly gentle. In that moment, it seemed to glimpse another ancient figure within Goten, a similarly pure soul with a simple wish. I understand. The grand voice conveyed a sense of relief and comfort. The King of Crystal Bones looked at all present. Its authoritative voice now tinged with a note of plea. Those with pure hearts, and your companions, please listen to me. We, the Crystal Clan, are a manifestation of the Dragon Ball's power. Our existence is intricately linked to this origin pearl. If you wish to take the Dragon Balls, both I and my kin shall transform into radiant light and return to the Dragon Balls with this planet's essence. This is both our destiny and our honor. It slowly lowered its noble, crown-like head towards the crowd. We are willing to entrust the power of the origin pearl to you, only asking that you treat this power kindly after fulfilling that noble wish. Please commence the ceremony, so we may complete this final mission. The entire gorge fell into silence. No one anticipated that the so-called final battle would arrive in such a manner. This was not a confrontation, but a solemn and sacred transmission of duty. Trunks fell silent, his fists clenching and unclenching, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Bulma removed her glasses, gently wiping the damp corners of her eyes. She was deeply moved by the loyalty and mission that had endured for millions of years. Yet they all understood that they must accept this request. The Super Dragon Balls represented the hope of saving Goku and Vegeta. Goten nodded, stepping forward a few paces to stand closest to the King of Crystal Bones. He could feel the pure and immense energy gently calling to him. Bulma, too, struggled to contain her emotions as she stepped forward, cradling the necklace imbued with divine power by Whis, ready to embrace the sacred moment. The energy of the entire planet began to converge towards the rift at the Earth's core. The King of Crystal Bones' body radiated an increasingly brilliant light, as if on the verge of transforming into a new star. It began to burn itself, releasing the divine power of the entire planet's dragon without reservation. The ceremony was nearing completion. However, at that moment, a faint yet intensely concentrated purple light emerged from the sky, shining from Frisia's flagship, a vessel that embodied death. A cataclysmic energy attack, imbued with the utmost malevolence, struck like a divine spear piercing the heavens and the earth, tearing through the atmosphere without a hint of warning. And with a speed surpassing the limits of human reaction, it precisely struck the head of the King of Crystal Bones, who was engulfed in flames. Boom. In that instant, it felt as though the entire planet had been silenced. There was no violent explosion, only the pure annihilation of light and energy. That minuscule beam of death unleashed unimaginable corrosive power upon contact with the King of Crystal Bones' sacred energy, obliterating its burning soul and will from the core, shattering it. The enormous form of the King of Crystal Bones began to disintegrate like a corroded sand sculpture, collapsing from its head downward. Its gentle and brilliant radiance was replaced by a frenzied and destructive purple-black energy. It was merely a fleeting moment. The Great Guardian, whose mission had spanned millions of years, did not even have time to emit a cry of despair before it transformed into a cloud of crystal dust, silently dissipating into the air. No, Goten let out a heart-wrenching scream, unable to believe what had just transpired before his eyes. Bulma stood frozen, her hands trembling as she clutched the necklace. At this moment, the earth began to violently collapse and tear apart. A colossal orange crystal, engraved with a vibrant red five-pointed star, shattered the outer shell of the planet, revealing its essence to the air. This was the true form of the Super Dragon Balls, Ishingchio. The necklace adorning Bulma's chest radiated a dazzling light the moment it sensed the Dragon Ball's essence, emanating an irresistible allure. The planet-sized Ishingchio, confronted by this force, seemed to lose all mass and volume, beginning to distort and shrink into an orange torrent that spanned the heavens, entirely absorbed into the minuscule pendant. As the brilliance faded, the once resplendent crystalline planet vanished without a trace. Only the main characters remained, standing upon the crust that had lost its planetary core. Surrounding them was the cold, desolate expanse of the universe. In the suffocating silence, Frisia's iconic smirk appeared on the external screen of the New Hope. "Oh ho ho, well done, Bulma-san. And my little monkeys," he remarked, seemingly oblivious to the fury of the gathered group. While that guardian self-sacrifice was indeed touching, it was far too slow and quite bothersome. Thus, I lent you a hand, no need for gratitude. Chapter 55, Frisia's Dispatch, Orders, and Conquest. Frisia's flippant voice pierced through the frigid screen, striking at the softest, most furious and powerless parts of their hearts. Bulma trembled slightly, her rage overwhelming her sorrow. Her gaze fixed on the loathsome face on the screen, her nails nearly embedding into her palm. Beside her, a terrifying aura surged uncontrollably. Goten's eyes, ablaze with fury, radiated a chilling intent to kill. Frieza! A roar that echoed through the cosmos erupted as Trunks vanished in an instant, transforming into a golden meteor, poised to strike the colossal flagship. He sought to shatter that scoundrel, along with his damned ship, into oblivion. However, before he could soar far, a tractor beam shot from the belly of Frieza's flagship, locking onto the swiftly moving New Hope with precision. An overwhelming force surged forth, binding not only the ship, but also Trunks and the others flying outside, rendering them immobile. Goten remained silent, quietly hovering as he gazed upon the remnants of the beautiful planet. Sensing the last vestiges of kindness from the Crystal King dissipate into the frigid void of space, his expression revealed nothing, neither anger nor sadness. Yet beneath this near-numb tranquility, a deeper, colder essence began to coalesce within his very soul. The return to the flagship was steeped in a suffocating silence. As they re-entered the frigid metallic floor of Frieza's hall, they were met with the leisurely demeanor of the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza lounged against his throne, flanked by his stalwart lieutenant, the ice-cold Colt, and several other formidable high-ranking officers, standing like statues beside him. Why? Trunks could no longer contain himself. Glaring fiercely at Frieza as he roared, "That Guardian explicitly promised to hand over the Dragon Ball to us. Why did you interfere?" "Interfere?" Frieza chuckled, as if he had heard an amusing joke. "Do you overestimate your significance?" He rose, gracefully descending the steps of his throne like a noble strolling through his palace. Such a touching final request. What a waste of time. My time is precious and cannot be squandered on listening to reports spanning eons. His steps halted before Trunks, and with a slight narrowing of his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his crimson pupils. "You must always remember this, your presence here. Your ability to so smoothly acquire the first Super Dragon Ball is not due to your efforts or any benevolence from the Guardian, but because I allowed it. You scoundrel." Trunks' patience reached its limit. His right fist clenched tightly as the golden aura, crackling with blue lightning, surged once more. Just as he was about to strike, a shadow darted out from Frieza's side, interposing itself between them. It was Colt. "There is no need for Lord Frieza to concern himself with your brutish conduct," Colt's voice, as cold and devoid of emotion as he, declared. He raised his right hand, aiming at the tempestuous Trunks. The white armor on his arm suddenly split apart, transforming into a particle cannon gleaming with dangerous energy. With no flourish, a precise and lethal energy beam answered Trunks' fury. Trunks' pupils constricted, and he crossed his arms defensively over his chest, roaring in defiance. The energy beam struck his arms with tremendous force, unleashing a violent explosion of light and heat. The powerful shockwave forced him to stagger back several steps, leaving scorched marks on his crossed arms. But it was not over, Colt coldly proclaimed, as his left arm's armor morphed, revealing a dense firing matrix beneath. Dozens of miniature energy needles whistled toward Trunks like a torrential downpour. These energy needles not only flew with remarkable speed, but also traced cunning trajectories. A mere trifle. After a brief moment of shock, Trunks swiftly regained his composure. As a seasoned warrior, the power of Super Saiyan 2 erupted within him, his aura sweeping forward like a storm, forming a visible golden barrier that deflected all the energy needles. Seeing his ranged attack fail, Colt decisively withdrew his weapon. He exerted force beneath him, propelling himself like a cannonball straight toward Trunks. His right hand transformed into a knife, aimed at the opponent's throat. His movements were grand and fierce, filled with precision. The two figures transformed into streaks of light, colliding rapidly within the vast hall, gold and white intertwining. For a time, they seemed evenly matched. However, as time wore on, Colt's frustration grew evident in his increasingly impatient movements. The experienced Trunks keenly sensed this fleeting opening. In the moment, they separated from another fierce exchange of blows. Trunks seized that infinitesimal fraction of a second, retreating sharply to create distance. Colt hesitated, instinctively wanting to pursue once more. At that moment, Trunks raised his right hand high in retreat. "Get away!" With a furious shout, Trunks thrust his palm forward, unleashing a gust that transformed into a cyclone rushing toward Colt. The speed of this strike was unparalleled, and the proximity left no room for evasion. Colt remained composed, crossing his arms before him, maximizing the defensive capabilities of his battle armor to form a pale purple energy shield. The terrifying energy exploded, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward, toppling the high-ranking officers standing by. Only Frieza on his throne remained utterly unmoved throughout. As the energy's brilliance faded and the dust settled, Kult's figure emerged. Though he still stood, he was clearly in a dire state. His once sturdy battle armor was now riddled with cracks, and the armor on his arms was completely shattered, still emitting wisps of smoke. He had been defeated. Gasping for breath, Trunks too struggled after unleashing his full power. The state of Super Saiyan 2 gradually receding back to his ordinary golden-haired form. The recent battle had taken an immense toll on him. He lifted his gaze, glaring at the figure on the throne, seemingly at ease, ready to speak again. Suddenly, a faint sound, as if fabric had been torn, pierced the air. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Trunks lowered his head in disbelief, for he noticed that a slender, almost invisible red energy beam had pierced a hole through his right shoulder blade. Trunks, Goten, filled with anguish, could hardly believe what was unfolding before him. He had anticipated that Frieza might strike, but he never imagined the assault would come so swiftly. There was no agonizing pain, only a swift numbness and the rapid loss of strength. Trunks' golden hair faded, reverting to its original purple hue. He could no longer support his body and collapsed to one knee, blood finally gushing from the small wound. This is merely a minor reprimand for your unreasonable actions. Frieza's cold voice echoed as he rose leisurely from his throne. He stood before the faltering Trunks, gazing down at him as one might look upon a defenseless insect. Do not forget, your lives are sustained by your utility to me. Now, the game is over. Frieza straightened, a disingenuous smile returning to his face. It is time to discuss serious matters. In exchange for assisting you in obtaining the first Super Dragon Ball, I require you to resolve a rather troublesome issue. He waved his hand, and the main screen in the throne room displayed a war-torn, ochre planet, Planet Razo. Frieza announced, your mission is to land on that planet and eradicate all opposing forces. A heavy silence enveloped the room. What? Among those present, Goten, Bra, and Gak were all astounded by Frieza's request. Frieza, do you truly believe we would annihilate sentient beings for you? Goten protested, clenching his fists. I merely think you have no better options. Frieza's signature laughter resonated once more. You can either serve as temporary enforcers for my army or perish at my hands. The moment those words were spoken, Bulma closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and upon reopening them, only a chilling calm remained in her gaze. We accept. She strained to articulate those 3 words through gritted teeth. A wise choice. Frieza resumed his seat upon the throne, his demeanor returning to its previous nonchalance. Of course, I shall not leave you to fight alone. Kult. He nodded toward his capable subordinate who had just risen from the ground. Yes, Kult knelt, clutching his still smoking arms. You will lead the 3rd Fleet and escort our allies, ensuring they receive all necessary support. Understood, Lord Frieza. Excellent. Frieza snapped his fingers. Now let us depart. I look forward to receiving news of your victory from Planet Razo. In the medical bay of the New Hope, Trunks lay within the healing pod, the wound on his shoulder gradually mending under the soothing green liquid. The others stood in silence within the command room, gazing out at the massive fleet that monitored them. The atmosphere oppressive to the extreme. Aunt Bulma, we truly have no other choice. Bulma looked at Goten, as if aware of the question he was about to ask. Amidst the desolate silence, Bra, who had remained quiet until now, slowly approached the star map. Her gaze settled upon the planet named Razo. After observing it for a moment, she lifted her head to regard the Frieza fleet, which surrounded them like sharks. In her dark eyes, there was neither despair nor fear, only an unsettling calm beyond her years. Mother, this may be an opportunity, a chance to escape Frieza's grasp. Chapter 56, Journey to Planet Razo. Bra's voice, though soft, cut through the suffocating silence like a flash of lightning, resonating in everyone's ears. Bulma turned sharply, incredulous as she looked at her daughter. In that moment, Bra's face bore none of her usual arrogance or defiance, nor the fear she had shown in the face of danger. In her blue eyes, which mirrored her mother's, a glimmer of hope shone forth. An opportunity? Gak was the first to voice his doubt, glancing out at the steel tide of warships. Miss Bra, we are like birds trapped in a cage. I see no opportunity here. Bra paid him no mind, continuing to focus on Bulma, articulating her thoughts clearly, within Frieza's flagship. We will never escape his watchful eye. However, He is now sending us out. She pointed at the distant destination on the star map. He is dispatching us to a place he finds troublesome, filled with opposing forces. This is equivalent to him creating an environment for us, far from his territory, with potential allies. Her words left everyone momentarily speechless. But that is too dangerous. Goten whispered, glancing at the still healing Trunks. That fellow cult is incredibly strong, and he commands an entire fleet. Therefore, our goal cannot be to flee. Bra interrupted him, proposing a bolder, even reckless conclusion. Instead, upon reaching planet Razo, we must find a way to unite with the planet's natives and, with great force, utterly obliterate Cult and his third fleet. The command room fell into an unprecedented silence. Bulma gazed intently at her daughter, and after a moment of shock, a hint of pride and satisfaction flickered in her eyes. Perhaps it was a trait inherited from her genes, finally awakening in the face of despair. She stepped forward, gently placing her hand on her daughter's shoulder, then surveyed the group. This plan is not entirely without merit. As the team's strategist, Bulma's voice lent a weight of reality to the audacious proposal. However, we must convene a meeting, a top-secret operational briefing among ourselves. Half an hour later, the rapid healing process in the medical bay concluded. Trunks emerged, his expression dark, but his injuries had healed. In the circular briefing room of the New Hope, designated as a high-security zone, everyone gathered around the table. All eyes turned to Trunks. As the only one who had directly engaged the enemy, his insights were invaluable. That cult, Trunks recalled the details of the battle, spoke solemnly. His strength is comparable to that of Android 18. However, the battle armor he wears is quite formidable, significantly enhancing his power and speed, even transforming into weapons instantly. But you ultimately won, didn't you? Gak inquired. Barely. Trunks shook his head, candidly admitting, while Super Saiyan 2 could suppress him, my power is not limitless. If the fight continued, the outcome would be uncertain. It is certain that Frisia's forces contain many elites who rely on high-tech armor in combat. This statement cast a shadow over the flicker of hope that had just ignited. The group fell silent once more. Does that not mean we have even less chance of victory? Gak spoke uncertainly. No. It was Goten who spoke up. He stood and walked to the central holographic projection in the briefing room. Trunks is referring to one-on-one combat. We ought not to approach problems in such a manner. I have observed the combat tactics of the Frisia force on numerous occasions. Wu Tian endeavored to steady his voice. They rely on formidable technology, precise formations, and overwhelming firepower. They are indeed powerful, yet they possess vulnerabilities. His fingers glided between the fleet's escort vessels. Their might is largely established under the Frisia force. Once stripped of the fleet's fire support, disarrayed in their formations, and rendered powerless, their individual strength diminishes. Wu Tian raised his gaze towards Bulma. Aunt Bulma, which is superior? Frisia's technology, or yours? This inquiry struck at Bulma's pride. She huffed, a confident smile returning to her face. In terms of heavy firepower, perhaps not as formidable. But when it comes to ingenious little inventions that can be of great assistance, I have plenty. This is the crux of the matter. Wu Tian's eyes brightened. We need not engage in head-on confrontations. What we require are allies. Those natives on planet Lazo who have long contended with the Frisia force and are familiar with their combat methods. They can assist us in creating opportunities and disrupting the enemy's deployments. Then, Aunt Bulma, you can find ways to incapacitate their weaponry and armor systems from within. Finally, Wu Tian's gaze fell back upon Trunks, whose dark pupils burned with the flames of vengeance. Trunks and I shall confront Cult head-on. This discourse, clear in logic and division of labor, dispelled the fog of uncertainty in the minds of all present. Indeed, Wu Tian, Bulma's eyes sparkled. I see your father's shadow in you. Of course, from his youth. Use your strengths to exploit the enemy's weaknesses. Precisely, this is the intelligent way to fight. Jack also excitedly slapped his thigh. Trunks looked at Wu Tian, astonished. He had not anticipated that his childhood companion had matured to such an extent. He clenched his fists tightly. With Bulma and Bra by his side. Yes, these are the family members he must protect at all costs. I concur, Trunks declared, his voice resolute. He looked at Wu Tian and Bulma, his eyes filled with unprecedented determination. Here on planet Lazo, we shall forge a path to freedom with our own hands. The spaceship continued its voyage. Outside the porthole, Cult's third fleet remained like loyal hounds, tightly encircling them in the center. They were unaware that aboard this inconspicuous little ship, a group of individuals whom they regarded as prisoners and tools had silently reached a consensus. It was a declaration of war so audacious and reckless that it could shake the entire galaxy. Chapter 57. Shadows of War. The protracted journey through hyperspace finally reached its conclusion, as the engine of the New Hope emitted a soft resonance before ceasing its roar. The distorted light outside the porthole transformed instantaneously into the profound silence of the cosmos. Cult's Third Fleet, like a massive stellar prison, completed its final formation deceleration around the New Hope in silence. Dozens of menacing warships adorned with the Frisia insignia pointed their cannons outward, aimed at the lonely planet floating nearby. That is Planet Lazo. Viewed from the cosmos, it appeared as a lifeless ochre sphere, its surface marred by numerous impact craters and scorched radiation marks. Some wounds were evidently fresh, with massive craters still emitting wisps of smoke, silently bearing witness to the recent calamity. Yet, within this seemingly dying planet, resilient signs of life persisted. Amidst the scorched earth, clear, meticulously planned geometric lines could still be seen, alongside faint energy points flickering rhythmically on the planet's dark side. In the command room of the New Hope, a heavy yet efficient silence had prevailed since their previous clandestine meeting. Bulma sat at the control panel, her fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard. She skillfully infused a portion of her computational power into the massive public scanning network of the Third Fleet, surreptitiously pilfering all publicly available intelligence painstakingly gathered by Frisia's forces. The situation was far more precarious than Frisia had indicated. Bulma furrowed her brow and projected a processed data set onto the central holographic display. Look, she pointed at the flickering energy points on the planet's surface. These are not cities. Rather, they are clusters of independent underground fortresses, each equipped with powerful energy shields. The orbital bombardments from the Frisia army were nearly entirely nullified by such shields. On the hologram, red lines representing bombardment trajectories collided with an invisible light blue barrier upon entering the planet's atmosphere, their power significantly diminished. The technology of the Lazo people is remarkably advanced, at least in terms of defensive capabilities, Bulma concluded. They have abandoned useless surface cities, relocating all their vital forces and industrial foundations underground. This mode of combat is something the Frisia army is utterly unaccustomed to. Trunks gazed at the scarred planet, his expression complex. This mode of resistance, where every citizen became a soldier and sought refuge underground, reminded him of another Trunks, one from a desolate future. It was at that moment that a strong communication request, covering the entire public frequency, emanated from Cult's flagship. Soon, the Frisia army's cold propaganda imagery, accompanied by a voice filled with arrogance and impatience, resonated throughout this expanse. It was Cult. To all primitive beings still stubbornly resisting on planet Lazo, his voice devoid of any emotion, seemed to declare a predetermined death sentence. Lord Frisia's patience is limited. Now, I represent the great Frisia army to deliver you an ultimatum. From this moment, you have one day to decide whether to lay down your arms and open the gates of all underground fortresses, unreservedly welcoming your new masters. Choose between preserving your lives or perishing alongside your stubborn, worthless, filthy planet, turning to cosmic dust. The countdown begins now. The communication abruptly ceased after the simple yet brutal declaration. The shadows of war unavoidably enveloped this starry sky. Damn it, Bra couldn't help but mutter under her breath. They intend to utterly annihilate this planet. First bribery, then conquest, and finally destruction. This was the Frisia army's most common tactic. Jack sighed, somewhat helplessly stating, such actions grossly violate Article 3 of the Galactic Protection Act. It's futile. Jack, Bulma interrupted him. I believe we should be able to contact the natives on that planet. All eyes turned to Bulma, who had been the focal point of their previous battle conference. But how can we establish contact? Their every move is under the scrutiny of the Third Fleet. Any attempt to send a communication will be detected immediately. Observing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Bulma suddenly wore a sly smile. Everyone, come here. She beckoned them to gather around, lowering her voice to a volume only they could hear. I admit, it is indeed challenging for us to maneuver under their radar alone. However, she cast a glance at Bra, who was attentively listening, her eyes sparkling with approval. What if their radar just happens to go blind for those few minutes? Blind? Trunks asked, puzzled. Yes, blind. Bulma's lips curled into a confident arc. Several days prior, I had employed the guise of creating a Dragon Ball radar to continuously infiltrate their network system with a form of system virus. As she spoke, She summoned an extraordinarily intricate interface of nested programming code. This minuscule creation would not trigger any alarms nor compromise their system. Its sole purpose was to lie dormant within the Frisia Force's detectors, akin to a sleeping seed. Now, she turned to Bra, declaring that it was time for her to take action. Bulma connected a subport of her multifunctional capsule terminal to the console before Bra. Bra, her tone laden with unprecedented seriousness, I need you to accomplish this task. The moment the assault craft departed from the ship, I will send you the activation signal, at which point you must activate the virus alongside me. Should we succeed, all detection radars of the cult fleet will succumb to 3 minutes of network signal blockage, granting us a brief yet absolutely secure invisible window. Me? Bra was taken aback, completely unprepared for her mother to entrust such a significant task to her. Indeed, Bulma affirmed, gazing at her with certainty, this requires both of us to accomplish. Bra, momentarily stunned, nodded vigorously, leave it to me, Mom. Time flowed steadily. Planet Razo, in its own revolution, rotated slowly. A colossal shadow began to gradually engulf its war-torn land. Within the hangar of the New Hope, Goten and his companions had donned lightweight combat suits suitable for movement, preparing to enter the landing pod. Remember, Bulma advised after concluding the final checks, the stealth window I can secure for you lasts a maximum of 3 minutes. This window must suffice for you to accelerate beyond the surveillance zone and enter the planet's atmospheric edge. Once you successfully breach, immediately use the planet itself as cover to find a suitable landing site. Rest assured, Mom, Trunks nodded solemnly. All communications will occur via encrypted channels. Stay safe. Bulma stepped forward and gently embraced Trunks and Goten. If negotiations fail, her voice grew grave, and you are attacked as enemies, do not hesitate. Retreat immediately, understood? Goten and Trunks exchanged a glance, nodding earnestly. It's time, Goten whispered. He glanced out the porthole, where the flagship of Cult loomed like a silent steel behemoth, still sleeping in the darkness. Mom, we are ready, Bra implored. With that, the trio boarded the assault craft. The hatch, driven by silent air pressure, slowly closed. Wait, a soft voice echoed within the New Hope. Goten turned to see Bra looking at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. You will come back, right? Time seemed to freeze. Trunks shot Bra a puzzled glance before looking back at Goten, while Gak, with a mischievous grin, urged him to hurry into the landing pod. Don't worry. Trust me. Goten beamed a radiant smile, waving at Bra before turning away. All right, Bra, I believe your brother and the others will return safely. Now, it's our turn. Bulma inhaled deeply, returning to the main control console. Her finger hovered over a red virtual send button. Bra now? Bulma pressed down forcefully. An activation signal was transmitted at light speed. Almost instantaneously, Bra's hands became a blur over the virtual keyboard. Her gaze was intensely focused, as she swiftly captured all awakening nodes among the myriad codes, and then, humming, an invisible torrent of data surged from the New Hope, following the countless data pathways previously infiltrated, flooding into the control center of the Cult Third Fleet. At this moment, within the bridge of the Cult flagship, every detection screen simultaneously descended into a chaotic flurry of static, emitting piercing crackles. The main computer's alarm resonated throughout the entire bridge. Report. Unidentified strong signal interference detected. All radars are malfunctioning. What is happening? While they scrambled to troubleshoot, the New Hope, carrying their hopes, had already completed its departure. Goten and his companions, utilizing maximum thrust, transformed into an elusive streak of light, plunging into the profound and vast shadow of planet Razo. A covert infiltration that would determine the fates of numerous civilizations had officially commenced. Chapter 58. Warriors in the Jungle. The pitch-black landing pod, akin to a silent meteor, sliced through the thin, ionized, dust-laden atmosphere of planet Razo. The intense impact pressed the 3 focused individuals firmly into their seats. Trunks, gripping the control stick tightly, deftly maneuvered to avoid a concealed anti-vehicle energy field hidden beneath the clouds, narrowly crashing into a dense primordial jungle. Upon successful landing, Gak unfastened his seatbelt and slumped in his chair, realizing that the defensive systems were far more intricate than the reports had indicated. Trunks powered down the engine, and the haunting howls outside the landing pod faded instantly. In their place emerged a cacophony of myriad unfamiliar sounds, belonging to unknown life forms. It was a vibrant symphony of life, starkly contrasting against the desolate and scarred visage of the planet in the cosmos. as the hatch slowly opened. A wave of damp air, infused with the earthy aroma of soil and exotic plant life, surged in, so rich it was nearly overwhelming. Goten was the first to step outside, inhaling deeply. He sensed the jungle was infused with raw, untamed natural energy. Entering here felt akin to a fish returning to water, invigorating every cell within him. Before him lay an extraordinary world. Enormous mushroom-like plants, with canopies spanning dozens of meters, shielded the sky. Their undersides adorned with patches of crystals emitting a soft blue glow. Thick vines, resembling giant serpents, coiled around towering trees, their surfaces glistening with a mercury-like sheen. The air was filled with bioluminescent spores, reminiscent of fireflies, transforming the dim primordial jungle into a dreamlike spectacle. "It's beautiful," Goten couldn't help but whisper. Memories of Bra's tear-filled eyes flashing through his mind. He thought, if only she were here, she would surely adore this wondrous scenery. "It is beautiful, but I can't shake the feeling that something is watching us," Trunks remarked, trailing closely behind. His instincts as a warrior alerted him to the presence of an unseen, chilling gaze from the very moment he stepped out of the pod. This jungle, seemingly tranquil, concealed hidden dangers. Detection of unknown energy reaction. 11 o'clock direction, canopy layer. Gak murmured, glancing at his wrist. His Galaxy Patrol multifunctional detector displayed a faint red dot flickering on the screen. Trunks' expression sharpened as he instantly looked up. Yet, at that very moment, the true assault came from beneath their feet. With no warning, the soft soil erupted, and a shimmering energy net shot up from the ground, enveloping them at lightning speed. "What?" Gak exclaimed in shock. Trunks reacted instantaneously, shouting a warning as he disregarded the seemingly perilous net, fiercely unleashing an energy blast toward the empty space to his left. Boom. The energy blast accurately struck the trunk of a colossal tree, and amidst the explosive shockwave, a figure clad in an optical camouflage battle suit, seamlessly blending into the surroundings, was thrust into view, revealing its form. Indeed, Gake's detector was correct. The high-altitude vigilance was genuine, yet the true assault originated from a ground-based trap. The net that sprang from the earth was swiftly torn apart by the energy wave emitted by Wutian, allowing the trio to escape with ease. However, this was merely the beginning. As the position of the first attacker became exposed, the entire jungle seemed to awaken instantaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding luminescent vines suddenly blazed with blinding light, akin to hundreds of flashbangs detonating simultaneously, plunging the unsuspecting trio into a brief state of blindness. Immediately thereafter, the chilling sound of projectiles slicing through the air enveloped them from all directions. Dozens of darts coated with paralyzing toxins, along with sticky gel balls capable of ensnaring targets in an instant, rained down upon them like a torrential downpour, seizing the moment when their vision was obscured. Cursed be it. Trunks, relying on his combat instincts, unleashed an aura that formed a protective shield, deflecting the majority of the attacks. However, several gel balls still struck his battle suit, swiftly hardening and severely restricting his movements. Gake fared even worse, becoming hopelessly glued to the ground by one of the gel balls, futilely firing his weapon. Wutian's situation was slightly better. His body darted like a specter amidst the barrage, narrowly evading all assaults. Their attacks were not linear. Wutian's voice remained calm and composed as he provided intelligence to Trunks and Gake, explaining how they utilized the rebound plants within the jungle to alter their attack trajectories. When the blinding light dissipated and visibility was restored, the assailants had already vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The surroundings returned to a deathly silence, with only the flora damaged by the energy blast and energy waves slowly beginning to self-repair. These individuals are exceedingly cunning. Trunks forcefully tore off the hardened gel from his body, his expression darkening significantly. They were akin to insects ensnared in a vast spider's web, while those skilled hunters lurked in the shadows, gradually wearing down their patience and stamina. They never engaged in direct confrontation. Rather, they transformed this peculiar jungle into a colossal and lethal weapon. "Here they come again," Wutian suddenly exclaimed. This time, the threat originated from the sky. The enormous umbrella fungi began to tremble violently. Countless glimmering, azure-hued crystals, each the size of a fist, cascaded down like hail. "It never ends." Trunks finally lost his patience. Enduring this passive onslaught meant his prideful strength and speed could not be unleashed, let alone facilitate any effective communication. He had to break this stalemate. Wutian, Gake, come to my side, he bellowed, no longer hesitating. An unprecedented, frenzied golden aura erupted from within him. His golden hair stood on end, and the immense energy shockwave distorted the air surrounding him, while azure lightning crackled and coiled around him. Super Saiyan 2. Trunks did not release any energy waves nor strike in any direction. He simply transformed this maximized power into a pure, unrestrained gust of energy. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a devastating shockwave capable of leveling the entire jungle radiated from him, sweeping outward in all directions. The crystalline hail disintegrated into dust upon contact with the shockwave. The towering umbrella fungi were uprooted, brilliant vines snapped, and the hardened ground was forcefully upheaved. All hidden and untouched traps were utterly obliterated in that moment. All the Lazo resistance fighters hidden in the jungle's shadows, clad in optical camouflage, were now swept away by this overwhelming force, crashing heavily against distant tree trunks. The entire jungle fell into a suffocating silence due to this cataclysmic power. The Lazo warriors, who struggled to rise, gazed in horror at the figure bathed in golden lightning. They had never imagined that a single being could unleash such pure and terrifying energy. It was a power akin to that of a deity, far surpassing the comprehension of their current technology. A profound fear, penetrating to the bone, extinguished all fighting spirit. However, Trunks, who had unleashed this power, made no attempt to pursue. He merely hovered in midair, slowly spreading his arms. This gesture, universally understood in the cosmos, signified a goodwill signal of weaponless intent. He observed the terror in their eyes and declared loudly once more, "Please cease hostilities. We are not here to invade you." After he spoke, he gradually reined in the ferocious energy. The destructive azure lightning dissipated, and the golden aura gently receded into his being. His hair reverted to its original purple hue, and his feet lightly touched the cracked ground. From a world-destroying deity to an unarmed youth, this stark contrast of power bore a greater shock and persuasive impact than any feeble words. Within the jungle, although the Lazo warriors still aimed their weapons at him, the fingers gripping the triggers trembled slightly. In the midst of this tense silence, a calm, crisp female voice emanated from the highest broken tree branch, shattering the stalemate. A unique approach to communication, almost toppling the entire forest. Everyone instinctively looked up. A figure stood there, seemingly having observed the farce from the outset. She was a woman clad in deep blue aerodynamic armor, her shoulder-length, grayish-white hair swaying gently in the residual air currents. And her profound purple eyes held no trace of fear, only an unfathomable calmness and scrutiny. Her gaze coldly swept over the disheveled Gake and the earnest Wutian, ultimately landing like a blade upon Trunks, who had just exhibited overwhelming power yet stood defenseless. The minion of Frisia has learned a new trick. Her voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated throughout the silent jungle. Now, explain your actions. Chapter 59. The Frontlines of the Resistance. Leader Vishna makes her entrance. The cold barrel of the gun remained unwavering. The deathly silence of the jungle, shattered by her voice, morphed into an even more grave, volatile standoff. Trunks furrowed his brow, gazing at the overly calm figure above. He had not anticipated that, after witnessing the might of Super Saiyan 2, the opposing leader could remain so composed while aiming a weapon at him. There was not even a flicker of emotional fluctuation. "We are not Frisia's minions," Trunks replied in a deep voice, striving to make his tone sound sincere rather than provocative. Since the adversary had not opened fire immediately, it indicated that room for dialogue still existed. "In this universe, no one can command us." "Oh," the female commander arched a barely perceptible, cold smile. "Then, what are you doing here, having arrived at our final stronghold aboard Frisia's standard landing craft?" "Sightseeing." This statement pointedly highlighted their undeniable flaw. Trunks momentarily fell silent. He could not blatantly state that they were sent by Frisia to conquer them, only to express a desire to defect. Such an assertion would sound too much like a clumsy trap, insulting their intelligence. In the midst of this fleeting silence, the figure of the female commander flickered like a specter, vanishing from the high, broken timber. In the next instant, she appeared right before Trunks, moving with a speed that nearly surpassed the limits of human perception. The distance between them was less than half a meter. The particle rifle in her grasp was poised no more than 2 centimeters from the center of Trunks's brow, emanating a cold metallic aura accompanied by a faint, elusive fragrance of vegetation. Though her strength was far inferior to his, her audacity and swiftness were formidable enough to instill fear. "Young man, you are quite handsome," she remarked, her deep violet eyes unabashedly scrutinizing Trunks, her tone laced with a hint of playful appraisal. "It is a pity you serve Frieza." The sudden proximity and provocation caught Trunks off guard, causing a slight flush to rise on his cheeks as he forced himself to maintain composure. "We have stated. We are not." At that moment, two more shadows appeared behind Goten and Gak with the same swift stealth, cold blades pressed against their throats. The entire sequence unfolded with lightning speed, a perfect synchronization that instantly shifted the balance of power in their favor. Gak, terrified, raised his hands, while Goten remained as calm as still water. The female commander's voice resonated once more. "I grant you 30 seconds to organize your words. Should your response fail to satisfy me, I would not hesitate to pierce a hole through that handsome face of yours." Trunks inhaled deeply, understanding that any attempt at resistance would irrevocably rupture the negotiations. He gazed into her fathomless violet eyes, opting for a direct yet perilous approach. "We were captured by Frieza. As a condition of our release, he dispatched us to conquer this place." His revelation caused the blades at Goten and Gak's throats to tighten momentarily. Yet the expression on the female commander's face remained largely unchanged, as if she had anticipated this answer. "And then?" she inquired. Unbeknownst to him, Trunks continued to fix his gaze on her eyes, articulating each word with precision. "Our ultimate aim is to rid ourselves of Frieza." A minute flicker of turbulence crossed the commander's eyes. Hatred. She seemed to chew on the word, then let out a self-mocking cold laugh. "Frieza has established too many enemies in this universe. Your words sound quite poignant." However, she swiftly shifted her tone. "Words are the most inexpensive of commodities." As she spoke, she withdrew the rifle's muzzle and took a step back, yet the intangible pressure did not dissipate. "Your power is impressive. That golden hedgehog form is remarkable. Why should I believe that your strength will not, in the end, point at us like Frieza's fleet?" This inquiry struck at the heart of all conflicts. At this moment, Goten, who had remained silent, finally spoke, capturing everyone's attention. Despite the cold blade still pressed against his throat, his demeanor was entirely unperturbed, as if the knife were merely a phantom. "Because this entity cannot lie." Goten slowly opened his palm, revealing a radiant white aura emanating from his center. "I can feel it," he murmured, his gaze transcending the immediate threat, peering into the depths of the forest as if he could penetrate the soil and rock to the very core of the planet. "This planet is alive, is it not? It can feel pain, and it can feel joy." In an instant, all the pupils of the Resorians, including the female commander, contracted slightly. Symbiotic consciousness. This was the greatest secret of the Resorians, the foundation upon which they could unite and fight alongside their planet. This secret had never been revealed to outsiders. Yet now, it was laid bare by this seemingly harmless youth. "Our goal," Goten continued, lifting his energy slightly higher, "is to rescue our loved ones. A purpose that aligns entirely with yours." The female commander observed Goten in silence, offering no words. Yet the blade against his neck began to withdraw slowly. The warrior holding Goten hostage cast a questioning glance at their commander. An extraordinary stalemate enveloped the atmosphere. After a long pause, she waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to lower their weapons. "Follow me to the base." Her voice remained calm, though it lacked some of the previous hostility. "At the very least, you have earned the right for us to hear the entire story." With that, she turned and led the way into the depths of the forest and shadows. Trunks exhaled a sigh of relief, preparing to follow. Just as the female commander brushed past him, she abruptly halted. Without turning, she leaned in, her voice a playful whisper meant only for his ears. "By the way, let me share my name with you. I am Vishna." With that, she slipped away into the dark thicket ahead, her form as graceful as a live leopard. Trunks remained momentarily stunned, a faint blush still coloring his cheeks. "Hey, hurry up." Gak nudged him from behind. "Oh." Trunks, as if awakening from a dream, cleared his throat and hastily caught up with the others. Chapter 60. Bulma's battle plan. Beneath a towering tree that would require dozens to embrace, Vishna pressed a concealed switch nestled among the gnarled roots. With a low rumble, a massive gate camouflaged as tree bark silently ascended, revealing a metal passage illuminated by soft lights. This was one of the entrances to the underground base of the Razorian resistance. Inside, The base was far more expansive and bustling than Goten had imagined. In the wide corridors, heavily armed patrols and swiftly gliding hover transports were commonplace. Under the vast dome, the area was brightly lit, resembling a fully functional underground city. Civilians, warriors, and researchers, all surviving Resorians, lived here in orderly harmony. The trio was led directly to the base's highest command center, where several high-ranking Resorians had already gathered. Besides Vishna, a burly one-eyed officer with a red electronic eye sat beside the commander, along with an elderly scholar clad in a white lab coat and wearing multifunctional analysis glasses. They regarded the three unexpected guests with the same wariness that Vishna had exhibited. Vishna, the one-eyed officer, rumbled, his tone thick with hostility. I fail to understand why we should bring Frisia's lackeys to our most crucial location. Hawk, remarked another oddly appearing man, adjusting his glasses. Let us first hear what they have to say. A guest capable of sensing the pulse of our home planet merits a few minutes of our time. Ignoring the ongoing debate between the two, Vishna simply gestured for Trunks to begin. Thus, Trunks recounted their introduction to Frisia, the coercion into the conquest of Razor, and their ultimate decision to ally with the Resorians in resisting Frisia, revealing the entire process without reservation. The command center was silent enough that one could hear a pin drop. All the high-ranking Resorians listened intently, their expressions growing increasingly grave as Trunks spoke. The tale sounded far too fantastical. A group dispatched to annihilate them now claiming to seek alliance? Was this not another insidious scheme devised by the demon Frisia? That is the situation, Trunks concluded, meeting the suspicious gazes of all present with unwavering composure. We are ensnared by Frisia's forces. Resistance is our only avenue for escape. You are our only potential ally in this dire predicament. An invader who tells tales, utterly laughable. Hawk slammed the table, his electronic eye glowing ominously. Why should we trust you? Frisia's notorious reputation precedes him. Everyone knows he excels in lies and deceit. Just as Trunks was about to retort, Vishna raised her hand to halt him. She approached the head of the conference table, her violet eyes sweeping over the assembly before settling back on Trunks. Trunks. She uttered his name for the first time, her tone devoid of mockery, exuding an icy calm. The power you exhibit is indeed capable of annihilating our planet. A fact we acknowledge. However, she leaned slightly over the table, her purple pupils reflecting Trunks' image. Can you and your companions fend off the dozens of battle cruisers poised in orbit? The Frisia army's fleet, along with its formidable warriors, cannot be simultaneously destroyed, no matter how strong you are. This is precisely what Bulma emphasized from the outset. We must never engage in direct confrontation with the fleet. Thus, Trunks readily admitted, we require your assistance. Not merely your base and cover, but more importantly, your technology. My other companion, she is the true core of this operation. He gestured towards the inconspicuous communicator on his wrist. My mother, a top-tier scientist and strategist, is currently aboard the mothership, monitoring cult's communications and analyzing their every move in real time. Should you choose to ally with us, she will share all our data with you and collaborate on a battle plan. A scientist hiding on a ship? Hawk openly expressed his disdain, scoffing audibly. We Razans do not trust those cowardly souls who lurk behind screens. Only warriors can lead us to victory. Silence, Hawk. The interruption came from the chief scientist. Elder. My name. The elder scholar stepped forward, adjusting his glasses, his eyes glimmering with curiosity and excitement for the first time. Young man, you speak of sharing data? His gaze fixated intently on Trunks' communicator. Can your companion breach the joint blockade of the Third Fleet and relay information to you, isolated on this planet? He emphasized that. To his knowledge, this was nearly impossible. We had attempted it many times before. Elder's words enlightened everyone. Indeed, under the complete signal blackout on this planet. How did this communication reach us? Trunks nodded. My mother has always accomplished what others deem insurmountable. This time, Vishna's gaze shifted subtly. Connect the visual feed. Vishna calmly instructed. Let me see what your mother, that super genius strategist, is like. 15 minutes later, under Elder's direct supervision, a large holographic screen slowly rose in the command center. Following a slight signal fluctuation, Bulma's clear and vibrant image appeared before all. Hello, she greeted with a gentle wave. Greetings, everyone. I am Bulma. Surely, you aren't referring to me as Frisia's lackey? Especially Hawk, who expected to see a middle-aged woman. He could not suppress a laugh, his shoulders trembling. He never anticipated such a beautiful woman in Frisia's ranks, silently thinking to himself, yet so foolish. Vishna ignored his taunt. Her gaze remained fixed on Bulma, her indifferent voice directed at Trunks. Your mother appears younger than I imagined. Yes, indeed. Trunks responded somewhat awkwardly. Excellent. Vishna stepped forward, formally assuming control of the interstellar conference. Bulma-san, since you claim to be an expert, I must ask, with Cult's ultimatum expiring in 23 hours, what can you do to ensure our survival in this battle? The relaxed expression on Bulma's face vanished, replaced by a formidable confidence and focus. Her aura transformed. A solution? Certainly. Her fingers glided across the virtual keyboard before her, and a complex star map replaced her image, materializing before the audience. But there is only one. The star map depicted Razan's planet surrounded and tightly encircled by Cult's third fleet. Red warning lines marking every firepower blind spot. Behind the fleet lay a vast asteroid belt. The Frisia army's greatest advantage lies in their lofty fleet. We cannot engage them in space. She pointed out that we must lure them down to the ground to fight. You suggest a ground assault? Hawk furrowed his thick eyebrows. We have battled them on the surface for 3 long years, with neither side gaining a clear victory. How do we deceive them? Shall we use our warriors' lives as bait? Certainly not. Bulma shook her head. The one we aim to deceive is the largest and most arrogant fish in the school. Her finger pressed down emphatically on the flagship icon at the center of the fleet's formation. Their high-ranking commander is named Colt. Everyone held their breath, stunned by her audaciously reckless proposition. Luring an entire fleet's commander to land personally? How could this be possible? As if perceiving their doubts, Bulma continued. Colt is ordered to assist in the mission to annihilate your planet. This is a direct command from Frisia, and he dares not disobey. The plan is simple. Her voice became clear and powerful. First, Trunks and Goten will act as bait, deliberately revealing their whereabouts, while you merely need to coordinate the confrontation. For instance, like this. As she spoke, she played a recording of Trunks transforming into Super Saiyan 2, a cataclysmic sight that made Hawk's eyes twitch. When Colt receives intel about a massive energy surge on the ground and the Saiyans going out of control, what do you think he will do? Bulma inquired. Chief Scientist Elder adjusted his glasses, instantly comprehending. There is over a 90% probability he will personally lead an elite force to land. Absolutely correct. Bulma snapped her fingers. Our opportunity lies here. Her hand glided across the star map, ultimately pointing to the inconspicuous asteroid belt. She turned to Elder, posing a question that made the latter's eyes widen in astonishment. Dr. Elder, may I inquire whether your planet possesses technology capable of remotely incapacitating an entire fleet's electronic systems, such as an EMP weapon? The conference room fell into profound silence. All the Razans regarded Bulma with expressions of astonishment, contemplating what they had dared not imagine, now articulated so casually by this Earth woman they had just met. After a long pause, Elder's voice, trembling with suppressed excitement, shattered the silence. Yes, we call it the stasis spear. It was originally designed for planetary terraforming, theoretically capable of emitting an electromagnetic pulse covering the entire airspace. But it requires an immense amount of energy and has a lengthy charge time. How long is the charging time? Bulma pressed for details. Accurately calculated. Elder pulled up the data panel, his brow furrowed. From activation to launch, the fastest it can be done is half a day. Half a day, Vishna repeated the figure, her breath quickening for the first time. She understood what this implied. This left a precious, extremely limited window of just a few hours. All eyes eventually fell upon Vishna, awaiting her final judgment. The holographic image of Bulma silently observed her, refraining from uttering another word. The script had been meticulously crafted, yet the decision of whether to perform rested solely with the other party. At last, Wei Shenna broke the silence. She slowly raised her hand, connecting her communicator's public channel to every corner of the base. Gazing at the screen displaying Bulma, she commanded with an unprecedented, unwavering voice, Dr. Ayurde. Activate the stasis spear. Chapter 61. Luring the serpent from its lair. The moment Wei Shenna's command resonated throughout the underground base. This long-dormant war machine awakened with astonishing efficiency. Countless engineers clad in dark uniforms surged from their posts, racing toward the energy core located deep within the base. Hovering transport vehicles, laden with high-purity energy blocks, zipped along dedicated tracks. A faint scent of ozone began to permeate the air, a signature aroma of immense energy activation. Doctor, I require you to integrate the stasis spear's trajectory parameters into my main console. Bulma's holographic image remained utterly composed, her gaze fixed intently on AI Day. Its launch must be perfectly synchronized with my signal, with an error margin not exceeding 0.1 seconds. Understood, AI Day responded, now fully engaged in his work. His fingers dancing over his data pad, excitement glimmering in his eyes as though facing a worthy opponent. The data link is being established. Please authorize the highest access level. Meanwhile, Hoka, though still harboring doubts about the collaboration, loyally executed Wei Shenna's orders. Assault Teams 1 through 3 immediately assume positions in the A7 to A9 jungle sector. This is expected to be the area of most intense energy eruption. Your task is to coordinate with those two and perform this act well. He bellowed into the communicator. Remember, our objective is not to inflict casualties, but to create chaos. Utilize every flashbang, smoke bomb, and those ostentatious energy explosive devices you can find. The command center buzzed with activity. Information flowing like a cascading waterfall as directives were swiftly issued. In this tense atmosphere, one individual appeared somewhat out of place, Wei Shenna. After issuing the pivotal command, she fell silent. She simply crossed her arms, leaning against the wall, her deep purple eyes fixated on the Bulma on the screen. Her gaze bore both scrutiny and a hint of an unrecognized curiosity. Your mother, she suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet clear enough to reach Tranka, who was preparing to depart for the mission. Has she always been this way? Tranka paused, following her gaze to the screen depicting Bulma, a mixture of pride and helplessness crossing his features. Indeed, he replied, regardless of the past or future, no matter how dire the situation, she always manages to find that singular, seemingly impossible breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Wei Shenna showed little reaction, while Wu Tian was moved. Yes, regardless of the past or future. At that moment, he recalled the world ravaged by Zama Si and Black Wugong, where she still persevered to create the time machine, a female inventor whose intellect rivaled that of the divine. Bulma, if Dragon Ball were to have a female protagonist, it could only be her. She approaches war as a complex mathematical problem to solve. Wei Shenna offered her assessment, her tone ambiguous. Perhaps, Wu Tian responded, shrugging as he glanced at Tranka. We should get going. With that, he and Tranka swiftly departed the command center, guided by a Razu warrior. Now it was their turn to play the most crucial bait in this grand performance. Wei Shenna watched them leave, her gaze returning to Bulma, who appeared to be engaged in a rapid data exchange with AI Day. An array of unfamiliar technical terms flowed from her lips, the depth and breadth of her knowledge seemingly overwhelming even the most esteemed scientist of Razu Star, AI Day. Tranka. Wei Shenna suddenly murmured to the empty corner, as if speaking to herself. Perhaps you truly can bring salvation to this planet. Time ticked away. On the surface of Razu Star, within the abyssal jungle, only 30 minutes remained before Urta issued his final ultimatum. This area was among the most energetically active zones of Razu Star, where enormous luminescent plants and entwining vines formed a natural, intricate maze. The assault team led by Hoka had laid an elaborate trap here, with numerous disguised sensing bombs and energy disruptors lying in wait like slumbering serpents for their prey. In the heart of the jungle, on a relatively open plot, Tranka and Wu Tian stood side by side, gazing up at the sky shrouded in the shadow of Frieza's fleet. Wu Tian, are you nervous? Tranka suddenly inquired. A bit, Wu Tian replied honestly, scratching his head. However, thinking of how Bulma is waiting for my return makes me fearless. Wait, when did my sister become so close with my best friend? Upon hearing that name, Tranka paused, then chuckled in resignation. I must ask her about it when we return. Don't overthink it, Tranka instructed, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. Are you ready? Mother should be signaling soon. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, their communicators beeped simultaneously. It was Bulma's message. A single word command, begin. Tranka and Wu Tian exchanged a glance, no longer hesitating. Two distinct yet equally formidable energies erupted from within them, shaking the very heavens. Tranka transformed into Super Saiyan 2, soaring into the sky like a sword, instantly tearing through the clouds above. Wu Tian followed suit, entering Super Saiyan form as well. The immense energy sources, impossible to overlook by any instrument, manifested abruptly on the surface of Razu Star. But this was not the end. Wu Tian, to the right. Got it. The two expertly turned in unison, unleashing powerful Kamehameha waves and ultimate blasts into the already deserted depths of the jungle. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. A colossal mushroom cloud, over 100 meters wide, rose from the horizon. The horrifying shockwave obliterated all the giant trees within a several-kilometer radius. The ground trembling violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. The colossal destruction wrought by their combined efforts accurately transmitted a signal to the watchers in space. Simultaneously, aboard the flagship of Ka-Artis' Third Fleet, the Ice Demon, piercing alarms echoed throughout the space. Report: 2 ultra-high-intensity energy reactions detected in Zone A7 of RA Zoo Star. Battle power readings have surpassed our detection limits. Energy characteristic analysis confirms they are Saiyans. A perspiring operator reported. In the center of the bridge, Ka-Artis slowly opened his violet eyes. Gazing at the 2 golden energy pillars shooting towards the heavens on the main screen, along with the earth-shattering explosion, a look of disdain gracing his features. It is them. He spoke softly. It seems they have already gone to war with the indigenous people. With that woman in our custody, they surely dare not betray Lord Frisia. My lord. The adjutant stepped forward to inquire. Shall we commence an orbital bombardment immediately to eliminate the target area? Eliminate? Karl scoffed as if he had heard a joke. Lord Frisia desires an intact planet. Are you fools attempting to obliterate planet Razo? He slowly rose from his throne, his towering figure emanating an air of oppression. Capturing this planet is my best opportunity to prove my worth to Lord Frisia. In his eyes flickered the twin flames of greed and pride. This achievement would elevate his status within Frisia's army. Relay my orders. He commanded loudly. 1st and 2nd Elite Assault Teams, board the ships. Prepare for ground operations. I shall personally descend and crush any ants who dare defy Lord Frisia. However, the adjutant attempted to reason. According to regulations, the flagship commander cannot leave the ship easily. Silence. Karl whirled around, his eyes ablaze with a terrifying fury that rendered the adjutant instantly mute. Here, I am the regulation. All forces advance. With his command, the massive hatch beneath the flagship slowly opened. Several grimly designed assault ships detached from the mothership, hurtling towards the center of energy eruptions on planet Razo at astonishing speed. Inside the command center, as they watched the screen displaying the icon representing Karl's flagship, a small squad rapidly surged toward the planet, causing the hearts of all the high-ranking officials of planet Razo to leap into their throats. He took the bait. Elder's voice quivered with excitement. However, Bulma's expression remained devoid of joy. Her face was still serious, her mind racing with calculations. No, it's not enough. The head of the serpent may have emerged, but the body remains in the nest. Our stasis spear has only 1 strike capability. We must ensure it can incapacitate his entire fleet. Vishnu nodded, taking over the conversation and calmly ordered through the communicator, Hawk, proceed as planned. Give them a little surprise. In the jungle, the assault ship carrying Karl descended like a monarch upon the charred earth devastated by Trunks and Goten. The hatch opened, and clad in white battle armor, Karl emerged with his most elite guard. He gazed at the 2 golden figures emanating powerful auras in the distance, a cat-and-mouse grin spreading across his face. The playtime for these little monkeys is over. Suddenly, from the seemingly intact forest around them, hundreds of dense energy beams erupted. These beams did not originate from a single direction. Instead, they formed a crossfire net from all sides, firmly locking them in place. The Razo assault team led by Hawk launched the planned ambush the instant Karl descended. What? Karl's guards were caught off guard, immediately activating energy shields for defense. The booming sounds of explosions and energy clashes filled the battlefield in an instant. Primitive creatures of planet Razo? Karl observed the fearless resistance fighters with a flash of surprise in his eyes, which quickly turned to utter disdain. A trap? A bunch of ignorant insects. Very well. He licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. I shall dispose of you trash along with those 2 monkeys. However, in front of the holographic screen, Bulma's face suddenly blossomed into a radiant smile. Got you, she whispered, then pressed the long-prepared red launch button. Almost simultaneously, she issued a command to Elder over the communication channel at breakneck speed. Now, launch. Chapter 62. Counterattack, Spear of Advance. Now, launch. As Bulma's clear and decisive command resonated through the quantum communication channel, perfectly coinciding with the launch orders from the underground command center of planet Razo with a mere 0.001 second discrepancy, the entire planet Razo trembled. Deep within the planet's core, the enormous device named Stasis Spear awakened. Energy, vast enough to alter the planet's ecology, was compressed, channeled, and ultimately converged into a pure white energy beam over 100 meters in diameter. It tore through the base's dome, pierced the heavy surface, and, in an unstoppable manner, broke through the atmosphere, accurately targeting the already locked space. Inside the command center, everyone instinctively held their breath. On the main screen, the dozens of red dots representing Karl's third fleet extinguished one by one, as if snuffed out like candles, the moment the white energy spear swept across them. There were no explosions, no flames. Only silence remained. In orbit, the once formidable star destroyers and assault ships had lost all power. The lights on the bridge went dark. Energy shields vanished, and engines fell silent. They had become a flotilla of steel coffins adrift in the cosmos, slowly and chaotically tumbling under the planet's gravitational pull. Bulma's plan had succeeded. It worked. Elder's voice trembled with excitement. We truly did it. Yet, Bulma's face bore no joy. Her gaze was fixed intently on another screen displaying real-time images of the ground battlefield. She knew that the most perilous moment was only just beginning. On the battlefield in the jungle, all fleet attention. Follow my orders, toward the ground. Karl's command, filled with brutality and delight, was abruptly halted. The communicator on his wrist emitted a harsh electric sound before falling silent. The once clear response from his adjutant devolved into a chaotic cacophony. The unbreakable connection between him and his fleet had been severed by an incomprehensible force. Karl furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition washing over him. He raised his head, anticipating the orbital bombardment capable of leveling the jungle. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Nothing happened. In the sky, only the murky clouds remained. An eerie silence pervading the atmosphere. In that moment, Karl finally understood. This was a trap. A colossal trap aimed directly at him and the entire Third Fleet. That Earth woman, those Saiyan monkeys, and the rodents beneath them had been performing a play from the very beginning. Hee. Karl initially chuckled softly. His laughter filled with disbelief and shock. Gradually, the laughter grew louder and more frenzied, culminating in a thunderous rage that echoed across the battlefield. You damned insects dare to toy with me. Boom. A previously unseen, far more potent purple aura erupted violently from within him. The ferocious shockwave sent his elite guards flying, and the ground cracked beneath him. His eyes were now blood-red. The humiliation of being deceived obliterated the last vestige of reason within him as a fleet commander. All he wanted was to shred everything in sight into pieces. Since the fleet is no longer usable, he sneered, pressing a blood-red button on a device at his waist. Let you taste the true terror of my elite guard. Frenzy mode activated. The moment the command was issued, all the elite soldiers of Karl's guard trembled violently. Their pupils instantly lost focus, turning a deep crimson, and their bulging muscles inflated as if inflated, tearing parts of their battle armor apart. In their throats, a sound reminiscent of a beast's roar erupted, and the energy emanating from their bodies surged within mere seconds, doubling in intensity. Fire! Block their advance. Hawk bellowed into the communicator, prompting the warriors from Lazo Xing to open fire immediately. However, the energy beams that had previously been effective now merely grazed the frenzied soldiers, leaving only shallow scorch marks as if they were but tickling them. A frenzied soldier, undeterred by the concentrated fire of 3 Lazo warriors, barreled toward them with a savage demeanor. His massive fists easily shattered their energy shields, reducing both men and their equipment to mere pulp. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Hawk's defenses began to crumble before these fearless frenzied monsters, and casualty figures rapidly ascended on the command center's screen. Trunks. Flank left and right. Charge. Goku decisively commanded. Any hesitation now would be fatal. Understood. Trunks promptly grasped the plan. The duo unleashed their full potential without reservation. Boom. A surge of energy erupted from them, distorting the very air around. Seeking death. Colt, observing the scene, was the first to charge forward, targeting the slightly weaker Goku. Your opponent is me. Trunks boldly stepped forward to confront him. The clash of fists and feet created a myriad of afterimages in midair, each collision unleashing visible shockwaves that upheaved the ground beneath. Meanwhile, Goku danced like a specter among the frenzied soldiers. Unlike Trunks, who fought with brute force, Goku utilized his agility, constantly changing direction, dodging, and searching for weaknesses in his enemies. In a flash, he appeared behind a frenzied soldier, delivering a precise chop to the unguarded back of the neck. The massive figure stiffened before collapsing to the ground. The fight between Trunks and Colt intensified. Though Colt had the upper hand in raw power, Trunks' superior combat skills and speed allowed him to hold his own. "Well done, Goku," Trunks called out amid the fierce battle. Their coordination was seamless. Trunks attracted the heaviest fire, while Goku swiftly eliminated the lesser foes, alleviating pressure on their team and creating an opportunity for Trunks to unleash his full strength. "You've let your guard down." Colt seized the moment, landing a heavy punch to Trunks' abdomen. "Ugh." Trunks grunted, blood trickling from his mouth, but he reacted swiftly, using the momentum to flip backward while gathering a high-density energy sphere, hurling it at Colt's feet. Boom. The explosion temporarily obscured Colt's vision. Hummy-hummy-ha. Goku, who had been lying in wait, seized this rare opportunity. A thick blue beam shot from the smoke at an odd angle, striking Colt squarely in the back. Roar. Even in his frenzied state, Colt colt could not help but emit a pained howl as his armor shattered, leaving behind scorched wounds. "Nicely done," Trunks praised, appearing before Colt and unleashing a flurry of relentless strikes. For a moment, the tide of battle seemed to be under their control. In the command center, Vishnu relaxed her fists slightly, though her brow remained furrowed. On the bridge of the New Hope, Bra watched the screen, her tension easing somewhat as she felt a flicker of pride. Yet, this optimism did not last long. On the battlefield, an enraged Colt let out an inhuman wail, and the purple aura surrounding him surged once more. The gruesome wound on his back healed visibly before their eyes. "This is bad," Bulma remarked, her face paling as she observed the skyrocketing energy readings. It appeared that in this state, their enemy felt no pain, possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, and had no concept of stamina depletion. While Trunks and Goku could temporarily suppress him, their stamina was finite. Once their energy waned, they would be met with a relentless and brutal onslaught from the frenzied foe. This was destined to be a losing war of attrition. A sense of helplessness washed over Bulma like icy seawater. Her small hands clutched the armrests of her chair, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. "No, that is not right." She abruptly lifted her head, her previous image of a spoiled young lady replaced by an unprecedented determination. She could not fight. However, she was not utterly helpless. Bra unbuckled her seatbelt and rushed to the main communication console. "Mom." Her voice trembled, but was filled with undeniable resolve. Bulma, overwhelmed, replied without turning, "Bra, don't cause trouble. I am trying to. Let me go?" Bra interrupted her. Bulma paused, finally turning to face her daughter's holographic image. "What did you say?" "I said, let me go?" Bra's eyes burned like flames. "I cannot fight like Goku and my brother, but I can help relieve the pressure on Hawk's team." "No." Bulma rejected her outright. "That's far too dangerous." "You have no idea, I know." Bra's voice rose above her mother's for the first time. "I know it's dangerous. I also know I might die if I go. But I cannot just sit here and watch him." Her words faltered slightly. The pronoun him slipped out. Bulma gazed at her daughter, observing the urgency and resolve in her reddened eyes, and fell silent. "Mom," Bra's voice softened, laced with a hint of pleading, "please, let me help him." Chapter 63. For Bra, the guardian of Kamehameha. "Mom, please." Bra's voice echoed in the silence of the New Hope's bridge. Bulma fell silent. She looked at the screen displaying her daughter's determined expression, and in that instant, she saw a reflection of her younger self. The unwavering stubbornness and courage to risk everything for one's friends. Rationality told her that this was the most foolish decision. Sending an inexperienced daughter to pilot an unarmed shuttle into a battlefield akin to a meat grinder would yield a survival rate approaching zero. Yet emotionally, she understood her daughter's feelings. The agony of watching someone so dear fall into peril while feeling utterly powerless could shred a person apart. No, ultimately, reason prevailed. As the overall commander of this mission and as a mother, she could not issue such a command tantamount to suicide. "Bra," Bulma's voice regained its calmness, laced with an undeniable authority. "I will say this once more, this is not a game. If you go, you will only distract them and become a burden." "I am not a burden." Bra's voice rose sharply, her small body trembling with emotion. Hawk's team was being slaughtered, her brother and Goku were held back by Colt, and the battle had reached a stalemate. What was needed now was not greater strength, but a variable capable of breaking the deadlock. And I am that variable. In this moment, she was no longer the spoiled young lady, but a strategist with clear thoughts and precise judgment of the situation. Even Bulma was momentarily taken aback. As the mother and daughter found themselves in a stalemate, a slightly breathless voice suddenly emerged from Bulma's private communication channel. "Let her come, Aunt Bulma." It was Goten who, amidst his skirmishes with the frenzied soldiers, had been attentively monitoring the situation on the bridge. "I believe in her, and if any danger arises, I will protect Bra at all costs." Goten's voice, though somewhat muddled, reached Bra's ears. Her cheeks flushed instantly. "Who said you could believe in me, you fool? I just wanted to contribute a little." Hearing Goten's words and witnessing her daughter's reaction, Bulma could only sigh in resignation, a glimmer of pride shining in her eyes. Perhaps the children had truly grown up. Engage permission granted, she ultimately conceded, though her tone remained stern. "Bra, remember, your task is merely to distract and draw attention. You are absolutely forbidden from approaching that creature, Carter. If any danger is detected, retreat at full speed, understood?" "Understood," Bra replied decisively. The next moment, she turned and rushed towards the hangar. A few minutes later, the bottom hatch of the New Hope silently opened, and a sleek silver shuttle emerged. Gliding gracefully through the air like a nimble swallow, soaring towards the battlefield below, where artillery raged. Inside the cockpit, Bra's expression was one of unprecedented focus. Skillfully maneuvering the control stick, she maximized the shuttle's engine power. The particle thrusters at the rear emitted a soft blue flame. Her personal craft, akin to a silver lightning bolt, tore through the clouds, roaring towards the tumultuous jungle battlefield below. "What is that?" On the ground, Hawk, barely holding on, was the first to notice the rapidly approaching unidentified object. Before he could issue a warning, the silver shuttle executed an astonishing low-altitude side maneuver, soaring over him and his troops. Immediately, several energy disruptor bombs were released from the shuttle's rear. While these bombs were non-lethal upon landing, they emitted an intense flash and a deafening noise, successfully diverting the attention of several frenzied soldiers nearby. The monsters, driven solely by combat instincts, abandoned the Lazo warriors before them and charged towards Bra's flight path. Seeing this, Bra's lips curled into a slight smile. She yanked the control stick, and the shuttle ascended vertically, deftly avoiding several incoming energy beams before sharply turning towards another area of intense conflict. The already precarious Lazo military line was granted a precious respite. "Well done, girl." Hawk couldn't help but exclaim in admiration over the communication channel. "Humph, my piloting skills are the best in the universe," Bra retorted proudly, though her hands remained steady on the controls. In the sky, Carter, engaged in battle with Trunks, also took notice of Bra on the ground. "Another one of your clever tricks," he thought, a flicker of brutal malice crossing his eyes. For such a nuisance to his amusement, he had only one method of resolution: total annihilation. With a sudden surge of power, he repelled Trunks with a punch and, without granting him a moment to react, turned to aim his palm at the silver shuttle hovering low in the distance. "Die, insect!" A wave of purple energy, far more violent than before, was unleashed. "Bra, get out of the way." Trunks' eyes widened in desperation. He attempted to intervene, but was ensnared by two fearless frenzied soldiers. Unable to break free, inside the cockpit, the piercing energy lock-on alarm blared throughout the space. Bra watched as the purple beam loomed larger in her vision. Resembling a torrent of death, her mind blank. It was too fast, too powerful. There was no escaping it. Her small face drained of color in an instant. Just at that moment of impending doom, a golden figure appeared as if by teleportation, without warning, in front of the silver shuttle. It was Goten. He had abandoned all enemies on his side, racing at full speed to shield Bra. Confronted with an attack capable of obliterating everything, Goten's gaze was eerily calm. A brilliant blue sphere of light rapidly coalesced in his palm, its radiance even surpassing his golden aura. Just as Carter's purple energy wave was about to strike the shuttle, a blue beam erupted from Goten's hand. Boom! The two forces of destruction collided midair. The point of impact erupted into a blinding sphere of light, a terrifying energy storm spreading wildly, ripping apart the jungle below. The purple and blue beams formed a stalemate in the sky. "What?" Carter's eyes widened in disbelief. A mere Saiyan could withstand his full power attack in a frenzied state. Goten gritted his teeth, every muscle trembling. The opponent's power was overwhelmingly domineering. The blue beam was being pushed back slowly yet inexorably by the purple torrent. Behind him, in the shuttle's cockpit, Bra had ceased her screaming, her small hands clenched tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the not-so-wide yet rock-solid back before her. We cannot lose. We absolutely cannot lose. A fierce determination ignited in Goten's eyes. His energy was depleting at an alarming rate. He knew this was his only opportunity. Is this it? No. Go back, With a desperate roar, Goten poured the last vestige of his strength, along with the resolve to protect those behind him. Unreservedly, into the blue beam. The once faltering blue beam erupted with a dazzling halo at its front. Its size remained unchanged, but the energy within underwent a qualitative transformation. The deep blue torrent began to reverse, consuming the purple energy wave with a devastating force, pushing it back towards its source. Carter. No, it's impossible. Carter's eyes widened in terror. He attempted to evade, but found himself unable to escape. He could only watch helplessly as the blue shockwave, embodying the boy's entire will, devoured his energy entirely, and then enveloped his astonished and fearful expression. In the expanse of heaven and earth, only pure blue remained. When the light faded, Carter, along with his malevolent aura, vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. The final enemy had been vanquished. We won, Trunks murmured, half kneeling on the ground in exhaustion. Meanwhile, the golden figure that had created the miracle finally depleted its last ounce of strength. The golden aura dissipated slowly, and Goten reverted to his black-haired form, his body weakening like a kite with a severed string, helplessly plummeting from the sky. Goten. Bra snapped back to her senses. Without a moment's hesitation, she thrust the control stick forward. The silver shuttle, like an arrow released from a bow, dove down at maximum speed. Just as Goten was about to hit the ground, the shuttle precisely swept beneath him, securely catching his falling form. Beulah swiftly activated the autopilot, immediately vacating the driver's seat. She gazed upon the boy lying motionless on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gently, she crouched down and cradled Wutian's head, drawing him close to her. Chapter 64. The Liberation of Lazo Star. The silver shuttle hovered silently dozens of meters above the ground. The cabin door remained tightly shut, isolating them from the cacophony of battle and the echoes of explosions outside. Inside the rear compartment, the only sound was Beulah's faint sobs. She sat on the cold floor, tightly holding the unconscious boy who had succumbed to exhaustion. Wutian's head rested on her lap, his dark hair disheveled, and his usually gentle face now bore a pallor devoid of color. Beulah's tears fell silently, dampening Wutian's clothing. She was uncertain of the reason behind her sorrow. Was it fear? Or perhaps regret? Or was it the profound emotion of having safeguarded something precious with all her strength? All she knew was that she had never before felt such a loathing for her own weakness. Damn you, you big idiot, she choked out, muttering softly to herself as she wept. On the battlefield, the disappearance of Colt did not immediately quell the chaos. The frenzied soldiers, stripped of their sanity, continued their relentless assault, undeterred by the death of their commander. They resembled programmed machines of destruction, attacking anything that moved. Hold the line. Everyone, hold the line, Hawk shouted, dragging an injured arm while barely fending off an advancing soldier with his energy rifle. Yet, his defense was steadily crumbling. Trunks knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The intense battle against Colt and his frenzied guards had drained his Super Saiyan 2 energy. As he observed those tireless, pain-immune monsters, a glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. Would Lazo Star truly meet its demise? However, just when everyone believed the fight would continue until the last man fell, an unexpected anomaly occurred. A soldier, poised to strike a Lazo warrior, suddenly froze, his blood-red eyes dimming rapidly. Then, his massive body collapsed to the ground as if all his bones had been extracted, rendered completely motionless. This was merely the beginning. Like the first domino falling. One by one, the frenzied soldiers fell without warning, succumbing to the same fate. In mere seconds, the once fearsome monsters that had wreaked havoc transformed into lifeless corpses scattered across the battlefield. In the command center, confusion reigned. What is happening? Vishnu inquired, furrowing her brow as she observed the bizarre scene on the screen. It's the control signal. Dr. Elder adjusted his glasses, a revelation dawning upon him. Frenzy requires a continuous signal to sustain itself. When Colt was eliminated, the device serving as the signal source was also destroyed. Understanding washed over them. After a brief silence, the command center erupted in thunderous cheers. We have won. We have won. The people of Lazo Star, after enduring a long period of despair, finally embraced their hard-earned victory. On the bridge of the New Hope, Bulma exhaled deeply, leaning back in her chair, utterly exhausted. Yet, there was no time for rest. She swiftly connected to her daughter's private channel. Beulah, land immediately. Bring Wutian to meet up with Trunks and Hawk. His condition is critical. He needs a Sinzabine at once. Hearing her mother's words, Beulah shook off her daze, hastily wiping her tears and nodding vigorously. The silver shuttle descended gently. How is Wutian? Trunks' voice was hoarse. He is still alive, Beulah replied, her voice thick with emotion, but it's not good. Enough talk, hurry. Bulma's voice crackled through Trunks' communicator. The Sinzabines are on the ship. I'm on my way. At the mention of Sinzabines, hope reignited in Trunks and Beulah's eyes. Indeed, they still possessed Sinzabines. Minutes later, the colossal New Hope descended steadily onto a relatively flat stretch of land. Propelled by a powerful gust of air, the hatch opened, and Bulma was the first to dash out, clutching a small green bean in her hand. She rushed to the group with utmost speed. Beulah, quickly, let him eat it. Beulah nodded, gently prying open Wutian's mouth and carefully placing the tiny Sinzabine inside. The moment it entered his mouth, the bean transformed into a warm energy that coursed through his body. Wutian's ashen complexion visibly regained its color, and the small wounds inflicted by his energy depletion healed instantaneously. More importantly, his nearly exhausted ki surged back to life, replenished like a parched river meeting a torrential rain. In mere seconds, the boy lying in Beulah's arms stirred slightly, his eyelids fluttering open. Initially dazed, Wutian's eyes regained clarity as they focused on the girl holding him. Beulah, he called out softly, his voice still weak. You big idiot. Beulah exclaimed, unable to contain herself as she lightly punched his chest. Tears streaming down her face once more, but this time, they were tears of joy. What? Wutian was momentarily bewildered, propping himself up only to realize he had been resting on Beulah's lap. His face flushed crimson as he awkwardly scratched his head. Is everyone okay? Thanks to you. We're all fine, Trunks sighed in relief, a genuine smile gracing his face. Around them, the Lazo warriors stared in astonishment at the miraculous scene, bewildered by how a tiny being could restore life to one on the brink of death. The joy of surviving washed away the last remnants of gloom on the battlefield. The underground base of Lazo Star erupted into unprecedented celebration. To commemorate this hard-won victory and express gratitude to Bulma and her companions, Queen Vishna decided to hold a grand banquet that very evening. In the banquet hall, brightly lit, the surviving people of Lazo Star brought forth their cherished food and drink to share in the joy of victory with their heroes. Wutian naturally became the center of attention, with countless warriors raising their glasses in gratitude for saving their planet and home. Yet, in a corner of the banquet, Bulma and Dr. Elder discreetly slipped away. They did not partake in the revelry, but instead gathered with a few technicians in the hangar housing the wreckage of Cult's assault ship. The signal jamming device activated, and the reverse tracking program commenced its scan. Bulma methodically issued commands. Do you truly believe we can find the clues to the Super Dragon Balls you have been searching for in this pile of scrap? Dr. Elder queried, skepticism evident in his tone. The database of the Frisia Force is undoubtedly one of the most advanced encrypted databases in the entire universe. Bulma smiled confidently, knowing that a commander of Cult's caliber must possess something we desire on his private vessel. Moreover, her gaze sharpened. I became increasingly intrigued by the device on his wrist capable of emitting a distress signal. Time ticked away, just as the banquet reached its zenith, with everyone celebrating joyously. Elder's personal terminal suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the screen, and his expression shifted dramatically as he leaned close to Bulma and whispered a few words. Bulma nodded, and the two discreetly exited the hangar, returning to the festivities. Bulma strode directly to Vishna, who was engaged in conversation with Trunks. Trunks, I believe we have our next plan. As she spoke, she activated her personal terminal, projecting a holographic image onto the space before the three of them. It was a star map, a navigational log encompassing several star systems. At the log's terminus, an unknown planet radiating peculiar energy fluctuations was distinctly circled in red. Vishna's pupils slightly constricted. The navigational log of Cult's flagship, Bulma, elaborated. We discovered an encrypted folder within the database, which contained a gift he originally intended to present to Frisia. The energy fluctuations detected on this planet. She paused, her gaze sweeping over to Goten and Bra, who had approached upon hearing the commotion, are in complete harmony with the frequency of the first Super Dragon Ball we found. The entire banquet hall fell into an immediate hush, all eyes fixated on the star map. "We found the clue to the second Super Dragon Ball." Just as the crowd erupted in excitement over this monumental news, Goten keenly noticed that Bra's expression seemed somewhat awry. While she gazed at the star map with joy, there was also a palpable sense of disappointment she could not conceal. Quietly, she slipped away from the jubilant throng, stepping onto the terrace outside the banquet hall, staring blankly at the war-torn landscape in the distance. She recalled the overwhelming helplessness she had felt on the battlefield, even when she piloted the shuttle into the fray. It ultimately required Goten's desperate rescue. The chasm between her and them felt insurmountable. A faint sound of footsteps emerged from behind. Was someone here braving the cold wind? It was Goten. He held 2 glasses of juice, offering one to her. Bra pouted but did not refuse, accepting the drink. The two fell into a comfortable silence, gazing into the distance. After some time, Goten softly spoke. "Are you still feeling disheartened about what transpired earlier?" Chapter 65. The Primordial Hunt. A grand festival. The night breeze on the terrace was particularly refreshing, dispelling some of the heat from the banquet hall. Goten's direct question left Bra momentarily at a loss for words. She turned her head, gazing at the deep silhouette of the jungle under the night sky, stirring her juice with the straw, producing faint sounds as if to mask her true emotions. "No," she ultimately denied, her voice a few tones lower than usual. Goten smiled, choosing not to pierce through her little facade. Leaning against the cool metal railing, he mirrored her gaze towards the war-ravaged land. "You were very brave during the day," he suddenly remarked, his voice soft, yet clear to Bra's ears. Bra halted her stirring, somewhat taken aback as she turned to look at him. "If it weren't for you piloting the shuttle to draw the attention of those frenzied soldiers, Hawk and the others' defenses would have collapsed long ago." Goten continued to gaze into the distance, stating an objective fact. "You bought us the most precious time." He paused before turning to meet Bra's gaze, his expression unusually earnest. "There are many ways to fight. Battling with wisdom and courage is far more commendable than merely possessing strength." In that moment, there was no hint of jest in Goten's eyes. His sincere acknowledgement made Bra's heart inexplicably race. She had never anticipated that what appeared to be a rash and impulsive act would receive such recognition, especially from this normally somewhat oblivious fellow. Feeling a rush of heat to her cheeks, Bra quickly turned away, presenting Goten with her elegantly contoured profile. "I just didn't want to see my brother struggling alone," she asserted, as if emphasizing her words would make her actions seem more reasonable. "Yes, I understand," Goten replied gently, refraining from further probing. He knew that some matters are best left lightly touched upon. Just as the atmosphere grew subtly nuanced, a cheerful voice echoed from the entrance. "Am I interrupting something?" Vishnu appeared on the terrace, leaning against the doorframe with a knowing smile. "Not at all," Bra quickly retorted. "All right, let us get down to business." Vishnu gracefully approached, her playful demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. It seemed Trunks had also heard the commotion and followed her out from the banquet hall. "I know everyone is eager to set off immediately in pursuit of the clue to the Super Dragon Ball." She scanned the faces of those present. "But before we do, as the leader of the Raza people and as a friend, I hope you will participate in a special event we are hosting tomorrow." "A special event?" Trunks inquired. Curiosity piqued. After such brutal battles, he was intrigued to learn what other activities the planet Raza had to offer. A proud light flickered in Vishnu's eyes, one that belonged to this ancient and sacred planet. As she enunciated, "It is our grandest traditional festival, the Primordial Hunt." The following morning, before the first rays of sunlight could penetrate the Earth's rocky layers, Hawk roused the group. Under the guidance of Vishnu and Hawk, they ascended via a high-speed lift to a brand new region, a primal underground forest. The air here was more humid, infused with the wild scent of rich soil and vegetation. Countless luminous crystals embedded in the overhead rock formations simulated the passage of day and night, casting a gentle, non-blinding light. Towering ferns shielded them from the sky, and the air was filled with the distant, resonant calls of unknown creatures. "Incredible!" Goten exclaimed, feeling the vibrant life energy here was far denser than in the battle-scarred regions outside. "The hunt is not merely about slaughter," Vishnu explained as they walked, detailing the festival's rules, "but rather a test of our warriors' teamwork and reverence for this planet. Our targets will only be ferocious predators that threaten the ecological balance due to overpopulation, and we must also locate certain designated plants with special medicinal properties near their nests." Soon, the hunt commenced. The group was divided into smaller teams, with Trunks, Goten, and Bra naturally placed in the core team alongside Vishna and Hawk. Trunks immediately showcased his overwhelming prowess. To the right, at 3 o'clock, 3 armored rhinos are damaging the water source. A Raza scout reported. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Trunks had transformed into a golden streak, vanishing from sight. A moment later, 3 heavy thuds and the anguished cries of beasts echoed from the distance. As the crowd arrived, they beheld 3 colossal beasts, their sizes comparable to armored vehicles. Lying prostrate on the ground, each adorned with metallic scales and bearing a distinct imprint of a fist upon their foreheads. Trunks casually clapped his hands, effortlessly returning to the group as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, eliciting waves of awe and applause from the surrounding Lazo Star warriors. Meanwhile, Wutian exhibited an entirely different kind of talent. Leader, the Jingxing grass we seek typically flourishes in the habitat of the Fengxing bats. But the ultrasonic waves emitted by these creatures will interfere with our detection devices, a herbalist remarked, a frown creasing his brow. Upon hearing this, Wutian closed his eyes. Instead of sensing the energy of those creatures, he calmed his mind to perceive the very breath of the entire forest. That wondrous sensation, reminiscent of his connection to Lazo Star, resurfaced in his heart. Moments later, he opened his eyes and pointed towards an unremarkable waterfall. Behind that, Hawk, skeptical yet intrigued, sent someone forward, and indeed, within a damp cave behind the waterfall, they discovered numerous Fengxing bats hanging upside down, guarding the softly glowing Jingxing grass. This almost prescient ability left Dr. Elder's eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon invaluable research material. With Trunks handling the combat and Wutian charting the course, the team's progress was remarkably smooth. Be careful. Just as the team traversed a muddy swamp, the introspective Bra was startled awake by Wutian's urgent shout. Before she could react, someone yanked her arm forcefully back. Almost simultaneously, the seemingly innocuous mossy ground before her erupted without warning, revealing a massive mouth that snapped shut with a spine-chilling crack. It was a swamp crocodile, perfectly camouflaged as part of the environment. Had it not been for Wutian's timely warning, the consequences would have been dire. "You scared me," Bra exclaimed, her face turning pale as she patted her heaving chest, her heart racing uncontrollably. This sudden attack brought the entire team to a halt, each member immediately assuming a defensive posture, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Such camouflage creatures emit nearly no energy fluctuations, making them difficult to detect in advance. Trunks furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Bra took a deep breath and retrieved a palm-sized silver spherical device from her universal pouch. This was the most complex of the many toys she had insisted Bulma create for her before their departure. With everyone watching in curiosity, she confidently pressed a button on the device. The small sphere immediately levitated, projecting a faint blue grid-like scanning beam that slowly swept across the entire swamp. Before long, a real-time, 3-dimensional map of the swamp appeared on the wrist screen connected to the device. A few inconspicuous red dots were moving slowly within a 300-meter radius, and 5 more were lying in ambush. Bra, observing the screen, calmly and clearly reported the precise numbers and locations. Everyone gazed at her and the unassuming little sphere with astonishment. "Is that a multifunctional life response and energy detector?" Dr. Elder nearly rushed over, his eyes filled with fervor for technological marvels. "Not only that," Bra said, her earlier gloom dissipating as she noticed their astonished expressions. She proudly lifted her chin. "It can filter environmental interference and specifically detect the faint energy emissions of certain plants." Under Bra's precise guidance, the team deftly avoided all lurking swamp crocodiles. Ultimately, they successfully discovered the legendary plant, the Guangmai flower, which emitted a gentle glow as if imbued with life, nestled deep within a secret cave draped in vines. Mission accomplished. That evening, the celebratory bonfire was rekindled in the open space outside the base, grander than the night before. Vishna raised a wine cup crafted from special metal high above, her clear voice resonating throughout the gathering. "To our heroes, and to our reborn homeland. Cheers." The thunderous cheers erupted, as the people of Lazo Star joyfully expressed their relief at having survived. Halfway through the banquet, Vishna, with her wine cup in hand, traversed through the jubilant crowd and approached Bulma, who was engaged in a discussion with Dr. Elder about the structure of the New Hope's engine. "We are profoundly grateful for all you have done for Lazo Star. We can never repay this kindness," she stated earnestly, her gratitude evident on her face. This is our humble token of appreciation. Please accept it. With a wave of her hand, two strong Lazo warriors brought forth a massive metal box. As the box opened, a dazzling light compelled those nearby to instinctively squint. Inside lay a meticulously arranged collection of high-purity energy crystals, harvested from the depths of Lazo Star's core, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. The immense and stable energy contained within was sufficient to support the New Hope in undertaking long-distance warp travel. With these, your next journey will undoubtedly be much smoother, Vishnu said with a smile. Bulma's eyes sparkled with genuine joy at the sight of the high-quality energy crystals. A much-needed supply indeed. As the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith, Bulma's gaze swept over Trunks and Wutian. Finally, her voice softened, laced with a hint of reluctance, as she gently declared, "Let us set our parting time for tomorrow morning." Chapter 66. Setting Sail, in search of the second Super Dragon Ball. The morning on Lazo Star arrived earlier than anticipated, as the first rays of artificial sunlight pierced through the crevices in the surface rock layers. The expansive underground base's launch pad was already filled with people come to bid farewell. The New Hope lay silently at the center, its streamlined hull reflecting a cold gleam under the lights, the engine core emitting a deep, steady hum, signifying its readiness to tear through the heavens and embark on a new journey. The air was tinged with a faint metallic coolant scent, mingling with the unique aromas of Lazo Star's rocks and flora. The atmosphere was somewhat subdued, the melancholy of parting enveloping every heart like an invisible mist. Bulma was engaged in the final handover with Vishnu and Dr. Elder. All the energy crystals had been securely loaded, their purity exceeding expectations, sufficient to support multiple long-distance journeys. "I am sincerely grateful. This gift is exceedingly precious," Bulma expressed. "In comparison to all you have done for Lazo Star, it is but a trifling matter." Vishnu responded with a smile, her gaze sweeping over Trunks, Wutian, and Bra. "It is we who should be grateful." Hawk, with a bandaged arm, clapped Trunks on the shoulder, his earnest respect evident in his eyes. "Kid, let's fight side by side again when the opportunity arises." Trunks nodded solemnly, "Absolutely." Wutian found himself surrounded by a group of Lazo Star children, who eagerly pressed various peculiar fruits and flowers into his hands, their most treasured gifts. He blushed slightly, scratching his head as he graciously accepted each offering, thanking them warmly. Everything appeared so orderly, filled with camaraderie and the warmth of survival, until the final moment before boarding. "Wait!" Vishnu's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Trunks as he prepared to turn and ascend the gangway. All eyes instinctively turned toward the leader. Her smile had faded, replaced by an unprecedented, solemn expression. She took a step forward, disregarding the astonished gazes surrounding her, and walked directly to Trunks, coming to a halt just a step away from him. Vishnu lifted her head, her eyes, reminiscent of a cosmos filled with stars and oceans, unwaveringly fixed on Trunks, who towered over her. Her gaze was fervent, candid, and carried an undeniable assertiveness. Trunks, her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. "There is one last thing. Will you stay?" The air seemed to freeze in that moment. On the launch pad, the hundreds of Lazor citizens and warriors appeared as if they had been paused, each one dumbfounded, suspecting their ears had deceived them. "Stay with me." Vishnu disregarded the surrounding reactions and continued with her irrefutable tone. This was no longer a mere suggestion. It was a blatant declaration made in front of all. Trunks was utterly petrified. His mind went blank, and he instinctively blinked, his mouth slightly agape, yet no sound escaped. He had faced cosmic emperors, battled androids, and even contended with deities, but this situation had surpassed all his past experiences. What did she just say? The most intense reaction came from Bra, standing nearby. Her beautiful violet eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth forming a perfect O, as if it could hold an egg. She glanced at the serious-faced Vishnu and then at her brother, who was frozen in shock, stomping her feet in frustration. What does this woman think she is doing? This is not how one steals someone away. Goten also appeared astonished, though his curiosity prevailed. He observed the crimson-faced Trunks and the fuming Bra beside him, finding this scene far more entertaining than any previous battle. Even the usually composed Bulma was momentarily taken aback. She crossed her arms, a playful smile gracing her lips as she watched her son in this state of utter embarrassment. The entire launch pad fell into a peculiar and awkward silence. All eyes shifted back and forth between Vishnu and Trunks, eagerly awaiting the next development. Just as Trunks' face turned crimson, nearly reaching the point of combustion, Vishna's serious expression finally cracked, revealing a cunning and radiant smile reminiscent of a fox. Ha! Her laughter rang out, breaking the suffocating silence. Just a joke. Look how tense you've become. She playfully tapped Trunks' chest with her fist. Seeing you so flustered truly makes this trip worthwhile. Trunks felt as if his brain had rebooted several times before he could process what had just occurred. An indescribable sense of shame washed over him, compelling him to wish for a crevice to hide in. The surrounding Lazor warriors initially stood in shock before erupting into a chorus of good-natured laughter. Even Hawk couldn't help but chuckle, his shoulders shaking with mirth. You woman. Bra was both angry and amused. Her cheeks flushed as she pointed at Vishna, momentarily at a loss for words. All right. Vishna finally ceased her laughter. Yet the mirth in her eyes remained undiminished. She straightened her posture, her expression once again serious and solemn. However, within this jest, there was a portion of sincerity. Her gaze swept across everyone present, glancing at the ship of hope soon to embark, her voice turning earnest and powerful. Please remember, Lazor will never forget everything you have done, no matter where you find yourselves in the cosmos, or what adversities you may face, as long as you need us. Our warriors, our fleet, and our planet will always be your most reliable allies and friends. This promise is far more precious than any treasure or material possession. Bulma nodded gravely. We will too. The sadness of parting was somewhat alleviated by this small interlude, replaced by a warmth and unwavering camaraderie. Take care, everyone. Take care. The protagonists ascended the gangway of the New Hope amidst the waving farewell of the crowd. The heavy alloy hatch slowly closed, isolating them from the clamor outside. Accompanied by a powerful surge of energy, the massive silver vessel ascended gracefully, the strong airflow stirring up the dust on the ground, forming a magnificent whirlwind. Under countless gazes, the New Hope adjusted its position. The particle thrusters at the rear emitted a dazzling blue flame, accelerating rapidly, transforming into a shooting star that pierced the clouds and soon vanished at the horizon, merging into the vast, infinite universe. Inside the bridge of the New Hope, the ship had smoothly entered low Earth orbit, preparing for the final charge before the jump. Bra occupied the pilot's seat, skillfully manipulating the intricate controls and setting the navigation coordinates. Her mood appeared considerably brighter, a faint smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. Trunks, however, sat beside her in the co-pilot's seat, somewhat absent-minded, occasionally sighing, clearly still recovering from the earlier incident. Trunks, Vishna is actually quite a nice person, beautiful and capable. Have you considered it seriously? Goten leaned over with a mischievous grin. Even you are mocking me. Trunks shot him an irritated glance. All right, enough teasing. Bulma's voice brought an immediate hush to the bridge. She stood before the colossal holographic star map, observing the golden line representing their predetermined course, which spanned several star systems. Her brow slightly furrowed. She extended her finger, gliding over the star map, narrowing the entire route. The lengthy distance, even on the macro star map, appeared exceedingly remote. Charging complete, ready for warp travel, Jack reported from the side. Bulma nodded, her gaze still fixed on the star map, her voice carrying a barely perceptible gravity. Everyone, prepare yourselves. This journey will likely take over 2 months. Chapter 67. Escaping the meteor shower. Farewell, Jack. Inside the bridge of the New Hope, a brief silence enveloped them. Bulma's estimate of a journey exceeding 2 months felt like an invisible stone resting heavily on everyone's hearts. Space travel, while romantic in theory, was indeed a dual test of both physical and psychological endurance. The boundless darkness, monotonous scenery, and the ever-present threat of the unknown were sufficient to wear down even the most resilient nerves. 2 months? That sounds dreadfully boring. Goten broke the silence first, a slightly distressed expression crossing his face. His ill-timed comment successfully lightened the heavy atmosphere. Idiot, is this the time for such thoughts? Bra shot him an exasperated look, though her furrowed brow soon relaxed. All right, since we have already set off, let us not dwell on it. Bulma closed the holographic star map, turned, and clapped her hands. Now, everyone to your positions. Our journey officially begins. Received. With Bulma's command, the massive silver spacecraft's rear burst forth with brilliance. It transformed into a streak of light too swift for the eye to capture, vanishing in an instant from its location, entering the long and monotonous warp travel. The universe outside became a tunnel of bizarre lights stretched from the countless rays. Time lost all meaning here. 1 month later. In the gravity training chamber. Sweat cascaded freely. Wu Tian and Trunks, bare-chested, engaged in intense sparring under 100-fold gravity. Each collision of their fists and feet released visible waves of white energy. Following the battle on Razuo Star, both warriors recognized their own limitations and strength, and as soon as they entered a stable phase of flight, they embarked on a rigorous training regimen day after day. Wu Tian's progress was astonishing. His mastery over Ki became increasingly refined, allowing him to barely keep pace with Trunks in his Super Saiyan Level 1 form. Meanwhile, the warrior blood of Trunks, awakened during their journey, sharpened his gaze and intensified the aura surrounding him. With a resounding thud from another punch, both fighters instinctively withdrew and distanced themselves, panting heavily. "I can't go on," Wu Tian exclaimed as he plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Trunks, you seem to have grown stronger again." "You're not too shabby yourself," Trunks replied, handing him a bottle of water, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "To keep up with my speed in a normal state, you truly are a remarkable specimen." Outside the training room, Bulma locked herself in the laboratory, tirelessly analyzing the data downloaded from the cult flagship, striving to uncover more information about the second Super Dragon Ball. Jack, in his lounge, organized all the reports from their mission, preparing to return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to deliver his account. The majority of the ship's navigation and maintenance tasks naturally fell to Bra. Despite the monotony of her work, she displayed remarkable enthusiasm and aptitude. She spent nearly all her time on the bridge, where the massive control console became her grand plaything, transforming complex star maps and dense data streams into a fascinating symphony in her eyes. After familiarizing herself with the ship's capabilities, she even began optimizing the autopilot system for smoother and more efficient energy output. This lengthy journey allowed each individual to grow rapidly in their own way. However, tranquility was soon shattered. Beep, beep, beep. Alarm, alarm. The shrill red alarm echoed throughout the vessel without warning. Wu Tian and Trunks exchanged startled glances and rushed to the bridge. Upon arrival, they found Bulma and Jack already present. The holographic display on the bridge no longer showed a stable light stream tunnel, but rather a chaotic and seemingly boiling dark space. Countless meteorites, emanating an eerie purple glow, darted erratically like frenzied fish in that expanse. "What is this?" Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. "It's a quantum meteor storm." Bulma's face turned grave, a highly rare astronomical phenomenon. These meteorites make unpredictable short-distance jumps in subspace, and our detectors cannot forecast their trajectories in advance. As she spoke, a meteorite the size of a truck suddenly appeared directly in front of the New Hope. Hard right. Emergency evasive maneuvers. Bra, seated at the controls, focused intently, nearly pushing the joystick the moment the meteorite emerged. The massive ship skimmed perilously close to the meteorite's edge at an incredible angle. The purple arcs of electricity flashing on the meteorite even left a charred mark on the ship's shield. The autopilot system is overloaded. The course is severely deviated. Jack's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Switch to manual mode. Bulma decisively commanded. "No, the manual response time is far too slow." Jack countered, "This is tantamount to suicide." "Let me handle it." Bra's voice, though soft, brimmed with undeniable confidence. She disabled all auxiliary systems, gripping the cold joystick tightly. At that moment, the entire bridge fell silent. All eyes focused on her petite figure. Bra took a deep breath, her purple eyes reflecting the violent and lethal storm ahead, devoid of her usual petulance, leaving only calmness and focus. Her hands became a blur. Under her guidance, the New Hope danced through the death storm like a silver swallow infused with life. A breathtaking lateral roll dodged 3 meteorites that appeared simultaneously. A millimeter-perfect vertical ascent saw the ship slice through the gap between 2 intersecting meteorites. The bridge was filled solely with Bra's concise and clear commands. "Wu Tian, Trunks, stabilize engine output. Jack, report on energy shield depletion status at all times. Mom, calculate the most densely packed areas for spatial jumps within 300 kilometers ahead." She resembled a seasoned ace pilot, perfectly channeling the entire team's strength through her hands. Time elongated in that moment. Eventually, after executing one last daring dive, Bra piloted the ship out of the distorted space, revealing a clear vista ahead. The tumultuous purple storm was now far behind them. They had made it through. Bra released the joystick, her body slumping against the chair, drenched in sweat. "Well done, Bra," Trunks exclaimed, genuinely impressed, his own tension mirroring that of the pilot. Wu-Tian looked at her with admiration. Incredible. Hearing the praises, a weary smile broke across Bra's face. Yet, before they could fully relish their narrow escape, another urgent alarm blared. This time, it signaled energy depletion, a yellow alert. Bulma stared at the rapidly decreasing energy bar on the screen, her complexion turning pale. Oh no, the extreme evasive maneuvers consumed far more energy crystals than we anticipated. She pointed at the energy reserve readings, her voice trembling. We may not reach our destination. 3 days later, the New Hope drifted silently in space, having shut down all non-essential systems, resembling a beached whale. "This is the last destination I can find for you," Jack said, pointing to a solitary point of light on the star map. "That is the only star system in the vicinity with a habitable planet. I must return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to submit the mission report and can no longer accompany you." His ship was a single-person high-speed reconnaissance craft, consuming energy far less than that of the New Hope, and the remaining energy was sufficient for his return. The moment of parting had inevitably arrived. "Thank you for everything, Jack," Bulma said sincerely. "We owe you a great debt," Trunks added. "Until we meet again, Jack-san." Bra waved, having developed a fondness for the earnest Galactic Patrol officer during their time together. Jack, rarely showing a hint of awkwardness, cleared his throat. "Protecting the peace of the universe is the duty of us Galactic Patrol officers." He paused, his gaze settling on Wu-Tian. "Son Goku's son, I hope by the next time we meet, you will have grown stronger." After saying this, he offered a formal Galactic Patrol salute to everyone before boarding his small ship. With a glimmer of light, the small vessel quickly vanished into the depths of space. "Now we must set off as well." Bulma gazed at the planet gradually enlarging in her field of vision, a beautiful orb of azure interspersed with hues of yellow, rejuvenating her spirit. Perhaps on this celestial body, fortune would favor us. Chapter 68, The Salvation of the Nameless Star. Jekka's small spacecraft transformed into a distant star, ultimately vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. On the bridge, only the faint hum of the New Hope's engine system operating at low power remained. "Well then, it is time for us to depart." Bulma broke the silence, her eyes fixed on the planet that was steadily magnifying on the holographic display, an expanse of blue mingled with broad swathes of earthy yellow. "Engage the final backup power and interplanetary orbit. Bra, prepare for descent." "Understood," Bra replied, returning to the pilot's seat, her hands deftly maneuvering the controls. The New Hope shuddered slightly, beginning its slow approach towards the solitary planet. As they drew nearer, the true visage of this world became increasingly apparent. From the vastness of space, it exhibited stunning blue oceans and verdant vegetation, yet more prominently, it showcased extensive desolation, presenting a sickly tawny hue of barren gravel and desert. Signs of civilization were primarily concentrated in a few scattered oasis regions, where faint lights flickered defiantly against the planet's dark side, resembling a beautiful silk fabric marred by moths. Numerous energy signals were detected, indicating urban clusters, albeit of modest scale. Bulma pointed at the data flashing on the screen, noting the peculiar chaos in the energy responses. There were primitive tribal settlements alongside industrial facilities of considerable technological advancement, all jumbled together in disarray. "Let us not dwell on that for now," Trunks suggested. "Find a deserted area to land, lest we incite unnecessary panic." "Understood." Bra carefully piloted the spacecraft into the atmosphere. As they traversed the thin clouds, the landscape below unfolded in full view. A vast expanse of red gravel stretched to the horizon, with dry riverbeds resembling ugly scars on the earth. In the distance, a rudimentary town constructed from stone and metal could be faintly discerned. Rather than approaching directly, Bra opted to descend in a concealed circular valley several kilometers away from the town. With a gentle tremor and the sound of the engine shutting down, the New Hope's massive hull finally settled securely on this unfamiliar terrain. The gravity was 12 times that of Earth. The atmospheric composition was suitable for activity, though the oxygen levels were somewhat deficient. Bulma reviewed the analysis report, confirming the feasibility of extravehicular activity. The heavy hatch gradually opened, permitting a warm, dry breeze, laced with the scent of dust, to flow in. Goten was the first to leap down the ladder, assessing the ground beneath his feet. "Nothing seems amiss. Don't be careless." Trunks cautioned, keenly surveying their surroundings. Weathered rocky hills of various shapes cast long shadows under the waning sun. Goten and I will investigate that town, Trunks instructed Bulma, Mom. You and Bra stay here and maintain communication. No way, I want to go too. Bra immediately retorted, staying in this desolate place will drive me mad. All right, Trunks. Bulma interrupted, let her come along. It's better to have 3 of us for support. I will remain aboard to analyze the atmosphere and energy composition here, searching for any substances that might serve as substitutes for energy crystals. Ultimately, the trio formed a small team, flying low towards the distant town. A distance of several kilometers was merely a matter of minutes for them. Upon landing on a hill at the town's outskirts and witnessing the scene below, they couldn't help but frown. Rather than a town, it resembled a vast slum. Most structures were haphazardly constructed from quarried stones and rusted scraps of spacecraft, leaning precariously without any semblance of planning. The streets were deserted, with only the wind stirring up dust and causing tattered cloth to flutter, creating an atmosphere that was bleak and oppressive. Where are the people? Bra inquired, puzzled. Something feels off, Goten remarked, keenly sensing an undercurrent of fear permeating the air. Just then, a commotion erupted from the central square of the town. The 3 exchanged glances and immediately stifled their presence, stealthily advancing towards the source of the disturbance. They concealed themselves atop the roof of a dilapidated building, peering down below. In the square, hundreds of local natives had gathered. These natives bore a resemblance to humans, yet their skin exhibited a healthy bronze hue, and their stature was generally diminutive, their eyes filled with terror and unease. Opposite them stood a squad of well-equipped, arrogant soldiers. These soldiers donned full-body white armor, wielding humming energy rifles that starkly contrasted with the surrounding decay. Their armor bore an emblem resembling a black claw, previously unseen. We still need 30 more recruits for the 8th batch. A man resembling the squad leader removed his helmet to reveal a face laden with excess flesh. He disdainfully surveyed the natives before him, as if selecting livestock. Hurry up. Extract all the young and strong. His subordinates immediately surged into the crowd like wolves. They rudely shoved aside the elderly and children with the stocks of their energy rifles, ensnaring those who resisted with energy nets and dragging them out. Cries, pleas for mercy, and shouts of anger echoed throughout the square. A youth who appeared barely in his teens was kicked to the ground by a soldier for resisting fiercely. The rifle's barrel pressed mercilessly against his head. Dare to resist the conscription? Do you wish to die? The soldier sneered. The boy's mother cried out and rushed forward, only to be struck down by another soldier wielding an energy whip. On the rooftop, Bra's fists clenched. The sound of her knuckles cracking filled the air. Those bastards. She gritted her teeth in anger. Goten's usually gentle smile had vanished, replaced by a chilling serenity. Serving the city-state is an honor for you lowly races. The squad leader nodded in satisfaction at the 30 recruits being dragged forth, then waved his hand impatiently. Take them aboard the ship. We must return. Yes. The soldiers escorted the despairing natives towards a medium-sized transport vessel parked at the edge of the square. Just as the captives were about to be taken away, a voice, soft yet clear, resonated through the cacophony of the square. All motion ceased abruptly. The soldiers, including the squad leader, looked up in confusion towards the source of the voice. There stood a black-haired youth clad in an orange martial arts uniform, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, calmly blocking their path. Behind him followed a violet-haired young man and a blue-haired girl with crossed arms and an expression of fury. Who are you? The squad leader furrowed his brow, a glimmer of wariness flashing in his eyes. Release them, Goten commanded, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Huh. The squad leader erupted into exaggerated laughter. Kid, do you even know who you're talking to? I suggest you mind your own business. Or, before he could finish his sentence, his pupils dilated sharply. The black-haired youth standing before him had suddenly vanished from sight. In the next moment, an irresistible force collided with his abdomen. The squad leader expelled a mouthful of bile. His body lifted off the ground as though struck by a battering ram, careening through the air. After knocking down several of his subordinates, the talent tumbled to the ground in a disheveled state, resembling a boiled shrimp, arching his body in pain. Throughout the entire process, the actions of Wu Tian were so rapid that none of the onlookers could fully comprehend them. Captain, the remaining soldiers were taken aback, quickly regaining their composure as they shouted in fury, raising their energy rifles. Fire! Kill him! Dozens of scorching energy beams instantly wove together to form a deadly net. enveloping Wutian. However, these beams, lethal in the eyes of ordinary people, appeared to Wutian as nothing more than sluggish fireflies. He merely sidestepped, lowered his head, and raised his hand. All the attacks narrowly grazed his body, crashing against the ground and buildings behind him, producing a series of explosive sounds. How is this possible? All the soldiers were astounded. In the fleeting moment of their astonishment, Wutian's figure transformed into a blurred orange afterimage. Like a tempest, he swept through the ranks of soldiers in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds resonated, accompanied by the cracking of bones and agonized wails. In the blink of an eye, when Wutian returned to his original position, the more than 20 once mighty soldiers lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. Their white armor bore varying degrees of dents and cracks, rendering them utterly devoid of combat capability. The entire plaza fell into a profound silence. The rescued indigenous people gaped in awe, gazing at this young man who resembled a celestial deity. Even Trunks felt a shiver of fear. He knew Wutian was powerful, but he had not anticipated that in his normal state, Wutian had reached such staggering heights. The small squad leader, who had been knocked away, struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at his moaning subordinates, his eyes momentarily flashing with terror. Soon, however, that fear was replaced by an even more venomous and frenzied emotion. How dare you? He coughed blood, grinning savagely as he extended his trembling left hand to press a red button on his wrist. You are all doomed. An invisible, high-frequency distress signal was instantly emitted from the device on his wrist, tearing through the thin atmosphere of the planet and shooting into the cold, vast cosmos. Reinforcements are on the way. Chapter 69, A New Scion Appears. After pressing the button, the colonial squad leader seemed to have exhausted his last ounce of strength, collapsing to the ground with a sinister grin, completely unconscious. The joy on the faces of the rescued locals had not yet faded when a new wave of terror enveloped them. They whispered in fear, glancing at the sky, as if new calamities could descend at any moment. Reinforcements? Bulma scoffed, clearly disdainful. No matter how many come, they are merely more refuse to be cleared away. Do not let your guard down, Trunks warned gravely, recognizing that a force capable of interstellar colonization would not be so simple. Wutian remained silent, calmly lifting his gaze to the murky yellow sky. He could sense several energies, neither weak nor strong, rapidly approaching from outside the atmosphere. Indeed, within mere minutes, several rapidly enlarging black dots appeared in the cloud cover above. Accompanied by a piercing, air-splitting howl, 3 spacecraft descended at an astonishing speed, finally landing in the open space of the plaza, kicking up clouds of dust. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 resounding crashes caused the already dilapidated ground to fracture like a spider's web. The local indigenous people, overwhelmed by the powerful sense of pressure, retreated in fright, hiding behind ruined structures, daring only to peek out with terrified eyes. They're here, Trunks murmured, slightly lowering his stance, readying himself for battle. With a hiss, the hatches of the 3 spacecraft simultaneously emitted a sound of depressurization and slowly opened. The first to emerge from the darkened hatch were 3 warriors clad in dark, form-fitting combat suits, equipped with green single-lens detectors. The moment Trunks and Wutian glimpsed their appearances, their pupils involuntarily constricted. The signature hairstyles, robust and explosive physiques, and tails casually wrapped around their waists. Saiyans, Wutian instinctively exclaimed. Indeed, the group stepping out of the spacecraft bore an uncanny resemblance to the Saiyans he knew. Images of Nappa and Raditz from the Dragon Ball Z era flashed through his mind. But how could this be possible? This must be a trick, Wutian murmured in disbelief. Other Saiyans should have perished with the destruction of planet Vegeta. Indeed, Trunks nodded. Let us observe before jumping to conclusions. Then, a taller Saiyan, radiating a distinctly stronger aura than the others, slowly emerged from the middle spacecraft. He did not wear a detector, sporting a rugged stubble on his chin, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over the devastated plaza and the moaning colonial soldiers. When his eyes finally fell upon Wutian and his companions, who were clearly outsiders, his brows furrowed tightly. Did you do this? His voice was hoarse and deep, filled with undeniable pressure. Wutian took 2 steps forward, calmly meeting his gaze. Yes. And what of it? Humph. The Saiyan leader sneered disdainfully, sizing up Wutian with contempt. You look too delicate to be a local native. Which blind, interstellar mercenary dares to meddle in our affairs? Not only them, Tian pointed at the fallen colonists on the ground, then gestured towards the Saiyan reinforcements before him, his tone remaining flat. You too shall fall here. These words ignited a powder keg. You insolent fool. The Saiyan leader roared in fury, too lazy to act himself as he impatiently waved a hand at his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Tear these 3 clueless fools to shreds. Yes, Captain Raditz. The dozen or so Saiyan warriors behind him immediately erupted in a bloodthirsty snarl, pouncing upon Tian and his companions like hungry wolves. Each of them left a long afterimage in their wake, moving at speeds far superior to those of the earlier colonial soldiers. Brother, Bulma cried out instinctively, wanting to rush forward to help. No need, Trunks interjected, holding her back. His gaze remained fixed on Tian, devoid of concern, instead filled with anticipation. For he understood that the enemies before them had provoked a being they should never have challenged. Faced with the assault of the dozen Saiyan warriors, Tian's expression remained unchanged. Just as the first Saiyan swung his fist, about to strike him, he moved. There was no explosive display of power, nor a grand transformation. He simply took a step to the left. The Saiyan's fist narrowly missed his nose, swinging through empty air. Following this, pivoting on his left foot, Tian spun like a top, his right elbow striking the opponent's neck at an exceptionally acute angle, swiftly and accurately. The Saiyan let out no sound, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed forward, instantly losing consciousness. One move. This lightning-fast scene caused the other approaching Saiyans to momentarily halt in their tracks. However, Tian's assault showed no signs of hesitation. He seemed to transform into a gentle breeze amidst the swirling leaves, effortlessly weaving through the encirclement formed by a dozen Saiyan warriors. With each swift movement, he adeptly evaded all attacks. Every strike was simple, direct, and efficient. A precise knife-hand strike landed on a Saiyan's wrist joint, rendering the opponent's attack ineffective. A well-placed kick swept another warrior's knee, causing him to lose his balance. His movements were devoid of any superfluous embellishment, yet they embodied the essence of martial arts, returning to its fundamental truths. Rather than a battle, it resembled an unidirectional, overwhelming lesson. Bang, bang, bang. In a mere span of seconds, accompanied by a series of dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground, the once formidable Saiyan warriors now lay scattered on the ground, groaning in pain, none able to rise. Throughout the entire ordeal, Tian had not even taken a single breath. The Saiyan leader, named Rad, wore a frozen grin on his face as he stared blankly at his fallen subordinates, then glanced at the unscathed black-haired youth, whose attire was not even wrinkled. A bead of cold sweat slowly trickled down his forehead. What a joke. He swallowed hard. These were seasoned Saiyan warriors. How could they be so effortlessly defeated by a mere boy? Now it's your turn. Tian slowly turned around, his calm gaze locking onto Rad. The latter's body stiffened abruptly, a strong instinctual sense of danger coursing through him. Wait, stop. He instinctively took a step back, raising his hands and calling out in panic. Who are you? This time, his tone was stripped of its previous disdain and arrogance, replaced by profound shock and confusion. At this moment, Bulma emerged slowly from the shadows of the nearby structures. She activated the miniature computer on her wrist, a scanning beam sweeping over Rad's body. Oddly enough, the genetic sequence indeed confirmed him as a pure-blooded Saiyan, she murmured as she examined the data. Then she raised her head and asked Rad, as far as I know, the Saiyans have long been extinct. Where did you come from? What? Rad was taken aback by her words, as if hearing something utterly unbelievable. You woman, do you know about our Saiyan race? Observing his genuinely astonished expression, Bulma and Trunks exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of doubt in the other's eyes. It seemed that this group of Saiyans truly hailed from the planet Vegeta of yore. Answer our questions first, Trunks said coldly, stepping forward, the faint aura emanating from him sending a shiver down Rad's spine. At first, the Saiyan leader wanted to maintain his warrior dignity, but gazing at the two inscrutable youths before him, and recalling Tian's overwhelming prowess, he ultimately capitulated. We come from New Vegeta. He struggled to utter the words. New Vegeta? Bulma's eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, Trunks and Bra looked at their mother, clearly pondering the same question. Where did this new Vegeta come from? Indeed, it is the great Duke Madarek who led us to establish a new homeland for our Saiyan race deep in the cosmos. A hint of pride resurfaced on Rad's face as he spoke. Who are you really? How do you know about the Saiyans and the planet Vegeta? He could not help but retort. Because I, too, am a Saiyan. No, perhaps half of one. Bra, who had remained silent until now, finally could not contain herself and proudly declared, hands on her hips. Upon hearing this, Rad looked at her as if she were a fool. He scrutinized her from head to toe, from her beautiful face to her delicate figure. You? He could not help but let out a derisive laugh, as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. Don't be ridiculous. We Saiyans are a noble warrior race. How could someone like you exist? Moreover, where's your tail? Tail. Bra instinctively glanced at Rad's waist, then crossed her arms, displaying a puzzled expression. That ugly thing has long since disappeared. Huh. You dare to call yourself a Saiyan without a tail? The disdain on Rad's face grew heavier. He found these individuals utterly baffling. Not only were they absurdly powerful, but their words were also nonsensical. Enough, Bra. Bulma interjected, stopping her daughter from continuing the debate. This was not the time for such matters. Her gaze returned to Rad, her tone becoming authoritative. Now, take us to this new Vegeta you mentioned. What? Rad was taken aback, asking why he should comply. Just because of this. Wu-Tian slowly raised his right hand, fingers together, a small point of high-density energy gathering at his fingertips, emitting a faint sizzling sound. Although the energy appeared minuscule, it harbored a terrifying power capable of easily piercing through this planet, causing Rad, as a warrior, to instinctively feel a shiver of dread. He had no doubt that if he refused, his body would be thoroughly penetrated by that beam of light in the next moment. The situation was dire. In the face of such an absolute disparity in strength, the pride of being a Saiyan seemed utterly worthless. Very well. Rad almost spat out the word through clenched teeth. He hung his head in resignation, accepting his fate. Humph, at least you know your place. Bra huffed triumphantly. Thus, the matter was settled. Bulma used the communicator to instruct the New Hope, stationed in the distant valley, to initiate remote autopilot, flying over the town. As the massive spaceship hovered silently overhead, Rad and the Saiyan soldiers who had just regained consciousness were once again deeply shaken. They finally understood that they had likely stumbled upon something capable of shattering an entire star system. Under Wu-Tian's orders, the Saiyans reluctantly left their equipment and transport ships to the local inhabitants. Subsequently, they boarded their own spacecraft. You lead the way, Bulma instructed Rad through the public channel. And do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, Wu-Tian added with a menacing grin, we will shoot you down from behind. Understood, Rad replied weakly. 3 Saiyan ships ascended first, wobbling as they exited the atmosphere. The New Hope followed leisurely behind, resembling a shark patrolling its territory. The journey through the cosmos commenced once again. On the bridge of the New Hope, the atmosphere was peculiar. Mom, is there really a new Vegeta? Bra curiously leaned toward Bulma, observing the navigation data from the 3 ships on the holographic star map. It seems so, Bulma replied, her expression somewhat complex. Trunks gazed out at the old-fashioned ships, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. As the bloodline of the Saiyan prince, he found this unexpected history both foreign and intriguing. If these individuals are indeed survivors, what expression would Dad have upon learning of this? It is hard to say. Wu-Tian shook his head as he looked at Trunks. As far as I know, before the destruction of planet Vegeta, Frieza was already secretly suppressing the Saiyans. Large-scale expedition missions were nearly halted. If there were indeed survivors who escaped the cataclysm, it must have been under extremely confidential circumstances. It is uncertain who this Duke Madarek is. Prior to his transition from the real world, he had perused the storyline of the Dragon Ball saga countless times, and he could assert with absolute certainty that there was no such character in the original work. The situation appears to be growing increasingly intriguing. Unbeknownst to him, Bulma accessed the Frieza Force database that had been deciphered on planet Razo, along with the internal documents of the Saiyan royal family, which even Frieza's database did not record. What is more vexing is that, in retrospect, that fellow Vegeta never shared tales of his homeland with her. She gritted her teeth and remarked that they would have to wait until they arrived to investigate further. The journey was not particularly lengthy, lasting about 2 days. The New Hope followed those 3 Saiyan ships as they exited their high-speed journey together. A brand new and unfamiliar star region unfolded before their eyes. At the center of this star region, a tranquil planet quietly hovered, slowly rotating. It seemed to be slightly smaller than Earth, entirely enveloped by a delicate lavender atmosphere. Countless Saiyan ships buzzed around the planet like industrious bees, creating a bustling and orderly defense line. Even Bra, who had seen much of the universe, could not help but exclaim in awe upon witnessing this planet. In the depths of space, establishing such a planetary civilization from scratch. These surviving Saiyans indeed possessed a cause for pride. Ms. Bulma, Rad's voice echoed through the public channel, laced with a subtle hint of satisfaction. Up ahead lies New Vegeta. According to regulations, all external visitors were required to register at the spaceport, and he would guide them accordingly. Bulma glanced at the star map, noting the location of the so-called spaceport, then nodded nonchalantly, indicating her agreement. Under Rad's guidance, the New Hope gently followed them, beginning its descent into the atmosphere of New Vegeta. The spacecraft traversed the thick clouds simulated by energy generators, revealing a landscape below that surprised everyone. The interior of this planet was a land brimming with primordial beauty, rolling mountains, vast grasslands, and rivers rushing with vitality. Aside from a gravitational pull slightly stronger than that of Earth, the ecological environment here almost perfectly replicated the legendary original home of the Saiyans. At the heart of this land, a colossal city-state, merging technology with rugged rock aesthetics, rose prominently. The designated landing point is over there. Bra pointed to a solitary spaceport set against the backdrop of the Gobi Desert. Bulma responded, though a sense of caution arose within her. Everything seemed too smooth thus far. The New Hope landed steadily at the empty spaceport, while Rad's 3 ships hovered in midair. "All right, we have brought you here." Rad's voice rang out again, this time imbued with a tone of relief and cunning. "You may wait here for the Inspector's arrival. Farewell." Without waiting for Bulma's response, the 3 Saiyan ships abruptly changed direction, their rear thrusters emitting powerful flames as they sped away towards the center of the city, seemingly eager to escape as if fearing capture. "Hey, you guys!" Bra exclaimed, slapping the control panel in frustration. As expected, Bulma was not at all surprised. She merely shook her head. "I knew they would pull this stunt." While the Saiyans revered strength, they also exhibited a cunning side. If it became known that they had been forced to lead due to defeat, that Saiyan named Rad would likely find it impossible to lift his head ever again. Now, leaving them stranded at this remote spaceport, while he himself slipped away, not only completed his task of guiding, but also preserved his dignity. "What should we do now?" Trunks inquired. "No worries. This saves us the trouble of registration." Bulma smiled, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. She approached the control panel and activated the planet's internal communication network scan. "Since they want to come to us, we shall venture to their main city ourselves. It's also a perfect opportunity for us to witness firsthand what this so-called New Vegeta truly is." Chapter 71. The city-state of the Saiyans. Rad's ships quickly transformed into mere specks on the horizon, vanishing from sight. The empty spaceport now hosted only the New Hope, quietly docked amidst the howling winds of the Gobi. "Those guys really took off fast," Goten chuckled, scratching his nose. "Humph, a bunch of cowards." Bra fumed. "Running away when they can't win? What kind of warrior race is that?" "All right, Bra." Bulma gently patted her daughter's shoulder, signaling her to remain unperturbed. "Mom, where are we going now?" Trunks asked. "Should we head directly to their main city?" Indeed, Bulma's gaze shifted to the majestic silhouette of the city-state on the horizon. "Although our guide has fled, he has inadvertently spared us some trouble." She pointed to the results of the communication network scan. "I have preliminarily connected to this planet's civilian network. It appears that the location we have landed in is not the center of power here, but rather resembles a border city. Let us not dwell on that. Let us go and explore," Bulma decided, seeking a place to conceal the spacecraft. The New Hope shimmered with a translucent ripple, silently ascending towards a nearby, desolate canyon. The 4 donned inconspicuous casual attire and walked into the unfamiliar city-state. Upon entering the city gates, a wave of vibrant energy, infused with the sense of various races, washed over them. The scene before them astonished everyone. The architectural style of the city-state was a striking amalgamation, featuring the robust, imposing structures of the Saiyans alongside uniquely shaped domed buildings that exuded an alien charm. The streets were teeming with a diverse array of inhabitants. Tall, muscular Saiyans clad in battle attire strode confidently, their expressions proud, while they brushed past the diminutive, gray-green-skinned native inhabitants, as well as a plethora of peculiar beings resembling extraterrestrials. Together, they formed a chaotic yet oddly balanced tableau of conflict and harmony. "Is this truly a Saiyan planet?" Bra questioned incredulously, taking in the surroundings that resembled an interstellar town. "It seems that New Vegeta is far more complex than we had anticipated," Trunks observed, his gaze scanning the area with vigilance. Goten, however, was filled with curiosity, eyeing the bizarre cosmic creatures being grilled at roadside stalls and even witnessing some aliens performing acrobatics in the streets. "Let us find a place to rest," Bulma suggested. "After such a long journey, everyone must be tired. Moreover, I need a quiet spot to carefully study and see if I can uncover more useful information." The group unanimously agreed, and soon they discovered a relatively clean and nestled in a narrow alley beside the main thoroughfare. The proprietor, an alien with an octopus-like visage and 4 arms, brightened upon seeing the group, his 8 small eyes sparkling as he enthusiastically promoted his luxurious sweets. "Wait a moment. Aunt Bulma, do we have money to pay?" Suddenly, Goten seemed to recall something and turned to Bulma with a questioning gaze. Although the notion of the entire universe communicating in a single language instilled within him a peculiar sense of dissonance, it was evident that currency from Earth would not suffice. "Worry not." Bulma, with an air of triumph, produced a card from her pocket and winked at the group. "This is something I acquired from that fellow Jack, and it holds enough funds for us to indulge for a while. It is said to be a currency accepted across most civilized star systems in the 7th universe. A fitting compensation for the breach of contract on the spaceship." After Bulma completed the transaction, they were escorted to a suite on the 2nd floor. The room was modest yet tidy, with a window overlooking the bustling street below. Upon entering, Bulma immediately retrieved her portable computer, connecting several data cables into the universal interface on the wall, and began to work intently. Trunks, meanwhile, cautiously surveyed the room, ensuring the absence of any eavesdropping devices before settling into a meditative posture. Only Bra, as if powered by an unseen motor, remained restless. She circled the room twice, leaned against the window to observe the lively scene below, and ultimately set her sights on Goten, who was preparing to rest. "Hey you," she declared, placing her hands on her hips and marching over to him. "We're in such an exciting place, and you're just going to lie there and sleep?" "But we've been traveling for 2 days, and I'm really exhausted," Goten yawned, appearing rather lackluster. "No way," Bra exclaimed, yanking him up from the bed. "Come with me. I want to see what the liveliest spot here looks like." "Bra, don't be ridiculous," Trunks interjected, opening his eyes with a frown. "This is unfamiliar territory. It's better not to wander aimlessly. What are you afraid of? With this guy around, who would dare to mess with me?" Bra confidently pointed at Goten. Goten scratched his head helplessly. Ultimately, under Bra's relentless persuasion, Trunks relented. "Fine," he said, rising to his feet. "You two go. I'll stay back to protect Mom." Thus, Goten and Bra bid farewell to Bulma, who was engrossed in cracking the firewall, and exited the inn. After inquiring with the 4-armed innkeeper, they learned that the most vibrant locale in the city was a tavern named Oasis. It was reputed to be a gathering place for haughty Saiyan warriors and enigmatic interstellar information brokers alike. Without hesitation, they made their way toward Oasis. The tavern was easily located beside a circular plaza at the heart of the city. As they approached, a wave of warmth, infused with the scents of alcohol, grilled meat, and various alien aromas, mingled with the deafening clamor, enveloping them. Goten pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside. The scene within was even more chaotic than they had anticipated. The smoke-filled hall was packed with a diverse array of patrons. Towering Saiyans surrounded a table, boisterously engaging in arm wrestling, while alien merchants with tentacles and compound eyes cautiously peddled their wares. Even a few mercenaries from distant planets were seen polishing their energy weapons. The moment Goten and Bra entered, they instantly became the center of attention, their contrasting appearances drawing curious, scrutinizing, and even greedy gazes from all corners of the tavern. Goten immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere, subtly positioning himself to shield Bra, who, oblivious to the attention, excitedly surveyed the lively scene. She boldly approached the bar and rapped on the counter. "Bartender, 2 drinks for us." Turning back to Goten, she exclaimed, "Honestly, after drifting through the universe for so long, I feel like my bones are rusting. We must unwind today." Chapter 72. A ruckus at Oasis Tavern. "Bartender, bring us some grilled meat too." Bra's clear and slightly haughty voice stood out amid the noisy chaos of Oasis. Behind the bar, a bartender with green skin and 2 soft tendrils atop his head lazily lifted his gaze, first assessing her, and then Goten standing behind her. He said nothing, merely retrieving 2 scratched metal cups from beneath the counter and slamming them onto the bar. He then filled them with a peculiar, purple bubbling liquid that emitted an odd, sweet aroma. Bra, undeterred, lifted 1 cup to her lips, but Goten intervened. Wait, he said, stopping her with a hand. Amid her bewildered stare, he sniffed the drink, dipped his fingertip into it, and tasted a drop. Satisfied that it was merely a standard, slightly potent fruit wine, he nodded. It's safe to drink. You're being overly cautious, Bra complained, yet warmth spread through her at his protectiveness. She took a hearty gulp from her cup, sighing contentedly. Ah, refreshing. Their carefree interaction, along with their incongruous presence, attracted many unsavory glances throughout the tavern. At that moment, 3 unusually tall Saiyans, swaying with drunkenness, stood up from a corner table and approached them. Clad in tattered battle gear, their faces bore the marks of gluttony and aggression. The leader, a one-eyed Saiyan, leered at Bra with his remaining eye, a grin spreading across his face. Hey there, girl. Drinking alone is no fun. Why not join us for a drink? His companions erupted in laughter, and the other patrons wore expressions of amusement, reveling in the prospect of trouble for the newcomers in this lawless city. Goten's expression turned icy. He stepped forward slightly, blocking most of Bra's figure. Get lost. A simple, crisp word escaped his lips. The 3 Saiyans paused, then erupted into raucous laughter, as if they had heard the greatest joke. Huh, did that kid just tell us to get lost? How amusing. It's been years since I've encountered such a bold little brat. The one-eyed Saiyan's smile twisted into a menacing snarl. He smashed his drink onto the ground, shattering it with a sharp sound. Kid, it seems you don't know the rules here. Either let your pretty friend come over and drink with us, or I'll break your limbs, and then let her join. Before his words had fully settled, a violent aura erupted from him, rattling the empty cups on nearby tables. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, clearing a space around them. Bra, with her fiery temperament, could not tolerate such provocation. She peeked out from behind Goten, her beautiful face contorted with anger. What nonsense are you spouting, you ugly one-eyed freak? I can drink with whomever I please. And who are you filthy trash to dictate that? What did you say? The one-eyed Saiyan was thoroughly incensed. You're asking for it, he roared. His massive fist, driven by a fierce wind, swung violently toward Bra's delicate face. Yet, just as his fist was a mere 10 centimeters from Bra, it was firmly grasped by a hand that appeared far from powerful. Your hands are too filthy, Goten stated, his voice devoid of any emotion. The one-eyed Saiyan's complexion turned crimson as he exerted all his strength in an attempt to withdraw his fist, only to discover that the opponent's hand was like a pair of scorching iron pincers, immovable despite his efforts. Let go of me, he exclaimed in horror, realizing that the power he prided himself on was laughably feeble in the presence of his adversary. With a sharp crack, the sound of bone fracturing echoed through the air. Wutian had merely increased the pressure of his fingers, and the wrist bone of the one-eyed Saiyan was crushed with ease. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the tavern. The 2 companions of the one-eyed Saiyan were taken aback and, with enraged shouts, charged towards Wutian from either side. Wutian, without even glancing their way, casually flicked his hand, sending the screaming one-eyed Saiyan crashing into the companion on his left. The 2 tumbled into a heap. He then slightly tilted his body, evading a powerful punch from the individual on his right, and with the swiftness of lightning, raised his right leg to deliver a precise knee strike to the opponent's abdomen. The burly Saiyan's eyes bulged, his body curling into a shrimp-like position as he expelled a mixture of liquor and stomach acid onto the floor, collapsing limply. This entire sequence transpired in mere seconds. The 3 once mighty Saiyan warriors had lost all combat capability. The tavern was instantly shrouded in an eerie silence, with every patron gazing at the raven-haired youth who stood unperturbed, as if he had merely swatted away 3 flies. Humph, overestimating themselves, Beulah scoffed, giving a kick to the unconscious one-eyed Saiyan. Just then, a series of crisp applause echoed down from the second floor, shattering the silence. Instinctively, the crowd looked up to see a young man standing at the railing. He, too, wore the hallmark black hair and tail of a Saiyan. Yet unlike the brutish warriors below, he was elegantly attired, standing tall with an air of distinction. His handsome features were sharp, his gaze penetrating, and a faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips as he observed the unfolding scene from above. Impressive, the young Saiyan clapped, descending the staircase at a leisurely pace. With each step, the onlookers instinctively retreated, their expressions shifting to one of reverence, parting to create a path for him. Your Highness Rans. At last, someone recognized him and stammered his name. This title momentarily stunned Wutian and Beulah. Your Highness? Is this young man the leader of the Saiyans here? Rans paid no heed to the surrounding crowd, and strode directly to the three fallen Saiyans, frowning slightly. "Dispose of these disgraceful individuals," he commanded without looking back. Several tavern attendants rushed over, hastily dragging the three away. Once this was done, Rans turned his attention to Goten and Bulma. He first took a keen interest in Goten before shifting his gaze to Bulma. Upon seeing her strikingly beautiful face, reminiscent of Bulma's, a subtle glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. Adjusting his collar, he presented an aristocratic smile. "My sincerest apologies to the lovely lady for the rudeness of my kin." His demeanor was a stark contrast to the brutish Saiyans earlier, exuding refinement. Bulma, initially poised to express her anger, found herself somewhat embarrassed by his politeness and simply turned her head away with a huff. "No need," Goten replied calmly. "Hee." Rans chuckled, his sharp eyes fixating intently on Goten. He shifted the conversation, maintaining a gentle tone, yet the atmosphere grew tense once more. "However, I believe I recently heard reports that a reconnaissance team dispatched to a nearby planet for conscription returned in a disheveled state, akin to a pack of stray dogs. It is said they were ambushed by a few formidable strangers." He stepped closer, locking eyes with Goten, the smile deepening on his lips. "Might those strangers be you too?" Chapter 73. Rans's invitation. Rans's seemingly gentle, yet subtly menacing inquiry caused the previously relaxed atmosphere in the tavern to become charged with tension once again. All eyes were fixated on Goten and the young Saiyan known as Rans. An invisible air of anticipation filled the room. Facing the keen gaze of Rans, Goten did not flinch, meeting his stare with calm composure. "It was your subordinates that we defeated," he stated unequivocally. This forthright admission only enhanced the smile on Rans's lips, while the surrounding patrons gasped in collective shock. To boldly confess to having attacked Rans's subordinates in his presence. Was this lad mad? "Excellent," Rans nodded, seemingly impressed by Goten's candor. "Might I inquire as to the reason behind this confrontation? From what I understand, they were merely seeking to conscript local natives as laborers for our city-state. Which hardly seems worthy of such extreme measures, does it?" "Conscription?" Bulma interjected with a scoff, stepping forward. "They look no different from cosmic pirates, forcibly abducting people and resorting to violence. This is how your Saiyans conduct themselves? It perfectly mirrors what my father described." "Oh." Rans raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat surprised. He cast a glance towards the shadowy corner where his dispatched attendant stood, head bowed and visibly uncomfortable. It seemed the account he had received differed from the reality. However, he paid little mind to the discrepancies. His gaze returned to Goten. "My men reported that it was a black-haired lad who defeated them. I initially thought it was an exaggerated excuse on their part following defeat," Rans remarked, circling Goten as if appraising a rare treasure. "But it appears their claims may hold some truth. You are indeed formidable." He halted before Goten, offering an exceptionally high compliment. This acknowledgement elicited expressions of disbelief from the surrounding Saiyans. To receive such praise from His Highness Rans was a rare honor within this city-state. Goten remained silent, merely observing him. He could sense that this individual named Rans possessed a formidable presence, far beyond the earlier lackeys, and even surpassing the previously encountered captain named Rad. This was a true powerhouse. "Do not misinterpret my intentions." Rans discerned Goten's wariness and raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "I am not here seeking revenge. It is merely a trivial matter concerning my inept subordinates." His tone suggested he regarded the situation with indifference. "I am simply intrigued by you both." He straightened his appearance, revealing an impeccable noble smile as he formally introduced himself. "I am Rans, the regent currently ruling over New Vegeta Star, with Duke Madarek as my grandfather." "Regent?" Goten and Bulma exchanged glances, each finding understanding reflected in the other's eyes. Indeed, it is no wonder he possesses such demeanor. "So," Goten inquired. Thus, the smile on Lan's face became increasingly genuine as he formally extended an invitation to the two of them, along with their companions, to visit the royal palace. "My grandfather. He would undoubtedly be eager to dine with esteemed guests such as yourselves." "Oh, if I recall correctly, that fellow Rad referred to you as Saiyans, did he not?" Lans glanced at Bulma, tentatively seeking confirmation. "An invitation?" This unexpected development left Bulma momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated a fierce battle. Yet the other party had directly issued a request for a meeting. "Who would want to associate with you barbarians?" She instinctively thought of rejecting the offer. "Why should we trust you?" Goten interjected, presenting a more pragmatic concern. "After all, this could very well be a trap." "Heh." Lan seemed to have anticipated this question, smiling confidently. If my intentions were truly malicious, the ones surrounding us would not be mere drunken spectators, but rather the elite royal guard. His words were delivered with such candor that they left little room for rebuttal. Wu Tian fell silent for a moment. To go or not to go? A direct refusal would certainly ensure safety, yet it also meant they would forfeit the best and most straightforward opportunity to comprehend this enigmatic new planet by Vegeta. Conversely, accepting the invitation would undoubtedly plunge them into a den of peril, with the future unfolding shrouded in uncertainty. Ultimately, he turned to Bulma. Bulma was likewise gazing at him, her beautiful large eyes reflecting a blend of caution and an exhilarating eagerness. The desire for the unknown and adventure was deeply etched into the very bloodline of their Saiyan heritage. Very well, Wu Tian finally nodded. We accept your invitation. Half an hour later, within the confines of the inn, after hearing Wu Tian and Bulma recount the events that transpired in the tavern, Bulma and Trunks fell into silence. This is too reckless. Trunks was the first to voice his dissent, furrowing his brow as he looked at Wu Tian. How could you agree so easily? What if this is a trap? His tone carried a hint of reproach. Brother, this is not his fault. I wanted to go as well. Bulma immediately defended Wu Tian. I trust him. Wu Tian paid no heed to Trunks' tone, simply stating calmly. Trust? Trunks appeared puzzled. Yes, Wu Tian nodded. That fellow named Lance, though he possesses considerable depth. His eyes were serious when he spoke those final words. Moreover, he paused to add, even if it is a trap, with our capabilities, escaping should not pose a significant challenge, right? This statement, brimming with unwavering confidence, momentarily rendered Trunks speechless. Indeed, given their current strength, unless they encountered a monster of Frieza's caliber, there were few places in the universe that could confine them. I concur with Wu Tian's perspective. Bulma, who had remained silent, now spoke up. She closed her laptop, a glimmer of excitement gracing her face. This is an excellent opportunity for us to gain a deeper understanding of them. If we miss it, we may have to continue gathering inconsequential bits of information furtively, just as we have been doing. And aren't you curious? Her gaze swept over the group. What manner of individual is the so-called regent, Duke Modrek? Logically speaking, Vegeta must be familiar with this Saiyan Duke, right? Bulma's words thoroughly dispelled Trunks' lingering concerns. Very well, Trunks took a deep breath and finally relented. I agree. Chapter 74, Audience with the Regent. The ruler of New Vegeta planet, a night passed without incident. The following morning, as the dusky yellow sun of this planet ascended, an envoy dispatched by Lance was already respectfully awaiting outside the inn. He was a Saiyan clad in a black uniform, his demeanor grave. He bore no weapons and only confirmed the identities of the main party before respectfully leading the way ahead. The group exited the inn. In stark contrast to the previous night's clamor, the morning city-state exuded tranquility. The streets were dotted with sporadic pedestrians and early opening shops, and the air was infused with the sense of roasted meat and some kind of plant fuel. Under the envoy's guidance, they arrived at a large teleportation platform in the heart of the city-state. Please step onto the platform, the envoy instructed. We shall proceed directly to the royal capital. As the platform activated, a gentle light enveloped them. The scenery before their eyes blurred, and when their vision sharpened once more, they found themselves standing in an entirely different city-state. This place must be the true center of power on this planet. Unlike the chaotic border town they had previously encountered, everything here appeared orderly, imbued with a sense of solemnity and authority. Towering black rock edifices pierced the clouds, and patrolling the streets were Saiyan guards, regimented and formidable in presence. Each hurried Saiyan bore a serious expression, as if they were part of a finely tuned war machine, emanating an oppressive aura. At the end of the road stood a palace, grander than all surrounding structures, perched atop a mountain. It resembled a black behemoth, quietly surveying its territory in the morning light. That was their destination, the palace of the regent. After passing through several stringent checkpoints, Wu Tian and his companions were finally brought to the entrance of a grand hall deep within the palace. Two massive doors, crafted from an unknown metal and adorned with carvings of roaring giant ape totems, creaked open slowly. The interior of the hall was both solemn and majestic. The towering dome was embedded with crystals radiating a soft glow, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. The floor, laid with smooth black stone slabs, reflected their shadows with clarity. Dozens of Saiyan royal guards stood solemnly on either side. At the far end of the hall, upon a high throne, sat a robust, yet evidently aged Saiyan. Clad in purple gold armor, his cape trailing upon the ground, he maintained a straight posture despite his years, his eyes gleaming with vitality and authority. Undoubtedly, he was the actual ruler of this planet, Duke Modrek. Below the throne, Lance quietly stood. Beside him was a tall, middle-aged Saiyan, whose appearance bore some resemblance to Lance, yet his aura was entirely different. His gaze was cold and sharp, akin to a poised serpent, scrutinizing each person entering the hall with an unreserved intensity. At Lan's gesture, Wutian and his group moved to the center of the hall and came to a halt. Grandfather, Lan slightly bowed. Duke Modrek, seated upon the throne, slowly nodded. His gaze, almost tangible, swept over Wutian, Trunks, and Beulah. Outsiders, his voice, aged yet resonant, echoed throughout the hall. Lance has praised your strength to me. It is a rarity for such powerful warriors to appear on our border planet. May I inquire as to your purpose? His question was deftly posed, revealing neither hostility nor suspicion. Bulma took a step forward, meeting his gaze with composure. Your Grace, we are travelers from a distant galaxy, having landed here due to our spacecraft's energy depletion, and we did not mean to intrude. Oh, travelers? Duke Modrek's expression remained inscrutable. The middle-aged Scion beside him, however, scoffed. You were the ones who injured dozens of our warriors, were you not? The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Trunks furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively clenching his fists. At that moment, Duke Moderek's gaze seemed to be drawn to something, fixating intently on Bulma's chest. More precisely, it was the necklace she wore. Upon catching sight of the gemstone, a tremor ran through the Duke's frail body. For the first time, his usually impassive countenance revealed intense, uncontrollable agitation. He even stood up from his throne, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Everyone in the hall, including Lancey and the middle-aged Scion, was momentarily taken aback by his sudden reaction. The gemstone, the Duke's voice, overwhelmed with excitement, even wavered. He dazedly descended the steps of the throne and hurried to Bulma, trembling as he pointed at the sapphire. Is this the tear of the stars? The treasured heirloom passed down through generations of our kings. How could it be in your possession? His gaze was locked onto Bulma, his voice sharp with emotion. Who exactly are you? Why do you possess it? This unexpected turn of events heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Bulma's heart raced. Although Whis had informed her earlier that this gem, gifted by Vegeta, was a relic of the Saiyan royal family, she had never fathomed that the significance of this token would provoke such a reaction from the regent of a planet. Instinctively, she shielded the necklace with her hand. Before she could respond, Trunks moved. He stepped forward, resolutely placing himself in front of Bulma, interposing himself between her and Duke Moderek's oppressive gaze. He did not unleash his fury or make excessive gestures. He simply met the elder's shocked, bewildered, and even fervent stare with quiet composure. Silence fell in the hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes were fixed on the violet-haired youth who dared to confront the regent's authority. She is my mother. Trunks' voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. He paused, casting a glance at Moderek, then at the previously hostile middle-aged Scion, and finally at Lancey. With an undeniable tone as if stating a fact, he slowly declared, My name is Trunks. Vegeta is my father. Chapter 75, Bulma, the Queen? Vegeta is my father. This proclamation from Trunks landed like a deep-sea bomb in the tranquil waters of the Grand Hall, stirring up a tumultuous wave. The hall plunged into silence. For the first time, Lancey's composed smile vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. The hostile middle-aged Scion beside him had pupils that dilated in disbelief, as if he had heard an incredible tale. Meanwhile, Duke Moderek, standing at the forefront, trembled violently as if struck by lightning. His gaze flitted between Trunks, whose features bore a resemblance to Vegeta's, stubborn and proud, and the sapphire on Bulma's chest, a symbol of royal lineage. Shock, elation, doubt, and excitement swirled in his weathered eyes. Is what you say true? He inquired with an unprecedented, trembling voice. The regal authority he once possessed now utterly diminished. The prince, he is still alive? Not only alive, but the previously silent Bra finally interjected, hands on her hips, proudly proclaiming, My daddy is stronger than he ever was. You. Duke Moderek's gaze abruptly shifted to Bra, taking in her beautiful visage, which also bore the proud traits of the Vegeta royal line. Bra simply stated her name. That prince you mentioned is my father. Another bombshell. The prince is not only alive, but has a son and a daughter. Duke Moderek murmured in a daze. his excitement causing his body to sway slightly, as if he might fall at any moment. Seeing this, Lancey quickly stepped forward to support his grandfather. "Grandfather, please calm yourself." The middle-aged Saiyan, having regained his composure from the shock, now wore an extremely grim expression, his gaze flickering uncertainly between Trunks and Bra, lost in his thoughts. Duke Madarek took several deep breaths, forcing his tumultuous emotions to settle. He gestured for Lancey to step back and then regarded Trunks and Bra with an unprecedented, almost tender gaze. "Children, please tell me, what has transpired over the years? Was planet Vegeta truly destroyed by Frieza? How did the prince survive?" Faced with this barrage of questions, Trunks glanced at Bulma, who nodded, indicating he should speak. Thus, Trunks succinctly recounted the events surrounding Frieza's destruction of planet Vegeta, as well as the subsequent battles involving Goku, Vegeta, and others on Earth. He deftly omitted details about Super Saiyan gods, destroyers, and angels, concepts far beyond their comprehension. Nevertheless, this condensed history, steeped in decades of enmity and turmoil, left all the Saiyans present deeply moved and shaken. When the name Frieza was mentioned, an expression of deep-seated hatred crossed the faces of all the Saiyans. Upon hearing that a low-class warrior named Kakarot could stand shoulder to shoulder with Prince Vegeta and even surpass him on numerous occasions, their expressions morphed into a complex blend of disbelief, admiration, and jealousy. The recounting lasted nearly an hour. When Trunks finished, the Grand Hall fell into a protracted silence once more. Duke Madarek closed his eyes, digesting the immense influx of information, his aged face etched with sighs and reflections. So, it was thus. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. "I never imagined that so much would have transpired in our absence from our homeland. Your Grace." Bulma seized the moment to inquire, "Why did you all leave planet Vegeta back then?" This was one of their greatest questions. As he reminisced, a flicker of nostalgia and a hint of barely perceptible pain crossed Duke Madarek's eyes. It was all the arrangement of King Vegeta. He began to recount that long-buried past. It turned out that King Vegeta, while outwardly submissive to Frieza, had long since the tyrant's animosity and murderous intent towards the Saiyan race. He understood that direct confrontation would be futile. In order to preserve the last ember of hope for the Saiyans, he secretly selected the most loyal and visionary among them, Madarek, entrusting him with a crucial mission. An expeditionary force composed of thousands of elite warriors and top scientists was to carry the entirety of Saiyan technology into the uncharted depths of the universe to establish a base capable of resisting Frieza. Meanwhile, King Vegeta chose to remain on their home planet, engaging in a battle of wits with Frieza to buy them time. "My king, he sacrificed himself for our survival." Madarek's voice grew choked with emotion. He then turned to Bulma, bowed deeply, and solemnly declared, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Your Majesty?" Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment at the sudden title bestowed upon her. Although she was aware that Vegeta had once been the prince of the Saiyan race, that was a distant memory. The Duke Bulma quickly helped him to his feet. This heartfelt revelation unraveled all mysteries, providing Tran Kasi and Beulah with greater insight into their grandfather, Vegeta, who had existed solely in legends. "Are you saying that you are unaware of what transpired on Vegeta Star afterward?" Wu Tian inquired. "We do not know," Ma De Luca replied, shaking his head. "Our expedition fleet lost all communication and navigational systems upon entering an unfamiliar asteroid belt due to an energy storm, severing our connection with our home planet. By the time we narrowly survived and finally located this planet, decades had already passed. During those years, we dispatched reconnaissance teams in an attempt to rediscover the route back home, but the vastness of the universe rendered our efforts futile. It is only today that we have learned of our homeland's fate through your words." As he spoke, a heavy atmosphere descended upon the Grand Hall, shrouding everyone present in the sorrow of a fallen nation. Just then, an incongruous cold snort shattered the somber mood. It was the middle-aged Saiyan who had remained silent until now. He slowly stepped forward, first bowing slightly to Ma De Luca, then fixing his cold gaze upon Tran Kasi. "Father, even if what they say is true, even if these two indeed possess royal blood," his tone was laced with skepticism and disdain, "does a half-breed royal descendant raised on a lowly planet, without even a tail, truly have the right to inherit our noble Saiyan throne?" Chapter 76. The Duke's Loyalty Enough, Cabo Na? Ma De Luca, seated upon the throne, glared at his son with an unprecedented severity. The pressure emanating from his gaze compelled Cabo not to swallow the words that had nearly escaped his lips. Do you realize with whom you are speaking? Maude Lucas' voice echoed through the hall, imbued with undeniable authority. He surveyed the varied expressions of the guards and officials flanking them. This ends here for today. Everyone withdraw. Yes, Your Grace. The crowd, as if granted a reprieve, bowed and hurriedly exited the hall. Soon, the once solemn and dignified space was left with only Maude Luca, the still pale Cabo Na, the complexly contemplative Lancy, and the central group. The public inquiries concluded, and private discussions were just beginning. Maude Luca descended from the throne, his previous regal demeanor instantly replaced by a gentle warmth infused with excitement and regret. He approached Bulma and Trancasi, letting out a deep sigh. Your Highness, Queen. Your Highness, Prince, please forgive my son's impetuousness. He directed a cold huff towards Cabo Na. Years of life on the border have made him forget the most basic respect due to the royal family. Father, Cabo Na finally could not contain himself. How can you accept their claims based solely on a gem and their word? Maude Luca interrupted him again. The tears of the stars are a testament to the glory of our Saiyan lineage. Moreover, the pure royal blood aura emanating from Prince Trancasi cannot be false. Do you dare to question my judgment, forged through a lifetime of service to King Vegeta? Faced with his father's thunderous wrath, Cabo Na clenched his fists, ultimately managing to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. I dare not. After that, he fell silent. Yet his cold eyes remained fixed on Trancasi and Bulma, filled with resentment and bitterness. Disregarding him, Maude Luca turned to Bulma and the others with a gentle tone. You have traveled a long way, and I believe you must be weary. I have arranged a banquet and accommodations. I implore you to stay in the palace, allowing this old minister the chance to learn more about the prince's life over these years. It was an invitation filled with sincerity, impossible to refuse. The group exchanged glances, and Bulma nodded in agreement on behalf of everyone. As evening descended, an intimate banquet for a select few was held in a side hall of the palace. Cabo Na seemed to be sulking and did not attend, which lightened the atmosphere considerably. Lancy engaged in conversation with Beulah, although he noticed she was somewhat aloof. Meanwhile, Maude Luca, resembling a kindly elder, incessantly inquired about Vegeta's life on Earth. Upon hearing that Vegeta had far surpassed his previous strength and was relentlessly training to grow even stronger, Maude Luca could not help but shed tears of joy, repeatedly exclaiming, Truly, he is our prince. After the banquet, Maude Luca invited everyone to stroll through the palace's aerial garden. The garden, perched atop a tower, offered a panoramic view of the capital's nightscape. The distant city shimmered with lights, resembling a river of stars on the ground, exuding a rugged yet majestic beauty unique to Saiyan civilization. Your Grace, Bulma remarked, gazing at the silhouette of a city that starkly contrasted with the capital's style. The city where we landed felt quite different from here. You must be referring to Badak's city, Maude Luca replied, following her gaze, a complex reminiscence flickering in his eyes. Badak? Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback, wondering if this city was named after Wukong's father, his own grandfather. Indeed, Beulah chimed in. It's chaotic, filled with all sorts of people, nothing like here at all. Huh, Maude Luca chuckled, stroking his chin. That city was named to honor a hero. His name was Badak. What? Bulma, Beulah, and Trancasi were all taken aback. Just as I suspected, Wu Tian realized instantly that among the Saiyans, only Badak could truly be considered a hero. Yes, Maude Luca's expression grew solemn and respectful. Our escape from Vegeta Star was due to King Vegeta's foresight. However, as you know, after we departed, the destruction wrought by Frieza ultimately came to pass. According to accounts from survivors who escaped Frieza's forces, when all Saiyans awaited death in despair, only that warrior named Badak courageously charged toward Frieza's fleet. Fully aware of his impending doom, he nonetheless initiated a final, solitary challenge to protect his kin and homeland. As he spoke, even Maude Luca, a seasoned and battle-hardened commander, had tears glistening in his eyes. Though we nobles often concern ourselves with the purity of bloodlines, at that moment, that warrior named Badak possessed a nobility of spirit unmatched by anyone else. To honor him, I named our first, most inclusive, and free city after him, so that all Saiyans would forever remember this indomitable glory. Upon hearing this story, everyone fell silent. Trancasi and Beulah felt a genuine respect for the hero they had never met, while Wu Tian lowered his head, concealing his expression from view. He silently repeated the name, Badak. Late at night, everyone returned to their assigned rooms. As Wu Tian prepared to lie down and rest, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura quietly departing the palace grounds. It was Cabona. Where could he be going at such a late hour? A profound sense of unease surged within Wu Tian's heart. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly rose and knocked on the door of his neighbor, Trunks. Upon hearing Wu Tian's concerns, the two swiftly reached a mutual agreement. Let us follow and investigate. With their energies suppressed to the utmost limit, they departed the room like specters, silently leaping from the window and trailing far behind the source of the ominous presence. Kabuna's movements were exceedingly cautious. He changed direction multiple times along the way, seemingly verifying whether he was being followed. Yet, Wu Tian and Trunks had mastered the art of energy control under Whis' guidance, achieving a level of subtlety far beyond Kabuna's perception. Eventually, the ominous presence halted before an exceptionally fortified structure at the edge of the royal capital, resembling a military fortress. Kabuna entered. Wu Tian and Trunks exchanged a glance, sensing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. This place was undoubtedly no sanctuary. Just as they were about to delve deeper, Wu Tian's actions suddenly froze. He furrowed his brow, his expression brimming with vigilance. What is it? Trunks immediately inquired. There is a peculiar energy. Wu Tian's demeanor turned unusually serious, emanating from the depths of that building. It is cold, malevolent, and fraught with an ominous aura. It bears no resemblance to any creature I am familiar with. Chapter 77. The Messenger in the Night, Not Like Any Creature? Trunks was taken aback, instantly focusing his senses to perceive the energy. However, despite his best efforts, he could only vaguely sense an unsettling energy deep within the building, unable to discern its characteristics as clearly as Wu Tian could. Your perceptive abilities seem to have strengthened, Trunks remarked, candidly admitting that Wu Tian's acuity had subtly surpassed his own. I am uncertain why. Wu Tian shook his head, his expression grave. That entity feels like pure malice, lifeless yet undeniably existent. Let us investigate. Trunks resolutely decided. The more bizarre the situation, the greater the implication of a hidden secret. They exchanged glances and once again suppressed their energies to a nearly non-existent state, their bodies transforming into indistinct shadows as they stealthily approached the heavily guarded fortress. The fortress's defenses were far more rigorous than they had anticipated. Not only was the outer wall dotted with visible energy sensors, but lurking in the dark corners were dozens of formidable Saiyan sentinels, clearly loyal to Kabuna. Yet, this level of defense posed little challenge to the battle-hardened Wu Tian and Trunks. Like leaves blending into the night, they effortlessly navigated the blind spots of the surveillance and the shifts of the guards, scaling the high walls and infiltrating the fortress's interior. Inside, the fortress resembled a vast military base. Teams of Saiyan warriors clad in uniform black combat attire, emblazoned with the fearsome visage of a giant ape, were engaged in brutal training exercises. Their gazes were cold and fervent, starkly contrasting with the solemn dedication of the royal guard. This was the private military stronghold of Kabuna. The duo evaded detection, skillfully avoiding patrols as they delved deeper toward the source of the sinister energy. Ultimately, they arrived before a towering structure at the heart of the fortress, resembling a black pyramid. The malevolent energy emanated from its apex. At the entrance stood two elite guards, their presence far surpassing that of ordinary warriors, exuding an air of arrogance akin to gatekeepers. The main entrance was impenetrable. Wu Tian glanced at the smooth, vertical black walls and signaled to Trunks. In the next moment, they lightly propelled themselves, scaling the wall like geckos, silently ascending. Soon, they found themselves outside a small window on the top floor. The window was crafted from a special material, obscuring the view within, yet fortunately, a slight gap remained. Holding their breath, Wu Tian and Trunks leaned closer to listen. Muffled yet clear voices resonated from within the crevice. Inside the chamber, Kabuna stood respectfully below, while before him hovered a dark, ever-shifting energy entity. The ominous aura that had unsettled Wu Tian emanated from this very presence. Your Excellency, your sudden arrival is unexpected. May I inquire regarding the matter at hand? Kabuna spoke with a tone of respect tinged with an almost imperceptible detachment. A hideous, chilling laughter erupted from the dark energy entity, a cacophony of voices blending together. General Kabuna, I merely wish to remind you that our patience is finite. As the right hand of Lord Karlstos, the esteemed Lord Berland, he has grown somewhat displeased with your hesitation. Karlstos, Both Wutian and Trunks felt a jolt of recognition. This name was vividly etched in their memories, the ancient god described by Whis, who sought to break free from his confinement. It became clear that a common puppeteer lurked behind all these events. Inside the chamber, Kabuna's expression darkened slightly. Please convey to Lord Berlin my gratitude for his goodwill. Yet, the future of the Saiyans must be forged by our own hands. I acknowledge that my current strength is insufficient to overthrow my father's decaying regime. However, grant me time, and I shall establish a Saiyan empire that sweeps across the universe, belonging solely to me. I require no one's charity. His words resounded with the pride and ambition inherent to a Saiyan. Charity? How naive, Saiyan, the entity scoffed, its mocking laughter filling the air. Do you truly believe that your meager power can defy fate? You proclaim to fight for the future of the Saiyans. Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that your greatest adversary lies dormant within your own palace. What do you mean? Kabuna's brow furrowed in confusion. What do I mean? The entity's laughter took on a more playful tone. Are you not curious about the origins of those so-called prince and princess who suddenly emerged? Do you not wonder why that woman named Bulma possesses the royal insignia of your house? Humph, a bunch of charlatans who have crawled out from some obscure corner. Once I seize control of this planet, they shall be the first to face my wrath. Kabuna disdainfully retorted. Charlatans? Huh, this is truly the funniest joke I've ever heard. The entity erupted into wild laughter, causing the very energy within the chamber to fluctuate violently. Outside, Wutian and Trunks felt a wave of trepidation. This entity's power was unfathomable. The laughter abruptly ceased. The entity's voice turned icy and beguiling. Allow me to unveil the truth, foolish general. That individual named Trunks is indeed the son of Vegeta, and the one called Wutian is the son of Kakarot. What? Impossible! Kabuna exclaimed in disbelief. There is nothing impossible, the entity responded, its voice laced with mockery. Moreover, I can share even more intriguing revelations. For instance, the current Vegeta and Kakarot possess strength that even the gods must regard with caution. Even Frieza pales in comparison. Merely a bug that could be crushed with ease. As for you, General Cabinet, the strength you take pride in is unworthy of even carrying their shoes. These words struck Cabinet's proud heart like the sharpest of daggers. His complexion turned pale in an instant, and his body trembled uncontrollably from the overwhelming shock and rage. No, this is impossible. You must be deceiving me. Believe it or not, it is your choice. The ambassador seemed to revel in Cabinet's expression at that moment. I have come today merely to unveil the harsh reality to you. Do you wish to rise through your own strength? Very well. When you are crushed by these outsiders as one would squash an ant, do not blame me for not warning you. Yet we, the great Beyond, can still offer you an opportunity. As long as you swear allegiance, His Majesty can bestow upon you true power from another dimension, potent enough to rival them. Upon finishing his words, the dark energy entity began to gradually fade, seemingly preparing to depart. Cabinet remained rooted in place, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. Engaged in an internal struggle. On one side lay the pride of the Saiyans he upheld, while on the other was the despairing disparity of power that could shatter all reality, along with the tempting gift from the abyss. At that moment, just as the ambassador was about to vanish, his movements abruptly halted. His twisted energy form slowly turned towards the window where Wutian and Trunks were positioned. Ha ha ha. That chilling laughter echoed once more. The two hidden in the darkness. Are you still enjoying this performance? Chapter 78. Full Speed Escape. That seemingly light, yet chillingly piercing question sent a shiver down Wutian and Trunks' spines. They had been discovered. When did this happen? Their self-proclaimed perfect aura suppression was effortlessly seen through by this individual. Who is he? Inside the secret chamber, Cabinet finally snapped out of his shock. He turned abruptly. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the small window, and a violent aura erupted from within him. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, the moment the ambassador's words fell, Trunks and Wutian's bodies shot forth like cannonballs, bursting into the night sky, fleeing from the fortress. Escape. This was the only thought racing through their minds. The one known as the ambassador possessed unfathomable strength and was not an opponent they could confront at this moment. If Cabinet and his guard were to catch them, the consequences would be dire. Think you can escape? Cabinet roared in anger, transforming into a bolt of black lightning that shattered the walls of the secret chamber, pursuing them relentlessly. Behind him, the fortress sounded the highest level of alarm. The piercing sirens reverberated throughout the night sky. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Azone! Intercept them! Countless powerful Saiyan auras surged from all directions of the fortress, like a school of sharks catching the scent of blood, frantically converging on the fleeing Wutian and Trunks. In an instant, dozens of energy blasts of varying colors rained down like a torrential storm, targeting the two. Scatter! Trunks shouted, and the two instinctively split apart in midair. Executing intricate evasive maneuvers, energy blasts whizzed perilously close, exploding into dazzling yet lethal bursts of light. The shockwaves from the explosions felt like invisible hands relentlessly tearing at their bodies. Damn, these guys are like rabid dogs. While dodging, Trunks glanced back. Cabiner was rapidly closing the distance between them at an astonishing speed. His once handsome face was now twisted in anger and humiliation. To have two juniors eavesdrop on the most critical secrets in his own stronghold was a humiliation more unbearable than death for the proud Cabiner. Today, he must capture these two. Wutian, we can't fly in a straight line any longer. Their encirclement is nearly complete. Trunks urged anxiously. Wutian did not respond. His focus was razor-sharp. His pure black eyes, illuminated by the dazzling energy blasts, appeared eerily calm. Just as a net formed by dozens of Saiyans was about to fully close, Wutian suddenly executed an unexpected maneuver. Instead of continuing to break through, he abruptly halted, spinning rapidly like a top. Solar flare. The energy instantly coalesced in his palm into a dazzling energy sphere, erupting with blinding brightness, illuminating the scene as if it were daytime, causing all pursuing Saiyans to shield their eyes. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated above the training grounds of the fortress. Though Trunks deliberately controlled the power to avoid casualties, this sudden strike plunged the entire fortress into chaos. The pursuers on the ground were thrown into disarray. The aerial encirclement also revealed a subtle, yet deadly gap. Now, Wutian shouted. Trunks understood immediately. Both unleashed their energy to its absolute limit. Whoosh! Two streaks of light, resembling comets tearing through the night, darted through the newly formed breach of the encirclement. By the time those Saiyan warriors regained their composure and attempted to regroup, Wutian and Trunks had already vanished into the distant sky. Watching their prey escape right before their eyes, Cabiner let out a furious, unwilling roar. His aura rampaged through the night sky, but it could only futilely stir the clouds. Meanwhile, the entity known as the Ambassador had silently appeared atop the highest peak of the fortress, observing the direction Wutian and Trunks had vanished. His voice, a blend of peculiar tones laced with amusement, softly echoed. Not bad for reflexes, impressive explosive power. The sons of Kakarot and Vegeta, are they? Hee. How increasingly interesting. I hope you can bring us more surprises. With that, his form seamlessly melded into the darkness as if he had never existed. In the royal palace. Within Bulma's chamber, after hearing Wutian and Trunks breathlessly recount the events that had transpired, her face was etched with shock. Cabiner's private army, the enigmatic ambassador, the shadowy mastermind Karl Stos, and his formidable Lieutenant Baelond. This series of revelations was overwhelming and terrifying. Are you saying that internal conflict could erupt at any moment on this planet? Bulma's brow furrowed tightly. It is likely, Trunks nodded gravely. Moreover, the ambassador's strength is truly formidable. He is certainly not an opponent we can contend with at present. The most critical point, Wutian added, is that he seems to be fully aware of us, even of Father and Uncle Vegeta. This sensation is exceedingly strange. It's as if invisible eyes are watching their every move from the shadows. This feeling sent a chilling wave through all present. We must find the second Super Dragon Ball as soon as possible and leave this place, Bra said, a hint of fear in her voice. The events unfolding here have far surpassed her wildest imaginings. However, as Bulma cast a glance out the window, she feared it might already be too late. The onlookers followed her gaze, and soon they beheld a multitude of formidable auras that had inexplicably risen in the palace sky. Led by Cabona, elite warriors had encircled the entire royal palace, casting a chilling atmosphere that foreshadowed impending doom over the night sky. Dawn was approaching, and a tempest that would determine the fate of this planet was on the verge of arrival. Chapter 79. The new king election. The first light of dawn pierced the darkness of the horizon like a gleaming sword, casting a cold glow upon the icy black stones of the regent's palace. Yet, this morning light, which should have heralded hope, now merely reflected a scene of foreboding. Outside the palace, a dark army had completely surrounded the area, clad in uniform black battle attire, adorned with the menacing totem of a giant ape. Their eyes burned with fervor and coldness. These were the elite forces of Cabo Nas' private army, enveloping the entire royal capital in a palpable sense of oppression, akin to a storm about to break. Within Bulma's chamber, the atmosphere was suffused with tension. That scoundrel! He truly dares to besiege the palace. Bra seethed with fury. Her teeth clenched. Is he attempting a rebellion? Undoubtedly, that must be his intention. Trunks wore an unprecedentedly grave expression, sensing that the soldiers outside had tightly secured their hold on their area. At a mere command, a brutal conflict could erupt in an instant. Just then, with a creaking sound, the heavy palace doors were slowly pushed open. Duke Maude Leica, clad in purple and gold armor and supported by Lancy, stepped inside. His face bearing the fatigue of a sleepless night, his eyes filled with an indescribable sorrow and disappointment. "Your Highness, the Queen, Your Highness, the Prince," he said to Bulma and Trunks, bowing slightly, his voice hoarse. "I apologize for allowing you to witness our internal disgrace. Duke, now is not the time for such talk." Bulma interjected urgently. "What does Cabo not truly intend?" Duke Maude Leica let out a deep sigh. "He seeks fairness." In the vast square before the main gate of the palace, Cabo Na hovered in midair, resembling a sovereign surveying his realm. Coldly gazing down at the palace guards who faced him, their numbers significantly inferior. Having waited patiently throughout the night, he was now anticipating a resolution. Finally, accompanied by a heavy creaking sound, the massive palace doors creaked open. Duke Maude Leica, accompanied by the protagonists, slowly made his way out. "Cabo Na." Duke Maude Leica's voice brimmed with suppressed rage as he gazed upon his unfamiliar son. "You encircle my palace with an army, intending to incite rebellion and bear the stain of patricide." "Father, you are mistaken," Cabo Na replied, his face devoid of guilt, instead adorned with a disingenuous smile. "I do not wish for rebellion. I merely come to petition on behalf of all the warriors loyal to the future of the Saiyans." "Petition?" Duke Maude Leica seethed with incredulity. "You bring thousands of elite soldiers to petition?" "Indeed," Cabo Na nodded, his voice rising dramatically, echoing throughout the square and resonating in every ear. "We oppose your hasty decision to entrust the future of New Vegeta to an unknown half-breed. We demand an emergency meeting of the 3 city-states to re-examine and fairly determine the future of our planet." These words, cloaked in grandeur, instantaneously transformed a flagrant military coup into a noble petition for the collective good. Duke Maude Leica, observing the ambition etched upon his son's face, felt the last flicker of hope extinguish within him. He understood he was left with no alternative. Either he would confront his son in battle, causing the blood of Saiyans to flow, or he would acquiesce to his demands and step into the trap he had so meticulously prepared under the guise of fairness. After a long silence, Duke Maude Leica closed his eyes, appearing to age a decade in an instant. "Very well, I concede to you." Half an hour later, within the regent's hall, the atmosphere was more tense than the confrontation of the previous night. Representatives from the 3 city-states had been urgently summoned. They observed the 2 sides of the hall, one side with Duke Maude Leica and Goten, the other with Cabo Na and his cadre of formidable elites. Silence reigned, as they dared not even breathe. Today would determine the future of New Vegeta. "Father," Cabo Na broke the silence first, his tone laced with false respect. "Now that everyone is gathered, you may render your final and just judgment." Duke Maude Leica ignored him, casting a complex glance toward Trunks. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply and, adhering to the original plan, announced in a resounding voice, "I, Maude Leica, as the regent appointed by King Vegeta, hereby declare that I will honor the wishes of the late king and return the rule of New Vegeta to the sole heir of King Vegeta, Prince Trunks." Even though this outcome had been anticipated, when those words were uttered from Duke Maude Leica's lips, a wave of uproar surged through the hall. "I oppose." Cabo Na's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. He stepped forward, repeating the incendiary rhetoric he had shared in the square that morning. To entrust the future of the entire planet to a half-breed with no lineage, merely because of a so-called royal bloodline, is an affront to all pure-blooded Saiyan warriors. This time, his words garnered a more fervent response, particularly from those he had strategically positioned among the assembly. "Indeed, we do not acknowledge it. The half-breed prince is unworthy to rule us." Faced with this fervent crowd, Duke Maude Leica's expression darkened, while Cabo Na's face gleamed with triumph. Yet, just when he believed he had orchestrated the situation to perfection, a crisp and proud voice rang out unexpectedly. Enough. It was Bra, with her hands on her hips. She stepped forward, unafraid to confront the gazes of all present. After all this chatter, isn't it merely jealousy because the regent did not pass the throne to you? You speak of half-breeds as if you are so exceptional. My brother, like my father, has grown strong through his own training. The qualifications of a ruler are never determined by bloodline, but by strength and the ability to protect everyone. Bra's resolute words silenced the once boisterous hall. Well said. A loud cheer erupted from the representative of the Bardock city-state. The burly bald Saiyan rose to his feet, exclaiming, "No wonder you are the daughter of Prince Vegeta. You possess courage. Rather than squabbling like a bunch of cravens, let us resolve this in the most ancient Saiyan way. Let us fight." This proclamation ignited the fighting spirit of the Saiyan assembly. Indeed, let us fight. The one with the strongest fists shall decide. Cabo Na observed the scene unfolding perfectly according to his script, his eyes gleaming with cunning. He raised his arm, rallying the crowd. Very well. In that case, I propose an open tournament for all warriors across the planet. The ultimate victor shall become the undisputed new king of New Vegeta. The proposal instantly ignited fervor throughout the grand hall. Duke Madarek gazed upon his son's fervent countenance and the ambitious representatives below, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. He understood that the tide had turned against him. After a lengthy pause, he slowly raised his hand, silencing the cacophony. With all his strength, he uttered the final decree. I consent. In 1 month, we shall hold the trial of the new king in this royal capital, determining the future of the new Vegeta star. Chapter 80. Preparing for battle. Shattering the conspiracy of Bulma as Duke Madarek exhausted himself to pronounce those 4 words. An impending military coup dissipated in an uncanny fashion. Bulma smiled, a smile of assured victory. He bowed slightly, feigning respect towards his weary father seated upon the throne, then departed with his equally smug subordinates. He had succeeded, transforming his father's absolute power into a public wager without shedding a drop of blood. Bulma firmly believed he would emerge as the sole victor in this gamble. As he left, the tense atmosphere within the hall gradually subsided, replaced by a heavier sense of oppression stemming from political maneuvering that weighed upon every heart. Representatives from the 3 city-states exchanged glances filled with diverse thoughts before they took their leave. A storm sweeping across the entire planet had officially commenced. Everyone was compelled to return to their respective city-states to seek, persuade, and nominate the strongest warrior most likely to secure their future. Soon, the once boisterous grand hall was left with only Duke Madarek and a group of Goten. Your Grace, Trunks observed the Duke's suddenly aged silhouette and felt compelled to speak, but hesitated. I am well, Your Highness. Madarek slowly turned, his face regaining its usual calmness, though beneath that serenity lay boundless fatigue and bitterness. This is my failure as a father, and it concerns you not. He sighed deeply, his gaze sweeping over Trunks and Goten, reigniting a flicker of hope. A month. He murmured, perhaps this is an opportunity, an occasion for everyone to witness the power of Your Highness. That afternoon, Goten and his companions returned to the accommodations arranged for them at the palace. Silence enveloped them, the atmosphere in the room rather oppressive. That Bulma is an absolute scoundrel. Bra erupted, breaking the silence with indignation. To coerce his own father with such despicable means. But he is clever, Trunks interjected, his tone remarkably calm. He understands the Saiyan reverence for strength. Thus he did not choose outright conflict, but proposed a challenge that none could refuse. In doing so, he transformed from a rebel into a champion of fairness. Regardless of the outcome, he has already won the hearts of many. What shall we do now? Bra asked with concern. Brother, do you truly intend to participate in this new king trial? All eyes focused on Trunks. He paused briefly, then lifted his head, his expression devoid of any hesitation. Yes, I shall go. He slowly clenched his fist, producing a crackling sound. This is no longer merely a contest for the throne of this planet. Bulma has insulted our lineage before all. I must confront him on the same stage, visible to all, and make him pay for his arrogance. The indomitable pride of the Saiyan prince burned brightly in his eyes. Seeing her brother's resolute state, Bra finally felt reassured and smiled before turning to Goten. Hey, Goten, what about you? Since there's nothing else to do, why not join in the fun? At that moment, Goten, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke with a smile. Trunks, count me in. Trunks looked at him in surprise. The more participants, the better our chances. Goten remarked casually, and I'm quite interested in this new king trial. His gaze sharpened with a flicker of excitement understood only by martial artists. Don't you think? That lance possesses remarkable strength. Although he conceals his energy well, I sense an extraordinary potential within him. He might even be capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Goten's observation caused Trunks to furrow his brow slightly. Indeed, Lance had consistently exhibited courteousness, yet as a seasoned warrior, Trunks could sense a formidable power lurking beneath that gentle exterior, rivaling even Bulma's strength. Goten continued his analysis. Since Bulma dares to set this trap, he must have his trump card. Our greatest advantage lies in the fact that our true capabilities remain unknown to the enemy. Thus, during this trial, you and I shall compete together. You will serve as the overt ace, while I remain hidden in the shadows. This way, regardless of their schemes, we shall be prepared. Upon hearing Goten's well-structured reasoning, the others present expressed their approval with appreciative glances. The young man before them was no longer the little boy who trailed behind his brother. He had matured into a true warrior capable of standing on his own. Very well, Trunks nodded emphatically and extended his fist toward Goten. Goten smiled and lightly bumped fists with him. No further words were needed. The two childhood friends shared an unspoken understanding. Hey, you two, don't forget about me. Bra interjected, approaching with a frown. I want to participate too. You? Trunks and Goten exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting disapproval. Why? Do you underestimate me? Bra crossed her arms, puffing out her cheeks. I'm strong too. With me as your secret weapon, we'll surely astonish them. Seeing his sister's defiant demeanor, Trunks rubbed his temples in exasperation. Just then, Bulma, who had been silent, spoke up. No, Bra, you cannot participate. Why not, Mom? This trial is not child's play. Bulma's expression turned unusually serious. Bulma is colluding with that mysterious organization. Who knows what treacherous tactics they may employ during the competition? You and I will cheer for them from the sidelines, all right? Faced with her mother's unwavering gaze, Bra, though reluctant, finally nodded with a pout. All right. Thus, the roster of contestants was officially confirmed as Trunks and Son Goten. Simultaneously, the other two city-states began to initiate their actions. Vegeta City, a metropolis imbued with extraterrestrial technological flair, constructed from white metal. Within the circular hall of the city-state's highest council, dozens of tall, slender elders of Vegeta, their skin a pale purple and clad in white robes, gathered around a holographic projection suspended in midair, passionately debating. The projection displayed the events transpiring in the grand hall of the royal capital. The Saiyans intend to determine the new king through combat? This presents us with an unprecedented opportunity for restoration. We must dispatch our strongest warriors. Yet, can our fighters truly triumph over the Saiyans, who are inherently born for battle? Amidst a cacophony of discussions, an elderly figure, Elder Vegeta, with wisps of white hair, slowly raised his hand. The hall fell into an instant hush. We still have another option. His voice, aged yet imbued with an enigmatic strength, resonated through the silence. He turned his gaze towards the depths of the hall, to the colossal dormant chamber shrouded in black curtains. Go awaken him. For the future of Vegeta, we have no choice but to rely on him. Chapter 81. The arrival of Lancey. The turbulence within the Regency Palace had momentarily abated. Satisfied with the outcome, Bulma departed with his smug entourage. Meanwhile, the representatives of the city-states, each with their own thoughts, hastily bid farewell, eager to return to their territories in preparation for the upcoming trial of the new king. Soon, the Grand Hall, once teeming with nobility and warriors, was left with only Duke Madarek and the main cast. Your Grace, Duke Madarek. Trunks gazed at Madarek's suddenly aged figure, wishing to speak but unsure of how to begin. I am well, Your Highness. Madarek slowly turned, his face regaining its former tranquility. Yet beneath that calmness lay an endless weariness and bitterness. This is my failure as a father and has nothing to do with you. He sighed deeply, his gaze sweeping over Trunks and Goten, rekindling a flicker of hope in his eyes. A month's time, he murmured, perhaps this is an opportunity. An opportunity for everyone to witness Your Highness's true character and strength. That afternoon, the protagonists returned to the accommodations arranged for them in the palace. Just as they were deliberating on how to face the impending challenges, a polite knock echoed from outside the door. Lancey entered. He had changed from his military attire into a well-fitted casual outfit, shedding some of the warrior's edge for a more gentlemanly elegance. Your Highness, Trunks, Lord Goten. He slightly bowed to the two before his gaze landed on Bra. A gentle smile adorned his handsome face. Princess Bra. His differential treatment provoked an eye roll from Bra. Please, don't call me princess. It sounds rather awkward. Bra waved her hand dismissively, then suddenly appeared wary as she scrutinized him. What do you want? Faced with Bra's blunt inquiry, Lancey's expression momentarily faltered. I apologize, princess. I have no authority over my father's decisions. However, I personally believe that determining the rightful heir through the trial of the new king is the fairest method for all. His tone was sincere and composed, as if he genuinely endorsed this decision. Fair, Bra scoffed. Is that the fairness you derived by surrounding the palace with your army? Lancey found himself momentarily at a loss for words, clearly reluctant to dwell on this matter. He took a deep breath, redirecting the conversation, his gaze softening as he turned back to Bra. Princess, I understand you are new to the capital and may not be familiar with it. May I have the honor of showing you around? His eagerness was unmistakable. However, before Bra could respond, Goten chimed in with a smile. Sure, let us go together. I'm also curious to see what this Saiyan capital is like. The moment Goten's words left his lips, the smile on Lancey's face froze. He slowly turned to Goten, his previously gentle eyes now betraying an icy scrutiny and disdain. You? He appraised Goten from head to toe, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. A half-breed descendant of a lower-class warrior dares to accompany me and the princess? This statement detonated like a bomb in the previously tranquil room. Trunks's expression darkened instantly. Bulma furrowed her brow tightly. Meanwhile, Goten, publicly humiliated, felt his smile gradually fade. What did you say? Goten's voice remained calm, betraying no emotion. Yet a sharp glimmer flickered in his pure black eyes, one that made even Lancey's heart race. Am I wrong? Lancey, imbued with a sense of superiority from a young age, straightened his back and sneered. I have heard of Kakarot. Merely a lower-class warrior exiled to a remote planet since birth. No matter what achievements he has garnered, they do not alter the base nature of his bloodline. And you have inherited his blood. Thus, please recognize your place and do not attempt to encroach upon realms you are not worthy of. His gaze was pointedly directed toward Bra. Insulting my father and daring to pursue Bra. In that moment, Goten's fists clenched tightly, unnoticed by those around him. A powerful, suppressed energy surged violently within him. Lancey finally sensed something amiss. To his shock, he realized that this son of a lower-class warrior, whom he had always looked down upon, possessed an overwhelming power akin to a volcano. However, just as Goten was about to erupt, a petite figure stepped in front of him. It was Bra. With her hands on her hips, she glared at Lancey with the fury of an agitated kitten. Hey, what is wrong with you? You say Goten is a lower-class warrior's descendant? What about me? Bra pointed to herself, raising her voice. My mother is a pure earthling. According to your ridiculous bloodline theory, doesn't that make me and my brother just like Goten? I didn't mean it that way, Lancey stammered, suddenly flustered. Desperate to explain. Then what do you mean? Bra cut him off, not allowing him a moment to clarify. Always referring to him as a lower-class warrior's descendant. Always speaking of bloodlines as if they are inferior. Let me tell you, Goten's father is a great hero who saved the entire universe. 1,000 times greater than your father, who only knows how to conspire. And, Bra pointed at Lancey, enunciating each word, your disrespect towards Goten is a disrespect towards me. Bra, now please leave. You are not welcome here. Her unrelenting words struck Lancey's handsome face like a series of resounding slaps. His countenance shifted between shades of green and white. Throughout his life, he had been the favored child of the stars, never having endured such public humiliation. Especially from the girl he had fallen for, who defended another man he despised. Jealousy, anger, and humiliation. All these emotions overwhelmed his reason in an instant. Very well. Lancey glared furiously at Goten, who had remained silent throughout, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. In his view, Bra's staunch defense of Goten was entirely due to the influence of this lower-class warrior's descendant. During the trial of the new king, I will make you understand what true bloodline disparity means. With that harsh remark, Lancey could no longer bear to stay another moment, angrily storming out with a flick of his sleeve. As he departed, the oppressive atmosphere in the room gradually dissipated. Bah, what a piece of work. Bra made a face toward the door before turning to Goten, concern etched on her features. Goten, are you all right? Goten had returned to his usual demeanor. He looked into Bra's worried eyes, and the anger that had once consumed him vanished without a trace, replaced by a warm feeling. He smiled and shook his head. I am fine. Suddenly, he gazed in the direction where Lancey had departed, his expression transforming into one of unprecedented seriousness. Nevertheless, I found myself intrigued by the so-called disparity of his lineage. Chapter 82. The shackles of father and son. Lancey stormed out of the royal palace's guest area, his handsome visage twisted by anger and humiliation, yet the sunlight could not dispel the shadows residing in his heart. Barana's support for Wu Tian, along with her final words, "We do not welcome you," echoed in his mind like the most venomous curse. Why? What merit does that half-blood warrior possess? Lancey was bewildered. Throughout his upbringing, he had been taught that bloodline determined everything. He was a noble elite Saiyan, destined to be a ruler, while beings like Sun Wu Tian were merely born to be trodden underfoot. Yet why would Barana, a princess of equally esteemed royal blood, defend a lowly individual? This was illogical. It contradicted everything he had come to understand. The flames of jealousy and confusion raged within him, causing the first tremor of doubt in the principles he had steadfastly adhered to since childhood. But he swiftly suppressed this flicker of uncertainty. No, the fault lies not with me. It is that fellow named Sun Wu Tian who must have employed some flowery rhetoric to ensnare the naive princess. As long as I can utterly crush him with absolute power during the new king trial, in front of everyone, I will prove everything. At that moment, the princess will surely comprehend who is the true Saiyan worthy of her trust, the strongest among us. With this thought, Lancey's gaze regained its resolute and cold demeanor. He quickened his pace towards the black fortress belonging to his father within the royal city. In the command hall of the Monai royal court, Cabona sat regally upon a command chair forged from a special alloy, coldly observing the holographic screen before him. The screen displayed a looping image of Lancey gazing at Barana, momentarily lost in thought. Bang! As Lancey entered the hall, he was met with a metal goblet hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he tilted his head to evade it. The goblet, infused with tremendous power, grazed his cheek before crashing into the wall behind him, embedding itself into the thick metal armor. Father! Lancey raised his head to look at Cabona upon the throne, fear flickering in his eyes. Do you even know how to return? Cabona slowly rose, descending step by step from the elevated platform. His tall stature loomed over Lancey, each step akin to the weight of a mountain, instilling immense pressure upon him. He halted before Lancey, his eyes, reminiscent of Lancey's yet filled with cold ambition, fixed upon his son. Look at your pitiful state, lost and disheveled. What is this? I sent you to test them, not to indulge in romantic pursuits. Cabona's voice was as frigid as the Siberian winds. How could you display such disgraceful behavior in front of the public for the sake of a half-blood girl? Lancey wished to defend himself, but found that under his father's oppressive presence, he could not muster a single coherent word. You have greatly disappointed me, Lancey. Cabona extended his hand, heavily patting Lancey's shoulder, the force causing Lancey to momentarily sink. I have told you since childhood that we are the noblest of pure-blooded Saiyans, destined to lead our kind back to the pinnacle of the universe, to establish an unprecedented great empire. And all those who obstruct us, all impure bloodlines, are mere refuse to be purged. To develop feelings for a so-called half-blood princess is to tarnish our lineage. It is a betrayal of everything I have instilled in you. Cabona's voice grew increasingly severe, each word striking Lancey's heart like a hammer. Lancey's complexion paled further as he lowered his head in anguish, observing his son's demeanor. Cabona's disappointment deepened. He released his grip and slowly turned away, presenting his back to Lancey. It seems you alone are insufficient to reassure me. His voice was cold and devoid of any emotional warmth. Regino, Celafina, Tog, Chian, as Cabona called out. For figures emerged slowly from the shadows on either side of the hall. Leading them was a man bearing a massive broken blade, a vicious scar marking his face, exuding a bloodthirsty aura akin to that of a beast. He was the broken blade Regino. Beside him stood a voluptuous woman, her eyes shimmering with a purple light, licking her crimson lips, seemingly ready to ensnare her enemies in an endless illusion with her mesmerizing gaze. She was the illusory Iselafina. The other two figures were a towering figure with bulging muscles capable of shattering anything, known as the Hammer Tog. The last, a wraith-like presence, slender and concealed behind a silver mask, rendering his expression a mystery, was the Phantom Chian. These four were the mightiest warriors of the Monai royal court, second only to Cabona. Each one had emerged from a sea of bloodshed, true machines of slaughter. General, the four knelt on one knee in unison. For the upcoming new king trial, Cabona did not turn back, his voice resonating as though from the depths of hell. You four shall accompany Lancey in this contest. Upon hearing this command, Lancey's body jolted. He lifted his head, incredulous as he gazed at his father's back. Father, I am sufficient on my own. I do not require them. To have him lead these four executioners into the competition was, in his eyes, not assistance, but an affront. A blatant humiliation questioning his capabilities. Silence. Cabona spun around with a fierce roar. The terrifying aura erupted, crashing upon Lancey like a tidal wave, causing him to stagger back several steps before barely regaining his footing. You have already disappointed me once, Lancey. Cabona's gaze was icy, devoid of paternal affection. I will not grant you a second chance. In this trial, I care not for the process. I demand results. You must lead these four to defeat all opponents, especially that so-called prince named Trunks and the offspring of that lower-class warrior you encountered today. You must not only win but do so in the most ruthless and overwhelming manner, utterly crushing them. Let them understand who is the true ruler of this planet. Then, a cruel smile curled upon Cabona's lips. You shall personally seize the crown from your foolish grandfather and be crowned as king. This is your sole opportunity to redeem your disgrace. Do you comprehend? Lancey stood rooted, fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers. His father's command was akin to an irrefutable decree, and Barana's disappointed gaze weighed heavily upon him. A tumult of conflicting emotions tore at his heart, nearly suffocating him in agony. After a long pause, he raised his head, the struggle and torment on his handsome face forcibly subdued. In its place was a near-numb, cold resolve. Yes, a single word escaped his lips, squeezed out with difficulty. I understand, father. Chapter 83, The Awakening of the Guardian. Vegeta's restoration plan as the Monai city-state busily arranged their power-seizing plans on the opposite end of the planet, surrounded by the vast expanse of purple forests. The city-state of Vegeta is engaged in a solemn and ancient ritual that will determine the future of its race. Here, there are neither the rugged stone edifices of the Saiyans nor the cold military fortresses. The entire city is constructed from a unique metal that glimmers with a gentle white light, with streamlined spires piercing the heavens, embodying the beauty of alien technology and artistry. It resembles a tranquil research academy more than a city-state. At the very heart of the city, atop the highest spire, lies the Grand Council Hall of the Vegeta people. Dozens of elders, clad in white robes and possessing pale purple skin, solemnly encircle the center of the hall, intoning ancient and obscure syllables. Before them, a colossal, slumbering pod, shrouded in black drapery, emits a faint blue glow. The chief elder, with white hair, halts the chanting. His wise and weathered eyes fixate on the slumbering pod, and his voice resonates in the minds of the elders through mental projection. This is both an internal power struggle among the Saiyans and our singular opportunity for restoration after decades. His words ignited a long-suppressed flame in the eyes of every elder present. They are the earliest inhabitants of this planet, the creators of a once glorious civilization. However, ever since the arrival of the Saiyan ships, they have lost everything, reduced to mere vassals struggling for survival. They yearn incessantly to reclaim their homeland. Yet, a younger elder, filled with concern, speaks up, expressing that the Saiyans are a naturally combative race, and our warriors cannot compete with them in direct combat. I understand, the chief elder nods. Hence, we must awaken him. His gaze is reverently directed towards the immense, slumbering pod. Our only hope, our guardian, Paku. As his words fade, all the elders simultaneously extend their hands, unreservedly channeling their inner energy into the energy conduit before the pod. A tremendous surge of energy rushes into the pod along the intricate patterns etched into the ground. The black drapery flutters without wind, rustling in response to the energy. The blue glow emanating from the pod intensifies, culminating in a crisp sound akin to shattering ice. The special crystal covering the pod fractures inch by inch. A formidable and unfamiliar aura begins to awaken from within the pod, one that does not belong to the Saiyans, nor the Vegeta, or any known race on this planet. It resembles nature itself, sometimes gentle as a breeze, at other times tumultuous as a flood, and at moments, as weighty as a boulder. The pod's hatch slowly opens amidst a swirl of white mist. A figure emerges, step by step. It is a tall man with skin of a peculiar jade-like hue. He wears no garments, save for ancient golden patterns that adorn his sculpted physique. His visage is stunning beyond mortal comprehension, with golden eyes devoid of emotion, as if he has seen through the vicissitudes of existence. He is Paku. How many years have passed? Paku's voice, ethereal and distant, seems to echo from a time long past. The chief elder respectfully bows, reporting that 372 years have elapsed since your last slumber. Paku's golden eyes survey each elder present. You have awakened me for what purpose? Is there war anew? No, my lord. The chief elder conveys the unfolding events of the capital and the context of the new king's trial through mental projection. Upon absorbing this information, a barely discernible ripple of emotion crosses Paku's timeless face. To decide dominion over a planet through combat? Truly a barbaric and intriguing race. His gaze pierces through the ceiling of the council hall, as if beholding the distant capital and the warlike Saiyans coursing with martial blood. Then why was I not awakened sooner? Had that been the case, those Saiyans would not have been able to invade this planet. Guardian Lord. The chief elder leads all the elders to bow deeply before Paku. Their earlier assault was too sudden, and the ritual required to awaken you was insufficient in timing. Now, for the future of Whiter, for our long-lost homeland, please represent us, the city-state of Whiter, in this new king's trial. Paku remains silent. His golden eyes quietly regard the feeble descendants before him. After a long pause, he slowly raises his hand. A gentle breeze materializes, lifting all the elders effortlessly. I understand. It was your ancestors who rescued me from the brink of death. I vowed to protect the peace of this planet eternally. The arrival of the Saiyans has shattered that peace. Now, it is time for them to recognize who truly reigns over this planet. He consents. The faces of all the Whiter elders light up with ecstatic joy. Wonderful. With the Guardian Lord's intervention, we shall surely triumph. Yet, Paku pays no heed to their elation. He merely extends his hand, palm up. In the next moment, an astonishing sight unfolds. 4 orbs of energy, each representing different elements: frosty white, verdant green of the tempest, earthy yellow of stone, and vibrant purple of lightning, materialize and swirl above his palm. Combat does not rely solely on brute force. His voice is calm, imbued with a sense of supreme authority. Go forth and select those among your kin who possess the highest affinity for these 4 elements. His gaze sweeps across the elders, finally settling on 4 who emanate faint elemental auras. Zyweir, your heart of ice is the purest. Liandella, your communion with the winds is the most seamless. Fis, your will is as steadfast as stone. And Nokejuan, your soul resonates with thunder. The 4 elders, named by him, tremble in disbelief. I shall bestow upon you the power to manipulate a portion of the primordial elements. Paku's fingers gently curl. The 4 orbs of energy, as if imbued with life, instantly dart forth, merging into the bodies of the 4 elders. They all emit muted cries of pain as their forms are enveloped by the overwhelming elemental power. Their robes shredding, while strange markings resembling those on Paku's body emerge upon their skin. A torrent of might, far surpassing their own limits, surges forth from within them. Minutes later, the light dissipates. 4 newly transformed warriors, radiating potent elemental energy, stand before all. They feel an unprecedented strength coursing through them, their faces alight with shock and fervor. They shall assist Paku in participating in the new king's trial. After all is done, Paku's expression remains inscrutable. He slowly turns, his golden eyes once again gazing towards the capital. Science, he whispers softly, as if stating an established fact. In 1 month, you shall witness what true power in the cosmos entails. Chapter 84. The Outlaws of Bodice, in stark contrast to the cunning machinations of the city-state of Monai and the ancient rituals of the city-state of Viter. The method for determining the eligibility of contenders for the new king's trial in the city-state of Bodice, located at the planet's 3rd pole, is singular: blood and steel. This is the most chaotic and free lawless territory on the entire planet of New Vegeta. The city is constructed amidst vast red deserts and canyons, with an eclectic architectural style. Here, one can find the early circular battle fortresses of the Saiyans, taverns built from the colossal bones of extraterrestrial creatures, and even a crashed spaceship embedded directly into the mountains, the origins of which remain a mystery. This place is a paradise for exiles, a haven for bounty hunters, and the final refuge for outlaws. Saiyans, Namekians, and even some unnamed cosmic races abide by a singular law: the strong shall reign supreme. At this moment, in the very heart of the city-state, within a savage arena reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, the final phase of a bloody selection tournament is underway. The thunderous roars and fervent cheers threaten to rend the very skies asunder. In the center of the colossal arena, numerous fallen figures lie sprawled in disarray. Amidst the sea of corpses and blood, only a few remain standing. With a wild roar, Perudo, the bald, scarred Saiyan who once staunchly supported Bra in the Great Hall, stands bare-chested, his scarred torso glistening with sweat. With a single punch, he sends the last opponent, who dared to ambush him, flying. He employs no extravagant techniques, only the purest, most primal strength and ferocity. Standing at the center of the arena, he surveys his surroundings. The overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from him compels all surviving warriors to instinctively distance themselves. On the opposite side of the arena, a silent figure, imposing as a mountain, slowly extracts a massive axe from the shattered armor of a fallen opponent. His stature is remarkably tall, his skin a distinctive green typical of Namekians, yet unlike his kin. His muscles are gnarled like granite, radiating an aura that warns others to keep their distance. He is Scalo, the exile of Namek. Not far away, a streak of silver flashes. A three-eyed cosmic swordsman elegantly sheaths his sword, leaving his opponent frozen in a forward charge, weapon gradually disintegrating in his grasp. My sword is drawn solely for vengeance, speaks the three-eyed swordsman Mu Xing, his third eye flickering with flames of retribution. A beguiling giggle pierces the air. The bounty hunter, Black Widow Vela, flicks her energy whip, modified from her left arm and crackling with electricity, discarding a charred opponent like refuse. A bunch of useless men, she sneers, licking her lips with disdain. Suddenly, a nearly invisible blur circles behind a brawny warrior. The warrior, enraged, turns to roar but cannot catch a glimpse of his elusive foe. Over here, big guy? A diminutive, clown-like alien, remarkably agile, appears above him and lightly taps his forehead. A powerful force surges through him in an instant. The giant topples, eyes rolling back, collapsing to the ground. The trickster Bobby performs a somersault in midair, landing gracefully, and takes a comical bow to the audience. Thus, only 5 remain in the arena: Perudo, Scalo, Ironheart, Vela, and Bobby. 5 pairs of eyes, each filled with ferocity, coldness, hatred, allure, and enigma, converge in the arena. There is no confrontation, no new battle. They are the strongest 5 outlaws who have survived this chaotic melee. The audience erupts in a cacophony of cheers and roars, akin to a tsunami. Perudo, Perudo, Scalo, tear them apart. Vela, my goddess. Above the arena, on a floating platform, the city-state's overseer, amplified by a megaphone to an astonishing degree, fervently declares, I announce the 5 strongest warriors representing our city-state of Badake, who will participate in the new king's trial, have been chosen. They are Perudo, Scalo, Ironheart, Vela, and Bobby. The jubilant uproar continues for a full 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Perudo seizes a jug of strong liquor beside him and tilts it back, draining nearly half before crashing the jug to the ground. Those pampered nobles in the royal city, he exclaims, bearing a proud grin, his voice booming, clean your necks and wait for us. Whether you are princes or whatever absurd nobility, we of the city-state of Badake are the strongest. His words reignite the crowd's fervor. Behind him, his 4 companions react differently. Scalo remains silent, Mu Xing wipes his sword. Vela playfully twirls her energy whip, and Bobby juggles. Yet, their gazes directed toward the royal city are unmistakably filled with an unrestrained thirst for battle. They are not a disciplined army. They are a group of beasts confined in a cage for too long, a band of outlaws who recognize only power. And now, the door of the cage is about to swing open. At that moment, a messenger clad in royal attire cautiously enters the arena. He approaches the 5 formidable figures, struggling to suppress his trembling legs, and presents a formal document bearing the royal seal. Esteemed warriors, this is the itinerary and credentials arranged for your journey to the royal city by the regent, he stammers. Perudo snatches the document, crumpling it without a glance. Less chatter, he growls, his beastly eyes fixed intently on the quaking messenger. I have but one question. I've heard that the new prince has a boy accompanying him. The messenger, nearly fainting from Perudo's terrifying presence, stutters, why yes, his name is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, Peruto repeats, a grin spreading wider across his face. Excellent. His fist clenches, cracking ominously, and his eyes blaze with an unprecedented fervor for battle. Kakarote's son, the grandson of the legendary hero Bardock. I am eager to witness him. Chapter 85. A different kind of training 3 days later, in the guest quarters of the royal palace. A detailed dossier compiled by the Regent's Intelligence Department regarding the contestants from the 3 major city-states is presented to Wukong and his companions. The atmosphere in the room is tense. They are all monstrous in their own right, Bra remarks, gazing at the oppressive visages and battle records displayed in the dossier. Unable to suppress her astonishment. The 4 top fighters from the city-state of Monai are elite assassins gathered by Cabinet from various planets, each with blood on their hands. The guardian of the city-state of Vegeta, Paku, has a blank profile. All that is known is that he is an elemental warrior who has lived for centuries. A foreboding prospect indeed. Meanwhile, the warriors from the city-state of Bodake are nothing short of outlaws. Bulma quickly scans the dossier, her brow furrowed. The situation is more complex than we imagined. Our opponents are not only numerous, but possess a diverse array of abilities. There are those skilled in assassination, some who manipulate elements, and a group of ferocious beasts whose combat styles are entirely unpredictable. She glances at Trunks and Wukong, who are deep in thought. Relying solely on brute strength may lead us into a fierce struggle. Indeed, Trunks nodded solemnly, particularly aware of the perilous situation as there were only 2 of us in this team battle. If they were to restrict us with some peculiar ability, the consequences could be dire. However, Goten, standing nearby, displayed no signs of anxiety, instead radiating excitement. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarating the challenge. He flexed his wrists, producing a series of crackling sounds, and I found myself eagerly anticipating the encounter. Observing Goten's eagerness, the heavy hearts of the others lightened slightly. Mere enthusiasm, however, would not suffice. Bulma rose, hands on her hips, wearing a confident smile. Since our adversaries were not inclined to engage us in a straightforward contest of strength, we too must unveil something unexpected to astonish them. From her pocket, she produced a small, versatile capsule, with a loud pop, accompanied by a familiar cloud of smoke. A massive, futuristic semi-spherical metallic structure materialized in the courtyard. Trunks and Goten were momentarily taken aback. It was the latest model of a portable gravity training room. Bulma proudly patted the metallic exterior, having anticipated the potential need for it prior to our departure. The gravity, temperature, and air pressure inside could be adjusted freely, and it was equipped with a high-precision energy monitoring system capable of analyzing your battle data in real time. She opened the heavy hatch and gestured for the 2 to enter. For the next 3 weeks, your goal is not merely to enhance your combat power. Bulma's expression turned serious. I want you to engage in the most intense collaborative combat training within these walls. You must practice achieving perfect control over your own energy in extreme environments. It is essential to respond instantly to any unforeseen circumstances with seamless coordination. Moreover, you will develop a new tactical combination that maximizes your combined strength, yielding results greater than the sum of its parts. The stage for the new king's trial. Bulma gazed at her proud son and his childhood companion Goten, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. This arena is not solely a battlefield for strength, but also a realm for tactical maneuvering. Go forth and showcase the combat intelligence that hails from Earth. Set the gravity to 100 times. As Bulma manipulated the controls, a cold electronic voice echoed throughout the training room. A wave of invisible, terrifying pressure enveloped Trunks and Goten instantly. The 2 felt as if an immense weight had suddenly pressed down upon them, making even breathing a struggle. This is indeed intense. Goten gritted his teeth, gradually straightening his back, as a faint golden aura began to emanate from him to counteract the overwhelming pressure. Hold off on transforming. Trunks cautioned from the side, urging him to adapt in their normal state first. This is precisely the first step in energy control training. Understood. They exchanged determined glances and then charged towards one another. There were no earth-shattering energy clashes or dazzling light effects. Instead, it was the purest form of hand-to-hand combat. Under the weight of 100 times gravity, each seemingly simple action demanded immense physical energy and meticulous control over their bodies and energy. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed throughout the training room. Trunk strikes were sharp and precise, executed flawlessly, akin to a textbook example. Goten's moves were more whimsical, brimming with unpredictability, often launching counterattacks from unexpected angles. They alternated between offense and defense, continuously adjusting to each other's rhythm in their fast-paced duel. In the control room, Bulma fixated on the fluctuating data streams on the screen, her brow furrowing and relaxing alternately. Goten's energy expenditure was 7% faster than Trunks. He was squandering too much energy on unnecessary feints. Trunks' defense was too rigid, lacking versatility. If he encountered an opponent like the unpredictable Game Master Bu, he could easily lose his rhythm. She relayed her analysis through the intercom to the two in the training room. Beside Bulma, Bra leaned against the observation window, anxiously cheering for them. Go, brother. Go, Goten. Time passed swiftly in this high-intensity training regimen, day after day. From 100 times, they progressed to 150 times gravity, and their synergy visibly improved at a remarkable pace. They had even reached a point where, without any verbal communication, a mere glance or subtle movement sufficed for them to grasp each other's tactical intentions and execute flawless coordination. On this day, after completing another day's training, drenched in sweat as they exited the gravity chamber, Bulma presented them with an unexpected directive. Tomorrow, training will be suspended for a day. Huh? Why? Goten inquired, surprised. To balance work and rest, Bulma replied with a smile. Besides, I need you to attend to something of greater importance. Her gaze fell upon Trunks. Trunks, Duke Modrek has sent word for you to visit the royal armory tomorrow. He mentioned that there is an heirloom of your grandfather that is due for your possession. Chapter 86. The Blade of Kings, the heirloom of King Vegeta. The following morning, Trunks, as agreed, followed the palace attendant through a long corridor to a massive, ancient metal door. This was the royal armory of the new planet Vegeta. Your Highness, the Regent Lord is waiting for you inside. The attendant respectfully bowed and exited. Trunks took a deep breath and pushed open the door, which weighed several tons. A mingled scent of dust and cold metal enveloped him. Contrary to his expectations of a resplendent treasure chamber, the light here was dim, steeped in a solemnity born of time. Rows of massive shelves displayed various armors and weapons in quiet repose. Ancient battle flags adorned with Saiyan totems hung on the walls, their edges frayed and tattered. It felt more like a silent museum chronicling the martial history of the Saiyan people. Duke Modrek stood at the farthest end of the armory, facing away from him. You have arrived, Trunks. The Duke did not turn, his voice echoing slightly in the expansive hall. Your Grace. Trunks approached and stood beside him. Following the Duke's gaze, he noticed a solitary object hanging on the wall at the back of the armory. It was a sword hilt, a piece crafted from an unknown, non-reflective dark metal. Exuding an aura of antiquity, it hung there quietly, devoid of any energy fluctuations, appearing to be an unremarkable artifact. Trunks felt a wave of confusion wash over him. This is your grandfather, King Vegeta's sword. Modrek's voice carried a note of nostalgia. It was the weapon he wielded during his youth, before ascending to the throne. Grandfather's sword? Trunks' expression shifted instantly. His gaze returned to the unassuming hilt, as if searching for traces of the legendary figure it once belonged to. Modrek slowly extended his hand, retrieving the sword hilt from the wall, and presented it to Trunks. In those days, when the former king was still a prince, his character was far more sharp-edged than it later became. The Duke's voice seemed to drift into distant memories. He is proud, combative, and scornful of any cunning schemes, firmly believing that absolute power can obliterate all obstacles. Armed with this sword, he has challenged countless formidable opponents, never tasting defeat, until he ascended to the throne. The throne dulled his edges and burdened him with the fate of his entire race. From that moment onward, he seldom wielded the sword again. He stated that a sword is the weapon of a warrior, while a king requires strategy and intellect. The name of the sword, Wangzhe Ji Feng, was sealed here, along with the memories of his purest and most radiant years. Modrek gazed at Trunks, his expression complex, yet filled with anticipation. Trunks, I see that you, like your father, possess a pure heart that belongs to a warrior. This purity is precisely what is scarce among the current Saiyans. My son Kabuna is too enamored with power and schemes. A flicker of sorrow crossed Duke Lance's eyes. That child, raised by his father, has been imbued with too many distorted beliefs. I hope that when you encounter him in the arena, you can use your sword to reveal to him what true Saiyan glory is. Trunks silently accepted the weighty hilt. It felt cold to the touch, yet an almost imperceptible warmth flowed through his palm, gradually coursing into his veins. Try infusing it with your power, Madarek reminded him. Trunks nodded, focusing his mind as he slowly channeled his energy into the hilt. A faint, resonant hum echoed through the hall. The previously unremarkable dark-hued hilt illuminated with intricate golden patterns, reminiscent of circuit boards. In the next moment, a blade of pure golden energy, approximately 1 meter long, erupted from the hilt's front, emitting a buzzing sound. The golden light blade was as solid as actual steel, while radiating an overwhelming energy that sent shivers down one's spine. The entire armory was instantly illuminated as if it were day. Trunks stared in awe at the energy sword in his hand, feeling as if it were an extension of his own arm. An indescribable sensation of connection surged from the hilt, spreading throughout his body. At that moment, an indistinct image flashed through his mind, a proud young figure, with hair resembling black flames, wielding this golden sword, standing alone against thousands of foes. The vision vanished in an instant. Trunks snapped back to reality, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Did you feel that? Madarek observed his reaction, seemingly unfazed. This sword was forged from the blood of Saiyan kings and the hardest metals in the universe. It will only respond to those of the Vegeta royal bloodline. It belongs to you, the Duke said with utmost solemnity. Take it with you and reclaim what is rightfully yours, Prince Trunks. Gripping the energy sword tightly, its golden radiance illuminating his previously unshakable blue eyes, Trunks did not utter another word. He simply bowed deeply to Duke Madarek. As Trunks emerged from the armory, sword in hand, Goten and Bra, who had been anxiously waiting at the door, were instantly mesmerized. Wow, so cool, Bra exclaimed, rushing up to him, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Brother, what is this? A high-tech lightsaber? This is grandfather's sword, Trunks replied, his tone laced with a pride he had not even realized he possessed. Goten approached as well, not as vocal as Bra, but his gaze was fixed on the energy sword, filled with a seriousness and excitement that only a martial artist could understand. He sensed that this sword was formidable. It was not merely a weapon. The solid and pure energy emanating from the blade even made him feel a slight sense of threat. Looks like we have another trump card, Trunks, Goten grinned. Trunks gazed at the sword, then at his trusted friend and sister beside him. The confusion and pressure in his heart dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented surge of fighting spirit. He slowly raised the golden sword, its blade pointed towards the sky. New King's trial, bring it on. In the following days, the gravity chamber became the exclusive battlefield for Trunks and Goten, with the Wangja Zhifeng in hand. Their training regimen underwent a transformation. Trunks no longer limited himself to mere punches and kicks. Instead, he began integrating swordsmanship into his combat style. The golden energy blade in his hands would alternate between powerful, sweeping strikes and agile, precise movements. Faced with Trunks' new and oppressive attacks, Goten felt not disheartened, but rather an unprecedented excitement and focus. He absorbed the strengths of Trunks' sword techniques like the finest sponge, converting them into strategies for his own maneuvers. His movements became increasingly elusive, and his timing more precise. The battles within the gravity chamber grew more intense and exhilarating than ever before. Gravity at 200 times. Simulated desert environment. Temperature raised to 50 degrees Celsius. Bulma calmly issued commands from the control panel. As the environmental parameters shifted, the training room transformed into a sweltering desert, filled with blinding sands. The terrifying gravity paired with the scorching air caused their stamina to deplete exponentially. Sweat evaporated almost instantly upon leaving their skin. Haha. Goten executed a backflip, narrowly dodging one of Trunks' powerful strikes, kneeling on the ground while gasping for breath. I can't take this anymore, Trunks. This guy doesn't even seem human. Goten complained, eyeing Trunks, who was equally drenched in sweat but still breathing steadily. Armed with the Wangja Zhifeng, Trunks' combat style was far more ruthless than before. The energy sword seemed to possess a life of its own, significantly amplifying Trunks' attack power while ceaselessly providing him with energy, making his endurance astonishingly formidable. It's not over yet. Goten, Trunks shouted, raising his sword and charging forward once more. As Goten braced himself for an unavoidable strike, his eyes narrowed. Instead of meeting force with force, he executed an unexpected maneuver at the last moment before Trunks closed in. He released the remaining energy within him, not for offense or defense, but in a remarkably unique manner. The pale golden aura did not form any energy wave. Instead, it spread like a thin, flexible membrane, enveloping Trunks as he charged forward. This was an exceptionally skillful and sophisticated application of energy, unique to the Sun family bloodline, non-aggressive, yet capable of producing unforeseen disruptive effects. However, what transpired next surprised everyone. When Goten's gentle aura made contact with the domineering presence of royal blood awakened by Wang Zheji foam surrounding Trunks, a peculiar resonance, reminiscent of cosmic echoes, reverberated throughout the training room. Trunks, charging at full speed, felt his body jolt violently. An unprecedented, immensely powerful yet gentle force surged into him from behind, seamlessly merging with his own strength. The golden blade of the Wangzhe Feng in his hand suddenly expanded by several feet. The once solid blade began to ignite along its edges with a radiant golden flame, dazzling like the sun. On the other side, Wu Tian, who had released his aura, was equally astonished. He felt as if a colossal invisible black hole had instantaneously siphoned away a significant portion of his power. Yet, simultaneously, an even purer and more domineering aura of royalty flowed back through the invisible connection, swiftly filling the void within him. At that moment, their energies astonishingly intertwined, creating a cycle and resonance through that thin veil of aura. What on earth is happening? Trunks gazed in shock at the overwhelming power surging within him, momentarily losing control and crashing heavily into the training room's wall. Boom! The wall, crafted from special alloys, was dented significantly from the impact. Warning! Warning! Energy levels exceed safe thresholds. In the control room, piercing alarms blared instantly. Bulma and Bra were startled from their seats by this sudden commotion. Quickly, stop the training. Bulma hastily shut down the gravity system and rushed into the training room. At this moment, the strange energy resonance within the room began to dissipate gradually. Trunks and Wu Tian stood there, bewildered, gazing at each other, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. What just happened? Trunks murmured. I don't know. Wu Tian scratched his head. I merely intended to slightly disrupt you with my energy, and it turned into this. Bulma remained silent. She quickly approached the control panel and accessed the brief energy monitoring footage from moments ago. On the screen, the energy curves representing Trunks and Wu Tian suddenly synchronized in a peculiar frequency at a certain point in time. At the moment of their synchronization, a new purple curve representing the combined energy output surged dramatically above the two curves. Its peak was nearly double the total energy they possessed in their normal states. My goodness, Bulma gasped at the data on the screen. A bold, almost insane thought surged into her mind. I understand now. She slowly turned to face the still bewildered Trunks and Wu Tian, her eyes sparkling with unprecedented excitement akin to those of a genius scientist. This is not a coincidence. This is resonance. It is an energy resonance phenomenon that occurs under specific conditions between two different, yet fundamentally related high-level Saiyan bloodlines. Trunks, you have inherited the domineering, pure aura of royalty from your royal lineage. And Wu Tian, Bulma's gaze turned fervent as she looked at Wu Tian. You have inherited the gentle, accommodating, yet infinitely potential-laden heart of a child from your father's bloodline. When these seemingly disparate forces merge in the right manner, they can produce such astonishing amplification effects. We, Bulma's voice trembled with excitement, may have inadvertently discovered the ultimate key capable of overturning the entire New King trials paradigm. Chapter 88. Announcement of the trial rules. After uncovering the astonishing secret of bloodline resonance, the protagonist's training entered a new phase over the following 2 weeks. Bulma was wholly immersed in the fervor of a scientist. She tirelessly analyzed the data from each resonance event, attempting to discern the optimal triggering conditions and energy cycling patterns. Meanwhile, Trunks and Wu Tian became her most perfect subjects for experimentation. Under Bulma's guidance, the two repeatedly explored and refined that extraordinary state of resonance. From initial uncontrollability, they gradually learned to maintain the resonance for several seconds. Although brief, those few seconds were enough for them to unleash destructive power far beyond their limits. This became their strongest hidden card, known only to them. Time flew by, and the day of the New King trial drew near. On the eve of the trial, Duke Modrek, in the name of the regent, announced the detailed rules of the trial to everyone through a communication network covering the entire planet. In the royal guest area, the holographic display showcased the slightly fatigued yet still imposing visage of Duke Modrek. To ensure the fairness, justice, and transparency of the New King trial, It was decided through discussions among the royal family and the three major city-states that the trial would be conducted in 3 stages. Everyone held their breath, listening intently. The first stage, Team Arena Matches. All participating teams will ascend to the central arena by city-state. No rules will be imposed. Any means may be employed to knock opponents off the arena or incapacitate them. Ultimately, the teams with remaining participants on the arena will advance to the next stage. Upon hearing this, Bra was the first to exclaim, "What? A team battle? A free-for-all?" She stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This is utterly unfair. The expressions of everyone turned grim. The 3 city-states of Monai, Vegeta, and Bardock all fielded full teams of 5. Meanwhile, they had only Trunks and Wutian. 2 against 15? This is not a contest, but a massacre. Duke Modrick's voice continued from the hologram. The second stage will be a personal elimination round. All advancing participants will compete in one-on-one matches through a drawing until the final 4 are determined. The third stage will be a round-robin among the 4 strongest. The top victor will become the new king of our planet New Vegeta. As the announcement concluded, the hologram flickered off. The room fell into a deep silence. Trunks clenched his fists, his face pale with anger. This is clearly the handiwork of Cabanar. He instantly grasped the crux of the matter. The first stage of the team melee is designed to utilize their numerical advantage to eliminate the 2 most significant variables, himself and Wutian, before they can even begin. If they cannot advance, no matter how pure Trunks' lineage or how formidable his strength, it will all be rendered meaningless. How despicable! Bra stomped her foot in rage. This is blatant cheating. No, this isn't cheating. Bulma, who had been silent, calmly shook her head. This is exploiting the rules. Her fingers lightly tapped the table, and her mind raced. Cabanar is clever. He did not directly disqualify us, as that would invite accusations of suppressing the royal family. Thus, he devised a seemingly fair rule that is extremely disadvantageous to us. Consequently, even if we are eliminated in the first round, everyone will merely attribute it to our lack of strength. Then what do we do now? Wutian furrowed his brows. His usually optimistic demeanor was now clouded by the gravity of the situation. 2 against 15, even if he and Trunks were strong, it would be an arduous task to contend against them. Once those 3 teams unite against them, they might not even have the chance to reveal their hidden cards and could be overwhelmed instantly. The entire plan seemed to have fallen into an impasse from the very beginning. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. Everyone was at a loss. At that moment, a sudden and heavy sound of hurried footsteps resonated from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. The door was knocked upon with such force that it groaned under the pressure. Who on earth is so rude? Bulma exclaimed irritably. Before anyone could react, the formidable door, crafted from a special metal, was abruptly pushed open from the outside. A wild figure, akin to a towering iron edifice, appeared at the threshold. It was none other than Perudo, the representative of the Bedak city-state, exuding a primal aura reminiscent of a beast. Trailing behind him were 4 equally formidable outlaws, their presence radiating danger. Trunks immediately stood up, his expression alert as he regarded the unexpected guests, his energy already beginning to stir within him. Yet, Perudo seemed unfazed by Trunks' vigilant gaze. His wild eyes scanned the room before ultimately resting on Goten. That look was filled with unabashed excitement and combativeness, akin to a hunter spotting its prey. "You must be Kakarot's son Goten?" Perudo's voice boomed, resonating throughout the entire room. "That's me." Goten stepped forward, meeting his gaze calmly, unflinching. "Excellent." Perudo grinned, a brazen smile spreading across his face. He strode into the room, entirely disregarding the others, and approached Goten directly. "I have reviewed the recently announced competition rules." His tone dripped with disdain. The folks from the royal capital are, as always, fond of these trivial tricks that carry no weight. With that, he abruptly turned his head to Trunks, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. "Kid, I don't care if you're a prince or not. All I know is that treacherous scoundrel, Cabana, has put us in a foul mood, and you two seem much more agreeable than them." He extended a hand as large as a fan. "What do you say? For the first round, shall we join forces with the Bedak city-state? Let us together send those pretentious fools off the stage." Chapter 89. An unexpected ally. Perudo's resonant voice echoed in the room. His proposal landed like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring waves of tumultuous thoughts. An alliance? With these outlaws from the Bedak city-state? Trunks scrutinized the wild Saiyan before him, flanked by 4 companions who each bore their own dangerous demeanor, his eyes filled with skepticism. He understood all too well that dancing with wolves was akin to inviting disaster. Why? Trunks did not respond immediately, instead coolly countering. What benefit is there for you? Benefit? Perudo erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Ha! Kid, you truly are a naive prince. In Bedak City State, do we require so many reasons to act? He suppressed his laughter, his gaze sharpening. There is but one reason. We dislike him. Perudo pointed disdainfully towards the royal capital. That scoundrel Cabana, with his incessant talk of bloodlines and glory, is at heart a coward who can only play with schemes. Such people are the ones I despise most. He scoffed at the so-called sages of the Vegeta city-state, expressing his annoyance at their incessant mumbling. In contrast, his gaze returned to Trunks and Goten, the fervor of battle evident in his eyes. You too, though youthful, possess a pure and potent aura. I can sense that you are true warriors. I, Perudo, only respect genuine warriors. Rather than perform theatrics with those hypocrites on the arena, I would prefer to join forces with you and engage in a glorious battle. That is my reason. This rugged and forthright declaration left Trunks in silence. He could feel the sincerity in Perudo's words. Such a straightforward mindset. One that holds battle as the highest ideal, though simplistic and brutal, was terrifyingly genuine. Just as he hesitated, Goten suddenly broke the silence with a smile. I agree, Goten. Trunks looked at him in surprise. I think yes, right, Trunks. Goten shrugged casually, a relaxed demeanor on his face. After all, we don't have a better plan at the moment, do we? He approached Perudo and extended his own hand, lightly touching that massive palm. Moreover, I find you much more agreeable than that fellow named Lance. Ha! Good. You have guts. Perudo erupted into a thunderous laugh, his eyes filled with admiration for Goten. Truly, you are the grandson of Bedak. I like this audacity. He withdrew his hand and surveyed the room, taking in everyone present. Thus, it is settled. In the arena, we 7 shall be temporary allies. Our common goal is to eliminate those 10 individuals from Monai and Vegeta. As for what comes next, Perudo's lips curled into a fierce smile. We shall then engage in a proper contest of strength. After stating this, he said no more, turning with his 4 equally silent companions and departing with great strides. They came swiftly and left just as swiftly, as if their sole purpose was to convey this simple decision. As they exited, the oppressive atmosphere in the room slowly dissipated. What a bunch of rowdy characters. Bulma patted her chest, still feeling a bit rattled. Yet one could not deny the glint of wisdom in Bulma's eyes. Their arrival has perfectly resolved our most pressing dilemma. She turned to Trunks and Goten, her expression growing serious. 7 against 10, although we remain outnumbered. This is now a manageable situation. Tomorrow, your task in the arena will no longer be to face an encirclement alone, but rather to coordinate with a group of entirely unfamiliar savages in combat. This indeed presents a novel challenge. Unlike the mutual understanding shared between Trunks and Goten, the 5 from Bedak City State are disparate and unruly, making effective cooperation nearly impossible. No need for coordination. Trunks gazed in the direction Perudo and the others had departed, slowly speaking. He seemed to have come to a realization. Warriors like them do not require, nor will they accept, anyone's command. His gaze shifted to Goten, a renewed flame of confidence igniting in his eyes. Tomorrow, our mission is simple. Goten, you and I shall serve as the spearhead of the battlefield, tearing through the enemy lines with swiftest speed and the most ferocious attacks. And Perudo and his group. Trunks smirked. They are the fiercest sharks drawn to our bait. All we need to do is throw the prey into the shark-infested waters, and that will suffice. Upon hearing Trunks' strategy, Goten's eyes sparkled with excitement. Great idea. Bulma, standing nearby, also displayed a look of approval. This truly is the most suitable and the only feasible strategy, abandoning complex coordination in favor of utilizing the combative nature of Perudo and his companions. Ultimately, transforming a disadvantaged team battle into several chaotic skirmishes favorable to them. The oppressive atmosphere in the room evaporated. Everyone's faces lit up once more with confidence. It seems this competition is going to become quite intriguing, Bulma remarked with a smile. Tulin Kursu nodded, gripping the sword of kings tightly, feeling the power that resonated with his own bloodline emanating from the hilt. Although the alliance was temporary, the dilemma before him had finally been resolved. Yet, deep within his heart, a voice incessantly reminded him that the throne of this planet was not our ultimate destination. He recalled his father, who was still enduring hardships, thought of his uncle Wukong, whose fate remained uncertain, and remembered the legendary Dragon Balls that could grant any wish. Winning this trial and becoming the king of the new Vegeta planet was merely a means to achieve a starting point, a means to harness the power of the entire planet to seek out the Dragon Balls and rescue his father and others in peril. With this in mind, a newfound determination glimmered in Trunks' eyes. Regardless of the enemies and conspiracies that lay ahead, he resolved to press forward. Chapter 90. The Gathering of Heroes and the Struggle for the Throne. As dawn broke, the capital of the new Vegeta planet welcomed its most boisterous and significant day in decades. The skies above the city were filled with a swarm of flying vehicles, akin to migrating birds, converging from all directions towards a singular destination. The colossal open arena capable of accommodating 500,000 spectators, situated at the heart of the capital. The stands of the arena were already teeming with people, every seat occupied. Today, the future of this planet would be decided, and every Saiyan, every vassal race would bear witness to the birth of a new king. The deafening cheers and discussions almost cleared the clouds from the sky. At the northernmost end of the arena lay the royal and noble viewing platform. Duke Madarek, clad in the solemn regalia of a regent, sat in the main seat. His demeanor calm, yet his tightly gripped hands betrayed an inner turbulence. In the four corners of the arena, four independent preparation zones had been established. In the eastern preparation zone, representing the city-state of Monai, Ranz was coldly polishing his armor. Behind him, the formidable Regno was meditating, his enormous broken blade resting against his shoulder. The enigmatic Serafina observed the audience with keen interest, her violet eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light, while the heavy-hitter Tog was flexing his massive fists, producing unsettling cracks in his bones. Meanwhile, the elusive Qian blended quietly into the shadows of the corner. An air of chilling professionalism and lethal intent enveloped the entire preparation zone. Opposite them in the western zone, the guardian of the vital city-state, Paku, sat cross-legged in midair, his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding clamor. His four aides, bestowed with elemental powers, Shivial, Leandra, Fistus, and Noctuan, stood guard around him, emanating faint glimmers of ice, wind, rock, and lightning, creating a unique energy field that shielded them from prying eyes. The southern preparation zone exuded an aura of wildness and chaos. Paluto was guzzling down strong liquor, utterly unconcerned about the impending battle. Scalos silently caressed his massive axe, while Muxing polished his beloved longsword. Vera and Bobby were even engaging in a bet, seemingly wagering on who would be the first to throw their opponent off the stage. This band of outlaws resembled a pack of beasts poised to be unleashed from their cages, their eyes ablaze with a thirst for blood and combat. Lastly, nestled between the eastern and southern zones was a rather modest preparation area, occupied solely by Trunks and Goten. "There are so many people," Goten remarked, gazing at the throngs that resembled mountains and seas. "Focus, Goten," Trunks' voice came from beside him. With his eyes closed and one hand grasping the hilt of the Sword of Kings, he was regulating his breath and energy. The ancient hilt warmed in his grip, soothing his slightly restless heart. "I understand," Goten replied, drawing back his gaze and taking a deep breath, his previously unfocused eyes sharpening instantly. He could sense dozens of hostile, scrutinizing, and curious gazes directed at them from the other three directions. He could distinctly identify Ran's envious and resentful glare, Paku's godlike, indifferent oversight, and Paluto's unabashed, battle-hungry provocation. They were surrounded by wolves. This was their current predicament. At that moment, a massive holographic projection slowly materialized above the arena. Duke Madarek's figure appeared before all. He gradually rose, his voice imbued with authority, proclaiming to the entire arena, to the whole planet, "I hereby announce the trial to determine the new king of the new Vegeta planet." He paused, his gaze seemingly brushing past Trunks' direction, revealing a fleeting glimmer of hope and encouragement. "Now, let the first stage of the team arena competition officially commence. All participants, take the stage." As his words fell, a tremendous rumble echoed from the center of the arena. A colossal circular stone arena, exceeding 500 meters in diameter, gradually emerged from the ground, ultimately hovering 100 meters above the earth. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers and roars. 17 figures, almost simultaneously, transformed into streaks of light, soaring from four distinct directions and landing steadily on the grand arena. The 5 representatives from Monai occupied the northern section, their formation disciplined, resembling a military unit. The five from Vital claimed the western side, centered around Paku, their elemental powers swirling in unison. Meanwhile, Trunks and Goten stood alongside Bardock's five warriors at the southeast corner of the platform. Paluto flashed a grin at Trunks, silently mouthing, "Ready, kid?" Trunks did not respond, merely pressing the hilt of the Sword of Kings. In an instant, a brilliant golden blade erupted forth. Simultaneously, Goten stretched his limbs, a faint golden aura igniting around him. 17 of the planet's most formidable warriors congregated on this aerial arena. A grand melee that would determine their fates was on the verge of ignition. However, just as everyone held their breath in anticipation of the battle's signal, Paku, the extraterrestrial warrior who had remained suspended in the air with closed eyes, slowly opened his emotionless golden gaze. He did not look at any opponent, but instead gazed up at the sky, the air of this planet. He intoned in an ethereal and detached voice, resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present, "Is too polluted." As his words faded, he gradually raised his right hand. The sky transformed. Chapter 91. The Judgment of the Elements. Paku lifted his right hand. The sky indeed changed. The once clear and cloudless expanse was swiftly enveloped by heavy, leaden clouds within mere seconds. A fierce wind howled without warning above the arena, causing everyone's garments to billow. The temperature in the air plummeted by several degrees, and the hard stone surface of the arena even began to frost over with a thin layer of white. What is this? Why has the weather suddenly changed? The 50,000 spectators were left aghast, their faces etched with shock and fear as they gazed at the apocalyptic sky. Such an overwhelming power that could instantaneously alter the weather was far beyond their comprehension of combat. Upon the arena, the expressions of all present turned gravely serious. This individual is not a martial artist. Paluto retracted his characteristic arrogant smile, revealing for the first time a glint of vigilance in his eyes. He is a sorcerer. Though the Saiyans are inherently combative, they hold a greater reverence for direct, visceral combat. They instinctively feel a twinge of disdain and trepidation towards such arcane, irrational magic. Just as everyone was awestruck by the celestial phenomenon, Paku made his move. He raised his right hand, fingers splayed towards the sky, and gently clenched it. Boom! A formidable bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a dragon, descended with a cataclysmic force, unerringly targeting the most chaotic and defenseless area above the five-member group of the Bardock city-state. He audaciously aimed to simultaneously strike 5 powerful warriors. How dare he underestimate us? Paluto roared, his aura erupting with tremendous intensity. He stomped the ground, his robust frame launching skyward like a cannonball, intending to meet the cataclysmic lightning head-on with his own flesh. Altogether, his 4 comrades instantly reacted. The giant axe, Scarlo, plunged its massive blade into the ground, emitting a low growl, while a green energy barrier swiftly enveloped them. The Black Widow, Vela, transformed her energy whip into a storm of electric serpents, charging towards the purple lightning. The trickster, Bopi, morphed into several afterimages, attempting to exploit Paku's vulnerabilities from the side. Only the swordsman, Mu Xing, remained stationary, merely gazing upward, his 3 eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Boom! The purple lightning collided violently with Paluto's golden-tinged fist and Vela's tempestuous electric serpents. The explosive energy surged forth, causing the entire sky arena to tremble violently. Paluto's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against Scarlo's green barrier, emitting a muffled thud. Vela's energy whip shattered into fragments. The ferocious backlash of electricity forced her to emit a pained grunt as she staggered back. In a single strike, 2 members of the Bardock Quintet had suffered greatly. Yet this was merely the beginning. As the thunder erupted, drawing everyone's attention to the sky, the 4 elemental sorcerers beside Paku sprang into action. The Frozen Path, representing ice. Ziviel pressed her hands to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Piercing cold ice spread at a visible pace from her feet towards the other 2 directions of the arena, enveloping the regions of Monai and the protagonists. Wherever the ice spread, even the air seemed on the verge of freezing. Simultaneously, the wind barrier, representing the tempest. Leandra extended her arms. Whoosh! Invisible walls of high-velocity air formed an impenetrable defense around the 5 from Veter, just as Ziviel and Leandra initiated their offensive and defensive maneuvers. The assassins from Monai, unable to contain their impatience, seized this rare opportunity. Attack! Lance called out softly. He He propelled himself forward, transforming into a silver streak, not targeting anyone, but racing towards the edge of the arena to secure a more advantageous position. The four assassins behind him, like trained hounds, locked onto their respective targets in an instant. The broken blade, Regno, aimed for the recently thunderstruck and unstable Polito. His massive broken blade glowed with a crimson light, imbued with an insatiable killing intent, striking downwards. The illusory eye, Celefina, with her eyes glowing violet, targeted the seemingly easiest opponent, the trickster, Bopi. The heavy hammer, Tog, charged like an out-of-control heavy tank towards the Namekian. Scarlo. Most intriguingly, the shadow, Qian, vanished at Lance's command, as if merging with the very air. When he reappeared, he had silently arrived behind Trunks, a venomous, dark green dagger poised to pierce Trunks' back. In mere seconds, the arena transformed from a standoff into a chaotic melee encompassing all. The elemental magic from Veeder, the lethal assassinations from Monai, and the wild counterattacks from Bardock collided violently. Be cautious. Goten instantly sensed the lethal threat from behind. He shouted, turning without a moment's hesitation, raising his hand to unleash a meticulously condensed energy sphere towards the ghostly Qian. However, Qian's reflexes were swifter. He seemed to have anticipated Goten's actions, twisting his body at an incredible angle, narrowly evading the energy sphere, yet disrupting his assassination rhythm. In that fleeting moment, Trunks moved. He did not turn around. Facing this potentially fatal backstab, he merely swung the King's edge backward with force. Clash. The golden energy blade collided precisely with the dark green poison dagger, producing a deafening metallic clang. Qian's figure was hurled backward by the immense force, his silver mask revealing a glimmer of incredulity. He could not fathom how this Saiyan prince had predicted his position just a second before his strike. At that moment, the ice released by Ziviel had already spread beneath their feet. Goten, Trunks exclaimed. The synergy they had rehearsed countless times erupted in an instant. Goten understood immediately, propelling himself upward. Meanwhile, Trunks advanced, the King's edge radiating with golden brilliance, charging fiercely towards the oncoming glacial ice, swinging his sword with determination. Break through it. Chapter 92, a single punch KO. Goten's counterattack in the face of the absolute zero approaching like a glacier, Trunks did not hesitate, swinging his sword down with ferocity. Boom. The golden blade collided heavily with the pristine white ice. The explosive energy erupted instantaneously. The ice, capable of freezing steel, shattered like fragile glass under the overwhelming might of the King's edge, cleaving a massive gash through its center. Countless shards of ice, intermingled with golden sword energy, scattered wildly. Well done, Trunks. Goten, soaring midair, shouted excitedly. He spotted the opening created by Trunks, twisting in the air like an arrow released from a bow, bursting forth from the icy confinement. He had successfully infiltrated the enemy's territory. The first step succeeded. In the spectator seats, Bulma clenched her fists tightly, filled with tension. Trunks' strategy was unfolding flawlessly. Your opponent is me. Goten's figure appeared like a specter before the still unsteady Ziviel, who had just unleashed the frozen path. Ziviel's face paled, completely unprepared for the enemy's rapid breakthrough. In a moment of haste, she raised her hands, attempting to conjure an ice shield for defense. Yet, Wutian's speed surpassed hers. With a resounding cry, characteristic of the Sun family, Wutian's seemingly unremarkable fist struck firmly against Zivil's abdomen. A dull thud echoed through the arena as immense force penetrated her body. Zivil felt as if her innards were being violently stirred. For the first time, a look of pain graced her icy visage, and she was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena, struggling briefly before losing consciousness. One strike. KO. The entire competition arena fell into a momentary silence, swiftly followed by an eruption of astonishment. Good heavens! That lad took down Veeder's elemental mage with a single punch? Such speed, such strength. The other three elemental mages from Veeder City were taken aback, immediately abandoning their tasks to rush back for rescue. Ha! Well done, Kakarot's son. Polito's wild laughter reverberated throughout the arena. He had just withstood a powerful strike from Regno. Feeling his blood surge, yet the Scion's instinct to grow stronger amidst adversity only fueled his excitement. Now it was their turn. He abandoned his tussle with Regno, pivoting sharply to charge toward the nearest elemental mage, Fistus, who represented Earth. with Wutian's piercing strike creating an opening. This band of desperate warriors from Bardock City was completely liberated. Scaros cast aside defense, swinging his massive axe to engage in a primal clash of power with the heavy hammer-wielding Tog. The Black Widow, Vera, giggled as she wielded her newly formed energy whip, ensnaring Veter's Wind Mage, Leandra. The entire battlefield's dynamics shifted instantaneously under Wutian's thunderous punch. An encirclement that had initially posed a grave disadvantage to the protagonists was forcefully transformed into a chaotic series of one-on-one skirmishes. That despicable fellow, Lance from Monai City, witnessing the sudden chaos, wore an ominous expression. He had not anticipated that his meticulously orchestrated ambush would be so easily dismantled by the descendant of a lowly warrior he held in disdain. Flames of jealousy and anger roared within him. His gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated on the agile figure of Sun Wutian, darting across the battlefield like a fish. Everyone is preoccupied. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate you. A glint of cold light flickered in Lance's eyes as he ceased his evasive maneuvers, unleashing a surge of power beneath him, transforming into a silver streak hurtling toward Wutian. At that moment, Wutian had just evaded a lightning strike from Veter's lightning mage, Noctuan, and was seeking a new breakthrough. He keenly sensed a powerful, malicious aura approaching from his flank. Is he finally ready to take action? Wutian felt a surge of excitement rather than fear, pivoting to stabilize himself on the arena. Facing the rushing silver light head-on, Sun Wutian, Lance halted 10 meters away, his handsome face twisted with a malevolent grimace. Today, before everyone, I shall make you, this lowly hybrid, pay for your ignorance and arrogance. Enough with the chatter. Wutian smirked, playfully beckoning with a finger, his expression radiating provocation. You seek death, Lance roared, his body transforming into an afterimage as he unleashed a punch that tore through the air with a sonic boom, aimed squarely at Wutian's face. Just as this fierce confrontation was about to erupt, in the spectators' area, Bra's heart raced, nearly leaping to her throat. Her beautiful eyes were riveted on Wutian, her worry and tension almost spilling over. Why does he keep provoking Lance? She stamped her feet in frustration. He had just won a fight. Can't he take a break? What a fool. Though her words were filled with complaints, the tightness of her small fists betrayed her true feelings. Sitting beside her, Bulma smiled at her daughter's contradictory demeanor. She said nothing, redirecting her gaze back to the arena, trusting in Wutian, believing in this childhood friend of extraordinary potential. On the arena, facing Lance's furious and murderous punch, Wutian's expression turned serious. He chose not to engage in a direct confrontation, fully aware that his current mission was not to determine a victor against any individual, but to serve as a variable on the battlefield, maximizing the disruption and exhaustion of the enemy. Just as Lance's fist was about to make contact, Wutian's figure shifted backward as if teleporting, narrowly dodging the attack. This was the hallmark high-speed movement technique he had learned from Goten. With a missed strike, Lance's fury intensified, and his assault grew increasingly savage. In an instant, the center of the arena became a whirlwind of their interlocking shadows, erupting with waves of astonishing energy. Wutian, akin to a master matador, utilized his superior battle instincts and exquisite footwork to evade Lance's tempestuous onslaught with ease. He refrained from any effective counterattacks, yet like an inescapable gum, he ensnared Lance, the mightiest of Monai City, firmly in place. This bizarre scene left everyone in awe. What is Sun Wutian doing? Is he toying with Prince Lance? Such astounding combat talent. Lance's attacks couldn't even graze the hem of his clothing. Whispers in the audience pierced Lance's pride like sharp needles. Oh! Lance was utterly provoked. He abruptly halted, arms spread wide. A colossal energy began to coalesce in his palms, surpassing all previous levels. Run. You think you can hide forever? He cackled maniacally, a massive energy sphere, imbued with destructive energy, swiftly forming above his head. Watch me obliterate you and this arena into cosmic dust. He intended to unleash an indiscriminate attack capable of annihilating the entire arena. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Yet, just as Lance was about to hurl the energy sphere, a figure that had long remained silent appeared like a specter behind him. It was Mu Xing. He had stealthily dealt with his opponent without anyone noticing. His three cold eyes fixated on Lance, the sword in his hand slowly unsheathing. Your opponent seems to be more than one. Chapter 93, Mind Control. The Enraged Bra. Mu Xing's sudden appearance was akin to pouring a bucket of icy water onto Lance's imminent volcanic eruption. Those three emotionless eyes and the slowly unsheathed sword radiated a chilling aura capable of freezing the very soul. The massive energy sphere Lance had gathered above his head wavered momentarily. He could disregard Wu Tian's mockery and the rudeness of the other desperate warriors. But he could not overlook this three-eyed swordsman. From the moment the battle commenced, this man had been like a detached ghost, calmly observing the entire battlefield. Lance was utterly perplexed as to how he had silently dispatched his adversary. This uncertainty was the most terrifying aspect. "Do you wish to oppose me?" Lance's voice, tinged with anger and trepidation, had taken on a gravelly timbre. Mu Xing offered no response. Instead, he expressed his stance through action. A silver flash of a blade, resembling a meteor slicing through the night, appeared without warning, piercing Lance's right arm, where he had gathered his energy. Swift, precise, and ruthless, this strike forced Lance to abandon his impending, devastating technique meant to clear the battlefield, as he clumsily dodged to the side. Boom! The uncontrollable energy sphere grazed his body and shot skyward, erupting in a thunderous explosion at several thousand meters above, manifesting as a magnificent and resplendent firework. Damn it! Lance was taken aback and enraged. He relinquished his pursuit of Wu Tian, turning to engage in a fierce struggle with the elusive Mu Xing seizing the opportunity. Wu Tian swiftly withdrew to join Trunks at the opposite end of the battlefield. "Thank you, Mr. Mu Xing." Wu Tian waved from a distance towards Mu Xing. "Don't get distracted." Trunks's timely admonition snapped him back to reality. The battle was far from over. Despite the chaos on the arena, the situation remained tense. Perudo and the rock envoy, Fistus, were embroiled in a stalemate. Scaro and Toj continued their power struggle, while Vela found herself flustered under the invisible wind blades of the wind envoy, Leandra. The battle had once again reached a deadlock. Yet, amidst the intense confrontations that captivated everyone's attention, no one noticed the figure of Seraphina, the illusory eye, lingering at the edges of the battlefield within the Monai City faction. Her violet eyes glimmered subtly. She scanned the tumultuous arena, traversing countless figures until her gaze fixed precisely on the source of her irritation, Bra, who was anxiously cheering for Wu Tian from the spectators' seats. In Seraphina's view, the battle had devolved into such a precarious state solely due to that boy named Sun Wu Tian. A cold, contemptuous smile curled at the corners of Seraphina's lips, mingling jealousy with disdain. "Since you care for her so dearly, let her become your greatest weakness." An invisible force, brimming with allure and chaos, slithered like a serpent across hundreds of meters, penetrating Bra's mind with unerring precision. The mental shock of a lover's betrayal. This was Seraphina's most cunning and malicious technique. Rather than obliterating her opponent's spirit outright, she would distort their perceptions, forcing them to witness the most trusted and beloved individuals betray them in the cruelest manner. She could hardly contain her anticipation to see the expression of despair and madness on the little princess's face when she witnessed Sun Wu Tian thrusting his sword into her brother Trunks' heart. However, in the next moment, Seraphina's triumphant smile froze on her face. In the spectators' seats, Bra, completely focused on the battlefield, suddenly trembled. In an instant, a torrent of bizarre images filled with betrayal and bloodshed surged into her mind. She saw Wu Tian grinning wickedly as he pierced through Trunks' chest. She saw Bulma gazing at her coldly, declaring her to be a failed creation. She even glimpsed her father, Vegeta, casting a disappointed look, reproaching her for tainting the Saiyan royal bloodline. An overwhelming malice threatened to drown her consciousness like a tidal wave. Were she an ordinary girl, she would have long since succumbed to mental collapse, reduced to a mere screaming lunatic. Yet, Bra was no ordinary individual. "Get away." A voice, quelled with boundless fury yet tinged with authority and pride, erupted from the depths of Bra's throat. Boom! A dazzling golden aura, capable of captivating the entire arena, surged from her petite form, though its intensity was far surpassed by the clashes of Wu Tian and Trunks in the arena. Its essence radiated an unassailable, queen-like dominance and purity. The golden aura flickered and vanished, yet it struck like an invisible hammer, shattering Seraphina's venomous mental assault. Uft! In the arena, Seraphina staggered, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? A mental backlash. How could her psychic power? She was baffled by how a seemingly fragile girl could possess such a terrifying, unassailable will. This moment of distraction proved fatal in the rapidly shifting battlefield. Your gaze is bothersome. A chilling voice unexpectedly echoed in her ear. Serafina turned in terror, only to behold a pair of icy, three-eyed pupils and an incredibly swift silver blade. It was Mu Xing. He had managed to seize this fleeting opportunity while entangled in combat with Lance. Swish! The blade flashed by. Serafina barely had time to scream before a tremendous force sent her flying off the arena, crashing down heavily. Another one. The Monai City faction had once again suffered a reduction in numbers. This sudden turn of events left everyone on the arena momentarily frozen. All eyes instinctively turned towards the source of the explosive aura in the spectators' seats, where the girl was now slightly panting. Especially Wu Tian. Although he had been engaged with Lance, he distinctly felt that familiar yet slightly domineering surge of energy. Was that Bra's aura? His heart clenched tightly, and he immediately grasped the implications. He disregarded Lance and Mu Xing, transforming his body into a streak of light, racing with unparalleled speed to Trunks' side. Trunks, Bra is in danger. Wu Tian's tone was imbued with unprecedented urgency and murderous intent. He could not fathom what had just transpired, but he sensed that Bra had undoubtedly faced some extreme peril. The faint yet unsettling psychic wave that had gripped him was no illusion. Witnessing Wu Tian's first display of chilling, bone-deep killing intent, fueled by concern for Bra, Trunks felt a shiver run down his spine. I understand. He nodded. The bond between siblings allowed him to sense Bra's momentary surge of energy. I'll handle this. You go deal with that woman. Trunks' voice was calm, yet resolute. His gaze locking onto the wind envoy Leandra, who had just unleashed her wind barrier and was currently grappling with Vela. Once she was dealt with, the defenses of the Vital City would crumble. All right. Wu Tian hesitated no longer. He cast one last glance at the spectators' seats, where the girl looked at him with concern, igniting the flames of fury within him. Unforgivable. He growled softly, his figure instantaneously vanishing from the spot. You are next. Chapter 94. On the spot, reckoning, Wu Tian's form left behind a faint afterimage. When he reappeared, he had vaulted nearly 100 meters, arriving before Leandra, the wind envoy of Vital City, like a vengeful deity fueled by boundless wrath. At that moment, Leandra, skillfully manipulating the wind elements, was relentlessly forcing the Black Widow Vela into a corner with her invisible wind blades, leaving her in a state of disarray. She had never anticipated that the boy who had just been entangled with Prince Lancy would suddenly advance towards her with such terrifying speed. What? For the first time, a look of utter horror appeared in Leandila's eyes. What a gaze it was. Cold, furious, devoid of any emotion, as if she were gazing upon a lifeless object. She had no time to raise the wind barrier. Wu Tian's iron fist, enveloped in a white aura, had already pierced through all her defensive air currents, magnifying infinitely in her rapidly constricting pupils. For your actions. Wu Tian's chilling voice echoed like a judgment from the depths of hell. Repent. Boom. This punch was heavier and more ferocious than the one that had struck Ziviel. Leandila couldn't even let out a scream before she was sent flying by this unparalleled force. Her body soared like a cannonball, tracing a long parabolic arc, and disappeared beyond the arena, out of everyone's sight. Instant kill. Another instant kill. Moreover, it was executed in an even more domineering and unreasonable manner. The entire venue plunged into a profound silence once again. If the previous defeat of Ziviel had carried a hint of coincidence and ambush, this time, the direct assault and instant annihilation showcased, without reservation, Wu Tian's unfathomable and terrifying true strength. Well done. Beside her, Weila gazed at the back of the youth who had instantly turned the tide of the battle, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. She gently licked her lips. However, even after defeating Leandila, Wu Tian's wrath was far from quelled. His gaze, like the most precise radar, swiftly locked onto his next target, the rock messenger, Physitis, who was grappling with Paluto. Paluto, step aside. Wu Tian bellowed. Caught off guard, Paluto paused momentarily upon hearing Wu Tian's voice. And then, as if understanding something, a jubilant smile spread across his face. Good lad. Strong enough. He hesitated no longer, unleashing all his power to push Physitis back half a step before swiftly retreating. At that moment of his withdrawal, Wu Tian's figure followed suit. Kamehameha. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a brilliantly condensed blue energy wave surged forth from Wu Tian's palm. The speed and timing were so precise that Physitis, who had just stabilized himself, could not mount any effective defense. He could only watch helplessly as the blue beam, capable of annihilating everything, completely engulfed him. Rumble. Amidst the deafening explosion, Vegeta, along with his proud rock armor, was blasted off the stage, following in the footsteps of his comrades. Thus, the Vital City-State lost yet another formidable champion, following Ziviel and Liandila. The balance of the battlefield was utterly shattered. Roar. Kill. The pressure lifted from Paluto and the others, and their morale soared. Paluto roared, turning to engage with the Donrung Legumoa, Dwanren Legino, in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Scalo, who had been locked in a struggle with the mighty Tog, finally seized an opportunity. He thrust his massive axe into the ground, clasped his hands together, and began to chant. A beam of energy, imbued with terrifying penetrating power, shot forth from his fingertips, instantly piercing through Tog's sturdy shoulder. Ugh! Tog emitted a pained roar as his massive body fell heavily to the ground. Scalo wasted no time, stepping forward and kicking him off the stage. The battle had clearly tilted in one direction. On the side of the Monai City-State, Celafina and Tog were out. On the side of the Vital City-State, Ziviel, Liandila, and Vegeta were out. In less than a minute, the united front of the two city-states crumbled under Wu Tian's onslaught. At this moment, the battle between Lancy and Mu Xing was also forced to a halt due to the dramatic turn of events. Lancy's expression darkened, nearly dripping with disappointment. He never expected the situation to deteriorate so rapidly. 3 of his carefully selected elite assassins had been eliminated in such a short span of time. And the instigator of all this was the very one he held in contempt, Sun Wutian. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Lancy cursed furiously in his heart. His gaze was fixed intently on Wu Tian, who was calmly observing him from a distance, his eyes filled with a palpable murderous intent. Yet, he did not rush forward immediately, for he understood that this was not the time for impulsiveness. The 7 opponents before him, though wounded, were brimming with fighting spirit. On his side, only he and Feiying Qian remained, along with the unfathomably powerful Paku from the Vital City-State and the last lightning element user. 4 against 7. The numerical disadvantage was insurmountable. He needed to stabilize the situation first. Lancy's mind raced, his mature and reserved character shining through at this moment. Even in such an unfavorable predicament, he refused to abandon his thoughts, instead seeking a way to turn the tide. However, Wu Tian was not prepared to grant him any more time to contemplate. Next, it's your turn, Lancy. Wu Tian's cold voice shattered the tense stalemate. He sprang forth, transforming into a streak of golden light, charging directly at Lancy. He intended to settle accounts with this individual who had harbored malice towards him and his family from the very beginning in the most direct and brazen way possible. Simultaneously, as Wu Tian rushed towards Lancy, Feiying Qian, who had been thoroughly suppressed by Trunks, flashed a resolute glint in his eyes. He knew he could not defeat the Saiyan prince wielding the Sword of Kings. If that was the case, then let them perish together. Qian let out a silent roar, his body suddenly exploding into a cloud of dark green poison mist. This toxic mist was the most sinister forbidden technique he had forged with his own life, capable of eroding all energy and life. Trunks, be careful. Bulma, not far away, let out a horrified scream, just as the corrosive mist, capable of melting steel, was about to engulf Trunks. A figure moved faster than the poison. It was Paku, the guardian of Vital, who had remained motionless since the battle began. He merely raised a hand, and an invisible air current instantly enveloped and compressed the deadly poison mist, ultimately transforming it into a dark green crystal, the size of a marble, that fell to the ground. He had effortlessly neutralized Qian's suicidal attack. After accomplishing all this, Paku's indifferent golden eyes slowly turned towards everyone remaining on the field. His voice, ethereal and authoritative, resonated in each person's ears. The farce should come to an end. Chapter 95, The Secret of the Guardian. Paku's ethereal and detached voice was like an imperceptible command, plunging the previously raucous arena into an eerie silence. All movements came to an abrupt halt. Whether it was Wu Tian, who was preparing to launch a full-scale assault on Lancy, or Paluto, who was entangled with Dwanren Legino, they all came to a synchronized stop. They cast wary glances towards the mysterious alien warrior who had remained an outsider throughout. The farce should come to an end? What is this guy planning? Lancy gazed into Paku's calm golden eyes, feeling a surge of intense unease for the first time. He initially believed that Paku was merely a formidable external aid summoned by the city-state of Whiter. However, it now appears that this man's intentions are far more intricate than he had ever imagined. "Hey, what nonsense are you muttering to yourself?" Paluto shouted irritably, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and glaring in Paku's direction. "The battle is not yet over. If you wish to concede, you may as well roll off." In response to Paluto's provocation, Paku did not even lift an eyelid. His indifferent gaze slowly swept over each person still standing in the arena: Wu Tian, Trunks, Lance, Paluto, Mu Xing, Scarro, Vera, and their solitary, trembling lightning mage. Finally, his gaze settled on Regno, who was facing off against Paluto. Whether in strength, speed, or fighting spirit, he appeared utterly feeble. "What did you say?" Regno's previously stagnant eyes rippled with anger for the first time. He was one of the most elite assassins of the Monai city-state, the sharpest blade under Duke Caberna. And to be labeled as weak by this enigmatic individual was an intolerable humiliation. Seeking death, Regno abandoned Paluto, letting out a furious roar as his massive frame charged towards Paku, dragging his blood-stained blade behind him. He intended to use this blade, which had slain countless strong adversaries, to obliterate this arrogant man along with his laughable pride. In the face of this murderous strike, Paku did not even alter his stance. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Then, in the eyes of all present, his figure vanished. It was not a mere afterimage left by high-speed movement. He had disappeared entirely. Regno's powerful charge instantly lost its target. His pupils constricted, and alarm bells rang in his mind as his formidable instincts compelled him to halt abruptly, desperately seeking Paku's silhouette. Yet it was all too late. Too slow. A chilling voice, like a curse, echoed behind him. Regno's body stiffened in an instant. He didn't even have time to turn around before a slender hand, shimmering with a pale golden light, gently pressed against his back. Immediately, an unstoppable, vast wave of terrifying power erupted. Boom. There was no finesse, only sheer, unadulterated force crushing down. Regno's sturdy alloy armor shattered as if made of paper, and his powerful body was struck as if by a siege hammer, his chest caving in. Gush! A torrent of blood mixed with internal fragments erupted from his mouth. His body was propelled like a cannonball, flying back at a speed even greater than when he had charged in, soaring hundreds of meters before crashing heavily against the protective barrier outside the arena. One strike. Merely one strike. A frontal collapse, devastating and merciless. The entire arena fell into a dead silence, with 500,000 spectators dumbfounded, their minds blank. If Wu Tian's prior instant kill was a perfect combination of skill and timing, then Paku's display was a pure, unreasonable, and absolute dominance of speed and power. He had not employed any extravagant techniques. He simply appeared behind his opponent and delivered a straightforward push. That was all. On the arena, Paluto's arrogant visage was the first to betray a bead of cold sweat. Mu Xing's right hand, which had been gripping his sword, involuntarily tightened. Trunks' palm holding the king's edge also grew somewhat damp. Only Wu Tian, besides shock, bore a familiar, grave expression. This feeling, facing absolute speed and power, that sense of helplessness where one cannot even react, he had only experienced with one person, his father, Sun Wukong, in the perfected state of Zizai Ji Gong. Although the levels of strength between the two were worlds apart, the sensation of transcending time and space, elevating combat to an art form, was strikingly similar. Who on earth is this man? Wu Tian's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Meanwhile, Paku's figure had somehow returned to its original position, as if he had never moved. His indifferent voice broke the suffocating silence once more, turning towards the now pale-faced lightning mage, No Kutuan. You as well? No. Lord Paku. I. No Kutuan stammered in terror, trying to say something. Paku did not afford him another opportunity. He merely extended his fingers like a sword and casually gestured towards No Kutuan. Whoosh! A nearly transparent, razor-thin wind blade composed of high-density air elements sliced through the air in an instant. The speed of the wind blade was so astonishing that it did not even allow for a sound to escape. No Kutuan barely had time to register a fleeting glimpse before an overwhelming force surged from his abdomen. He could not even comprehend how he had been sent flying, following in Regno's footsteps, ejected from the arena. Subsequently, Paku's gaze shifted to another corner of the arena, where Bobby, the weakest among the 5 oddities of the Bardock city-state, stood frozen in fear with Scarro, Vera, and others. And you, Paku's voice retained its emotionless tone. This time, he did not even bother to raise his hand. He simply flicked a finger. Pop! A small, compacted air cannon shot forth instantaneously. The speed of the air cannon was equally unfathomable. Bobby could only emit a short, sharp scream before being precisely struck in the chest, as if hit by a speeding truck, letting out a muffled groan as he was sent flying, eliminated from the contest. Having completed all this, Paku slowly withdrew his gaze, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He surveyed the remaining 7 individuals in the arena: Wu Tian, Trunks, Lance, Polito, Mu Xing, Scarro, and Vera. It is now clean. His voice remained indifferent, yet carried an undeniable authority. The weak have no right to tarnish the upcoming battle. The outcome of this round has been determined. He gradually turned and walked back to his designated preparation area, as if everything that followed was no longer of his concern. It was only at this moment that everyone finally reacted. This enigmatic guardian had forcibly concluded the chaotic battle in his own unreasonable, domineering manner. He had filtered out the 8 individuals he deemed worthy to proceed to the next round. Lance's expression darkened significantly, although he had also advanced. Regno's devastating defeat dealt a tremendous blow to their Monai city-state. More importantly, Paku's utterly unconventional methods instilled a sense of uncontrollable chaos within him, a chaos that even his father, Duke Caberna, might not be able to manage. That monster, Polito muttered under his breath, yet the arrogance in his eyes had diminished considerably. As a pure warrior, he understood better than anyone that the absolute speed and power displayed earlier existed in an entirely different dimension from the battles they comprehended. Announce the results. Paku's voice drifted softly from the preparation area. In the VIP area, the expression on Duke Moderek's face was equally grave. He cast a deep glance at the figure of Paku, who sat cross-legged like a deity, and after a deep breath, rose to his feet. The first phase, the team arena competition, is concluded. His voice, amplified by magic, reverberated throughout the arena, awakening the stunned audience. The 8 contestants advancing to the next round of elimination are Paku from the city-state of Vegeta, Lancey from the city-state of Monet, warriors from Earth, Sun Wukong, and Trunks, as well as Perudo, Mu Xing, Scarro, and Vera from the city-state of Badak. As this list was announced, the arena erupted once more in a deafening cheer. Despite the tumultuous and terrifying journey, the outcome ignited a fervor among the crowd. These 8 individuals undoubtedly represented the strongest combatants in this new royal trial. Amidst the excitement of survival, Wukong's gaze pierced through the crowd, locking onto Trunks. In each other's eyes, they discerned an unmistakable hint of worry. The man named Paku exuded an ominous aura through his power and demeanor. Chapter 96. The Duke's invitation. As the first phase of the competition concluded, the once boisterous arena gradually returned to tranquility. According to the schedule, the top 8 contestants were granted 3 days of respite to prepare for the forthcoming brutal one-on-one elimination matches. However, the atmosphere inside the royal guest quarters was far from relaxed. Wukong and Trunks had sustained minor injuries and were utilizing the all-purpose healing device brought by Bulma for rapid recovery. Meanwhile, Bra paced anxiously around the room, her small face etched with worry and apprehension. Who exactly was that man named Paku? He was terrifying. She recalled the scene of Regno being eliminated in a single blow, and the memory still haunted her. His strength indeed surpassed our expectations. Bulma sat at the table, her fingers swiftly gliding over the holographic display, searching for any publicly available information about the city-state of Vegeta and the guardian Paku, but to no avail. The atmosphere in the room felt heavy due to the unpredictable variable that was Paku. Just then, both healing devices emitted a soft beep, signaling the completion of their treatment. The doors opened, and Wukong and Trunks emerged, their injuries fully healed. "I'm fine, Bra," Wukong said, observing Bra's still furrowed brows, and attempted to lighten the mood by ruffling his hair. However, as soon as he spoke, Bra's long-suppressed emotions erupted. "Fine. How could you possibly be fine?" She dashed before Wukong, her reddened, beautiful eyes glaring at him fiercely. "Do you even realize how dangerous it was just now? That woman named Serafina." Bra's words faltered midway, unable to continue. She was not one to easily express her vulnerabilities, especially in front of those she cared about. Yet, the memories of the terrifying mental assault and the illusions filled with betrayal and malice flooded back, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Seeing her stubborn face, caught between tears and restraint, Wukong felt a pang in his heart. His smile gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and empathy. Silently, he extended his hand, and with a gentle gesture, wiped away the single tear threatening to fall from the corner of her eye, as Bra looked on in surprise. "I'm sorry." Wukong's voice was slightly hoarse, yet filled with undeniable determination. "It's my fault. I didn't protect you well." This normally cheerful boy, in this moment, solemnly took upon himself a responsibility that was not his to bear. Bra was utterly taken aback. She had never expected Wukong to utter such words. Feeling the warmth of his fingertips, her cheeks flushed crimson. What nonsense are you saying? Who asked you to protect me?" She stumbled back, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, stumbling over her words as her heart raced uncontrollably. "I wasn't crying. Just got sand in my eyes." As she displayed this adorable contradiction, the heavy atmosphere in the room finally dissipated. Nearby, Bulma and Trunks exchanged knowing smiles, akin to proud guardians observing their children. Wukong could not help but chuckle, scratching his head as he said, "In any case, it's all over. That bully has been eliminated." He looked at Bra with utmost sincerity, stating emphatically, "I promise, from now on, no one will ever have the chance to hurt you again. Anyone who dares to bully you." He paused, seemingly feeling that wasn't enough, and added with conviction, "I will send them flying to the other side of the universe." This declaration, filled with the quintessential bravado of the Sun family, detonated like the sweetest of bombs within Bra's heart. Her face was so flushed it appeared as if it might bleed, and lowering her head, she murmured in a voice only she could hear, "You idiot." Though her voice was barely a whisper, it was no longer laden with worry or fear, but rather brimming with shyness and sweetness. Seeing the innocent yet sincere interaction between these two youngsters, Bulma smiled with satisfaction. While battles were undoubtedly brutal, it was precisely because of these cherished individuals and emotions that warriors could unleash strength beyond their limits. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to Trunks, who stood nearby, smiling as he watched Wukong and Bra. Observing her son, who had matured into a reliable warrior, Bulma felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Yet, simultaneously, a deeper concern quietly surfaced in her heart. Trunks bore too many burdens: the identity of a prince, the responsibility to restore the Vegeta royal family, and the mission to save his father. The man named Lancey and the mysterious messenger behind him loomed like heavy mountains, pressing down on the path of revival. "I must find a way to uncover what lies hidden behind them," Bulma resolved inwardly. At that moment, her personal terminal on her wrist emitted a subtle vibration. She discreetly glanced at her wrist. The screen displayed a highly encrypted message. The sender was none other than Duke Madarek, the regent of New Vegeta. The message was brief: "Your Majesty, regarding the anomalies in Lancey's power and the origins of the guardian of the city-state of Viter, I may have urgent intelligence that requires an in-person discussion with you. Please meet me tonight in the royal study on the top floor, and be sure to come alone." Bulma's pupils dilated suddenly. She swiftly deleted the message and raised her head, feigning nonchalance as she glanced at Wukong and Bra, who were still bickering, along with Trunks, who was amused by their antics. However, her heart was a tempest of emotions. Duke Madarek had indeed sensed something. Moreover, he chose this moment to clandestinely summon her. It seemed that beneath the surface of this new royal trial, another perilous game concerning the fate of the entire planet had quietly begun. Chapter 97, Midnight Conference. Lancey's secret. As night deepened, the twin moons of Shin Vegeta hung high in the sky, casting a cool silver light. In the brightly lit study on the top floor of the royal palace, security was at its highest. Even the walls were crafted from a special alloy capable of absorbing energy, effectively blocking any form of surveillance. Following their agreement, Bulma arrived quietly and alone. Within the spacious study, only Duke Made Leiko was present, having changed from the formal attire of the regent into simple clothing. His stern and serious face now bore an undeniable expression of fatigue and concern. "Your Majesty the Queen, I appreciate your presence at this late hour," Made Leiko said as he stood, preparing to perform a standard royal greeting. "There is no need for such formalities, Duke," Bulma replied directly, her azure eyes locking onto his. "You summoned me urgently. Please, speak your mind." Made Leiko appeared unsurprised by Bulma's forthrightness. He nodded gravely and approached the desk, manipulating the holographic display. Soon, a highly classified video was projected into the air. The scene revealed a clandestine training facility in Monai City-State. The young Lancey, bare-chested, was undergoing a bizarre ritual. Duke Kabwana was seen fervently injecting a vial of ominous purple-black liquid into the nape of Lancey's neck. As the strange substance coursed through him, Lancey's body convulsed violently. A look of excruciating pain etched across his face, as if countless black insects were writhing beneath his skin. Alarmingly, his combat power, which had previously only numbered in the thousands, skyrocketed during this agonizing transformation. 50,000, 100,000, 200,000. The footage abruptly ceased. Bulma gazed at the chilling scene, her eyes reflecting horror. This was no mere training. It was undoubtedly a forbidden and malevolent transformation. This footage was sent to me by an informant close to Kabwana. The timestamp indicates it was over a year ago. Maude Lake's voice was heavy with sorrow and ire. Since then, Lancey's strength has inexplicably surged at an alarming rate. He lifted his head, his aged eyes filled with determination. Your Majesty, while I do not know why you and Trank S have returned so suddenly, I swear by the last name of the Vegeta royal family that Kabwana has betrayed the Saiyans. In his pursuit of false and overwhelming power, he has transformed his own son, my grandson, into a monster. Bulma fell silent, the weight of this revelation far exceeding her expectations. What was that purple-black substance? She astutely grasped the crux of the matter. According to my subsequent investigations, it is a substance known as the blood of the gods. Maude Lake's voice dropped to a whisper, as if recounting a horrific taboo. It is said that Kabwana obtained it from a mysterious figure who referred to himself as the messenger. The messenger? The word struck Bulma's heart like a bolt, causing it to skip a beat. Indeed, all the clues connected. What does this messenger look like? She pressed eagerly. No one has seen his true face. Maude Lake shook his head. He is always shrouded in a dark robe. No one knows his origins. Only that he seems to possess the ability to grant power to others, akin to that of a deity. Bulma's expression darkened, though lacking direct evidence. She felt nearly certain. The messenger that Kabwana had encountered must be the same mysterious figure that Goten and Trank S had seen while they were undercover, linked to the terrifying ancient deity Ka or Sitawa S, who sought to manipulate the Super Dragon Balls. This conspiracy was more profound than she had imagined. Duke, you did not summon me merely to convey this information, did you? Bulma regained her composure swiftly, sensing that the regent had deeper intentions. Indeed, Maude Lake admitted candidly. He gazed deeply at Bulma and stated, Your Majesty, I require a promise from you. Regardless of the outcome of this trial, please find a way to rescue Lancey from this horrific transformation. His tone bore a hint of pleading, a poignant contrast to his noble status. Bulma regarded him in silence for a long moment, understanding that Maude Lake was wagering the very future of the planet on her and Goten. Trank S, I understand, she finally nodded. We will undoubtedly rescue Lancey from this dreadful transformation. Her gaze became resolute. Speaking of which, she shifted her focus, her azure eyes sparkling with wisdom and confidence. Could you share some past tales of the Vegeta royal family? Sometimes, I feel I hardly know Vegeta. Even though we have formed a family, he often gazes at the stars alone at night, appearing quite sorrowful, and I am uncertain how to express my feelings. Bulma's unexpected inquiry brought a look of surprise to Maude Lake's weathered face. The atmosphere in the study shifted subtly, the previous tension gradually replaced by a nostalgic air tinged with gentle sadness. Maude Lake slowly approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing through the specially crafted glass at the radiant silver moon and the distant, shimmering galaxy. Your Majesty, do you know? His voice became distant, as if lost in memories. Since I led my kin to establish a new home here, I have constantly reflected on the days spent beside King Vegeta. Those were the most glorious times for us Saiyans, with the 5 great dukes, myself included, and countless elite warriors under our command, conquering innumerable planets across the cosmos under King Vegeta's leadership. Bulma listened quietly, refraining from interruption. She sensed that what the Duke was about to reveal might be the very root of Vegeta's deep-seated sorrow. Indeed, we Saiyans committed numerous misdeeds, ultimately leading to the destruction of our homeland, a fitting retribution. Yet, we also possess memories worth cherishing. Our pride stems from our bloodline and our indomitable fighting spirit. However, everything changed with the arrival of the Ku or Day Legion. Maude Lake's voice carried a hint of uncontainable hatred. They enslaved us Saiyans, especially his son Frieza, trampling our former pride beneath their feet. A profound sorrow flickered in the eyes of Duke Vegeta. He had grown up in the darkest of times. Witnessing Frieza's brutality, the humiliation of King Vegeta, and the forced sycophancy of his kin for survival. He yearned for glory more than anyone and detested the fate of being subjugated. Thus, he donned an exterior of pride and coldness, shielding the deep-seated fear and resentment within his heart. Turning to face Bulma, Maude Lake's aged gaze softened, radiating warmth. Your Majesty, what you see is Vegeta, lost in thought while gazing at the stars on that solitary night. Perhaps he is not sorrowful, he is merely reminiscing. He longs for the time when he could freely soar through the sea of stars as a true Saiyan prince, untainted by Frieza's malevolence. He yearns for the proud self that had yet to be sullied. In the study, silence reigns. Bulma stands quietly, her eyes gradually reddening. It is as if she has traversed the currents of time, witnessing that small, stubborn figure. Under Frieza's shadow, he was forced to don a mask of coldness, burying all weaknesses and discontent deep within. Alone, he bears the humiliation of his entire race along with their final vestiges of pride. It is thus revealed. Behind his aloof demeanor lies a burdensome past. I understand now. Bulma inhales deeply, her voice trembling ever so slightly. She finally comprehends Vegeta's obsessive attachment to his princely identity, and why he consistently refers to Goku as Kakarot, even when everyone else calls him by his given name. It is not merely a symbol of status. It is his inner resistance against a tarnished past. Thank you, Duke. Bulma respectfully bows to Duke Modrek. Thank you for allowing me to understand him even a little more. It is my duty, Your Majesty. Duke Modrek accepts her gratitude with composure. The glory of the Vegeta royal family should not be tarnished, whether in the past or present. His gaze sharpens once more. Cabana, blinded by power, has strayed from the righteous path. As for that child, Lance, though he is my grandson, the ancient god's blood within him is akin to a ticking time bomb. I implore you, you must defeat him thoroughly in the arena. Only then might there be a slender chance to awaken his will, corrupted by that evil force, allowing him to rediscover himself. This is the final hope of a grandfather for his grandson. I promise you. Bulma's eyes brim with unwavering resolve. In the dead of night, she returns to the guest area and recounts the contents of the private conversation to Goten and Trunks. After listening to the Duke's account of Vegeta's past, Trunks falls silent. He lowers his head, his golden bangs obscuring his eyes, concealing his expression. Yet, his tightly clenched, slightly trembling fists betray the turmoil within him. Father, have you always borne such a heavy burden? Meanwhile, Goten's face, usually adorned with a smile, first reveals a cold glint of murderous intent upon hearing about Lance's plight. A man who treats his own son as a mere tool is utterly unworthy of the title of father. He recalls his own father, Sun Wukong, and his brother, Gohan, whose warmth and willingness to sacrifice for family starkly contrast with Cabana's actions. Furthermore, he dares to exploit Bra. Goten's fists clench instinctively, the knuckles cracking with tension. If I encounter that Cabana in the next round, I will not let him escape. Chapter 98. The draw begins. The curtain rises on the top 8. After a brief silence in the room, Trunks slowly raises his head. The confusion and sorrow in his azure eyes have been replaced by an unprecedented determination. Mother, Goten, I understand now. His voice is resolute, devoid of any wavering. The glory and humiliation borne by my father shall be inherited by me. Lance's tragedy must never be repeated. This battle is not merely for victory. It is to reclaim the true pride that rightfully belongs to us Saiyans. Witnessing her son's sudden transformation, filled with the bearing of a king, Bulma smiles with satisfaction. Well done, my son. Indeed, regardless of whether they are messengers or noble sons, those who commit wrongful acts shall be dealt with. Goten heartily pats Trunks on the shoulder, grinning broadly. The atmosphere among the three rekindles with fervor. The heaviness and confusion of the past have been completely dispelled by this surge of strength born from their bloodline and bonds. 3 days of rest swiftly pass. On this day, the grand arena is once again filled to capacity. Unlike the thunderous enthusiasm at the opening ceremony, today, the air is thick with a more solemn and expectant atmosphere. For everyone knows that from this day forth, the battles will be more brutal and exhilarating in one-on-one elimination rounds. There will be no teammates to shield them, no complex strategies. Only the purest confrontation between warrior and warrior remains. In the center of the arena, the vast platform continues to hover in the air. For enormous light screens rise at each corner, clearly displaying the portraits and names of the 8 finalists. In the VIP section, Cabana dons a splendid golden attire, beaming as he sits at the head table, relishing the reverent gazes from all around. His son, Lance, stands quietly behind him, his eyes concealed, revealing no emotion. Meanwhile, Regent Duke Modrek occupies the central position, his piercing gaze fixated on every detail of the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, Duke Modrek rises slowly, his authoritative voice addressing the entire arena. Welcome to the second stage of the New King Trials, the top 8 elimination matches. We shall determine the matchups of our formidable 8 warriors in the fairest and most just manner. As he finishes his statement, a colossal, transparent sphere composed of energy materializes above the platform. Subsequently, 8 identical metallic spheres, inscribed with the names of the contestants, soar from the 8 directions, entering the transparent sphere. Now, let the draw commence. With a command from Modrek, the 8 metallic spheres within the transparent sphere begin to whirl chaotically, colliding and producing a cacophony that stirs the hearts of everyone present. In the guest area, Bra is so tense that her palms sweat. She clutches Goten's arm tightly, whispering a prayer. Please, let us not face that monster named Paku in the first round, nor that Lance fellow. Goten, feeling the softness of her touch on his arm, smiles and gently pats her hand in reassurance. Do not worry, Bra. No matter who I face, I will prevail. His tone is casual and confident, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. This composure eases Bra's anxious heart somewhat. At that moment, the rolling comes to a halt. Everyone's breath catches in their throats. A knowing smile graces Cabana's face as he waves his hand. The first match. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 metallic spheres fly out from the sphere, hovering in midair. A flash of light reveals 2 names clearly before everyone's eyes. Earth Warrior's son Goten vs. Widow Vera of the Bardock City few. Upon seeing this outcome, Bra lets out a long sigh of relief. Although that woman named Vera appears formidable, she is far preferable to facing Paku or Lance. Goten shrugs nonchalantly. In the resting area of Bardock City, Vera is momentarily taken aback by the result. Then, a playful smile curves her alluring red lips as her captivating gaze casts a provocative glance toward Goten from afar. The intriguing little fellow must not disappoint his sister. The drawing of lots continues. The second matchup. Once again, 2 small spheres are released. Trunks, the warrior from Earth, vs. Bardock City's giant axe Scaro. This result rendered the atmosphere on Bardock City's side somewhat delicate. Scaro glanced at Vera beside him and then at Trunks in the audience, ultimately choosing to remain silent as he hefted his massive axe upon his shoulder. The third matchup. Everyone's hearts raced once more, for the remaining 4 individuals are universally acknowledged as the top contenders for victory in this trial. Paku, Lancey, Polito, and that mysterious 3-eyed swordsman. Any encounter among these 4 would undoubtedly be a cataclysmic clash of titans. 2 small spheres soared forth, illuminating the arena. Upon seeing the names, the entire venue erupted in fervor. Lancey of Monet City vs. Polito, the rampaging beast from Bardock City. Oh my goodness. It is Prince Lancey against the rampaging beast Polito. A spectacular showdown awaits. One being the most formidable genius of the royal capital, and the other, the wildest beast from Bardock City. The audience erupted into an unprecedented fervent cheer and discussion. Everyone was aware of the long-standing discord between Bardock City and Monet City. Moreover, Polito had not concealed his disdain for Lancey and the entire Saiyan royal lineage from the very beginning. In the rest area of Bardock City, Polito stared at the drawing results, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into an uproarious laugh. Ha! He rose abruptly from his seat, raising his robust arm to point at the calm-faced Lancey in the VIP section. In the face of this blatant provocation, Lancey did not react with the fury everyone anticipated. He simply stood there quietly, his handsome face betraying not a hint of extra expression. Now, the last group has been drawn. There was no suspense left. Paku of Vegeta City vs. Mu Xing, the swordsman from Bardock City. Upon this revelation, everyone felt a chill of apprehension for the mysterious 3-eyed swordsman. Though he had displayed an unpredictable swordsmanship during the melee, his opponent was an insurmountable monster, akin to a deity. Thus, the groupings for the quarterfinals have been entirely determined. Caberna surveyed the results with satisfaction, his voice resounding once more. The matchups are set. The first match will officially commence in 10 minutes. His gaze slowly settled upon Wutian and Vera. Please welcome the two contestants of the first group to the stage. Chapter 99, The Temptation of the Black Widow. With the announcement of the match's commencement, the atmosphere in the arena ignited instantaneously. Oh, is it about to begin? The first match features that boy named Sun Wutian. His performance in the melee was astonishing. His opponent is formidable as well. She is Vera, the Black Widow of Barak City. Rumored to leave no man standing after witnessing her in action. Amidst the thunderous applause, two figures leapt forth almost simultaneously from their respective rest areas, elegantly arcing through the air before landing firmly on opposite ends of the stage. Sun Wutian, Black Widow Vera. The two stood facing each other. Wutian was clad in his familiar orange martial arts attire, exuding a relaxed demeanor with clear eyes, as if he had merely come to partake in an amusing gathering. In stark contrast, Vera presented a different spectacle. She wore a form-fitting black leather armor that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Her wine-red waves cascaded casually over her shoulders, and the subtle smile gracing her lips, combined with her captivating fox-like eyes, was enough to send any man lacking resolve into a stupor. "Little brother, we meet again," Vera purred, extending her crimson tongue to lightly lick her lips, her voice dripping with allure. "You truly pique my interest more and more." Her voice seemed to carry an enchanting spell that penetrated the air, quickening pulses and igniting fervor. However, Wutian merely tilted his head, a look of confusion crossing his features. "Sister, you look even older than Aunt Bulma." His candid remark struck Vera's heart like an arrow. The flirtation in her smile faltered momentarily. The name of that insufferable woman, Bulma, and comparing her age to hers. Although she appeared to be in her late 30s due to years of energy nourishment, her actual age remained a closely guarded secret. Vera's smile turned somewhat playful. "Little brother, you truly do not understand a woman's heart at all." She shook her head, seemingly unwilling to dwell on the matter. "Let me take good care of you." No sooner had she spoken than a sharp crack echoed. A whip of pure energy, shimmering with pink light, instantly materialized from Vera's hand. The whip, like a living serpent, lunged at Wutian's ankle with a piercing swish. Wutian's response was swift. He lightly pushed off the ground, his body floating backward like a feather, effortlessly evading the strike. A missed attack heightened Vera's interest. With a flick of her wrist, the energy whip, as if possessing its own consciousness, twisted midair and lunged at Wutian once more. Crack, crack, crack. The arena was filled with the piercing sounds of the energy whip striking the air. Countless pink whip shadows enveloped Wutian from all directions. These shadows were not only fast, but also treacherous. They alternated between being as forceful as iron rods and as supple as serpents, at times dispersing into countless fine threads of energy, weaving an inescapable net. In the spectator area, Bra's heart raced to her throat, her small hands tightly gripping her skirt. That woman is incredibly strong. Her whip is utterly unpredictable. This is a unique application of energy manipulation, Bulma analyzed solemnly beside her. She has infused her mental energy into the whip, allowing it to change form and attack trajectories at will. Wutian has met his match. On the stage, facing this relentless onslaught, Wutian's figure weaved through the myriad of whip shadows. His agility remained intact, yet it was evident to all that he was being suppressed. He seemed unable to find an opportunity to close the distance. "Little brother, merely dodging won't save you," Vera taunted, intensifying her assault. "Are you just going to scurry around like a timid mouse?" She attempted to provoke Wutian with her words, hoping to elicit a lapse in his defense. However, Wutian maintained his tranquil expression, carefully observing the elusive energy whip amidst his evasive maneuvers. He was searching for the split-second energy stagnation point whenever the whip changed direction. Finally, as Wei La once again lashed out with her whip, the energy whip transformed in the air into a colossal hand, descending towards Wu Tian's head in a swift motion. Wu Tian's eyes brightened suddenly. This is the moment. He ceased his retreat, advancing instead. His body crouched slightly, and at an astonishing angle, he darted forward just before the enormous energy hand could close in. What? Wei La's expression changed. She had never anticipated that Wu Tian would dare to charge into her attack range at such a critical moment. However, as a seasoned warrior, she reacted swiftly. She immediately attempted to retract her whip, creating distance between them. Yet Wu Tian's speed was beyond her expectations. "Got you." Wu Tian's sunlit smile magnified infinitely in her pupils. His hands, like iron pincers, accurately grasped the body of the energy whip. A tremendous force erupted instantaneously. Wei La felt an overwhelming power surging from the other end of the whip. She scarcely had time to react before she was yanked off balance, helplessly propelled toward Wu Tian. This is bad. Wei La's heart sank in fear. Her forte lay in mid-range combat. If Wu Tian, a power-type warrior, closed in, the consequences would be dire. She tried to disperse the energy whip forcibly, but it was too late. Just as they were about to collide, Wu Tian suddenly released the whip, executing an agile flip in midair, vanishing like a specter behind Wei La. He then raised his right hand, palm facing down, towards the nape of her snow-white neck, delivering a swift chop. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Wei La's vision darkened, and all consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. Her fiery form gently fell downward, while Wu Tian had already extended his hand, cradling her body before she hit the ground, carefully placing her on the arena. Having accomplished this, he stood upright and scratched his head sheepishly, revealing a somewhat embarrassed smile to the judges. The victor, the warrior from Earth, Sun Wu Tian. The entire arena first fell into a momentary silence. Then, it erupted into a cacophony of astonished shouts and cheers louder than ever before. My goodness, he actually won. What astonishing combat intuition. Amidst such dense attacks, he managed to find the sole flaw. That final strike was so gentle. I declare, from this day forth, I am Sun Wu Tian's #1 fan. Countless female spectators in the audience went utterly wild at that moment. Wu Tian's final display of tenderness, in stark contrast to his formidable strength, instantly captured their hearts. Meanwhile, in the guest area, Bra watched the scene, momentarily stunned before her face flushed crimson. She abruptly stood up, hands on her hips, and shouted angrily towards the arena. You idiot Wu Tian. What do you think you're doing? Though she complained, a glimmer of pride shone in her azure eyes, a light she herself was unaware of. And within her heart, a small voice cried out, that position is only for me to touch. Idiot. Chapter 100. The Prince's Sword, the warrior's axe amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd. Wu Tian stepped down from the arena. He had scarcely begun to return to the resting area when a petite figure, fragrant and fuming, darted before him. It was the irate Bra. Wu Tian. The girl stood with her hands on her hips, her face tilted defiantly up, questioning him fiercely. Yet her slightly flushed cheeks betrayed her true emotions. What was that last move about? You can't be so careless with girls. Huh? Wu Tian scratched his head in confusion. Careless? I saw in the cartoons that experts knock people out like this. I thought I was being gentle. His earnest response nearly left Bra breathless. You blockhead. Idiot. Bra scolded him with every term she could think of in her mind, ultimately transforming it into a resigned sigh as she pointedly poked his forehead. Idiot. What I mean is, you're not allowed to touch other girls again. Do you hear me? Wu Tian continued to rub his forehead, still looking perplexed. Why can't I touch other girls? Just then, Duke Modrek's authoritative voice echoed throughout the arena once more. In the first match, contestant Sun Wu Tian emerges victorious. Next, may the second group of contestants take the stage. With this announcement, everyone's gaze shifted back to the arena. Two figures, one on each side, ascended the stage. On one side stood Trunks, clad in a blue tight-fitting combat suit, a regal sword at his waist, exuding calmness and determination. On the other side was a towering man, bare-chested, his bronze skin marked with intersecting scars, each one telling a tale of fierce battles. He bore a massive, rugged black axe, nearly half his height, resting on his shoulder. He was the only Namekian exile from the city of Bardock, known for his sheer strength and defense, the warrior known as Giant Axe Scalo. The two faced each other, creating a striking visual contrast, one an elegant and sharp swordsman, the other a wild and formidable warrior. You earthling brat, Scalo slammed his massive axe down onto the arena. A thunderous boom reverberated as the hard alloy arena cracked with fine fissures. He scrutinized Trunks with his bell-like eyes, his voice booming like a great bell. Your companion is strong. However, relying solely on such cunning combat methods will not lead to longevity. The warriors of Bardock uphold the belief in absolute strength. Scalo grinned, displaying a fierce smile filled with battle intent. I hope your bones are harder than your sword. In the face of this overwhelming declaration, Trunks showed no signs of fear. He slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Whether it is cunning or not will be determined in battle. His voice was calm and confident. And then, with a clear ringing sound, the king's sword slowly unsheathed. The silver blade reflected a chilling light under the arena's illumination. An unmatched sword intent instantly radiated from Trunks. Enveloping the area, my sword will reveal the answer to you. Interesting. The battle intent in Scalo's eyes surged higher. Then let us begin. With that, his massive form surged forward with a terrifying speed that belied his size. Each step he took on the arena resonated with a thunderous roar. The entire arena trembled slightly beneath his steps. It felt less like a man running and more like an unstoppable prehistoric beast charging forth. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Trunks. The enormous black axe was raised high, cutting through the air with a whistling sound, aimed directly down. This strike was simple and direct, devoid of any embellishment. It was pure, unadulterated power capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. In the face of this earth-shattering blow, Trunks maintained an icy calm in his gaze. He chose not to endure the strike head-on. Instead, he deftly sidestepped, his body floating sideways like a willow catkin. Moving half a meter away, it was this mere half meter. Boom. The enormous battle axe grazed his form, crashing down fiercely at the spot where he had just stood. The sturdy alloy arena, under such a terrifying impact, was cleaved open, creating a grotesque gash half a meter deep, as if it were mere tofu. Shards of rock flew about like bullets, scattering in every direction. What a terrifying force. If that axe had struck a person, it would surely have split them in two. A collective gasp echoed from the audience. All present were thoroughly awed by Scaro's ferocious power. However, what alarmed them even more was Trunks' reaction. Just as Scaro's axe missed its mark, in that fleeting moment when old strength had faded and new strength had yet to manifest, Trunks made his move. His figure glided like a phantom, slipping alongside the massive axe handle, closing in on Scaro. The blade of his sword, Wangzhe Jifeng, transformed into a silver flash, not aimed at Scaro as seemingly indestructible body, but rather piercing directly at the joint of his right shoulder that held the axe. Swift, accurate, ruthless. This strike perfectly showcased Trunks' extraordinary combat intelligence. He understood that with Scaro's size and defense, a conventional slash would scarcely inflict any meaningful harm. Thus, from the very outset, his goal was not to slay his opponent, but to disarm him. Scaro's pupils constricted sharply. He had not anticipated that this seemingly refined young man would possess such a cunning and ruthless fighting style. In this critical moment, his vast combat experience proved invaluable. With a fierce roar, he resolutely abandoned the attempt to draw his massive axe, instead releasing his grip with his right hand and violently crashing his left shoulder backward. Bang! The sound boomed like thunder. Trunks felt an overwhelming force, akin to a sudden flood, surge from the tip of his sword, colliding with his body. He was instantly hurled backward by this brute strength, tumbling several times in the air before barely regaining his footing, landing dozens of meters away. Meanwhile, Scaro, utilizing the momentum of the impact, effortlessly retrieved the colossal axe from the ground and hoisted it back onto his shoulder. However, a shallow, bone-deep gash now marred his right shoulder where he gripped the axe. The first round of confrontation appeared evenly matched. Yet, within Scaro's heart, tumultuous waves of emotion surged. He was injured. In less than 10 seconds since the battle commenced, this young man had managed to wound him. He cast a glance at the scar on his shoulder, then raised his gaze towards the still composed Trunks not far away. For the first time, an expression of grave seriousness crossed his rugged face. Young man, he began slowly, his voice stripped of its earlier arrogance, now tinged with genuine recognition. You are quite impressive. You have earned the right to face my full strength. No sooner had he spoken than a massive, earthy yellow aura erupted from Scaro's formidable physique. This aura radiated a sense of steadfastness and indomitability akin to the very earth itself. Following this, Scaro positioned the colossal axe across his chest, adopting a stance that was both offensive and defensive. This was merely the true beginning. Chapter 101. The true beginning. The atmosphere atop the arena grew exceedingly tense in an instant. The heavy, earthy yellow aura that erupted from Scaro was not the typical fury and sharpness associated with the Saiyans. It resembled a dormant volcano that had slumbered for millennia, outwardly calm, yet harboring primal forces of terror capable of overturning everything. Such an awe-inspiring presence. In the guest area, Goten's previously relaxed demeanor finally vanished, replaced by an excitement and gravity befitting a worthy opponent. This behemoth named Scaro had hidden such formidable power. This was a unique battle form of the Namekians. Bulma swiftly accessed relevant data on her personal terminal, her brow furrowed in concentration as she analyzed, by resonating their energy with the elements of the earth. They can significantly enhance their strength and defense in a short span. Of course, the trade-off is a certain reduction in speed. Slowed down? Bra queried, puzzled. Isn't that easier for Trunks to hit? Not quite so simple. Bulma shook her head, a flicker of concern flashing in her azure eyes. When defense and power reach a certain peak, speed becomes irrelevant. In the arena, Scarecrow substantively validated Bulma's analysis through his actions. No longer did he charge forward with reckless abandon. Instead, he gradually raised his immense black battle axe, advancing towards Trunks step by deliberate step. Each movement seemingly slow, yet imbued with colossal force. Thud, thud, thud. Each step reverberated with a deep, thunderous boom across the arena. An invisible, terrifying pressure, akin to the collapse of mountains, bore down on Trunks from all directions. He felt as though he were sinking into a thick mire. Even breathing became a struggle. His once proud speed, under such pure pressure, was diminished by nearly 30%. I cannot allow myself to be led by him. Trunks instantly made a decision. Facing an opponent like Scarecrow, who had maximized both strength and defense, falling into his rhythm would only lead to certain defeat. He must take the initiative. Huh. Trunks let out a fierce shout. Fiery energy erupted from within him, shooting skyward. Although not as dense as Scarecrow's aura, the Saiyan energy resembled a sword being drawn from its sheath, tearing through the pressure that surrounded him. Now is the time. Trunks transformed once more into a silver flash, charging towards Scarecrow. With the Wangja Jifeng in hand, bolstered by his momentum, the sword's brilliance surged, racing towards Scarecrow's seemingly unguarded chest. In the face of this lightning-fast strike, Scarecrow's rugged visage remained utterly unchanged. He did not even attempt to evade. Instead, he merely lowered the massive battle axe that lay across his chest slightly. Clang! A deafening crash, akin to a resounding bell, reverberated throughout the arena. Sparks flew. Trunks felt an overwhelming force of recoil surge from his sword into his arm. His full-throttle thrust had been effortlessly deflected by Scarecrow's broad axe face, leaving no trace behind. What? Trunks' pupils dilated in disbelief. How could this be? He knew better than anyone the sharpness of Wangja Jifeng. Coupled with his explosive energy, this strike would have pierced through even the toughest alloy. Yet now it was so easily thwarted. Little brat, I have already warned you, Scarecrow's booming voice echoed in Trunks' ears. At this moment, he slowly raised his other massive fist, enveloped in thick, earthy yellow energy, akin to a falling meteor. AM invincible. Boom. This punch, though not swift, carried an unmatched momentum that sealed all avenues of evasion. There was no escaping it. In this critical moment, Trunks had no choice but to relinquish his long sword. Crossing his arms defensively over his chest, concentrating all his energy into a single point to withstand this blow. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Trunks' body was sent flying as if struck by a speeding locomotive, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena several dozen meters away. The tremendous impact forced him to roll multiple times before he finally came to a halt. Gasping for breath, Trunks struggled to support himself with his sword. Slowly kneeling on one knee, panting violently, he felt as though his arms were on the verge of breaking, pain radiating through him. Just one punch, and he had sustained such severe internal injuries. Trunks. From the spectator stands, Bulma let out a terrified scream. Goten's face was etched with disbelief. He pondered introspectively, questioning if that punch had landed on him. He would likely fare no better. In the arena, Scarecrow slowly lowered his fist, observing the kneeling figure in the distance. His eyes devoid of triumph, instead reflecting a hint of admiration. Remarkably, he had not been knocked off the stage. He spoke slowly. Kid, your bones are indeed far tougher than I had anticipated, worthy of the royal Saiyan blood flowing through your veins. For this alone, you have earned my respect. As he spoke, he hefted the enormous battle axe once more, advancing step by step towards Trunks. As a gesture of gratitude, I shall deliver my strongest strike to send you off, ensuring your defeat is without reproach. With each stride he took, the earthy yellow aura surrounding him solidified further. The black battle axe in his grasp began to emanate a chilling, destructive aura. The entire arena fell silent. It was evident to all that the victor was already determined. Trunks could no longer withstand Scarecrow's long-prepared, earth-shattering blow. Was it to end here? Tears glistened in Bra's eyes. Yet, just when everyone believed Trunks was at his last stand, that kneeling figure suddenly emitted a low, beast-like laughter. He raised his head slowly. His golden bangs were matted with sweat and blood, clinging messily to his forehead. Yet, within those azure eyes, there was not a trace of despair or surrender. Instead, they burned with an unprecedented, fervent fire. Send off? Trunks' voice was hoarse, yet the battle intent within it surged like a volcano ready to erupt. Not by a long shot. He pushed off the ground with the king's edge, gradually standing tall once more. He gazed at the approaching Scaros, a smirk of pride and madness playing at the corners of his mouth. You are correct. Pure power is indeed formidable. However, he positioned the king's edge across his chest, his left hand gently gliding over its cold blade. What flows through the veins of us earthlings is a pride that can never be crushed by any force. Accompanied by his defiant roar, a surge of golden energy erupted from within him, more ferocious, more potent, and sharper than before. This aura even bore a hint of divine oppression that transcended ordinary Saiyans. What is this? A Super Saiyan? Impossible. The legendary Super Saiyan appears only once every millennium. How could he? The audience erupted in murmurs. Meanwhile, the ever-composed Lands in the VIP section stood up abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. So, it is true. You have all learned. In the contestants' preparation area, the previously meditative Paku slowly opened his pale golden eyes, finally directing his gaze towards the figure in the arena. Oh, a curious smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Is it finally beginning? Chapter 102, The Power of the Super Saiyan. The golden aura transformed. No longer the thin and sharp light of before. It became dense and tumultuous, akin to molten gold erupting from Trunks' body, soaring into the heavens. The once soft purple hair now stood upright, ignited into a brilliant golden flame. His originally azure eyes were replaced by a fierce, cold emerald green. An unprecedented, kingly presence emanated from him, enveloping the arena like a tangible shockwave. Boom, boom, boom. Scaro's heavy footsteps faltered under this oppressive aura, unable to advance further. For the first time, his rugged face displayed an expression of awe, akin to a mortal encountering a deity. What power is this? He could distinctly sense the energy radiating from the young man before him had undergone a profound transformation. This was no longer mere energy. It was a higher essence, imbued with divinity and destruction, sending shivers deep into his soul. A Super Saiyan? All the Saiyans in the audience were astonished. Scaros murmured, recalling tales he had heard from cosmic traders before Namek was destroyed about the ancient, mythical legend of the Saiyan race. It was said that among the Saiyans, a once-in-a-millennium ultimate warrior with golden hair would emerge, possessing the terrifying power to obliterate stars, the strongest warrior in the universe. Scaros had always believed that to be an exaggerated, ethereal myth. But now, the scene before him declared that the legend was indeed true. How does it feel? Trunks spoke slowly, his voice now deep and metallic, devoid of emotion. He did not even glance at Scaros, merely raising his left hand to observe the palm enveloped in golden energy, seemingly savoring this newfound, surging power. This is, he gradually clenched his fist, our true power. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from the observer's sight. Swiftly, faster than any moment before, surpassing the threshold of speed that 99% of the audience could perceive. Scaro's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. His formidable combat instincts triggered a primal roar, and without a second thought, he swung the massive battle axe in a desperate attempt to force Trunks' figure into view. Yet it was all in vain. His axe merely sliced through a wisp of afterimage. Too slow. A cold voice, akin to the whisper of death, suddenly echoed in his ear. Scaro's body froze instantly. He had no time to turn around. A fist, enveloped in a golden aura and seemingly lacking in bulk, has lightly imprinted itself upon the solid expanse of his back like a mountain. Immediately thereafter, an unparalleled, oceanic surge of terrifying power erupted. The impact was deafening. There was no semblance of technique, merely the sheer, absolute force crushing everything in its path. The proud, earth-like ochre aura surrounding Sikilo was instantaneously pierced, akin to fragile paper. Before the might of that golden fist, his formidable muscles, capable of withstanding the onslaught of energy blasts, felt as though they had been struck head-on by a colossal siege hammer, causing his entire back to cave inward. A torrent of green blood erupted from his mouth. His body, like a cannonball, was propelled backward at a speed surpassing that of Trunks when he was sent flying. The thundering crash of his robust form against the opposite edge of the arena sent shockwaves through the solid alloy platform, causing it to ripple violently, as if it were merely the surface of water. One strike. Just a single strike. A frontal onslaught that shattered all defenses. The entire arena, filled with 500,000 spectators, fell into a stunned silence. All eyes were wide, minds blank, grappling with the astounding scene before them. What had just transpired? The Titan Sakaluo, who had previously dominated Trunks like a god of war, had been obliterated in a single blow. Was this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? A spectator murmured in a trembling voice, echoing the thoughts of everyone present. Is such an unreasonable, overwhelming power truly attainable by mere warriors? This is nothing short of divine. In the VIP section, Kabuna's face, usually adorned with a duplicitous smile, darkened for the first time, his gaze fixated upon the figure radiating golden light on the arena floor. Filled with envy and greed. Behind him, Lance silently clenched his fists. The pride of Earthlings? Trunks, you are indeed stronger than I ever imagined. On the stage, Trunks slowly withdrew his fist, his emerald eyes coldly observing the distant figure struggling to rise, ultimately collapsing in defeat. He did not seek to annihilate. As he had stated, he merely aimed to reclaim their lost pride. Turning away, his golden aura gradually receded. His golden hair and emerald eyes faded back to their original hues. As if the ultimate warrior, resembling a deity, had merely been an illusion to the crowd. He took a breath, glancing at the judging panel. His voice, though somewhat weak, exuded undeniable authority. The results can now be announced. The referee, awakening from his stupor, glanced at Sakaluo, who had completely lost consciousness. Then at the Saiyan prince who had wrought this miracle. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to lift the flag in his hand. Shouting with exhaustion, the victor, the warrior from Earth, the supreme son of Vegeta, Trunks. Chapter 103. The next battle, Lance versus Paluto, the supreme son of Vegeta. The referee's hoarse declaration, filled with awe and fervor, struck the arena like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating immense waves throughout. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into cheers. The son of Vegeta. He is indeed the descendant of Prince Vegeta. No wonder. No wonder he could transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. This is the true royal bloodline. So powerful. This is the king we Saiyans should follow. The fervor of the crowd is easily swayed. When legend and legitimacy intertwine perfectly, Trunks was instantly enveloped in a dazzling aura, dubbed the rightful destiny. Countless Saiyans rose spontaneously from their seats, paying the utmost respect to the figure on the stage. Slightly weakened, yet still standing resolute. In this moment, he was no longer just a warrior from Earth. He was the one and only prince of the new planet Vegeta. In the VIP section, Kabuna's expression darkened to an almost dripping gloom. He shot a fierce glare at the self-assertive referee, his murderous intent glaringly evident. Yet he could not unleash his wrath. The will of the people had already been ignited. Any attempt to suppress this fervent emotion would be akin to inviting disaster upon oneself. Humph, a bunch of foolish individuals. Kabuna scoffed inwardly, redirecting his gaze to his son, who remained as calm as still water. Legends. Legitimacy. In the face of absolute power, these notions are utterly worthless. Lance, go forth and show these deluded fools who the true god of this planet will be. Lance said nothing, merely inclined his head slightly to his father. Then, he turned and walked step by step toward the arena. Meanwhile, in the resting area of the Bardock city-state, fury was already boiling over. That brat Trunks dared to injure Brother Sakaluo like this. He must not be spared. Brother Paluto, in the next match, make sure to tear that pretty boy Lance to shreds. A voice filled with rage echoed among the uproar. A towering figure slowly rose, Paluto, the wild beast. Ignoring the shouts of his companions, he focused intently on Trunks, who had descended from the stage and was being supported by Goten and others. From that golden figure, he felt an exhilarating primal thrill coursing through his veins. A Super Saiyan? The legends are true, and as Saiyans, we too should aspire to reach such heights. Yes, we certainly can. Paluto grinned, revealing a smile brimming with bloodlust. Then, he turned his gaze toward the opponent approaching him, adorned in splendid attire. But first, let me warm up by dealing with you, you soft noble. The third match. Lance, the grandson of the regent from the Monai city-state, versus Paluto from the Bardock city-state. The match begins. Lance, you are nothing but a weakling hiding behind your father's coattails. Paluto bellowed as he entered the arena, unable to contain his signature ferocious roar. A dark red aura, filled with destruction and rage, erupted from his being like a volcanic eruption. His muscles visibly swelled, veins like coiling dragons appearing beneath his bronze skin. It felt as though an ancient beast, imprisoned for millennia, was awakening within him. Your earthling companion is indeed formidable, so strong that it's making my blood boil. Paluto grinned, a smile filled with a thirst for blood, pointing to his chest with his thick thumb. But you are different. The nauseating aristocratic air around you made me want to stomp your pretentious face into the mud from the very first glance. In the face of Paluto's unabashed, nearly accusatory provocation, Lance maintained his calm demeanor, his expression betraying no hint of agitation. He didn't even react immediately with his own energy. He stood there silently, his profound gaze fixed calmly upon the man before him, who had succumbed to a state of frenzy. Gradually, he raised his right hand. The cacophony of wild dogs echoed around him as he softly uttered a few words. Although his voice was subdued, it struck like a spark ignited in sizzling oil, instantly igniting the already volatile wrath of Paluto. You seek death. Paluto nearly spat out those words through clenched teeth, no longer willing to engage in idle chatter. He roared in fury and stamped his foot with tremendous force. The unyielding alloy arena yielded beneath his furious kick, creating a vast, spiderweb-like crater. His body surged forward like an uncontrollable battering ram, imbued with a fierce determination to shatter everything in his path as he charged towards Lance. This was the embodiment of sheer brutality, Paluto's most primal and terrifying technique, consolidating all his rage into a singular point, transforming his body into an indomitable weapon. Faced with such a devastating blow capable of crushing steel, Lance's expression finally tightened with gravity. He chose not to withstand the onslaught. His seemingly frail form lacked the capacity to confront a being of pure power like Paluto head-on. Just as the massive figure was about to collide with him, Lance's silhouette glided sideways, as light as a feather dancing in the wind. Swift and graceful, he evaded the charge. The earth-shattering impact of Paluto's assault missed its target, crashing violently into the protective barrier on the opposite side of the arena. The immense energy shield trembled under the force, emitting a disconcerting hum that sent shivers through the audience. What a terrifying display of power. This creature was akin to a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, utterly astonished by Paluto's unrelenting raw strength. Yet, before they could fully absorb the spectacle, Paluto slowly regained his footing from the barrier. He shook his dazed head and turned, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Lance once more. However, merely evading would not secure victory. As he voiced this thought, Paluto charged again, but this time, he did not advance in a straight line. His feet traced peculiar zigzags across the arena, darting left and right, akin to a phantom, rapidly closing the distance on Lance. His seemingly cumbersome body exhibited a remarkable agility and combat finesse that belied its appearance. What? He can move at such high speed. This was madness. This fellow was a powerhouse devoid of any weaknesses. The audience erupted in further cries of astonishment. Confronted with Paluto's unexpected maneuver, Lance's face finally revealed a trace of seriousness. He no longer remained stationary. With a surge of energy, he transformed into a white shadow, darting across the arena in an attempt to re-establish distance from Paluto. For a moment, the arena was ablaze with a red and white blur, two figures like intertwined bolts of lightning, fiercely chasing and colliding with one another. Boom, boom, boom. Paluto's attacks were simple yet brutal. Each punch and kick reverberated through the air with a deafening crack, possessing the terrifying strength to shatter the very arena beneath them. Although his speed lagged behind that of top-tier competitors like Trunks, the sheer breadth of his relentless, hurricane-like assaults compensated for this deficiency. Several times, Lance narrowly escaped the savage winds of Paluto's fists, the hem of his attire torn asunder in the process. He was being suppressed. Paluto was unyieldingly dominating him with the most unrefined, raw force imaginable. Ha! Run! Why aren't you running now, you pampered noble? Paluto bellowed with glee amidst his frenzied assault. The thrill of cornering those self-proclaimed geniuses with absolute power and gradually driving them to despair was his utmost delight. Stop this! With a furious shout, Paluto's speed surged once more. In a fleeting moment of intersection, he anticipated Lance's next evasive maneuver. A massive hand, reminiscent of a fan, lunged towards Lance's shoulder with an air of inevitability. This time, there was no escape. Lance's pupils dilated in a moment of panic. In that dire moment, he ceased to evade and instead twisted his body, bracing himself against the impending hand. Simultaneously, a foreboding mass of dark violet energy, akin to ink, coalesced in his palm. Yet, Paluto's combat experience was far richer than Lance had imagined. Just as Lance's hand was about to imprint on his chest, Paluto abruptly released his grip. transforming his grasp into a fist, and struck Lance's abdomen with an angle that defied all principles of human biomechanics. Thud! The sound echoed like a heavy hammer striking a taut drum. Lance's body bent sharply, resembling a boiled shrimp. For the first time, genuine pain flickered across his typically serene face. A small spurt of blood involuntarily escaped his lips. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing onto the arena floor several dozen meters away. Meanwhile, Paluto merely had a small patch of his combat attire corroded by Lance's violet energy, revealing unscathed bronze skin beneath. In that instant, victory appeared all but assured. Prince Lance, Duke Modrak, who had been intently observing the battle from the VIP section, could no longer contain his composure and leapt from his seat, his face etched with concern. Conversely, Cabona remained stoic, his expression inscrutable. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. No one had anticipated such a lopsided contest. The most promising genius of the city-state of Monet was being thoroughly overwhelmed. Paluto gradually lowered his fist, gazing at the distant figure struggling to rise, a smile of disdain and disappointment crossing his features. TCH, how dull. He spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva onto the ground. I expected you, this so-called genius exalted by the old geezers, to possess greater prowess. Is this all you can muster? As he spoke, he advanced step by step towards Lance, resembling an executioner poised to deliver a final verdict. It's over, noble prince. Fear not, I shall not kill you. I shall merely break your limbs, and then, like a dead dog, cast you from this arena. Let all witness how fragile your so-called noble pride truly is. A chilling shadow loomed over the fallen Lance. A sense of despair began to permeate throughout the arena. However, just as Paluto stood before Lance, raising his foot capable of crushing steel to conclude the bout, the figure on the ground, seemingly devoid of any will to resist, suddenly stirred. He slowly lifted his head. On that handsome face, marred by dust and blood, there was not a trace of despair or pain. Instead, it evoked a chill. A wild dog is merely a wild dog. Lance's voice was somewhat weak, yet the pride within it remained undiminished. One can never learn to use their intellect. What did you say? Paluto's raised foot suddenly paused, a flicker of confusion and unease crossing his eyes. I said. Lance slowly extended his right hand. That hand, which had just been struck by Paluto's punch, stained with his blood. You have taken the bait. Chapter 104. The Curse of Divine Blood taken the bait? What does that mean? Paluto instinctively lowered his gaze to Lance's outstretched right hand, tainted by his own blood. Then, his pupils constricted to the size of pinheads. He beheld Lance's palm, where a pool of blood, which should have been vibrant red, was now being consumed at a visible rate by a bizarre, living, purple-black energy. In the blink of an eye, that crimson blood vanished entirely, replaced by a ball of ominous, deathly purple-black light. An eerie sensation, as if a bloodline connection was being forged, coursed from that orb into Paluto's body. What have you done to my blood? For the first time, a wave of fear surged from the depths of Paluto's heart. This feeling was too strange. It was as if an invisible bomb, ready to explode, had been planted within his body. It's nothing. Lance slowly stood up from the ground. He did not even wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His deep-set eyes calmly regarded the already flustered Saiyan before him. He gradually raised his right hand, cradling the purple-black orb, and suddenly clenched his fingers. At that moment, a surge of energy, alien to this world and suffused with a stench of decay and death, erupted violently within Paluto's robust frame, without warning. Aya! A heart-wrenching, inhuman wail erupted from Paluto's throat. His seemingly indestructible body, capable of withstanding energy blasts, began to crumble from within. Jagged, spiderweb-like purple-black fissures spread wildly beneath his skin. The violent, dark red aura surrounding him, akin to a volcanic eruption, was extinguished under the impact of this purple-black energy, like embers doused with water. Puff, puff, puff. Countless jets of blood erupted from every pore of his body. In mere seconds, the ferocious beast Paluto, who had previously dominated lands like a war god, collapsed onto the arena, drenched in blood, like a tattered doll, utterly powerless. His eyes lost focus, and purple-black froth continuously spilled from his mouth. The arena, filled with 500,000 spectators, fell into a deathly silence once more. Everyone stared in astonishment at this bloody and terrifying scene, a chill running down their spines. If Trunks Super Saiyan had brought them a sense of overwhelming power, then Lance's displayed ability instilled within them only the purest, primal fear emanating from the unknown. What kind of sorcery is this? A chorus of terrified and incredulous gasps erupted from the crowd. In the spectator area of Bardock City, an eerie silence prevailed. All the warriors were petrified, staring blankly at their pitiful leader on the arena floor. Their faces bore a despair far more intense than when they first witnessed Trunks' transformation. In the guest area, Wu Tian's face had lost its previous ease and excitement. His fists were clenched tightly, his expression more serious than ever. This energy is so malevolent. His sense was sharper than anyone else's in attendance. The purple-black energy, filled with deathly, negative vibes, was fundamentally opposed to the ki they cultivated. He was deliberately feigning weakness. Trunks, clutching his still aching chest, paled as he analyzed the situation. From the very beginning, his aim was not to defeat Pluto but to obtain his blood. Once he acquired even a single drop, the battle would conclude. Bulma's complexion was equally grim. She recalled the footage Duke Modrek had shown her. Remembering the vial infused into lands, the terrifying substance known as divine blood. So this is the true power of divine blood. On the arena, Lan slowly approached the nearly lifeless Pluto, towering over him. His blood-stained face remained eerily calm. I told you before, wild dogs will never learn to use their brains. His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. As he spoke, he slowly raised his foot, aiming at Pluto's immobile head. He intended to deliver a fatal blow. Stop! At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the spectator area of Bardock City. A figure rushed onto the arena, recklessly positioning themselves before Pluto. It was the Black Widow, Vera, who had previously battled Wu Tian. The allure and composure had vanished from her face, replaced by a complex expression of anger, fear, and pleading. Your Highness Lance, he has already lost. Please show mercy. Lance regarded the woman who had suddenly rushed forward, gradually lowering his foot. His deep-set eyes scanned Vera's tear-streaked face, then shifted to the near-death Pluto behind her. Ultimately, his lips curled into a mocking, emotionless smirk. He said nothing. He merely turned and walked step by step toward the edge of the arena, as if the once mighty beast beneath his feet was merely an insignificant ant, easily crushed. Only then did the referee awaken from his stupor, gazing at the boy's solitary silhouette against the bloody backdrop, swallowing hard as he raised his flag with trembling hands. The victor is Lands of the Monai City. Chapter 105. Sword and Magic on the arena. The medical personnel from Bardock City rushed in. They frantically lifted the bloodied, unconscious Pluto onto an anti-gravity stretcher for emergency treatment. Vera followed beside the stretcher, her spirit shattered as she glanced back at the direction Lands had disappeared, her charming eyes revealing despair for the first time. How terrifying. That man is no genius. He is a demon. It wasn't until the referee announced for the third time that the fourth group of contestants was to take the stage that the oppressive atmosphere in the arena slightly eased. All eyes, filled with complex emotions, focused on the last two contestants about to enter the final battle. From Veeder City, the Guardian Paku. From Bardock City, the swordsman Muxing. This was supposed to be a highly anticipated, suspenseful showdown. After all, Muxing had left an indelible impression on everyone with his elusive, ghost-like swordsmanship during the chaotic battle. However, after witnessing Trunks' Super Saiyan transformation and the enigmatic power of Lands, the fervor surrounding this match seemed to wane considerably. Indeed, many spectators had already mentally condemned the mysterious three-eyed swordsman to defeat. For his opponent was Paku, the man who had not suffered a single loss since the commencement of the competition, a figure who had not even moved an inch, exuding an aura akin to that of a deity. Under the gaze of the audience, filled with sympathy and pity, two figures slowly ascended to the stage. Mu Xing remained clad in his sleek black martial arts attire, a time-worn longsword slung at his waist, and the third eye on his forehead remained serenely closed. He resembled an extraordinary sword, sheathed yet brimming with latent prowess. At last, it was our turn. Paku gazed at the three-eyed swordsman, smiling as he broke the silence. Your sword is quite commendable, he remarked coolly. Thank you, Mu Xing replied, placing his hand upon the hilt. He was acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between himself and the man before him, yet he harbored no fear. As a swordsman, with his sword in hand, his spirit endured. Better to stand and die than to kneel and live. Paku's smile remained gentle. Are you prepared? Before his words had fully dissipated, a piercing sound rent the air, crack. Mu Xing's silhouette moved. There was no hesitation, no restraint. His first strike was his most formidable attack. In an instant, he appeared to split into three identical figures, each wielding a long sword that glimmered with a cold, eerie light. They formed a triangular formation, lunging at Paku from three distinct angles, moving with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. This was the Tianyan Lu Huan Xinjian, an unparalleled sword technique born from Mu Xing's unique three-eyed talent harmoniously fused with his swordsmanship. These three figures were not mere illusions. Each harbored a third of his strength and velocity. The interplay of reality and illusion lay within the span of his thought, rendering any adversary unable to discern truth from deception. Yet, in the face of this extraordinary swordplay, Paku's expression remained serene, his smile undisturbed. He did not even blink, standing still as if carved from stone. When the tips of the three swords were mere moments from piercing his body, he slowly raised his right hand, as if performing an exceedingly casual gesture, bringing his index and middle fingers together. With a gentle flick, he drew them forward. An action so simple it resembled shooing away an insect. There was no cataclysmic energy or earth-shattering aura. A faint golden light, akin to ripples, emanated from his fingertips and silently spread outward. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The three lightning-fast figures, along with their razor-sharp swords, suddenly froze mid-air upon encountering the golden glow, as if time and space had been utterly suspended. What? The three figures exclaimed in disbelief, feeling as though they had collided with an invisible yet indomitable wall. A gentle yet irresistibly binding force completely ensnared them, rendering them incapable of advancing even a fraction further. Indeed, Paku's gentle voice resonated again. Alas, those who wield swords. He shook his head slowly, a hint of regret in his tone, are too weak. In the next moment, he flicked his joined fingers forward with a delicate motion. Bang, bang, bang. Three crisp explosions echoed. Mu Xing's three proud illusions burst apart like punctured balloons, scattering into a myriad of shimmering specks. Pooh! At the opposite end of the stage, Mu Xing's true form staggered into view. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. His right hand, still gripping the sword, bore the marks of the shock, blood dripping steadily from his palm onto the stage. In but a single move, not even a full strike, merely a casual flick, Bada Kuchingbong's most mysterious and powerful swordsman was thoroughly defeated. Silence enveloped the arena once more, a profound stillness akin to death. Paku's power was pure, absolute, and immovable, akin to that of a deity. Could such an existence truly be vanquished by mere mortals? In the VIP section, Cabona observed the scene unfold, a genuine, fervent smile illuminating his face. "Do you see this, father?" he whispered, audible only to the two of them, pride swelling in his voice. "This is the Tovi people, the strength they have secretly amassed. This power will inevitably lead to our downfall. Driven by their fervor to restore their nation, while you seek to coexist peacefully, having long forgotten our Saiyan mission." Duke Modric's complexion had turned a deep shade of anger. His fists clenched tightly beneath his voluminous robes, his nails digging into his palms. On the stage, Mu Xing leaned on his sword, struggling to support his faltering body. He lifted his head, his two intact eyes fixed intently on the still smiling man before him. For the first time in his life, he felt an unfathomable despair emanating from a single individual. Yet even in the face of such despair, there was no glimmer of surrender in his cold gaze. He slowly closed his eyes, and at that moment, the third eye on his forehead, which had remained tightly shut, gradually opened. Chapter 106. The third eye unveils the future. On the stage, the suffocating silence of despair was shattered by a faint yet unmistakably clear heartbeat. Thud. This sound did not originate from any audience member. It came from Mu Xing's forehead, from the slowly awakening, mysterious third eye. This was no ordinary eye. Its pupil radiated a profound, cosmic purple, reminiscent of a starry nebula, with countless tiny lights swirling within, as if containing the mysteries of time and the laws of space. As this eye fully opened, an ethereal and vast aura, entirely distinct from Paku's divine presence, began to emanate from Mu Xing. Oh, for the first time, a genuine curiosity flickered across Paku's typically impassive face. He sensed that the aura of the three-eyed swordsman had not intensified. Yet, in his perception, the man's existence seemed to have become elusive and intangible, as if a part of him had transcended this dimension, entering a higher realm that could not be reached. "Is this your final trump card?" Paku inquired gently, his tone tinged with appreciation. What an intriguing eye. Mu Xing offered no response. His normal eyes remained tightly shut, as if his entire consciousness was now wholly concentrated on the newly opened third eye. Through this eye, he perceived a world entirely transformed. No longer did he see the cacophonous arena or the throngs of spectators. The entire world before him morphed into a colossal web woven from countless colored threads, each representing causality and fate. He beheld the radiant golden thread connecting Goten to the cosmos, akin to the sun itself. He beheld the noble purple lines entwined with the essence of kingship and legend that adorned Talon Kusi. He witnessed the golden main thread, representing the Saiyan bloodline. that was tainted by countless purple-black cursed lines, yet still struggled for survival, embodied by Lan Si. Finally, his gaze fell upon Pa Ku before him. What he observed was a realm of chaos. A vast vortex, composed of pure, twisted, dark golden lines brimming with destruction and fervor for restoration, was voraciously devouring everything around it, threatening to drag the entire fate of the new Vegeta planet into an endless abyss. Was this the true nature of the enemy? A sense of clarity washed over Mu Xing's heart. The future. He slowly uttered 2 words. His heavenly eye, the nebula within his pupils, began to whirl uncontrollably. He was burning his own vitality, consuming his very soul, all for the purpose of glimpsing that singular sliver of the future capable of defeating the deity before him amidst the intricate web of fate. Countless images flashed before him like shattered shards of glass in a frenzied retreat. He saw Wu Tian and Lan Si engaged in a life-and-death struggle on the arena. He witnessed Wu Tian unleash a terrifying punch, a technique he had never seen before, consolidating all his power into one. He observed Lan Si, bloodied beneath that blow, ultimately transforming into an even more domineering Super Saiyan, turning the tide of battle. He glimpsed the earth-shattering confrontation between Pa Ku and Tai Lan Si. He saw Tai Lan Si, surpassing his limits once again atop the Super Saiyan Foundation, his body entwined with golden lightning, forcing Lan Si into an unprecedented predicament. But then, the images abruptly ceased. With a sudden gasp, Mu Xing spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. The heavenly eye upon his forehead shed 2 streams of harrowing tears. The backlash from forcibly peering into the future of the divine had exceeded the limits of what his body could endure. Yet he smiled. For the first time, a relieved and contented smile graced his face, which had always been as cold as ice. So it is, he murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. The chance of victory does not lie with me. Slowly, he raised his head, using his blood-tearing heavenly eye to deeply gaze in the direction of the guest area, where Wu Tian and Tai Lan Si stood. Having completed this, he gently closed his heavenly eye. That ethereal and magnificent aura vanished in an instant. He felt as if all his essence had been drained, no longer able to maintain his grip on the long sword, which clattered to the ground. His body then languidly fell backward. However, he did not collapse upon the frigid arena. A warm hand, unknown to him, had appeared behind him, gently supporting him. It was Pa Ku. With intriguing eyes and a captivating future, Pa Ku's face retained its gentle smile, yet within that smile lay an inscrutable complexity. He carefully laid Mu Xing's body on the ground. Then, he straightened himself and calmly addressed the judging panel. I have won. Only then did the judge awaken from his stupor, gazing at this scene filled with strangeness and zen-like tranquility. He swallowed hard and ultimately raised the flag high above his head. The victor, Pa Ku of the Vital City-State. Thus, the new king's trial, the top 8 elimination round, came to a definitive conclusion. The final list of those advancing to the semifinals was also set in stone. The warriors from Earth. Sun Wu Tian, the supreme son of Vegeta, Tai Lan Si, the genius from Mo Nai City-State, Lan Si, and the guardian of Vital City-State, Pa Ku. These 4 would vie for the throne of the new Vegeta planet in the semifinals, determined through a final draw in a week. The entire arena erupted in a frenzy at the emergence of this final list. Yet, no one noticed. In the resting area of the Bada Ku City-State, Mu Xing, rescued in a hurry, slowly opened his eyes amidst Wei La's anxious calls. He struggled to grasp Wei La's hand, using his last ounce of strength to whisper in her ear a final message that could alter the entire course of battle. Tell the earthling named Sun Wu Tian to beware of Lan Si's true nature, and that the key to defeating Pa Ku lies not in power, but in his voice, which abruptly fell silent. Chapter 107, The Semifinals. A new veil of mystery. With Pa Ku's victory, the arena, which had been boiling for an entire day, gradually descended into calm. The audience departed, their minds swirling with shock and lingering excitement. Super Saiyan, the curse of divine blood, the prophecies of the heavenly eye, the divine realm. What transpired today bore an overwhelming amount of information. Each event could serve as a legendary topic of discussion for the Saiyans and all intelligent races on the new Vegeta planet in the months to come. Furthermore, the emergence of the semi-finalists had propelled the anticipation to an unprecedented peak. Sun Wu Tian, Tai Lan Si, Lan Si, Pa Ku. These 4 individuals nearly epitomized the pinnacle of all different power systems present in this trial. What cataclysmic clashes would their encounters yield? No one could foresee. In the contestants' lounge, The atmosphere starkly contrasted with the external clamor, growing somewhat solemn. Talon Kusi had consumed the sins of beings brought by Bulma, and his injuries had fully healed. Lan Si and Pa Ku. Talon Kusi gazed at the four aligned avatars on the screen. His azure eyes no longer filled with confusion, replaced instead by an unprecedented gravity. They both possessed monstrous strength. That individual named Lan Si had abilities that were exceedingly bizarre. Wu Tian stroked his chin, recalling the scene of Lan Si battling Pa Lu Duo, feeling a lingering dread. Merely obtaining a drop of blood allowed him to launch an attack from within his body. How could one defend against such a tactic? It was indefensible. Bulma shook her head, her expression equally grave. This was an attack based on genetic corruption or, one might say, a blood curse. Unless one could completely isolate oneself from the external world with an absolute realm like Pa Ku, no flesh and blood body could be exempt from such an assault. Wasn't that invincible? Bra exclaimed in astonishment. No, there must be weaknesses. Talon Kusi analyzed in a low tone. For instance, the conditions for activation might be exceedingly stringent. Or perhaps this power imposes a tremendous burden on his own body. Indeed, Bulma nodded in agreement. But the most crucial issue is that we know nothing about this power. Until we find a way to counter it, once he acquires blood, the battle will be over. The discussion among the group fell into a brief silence. Lan Si's capabilities loomed like a mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. And compared to Lan Si's peculiarity, the invincibility displayed by Pa Ku invoked even greater despair. That Pa Ku is the most troublesome. Wu Tian stated gravely, I cannot fathom him at all. He does not utilize Ki. That is a power system I cannot comprehend. Reflecting on the scene of Pa Ku battling Mu Xing, the sensation of casually solidifying space left even this combat genius feeling a surge of helplessness. Regardless of the power system, as long as the strength is sufficiently formidable, it can undoubtedly break through. The golden fighting spirit reignited in Talon Kusi's eyes. As long as I can become stronger, as long as I can surpass the limits of Super Saiyan. Observing the indomitable flame in her son's eyes, Bulma smiled with pride. Truly, he is Vegeta's son. This unyielding spirit is simply identical. Just then, the door to the lounge was gently rapped upon. Who is it? Bula questioned curiously as she approached and opened the door. Standing outside was someone they had not anticipated, He Guofu Weila. At that moment, the charm and allure she had exhibited in the arena were nowhere to be seen. Clad in a black, form-fitting outfit, she appeared both striking and resolute. Yet the pallor of her complexion betrayed her tumultuous emotions. I seek Sun Wu Tian. Wei La's voice came out hoarse. You're looking for me? Wu Tian pointed to himself, bewildered. Without further ado, Wei La strode directly to Wu Tian, her gaze laden with a complicated mixture of gratitude, reverence, and a hint of pleading. May we converse privately? Wu Tian hesitated, glancing at Bu-Er Ma and Talon Kusi. Bu-Er Ma nodded slightly. Thus, Wu Tian followed Wei La into the corridor outside the lounge. Thank you, Wei La began after a moment of silence. During the match, you refrained from striking too hard. Ah, that was nothing, Wu Tian scratched his head. We bear no animosity. It was merely a competition. His naive response rendered Wei La's expression even more intricate. She inhaled deeply, as if resolving to convey something significant. I am here to relay a message from Mu Xing. Wu Tian recalled the enigmatic, three-eyed swordsman. How is he? He is gravely injured. The power of the Tian Yin has nearly depleted his life force. Whether he survives remains uncertain. A flicker of sorrow crossed Wei La's eyes. Before he fell unconscious, he used his last strength to tell me to inform you. She paused, carefully enunciating the cryptic message that had stumped her and all the warriors of Badaku City. Be cautious of Lan Si, and the key to defeating Pa Ku lies not in strength, but in. With that, she did not linger, bowing deeply to Wu Tian. That is all I have to say. Take care of yourself. She then turned and vanished down the corridor without a backward glance, leaving Wu Tian standing in place. Brow furrowed as he pondered those two enigmatic statements. Be cautious of Lan Si. What of Lan Si? Is it that purple-black energy of his? But we already know about that. The key to defeating Pa Ku lies not in strength, but in what? Wu Tian could not fathom the meaning. These two hints appeared to offer direction, yet felt utterly vague. He scratched his head and returned to the lounge, recounting Wei La's words verbatim to Bu-Er Ma and the others. Be cautious of Lan Si. Talon Kusi echoed, equally perplexed. What kind of hint is that? Did Mu Xing leave incomplete words? Very likely, Bu-Er Ma analyzed. He forcibly peered into the future, which surely backfired on him. It is already remarkable that he could leave behind these two fragmented statements. But what use is that? Bulma exclaimed, somewhat dejected. Everyone knows to be wary of Lan Si. And as for Pa Ku, if it's not about strength, how can we defeat him? Are we supposed to talk him to death? While her critique held some truth, it only deepened the somber atmosphere. Indeed, what could be Lan Si's unknown trump card? How shall we unravel the enigma of Pa Ku? A dense fog of uncertainty enveloped all their minds. Enough with the long faces. At that moment, Wu Tian, who had been silent, suddenly broke into a smile. His radiant grin instantly dispelled the gloom in the room. If we can't comprehend it, then why dwell on it? He said, counting on his fingers with a carefree demeanor. When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it, regardless of their schemes. We just need to become stronger. Strong enough to shatter all their plots with a single punch. This straightforward yet sagacious declaration from the Sun family left Ma and Lan Kusi momentarily stunned. Soon, they exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, it seems we had fallen into a trap of our own thinking. Faced with an absolute disparity in power, any strategy becomes futile. Conversely, Wu Tian was correct. Lan Kusi clenched his fists anew, his eyes ablaze with the fire of battle. Rather than fantasizing here, it is better to seize the time to train. Let us grow stronger within a week. Absolutely. It's time to eat. I'm starving. Wu Tian exclaimed, patting his belly. You glutton. Bulma rolled her eyes at him, though her lips betrayed a hint of a smile. The heavy atmosphere dissipated. The group regained their spirited demeanor, marching resolutely toward the dining hall. However, trailing behind, Wu Tian's smile gradually faded in an unnoticed corner. Within the depths of his eyes flickered a glimmer of profound insight, one not befitting his age. Was Lan Si truly as carefree and oblivious as he appeared? No. The moment he heard those two fragmented statements, he had already formed two vague answers in his heart. Lan Si must be concealing some ultimate technique. The key to defeating Pa Ku lies not in strength, but in speed. For when Mu Xing uttered those words, his Tian Yin had last focused upon two individuals, Lan Kusi and Sun Wu Tian. Chapter 108. The Drawl of Fateful Confrontation. As night descended, the twin purple moons, one large and one small, of the new Vegeta planet ascended into the sky, casting a gentle yet mysterious glow over the city, rich with battle and glory. In stark contrast to the daytime's fervent tumult, the nocturnal metropolis appeared exceptionally tranquil. Only a few high-end floating restaurants remained brightly lit, extending their lavish services to distinguished guests from across the cosmos. Wow, delicious. This roasted meat is absolutely exquisite. In one of the restaurant's opulent private rooms, Wu Tian was unceremoniously devouring a massive, sizzling leg of an unknown beast, his cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk as he mumbled his delight. Before him, the platter piled high resembled a small mountain. Slow down. No one is vying with you. Across from him, Bulma disdainfully handed him a napkin while shooting him an exasperated glance with her striking blue eyes. This fool, a god of war and battle, transforms into a 3-year-old child at the dining table. It's just too delicious. Wu Tian wiped his mouth and quickly set his sights on a newly arrived platter of golden fruit, exuding an alluring fragrance. Wu Tian is right. Lan Kusi smiled, cutting a small piece of exquisite steak and elegantly placing it in his mouth. The ingredients here were indeed of the universe's highest caliber. After an entire day of combat, it was time to replenish their energy. Though he spoke of replenishing energy, his pace of eating, compared to Wu Tian's whirlwind consumption, was akin to that of a tortoise. Speaking of which, that woman named Wei La truly keeps her promises, Bulma remarked, gently swirling her glass of red wine as she watched the frolicking younger generation with a satisfied smile. Not only did she deliver Mu Xing's last words, but she also treated us to this extravagant meal. Indeed, this lavish banquet was arranged by Wei La on behalf of the Bada city as a token of gratitude for Wu Tian's restraint during the match. Although the two mightiest warriors of the city-state of Bada, Paluto and Skuluo, withdrew from the competition due to severe injuries, they at least preserved their lives. For these fighters, who value glory above life itself, this is already the best outcome. Humph, at least she has a conscience. Bulma huffed softly, mumbling to herself while naturally pushing a piece of cake that appeared most delectable from her plate towards Wu Tian. Here, this is for you. Wow. Thank you, Bulma. Wu Tian's eyes sparkled at the sight of the cake, and he unceremoniously seized a fork to dig in. Observing this sweet and natural scene, Bulma and Trunks exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes reflecting the affectionate indulgence of elders watching their juniors. After the intense and weighty battles of the day, such a relaxed and warm moment felt extraordinarily precious. The banquet proceeded in a light-hearted and enjoyable atmosphere. They tacitly avoided mentioning the topics of lands and Paku. As Wu Tian stated, for matters that are difficult to comprehend, let the fists resolve them. Now, they needed to conserve their energy and prepare to face the semifinals in a week's time, in the best possible condition. Time flew by. The week-long break seemed to stretch longer than a century for the entire planet of New Vegeta. Discussions about the 4 finalists had reached unprecedented fervor. In every bar, every restaurant, and every training ground, people fervently debated who the strongest truly was. Some believed that Trunks, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, possessed the legendary power representing the most authentic future of the Saiyans. He would surely become king. Others argued that Lance, with his enigmatic divine blood, was an unfathomable existence. Any opponent before him was doomed. He was the true, chosen one. Even more were filled with immense expectations for the ever-hidden son, Wu Tian. In the midst of a chaotic battle, he stirred the tides with his strength. His true prowess was undoubtedly far beyond this. Of course, the one with the highest support still remained that godlike man, Paku. His strength had transcended the realm of mortal comprehension. To many, the question of who would claim the throne had long lost its suspense. They were more curious to know if anyone could compel this guardian deity to truly take a step forward. Amidst this fervent anticipation from the populace, a week later, the highly awaited draw ceremony for the top 4 finally took place at the heart of the arena. The entire arena was filled to capacity. All eyes were fixated intensely on the enormous energy sphere at the center of the stage. Wu Tian, Trunks, Lance, and Paku stood at the 4 corners of the arena, facing each other from a distance. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air. This time, there were no provocations, no confrontations. Each person's face bore a hint of solemnity. They understood that the results of this draw would directly determine who had the greater hope of reaching the ultimate throne. Ladies and gentlemen, the regal voice of Regent Madarek resonated through the sound system, echoing throughout the arena. The draw for the semifinals, which would decide the future fate of the new Vegeta planet, begins now. With his proclamation, the massive sphere at the center of the stage began to whirl furiously. The 4 golden runes representing the contestants' names chased and collided within the sphere like playful fish. Everyone's hearts raced to their throats. Finally, after several seconds of spinning, accompanied by a soft hum, the sphere abruptly ceased its rotation. The first golden name slowly emerged from the sphere. Sun Wu Tian. The crowd erupted with thunderous cheers. All gazes instantly focused on the youth clad in an orange martial arts uniform, casually waving at the audience with a carefree smile. Following that, everyone held their breath. Who would become the adversary of this unfathomable Earth youth? Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the second golden rune, alongside Sun Wu Tian's name, gradually revealed its true form. Lance. Boom! The moment Lance's name appeared on the screen, the arena exploded. The purest battle genius faced off against the most enigmatic blood curse. The flawless Sun Wu Tian against Lance's lethal strike. This confrontation was indeed the ultimate clash of spear and shield. The crowd went wild. They never anticipated that the very first draw would yield such a kingly combination. In the VIP section, Kabono wore a cold, confident smile, while Bulma and Bula's faces paled, their hands tightly clenched together. How could this be? How could he be the one drawn? Yet, the wheel of fate would not halt for anyone's will. Amidst the still echoing uproar of the audience, the last 2 names also emerged, undoubtedly appearing on the other side of the screen. The supreme son of Vegeta, Trunks, against the guardian deity of Whiter City, Paku. The legend against the divine. When these 2 fateful matchups were clearly presented before the 500,000 spectators, a brief, deathly silence ensued. Then, the entire planet seemed poised to be overturned by the explosive, tsunami-like cheers and screams that followed. Oh my! Sun Wu Tian against Lance. Trunks against Paku. This matchup is even more thrilling than the finals. The ultimate confrontation of spear and shield. The fateful battle between legend and divinity. This is absolutely exhilarating. Buy tickets. I would spend everything to secure a ticket for this match. The audience was completely engulfed in a sea of madness. On the stage, The expressions of the four participants were each unique. Trunks, seeing his name beside Paku's, felt no fear. Instead, a fierce determination ignited within his azure eyes. For him, challenging a deity was the innate destiny of a Saiyan. Paku maintained his gentle smile, calmly glancing at Trunks, nodding slightly as if merely confirming the next opponent he would face. Meanwhile, Wu Tian stared at the name lands on the screen, his signature carefree smile gradually fading. In its place emerged an expression of excitement and gravity, recognizing a worthy rival. Lance. He turned to gaze at the other corner of the stage, where the elegantly dressed boy, perpetually composed, stood. Lance seemed to sense his gaze and slowly turned his head. Their eyes met. In the air, invisible sparks collided fiercely. Son Wu Tian. Lance spoke slowly, his voice cold and calm, devoid of any emotion. I am eager to know what your blood tastes like. Faced with this provocative and menacing declaration, Wu Tian felt no anger. He simply grinned widely, displaying a smile brimming with sunshine and combat spirit. Want to taste my blood? That will depend on. He gradually clenched his fist, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. Your teeth, are they hard enough? Boom. Two completely distinct yet equally formidable forces collided with a thunderous roar. The semifinals had yet to commence, but the terrifying aura, potent enough to warp space itself, had already left the audience gasping for breath. Another arduous week had passed. The entire Goku and Vegeta planet was steeped in an atmosphere of fervor and tension, akin to the calm before a storm. At last, the first match of the semifinals, the much-anticipated duel between Genius and Demon, was officially underway. As Sun Wutian and Lance took to the arena once more, the entire Coliseum, with its 500,000 seats, was filled to capacity. Even standing tickets around the periphery were being sold at astronomical prices. Everyone was eager to witness this monumental clash that would be etched in history. Semifinal Match 1. Sun Wutian vs. Lance. The match began. With the authoritative declaration of Regent Modric, the atmosphere erupted instantaneously. It was finally about to begin. In the guest area, Bra clenched her fists tightly, her small face etched with anxiety and concern. Was Wutian really going to be all right? Trunks interrupted her thoughts, his gaze unwavering as he focused on the orange figure in the arena. Wutian is much stronger than we can imagine. In the arena, Lance wasted no time on idle chatter. The moment the match commenced, a flicker of eerie purple light passed through his deep-set eyes. A denser, more ominous purple-black aura, akin to ink, slowly emanated from his body. He had directly harnessed the power of divine blood from the very beginning. Clearly in his eyes, Sun Wutian was an opponent worthy of his full effort. Come on. Lance slowly extended his right hand toward Wutian, beckoning him with a flick of his finger. Show me what progress you have made this week. As you wish. Wutian laughed heartily, his figure vanishing from sight in an instant. He surpassed the speed of sound, choosing not to engage in a leisurely bout, but rather opting for a direct and ferocious assault from the outset. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lance. A fist enveloped in fiery energy, brimming with the power to shatter mountains, surged toward Lance's handsome visage. Yet, in the face of this formidable strike, a hint of disappointment flickered across Lance's face. Foolish. He coldly uttered those two words, his body gliding sideways like a phantom, evading Wutian's determined punch with precision. In that fleeting moment, his outstretched right hand struck like a serpent, transforming into a purple-black specter, lunging toward Wutian's exposed arm with lightning speed. His intent was never to attack. It was to claim blood. Just a small scratch, just a drop of blood. The battle would be over. The hearts of all present raced with anxiety. Bra let out a short gasp. It seemed Wutian was about to repeat the tragic fate of Peruduo. However, just as Lance's finger, shimmering with ominous purple-black light, was about to make contact with Wutian's arm, an unexpected twist occurred. A scheming smile suddenly graced Wutian's lips. You fell for it. Before his words had even faded, his punch inexplicably halted in midair, defying the laws of physics. Following that, his entire body surged with explosive muscle power. Boom. A golden aura, several times more ferocious than before, erupted from within him like a bomb. Accompanied by a powerful roar, Wutian's already tremendous speed, enhanced by his Super Saiyan form, doubled once more in an instant. His body carved an incredible angle in midair. Just before Lance's fingers could touch him, he twisted his body forcefully, delivering a swift elbow strike that smashed into Lance's temple with lightning speed. Quick! Precise. Ruthless. This series of transformations flowed seamlessly, astonishingly fast. No one anticipated that Wutian's seemingly reckless frontal assault was, in fact, a trap. He had used his own body as bait. Lance's pupils constricted sharply. He never imagined that this seemingly carefree youth possessed such combat intelligence. In this split second, he had no time to mount an effective defense. In a moment of desperation, he could only rely on his instinct, concentrating the purple-black energy instantaneously around his head. Bang! A resounding crash. Like a watermelon being struck by a heavy hammer. Wutian's elbow strike, infused with Super Saiyan power, landed squarely on Lance's temple. Lance's body flew like a struck top, tumbling through the air for several rotations before he barely managed to stabilize himself at the edge of the arena. He slowly lifted his head, a trickle of crimson blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. For the first time, genuine shock flickered across his eternally calm visage. Injured. In less than 10 seconds since the battle began, the illustrious Lance had been wounded by this despicable hybrid Saiyan. What was most shocking was that he had not anticipated that a lower-class warrior's descendant could also transform into a Super Saiyan. Not only Lance, but all the Saiyans watching were rendered speechless in unison. If Trunks' transformation was destined by fate, what about Sun Wutian? Did this imply that any Saiyan, through diligent training, could also achieve transformation? Wutian then gently descended to the center of the arena, withdrawing his stance. He shook his slightly numb elbow, gazing at his grim-faced opponent, and once again donned a sunny and confident smile. Hey Lance, is this punch hard enough? Chapter 110, Divine Blood vs. Super Saiyan. Wutian's voice, filled with sunshine and provocation, echoed throughout the silent arena. Each word struck Lance's handsome, yet somber face like a resounding slap. Injured. In less than 10 seconds since the battle began, the esteemed genius of the Saiyan nobility had been wounded by this hybrid offspring of a lower-class warrior, whom he regarded as insignificant. Moreover, the opponent had also transformed into a Super Saiyan. How could this be possible? If Trunks, with the royal blood of Vegeta, could transform, that was within his realm of understanding, a predestined inevitability. But what about this Sun Wutian? What did this signify? How could a being of inferior blood dare to claim this supreme power, reserved solely for gods and kings? Within Lance's heart, a tempest of turmoil erupted. More shocking than his inner turmoil were the countless Saiyan citizens present and those watching on screens. After a brief, processor-like silence, the entire planet erupted in fervor. Another Super Saiyan. Oh my, that Sun Wutian has also become a Super Saiyan. What am I witnessing? The legends are true. There is not just one Super Saiyan. If even the descendants of lower-class warriors can transform, does that mean we can too? A warrior, with a trembling voice, posed the most unimaginable yet fervently desired question that lingered in the hearts of all present Saiyans. This query ignited like a spark, setting ablaze the pride and yearning for battle that lay dormant in the deepest veins of every Saiyan assembled. Indeed, why should it be impossible? We too are Saiyans. We possess the bloodline of warriors. Why should only the royal descendants be able to transform? In that moment, an invisible shackle, known as the doctrine of bloodline, shattered within the hearts of all Saiyans. A new martial gateway, brimming with infinite possibilities and hope, gradually opened before them. The atmosphere around them transformed into a frenzied fervor, and Lance's expression darkened ominously, almost dripping with disdain. He despised this rabble's revelry above all. He loathed the foolish, radiant smile on the boy's face, which seemed capable of dispelling all darkness. You have successfully provoked me. Lance slowly wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. All traces of shock and confusion vanished from his deep-set eyes, replaced by a chilling, emotionless intent to kill. Initially, I had intended to play with you a while longer. However, I have changed my mind. I want you, along with all creatures of your lowly ilk, to clearly recognize a fact. He slowly spread his arms wide, like a king about to embrace the world. The so-called Super Saiyan, before a true deity. Boom. Before the words could settle, an energy, tenfold more ferocious than the previous dark purple aura, surged forth from within him. A golden flame, laden with both sanctity and ominous foreboding, erupted violently into the sky. This golden flame was starkly different from the golden auras of Wutian and Trunks. If Wutian's golden aura was pure, wild, and as dazzling as the sun, then Lance's golden flame was akin to gold tainted by ink. Amidst the resplendent gold, countless visible tendrils of dark purple lightning, exuding an eerie and decayed essence, entwined around him. Crackle, crackle. The dark purple lightning spiraled around his body, wildly darting and exploding, corroding the alloy arena beneath him into hissing pits. His hair stood upright, transformed into a brilliant gold, yet within those golden strands, faint traces of sinister purple-black light ebbed and flowed. His eyes turned the iconic emerald green of a Super Saiyan. Yet deep within his pupils burned two flickering flames of purple-black, ghostly fire. This was an unprecedented, corrupted, and aberrant form of the Super Saiyan, tainted by the blood of the divine. How utterly devastating. Accompanied by a roar reminiscent of divine judgment, Lancey's figure vanished in an instant. No, he did not merely disappear. He appeared before Wu Tian in a manner that transcended comprehension, akin to a spatial leap, sudden and without warning. Swift. This was beyond mere speed. What? Wu Tian's pupils constricted sharply. Even his enhanced dynamic vision, amplified manifold in Super Saiyan form, could not grasp the trajectory of his movement. Instinctively, he crossed his arms defensively across his chest. Yet, it was too late. A cold hand, entwined with dark purple lightning, silently pressed against his abdomen. Then, a new, unparalleled, terrifying energy erupted, a fusion of the Super Saiyan's domineering force and the sinister corrosive power of divine blood. Boom. There was no finesse, only pure, higher-dimensional energy crushing down. Wu Tian felt as if his body were struck head-on by a star compressed to its utmost, spinning rapidly. This horrific power not only assaulted his flesh, but also a chilling, venomous dark purple energy surged from Lancey's palm, burrowing into his body like a legion of ants. One side brought annihilation, the other pollution. Wu Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood, mixed with shredded remnants of his internal organs. His body, like a meteor, was propelled backward, crashing violently against the energy shield at the arena's edge with a speed several times that of Lancey's previous retreat. Crash. The massive energy shield warped and twisted under the impact, emitting a piercing wail of distress, as if overwhelmed. Wu Tian's body slumped down, sliding off the shield and landing at the edge of the arena. His eyes began to glaze over, blood continuously spilling from his lips. In just one strike, with a mere palm, the once vibrant and powerful Sun Wu Tian was brought perilously close to unconsciousness. Silence. The entire arena, filled with 50,000 frenzied Saiyans, seemed to have their throats constricted simultaneously. All cheers and shouts ceased abruptly. The faces of the crowd were frozen in sheer horror and disbelief, as if they had witnessed a ghost. What just transpired? Was that also a Super Saiyan? Why did his Super Saiyan form manifest in such a manner? Why was his power so terrifying? Wu Tian. From the guest area, Bulma's voice pierced through the suffocating silence, filled with fear and disbelief. Tears streamed down her face like pearls spilled from a broken necklace. How could this be? Just moments ago, the spirited Wu Tian had ignited hope across the arena with his transformation, and now, in an instant, beside her, Trunks, whose face had always exuded confidence, was now replaced by sheer astonishment. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Was that also a Super Saiyan? He murmured incredulously to himself. As a fellow Super Saiyan, he could sense more acutely than anyone else the sheer terror radiating from Lancey at this moment. If his own Super Saiyan form was a manifestation of pure energy, refined and elevated from within, then Lancey's transformation resembled the unleashing of a forbidden Pandora's box. It forcibly twisted and fused the sacred power of the Super Saiyan with the malevolent force known as the blood of the gods from another dimension. This was not a simple addition. It represented a qualitative aberration. What emerged was a new, devastating, and corrupted energy of a higher dimension. Is this the true power of Lancey? Trunks' heart sank little by little. He introspected, pondering whether, if he were the one standing on the arena, facing Lance's bizarre strike that felt akin to a spatial leap, he could evade it. The answer was no. Hey, referee, announced the end of the match. Wu Tian, unable to contain his emotions any longer, abruptly rose from his seat and shouted hoarsely towards the referee. To her, the battle had already concluded. Wu Tian lay motionless in a pool of blood. Continuing the fight could truly result in his demise. However, the referee seemed oblivious to her cries, fixated instead with a look of utter disbelief upon the arena, where a figure cloaked in purple-black lightning loomed ominously, devoid of the courage to even raise his flag. On the stage, Lance slowly released the hand that had been pressed against Wutian's abdomen. He looked down upon the fallen warrior, who lay like a lifeless dog in the sanguine pool, his emerald eyes burning with disdain and revulsion. "Do you see this?" His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. "This is the insurmountable chasm between the lowly and the noble. Even if you were fortunate enough to graze the threshold of a Super Saiyan, what does it matter? The power that your wretched blood can unleash pales in comparison to the supreme might bestowed upon me by the gods." He lifted his foot, preparing to extinguish this trivial contest as one would crush a piece of refuse. The terrifying shadow enveloped Wutian's body. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire world held its breath. A profound sense of helplessness surged within the hearts of all. It was over. The Earth Boy, who had brought them boundless hope, was destined to fall at the hands of this demonic noble genius. Legends, after all, could not triumph over reality. Yet, just as Lance's foot was about to descend with the force to shatter mountains, a bloodied and dirt-streaked hand shot forth in a flash. It grasped his ankle tightly, resolutely. Lance's proud demeanor faltered abruptly. He looked down, and for the first time, disbelief flickered in his fiery eyes. The boy, who should have lost consciousness, was somehow slowly pushing his battered body upward with the only arm that still had the strength to move, struggling to rise from the blood-soaked ground. "It's not over yet." Wutian's voice emerged, raspy and weak, yet imbued with an unyielding, iron will. His golden Super Saiyan aura had long since extinguished, but within his otherwise dim black eyes, a flame ignited anew, brighter and hotter than ever before. It was an indomitable flame, belonging to Sun Wukong and his sons, forged through countless battles against foes far stronger than themselves, never once relinquishing hope. "Oh," a cruel smile crept across Lance's face. "Not dead yet. Your vitality rivals that of a cockroach." Instead of withdrawing his foot, he unleashed an even greater force, pressing down fiercely. "If you wish to die so desperately, then let me grant your wish." However, at the very moment when the force beneath his foot was about to obliterate Wutian's skull, the bloodied hand gripping his ankle erupted with a terrifying power that even startled Lance. "I told you." Wutian strained to force out a few words. "It's not over yet." A torrent of scorching blue energy, reminiscent of the sun's core and imbued with a sense of annihilation, erupted from his palm without warning. Kamehameha. It was the Kamehameha, at zero distance, an exchange of injury for injury, a gamble of life for life. In the most improbable moment, at the most unlikely place, and in the most unexpected posture, Wutian unleashed his final trump card. "Ugh!" Lance let out a pained grunt, completely caught off guard that this near-death figure still possessed the strength to unleash such formidable energy. The searing, pure energy beam consumed his entire right leg in an instant. His battle armor, reinforced with divine blood, vaporized like thin paper before the onslaught of that pure destructive energy. His calf was obliterated, reduced to a bloody mess. The excruciating pain caused the power beneath him to falter momentarily. Seizing this rare opportunity, Wutian mustered the last of his strength to roll away, creating distance between himself and Lance. He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. The recent point-blank Kamehameha had nearly exhausted his remaining energy. He felt the meridians within him ravaged by Lance's eerie purple-black energy, with his internal organs aflame with pain. At this moment, standing was a luxury he could hardly afford. Yet, he remained resolute. Slowly, he raised his head to gaze at Lance, who was clutching his mangled right leg, a look of rage and grimness adorning his face for the first time. Wutian managed to muster a feeble yet defiant smile. "Hey, Lance, now we are both unable to move. Isn't this fair?" He paused, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Chapter 112, The Arrogance of Kings. "The glory of the vanquished. Hey, Lance, now we are both unable to move. Isn't this fair?" Wutian's weak yet provocative words pierced deeply into Lance's proud heart like a vile curse. Fair. This lowly warrior, whom he regarded as mere dust, dared to speak of fairness with him. "You wretched peasant." Lance, clutching his mangled leg, which was gruesomely revealing bone, felt his expression, twisted in agony, suddenly replaced by a rage so intense it could burn everything in its path. He, the exalted son of the gods, a genius among Saiyan nobles, had been dragged down to the same level as a low-blooded wretch through mutual destruction. This humiliation surpassed even death for him. "You think this is the end?" Lance gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, slowly rising from the ground. His injured leg, aided by the divine blood's uncanny regenerative ability, began to visibly heal and regrow. Though it could not fully recover in a short time, at least the bleeding had ceased and basic mobility had returned. In stark contrast, Wu Tian's condition was far graver. The chilling purple-black energy had thoroughly invaded his internal organs, wreaking havoc on his vitality. At this moment, he could hardly muster the strength to perform another Kamehameha, let alone lift a finger. Merely maintaining a kneeling position had completely drained his will. The outcome remained unequivocal. Your resolve indeed surpasses my expectations. Lance, with great effort, limped toward Wu Tian, dragging his injured leg. With each step he took, the malice emanating from him intensified. Yet, willpower could not be transmuted into strength. The game had reached its conclusion. He stood before Wu Tian, towering over his adversary, who was now utterly drained. This time, he refrained from using his foot. Slowly, he raised his right hand, where an orb of energy, entwined with dark purple lightning and exuding an aura of annihilation, began to coalesce rapidly. He intended to obliterate the man who had brought him such profound humiliation, along with his indomitable spirit, from this world entirely. Die, he bellowed, as the energy sphere prepared to crash down. At that moment, the world seemed to have been muted. Burra's mouth formed an O, yet no sound escaped it. Trunks' eyes were filled with despair and resentment. All spectators instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear the impending brutality. However, just as the destructive energy sphere was about to make contact with Wu Tian's head, the boy, who appeared to have surrendered all resistance, suddenly summoned the last vestiges of his strength and slowly raised his head. His face bore not a trace of fear or despair. Instead, it revealed a peculiar, frail smile, reminiscent of a victor. A jolt of foreboding surged through Lance. An ominous premonition seized his heart without warning. What trickery was this fellow attempting? Surely, he had no cards left to play. Hey, Lance, Wu Tian's voice was scarcely audible. Do you know of a technique called the descending palm? What was that? For a brief moment, Lan's mind went blank. And in that instant, calamity struck. A colossal shadow, brimming with unbridled fury and ferocity, had appeared directly above Lan's head. It was an enormous golden fist. No, it was not merely a fist. It was a person, a figure, gathering all their strength into their right fist, plummeting from thousands of meters above with a velocity that surpassed all human reflexes. Trunks, who had been observing from the audience, "Get away from Wu Tian," came a roar filled with boundless rage. Before anyone could react, Trunks struck. His timing was impeccable, just as Lance had focused all his attention on Wu Tian. Believing the outcome was settled, and had relaxed his guard, this punch encapsulated the pride of a Saiyan prince. It embodied his protective instincts for his comrades. Moreover, it crystallized his profound fury toward Lan's callous disregard for life. What? Lance looked up abruptly. What he saw was a furious iron fist, engulfed in pure golden flames, rapidly enlarging in his vision. It was too swift, so fast that he had no time to contemplate or react. His previously dissipated defensive energy, due to his negligence, could not coalesce in such a fleeting moment. He could only watch helplessly as the iron fist, a harbinger of judgment, descended upon him. Boom. A sound more thunderous and terrifying than any collision that had preceded it erupted. Trunks' fist, infused with his entire being, struck Lance squarely on the crown of his head. There was no explosion, no release of energy, only the most unadulterated and extreme physical impact. Lance's body stiffened abruptly. All the rage, disdain, and arrogance that had burned in his purple-black eyes crystallized in an instant. Then, like shattered glass, it fragmented, giving way to pure emptiness. With weakened knees, he collapsed before Wu Tian like a gelatinous creature deprived of its bones. His resplendent golden hair, interspersed with purple-black glimmers, swiftly faded back to its original black hue. The aura surrounding him dissipated as if punctured, vanishing without a trace. Thus, at the brink of victory, he was vanquished by his own hubris. Silence enveloped the arena, plunging it once more into a profound stillness. All present were left astounded, their minds rendered incapable of processing the dramatic turn of events. What transpired? Why had Trunks intervened? The referee had yet to declare a victor. Had Lance truly lost? After a prolonged silence, someone finally reacted. No, Trunks has committed a foul. The match is not over. He cannot attack the competitors. Indeed, this was cheating. The victor should have been Prince Lance. He had simply been careless. A rematch is necessary. The nobles from the Kabuna faction reacted first, rising from their seats in a flurry of furious protests and roars. Meanwhile, the referee, having emerged from his shock, glanced at the unconscious Lan sprawled on the ground, then at the half-kneeling, barely conscious Trunks, and finally at Wutian, who could not even sit up. A look of profound difficulty crossed his face. According to the rules, Trunks' actions were indeed a severe violation. Yet, just as he prepared to raise the flag symbolizing Lan's victory, a frail yet authoritative voice resonated from the edge of the arena. I concede. It was Wutian, who, with the last remnants of his strength, laboriously raised his hand toward the referee. I have lost this match. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. All the nobles who had previously been shouting and protesting were suddenly rendered mute, as if a hand had clutched their throats. They could question the rules. They could challenge the referee, but they could not dispute the declaration of defeat from a warrior's own lips. Wutian had, through his indomitable will, incapacitated Lance. Yet, it was his magnanimity that garnered the respect of all. The referee regarded the boy, whose face bore a serene smile, and then cast his gaze upon the prince, who had acted fiercely for his comrades. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply, mustering all his strength, and raised the flag high, proclaiming with unprecedented reverence to the cosmos the final outcome of this brutal confrontation. The victor is Lance. Chapter 113. Aftermath and a new storm. The victor is Lance. When the referee's voice, imbued with respect, echoed throughout the arena, time seemed to freeze. The nobles, who had been raging moments ago, now felt as though they had been struck, their faces aflame, rendered speechless. Had they won? Indeed, by the rules, Lance was the victor. Yet, they gazed upon the figure of Lance, now crumpled before Wutian like a defeated dog, completely unconscious, and contrasted it with Wutian, who, despite his injuries, had willingly admitted defeat and earned the respect of all. What manner of victory is this? It is, in fact, far more humiliating than a straightforward defeat. Kabona's countenance had darkened, resembling the tempestuous sky before a storm. With a resounding crash, he shattered the goblet in his grasp, the crimson liquid mingling with shards of glass, spilling across the ground. Useless. He fixed his gaze upon the luminescent screen, where his unconscious son was being carried away by medical personnel on a stretcher. His eyes ablaze with a fury and disappointment that seemed almost palpable. How could he have been driven to such depths by a mere lowborn wretch? How could a moment's negligence result in him being incapacitated on the arena floor by another Saiyan in such a demeaning manner? This was undeniably the greatest blemish in Kabona's life. Beside him, Regent Modrek remained silent, his murky yet profound eyes neither casting a glance at his vanquished grandson nor at the equally limp Goten being borne away. His attention was solely fixed on the figure silently descending from the arena, supporting Goten's stretcher. The exalted son of Vegeta, Trunks, that iron fist, descending from the heavens like the wrath of a monarch, stirred a long-buried tremor within the seasoned regent. The future of the Saiyans. He lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the steam, murmuring to himself in a tone only he could hear, suggesting that this matter might be far more intriguing than he had anticipated. In the aftermath of the battle, the atmosphere within the premier medical facility was laden with gravity. Goten lay quietly in a fully enclosed medical pod, his body adorned with various tubes, submerged in a pale green restorative fluid. Outside the pod, Bra supported her chin with her hands, worry etched upon her face, her azure eyes swollen and red from tears. "Mom, is Goten really going to be okay? Do not fret, dear child," Bulma reassured her, her voice steady as she deftly manipulated a series of complex data streams on a nearby screen. "You know the resilience of a Saiyan. As long as he hasn't drawn his last breath, a soak in the medical pod will only render him stronger upon awakening." Though her words were light, Bulma's brow remained furrowed. Strange. She gazed at the life signs represented on the screen, her expression deepening in perplexity. "Trunks, come here." She beckoned to Trunks, who was anxiously waiting by the entrance of the gravity chamber. "What is it, Mom?" Trunks approached swiftly, concern etched on his face. "Look here." Bulma pointed to a segment of the energy analysis graph on the screen, displaying a nearly imperceptible purplish-black waveform. "This is a residual sample of divine blood energy extracted from Goten's body. The structure of this energy is quite peculiar. It appears to possess a form of self-awareness, rife with corrosive and contaminating attributes." Bulma's expression tightened further. "Most critically, during my analysis of its energy composition, I detected an exceedingly minute, yet eerily familiar energy fluctuation. As she spoke, she swiftly navigated through the archives to reveal a long-buried document. When the energy spectrum of that document was juxtaposed with the divine blood's energy spectrum, Trunks' pupils constricted sharply, for the title of that document was unmistakably inscribed, Super Dragon Ball Energy Response Report, 7th Universe Expedition Period. While the majority of the energy compositions in both spectra were starkly different, at the very core, the foundational zero-point energy level exhibited a striking 99% similarity. How is this possible? Trunks exclaimed. Mom, are you suggesting that the power of divine blood is related to the Super Dragon Balls? I do not know. Bulma shook her head, her expression grave, but I have an inkling that there exists a profound connection between the two that we have yet to uncover. Perhaps the so-called ambassador and the ancient deity Calcitos behind him have goals that... Bulma did not finish her thought. Yet, a terrifying conjecture had simultaneously surfaced in both their minds. Just then, within the medical pod, the youth who had remained in a deep slumber finally stirred his fingers ever so slightly. He slowly opened his heavy eyelids. Don't push it, was the first phrase he uttered upon awakening. Goten, you're awake. Bra and Trunks rushed to his side. How do you feel? It feels as though I've consumed a whale and then slept for 3 days and nights. Goten stretched his limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds. He sensed that his strength had not diminished due to his injuries. Instead, it felt as though he were a dormant volcano, teetering on the brink of a cataclysmic eruption. Resurrected from the brink of death, his battle prowess surged. The irrational gift of the Saiyan race manifested itself vividly within him once more. That is wonderful, bruh. Observing his vibrant demeanor, finally broke into a smile. However, her joy was short-lived as the door to the ward was abruptly flung open. A flustered Saiyan researcher, clad in a lab coat, rushed in without even knocking. This is bad. Prince Trunks, a grave matter has arisen. The researcher's face was etched with terror and disbelief as he pointed outside, his voice trembling. Paku from the Vital City State has just transmitted a public image across the entire universe. He stated that in light of the emergence of 2 Super Saiyans, to honor the legend, the researcher swallowed hard, gazing at the recently roused son Goten with an expression of one beholding a monster. He intends to alter the final semi-final match to pit himself against both you and Mr. Son Goten, the 2 Super Saiyans. Chapter 114, The Divine Declaration. 1 verses 2. He intends to challenge both you and Mr. Son Goten, the 2 Super Saiyans. As the researcher uttered this earth-shattering declaration in a voice quaking with disbelief, the atmosphere within the top-tier medical center fell into an eerie silence. As if the very air had solidified, Bra's face, which had just moments ago been adorned with joyful tears, froze in shock. Her mouth agape, yet unable to utter a sound. Trunks, whose eyes had flickered with vengeful flames, was now left with nothing but sheer, boundless bewilderment. Even Goten, who had been exhilarated by his surge of power, found his smile frozen in place, his entire being rendered motionless. One person challenges both of us? What does this mean? Can you repeat that? Trunks stammered, struggling to process the gravity of the situation, questioning whether his ears had betrayed him due to the overwhelming mental strain. Absolutely true, Your Highness. The researcher, on the verge of tears, hastily operated his personal terminal on his wrist, projecting a massive holographic image in the center of the ward. The backdrop depicted an ethereal, pure white space. Paku, garbed in simple white robes, wore the same gentle smile reminiscent of a spring breeze. He merely stood there silently, yet through the image, everyone could sense an overwhelming presence, akin to that of a deity, radiating a terrifying aura that seemed capable of penetrating the very screen. In the imagery, Paku, with his gentle and serene voice, devoid of any turbulence, slowly proclaimed to the entire universe, "Greetings, warriors of the Saiyan race. I am Paku. The trial of the new king has afforded me the privilege to witness the birth of a legend. The Super Saiyan, a power that stirs the heart, has unveiled to me an entirely new vista along the path of martial arts. To pay my utmost respect to this magnificent legend, I have decided to submit a request to the organizers of the new king's trial. I wish to alter the rules for the final semi-final match. I shall confront 2 legendary warriors, Prince Trunks and Mr. Son Goten, simultaneously. Victory or defeat is inconsequential. My goal is solely the pursuit of the way. I eagerly anticipate our engagement in 4 days." The imagery concluded, leaving the hospital room in utter silence. If there was a sense of unreality when the researchers conveyed the message, hearing Paku's declaration in person instilled an overwhelming shock, absurd yet profoundly real, akin to a tangible shockwave crashing against the hearts of the three. Arrogance. This was an absolute confidence that transcended the very definition of arrogance. This was neither provocation nor insult. In his eyes, Goten and Trunks were indistinguishable, whether they were mere Super Saiyans or those who had surged in strength after near death. To him, having one more or one less mattered not at all. His challenge was not to the individuals themselves, but to the very essence of the Super Saiyan legend. Goten rose slowly from his hospital bed, sensing the boiling blood coursing through him. Every cell quivered with a mix of scornful anger and exhilarating anticipation. He was serious. Paku's declaration was like a supernova, explosively igniting the tranquil cosmos. The ensuing storm instantly swept across the entire new Vegeta planet and even dozens of surrounding star systems. The immediate reaction from all intelligent beings who heard the news was madness. The guardian of the city of Vegeta must have gone insane. One person challenging two Super Saiyans? What cosmic jest is this? However, as that footage spread through various channels to every corner, all doubts, mockery, and confusion gradually transformed into a chilling, profound fear. For the man in the footage remained eerily calm. His gaze, his tone, his demeanor bore no hint of frivolity or arrogance. It was as if he were stating a fact as undeniable as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. And this calmness itself was the most terrifying aspect. It suggested that he truly possessed the absolute assurance of a 1 versus 2 confrontation. At this moment, in the regent's palace, Madarek observed the tranquil figure in the white robe making the announcement, and for the first time, a hint of gravity appeared on his usually impassive face. What power have the Tovier concealed? What realm has Paku achieved? He slowly set down his teacup, lost in prolonged contemplation. He understood that events were spiraling towards an utterly unpredictable direction. Meanwhile, in the private estate of Caberna, as he watched the footage, a sinister, frenzied smile spread across Caberna's face. Huh, excellent. Paku, this is precisely what I anticipated. This is how it should be. With absolute, unmatched power. Trample upon the absurd legend of the Saiyans. Let them all see clearly. The so-called orthodoxy and talent are utterly worthless in the face of divine power. He abruptly tilted his head back, draining his cup of strong liquor, his eyes gleaming with a mad yet eager light. He could hardly wait to witness in 4 days how those two so-called Super Saiyans would be crushed like ants by Paku. The storm had already begun to brew. All contradictions, expectations, doubts, and murderous intent were fermenting wildly. Everything pointed towards the ultimate semi-final that would irrevocably alter the history of New Vegeta. Set to unfold in 4 days. Chapter 115, The Pride of the Saiyans. The Challenge. As the imagery vanished, the hospital room remained enveloped in a profound silence. The declaration of seeking the way, irrespective of victory or defeat, echoed like an incantation in the ears of the three. Such audacity. The first to shatter the silence was Bra. Her face flushed crimson with extreme anger, and her bright blue eyes blazed with unprecedented fury. What does it mean to pay respect? What does it mean to seek the way? This guy clearly considers the two of you beneath him. He believes that only together do you both qualify as his opponents. This is humiliation. Bra trembled with rage. In her heart, Goten and Trunks were the strongest. The audacity of this Paku to belittle them was even more infuriating than if he had killed her outright. Calm down, Bra. Trunks finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse. His expression equally grim. As the supreme prince of the Saiyans, how had he ever endured such a profound disgrace? The opponent hadn't even shown interest in battling him alone. Instead, he intended to handle both him and another Super Saiyan together. The arrogance and disdain hidden beneath the facade of gentleness and respect pierced deeply into his proud heart like molten needles. This bastard. Trunks clenched his teeth, his hands tightly forming fists. The golden aura flickered wildly within his blue eyes, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. He longed to rush before Paku right now and use his own fists to convey to that arrogant individual that the pride of a Saiyan prince was not to be desecrated. Yet, in stark contrast to their anger, the other protagonist of the event, son Goten, remained surprisingly calm. He merely stroked his chin, gazing at the spot where the imagery had vanished, his expression not one of anger, but rather adorned with a curious smile. Hey, Trunks, Goten suddenly spoke. Don't you think this guy resembles my dad a bit? Huh. Goten's seemingly nonsensical statement left both Trunks and Bra, who were already fuming, momentarily speechless. Like Uncle Goku? Where is this coming from? I mean, in personality. Goten scratched his head, explaining, my dad used to be like this all the time. Whenever he encountered a formidable opponent, he would become incredibly excited, wanting to fight regardless of whether the opponent was good or evil. This Paku seems to be that kind of person. He isn't looking down on us. He simply finds Super Saiyans interesting, and he wants to see where the limits of this form lie. Goten's words doused the raging fire in Trunks' heart, extinguishing it in an instant. Allow him to regain a semblance of calm from the haze of humiliation. Indeed, upon careful reflection, although Paku's declaration was steeped in arrogance, it bore no trace of malice. It resembled a martial enthusiast who had stumbled upon an intriguing toy, eager to dismantle it for study. But what of it? Burra remained unsatisfied. Even if there was no ill intent, such behavior was a blatant affront to you all. You are Super Saiyans. Hence, it becomes all the more engaging. Wu Tian flashed a signature smile, radiant with sunlight and fighting spirit. The stronger the opponent, the greater the sense of accomplishment in vanquishing them. Would you not agree? He approached Trunks and patted his shoulder. Do not be angry. Anger will not aid us in defeating that fellow. What we must focus on is not squabbling here. But he turned to gaze out the window at the two violet moons, his eyes glimmering with wisdom. Consider how to respond to him. Respond? Trunks was taken aback. The organizers have yet to approve his challenge. We can refuse. Trunks instinctively replied. According to the rules, I am his opponent. You may forfeit and advance directly to the finals. This appears to be the most prudent and advantageous choice for us. Although this would imply that together, they were unable to overcome Paku. No, we cannot refuse. Wu Tian shook his head, dismissing the proposal. Why not? Burra asked, perplexed. That fellow is so strong. The two of you together may not even win. Moreover, with your injury, it is precisely because we cannot defeat him that we must not refuse. Wu Tian's gaze became profoundly deep. Avoidance is a term absent from a Saiyans lexicon. Does he not wish to witness the fabled limits? Then let us allow him to see them in full. Furthermore, Wu Tian shifted the conversation, a sly smile emerging on his face, who said that a response must entail acquiescence. He may propose his rules, and we shall certainly present our own conditions. The following day, as the entire universe buzzed with speculation about how the Saiyan royal family would confront this humiliating challenge, a joint statement representing Prince Trunks and son Wu Tian was publicly released through the official channels of New Vegeta. The content of the statement was succinct, comprising only a few brief sentences. We accept Mr. Paku's challenge. However, the method of combat requires alteration. A one-on-one wheel battle shall replace the simultaneous two-on-one combat. One of us shall take the first turn. Upon this individual's defeat, the other shall seamlessly continue the battle, until either both of us are vanquished or Mr. Paku falls. In this battle, we shall wager the full honor of the Super Saiyans. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Boom. This statement detonated like a more powerful underwater bomb, instantly igniting the entire universe's network. If Paku's proclamation was the arrogance of a deity, then this response from the Super Saiyans was the pride of a monarch. Unwilling to engage in a siege, yet unyielding. We do not require two to confront you. However, do not presume to achieve victory easily. This is an ultimate clash of stamina, endurance, willpower, and absolute strength. This is no mere semi-final. This is the final showdown between the realm of the gods and the legend of the Saiyans, a confrontation wagering the dignity of their respective races and martial arts. Everyone was in a frenzy. In just 2 days, they would witness an unprecedented and monumental clash, one worthy of being inscribed in the annals of the universe. In the hospital room, Trunks gazed at the counter-offensive declaration that he, Wu Tian, and Bulma had collaboratively devised. His heart, once chilled by humiliation, reignited with a burning fervor. Indeed, this is what it means to be a Saiyan. This is their pride. He glanced at Wu Tian, who wore a mischievous grin while watching the public's frenzied comments on the display. For the first time, a genuine smile of admiration appeared on Trunks' face. Wu Tian, you rascal. Sometimes I truly cannot discern whether you are a genius pretending to be foolish or simply a fool. Wu Tian scratched his head and chuckled, yet a glimmer of sharpness flickered in the depths of his eyes, understood by none. He seemed to suddenly recall something, turning to Trunks. You should go first in the upcoming match. Why? Trunks questioned, somewhat confused. Tian pointed at his own body, stating matter-of-factly, I am the injured one. I must at least observe the spectacle and gauge his capabilities. You. Trunks was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Just then, the door to the room swung open once more, revealing the same flustered researcher. However, this time, his face bore not fear, but an ecstatic mix of fervor, admiration, and disbelief. Your Highness, Mr. Sun Wutian. He rushed in, so agitated that he could scarcely articulate his words. Paku. He has agreed. Chapter 116, The Ultimate Semi-Final. Trunks vs. Paku. 2 days felt longer than 2 centuries for the entire universe in eager anticipation. When the day of the ultimate semi-final finally arrived, the capital of New Vegeta was engulfed in an unprecedented fervor, bordering on madness. The arena, with its 500,000 seats, was already at full capacity. Outside, millions of spectators who could not enter gathered, surrounding every massive display, desperate to witness this historic battle. The orbital path of the planet was filled with ships from across the cosmos, as countless intelligent races focused their attention on this small planet through paid broadcasts. For everyone knew that today here, the outcome would determine not only the new king's fate, but also the ultimate clash of 2 distinctly different power systems representing the pinnacle of their respective races' martial arts. A collision of dignity. Would the realm of the gods prevail, or could the Super Saiyans uphold their legend? No one knew the answer. This uncertainty itself was the most lethal temptation. As 2 figures slowly emerged from the contestants' passageways, the arena erupted into a cacophony of cheers and shouts, overwhelming the air. On one side stood the Saiyan Prince Trunks, clad in a blue tight-fitting combat suit, radiating an aura as sharp as a drawn sword. His handsome face was devoid of the previous confusion and immaturity, replaced by an imperious and resolute dignity befitting a monarch. On the other side was Paku, still adorned in his simple white robe, wearing a gentle smile reminiscent of a spring breeze. He simply walked up to the arena step by step. There was no imposing presence, no murderous intent, not even a hint of energy fluctuation. He appeared as an ordinary neighbor taking a stroll in the park, so mundane that he seemed out of place amidst the surrounding fervor. Yet, the more serene he appeared, the more it sent an icy chill through the souls of all perceptive warriors. He was like a black hole, a humanoid black hole capable of completely engulfing all light, sound, and energy in its vicinity. These 2 utterly distinct auras silently collided upon the arena, and their mere confrontation caused the entire space to resonate with an unbearable, subtle hum. In that moment, the figure of Regent Madarek materialized at the center of the podium. He gazed down at the 2 warriors poised to determine the fate of the planet, inhaled deeply, and with his commanding voice, proclaimed to the universe, the trial of the new king, the ultimate semi-finals. The realm of the divine, Paku, against His Highness Prince Trunks of the Saiyan legend, and contestant Sun Wukong. Now it begins. He gestured sharply, signaling the commencement of the battle. With the resonant toll of Regent Madarek's bell of war, Trunks wasted no time. At the instant the match commenced, he transformed all his anger, humiliation, pride, and hope into a primal roar. A golden aura erupted from within him, as if a volcano had erupted, soaring skyward. Within a mere second, he completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan. The resplendent golden flame enveloped him, rendering him akin to a golden warrior emerging from myth. But that was not the end. Trunks bellowed. His newly transformed aura did not relent. Rather, propelled by his fury and will, it surged to an even more ferocious second ascent. Boom, boom, boom. His aura compressed and coalesced, the once dazzling golden radiance deepening and solidifying. Crackle, crackle. Strands of blinding golden lightning began to manifest within the ever-compressing aura, wildly erupting and swirling around his body. What was that? In the audience, Bulma sprang from her seat, her face etched with disbelief. Trunks had managed to break through once more, transcending the Super Saiyan threshold. Indeed, under the oppressive weight of Paku and the indomitable pride of the Saiyans, Trunks had achieved a breakthrough on the battlefield. He had crossed the threshold that even his father, Vegeta, could not touch, successfully entering a new realm that existed only in legends. Super Saiyan, Stage 2. As he sensed the overwhelming energy, exponentially stronger than before, Paku's face, which had worn a placid smile, finally revealed a hint of genuine admiration. Such remarkable fighting spirit. He truly is the prince of the Saiyans. Now, let me behold the limits of legend. As soon as he finished speaking, Trunks' figure vanished in an instant. No, he did not disappear. Instead, he launched an attack at a horrifying speed that transcended previous limits, distorting the very fabric of space. Accompanied by a roar filled with power, Trunks appeared before Paku as if teleporting, a fist wreathed in frenzied golden lightning and bearing the power to obliterate a small planet, hurtled towards Paku's still smiling face. With this punch, he intended to repay all the humiliation endured by the Saiyans, with interest. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic blow, Paku neither dodged nor braced himself. At the moment the iron fist was about to connect, he leaned back with a defiance of physical laws, in a manner reminiscent of Willow Catkins, while his right hand transformed into a palm that gently deflected the raging fist with a mere flick. This motion was effortless, devoid of any dramatic flair. However, Trunks' expression shifted dramatically. He felt as though his devastating force had struck a slippery mass of cotton. All his power was diverted into the void by a strange, spiraling force. Boom! The uncontrolled punch grazed Paku's body and crashed violently into the arena floor. The incredibly hard super alloy ring was directly blasted into a massive crater over 20 meters in diameter. Countless fragments exploded like cannonballs. A missed strike. Trunks' pupils constricted. But as a seasoned warrior, he hesitated not for a moment. He exerted force through his waist, and with a thunderous momentum, his other elbow swept powerfully towards Paku's chest. However, Paku's response was faster still. No, it was not mere speed. It was a prescient foresight, as if he could predict every trajectory of Trunks' attacks. Just as Trunks unleashed his elbow, Paku's body glided back half a meter, perfectly evading the ferocious strike, narrowly escaping disaster. What? Trunks was filled with dread. In close combat, he couldn't land a single hit. Your power is pure and formidable, Paku's gentle voice echoed in his ear like a specter. Yet, it is too coarse. As his words faded, Paku's figure, which had been on the defensive, moved for the first time. His fingers, like blades, casually traced a line through the enormous opening created by Trunks' relentless assaults. There were no energy fluctuations, no awe-inspiring displays. It was a simple motion, akin to slicing through tofu with a hand knife. Yet at that moment, every hair on Trunks' body stood on end. A lethal sense of crisis, born from his combat instincts, washed over him like icy waters. There was no escaping. He wished to dodge, but his body could not keep pace with the strike that seemed to have already locked onto all his escape routes. In a critical moment, he could only roar in fury, channeling all his energy towards his chest. With a soft sound, like a blade slicing through flesh, Paku's hand knife effortlessly penetrated the defensive layer composed of Trunks' energy, leaving a smooth, deep wound visible to the bone on his chest. Blood erupted forth instantaneously. Ugh! Trunks let out a pained grunt, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, tumbling through the air before skidding to a halt, carving 2 deep grooves into the ground. He looked down at the grievous wound on his chest, disbelief filling his eyes. Just one strike, and his defense, surpassing that of a Super Saiyan, crumbled as easily as paper. Is physical attack ineffective against you? In the audience, Wukong, just returning from the brief clash, pondered with a furrowed brow. No, it is not ineffective. Beside him, Bulma, her expression grave, analyzed. It is a technique of force application we have never encountered before. He is not merely taking it. He is guiding and dissipating it, like using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Now I understand. Wukong's eyes flickered with realization. In the arena, since close combat was futile, Trunks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes igniting with fierce determination once more. Then let us try this. He swiftly distanced himself from Paku, raising his hands in a classic pose. Ultimate. A violent golden energy began to wildly gather and compress in his palms. The blinding radiance transformed the entire arena, as if a miniature sun had emerged. Flash. Accompanied by his furious and indignant roar, a massive, destructive golden energy beam capable of leveling the entire city tore through the air, distorting space itself, and surged with tremendous force toward the still, unmoving figure clad in white robes. In the face of this strike that could make even deities tremble, Paku maintained a gentle smile. He slowly raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers together, and then, with a delicate pinch, he grasped the cataclysmic golden beam. In the next instant, An awe-inspiring scene unfolded that rendered the entire universe speechless. The violent and destructive golden beam, seemingly caught by his slender fingers, was forcibly compressed and condensed as if it were a giant python grasped by its throat. The once thick beam shrank rapidly to a visible extent, ultimately transforming into a small, high-density energy sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, quietly hovering at his fingertips. Throughout this display, not a tremor was seen in his fingers. Trunks' mind completely malfunctioned. He gazed at the man who had effortlessly captured his most potent attack with mere fingers, and in that moment, the prideful heart of the Saiyan prince shattered piece by piece. The utilization of energy was far too wasteful. True power lies not in release, but in control. With a flick of his finger, the golden energy sphere shot back at an astounding speed, exceeding 10 times that of its initial trajectory, piercing through the air with precision, striking Trunks in the abdomen. The moment the compacted golden energy sphere made contact, it erupted with a thunderous roar. The energy unleashed was even more concentrated and violent than the earlier colossal beam. A miniature mushroom cloud, mixed with a devastating golden shockwave, erupted above the arena, causing the entire massive coliseum to tremble violently from the terrifying explosion. The sturdy alloy arena rippled visibly, radiating outwards from the explosion's epicenter like a stone thrown into a still lake. Dust and debris enveloped the entire arena, leaving everyone utterly stunned by this abrupt and paradigm-shifting spectacle. Returning the opponent's own technique with tenfold the power transcended mere combat. It was as if a deity were toying with mortals. Trunks, from the guest seats, Bra let out a piercing scream, her face pale and her entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. As the dust gradually settled, a gaping, grotesque pit was revealed at the center of the arena. Trunks, bloodied and battered, knelt at the edge of the pit, his blue battle suit torn and tattered, revealing a deep wound that gaped open from the recent explosion. Looking horrifically ghastly, he struggled to keep himself upright, propping his signature knight's sword into the ground. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth uncontrollably, splattering onto the shattered ground. His golden aura flickered erratically, and the surrounding golden lightning diminished significantly, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Defeated, whether in close combat or through explosive energy assaults, his opponent had effortlessly dismantled every attack with an almost instructional grace. The sensation was akin to an infant who had just learned to walk, challenging a seasoned martial arts master in their prime. No matter how much strength was exerted, it appeared utterly laughable and powerless against the opponent's extraordinary skills and mastery. This profound sense of insurmountable disparity, emanating from the depths of his soul, could shatter a warrior's will more effectively than any grievous injury. Is it over? Trunks lifted his gaze toward the distant figure in white robes, who had not moved an inch throughout the confrontation. For the first time, a glimmer of despair flickered in the emerald eyes of the king. Yes, it is over. In the audience, Bulma, seated beside Goten, slowly closed her eyes, her expression filled with compassion. The gap was insurmountable. This could not be bridged by mere willpower or rage. Yet, Goten's voice emerged, calm and resolute. "Mom, have you forgotten?" He looked at the bloodied figure on the arena, whose eyes still burned with an indomitable spirit. The Saiyan race is one that can unleash its greatest power when teetering on the brink of death. Moreover, Goten gradually rose, his dark eyes shimmering with an unfathomable wisdom. Trunks is not fighting alone. He is creating an opportunity for me. Shall we continue? Haku inquired gently, observing the wavering figure. Your fighting spirit is worthy of respect, but if you continue, you will truly perish. Enough with the nonsense. Trunks grunted, using his sword to prop himself up, struggling to stand tall once more. In his already dimmed emerald eyes, the flicker of defiance surged anew. We Saiyans have never been cowards who surrender without a fight. He roared into the heavens, unleashing every remaining ounce of strength, vitality, will, and pride in that singular moment. Boom! The flickering golden aura around him erupted once more, ascending skyward as if returning to life. Its brilliance and ferocity surpassed even that of his initial transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Oh! A genuine look of surprise finally crossed Haku's face. Burning one's life force for a moment of explosive power? Such admirable resolve. Then, Trunks fixed his gaze intently on Haku, a resolute yet frenzied smile gracing his handsome face. Let us determine the victor with this move. He raised his hands high above his head. What? Goten gasped in shock from the guest seats. The pose Trunks assumed was unmistakably that of the spirit bomb. No, not quite. A torrent of chaotic golden energy, as if responding to an unseen force, converged from all directions toward his palms. This energy was drawn from within him, all that he had earned by sacrificing his life force. In mere seconds, a colossal, more ferocious golden energy sphere, radiating an aura of pure annihilation, formed above his head. If you can control the dispersed energy, then let us concentrate all power into a single point, utilizing the purest and most extreme quality and strength. Blood trickled from the corner of Trunks' mouth, and his body began to crack under the immense strain of the energy, yet he felt no pain at all. With a gaze that bordered on madness, he fixed his eyes fiercely upon Pa Ku, determined to shatter not only your ludicrous control, but your very being into oblivion. He roared, expending the last vestiges of his strength to thrust the golden sun, a manifestation of his entire life and glory, forcefully towards Pa Ku. In that instant, the world was stripped of all sound and color. In the eyes of the onlookers, the only thing that remained was the ever-enlarging, devastating golden sun. Confronted with the most potent and final assault of the Saiyan prince, Pa Ku's eternally gentle smile finally began to wane, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. He understood that this strike could no longer be countered with mere technique, for when mass and energy reach a certain magnitude, all tricks become meaningless. He slowly raised his hands, crossing them before his chest. A thin, seemingly fragile, translucent energy barrier unfurled before him. In the name of the divine, he whispered softly, unveiling his realm for the first time, without reservation. Absolute defense. In the next moment, the golden sun collided violently with the translucent barrier. There was no explosion, no sound, only a blindingly pure white light. Chapter 118. The Fall of the Prince. It is my turn. The pure, ultimate white light engulfed the entire world. Time, at that moment, seemed to stretch infinitely. All visual and auditory senses were completely stripped away, leaving only an absolute void that could purify the soul. No one knew what transpired in the heart of that white light, nor did anyone foresee the scene that awaited them once the radiance dissipated. Was it the legend that ultimately crushed the divine? Or did the divine steadfastly uphold its unassailable majesty? 1 second, 2 seconds. It was unclear how much time had passed. Perhaps only a few fleeting seconds, or perhaps an eternity akin to a century. As the blinding white light gradually receded like a retreating tide, the millions of spectators both inside and outside the arena instinctively rose from their seats, straining their necks to fixate on the center of the stage. In that moment, every breath was held in utter suspension. The once impervious superalloy arena had vanished by nearly half. A vast, unfathomable chasm with irregular, glass-like edges dominated everyone's view. This was the mark left by metal that had melted under temperatures surpassing its melting point, only to solidify in an instant. At the center of this abyss stood the figure clad in white robes, who remained quietly upright. His simple white robe bore faint, discernible signs of damage, with a few strands of black hair having escaped from his meticulously arranged bun, giving him a slightly disheveled appearance. Yet, he stood unscathed. Before him, the translucent barrier was now riddled with a web of intricate cracks, as if a mere touch would shatter it completely. Opposite him, the devastating golden sun had long since vanished. The Saiyan Prince Trunks lay as still as a marionette with severed strings, sprawled upon the glass-like, charred ground. The golden aura that once enveloped him had extinguished completely. His once resplendent golden hair reverted to its original lavender hue. His emerald eyes, which had been filled with pride and battle fervor, were now tightly shut, oblivious to life and death. The victor and the vanquished were clear. Silence. The entire planet fell into a prolonged, deathly stillness. On the faces of all Saiyans, there was an indescribable expression of profound loss and shock. Defeated, even Trunks, who had transcended to the second stage of Super Saiyan and had unleashed a cataclysmic strike fueled by his very essence and glory, had ultimately failed to even slightly rattle that man. The seemingly delicate veil of absolute defense stood as an insurmountable chasm between mortals and the divine. From the very beginning, this confrontation had existed in an entirely different dimension. Brother. In the audience, Beulah covered her mouth tightly with her hand, tears silently slipping through her fingers. Beside her, Bulma's complexion had turned as pale as parchment. She knew her son had given his all, but witnessing his tragic defeat in such a manner rendered her heart nearly suffocating with anguish. A remarkably thrilling battle. On the stage, Paku slowly lowered his crossed arms. He glanced at the barrier riddled with cracks that threatened to shatter at any moment, then at the Saiyan prince who had completely lost consciousness. For the first time, a flicker of genuine respect appeared on his otherwise impassive face. "Your name is Trunks, is it not? I shall remember you." He offered a slight nod to his unresponsive opponent, a gesture of the highest commendation for a worthy adversary. After this, the medical team's robots swiftly ascended the stage, carefully lifting the unconscious Trunks onto a stretcher. Everyone's gaze instinctively followed the departing stretcher. The atmosphere was palpably oppressive. A profound sense of helplessness surged within the hearts of the Saiyans. Even their prince had fallen so utterly. Was there any necessity for this battle to continue? What could that boy named Sun Wukong possibly do? Was the flicker of hope that had just ignited within the Saiyans destined to be extinguished today by this godlike man? Just as this despair began to permeate the arena, a languid voice, tinged with irreverence, suddenly shattered the heavy silence. "Hey, referee." All eyes turned toward the sound. There stood the boy clad in an orange martial arts uniform, who had been in the contestant preparation area, now at the edge of the stage. He yawned and flexed his wrists, as if awakening from a slumber. "It's my turn, I assenti it." Wukong, with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly leaped onto the battered stage, his demeanor devoid of any tension or seriousness, nor was there a trace of anger or sorrow from witnessing his companion's tragic defeat. His relaxed demeanor suggested he was not participating in a life-and-death battle determining the honor of his race, but rather engaging in a light-hearted afternoon friendly match. Everyone was momentarily stunned, including Paku, who had just withstood the annihilating blow. For the first time, his brow furrowed slightly. He was perplexed by this boy before him. Had he been rendered speechless by the overwhelming power just displayed? Or did he possess some other form of confidence? "You are Sun Wukong?" Paku inquired, gazing at him. "Indeed," Wukong replied with a broad grin, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. "You must be Paku. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. That battle earlier was truly spectacular." His familiar tone and the demeanor that seemed to greet an old friend instantly transformed the tense atmosphere into something rather peculiar. "Aren't you afraid?" Paku inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Afraid?" Wu Tian scratched his head and retorted, "Why should I be afraid? If I can't win, I can always concede. It's not like I would actually die." Paku fell silent. He felt that his philosophy of overwhelming his opponent's mindset through superior realms seemed utterly futile before this individual with a remarkably unconventional thought process. For the first time, his mental state experienced a subtle ripple of disturbance. "Enough of idle chatter," Wu Tian said, twisting his neck with a satisfying crack. "To save everyone's time, let us resolve this swiftly." A flicker of interest crossed Paku's eyes. "How do you intend to do that?" "Quite simply." Wu Tian extended his index finger toward him. "I will stand here, motionless. You strike me with a punch. If you can make me take a step back, then I will concede." Wu Tian observed the expression on Paku's face, which had finally lost its calm due to shock, and his smile grew increasingly radiant and mischievous. "Even if I lose." Chapter 119, The Path of Wu Tian. Breaking through with a point. "As long as you can make me take a step back, even if I lose." When Wu Tian's words, brimming with sunlight and cunning, resonated clearly within the silent arena, it felt as though the entire universe had been paused. Every face was frozen in a state of petrified astonishment and absurdity. Insanity. This boy named Sun Wutian must be mad. Does he even comprehend what he is uttering? Standing opposite him is a being akin to a deity, one who could not be harmed even by a Super Saiyan 2 who has surpassed all limits. Not only can he not make him take a step back, but in their previous battle, he couldn't even force him to move an inch. And now, this youth intends to stand still and take a punch? This is not confidence. It is a path to self-destruction. "Wu Tian, you fool." In the audience, Bulma, who had just been enveloped in sorrow, suddenly jumped to her feet in shock. Her delicate face flushed with anger, wishing she could dash onto the stage and drag Wu Tian down by his ear. What is this idiot thinking? Has he not seen how badly his brother was defeated? No, something is amiss. Bulma grasped her emotionally charged daughter. Yet, the glimmer of doubt shone in her wise eyes. Wu Tian was not a reckless individual. He must have his reasons for this behavior. Her gaze remained fixed on the stage, on the boy whose carefree smile persisted, as her mind raced to uncover the rational logic hidden beneath this seemingly mad act. On the stage, Paku regarded the youth before him, grinning like a fool. And for the first time, A look of confusion appeared on his otherwise impassive face. He had traversed the starry seas for centuries and encountered countless formidable opponents, some arrogant, some despicable, some fearless in the face of death. Yet, he had never encountered anyone like Saiyan Wutian. It was a pure-hearted joy for battle that seemed to disregard life and death, victory and defeat. This mindset rendered even his godlike realm, which could shake the very foundations of strong minds, somewhat ineffective. Are you certain? Paku slowly spoke, an unrecognized hint of uncertainty creeping into his voice. Absolutely. Wutian patted his chest confidently. I, Saiyan Wutian, always hold true to my word. Very well. Paku inhaled deeply, suppressing the inexplicable restlessness within. As a master of martial arts, he possessed his own pride. If he were to retreat in the face of such a straightforward provocation from a junior, it would cast a shadow over his entire martial journey. Since you insist, then, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers together, forming a fist. As you wish. He did not unleash any earth-shattering aura, nor did he condense any world-ending energy. He simply took a step forward and threw a punch. It appeared to be an ordinary strike. However, in Wutian's eyes, this punch contained the very essence of the universe. It was neither too fast nor too slow, neither biased nor unbalanced. It sealed off all avenues of evasion, penetrating through every angle of defense. It was as if a hand emerged from the river of fate, precisely reaching for the little fish that was him. Unstoppable, inescapable. This was Paku's path, simplifying the complex through absolute realms, returning to the essence. Everyone's hearts raced to their throats. Bulma instinctively covered her eyes. Yet, at that very instant before the punch, laden with profound truths, could strike Wutian's chest, he moved. He neither retreated nor dodged. Instead, in that fleeting moment, he concentrated all the energy within him in an unfathomably intricate manner, instantly condensing it to a single point. This point was not at his chest nor on his surface, but rather in the void approximately 10 centimeters in front of him. Immediately following this, the colossal Super Saiyan energy, which had surged tremendously due to his revival from near death, exploded forth through this point. Yet, this explosive energy did not spread outward, forming any shockwaves or flames. Instead, Wutian wielded an almost divine control, compressing and condensing it into that minuscule singularity, smaller than the tip of a needle. There was no light, no heat, no sound, only the absolute gathering of power. This was the unique martial philosophy of the Saiyan family. It was an ultimate principle of energy manipulation that Saiyan Wukong comprehended after merging Earth's martial arts, the mystical arts of Yadalat, and countless years of combat wisdom from the Kaioshin realm. With a point, he shattered the surface. In the next moment, Paku's punch, which represented the surface and simplicity, collided with Wutian's singularity, which embodied the culmination of all power. The impact resonated with a sound so faint it was almost imperceptible, akin to the shattering of glass. Then, what could only be described as a miraculous event unfolded, rendering the entire universe speechless. Paku's punch, capable of splitting mountains and containing unfathomable mysteries, came to an abrupt halt the moment it made contact with that singularity. An invisible, pure force, exponentially more terrifying than Trunks' ultimate flash, erupted from that minuscule point, irresistibly pushing back. Paku's expression changed drastically for the first time. He felt as though he had not struck a person, but rather had landed a blow on a neutron star hurtling towards him at the speed of light. The utterly pure, unreasonable, absolute power instantaneously obliterated all the techniques and realms contained within his fist. Following this, like a tidal wave, it surged uncontrollably through his arm. Ugh! Paku emitted an involuntary groan, his body crashing forward as though it had been struck by a high-speed interstellar warship, leaving everyone in a state of shock. In an instant, he was hurled backward. Boom, boom, boom. His body crashed through 3 energy shields in succession, ultimately smashing violently against the outer wall of the arena, leaving behind a colossal, human-shaped indentation in the sturdy barrier. Gradually, he slid down and fell to the ground. Silence. The entire world was enveloped in an unprecedented, absolute stillness, more profound than any previous moment. Every individual, be they Saiyan or extraterrestrial, noble or commoner, was as if petrified by an enchantment, frozen in the same posture. Mouths agape and eyes wide, dreamily gazing at the center of the arena where a figure in orange stood, untouched, without a single wrinkle in his attire. What had just transpired? That divine being, Paku, who had effortlessly withstood even the self-sacrificing blow of a Super Saiyan 2, was unexpectedly vanquished in a single, motionless strike by that youth. Chapter 120. The warm-up concludes. The true form of the divine. Silence. An absolute stillness, akin to a black hole, devoured all sounds within and outside the arena. The minds of the onlookers were rendered utterly incapacitated by the scene that shattered their worldview. They gaped, eyes bulging, their faces frozen in a collective expression of sheer horror as they grappled with the notion that Paku, that godlike man, had been defeated, vanquished in one blow. How could this be? This defied science. This contradicted martial arts. This was beyond metaphysics. This was utterly devoid of reason. What did I just witness? A Saiyan warrior murmured in a trembling voice. Was Paku truly sent flying just now? No, it can't be. It must be an illusion. We must all be under a spell. Another individual frantically rubbed his eyes, attempting to extricate himself from this absurd dream. Even the two prominent figures in the guest seating, who had maintained an air of strategic composure, were now completely unhinged. Regent Modrek let his teacup shatter to the ground, oblivious to the calamity. Carbina's face, twisted in anticipation of the Saiyans' humiliation, was frozen in a smile, resembling a poorly crafted wax figure. Mama, Bra's small hand clung tightly to Bulma's garment. Her azure eyes filled with confusion and a hint of fervent admiration that she herself was unaware of. What did Goten do? I don't know. Bulma shook her head. Her mind, comparable to a supercomputer, felt a scarcity of vocabulary for the first time. She could analyze energy, interpret data. Yet, the previous scene had utterly transcended her understanding of the scientific realm. It was a confrontation residing solely within the domains of philosophy and higher dimensions. Amidst this profound silence, at the edge of the arena, within the indentation left by the impact, a faint sound of crumbling stones suddenly echoed. The hearts of all present instinctively skipped a beat. There emerged the figure clad in white, who should have been obliterated, slowly rising from the rubble. He remained unscathed, though his simple white robe was now tattered and dust-laden. The gentle smile that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and a barely contained, frenzied excitement. His gaze pierced through the ruined arena, fixating intently on the youth in orange, who still wore a carefree smile. How intriguing! Paku slowly lifted his right hand. His fist, which had just collided with Goten's point of convergence, was now contorted in an unnatural manner, the fingers twisted and deformed. The bones were shattered by the earlier unseen force. He was injured. For the first time since the beginning of the battle, he had genuinely been harmed. Yet, there was no trace of pain or anger on his face. Instead, a chilling, fervent smile emerged that sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. How many years had it been since anyone had made me feel pain? He flexed his fractured right hand, accompanied by a series of unsettling cracking sounds as the bones realigned, and within mere seconds, his distorted hand returned to its original form. It had been years since anyone had evoked such a sensation within me. Sun Wutian. He repeated the name, and for the first time, a fierce battle intent ignited in his previously calm and indifferent eyes, burning like the core of a star. You are quite impressive. As a reward for forcing me to unleash my full power, he slowly spread his arms. Allow me to show you. Boom. Before his words could fully escape his lips, an invisible wave of energy, tenfold more terrifying than Trunks' transformation to Super Saiyan 2, erupted violently from his being, akin to a cosmic explosion. This was not mere energy. It was a primal, purer force capable of warping space and manipulating causality. The invisible wave surged outward from him, wreaking havoc in all directions. The colossal metallic arena was instantly lifted, torn apart, and ground to dust by this force. Countless spectators were hurled into the air amidst horrified screams, caught in the tumult of this energy wave. At this critical moment, Regent Modrek finally reacted. He roared, his body radiating an immense aura as he pressed his hands downward. A massive hemispherical energy shield enveloping the audience was instantaneously erected, barely containing the cataclysmic wave of energy outside. Even so, the entire planet trembled violently from the eruption of this power, as if struck by an invisible meteor. When the light and dust settled once more, the arena had completely vanished, replaced by a terrifying abyss several kilometers wide and unfathomably deep. At the center of this chasm, Paku remained suspended in midair. However, His once white robe had vanished entirely, replaced by a divine garment woven from radiance, imbued with an ancient and sacred aura. His appearance had not changed significantly, but his black eyes had transformed into a pure, molten gold. He emitted no aura, yet the space around him warped and fractured, flickering with fine, dark spatial rifts, unable to withstand the sheer terror of his presence. This was his true form. This was the genuine power of a being at the realm of the divine. The warm-up had concluded. Paku's golden eyes calmly regarded the distant figure, who remained suspended in the air, but whose expression had grown gravely serious. Sun Wutian. His voice was no longer gentle, but filled with the divine authority and indifference. From this moment forth, his figure vanished in an instant. "I will kill you," accompanied by this chilling proclamation devoid of any emotion. A seemingly ordinary fist, entwined with delicate spatial fissures, abruptly transcended the fabric of distance and manifested before Wutian's face. Chapter 121, Super Saiyan vs. Divine Realm. "I will kill you." The moment that chillingly emotionless pronouncement echoed in his ears, Wutian's previously nonchalant black eyes widened in alarm. A terror born from the depths of a warrior's spirit, potent enough to freeze one's soul, surged forth like a torrential flood, engulfing him in an instant. It was too swift. That fist, bound with dark spatial rifts, did not approach through flight or movement. It simply appeared, brutally disregarding the very concepts of space and distance. It materialized precisely where it desired to be. Is this divine power? Is this truly the essence of Paku's attack? Evading was no longer an option. Defense? Before a force capable of rending space itself, any form of energy defense seemed laughable. Thus, there remained but one choice. Just as the divine fist was about to graze Wutian's nose, he threw his head back and roared, unleashing the formidable power he had harbored within since his near-death revival in battle against Lancy, a power as vast as the cosmos itself, in an unreserved explosion. Boom! The golden aura transformed, no longer wild and filled with rage like Trunks before, but rather more pure, more solid, akin to liquid gold, resplendent with texture. A long-dormant, legendary, supreme aura erupted skyward, instantaneously expanding Paku's godly domain, forcefully creating a realm of his own. Wutian's black hair stood erect, morphing into the purest golden mane. His black pupils were replaced in an instant by a clear and resolute emerald. Super Saiyan. In this dire moment, Wutian finally unleashed the true form of his legendary heritage. In the instant of transformation, he neither opted for defense nor retreat. Instead, he executed an action identical to his previous one. He lunged forward, delivering a punch. The golden iron fist, imbued with the Saiyan's unyielding, indiscriminate power capable of annihilating all, collided head-on with that divine fist entwined in dark spatial rifts. Attack met attack. Violence countered violence. There was no embellishment, only the primal clash of raw power. Boom! A sound resonated, as if capable of shattering eardrums. Erupting in the center of the pit. This time, it was not a silent confrontation. It was the collision of two stars. Two disparate, yet equally tyrannical forces ignited the most terrifying annihilation of energy upon contact. Centered around their fists, a visible spherical shockwave of black and white expanded outward, like an inflating balloon, spiraling outwards in a frenzy. Wherever it passed, whether metallic alloys or solid rock, everything was disintegrated and obliterated into the most primordial energy particles upon contact. Even the indestructible energy shield crafted by Regent Modrek began to crack under the strain of this shockwave, revealing menacing fissures across its surface. What? For the first time, genuine astonishment crossed Modrek's face. Merely the residual shock from a single punch nearly shattered his full defense. What kind of terrifying monsters are these two? At the eye of the storm, Wutian's fist and Paku's fist remained locked in a fierce struggle. The golden aura and the distorted spatial rift were akin to two ferocious dragons, relentlessly clawing at each other's domains. Blocked. In the distance, Bra, who had just regained her footing from the overwhelming energy wave, gazed at the golden figure at the storm's center, her azure eyes filled with disbelief. Wutian had, against all odds, blocked Paku's full-force second-stage attack head-on. Wutian slowly exhaled a breath, his previously nonchalant expression transformed into one of unprecedented gravity. Such strength. That last punch rendered his pinpoint technique utterly ineffective. Before the opponent's absolute power capable of tearing space, Any technique appeared utterly futile. He could only depend on the surging power gained from transforming into a Super Saiyan and the Saiyans' formidable physique to withstand the assault. Even so, his entire right arm had become numb and unfeeling from the divine power invading his body. Opposite him, Paku's golden eyes reflected a shift from surprise to genuine shock. He had truly been blocked. His punch, infused with divine power and capable of effortlessly rending space, had been faced down by a mere mortal, yet to fully step into the divine realm. How could this be possible? The Saiyan. Paku regarded the youth before him, his arm trembling slightly, yet his gaze remained as bright as the stars. His once placid divine heart began to race uncontrollably. What an unreasonable race. Thus, let us try this instead. He bellowed, his other hand darting forward like lightning, fingers poised like blades. Aimed to slice through Wu Tian's neck with the dark rift of destruction. Yet Wu Tian, already aflame with battle fervor, roared in response, exerting his numbed right arm to deflect Paku's fist with great force. Simultaneously, he raised his left leg like a war axe, leaving a golden trail, and crashed it against Paku's divine hand. Bang, 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 bang. In the next moment, both figures transformed into blurs that defied the naked eye to capture. One golden, one pure white. Like two comets off their courses, they engaged in the most primal and furious high-speed offensive and defensive battle within the vast pit. Fist against fist, foot against foot. Each collision triggered a terrifying explosion that shook the very fabric of space. Each encounter stirred a cataclysmic storm capable of leveling mountains. The sky wailed beneath them. The earth crumbled under their fists. All witnesses found themselves utterly unable to discern their movements. Their eyes were filled solely with the radiant bursts of light from their incessant clashes. This was the true essence of celestial combat. This was a legendary battle worthy of being etched into history. At that moment, the blood of all Saiyans boiled over. They roared, howling in fervent support for the golden figure that embodied the glory of their race. In the midst of this furious exchange, after a relentless 5 minutes, the moment had finally arrived. Following a fierce clash, taking advantage of the explosive shockwave, Wu Tian forced a distance of several dozen meters from Pakula. His eyes suddenly sparkled with a fierce glimmer. He had discerned it. Amidst Pakula's seemingly flawless assault, he detected a fleeting vulnerability. It was not a flaw of power or speed, but rather an exceedingly subtle stagnation in rhythm. "Teoken!" He roared, his hands abruptly thrusting forward against his forehead. Boom! A radiance more dazzling and domineering than ever before erupted explosively from his palms. This was the ultimate Teoken, amplified by the might of a Super Saiyan. Enhanced hundreds of times, its brilliance was so overwhelming that it dimmed even the 2 violet moons in the sky. Even Pakula, formidable as he was, found himself momentarily blinded by this sudden indiscriminate assault on his vision, as the golden eyes of the divine faltered for an instant. In the realm of skilled combatants, victory often hinges upon such fleeting moments. Came. Wu Tian's voice, like a whisper from the Grim Reaper, resonated quietly behind Pakula. He had, astonishingly, executed instant transmission while unleashing the Teoken, using the blinding light as cover. Haim. A surge of unprecedented deep blue energy, imbued with pure destruction, began to fervently coalesce in his palm. Panic surged within Pakula. He attempted once more to tear through space with his formidable divine powers to evade, but he failed. To his horror, he discovered that the space surrounding him had been thoroughly ensnared by a domineering, viscous golden energy. This was Wu Tian's true killing move. Under the guise of the Teoken and instant transmission, the underlying purpose was to forcibly disrupt and even imprison Pakula's proud spatial abilities in the moment his vision was obscured. With Wu Tian's final roar, infused with unyielding combat spirit, the zero-distance, hyper-concentrated Kamehameha erupted with a resounding blast. Chapter 122, Realm of the Divine, Creation and Annihilation. Boom. The deep blue energy beam cascaded like a galactic torrent from the heavens, engulfing Pakula's towering figure in an instant, with zero distance and no blind spots. The terrifying energy manifested into a colossal beam that pierced through the heavens, forcefully creating a massive void in the thick clouds above. The entire pit was once again violently furrowed deeper by the frenzied onslaught of this energy. The overwhelming might silenced the cheers of the Saiyans in the distant audience, leaving their faces etched with shock and reverence. This was the legendary skill of Mr. Sun Wukong. This was the true power capable of annihilating planets. Had he succeeded? Bra clasped her hands tightly in prayer at her chest, anxiously fixated on the slowly dissipating energy beam, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. Such an attack. Such a direct, unembellished strike that consolidated all his strength. Surely even a god could not withstand it. The beam gradually waned, and the dust slowly settled. At the center of the pit, the orange figure remained in a forward-pushing stance, gasping heavily. The transformation into a Super Saiyan placed a tremendous burden on his body. The seamless combination of tactics he had just executed had nearly drained half of his energy. His gaze remained fixated ahead. There lay emptiness. Pakula had vanished. Had he been reduced to cosmic dust? No. Wu Tian's brow furrowed even tighter, for his keen perception of Qi revealed that the hot, commanding divine energy had not dissipated. Rather, it had become even more solidified and perilous. A brilliant tactic, a voice devoid of emotion, seemingly resonating from all directions, echoed in Wu Tian's ears. It perfectly fused Earth's martial arts, the secrets of the Yadrat star, and the combat instincts of the Saiyans. Had it been any other opponent, they would have indeed perished. But in Wu Tian's suddenly constricting pupils, a figure silently emerged from the continuously distorting, fragmented space about 100 meters ahead. It was Pakula. His divine garment remained intact. His body was unscathed. Not even a speck of dust clung to him. Within my realm of the divine, space holds no significance for me. Pakula's molten gold eyes calmly regarded Wu Tian. Your attack, capable of locking down space, indeed surprised me momentarily. However, it was merely a fleeting surprise. Within my domain, I am the essence of space itself. As he spoke, Pakula slowly raised his right hand and effortlessly snapped his fingers. Snap! The sharp sound resonated. In the next moment, 5 identical figures to Pakula appeared simultaneously behind Wu Tian, above him, beneath him, to his left and right. Each figure radiated an identical, terrifying divine power. Each bore the same indifferent expression of a deity looking down upon mortals. What? Panic surged within Wu Tian. Shadow clones. No. This was not merely a division of energy. Each clone was a solid entity, possessing the same terrifying strength as the original. This was the manifestation of a realm where all thoughts could come to fruition. The 6 Pakulas spoke in unison, their voices devoid of fluctuation. Here, I am the god of creation. Before the words could fade, the 6 Pakulas surged into action. 6 fists, entwined with dark spatial fissures, struck from 6 utterly unimaginable angles towards the center where Wu Tian stood. In this moment, Wu Tian faced not merely a single adversary, but an entire world crafted by a god. There was nowhere to flee, no path for retreat. Damn it! Wu Tian unleashed all his energy, the golden aura swirling around him, forming a continuously rotating spherical energy storm. He could only confront the relentless assault from all directions in the most straightforward manner. Bang! 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 The relentless barrage echoed violently in the pit's center. Wu Tian's entire being felt as though he were a sandbag being mercilessly pummeled by dozens of powerful men wielding battering rams. Each strike dimmed his golden aura. Each collision drew more blood from the corner of his mouth. His once proud strength and speed were thoroughly suppressed under the relentless assault of his opponent's domain, which adhered to no logic. The disparity was insurmountable. It was over. The silhouettes of 6 Paka gradually converged into one. He hovered silently in midair, gazing down upon the blood-soaked figure of the orange-clad youth below, who was on the verge of losing his Super Saiyan transformation. In my realm of annihilation, your struggles are utterly futile. The youth, Wu Tian, raised his head with great difficulty, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was horrified to discover that the world around him had transformed. No longer was it the shattered pit of the sky, nor the dreary atmosphere of the new planet of Vegeta. Instead, it was an absolute void. Beneath him lay an unfathomable darkness, and above him stretched a lifeless cosmos devoid of any stars. He and Paka floated in this desolate space, as though forgotten by the world. This is a subspace I have created with divine power, independent of the reality we know, Paka's voice echoed in the emptiness. In this realm, all physical laws are defined by me. Here, your energy will continuously be annihilated, decomposed back into its most primal, attribute-less form, and I shall remain eternal. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's heart sank. He finally understood why he felt increasingly powerless. It was not due to fatigue, but because his energy was visibly dissipating, being consumed by this bizarre realm. In this ebb and flow, his defeat was inevitable. "Give up, Sun Wutian," Paka observed as the boy, whose power was dwindling, gradually reverted from his Super Saiyan form back to his dark-haired state, a flicker of barely perceptible pity flashing in his eyes. "You are the most gifted warrior I have encountered in nearly a century. However, in the face of such an absolute disparity in realms, any talent is rendered irrelevant." Before he could finish his sentence, the youth, who should have been utterly exhausted and consumed by despair, suddenly smiled. It was a smile of release, liberation, yet filled with madness and resolve. Paka's heart skipped a beat. A surge of ominous premonition, stronger than any before, unexpectedly washed over him. What trickery was this fellow attempting now? He could not possibly have any more hidden cards to play. "Hey, Paka," Wutian's voice was faint and weak. "Do you know that we Saiyans possess a final transformation that is only used in the most desperate of circumstances?" "What is it?" Paka's mind momentarily blanked. And in that very moment, a transformation erupted. Wutian slowly lifted his head. His once pure black eyes, which should have dimmed from exhaustion, were now completely replaced by a strange, wild, and feral crimson hue. Chapter 123, The Uncontrolled Legend. The Golden Great Ape. Blood red, an ominous color, filled with primal ferocity and a desire for destruction. When this blood red hue fully replaced Wutian's pure black eyes, an ancient and violent terror, distinctly different from any previous power, surged forth from his already exhausted body. A roar erupted from the depths of Wutian's throat, a sound filled with boundless pain and fury, no longer resembling the voice of a youth. It was like that of a primordial beast imprisoned for eons, finally breaking free and unleashing its first furious cry of liberation upon the world. Accompanying this roar, Wutian's body began to undergo a terrifying and bizarre transformation. It expanded at a speed that defied all biological norms, wildly growing larger. His black hair, akin to rampant grass, instantly covered him, morphing into a dense, explosive power of reddish-brown fur. His face contorted grotesquely, his delicate features replaced by a fearsome visage reminiscent of a primal ape. Sharp fangs burst forth, piercing through his skin, glinting ominously in the air. "What is this?" For the first time, Paka's molten golden eyes betrayed an emotion, fear. He could comprehend the Super Saiyan transformation as an energy-level leap, but what was unfolding before him? A regression phenomenon? No, this was different. Boom. A golden aura, more ferocious than any Super Saiyan form, erupted from the rapidly enlarging, monstrous figure. The golden flames intertwined with the reddish-brown fur, ultimately transforming it into a dazzling hue akin to molten gold. In mere seconds, the black-haired youth was gone. In his place stood a towering figure over 30 meters tall, completely enveloped in resplendent golden fur, with eyes ablaze with crimson flames of destruction, the Golden Great Ape. The myth had come to life. In the ancient, long-forgotten legends of the Saiyan race, it was recorded that when a Saiyan of royal lineage simultaneously masters both the Great Ape and Super Saiyan powers, and merges them in the deepest despair, he transforms into the ultimate deity of destruction, the Golden Great Ape. With a roar that could shatter stars, the Golden Great Ape emitted a sound filled with pure desire for annihilation and chaos. There was no trace of reason or clarity left in its blood-red eyes, only the most primal urge to destroy. It was no longer Sun Wutian, but rather the embodiment of the Saiyan bloodline's deepest, most instinctual destructive nature. "You madman." Paka gazed at the golden beast radiating an aura of boundless destruction, his once calm heart now gripped by fear for the first time. He finally understood the meaning behind Wutian's final transformation. This fellow intended to shatter his realm of annihilation through a reckless act of abandoning reason, even at the cost of his own life. This was no longer a battle. This was suicide. The Golden Great Ape clearly did not afford him the luxury of thought. Its blood-red eyes instantly locked onto the white-robed figure, which appeared as insignificant as an ant in its gaze. In the next moment, its colossal fist, larger than a mountain and engulfed in golden flames, descended upon Paka with the force capable of submerging an entire continental shelf. This strike bore no technique, no artistry, only the most primal, savage, and unreasonable force. "Damn it." Paka's expression changed drastically. He attempted to tear through space to evade the attack, but to his horror, he failed. He discovered that the frenzied energy unleashed by the great ape had violently ruptured the space of his realm of annihilation. Indeed, it was not a mere confinement, nor a disturbance. Rather, it was an absolute force, far exceeding the limits that this subspace could withstand, that violently ruptured it, akin to a balloon that had been overinflated. The domain he took pride in became ineffective before this unreasonable monster. He had no choice but to endure. The barrier of the gods. Paka bellowed, crossing his hands before him. He concentrated the divine power without reservation into a single point, forming a radiant golden barrier that was more than tenfold thicker than the one he had used to withstand Trunks' attack. The clash resounded as the colossal golden fist collided with the divine barrier, producing a sound that seemed capable of shattering souls, devoid of any explosion. The realm of eternal silence that Paku had created began to shatter like a broken mirror under the impact of this power that transcended dimensional limits. Countless dark, gaping spatial rifts, resembling ghastly scars, marred the entirety of the subspace. Light from the outside world and sounds from reality surged in through those cracks, frantically pouring in. Paku spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His seemingly indestructible divine barrier crumbled in less than a second before the unreasonable might of the golden giant. Following this, the golden fist, with unrelenting momentum, struck solidly against his chest. He was as if struck by a small asteroid, instantly transformed into a streak of light that pierced through layers of shattered space, forcefully hurled back into the realm of reality. In the real world, the audience, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the battle, witnessed the twisted space in the sky violently erupt. Then, a white streak of light, akin to a meteor crashing to the ground, shot forth from the shattered rift. It crashed heavily into the depths of the enormous pit, kicking up clouds of dust. All were left in a state of shock. What followed was a terrifying scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. A colossal hand, engulfed in golden flames and larger than any mountain, slowly emerged from the shattered rift in space. Subsequently, the grotesque and ferocious head of the golden giant, its eyes ablaze with crimson flames, cautiously protruded. Its blood-red eyes, devoid of reason and filled solely with a desire for destruction, looked down upon the minuscule earth and the equally insignificant crowd below. A roar, heralding the arrival of annihilation, reverberated throughout the entire planet of Vegeta. Chapter 124, The Roar of Destruction. The despair of Beulah. As that terrifying roar, capable of rending the heavens, echoed across every inch of Vegeta, time seemed to freeze. The millions of Saiyan people, who had just been jubilantly celebrating the birth of a legend, now found themselves choked by an unseen hand, silencing them utterly. The fervent excitement that once adorned their faces had long since faded, replaced by a chilling fear that surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. They gazed at the golden behemoth, emerging from the shattered rift, its presence casting a shadow over the land. They beheld its blood-red eyes, devoid of any rationality, embodying pure desire for destruction. An ancient nightmare, long buried in the depths of their bloodline, awakened. An elderly Saiyan, frail and aged, collapsed to the ground, despair evident in his murky eyes. It is the legendary Golden Giant. Why? Why is this happening? Is that not Sun Wutian? How could he have transformed into this? Panic spread like wildfire among the crowd. They could accept the defeat of a hero, but they could not fathom that the idol they revered had become a mindless beast, knowing only destruction and chaos. This was far more despairing than death itself. The Golden Giant, clearly unfazed by the terror of the ants below, surveyed the ravaged earth, seemingly in search of something. Soon, its gaze locked onto Paku, the divine apostle it had sent crashing into the depths of the earth with a single blow. It roared, lifting its colossal foot, ablaze with golden flames, and brought it crashing down toward that direction. The earth cried out in agony beneath the weight of its foot. From the point of impact, enormous cracks, resembling a spider's web, spread out in all directions, instantly reducing a vast area of dozens of kilometers to ruins. The overwhelming force left all witnesses feeling profoundly powerless. In the presence of this monster, which represented absolute power, any resistance seemed utterly futile and laughable. Run, run! Someone screamed heart-wrenchingly. The crowd erupted into chaos. All the Saiyans fled in a panic, like headless flies, crying and screaming as they raced away from the pit. Yet, how could their speed compete with the arrival of destruction? The Golden Giant, becoming impatient, opened its colossal mouth, capable of devouring everything. A dark red energy sphere, dozens of times larger than Trunks' previous energy attack, began to coalesce within its maw, filled with rampant destructive energy. It intended to annihilate this city along with the millions of Saiyans, completely erasing them from this planet. No. In the guest seating, Beulah watched the screen. Her delicate face drenched in tears at the sight of the dark red energy sphere capable of obliterating everything. She could not accept it. She could not bear the thought of the boy who would scratch his head and smile foolishly at her, the one who would bicker with his brother for her sake, the one who had just moments ago defended the glory of the Saiyans with wisdom and courage, transforming into the mindless harbinger of destruction before her. Wutian, wake up! Wutian! Her cries were filled with helplessness and despair. It's useless, Beulah. Beside her, Bulma's face was equally pale. She fixed her gaze upon the waveform representing Wutian's brainwaves on the screen, where the area indicating reason had plummeted to 0. In its place was a glaring red, symbolizing rage and instinct. He could no longer hear. He had been completely consumed by the destructive instinct buried deep within the Saiyan bloodline. Now, it was not Wutian who dominated that body, but rather a pure beast. Just then, a white streak of light suddenly shot up from the ruins. It was Paku. He appeared utterly disheveled, his divine garment completely tattered, revealing a robust, bronze-skinned physique filled with strength. A trace of golden blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, and his breath had grown somewhat erratic. Evidently, that previous strike inflicted significant harm upon him as well. He gazed at the golden giant ape, which was currently gathering the energy of annihilation, and for the first time, a feeling of trepidation emerged in its divine golden eyes. Engaging in a direct confrontation yielded him no advantage. Furthermore, his proud domain had lost its efficacy in the face of this unreasonable behemoth. This was troublesome. The situation had entirely spiraled beyond his control. Hey, you in the white attire. At that moment, a voice resonated from below. Pakor looked down to see the Saiyan regent, Goku, who had remained on the podium, gazing at him with a grave expression. It seems you are also unable to subdue that little monster, Goku stated solemnly. Now, it poses a threat to us all. I propose we temporarily join forces. Together, we can restrain its movements and then devise a way to restore its sanity. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Paku's golden eyes. Collaborating with these mortals? This contradicted his pride as a deity. However, he glanced at the dark red energy sphere in the giant ape's mouth, now swollen enough to engulf the entire capital, and realized he had no choice left. All right, he managed to utter with great difficulty. Yet, just as they reached a consensus to unite against the uncontrollable giant ape, an unexpected figure emerged, a petite, fragile silhouette clad in a pink princess dress, leapt directly from the protected guest area, shielded by energy. With astonishing speed, she soared towards the golden giant ape, poised to obliterate everything in its path. Beulah! Bulma screamed in utter horror. Even Pakua and Goku, prepared to take action, were momentarily stunned by this unforeseen spectacle. This girl, has she lost her mind? What difference does rushing in now make compared to seeking death? However, Beulah seemed oblivious to anyone's cries. Her tear-filled, cerulean eyes were fixated intently on the grotesque and fearsome head of the giant ape. In her mind, only one thought resonated with unwavering clarity. She could not allow him to do this. Absolutely not allow him to bear the sin of slaughtering his kin in such a manner. With unwavering resolve, she poured her not-so-mighty energy into a fervent rush towards the destructive beast, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. At last, she found herself before the giant ape's colossal head, as the energy sphere capable of annihilating the capital was poised to unleash its devastation. The giant ape's blood-red eyes caught sight of this minuscule obstacle before it, and a flicker of impatience crossed its gaze. It opened its massive jaws, seemingly ready to swallow this bothersome little insect whole. At that instant, a resounding slap echoed throughout the desolate world. The petite figure had exerted all her strength to deliver a sharp slap to the giant, menacing face of the golden ape. Then, without a shred of defense, she wrapped her arms around its cold, hard, massive golden fangs, exposing her most vulnerable back entirely to the impending destruction of the dark red energy sphere. Tears streamed from her cerulean eyes like a flood breaking its dam. With every ounce of her being, she cried out, delivering a heart-wrenching confession. You idiot! If you dare to kill them, I will die right before you. Chapter 125. The legend returned because of you as Beulah's heartrending. Tearful declaration reverberated across the silent battlefield through amplification magic. The fleeing Saiyans instinctively halted in their tracks. They turned back, gazing in disbelief at the heartbreaking scene displayed on the light screen. The petite, delicate princess, who had always been cherished in their eyes, was now embracing the fearsome fangs of the annihilation beast with open arms. Behind her loomed the energy sphere capable of instantly vaporizing her, along with the entire city. Her face was drenched in tears, yet her cerulean eyes sparkled with a brilliance that outshone the annihilation sphere, radiating a light known as protection. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Space appeared to solidify as the world was reduced to the juxtaposition of these two figures, one large and one small, one fierce and one gentle, one of destruction and one of guardianship. The dark red energy sphere, which the golden giant ape had been furiously gathering, seemed to momentarily stall in response to this sudden occurrence. The blood-red depths of its eyes, usually filled with pure destructive desire, flickered with an incongruous hint of struggle and pain upon witnessing the small figure, tearfully clutching its fangs. Roar? A low growl filled with confusion and bewilderment emerged from its throat. Did it recognize this little creature? Why did seeing her cry cause a pang of pain in its heart? Why, upon inhaling her scent, mingled with tears and a faint fragrance, did its violently destructive soul feel a trace of tranquility? Foolish, foolish girl, Beulah continued to cling tightly to the cold fangs, burying her face deep within. Her voice, choked with sobs, became intermittent. Didn't you say you would take me to see the ocean on Earth? Didn't you promise my brother that together we would make the Saiyans the strongest race? Have you forgotten the promise we made in the gravity chamber? You deceitful liar. She cried out incoherently, pouring forth every fragmented memory associated with that young man. Each word pierced into the depths of the beast's soul like a gentle yet razor-sharp needle. Roar! The golden giant ape suddenly tilted its head back and unleashed a roar more anguished than any before. The struggle and pain in its blood-red eyes intensified. Two entirely opposing wills were engaged in a fierce battle within its massive form. On one side lay the primal savagery of the Saiyan bloodline, known only for destruction and chaos. On the other side was the softest, most pure desire of that dark-haired youth, to protect this girl before him. Now was the moment. In the distance, Pa Kwa, who had been observing the battle, suddenly saw a flash of brilliance in his golden eyes. He had captured it. He had detected the fatal flaw in the giant beast due to its chaotic state of mind. Divine chain, he bellowed, extending his hands as if grasping the air towards the golden giant ape. In an instant, dozens of energy chains, composed solely of divine power and shimmering with golden runes, materialized out of thin air, resembling living serpents. In an instant, they coiled around the massive limbs, body, and neck of the golden giant monkey, binding it tightly. Roar! The golden giant monkey let out a pained roar. It struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from these cursed restraints. However, the chains forged from divine power were incredibly resilient. No matter how forcefully it exerted itself, the chains only tightened further, embedding themselves into its golden flesh. The prince of the Saiyans. And that boy? The voice of Paku echoed in the ears of Madarek and another black-haired Saiyan youth who had hurriedly come to assist. This young man, with a stern countenance and steady gaze, was none other than Lance, who had been waiting backstage due to a fortunate draw. Now is the time. Use your strongest power to attack its nape. Paku roared at the two of them. That is the only weakness of the giant monkey. Understood. Madarek and Lance exchanged a glance, instantly grasping the plan. Without hesitation, both unleashed their utmost energy. Madarek let out a furious roar as a golden energy beam, filled with the aura of a king, shot forth with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Lance acted even more swiftly. Instead of opting for an energy attack, he transformed into a bolt of golden lightning in an instant, fully powered Super Saiyan form, with a terrifying speed akin to teleportation. He appeared at the giant monkey's massive nape. On his face, which had always appeared mature and reserved, determination was now etched clearly. He extended his right hand, fingers claw-like, channeling all his strength into his fingertips. He aimed to sever the nerve center that connected the giant monkey's brain and body in the most direct and effective manner. However, just as the two most powerful attacks were about to simultaneously strike the completely ensnared golden giant monkey, an anomaly occurred. The golden giant monkey's anguished roar abruptly ceased, replaced by a long sigh, as if it had shed all burdens. Gradually, the crimson hue of its once ferocious and destructive eyes receded like a tide, revealing a clear, gentle, and even slightly indulgent emerald green that occupied its enormous gaze once more. It had returned. Sun Wutian had returned. He slowly lowered his massive head, gazing gently with his now clear emerald eyes at the small figure still sobbing in his embrace. Then, an incongruous, yet exceedingly tender smile broke across his face, which was meant to be fearsome. "Do not cry." A hoarse, yet magnetic voice, no longer that of a youthful boy, emanated from his great maw. "If you keep crying, it won't look good." Bulma was taken aback. She slowly lifted her head, her tear-filled azure eyes meeting the gentle, almost melting emerald gaze of the giant. Time seemed to come to a standstill in that moment. Just then, Moderek's energy blast and Lance's full force strike finally arrived. Boom. No surprises here. The two devastating attacks struck solidly against the unguarded nape of the golden giant monkey. However, there was no explosion. No blood. Not even the slightest ripple was stirred. Those two formidable assaults, capable of instilling fear in any strong warrior, were silently absorbed the moment they made contact with the brilliant golden fur. Chapter 126. God and Monkey. The outcome is revealed. The world seemed to be muted. Neither Moderek's planet-destroying energy blast nor Lance's full power strike, which could tear through anything, produced any sound or explosion upon touching that seemingly soft, yet profoundly cosmic golden fur. It was as if spring snow met the blazing sun. Without a sound, they were devoured, disassembled, absorbed, transformed, and utterly vanished. What? In the distance, Moderek's previously authoritative expression was replaced with one of utter shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Lance, who was much closer, felt the reality even more acutely. The fingers that could slice through a starship's armor seemed to sink into a warm and vast ocean of energy the moment they touched the giant's nape. His own violent, destructive power felt like a drop of ink dissolving into the sea, instantly diluted and assimilated, leaving no trace behind. Soon after, a gentle yet irresistible force emanated from that ocean. Lance felt his body lighten, and he was propelled backward uncontrollably. There was no injury, no impact. It was as if a gentle hand had simply nudged him aside. Steadying himself, Lance looked at the golden giant beast, which didn't even bother to glance in his direction, and his warrior's heart, usually calm and collected, was now tumultuous. The disparity, was this the true gulf between us? In a moment where he had exerted every ounce of effort, even resorting to a sneak attack, the opponent had not even deemed him worthy of a glance. Like swatting away an annoying fly, he had simply brushed him aside. This absolute contempt, stemming from a higher plane of existence, could shatter a genius's pride more than any injury. At that moment, the colossal creature, which had captured the world's attention, paid no heed to the two insignificant interludes. Its gentle emerald eyes remained fixed upon the small figure still clinging to its fangs, a look of innocence adorning her face as she forgot her tears. "All right, it's time to come down." Wu Tian's mature and magnetic voice rang out once more. The ensuing scene might be a bit unsuitable for young girls to witness. As he spoke, his enormous golden finger delicately grasped Bulma's collar, as if handling a rare treasure, and gently set her down into the astonished embrace of Bulma below. "Wu Tian?" Bulma remained in a dazed state, murmuring instinctively, "Yes, it's me." The golden giant monkey smiled tenderly at her once more. Although that smile appeared on a fearsome face, it was oddly endearing, and the warmth and tenderness mirrored that of the black-haired boy in her memories. After completing all this, Wu Tian, in golden giant monkey form, slowly straightened his enormous, mountain-like body. He shook his massive neck, acclimating to this new form brimming with explosive power. His gentle, emerald eyes gradually turned towards the divine apostle, Paku, who had long ensnared him with the chains of divinity. "Thank you." Wu Tian's voice resonated with a tranquil yet majestic tone. "Were it not for your divine chains suppressing the beastly nature within this body, I fear I would not have so swiftly reclaimed my humanity." "Humanity?" Paku gazed at him, his golden divine eyes filled with complexity. He found himself at a loss for words to describe the creature before him. Indeed, Wu Tian slowly raised his immense golden arm, glancing at the divine chains that still bound him. Those chains, which had previously rendered even the slightest movement nearly impossible, now appeared so fragile in his eyes. A faint glimmer of golden light flickered in Wutian's gaze. As a token of gratitude, allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to grasp power. He slowly clenched his fist, fully comprehending the legend that accompanied such mastery. Huh. A low growl, starkly different from his previous frenzied roars, emanated from him, filled with a sense of equilibrium. Boom. The numerous indomitable chains of divine power that coiled around him could not withstand even a second against the pure, concentrated golden energy that erupted from within him, shattering into countless golden specks. What? Paku's pupils constricted in shock. This was impossible. The divine chains were a manifestation of his divine power, essentially a condensation of laws. Unless the opponent's strength transcended the very laws he commanded, it was utterly impossible to break free through sheer force. Could it be that this being had surpassed the realm of divinity? Enough, Paku. Freed from his constraints, Wutian leisurely stretched his limbs, his emerald eyes calmly observing the utterly astonished divine apostle. This battle must come to an end. I am grateful for allowing me to touch upon this new realm. To express my respect, Wutian slowly raised his mountain-like right hand, his index finger extending. I shall use only this one move. If you can withstand it, I shall accept defeat. The same words, the same scene, yet the tides of battle had completely reversed. It was an absolute confidence derived from the essence of life itself, a proclamation of kingship that transcended all. You shall not underestimate me. Paku was thoroughly enraged, feeling his dignity as a god trampled upon repeatedly. I am a god. I am the most powerful apostle under the ancient god Karlstas. He howled to the heavens, unleashing every remnant of divine power within him. A surge of golden energy, laced with ominous purple-black energy, soared into the sky. Behind him, a massive and indistinct shadow, reminiscent of a terrifying figure seated upon a throne, materialized. Let me show you the ultimate technique bestowed upon me by Lord Karlstas, divine punishment. He clasped his hands together, as if drawing upon the very energy of the planet, forming an eerie purple-black energy sphere, exuding an aura of annihilation and finality in his palm. Then, with the force of thunder, it hurtled towards the golden giant ape, facing this ultimate divine punishment capable of erasing an entire star. The golden giant ape's face remained devoid of any fluctuation. He merely extended his colossal golden index finger, gently touching the approaching purple-black sphere. Time seemed to halt, and space itself appeared to freeze. When the energy sphere, imbued with divine punishment, made contact with the tip of that golden finger, it created no ripple, vanishing silently as if it had never existed. Yet, that golden finger's momentum did not wane. With a pace that transcended time and space, seemingly slow yet immeasurably swift, it traversed dozens of kilometers and precisely struck Paku's face, twisted in sheer terror and disbelief. Then boom. Chapter 127. The curtain falls. The proclamation of the new king with a faint, almost muffled sound, akin to a ripe fruit falling softly onto a grassy meadow. The atmosphere shifted. This subtle sound struck like an invisible hammer upon the hearts of all present. The entire universe, all sentient beings observing the battle through the light screen, felt their breaths, heartbeats, and thoughts come to a standstill. What did they witness? They beheld the once mighty and arrogant divine apostle, Paku, as that seemingly slow yet unfathomably swift golden finger gently touched his forehead. The terrifying divine power that had once made planets tremble dissipated instantaneously, like a punctured balloon. His golden eyes, ablaze with a molten glow, swiftly faded to ordinary black. He became akin to a statue stripped of all color, plummeting straight down from the air until he landed, with a soft thud, upon the charred, ravaged earth. Silence reigned. A profound stillness enveloped the scene. This monumental battle, one that wagered the legend of the Saiyans and the glory of divine realms, concluded in an utterly unforeseen and even absurd manner. There were no cataclysmic explosions, no heart-wrenching final blows, only the golden giant beast, with a mere finger, effortlessly shattering the pride of divinity. It represented an absolute dimensional crushing that transcended victory and defeat, an ultimate elucidation of the essence of power. Is it over? Trunks murmured from the guest seats, having just regained consciousness from the medical chamber. He was confronted with a spectacle that left him questioning his very existence. Yes, it is over. Beside him, the Regent Modrek, who had also come to assist, slowly lowered his trembling arms, his face etched with relief and a deeper sense of shock. He gazed at the golden giant ape, whose mere presence distorted the very fabric of space, his voice turning hoarse. What manner of monster have we Saiyans created? At that moment, the colossal golden ape, having achieved an overwhelming victory, slowly closed its enormous, emerald-green eyes. The terrifying aura that oppressed all things began to recede, like the ebbing tide. Its resplendent, gold-like fur started to fade into the realm of illusion. The gargantuan body, akin to a mountain, was visibly shrinking and becoming less substantial within mere seconds. The beast, capable of annihilating everything, vanished entirely. In its stead stood a black-haired youth clad in tattered orange martial arts attire. It was Sun Wutian. He floated silently in midair, eyes tightly shut, as if he had succumbed to slumber. Gradually, he began to descend from the sky. Wutian, Bra exclaimed, startled, and without a second thought. She attempted to rush forward to catch him. However, a figure moved faster than her, Lance. He transformed into a streak of light and instantly appeared beside Wutian, securely cradling him in his arms. Then, he gently descended to the ground. What has happened to him? Bra, Bulma, and Trunks immediately gathered around. He is fine. Lance assessed Wutian's energy, a complex smile playing on his stern face. He has merely exhausted himself and fallen asleep. Fallen asleep? The group was left speechless. After creating such a great commotion, annihilating the entire arena, and transforming into a legendary beast, he merely fell asleep post-battle? Just how vast was this fellow's heart? Meanwhile, in the distance, the seemingly deceased Paku suddenly twitched a finger. With great difficulty, he propped himself up with his arm, slowly sitting up. He was not dead. Wutian's final strike had precisely shattered all the divine power within him, but had not claimed his life. He coughed violently, each spasm causing golden blood to spill from his mouth. Lifting his head, he cast a gaze filled with complex emotions toward the black-haired youth sleeping soundly in Lance's embrace. I have lost, completely and utterly defeated. I have acknowledged my defeat. He chuckled bitterly to himself. Before true legends, it seemed, one was so easily vanquished. With that, he painstakingly rose to his feet. Under the watchful eyes of all, he stepped forward, one cautious step at a time, until he stood before Lance. Then, he performed a gesture that moved every Saiyan present. He knelt on one knee before the sleeping youth, and in a raspy but respectful tone, he solemnly declared, I, the apostle of the gods, Paku, acknowledge your victory. From this day forth, he gradually lowered his proud, divine head. The new king of this planet is you, Sun Wutian. His voice resonated through the still functional sound amplification magic, echoing across the entirety of New Vegeta. After a brief silence, an earth-shattering roar of cheers erupted from every corner of the planet, akin to mountains collapsing and seas surging. All the Saiyans embraced one another, weeping with joy and exuberance. They celebrated this hard-won victory in the most fervent and frenzied manner, rejoicing in the birth of their new king. They celebrated the legend of the Saiyans, which ultimately upheld their rightful glory. However, amidst this sea of jubilation, no one noticed the apostle of the gods, Paku, kneeling. A chilling and peculiar smile slowly crept across his shadowed face. Well done, Sun Wutian, an ancient and malevolent voice not belonging to him whispered within his mind. You have successfully proven your worth to me. Soon, we shall meet again. At that time, I will personally bestow upon you the supreme honor of becoming my new strongest apostle. Chapter 128, The New King's Holiday 1 week later. In the medical center of Bulma's manor in the capital of New Vegeta, a soft, languid groan accompanied the awakening of the black-haired youth lying in the latest medical recovery pod. As the warm green restorative liquid, almost as if alive, slowly receded from his body, it revealed a physique that, while not overly robust, exuded a streamlined beauty and explosive power. The pod door hissed open. Wutian shook his still dizzy head and sat up. He glanced down at his hands and instinctively clenched his fists. Power surged within him. It felt as if his body had been thoroughly cleansed, each cell brimming with unprecedented vitality. Yet, for some reason, he sensed a peculiar emptiness deep within him. You're awake. A voice, bright and melodious, chimed in nearby. Wutian turned his head in surprise to see a pink figure standing not far away, holding a tray laden with food. It was Bra. Perhaps having just bathed, a healthy flush adorned her cheeks, and her sapphire blue eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Wutian awake. But then, as if recalling something, her face inexplicably reddened, and she awkwardly averted her gaze. You've been asleep for a whole 7 days. If you hadn't woken up, We would have thought you might miss the coronation ceremony of the new king. Bra's voice was barely above a whisper. Wu Tian, noticing her slightly flustered demeanor, scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile. I'm sorry for causing everyone concern. His mind involuntarily flashed back to the last scene he witnessed in the form of the colossal ape, the girl in the pink dress, crying with pearly tears while holding his fangs, and that heart-wrenching confession, I will die before you. At this thought, Wu Tian felt his cheeks warm slightly. The atmosphere grew subtly delicate. Ahem. Just then, an intentional cough interrupted this somewhat intimate silence. Trunks, Bulma, and Lance entered from outside together. Oh, our new king has finally decided to awaken. Trunks crossed his arms, teasingly mocking him. If you hadn't woken up. The entire capital S Saiyans would have thought their newly elected king was a lazy sleeper. Brother, Bra shot Trunks a glare, her protective demeanor only causing Trunks to chuckle more heartily. All right, enough of the teasing. Bulma stepped forward, her blue eyes mirroring Bra's, but now filled with seriousness and professionalism. She handed Wu Tian a portable data panel. Wu Tian, take a look at this. On the data panel, a three-dimensional model of a fearsome golden giant ape is prominently displayed, accompanied by a vast array of densely packed energy data streams. This report was meticulously compiled from the battle footage of that fierce encounter, alongside the residual energy collected from within you. Bulma's expression is uncharacteristically grave. The conclusion is far from optimistic. What does that mean, Mom? Trunks inquires, drawing closer. In simple terms, Bulma's fingertip traces a steeply descending red energy curve on the data panel. This golden giant ape form is, in essence, an extremely unstable berserk state that forcibly merges the power of a Super Saiyan with the primal instinct of the Saiyan bloodline. The sheer physical force it can unleash is, indeed, cataclysmic. As she speaks, Bulma brings up the moment when Goten shattered Paku's divine judgment with a mere finger. Every individual present, including the usually composed Lance, cannot help but slightly narrow their pupils upon witnessing the scene again. However, Bulma's tone shifts, becoming exceedingly serious. This fusion consumes life, force as fuel. According to my calculations, maintaining that form for less than 10 minutes expends a life energy equivalent to 50 years of a regular Saiyan's lifespan. What? The revelation sends shockwaves through the assembly, consuming life force. This is no mere transformation. It is a forbidden technique, a dark art. Yet, this is not the worst of it. Bulma takes a deep breath and continues. The most alarming aspect is that this form is uncontrollable. The reason you were able to regain your sanity at the end, as per my analysis, was not only due to Bra's encouragement, but also a fortunate coincidence. Coincidence? Goten blinks in confusion. Indeed. Bulma points to another set of energy analysis data on the panel, originating from Paku. The divine power of Paku tends towards order and annihilation, which, to some extent, countered the chaotic and violent primal nature within you. It was he who used the divine chains to forcibly suppress your beastly instincts, allowing your human rationality a moment to breathe and ultimately reclaim control of your body. If not for this coincidence, Bulma leaves the thought hanging. Yet everyone comprehends the terrifying implication behind her unspoken words. Without that stroke of luck, son Goten would have forever been transformed into a golden demon ape, knowing only destruction until his life force was utterly depleted. Thus, Bulma looks at Goten and solemnly warns, until you find a way to perfectly control this power, I forbid you from using that form again. Goten falls silent upon hearing this. He slowly closes his eyes. Yet his mind involuntarily conjures fragmented memories that do not belong to him. They are ancient and indistinct images that occasionally flicker through during his golden giant ape form. It is a pitch-black, frigid void. At the end of this void, there appears an unimaginably colossal and terrifying throne. On that throne sits a massive shadow whose features remain obscured. That shadow seems to have noticed his gaze and slowly smiles at him. Goten? Goten? Bra's voice calls him back from that ominous recollection. Oh, it's nothing. Goten forces a smile. I understand, Aunt Bulma. I won't recklessly use that power again. Although he verbally affirms this, an unsettling premonition lingers in his heart, as if the terrifying shadow seated upon the throne has already set its sights on him. Meanwhile, deep within the regent palace of the Monai capital, a young man clad in opulent attire, bearing a resemblance to Lance, but with a more sinister gaze, respectfully reports to a pitch-black mirror. My lord has already agreed. He is none other than Caberna, the son of Modrek. He will publicly announce at the coronation ceremony in a week that he is passing the regent position to me. Humph, passing the throne? The pale face of Paku gradually materializes in the mirror, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. What a naive thought. We do not have the luxury of time to indulge them in such childish games. What does the Lord mean? Caberna's heart tightens. The time has come. From behind Paku in the mirror, another figure cloaked in a gray mantle slowly emerges. The mere presence of this individual, radiating a nauseating coldness of death, sends a shiver down Caberna's spine. Lord Carlstos is quite pleased with the experiment known as Son Goten. The gray-robed figure rasps, akin to the sound of sandpaper rubbing together. However, the Lord does not favor an overly complacent experimental environment. We require certain catalysts, elements that can compel the subject to once again unveil his intriguing potential through despair. The messenger gradually lifts his head. Under the shadow of the mantle, a pair of emotionless, serpent-like vertical pupils silently regard Caberna through the mirror. The celebration feast is tonight. Is it not? A new king, who personally slays his father to seize the throne. This despair shall serve as an appetizer for all Saiyans. What do you think? Chapter 129. The Last Banquet. As night falls, enveloping the sky of the new Vegeta planet like a vast expanse of black velvet. 3 moons of varying sizes emit a cool, gentle glow, bestowing a rare tranquility upon this planet steeped in battles and the essence of testosterone. In the Regent Palace of the Monai capital, the venue is alight as if it were midday. To celebrate the successful conclusion of the new king's trials and the Saiyan clan's defense of their honor against the divine apostle, Regent Modrek has organized an unprecedentedly grand celebratory banquet. Those fortunate enough to receive an invitation are none other than the prominent figures of the new Vegeta planet. Nobles from various city-states, military leaders, and young warriors who performed admirably during the trials are present. Naturally, as the absolute protagonists of this banquet, Son Goten, Trunks, and Bulma, along with Bra, have been seated at the VIP table closest to the regent's main seat. The atmosphere in the banquet hall is exceptionally vibrant. Burly Saiyan warriors clink their oversized goblets, their laughter echoing loudly in boisterous revelry. The banquet tables are laden with meticulously prepared roasted meats from colossal extraterrestrial beasts, their delectable aroma whetting appetites. This fervent atmosphere momentarily alleviates the tension and dread left in the wake of the monumental battle. Come, Goten. A bearded Saiyan general strides over, beaming with joy as he raises his goblet. I toast to you. If it were not for you, the faces of our Saiyans would have been utterly disgraced by that so-called apostle of the gods. Ha 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 indeed. Immediately, more Saiyans gathered around. Wutian, you are now the hero in the hearts of all Saiyans. To His Majesty the new king. I, Hyuk, raise a toast to you. In an instant, Wutian found himself encircled by a fervent group of enthusiastic Saiyan warriors, who poured down cup after cup of fiery liquor. Observing Wutian, who was slightly at a loss, yet graciously responding to each person, Bra felt an involuntary smile grace her lips, forming a delightful arc. In her azure eyes, the boy's shy smile reflected a dazzling brilliance. This fellow possesses such terrifying power, yet in this moment, he appears as a boy next door. How charming. Aware of her own thoughts, Bra's cheeks flushed slightly. She hastily lifted her juice, sipping it slowly to mask her momentary fluster. Meanwhile, Trunks, seated beside her, observed everything. He glanced at his sister, who seemed to be smitten, then at his best friend, revered as a hero by everyone. Ultimately, he could only smile helplessly. He chose not to join the revelry, for he understood that the true crisis might be just commencing. The concerns that Bulma had articulated regarding the potential dangers of the golden great ape form, along with Wutian's description of the terrifying shadow seated upon the throne, loomed over him like a heavy stone. Rance, why aren't you drinking? Trunks noticed Rance, seated across from him, who had remained silent since the banquet commenced. The cup in front of him remained untouched, and his typically calm demeanor was now overshadowed by an inscrutable gloom. It's nothing, Rance replied, shaking his head. He lifted his cup, but merely took a shallow sip. His gaze traversed the raucous crowd, resting on his grandfather, the Regent Lord Madarek, who was engaged in jovial conversation with several high-ranking officials. He then turned his eyes to his father, Kabuna, who stood beside his grandfather, wearing an impeccable smile that concealed an underlying unease. For some reason, Rance felt an ominous premonition. He sensed that something felt amiss with tonight's festivities, as if the atmosphere was thickening with an impending storm. Everyone, please quiet down. At that moment, Kabuna, standing beside the main seat, raised his voice. His gentle yet magnetic tone, amplified by a magic spell, swiftly silenced the revelry. All Saiyans instinctively halted their activities, directing their attention to him. With a composed smile, Kabuna stepped to the center of the hall. First, allow me to represent my father, Regent Lord Madarek, and the entire Monai royal court, to extend our highest regards to our Saiyan hero, son Wutian. He bowed deeply towards Wutian. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Secondly, Kabuna continued, straightening up while maintaining his smile, to commend the extraordinary contributions of son Wutian and Trunks during this incident. My father, Regent Lord Madarek, will shortly announce a significant decision concerning the future of our new planet Vegeta. A significant decision? Curiosity gripped everyone. Could it be the coronation ceremony? Or perhaps bestowing Wutian and Trunks with remarkable titles? Just as everyone eagerly anticipated, Kabuna's gaze scanned the entire hall. Finally, his eyes met a figure in the corner, garbed in servant attire, head bowed, obscuring their face. The servant subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Kabuna's gentle smile turned somewhat sinister. He slowly raised his right hand. Then let us commence. As his words fell, the two colossal doors of the banquet hall, wrought from superalloy, thunderously slammed shut, resonating with a deafening sound. Immediately after, a synchronized sound of weapons being drawn echoed throughout the hall. The royal guards, initially tasked with maintaining order, simultaneously unsheathed their high-frequency particle swords. Their faces lost the previous respect, replaced by a chilling severity. In an instant, the once celebratory banquet hall was engulfed by a bone-chilling aura of impending doom. Kabuna, what is the meaning of this? Regent Lord Madarek abruptly rose from his seat, his imposing figure trembling with rage. Shock and fury etched across his countenance as he gazed at his son, disbelief filling his regal eyes. Father. Kabuna slowly turned to face his father. His smile entirely vanished, replaced by a grimace blending madness, defiance, and a hint of anguish. This decayed, archaic era must come to an end. He extended his arms, resembling a madman on the verge of embracing a new world. From this day forth, I shall lead the Saiyans into a grand, new future guided by the divine. His gaze fell upon his father's reddened face, seething with wrath, and his voice turned frigid. It will be the cornerstone of a new era. Chapter 130, The Bloodied Throne. It will be the cornerstone of a new era. Kabuna's cold and frenzied declaration pierced the hearts of every Saiyan present like a venomous dagger. The resplendent banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. Every face bore the marks of utter absurdity and disbelief. Patricide, usurpation, such bloody theatrics. Once confined to the most primitive eras occurring on the newly civilized planet Vegeta, and between the regent and his own son, unfilial son, a thunderous roar, imbued with boundless rage and sorrow, finally shattered the suffocating silence. Regent Lord Madarek's formidable frame trembled with fury. His regal, authoritative gaze bore down on the center of the hall, fixated on the son he once took pride in, as he bellowed. Do you even realize what you are doing? I certainly do. Kabuna remained unfazed in the face of his father's wrath, even managing a smile, one filled with a sickly madness. I am correcting your errors. I am endeavoring to reclaim our Saiyan clan from the path of mediocrity and decay that you have laid before us. Insolence. Beside Madarek, an esteemed Saiyan marshal, unable to contain his fury, unsheathed his sword with a sudden force. Kabana, surrender at once. Otherwise, do not blame us for executing you on the spot for treason. Yet, in response, a chilling flash of sword light emerged. With a swift thrust, blood splattered as the loyal old marshal, caught off guard, was pierced through the chest by a guard captain who had appeared behind him unbeknownst. His face retained the righteous anger, yet his body slowly crumpled to the ground. Kill. That strike served as a signal. The royal guards, who had been standing their ground against the nobles, instantaneously transformed into a frigid assembly of killing machines. They wielded their blades with precision and efficiency against those nobles who dared to resist or displayed hostility. In an instant, the hall reverberated with screams and the clash of weapons. What was once a relatively peaceful banquet morphed into a blood-soaked battlefield. Cabana, have you lost your mind? At the VIP table, Trunks slammed his hand on the table and stood up. A golden aura erupted around him. The formidable pressure of a Super Saiyan instantly sending several guards attempting to charge at him, flying backwards. Opposite him, Lance sat as if drained of all soul, staring blankly at his father, orchestrating the carnage in the center of the hall. He glanced at his grandfather, whose eyes were filled with fury upon witnessing the murder of a loyal subject. His mind was a blank slate. How could this be happening? Trunks, remain calm. A warm yet firm hand rested on Trunks' shoulder, preventing his impending rage. It was Goten, who also stood up. However, unlike Trunks, he did not unleash his full power but regarded the already deranged Cabana with a frigid, composed gaze. His seemingly casual stance fortuitously shielded Bulma and Bra behind him. Goten. Instinctively, Bra extended her trembling little hand and clutched the hem of Goten's garment, finding a glimmer of warmth and safety amidst the coldness. Very well, very well. At the head table, Modrek surveyed the chaos and bloodshed with a smile rather than anger. He slowly unfastened his opulent regent's robe, revealing a physique brimming with explosive muscles. A terrifying aura, equally potent as Cabana's, yet more profound and heavy, erupted from him. Since you have chosen this most foolish path, today I shall personally cleanse the filth. He stepped forward. The throne platform, constructed from unyielding alloy, splintered like fragile glass under his weight. Do you presume to challenge me, my dear father? Cabana, confronted by the overwhelming majesty of a king that could shatter ordinary Saiyans, merely chuckled once more. He did not even spare Modrek a glance, instead casting his gaze toward the VIP area where Bulma resided. You are indeed powerful. I concede that in sheer strength, I am no match for you. However, he meticulously adjusted his impeccably smooth collar. Your Achilles heel is glaringly apparent. Modrek's pupils constricted sharply. Cabana, with a pointed glance towards Bulma and Bra, continued. The esteemed Bulma from Earth is our most vital technical advisor on New Vegeta, and her daughter is, without a doubt, our clan's most noble princess. He uttered in a devilish whisper, if anything were to happen to them here, would Prince Trunks and the new King Goten not hold a grudge against our fragile Saiyan civilization? How dare you? Modrek and Trunks shouted in unison, both recognizing the blatant threat in Cabana's words. This lunatic. He intends to use Bulma and Bra as hostages. For the first time, Modrek's unwavering momentum faltered slightly. He feared not for his own life, but he could not afford to jeopardize the entire Saiyan civilization due to his impulsiveness and risk enmity with Earth. And just as Modrek found himself momentarily distracted by this precarious situation, the mysterious attendant, who had lingered like a shadow in the corner, finally moved. His actions were unhurried, even slow. He merely raised a withered hand, resembling an eagle's claw, and gestured toward Modrek, grasping at the air. Binding technique. A raspy, inhuman chant emerged from his lips. In the next moment, Modrek felt the very air around his body solidify into the hardest, most ancient ice. An unfamiliar, frigid power, imbued with an aura of annihilation and finality, coiled around his limbs, his body, and his very soul like countless invisible serpents. The immense energy that could shake the heavens and earth was forcibly suppressed back within him in that instant. He was paralyzed. He could not even move a single finger. Now is the moment. The envoy shouted with urgency. At this juncture, Cabana seized a specially forged sword, gleaming with a sinister purple light from the hands of a guard. He gazed at his father, bound and filled with rage and disbelief. His hand trembled slightly, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes. Yet, that flicker was swiftly consumed by an even greater intensity of ambition and madness. He recalled the countless times he had lived in his father's shadow, the unyielding resentment. He remembered the supreme future promised by the deity. I am sorry, father, he roared, casting aside all hesitations. With every ounce of strength, he thrust the poisoned and cursed dagger of regicide fiercely into his father's heart. Thud! The blade penetrated flesh without resistance, piercing through Modrek's iron-like chest. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Modrek slowly lowered his head, gazing at the ominous sword that was ravenously consuming his life force. Then he raised his head once more. He did not look at the son who had taken his life. Instead, with the last remnants of his strength, he cast his gaze upon his grandson, who was rendered utterly dazed by the cruel and absurd spectacle unfolding before him. A copious amount of blood surged from his mouth, and 2 streams of royal tears cascaded down his face as he uttered his final words with the last vestiges of life. Lance, flee. In Chapter 131, Escape from the Regent Palace, flee. Modrek's weak, blood-soaked, and resentful last words were like an invisible, searing iron brand, indelibly searing into Lance's very soul. In his once calm and composed black eyes, all semblance of reason and tranquility crumbled in that moment, replaced by an abyss of hollow silence. It was as though the entirety of the world, with all its sounds and colors, had deserted him. All that remained in his ears was the frantic drumming of his own heart, thumping madly. In his vision, there was only the imposing figure collapsing slowly before him, and the sight of his father, wielding a bloodied sword, a visage filled with morbid satisfaction and delight. From this moment forth, Cabona slowly withdrew the regicide sword, still embedded in his father's chest. The warm, regal blood flowed down the blade, dripping onto his pristine, ornate attire, blooming into grotesque, blood-colored blossoms. He raised the sword high, addressing the silent Saiyan nobility present with an unmistakable, regal tone, solemnly proclaiming, "I, Cabona, shall inherit the regent's mantle. The planet New Vegeta shall usher in a new era." However, just as he reveled in the ecstasy of power, a suppressed, primal roar erupted, akin to a wounded beast. Lance. In an instant, his hollow eyes were filled with an endless crimson fury. A surge of wild, golden energy erupted from within him, akin to a volcanic explosion. "Cabona!" He screamed his father's name, each syllable dripping with unquenchable hatred. Without any unnecessary movements, he transformed into a golden flash of vengeance, charging towards the father he once revered with a desperate, self-destructive fervor. "You seek death," Cabona observed with a flicker of complexity in his eyes, but mostly with cold disdain. He could hardly be bothered to act personally. A mere glance summoned the gray-robed emissary lurking in the shadows once more. The figure raised its withered eagle claw, lightly flicking it towards the oncoming golden streak. A soft sound echoed as an almost imperceptible gray wave of energy struck Lance squarely in the chest. The golden flames of fury that had soared from his rage were extinguished instantly, as if doused with cold water. He fell, like a kite severed from its string, tracing a weak parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Throughout it all, he had never even approached his foe within 10 meters. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Lance, Trunks, witnessing the scene, felt his vision darken with rage and could no longer contain himself, ready to charge forward. Yet, he was once again blocked by a figure. It was Goten. "Do not act rashly." Goten's voice remained calm, but carried an undeniable authority. "This is not the time." His eyes scanned the surroundings coolly. The armed guards had formed a tight perimeter around them, and the mysterious gray-robed emissary's strength was unfathomable. Most crucially, Goten could distinctly sense that Cabona emanated a chilling divine power reminiscent of Paku, albeit far less pure. They had no chance in a direct confrontation. The only chance of survival lay in escape. As Goten's mind raced, contemplating an escape plan, Cabona's condescending voice suddenly resonated. "Son Goten." He stepped forward, scrutinizing the black-haired youth who had earned the title of the new king. A duplicitous, gentle smile returned to his face. "My father, Regent Modrek, was unfortunately assassinated by rebel forces. In his dying moments, he entrusted the entire planet New Vegeta to me. Such a tragedy." He spoke of sorrow, yet not a trace of grief marred his expression, reversing black and white, calling a deer a horse. The shamelessness was astounding. Even Goten could not resist clenching his fists. Cabona, seemingly oblivious to Goten's icy gaze, continued to speak. "I am acutely aware of my limitations. Thus, I sincerely invite you, son Goten, to serve as my chief general of New Vegeta, second only to me, commanding all the armies across the star domain." His words ignited a stir among the crowd. The nobles who had just aligned themselves with Cabona displayed expressions of jealousy and resentment. "Chief General, that is a position of supreme authority, second only to one," they thought. "Who is this earth boy to presume such merit?" Meanwhile, Cabona shifted his gaze to Trunks, who glared at him with palpable anger. "I declare Prince Trunks will serve as the Grand Marshal of New Vegeta, my deputy in governing the nation." A sardonic smile twisted Trunks' lips. "Cabona, you patricide and usurper. Do you think we would conspire with you?" "Do not be so hasty to refuse," Cabona replied, shrugging his shoulders with feigned sincerity. "This is an opportunity bestowed upon you by the divine. By following the will of the gods, you shall gain unimaginable power and glory. Defy the will of the gods." His tone grew frigid. "And you will meet the same fate as my dim-witted father." A blatant threat. He sought to draw Goten and Trunks, the two strongest warriors, into his camp. "I refuse." Yet, the response came from Goten's calm voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Oh, Cabona seemed somewhat taken aback. Narrowing his eyes, "May I ask for your reasoning?" Quite simply, Goten raised his head, and for the first time, a glint of disdain flickered in his pure, dark eyes. "I have no interest in serving a scoundrel who has slain his own father." As his words fell, an invisible wave of energy erupted, centered around Goten, exploding forth. He moved. However, he did not rush towards Cabona. Instead, he swiftly lifted Beulah beside him, while his other hand grasped Burume's shoulder. Simultaneously, he bellowed towards Trankus on the opposite side, "Take lots. Go. Mind link." Almost as soon as Wu Tian's voice echoed, Trankus had already transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly appearing beside the unconscious Lance, hoisting him onto his shoulder. Instant transmission. Wu Tian pressed his fingers against his forehead. Their figures promptly turned ethereal. "No way." The gray-robed messenger reacted immediately. His withered claws clenched fiercely at the void. Space blockade. Buzz. The entire banquet hall seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force. However, it was too late. Just 1/100th of a second before he completed the blockade, Wu Tian and Trankus's figures had completely vanished from their original spot, leaving behind a chilling decree reverberating in everyone's ears. "Cabona, clean your neck and wait. I shall return shortly to claim your life." Chapter 132. A state of siege in the royal capital. On the outskirts of Monai royal capital, outside an abandoned ancient mine. The air subtly distorted as Wu Tian and Trankus staggered into view, bringing Buruma, Beulah, and the unconscious Lance to safety at last. Both knelt simultaneously, gasping for breath. The continuous use of instant transmission to breach the space blockade had drained their stamina significantly. "Lance, how are you?" Trankus, neglecting his own fatigue, carefully laid Lance flat. Buruma hurried forward, retrieving a portable medical scanner from her universal capsule to examine Lance's injuries. Beulah quickly approached Wu Tian's side. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she observed his pale complexion. "Wu Tian, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Wu Tian shook his head, inhaling deeply to suppress the turbulent energy within him. He gazed towards the brilliantly lit royal capital in the distance, where, to his keen sight, the regent's palace they had just escaped from appeared eerily peaceful. There were no alarms, no pursuers, and not even a hint of chaos emanated from it. Wu Tian's brow furrowed instantly. This was exceedingly abnormal. "How's Mom?" Trankus asked anxiously. "The situation is dire." Burume's expression was grave. "Lance's body has not sustained severe external injuries, but a strange energy, replete with a sense of death, has invaded him, temporarily sealing his energy and continuously eroding his life force." Buruma displayed the scanner's screen to everyone, where the green dot representing Lance's life energy was visibly dimming at an alarming rate. "Damn it!" Trankus struck the ground with a fist. "It's that gray-robed bastard." "Is there a way to save him?" Wu Tian asked solemnly. "Not at the moment." Buruma shook her head, swiftly retracting the scanner. "My medical equipment can temporarily delay his life force's decline, but to eradicate that strange energy, we must utilize a more advanced medical chamber. However, the entire royal capital's medical facilities are likely." Her words remained unfinished, yet everyone present understood her implication. With Cabona orchestrating such a meticulous coup, strategic locations like hospitals, communication centers, and airports had undoubtedly fallen under his control. The Monai royal capital had now become a colossal prison for them. "Let us not dwell on that." Wu Tian rose, his complexion returning to normal. "We must leave here immediately." Cabona's failure to send pursuers is not due to carelessness. Rather, he does not believe we could escape his grasp. He will undoubtedly seal off the entire royal capital at once. Once dawn breaks, he can leisurely mobilize the entire city's forces for a thorough search, and we will truly be trapped. Wu Tian's words fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing the fleeting sense of relief among them. Indeed, they had merely escaped the palace temporarily, yet the danger still loomed large. "But where can we go?" Beulah's face reflected confusion. They could not exit the royal capital, and other city-states were far too distant. With their strength, carrying Lance, it was impossible to reach there before being discovered. "No, there is a place we can go." Trankus, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, his eyes glinting with a cold flame of vengeance. "My mother's estate. It houses our company's most advanced aircraft. And I also preemptively stocked sufficient supplies and energy for a month to guard against emergencies." Most critically, Trankus smirked. "The defense systems and security personnel, their only answer to me or my mother. Should Cabona attempt to breach it, even as the new king, he would pay a painful price. In the depths of the night, at Buruma's estate, this luxurious manor, sprawling like a small town, now lay in tranquility. Yet beneath this calm facade, turbulent undercurrents swirled. In the command center of the estate, Buruma sat at the main control console, her fingers flying over the photon keyboard. A massive holographic screen displayed real-time surveillance images of the entire royal capital. Just as Wu Tian had predicted, less than half an hour after their departure from the mine, all exits from the Monai royal capital had been comprehensively taken over by heavily armed soldiers of the royal guard, preventing even a single fly from escaping. Simultaneously, the capital's public network broadcasted the first emergency martial law decree, personally signed by the new King Kabona. To all citizens, the former regent Model Woke has unfortunately passed away due to overwork, and before his death, he bequeathed the throne to his son Kabona. To prevent hostile forces from exploiting the chaos to undermine stability, Monai royal capital is now under the highest level of wartime martial law. No citizen may leave without cause. Violators will be executed on the spot. Bastard! Trancus trembled with rage as he gazed at the despicable announcement that turned black and white. Passed away? What a laughable lie. Ding dong. At that moment, the estate's access control system emitted a notification sound. The screen immediately displayed the surveillance footage from the estate's entrance, revealing a fully armed Royal Guard unit standing outside the massive door constructed from superalloy. Leading them was a captain adorned with the rank of colonel, a smug smirk adorning his face. "We come bearing the edict of His Majesty King Kabona." His voice echoed throughout the estate via a loudspeaker. "We have learned that esteemed guests from Earth, Suin Wutian and Prince Trancus, have been misled by rumors and hold some misunderstandings towards the royal court. His Majesty is deeply pained by this and has sent us to invite you to return to the palace, meet with His Majesty, dispel misunderstandings, and discuss state affairs." This so-called invitation was, in truth, an ultimatum and a blatant display of force. Kabona had swiftly discovered their hiding place, within the command center of the estate. The atmosphere thickened with tension. "What should we do?" Beulah nervously clutched Wutian's arm. "Trancus, immediately activate Plan B. Prepare for a forced breakout." Buruma decisively issued the combat order. "Understood." Trancus showed no hesitation, turning swiftly towards the hangar. "Wutian, you..." Buruma intended to assign a task to Wutian, but noticed he was quietly observing the screen. Fixated on the arrogant captain of the Royal Guard, a strange smile suddenly gracing his face. "Aunt Buruma, perhaps we need not go through such trouble." "Huh." Buruma was taken aback. Wutian slowly approached the communicator and pressed the call button. Then, with a tone as light and carefree as the wind, he spoke to the imperious captain of the guard outside the door. "You wish for us to return? Very well. You may personally come in and invite us, provided you have the courage to do so." Chapter 133, An Invitation to Enter. Wutian's challenge, "as long as you have that courage," resonated clearly through the loudspeaker, reaching the ears of every soldier in the guard outside the manor. In an instant, the originally imposing and orderly formation of soldiers stirred with a hint of agitation. The proud smile on the face of the leading colonel, named Nuo Ku, abruptly froze. He was known as a staunch confidant of the new king in the royal guard. He had assumed that, with his army at the gates, and by invoking the name of the new king, the pitiful earthlings within, reduced to mere strays, would either succumb in terror or promptly surrender. To his utter astonishment, what he received instead was a nearly humiliating counter-invitation. "Captain?" a nearby aide asked uncertainly in a low voice. Nuo Ku's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. "Enter?" What a joke. Although arrogant, he was not foolish. That manor was the most technologically advanced location on the entire Saiyan Vegeta planet. It was the private domain of that Earth woman. Who could know how many deadly traps and defensive weapons were concealed within? Not to mention, Sun Wutian and Trunks, those two monstrous beings, were inside. With his meager force charging in, he would hardly be enough to serve as a mere distraction. Yet, if he chose not to enter and lingered outside, would that not confirm his cowardice? Where would he place his own face and that of the entire royal guard? In that moment, the once formidable Colonel Nuo Ku found himself ensnared in a predicament of indecision. In the command center, Beulah observed the colonel's fluctuating expression on the screen and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her sparkling eyes glanced at the composed Wutian beside her, filled with a hint of admiration. This fellow was truly devious. With just a single phrase, he had placed the opponent in a precarious situation. "Well done, Wutian." "Trunks, already halfway to the hangar, also erupted with laughter through the internal communications. These sycophants deserved such treatment. I, for one, am eager to see if he dares to come in. Do not celebrate too soon, Bulma interjected, her expression remaining serious. This was merely a stalling tactic. Cabana could not possibly have sent only this fool. No sooner had she spoken than Colonel Nua's personal communicator suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and his expression shifted dramatically as he promptly answered the call, bowing respectfully to the heir. Yes, my lord. Understood. Rest assured, I shall ensure the completion of the task. After the brief conversation, Colonel Nuaku straightened up. The awkwardness and hesitation on his face vanished, replaced by an icy, menacing resolve. Slowly, he raised his hand and issued an unexpected command to all the soldiers behind him. All units, listen up. Target, Bulma Manor. Open fire. Boom. The moment his words fell, over 100 soldiers simultaneously lifted their Gauss energy rifles. Waves of blue energy beams, capable of effortlessly piercing through battleship armor, surged toward the manor's protective shield like a torrential storm. The violent explosion instantly engulfed the manor's gates. Have they gone mad? Beulah exclaimed in the command center. She had not anticipated that they would open fire without provocation. I knew it would not be that simple. Bulma scoffed, her hands dancing across the control console, pulling up a series of rapid commands. Activate the manor's energy shield at full power. Connect auxiliary energy sources. Engage automated countermeasures. Buzz. A layer of pale blue hexagonal honeycomb-like shield materialized, enveloping the entire manor. Countless energy beams struck the shield, creating intense ripples of energy, yet none could breach it. Simultaneously, dozens of futuristic automated defense turrets slowly rose atop the manor's walls. The turrets began to gather blinding white light at their barrels. Trunks, Bulma shouted. Understood. In the hangar, Trunks leaped into the cockpit of a strikingly stylish silver, medium-sized spacecraft. Hope, activate engines. Prepare for takeoff. The battle was on the brink of eruption. However, Wu Tian, observing the screen filled with artillery fire, furrowed his brow once more. Something was amiss. Very much so. Although the enemy's assault appeared formidable, it was merely thunderous noise with little rain. These conventional energy weapons could never breach Aunt Bulma's top-tier shield. Nuaku could not possibly be unaware of this fact. Nor could Cabana, who was commanding him from behind. What was their true objective? Was it to exhaust resources? To demonstrate power? Or did this barrage of artillery serve as a cover for something else? As Wu Tian pondered rapidly, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the medical room, where the unconscious Lans lay. A terrifying thought struck him like lightning. This is bad. His complexion changed drastically, and without a moment's hesitation to explain to Bulma, he transformed into a blur, dashing toward the medical room. Almost simultaneously, the loyal medical robot tending to Lans, under Bulma's command, suddenly flashed with a peculiar red data stream in its electronic eye. In the next instant, its mechanical arm morphed, revealing a hidden high-pressure anesthetic needle pulsating with eerie blue electricity. Without hesitation, it plunged the needle toward Lans's vulnerable neck. Its target was never Wu Tian and the others. From the very beginning, it was aimed at the utterly defenseless former prince, Lans. Cabana sought to silence him. Or rather, he aimed to capture the only witness to his patricide. Stop! Wu Tian's eyes widened with fury. His speed reached its zenith, but he was still a moment too late. Just as the lethal anesthetic needle was about to pierce Lans's skin, suddenly, a long, powerful hand, like a vice, seized the robot's descending mechanical arm. Crack! Accompanied by a sickening metallic twisting sound, the entire mechanical arm was forcefully broken. Sparks flew. Wu Tian's pupils constricted as he came to a halt. Bulma and Beulah, too, witnessed this astonishing scene through the monitors, their faces filled with shock. There, before the medical bed, Lans had unexpectedly sat up. He slowly raised his head. The once serene and composed black eyes were now replaced by a disconcerting, heart-stopping golden hue. Golden hair stood on end as if animated by an unseen force. A wild, golden aura surged around him like a roaring inferno. His countenance bore no expression, only a chilling, numbing silence capable of freezing one's very soul. Super Saiyan. In the command center, Bulma gasped in disbelief as she beheld the transformed Rance on the screen, a stark contrast to his former self. He had awakened from unconsciousness, spurred by an overwhelming surge of sorrow and rage. Meanwhile, in the medical room, The robot with the severed arm seemed undeterred in its mission. Its remaining arm morphed again, revealing a dark energy cannon. Yet, it was met with Rance's emotionless, frigid gaze. He slowly raised a finger toward the cannon, gently tapping it. A slender beam of golden energy erupted from his fingertip in an instant. A deafening explosion reverberated. The intense shockwave obliterated the reinforced medical room, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. As the smoke cleared, the invaluable medical robot was reduced to mere remnants. Rance remained seated, as if he had casually crushed an insignificant insect. He turned his gaze toward Goten, a flicker of confusion passing through his golden, emotionless eyes. Then, in a raspy voice, he spoke, cold as a wind from the depths of hell. "Who are you?" Chapter 134. The uncontrolled golden warrior. Rance's golden eyes, devoid of any human emotion, fixated on Goten. His gaze was strange and hollow, as if observing an unrelated object. "Goten, be cautious." Bulma's urgent voice echoed through the internal communication, warning of Goten's unstable state. Scans indicated that Rance's cerebral cortex was in a frenzy, emotions soaring while logical cognition remained suppressed. He may have lost his sanity. Goten did not respond. Instead, he slowly raised his hands, palms outward, adopting a non-threatening gesture. He sensed the chaotic energy emanating from Rance, wild yet imbued with sorrow and confusion. It was a power born from pure rage and despair, untamed and directionless. "Rance, do you not recognize me? I am Goten." Goten endeavored to speak in the calmest tone possible. "We are friends." The mention of grandfather seemed to strike a chord deep within Rance's mind. His hollow golden eyes contracted sharply. The haunting image of Modrek lying in a pool of blood, his last plea to escape, echoed like a dreadful curse, once again assaulting Rance's fragile sanity. "Ah!" Rance let out a heart-wrenching scream, clutching his head as the golden aura surrounding him surged violently. The entire estate trembled under this ferocious force, fine cracks appearing in the alloy walls. "No, we must stop him," Bulma cried out in horror, watching the energy readings spike into the red zone. This energy was expanding indiscriminately. He would obliterate the entire estate. Before she could finish, Rance could no longer contain the explosive energy within him. A golden shockwave radiated outward from him in all directions. The first target was Goten, standing directly before him. The energy surged forth with such speed and ferocity that Goten barely had time to react, crossing his arms defensively before him. Bang! The impact felt as though an invisible hammer struck him, his feet carving deep grooves into the alloy floor as he slid uncontrollably backward, crashing against the medical room's load-bearing wall. "Goten!" Bulma screamed in distress. Goten stifled a groan, feeling a numbness in his arms and a surge of blood rising within him. What immense power! The intensity rivaled that of his own golden great ape form during a rampage. And this was merely the residual energy unleashed by Rance's unconscious state. "I will kill you." Rance slowly lowered his hands from his head, his handsome face marred by bulging veins. He stared intently at Goten, as though this solitary figure before him was the outlet for all his suffering. "I will kill them all," he roared as he vanished from sight in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared before Goten, a fist enveloped in golden energy, howling as it tore through the air directly toward Goten's face. Quick! Too fast! Goten's pupils dilated, instinctively reacting faster than his brain could process. At the critical moment, he sharply turned his head. The terrifying fist grazed his nose and smashed into the alloy wall behind him. Boom! The wall, along with several rooms behind it, was instantly punctured, leaving a gaping hole several meters wide, through which the starry night sky glimmered amidst the chaos outside. The force of the punch sent a gust that stung Goten's cheeks. He had no doubt that had he hesitated even for a fraction of a second, his head would have exploded like a rotten watermelon. Before he could catch his breath, Rance's relentless assault followed in rapid succession. Fist, elbow, knee, leg. Each strike was chaotic, embodying primal, beastly madness and brutality. Yet, fueled by fury, his combat instincts were pushed to their limits. Every blow was as swift as lightning, heavy as a mountain, targeting Goten's vital points. Bang, 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 bang. In the confined space, only the thunderous sounds of their clashing figures echoed. Goten found himself at a disadvantage. He could not strike back with full force. Rance was his friend, the victim. All he could do was block, evade, and dismantle Rance's attacks, seeking an opportunity to subdue him. But it was an arduous task. At this moment, Rance was nothing but a madman, fixated solely on destruction and slaughter. His attacks were reckless, trading injury for injury, life for life. Damn it. After barely managing to fend off Rance's ferocious knee strike, Goten was forced back by the immense force. He glanced at Rance's golden eyes, now consumed by madness. Realizing that mere physical means could no longer bring him back to lucidity, a different approach was necessary. "Mom, knock him out." Trunks' anxious voice crackled through the communication. If this continued, Goten would be in danger. No, Bulma immediately objected. The energy within Rance was exceedingly unstable. Forcibly rendering him unconscious could trigger a catastrophic energy surge. The consequences would be dire. We can only trust Goten now. Outside the estate, Colonel Nock watched with smug satisfaction as the energy shield enveloped the manor. He had just received the latest directive from Carbina. There was no need to capture anyone alive. Simply erase the estate and everyone within it from this planet. Increase firepower. Level it. Nock roared with excitement. Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed. A thunderous roar, a terrifying sound 100-fold louder than all their artillery combined, suddenly emanated from within the manor. In an instant, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, as if a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 10 had struck. What on earth is happening? Colonel Nock stumbled, nearly losing his balance. All the soldiers of the Royal Guard halted their assault in sheer terror, gazing in bewilderment at the manor that was shaking violently. Suddenly, a dazzling and robust pillar of golden light erupted from the center of the manor without warning, soaring skyward. This pillar pierced through Bulma's proud energy shield as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. It ascended into the heavens, tearing apart the heavy clouds of the night sky, creating a massive rift. The three cold moons appeared dim in comparison to this overwhelming golden beam. A primal, furious pressure, imbued with the essence of destruction, swept forth from the manor like a tsunami. Under this terrifying force, all the soldiers felt as if an invisible mountain was crushing them. Their legs turned to jelly. Their breaths became labored, and they could barely grip their weapons. What is this? Colonel Nock, in a state of panic, collapsed onto the ground, warmth spreading from his groin. He had lost control. Gazing upwards as if witnessing a miracle or the end of days, he trembled, fixated on the golden pillar that spanned heaven and earth. Inside the manor, the source of this pillar was none other than Lance, who had missed his attack on Wutian, his punch having struck nothing but air. Unleashing all his power into the ground, he slowly retracted his fist, the golden aura surrounding him intensifying several-fold. He lifted his gaze, those frenzied golden eyes piercing through the billowing smoke, locking onto Wutian once more. Then, his body began to levitate slowly. Behind him, a colossal, indistinct shadow of a giant ape, composed purely of golden energy, was gradually taking shape. It symbolized the most primal and ferocious power of the Saiyans. Though merely a shadow, the terrifying aura of destruction it emanated was utterly tangible. At this moment, Lance resembled an uncontrollable demon commanding an ancient beast. Chapter 135. The roar of the king. The golden giant ape shadow let out a roar towards the heavens. Its silent fury transformed into a tangible mental shockwave that swept across the entire manor. Inside the command center, Bra let out a pained cry, her face turning ashen. It felt as though a searing iron rod had been violently thrust into her brain. Bulma fared slightly better, yet she too suffered a splitting headache. The holographic screen before her displaying double images, gritting her teeth against the mental assault. She managed to utter a few words through clenched jaws. Activate the mental defense field immediately. Wutian felt even worse. He faced the mental shock directly, as if his soul had been thrown into a meat grinder. Countless chaotic, furious, and despairing thoughts surged into his mind. These were Lance's agonies, the murder of his father by his grandfather, the fragmentation of his family, his own helplessness. These emotions surged like a flood, nearly overwhelming Wutian's self-awareness. Humph! Wutian bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain momentarily jolting him awake. The energy within him surged, constructing a solid barrier in the realm of his consciousness, isolating those negative emotions. He must not be influenced. Lance had completely lost his sanity. He was now a machine that knew only destruction. If this continued, everyone would perish. Wutian gazed at Lance, suspended in midair, and at the increasingly solid shadow of the giant ape behind him, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. There was only one solution left. He slowly closed his eyes, bringing his hands together before his chest. He relinquished all defenses. Wutian, what are you doing? Trunks' furious shout came from the direction of the hangar. He was initiating the spacecraft, but had witnessed this desperate scene through the monitors. Wutian did not respond. He plunged all his spirit and energy deep into the recesses of his consciousness. Within that endless darkness, a similarly immense and more ferocious golden giant ape, bound by countless thick chains, lay in slumber. Each heartbeat sent the chains rattling. Awaken! Wutian called out to it with his consciousness. Now, I need your power. The bound golden giant ape seemed to sense its master's call. Its tightly closed eyes slowly opened a crack. A purer, more dominating golden ferocity than Lance's burst forth from within. In the real world, Lance, floating in midair, appeared to have completed the accumulation of his power. He spread his arms wide, two rapidly spinning spheres of concentrated golden energy forming in his palms, voraciously absorbing all surrounding light and energy. This was enough terrifying energy to erase the entire city of Monai from existence. His frenzied golden eyes locked onto Wutian below, who was seemingly resigned and had closed his eyes. The murderous intent reached a boiling point. Die! Lance roared, preparing to hurl the two spheres of destructive energy. However, in that instant, a roar erupted, seemingly from the primordial chaos, filled with unmatched authority. A true, thunderous roar of a giant ape reverberated through the skies. This roar was not a mental assault, but a genuine sonic attack on a physical level. Like an invisible shockwave, it swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. The two energy spheres in Lance's hands began to destabilize under the force of this roar. His entire being swayed violently in midair, and for the first time, a hint of confusion crossed his previously frenzied face. Outside the manor, those Royal Guard soldiers, already on the brink of collapse, could no longer withstand the impact of this roar. They screamed in agony, blood streaming from their orifices, collapsing in droves. Even Colonel Noak succumbed to unconsciousness under the soul-shattering roar. The source of this roar was Wutian. He remained with his eyes closed. Yet, his body underwent an astonishing transformation. His stature visibly increased, expanding rapidly. His black hair grew wildly, transforming into a magnificent and wild golden fur that covered his entire body. His face elongated swiftly, taking on a beastly appearance, revealing sharp, white fangs. In just a few seconds, he transformed into a golden giant ape exceeding 10 meters in height, with muscles rippling with explosive power. This was entirely different from Lance's energy form shadow. This was a true, flesh-and-blood ancient beast. It had arrived. The golden giant ape lowered its head, opening its enormous eyes, resembling two golden suns. It did not look at anyone else. Its gaze was solely fixed on the diminutive figure in midair, also radiating golden energy. Then, it extended a massive hand, akin to a small mountain, moving with astonishing speed towards Lance, aiming to grasp him. This grasp seemed as if it would seize the entire sky. Lance seemed to sense the imminent threat. He held, smashing the two already unstable energy spheres into the giant ape's hand with all his might. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion, capable of annihilating a planet, erupted suddenly within the golden giant ape's palm. The blinding radiance caused all monitoring devices capable of sight to instantly overload, transforming the scene into a canvas of pure white. A violent shockwave even rattled the protective shield of the Bulma manor, leaving it riddled with cracks and on the brink of collapse. Within the command center, Beulah was tightly held in Trunks' embrace, preventing her from being thrown off by the intense tremors. Through the crook of Trunks' arm, she fixated on the main screen, which was engulfed in a blinding whiteness, her heart racing uncontrollably. The explosive glow from Wutian persisted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. Amidst the smoke, the golden great ape stood majestically on the ground, its massive paw utterly unscathed. However, within its grasp, Lance was firmly clutched, his golden aura extinguished during the self-destructive explosion, reverting him to his ordinary form of black hair and black eyes. He had succumbed to unconsciousness. The great ape gently released its grip, cautiously placing the unconscious Lance upon the ground, as if cradling a fragile treasure. It then slowly raised its head, its golden eyes, radiating like the sun, pierced through the shattered dome of the manor, gazing toward the distant royal palace. The madness and brutality that once filled its gaze were replaced by a cold, rational fury akin to that of a sovereign. Chapter 136. The discussion of departure, the sovereign-like wrath of the golden great ape, seemed poised to ignite the distant regent's palace through the fractured dome. Silence enveloped the manor, as all were rendered speechless by the presence of this ancient beast of flesh and blood, their breaths becoming cautious. Within the command center, Beulah gazed up at the screen. Mesmerized by the towering golden figure that encapsulated the soul she held most dear. This stark contrast stirred her heart into an uncontrollable frenzy. Meanwhile, Bulma and Trunks were left in awe, fully aware of the terrifying power sealed within Wutian, yet astonished that its manifestation could be so pure and primal in the form of a Saiyan's ultimate state. Suddenly, the golden great ape moved, gradually bending down, its massive golden hand delicately clearing the debris beside Lance, seemingly intending to relocate him to a safer location. Just then, Trunks' urgent voice pierced the air. "Wutian, don't move. Lance's condition is unique. The peculiar energy within him, belonging to the messenger, has been partially dispersed by the Super Saiyan's power during this rampage. He is merely exhausted and unconscious now. Any sudden movement might hinder his recovery." The great ape halted its actions, its enormous golden eyes slowly turning toward the command center. As if listening, it then nodded. This remarkably human gesture astonished Bulma and Trunks once more. Wutian was indeed mastering this cataclysmic power with remarkable finesse. In the next moment, the colossal frame of the golden great ape began to visibly shrink at an astonishing rate. The wild golden fur receded, its elongated face reverted to normalcy, and its bulging muscles transformed back into a balanced form. Within mere seconds, the awe-inspiring ancient beast was once again the black-haired youth. Wutian collapsed to the ground, his complexion pale, and his breath slightly rapid. Maintaining that form had drained him significantly, especially as he had to suppress the primal instincts of the great ape while preserving his own rationality. "Wutian!" Beulah could no longer contain herself. Rushing out of the command center and directly into Wutian's embrace, holding him tightly. The softness of her trembling form revealed the depth of her concern. "I'm fine," Wutian reassured, feeling the warmth of her presence relax his taut nerves as he gently patted her back in comfort. Bulma and Trunks soon joined them, sighing in relief at the sight of an unscathed Wutian and the unconscious Lance on the ground. "Well done, Wutian," Trunks exclaimed earnestly. "If it weren't for you, we might have truly faced disaster today." "Now is not the time for such talk," Wutian said, his gaze drifting beyond the group toward the troubles that lay outside the manor. Outside, the soldiers of the royal guard, rendered dazed by the shock, were sprawled haphazardly across the ground. At that moment, a deep, rumbling sound of engines echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a luxurious, entirely black royal flagship, adorned with the insignia of the regent's court, hovering slowly above the manor. The ship's hatch silently slid open, revealing a figure clad in a black regent's attire, standing high above and surveying the manor, now resembling a wasteland. It was Carbina. Behind him, a shadowy figure draped in a gray cloak flickered in and out of view. The previously hypocritical smile vanished from Carbina's face, replaced by a dark scowl that seemed ready to drip with malice. He had witnessed the entire transformation of Lance into a Super Saiyan and Wutian into the golden great ape. The sheer, terrifying power of both had shaken him, causing a moment of doubt regarding his plans for the day. Above all, it was Wutian's self-aware, flesh-and-blood golden great ape that struck fear into his heart. This was the legendary, ancient, and most powerful form of the Saiyan race. Why? Why would such a power, which existed only in myth, manifest in an inconspicuous Earth boy? Could it be that he was the true king chosen by the gods? No, impossible. Carbina clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. "I am the king of the new planet Vegeta. I am the destined one to lead the Saiyans back to glory." "Wutian." Carbina's voice was cold and hoarse, amplified to resonate across the landscape. "I acknowledge that I underestimated you. I offer you one final chance. Surrender, Lance, and then bow to me. Otherwise, I shall not only raise this manor but also ensure that the entire Saiyan civilization pays for your defiance." This blatant threat positioned Wutian firmly against the entirety of civilization, a treacherous and insidious declaration. Yet, the response came from Wutian's equally cold voice. "Carbina, spare me your words." Gradually ascending into the air, Wutian faced Carbina from a distance, though no energy fluctuations were visible around him. The chilling intent emanating from his dark eyes sent a shiver down Carbina's spine. "Your throne has yet to warm, has it? Come down." I shall send you to Mordrek to repent. Seeking death, Carbina was completely incensed. He ceased his words, unleashing a chilling and powerful black aura imbued with divine energy from within him, erupting violently. Since you refuse my invitation, I shall personally end this variable. In an instant, he vanished, transforming into a streak of black light, hurtling towards Wutian. The duel between the two kings had officially begun, but at that moment, a thunderous voice boomed. Your opponent is me. A radiant and ferocious golden figure suddenly stood before Wutian. It was Trunks. He had transformed. His dazzling golden hair stood defiantly upright. The noble demeanor of a prince and the wild spirit of a warrior merged flawlessly within him. Surrounding him were crackling arcs of blue and white electricity. The intensity of this energy evidently surpassed the uncontrollable state that Lancey had exhibited moments ago. This was a new realm, transcending that of a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2. What? Kabuna's figure momentarily faltered in midair. Another Saiyan capable of transforming into a golden warrior. What on earth is happening today? Wutian, you have exhausted too much energy. You should rest, Trunks said without turning back to Wutian. This foe is mine to handle. I will personally clear the path for Mordrek. With that declaration, he transformed into a golden streak of lightning, colliding fiercely with the black streak of energy. Boom! The sky appeared to be torn apart. The aftermath of the battle gradually subsided. Wutian gazed up at the two figures engaged in a fierce struggle in the sky, ignoring Trunks' advice to rest. He turned and flew back to the ground. Aunt Bulma. He approached Bulma, who was directing robots to rescue the injured and repair the estate. We must set off immediately. Set off? Bulma was taken aback. Where to? To search for the second Super Dragon Ball. Wutian's voice was unwavering. Bulma was somewhat puzzled, wondering why the urgency. Trunks is currently engaged with Kabuna. We cannot afford to wait. Wutian interrupted her, his expression more serious than ever. He glanced at Lancey, who lay unconscious on a makeshift medical bed, and then toward the tumultuous battle above. In a deep voice, he articulated, the death of Mordrek, Lancey's loss of control, and the mysterious messenger behind Kabuna. All of this evokes a very ominous premonition within me. The internal strife of new Vegeta may merely be the beginning. Karsutos, the so-called ancient god, likely harbors schemes far more extensive than we can imagine. We no longer have time to linger here. We must swiftly gather all 7 Super Dragon Balls to retrieve Dad and Uncle Vegeta. Only they might truly stand a chance against the impending calamity. Wutian lifted his head, gazing into the profound cosmos. The final catastrophe. Chapter 137. Voyage through the starry sea. Bulma observed the unwavering determination in Wutian's eyes, falling into silence for a moment. She understood that Wutian was correct. Their adversary was never the mere jester Kabuna, but the ancient god Karsutos, lurking in the shadows, treating the entire 7th universe as his chessboard. I understand now. Bulma nodded firmly, immediately turning to issue a series of new commands. Cancel all defensive countermeasures. Transfer all reserve energy to the Hope. All medical supplies, survival materials, and high-energy compressed food must be loaded immediately. Bra, take Lancey and follow me to the hangar. Yes. Bra promptly responded, carefully instructing the medical robots to place the unconscious Lancey onto an anti-gravity stretcher, hastily following suit. Wutian took one last look at the sky. The battle between Trunks and Kabuna had escalated to a fever pitch. Golden lightning and black malevolence clashed violently in the air, each encounter altering the very fabric of the atmosphere. Although Kabuna harnessed divine power, rendering his combat style both bizarre and formidable, Trunks, having endured the devastation of losing his family, unleashed the rage within him, propelling his Super Saiyan 2 strength to unprecedented heights. Every punch and kick he delivered was infused with vengeful fury. For a time, Kabuna found himself firmly suppressed. Meanwhile, the gray-robed messenger behind Kabuna merely hovered silently at the entrance of the flagship, observing with a cold detachment. He seemed entirely disinterested in intervening. Wutian withdrew his gaze. He had faith in Trunks. He understood that this battle must be concluded by Trunks himself. This was his destiny as the Prince of New Vegeta. Wutian turned and flew toward the hangar. A few minutes later, within the expansive hangar of the Hope, all supplies had been loaded. Bulma sat in the pilot's seat, her hands rapidly manipulating the controls. Engine preheating complete. Energy reserves at 120%, exceeding expectations. The flight path has been set according to the latest signals from the Super Dragon Ball radar. A colossal, three-dimensional star map slowly unfurled on the holographic screen. Amongst it, a large orange-yellow dot flickered on a desolate planet marked as the M78 abandoned mining star. That was their next destination. Report. The Hope is fully prepared and ready for departure. Bulma looked up at Wu Tian, who stood at the cockpit door. Wu Tian nodded. His gaze, however, drifted through the viewport, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from above, more intense than any prior blast. A brilliant and massive golden mushroom cloud erupted in the sky. At the heart of this terrifying explosion, a black figure plummeted from the heavens like a severed kite. It was Kabuna. A cataclysmic force had pierced through his chest, leaving a gaping wound that extended through him. His vitality was rapidly waning. His eyes brimmed with disbelief and resentment. He was defeated. Defeated by this hybrid prince he had always dismissed. In the sky, Trunks, bloodied and gasping for breath, maintained his Super Saiyan 2 form as he gradually descended before Kabuna. He looked down upon this traitor, the one who had murdered his grandfather and usurped the throne, with a gaze that was frigid and devoid of warmth. Why? Kabuna coughed blood, struggling to inquire. You and I are both Saiyans. Why do you assist the Earthlings? Because Trunks released his transformation, reverting to his normal state. He regarded this deluded madman with a look of pity. I do not guard the glory of the Saiyans. I protect my family, my friends, and the principles of my humanity. With that, he turned away from Kabuna, flying towards the Hope. Kabuna lay upon the cold ruins, his pupils gradually dilating. It seemed he wished to say something more, but ultimately succumbed to his last breath in bitter resignation. The shortest reigning new king of New Vegeta had fallen. On the flagship, the gray-robed messenger observed Kabuna's lifeless body, emitting a disdainful snort. Worthless. He felt not a shred of regret for Kabuna's demise. As if a mere tool had ceased to function, his gaze slowly shifted toward the silver ship, whose engines had already begun to roar. In his eyes, a glimmer of playful light flickered. Run, he said. The game has only just begun. With that, the royal flagship he occupied slowly turned its bow, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the night sky. He departed without pursuit or obstruction. On the Shiwang ship, Trunks entered, his body battered and bruised. Bulma immediately rushed to support him. Brother, how are you? I'm not dead. Trunks managed a grim smile, then looked at Wu Tian. It's taken care of. Wu Tian nodded, acknowledging his efforts. Between brothers, words were unnecessary. Everything was understood in silence. Let us go, Wu Tian said to Bulma at the controls. Understood. Bulma pressed the launch button for the main thrusters with determination. Shiwang is departing. With a tremendous roar, the silvery ship, bearing the future of the entire universe, gradually ascended. It changed direction, its rear ejecting dazzling streams of particles, eventually transforming into a shooting star that pierced through the atmosphere of the new Vegeta planet, sailing towards the endless, dark, and mysterious sea of stars. The ship entered a state of faster-than-light travel. Outside the window, only a tapestry of distorted, vibrant light remained. Inside the cabin, following urgent medical treatment, Trunks was resting. The unconscious Lanes was placed in the most advanced, fully automated medical pod for intensive repair and treatment. After setting the ship on autopilot, Bulma went to prepare some high-calorie food. For a moment, the spacious cockpit was left with only Wu Tian and Bra. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat delicate. Bra sat in the co-pilot's seat, nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, her small face slightly flushed. Thank you for today, Wu Tian. What for? Wu Tian smiled. Thank you for protecting me, Bra murmured, her voice barely a whisper. We are friends, aren't we? Wu Tian replied. Just friends? Bra suddenly summoned her courage, raising her head to meet Wu Tian's gaze with sapphire-like eyes, unwavering. The bold and straightforward look in her eyes momentarily stunned Wu Tian. He opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Just as the atmosphere thickened with ambiguity, an urgent beeping alarm suddenly echoed through the cockpit. Beep, beep, beep. Bulma, alerted by the sound, rushed out of the lounge. What is happening? She hurried to the control panel, glancing at the data on the screen, her face instantly paling. Not good. An extraordinarily massive high-energy reaction has appeared behind the ship. An unidentified object is approaching us at a speed exponentially greater than ours. Wu Tian and Bra immediately stood up, looking towards the rear monitoring screen. They saw a colossal figure engulfed in eerie purple flames, dragging a long tail of destruction. barreling towards them with an unreasonable and terrifying demeanor. Space itself seemed fragile before this figure, easily torn and distorted. Wu Tian's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized that silhouette. Although its size had increased immensely and its aura became overwhelmingly evil and ferocious, the outline unmistakably belonged to the god of destruction from the sixth universe, Xiangpa. Chapter 138. A desperate chase. The moment Shiwang breached the atmosphere of the new Vegeta planet, it immediately entered faster than light travel. Outside, the dazzling stars were stretched into twisted streaks of light, rapidly receding into the background. The brief warmth and ambiguity in the cockpit was shattered by the piercing alarm. Not good. Bulma's face turned as pale as paper as she stared at the flashing red warning sign on the main screen. A colossal high-energy reaction has appeared behind the ship. An unidentified object is chasing us at a speed far beyond ours. What? Wu Tian and Bra simultaneously turned to the rear monitoring screen. Against the backdrop of the black cosmos, a massive figure engulfed in strange purple flames was charging towards them, dragging a long trail of destruction, displaying a terrifying demeanor. Space seemed to rip apart like fragile paper before this entity. Wu Tian's pupils shrank in recognition. Despite its colossal size and overwhelmingly evil presence, the silhouette was unmistakably that of Xiangpa, the god of destruction from the sixth universe. How is it him? Bulma exclaimed in shock. Why is he chasing us here? His condition is abnormal. Wu Tian's expression turned grave. He sensed that the power emanating from Xiangpa was no longer that of a mere god of destruction. Intermingled within that force was a chilling, lifeless divine energy he was all too familiar with. It was the same source as the power from Cabanner. Kursitosu. His dark grasp has extended to the sixth universe and has taken control of Xiangpa. The realization ignited alarm bells in Wu Tian's mind. We cannot be caught. Bulma, seeing the rapidly decreasing distance on the radar, broke into a cold sweat. The Shiwang was the fastest ship in the seventh universe, yet it felt sluggish against a god of destruction fully empowered by dark forces. I will go out to intercept him, Wu Tian declared decisively. If this continued, everyone would be caught. Too dangerous. Bra grabbed him. Don't worry. Wu Tian turned back, giving her a reassuring smile. Don't forget, I am also a Saiyan. Before he finished speaking, he took a deep breath, and golden energy erupted around him. Super Saiyan. In an instant, Wu Tian transformed, darting through the emergency exit into the icy vacuum of space. Almost simultaneously, another golden figure burst forth from the lounge. It was Trunks, though still injured. He could not afford to hesitate. How can I be left out of this? Trunks roared, surrounded by blue-white arcs of electricity. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and followed Wu Tian into the void. The two brothers, one to the left and one to the right, hovered behind the Shiwang, preparing their stances. Kamehameha. Final flash. Two massive beams of energy, one azure and one golden, roared forth, intertwining like furious dragons emerging from the sea, hurtling towards the rapidly approaching purple figure. This was their most powerful ranged attack, yet against the terrifying energy capable of annihilating a planet. The darkened Xiangpa did not flinch or evade. He merely raised his hefty palm mechanically. Boom. The two torrents of energy collided squarely against his palm. The explosive brilliance instantly illuminated the dark expanse of the universe. However, an uncanny scene unfolded. The energy, capable of obliterating anything, was absorbed and devoured the moment it touched the layer of purple flames on Xiangpa's palm, as if it were but a drop in the ocean, creating not even a ripple. What? Wu Tian and Trunks were both taken aback, astonished that their full-force strike had been effortlessly neutralized by the other. The energy-absorbed blackened Xiangpa showed no sign of slowing down. A flicker of savage red light flashed in his hollow, enormous eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a colossal purple energy wave, far thicker than the combined might of Wu Tian and Trunks, imbued with an aura of destruction. Not good. Quickly evade. Wu Tian and Trunks felt a chill run down their spines, instantly darting to the sides. The purple energy wave grazed their bodies, hurtling with unstoppable force towards the Hope ship behind them. Main shield. Maximum power. In the cockpit, Bulma's scream pierced through the air. The pale blue hexagonal shield sprang to life in an instant. Boom. The devastating energy wave collided violently with the shield. The entire Hope vessel was struck as if by a planet, emitting a metallic wail that sent shivers down their spines, causing the ship to roll and tremble violently. Inside the cockpit, Various instruments sparked wildly, and Bulma was thrown about by the tremendous inertia. Had she not been strapped in, she would have surely been thrown out. Warning! Warning! Structural integrity compromised by 17%. Shield energy rapidly depleting, remaining at 30%. Engine core overloaded. Imminent shutdown. A series of red alerts plunged Bulma into despair. If we take another hit, it's all over. In a moment of determination, Bulma yanked down a lever covered by a red protective shield, initiating forced space jump. Engage. At the tail of the Hope, a hidden engine nozzle suddenly opened, gathering an even more potent spatial energy at an astonishing speed. Wutian, Trunks, return. Bulma shouted into the communicator. Hearing her command, Wutian and Trunks transformed into streaks of light, racing back to the cabin. At the instant they entered, Bulma forcefully pushed the lever down to the limit. Buzz. The space around the Hope began to ripple violently, as if stones had been thrown into water. In the next moment, the entire ship, along with the surrounding space, contracted inward and vanished into thin air. Almost simultaneously, the figure of blackened Xiangpa appeared where the ship had just been. A flicker of confusion crossed his hollow gaze, seemingly perplexed as to why his prey had suddenly disappeared. But soon, that confusion was replaced by an even more ferocious intent to kill. He closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, locking onto a distant direction. Then, his body transformed into a purple streak of light, tearing through space in pursuit. In a desolate asteroid belt, the space distorted. The Hope, resembling a drunken vessel, tumbled out of the jump corridor in disarray. The ship's hull bore countless charred marks from energy burns, and one side of the engine was still belching black smoke. Coughing, Bulma struggled to rise from her disheveled seat, immediately checking the ship's status. Wutian and Trunks also got up, their expressions grim. The previous encounter had drained them significantly. Especially Trunks, who was already injured, now appeared pale. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. How's the situation? Wutian inquired. Terrible, Bulma replied with a wry smile, pointing at the red data on the screen. The forced space jump completely wrecked one of the engine cores, and the main structure of the ship has sustained multiple damages. We cannot fly for the time being. We must repair it as quickly as possible, Trunks said gravely. That guy will certainly pursue us. I know, Bulma replied, mobilizing the repair robots within the ship for an emergency fix. Meanwhile, Wutian walked to the window, gazing at the endless desolation of fragmented asteroids outside. A profound sense of crisis filled his heart. A demonized god of destruction had driven them to such desperation. How terrifying must the true Karsitosa be? Goku, Uncle Vegeta, where are you? Just as everyone was enveloped in a heavy and oppressive atmosphere, suddenly, a distinctly different, crisp, and loud alert tone echoed through the cockpit. Everyone froze in surprise. The previously silent Super Dragon Ball radar was now flashing frantically. A massive orange light point was blinking at an incredibly high frequency on the screen. The indicated location was deep within the asteroid belt. The second Super Dragon Ball is right here. Chapter 139. Heart of the meteorite. The appearance of the Super Dragon Ball radar acted like a powerful stimulant, instantly dispelling the oppressive atmosphere in the cockpit. Wonderful, Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Truly, there is always a way out. Trunks could hardly contain his excitement, clenching his fists tightly. However, Wutian, after a brief moment of surprise, furrowed his brow even tighter. The situation was too coincidental. They had just been driven to desperation by Xiangpa, forced to land here. And now the second Dragon Ball conveniently appeared at this location. It felt more like an elaborate trap. There's no time to think, Bulma said decisively, her gaze fixed on the increasingly bright light point on the radar. Xiangpa could catch up at any moment. We must act immediately. She swiftly called up the structural map of the asteroid belt, pointing to a specific area. According to the radar, the Dragon Ball is located in the core area of this asteroid belt. The gravitational chaos and dense asteroids prevent the Hope from passing. We can only rely on ourselves. Understood. Wutian nodded. Trunks and I will go. Aunt Bulma, you and Bra stay here and focus on repairing the ship. No way, I want to go too. Bra immediately countered. This place undoubtedly has many unknown energy interferences. Although my power isn't strong, my sensitivity to energy is far more acute than you two fighters. I might be able to help. Wutian looked into Bra's determined blue eyes, unable to refuse her at that moment. Let her go, Bulma interjected. She's right. And having another person can provide additional support in critical moments. Just be careful. All right, Wu-Tian finally agreed. He glanced at Trunks, who nodded in agreement. The three of them quickly donned the lightweight combat suits crafted by Bulma, designed for free movement and communication in the vacuum of space. Be careful, Bulma cautioned one last time. Don't worry. The three responded in unison, their figures flashing as they flew out through the damaged section of the ship, transforming into three streaks of light, racing towards the deepest part of the asteroid belt. Inside the asteroid belt, the dangers were far greater than they appeared from the outside. Countless asteroids of various sizes flew at high speeds along erratic trajectories. They collided and shattered, creating a chaotic zone filled with the essence of death. Boom! A massive asteroid the size of a small mountain came crashing towards them. Trunks narrowed his eyes, roaring as his golden aura erupted, and with a single punch, he shattered the colossal asteroid into countless fragments. We can't continue like this. Wu-Tian communicated through the communicator, expressing concern about the excessive noise attracting their adversary. What should we do? There are too many of these entities. Trunks shouted as he dodged the relentless rain of meteors. Follow me. Wu-Tian's gaze sharpened, opting against a violent approach. His body navigated through the dense meteor cluster with the grace of a fish, executing astonishing, extreme evasions. Each sidestep and roll was perfectly timed, gliding through the gaps created by colliding meteors. His movements flowed like water, imbued with an indescribable aesthetic of combat. This was a natural instinct developed through countless high-intensity battles, allowing him to predict danger with remarkable precision. Trunks and Bra closely followed behind him. With Wu-Tian leading the way, their burden of progression lessened significantly. Bra gazed at the agile figure striding confidently through the perilous meteor storm, her beautiful eyes sparkling. This man seemed to exude an unparalleled sense of security, even in the most dangerous situations. At that moment, Bra's voice suddenly resonated through the communicator. Wu-Tian, be cautious. At a 30-degree angle to your left, 500 meters underground, there is a powerful energy source rapidly approaching. Upon hearing this, Wu-Tian instinctively wrapped his arms around Bra's slender waist and shouted at Trunks, "Get back." The three of them swiftly retreated to the right. In the next instant, an explosive roar erupted. The area they had just vacated was suddenly engulfed as several massive meteors, each over 100 meters in diameter, exploded without warning. From within the debris emerged a colossal creature, resembling a centipede made of countless metals and rocks. This beast lacked eyes, possessing only a gigantic maw lined with razor-like teeth. It seemed attracted by the presence of Wu-Tian and the others, perceiving them as intruders in its territory. A cosmic beast. Trunks' expression shifted dramatically. Such primordial creatures, existing in the vacuum of space, were ferocious and difficult to contend with. Despite their lack of intelligence, the metallic centipede emitted a silent roar and whipped its massive body toward the trio like a deadly whip. "I'll handle this," Trunks bellowed, preparing to confront it. "Wait," Wu-Tian interjected. He surveyed the frenzied metallic centipede and then glanced at the denser asteroid belt behind it. A bold plan quickly formed in his mind. "Trunks, Bra, we need to lure it away." "Lure it away? Are you insane?" Trunks was taken aback. "Trust me," Wu-Tian asserted decisively before launching a small energy blast at the centipede. The blast struck its head, failing to inflict substantial damage, but successfully enraging the creature. The metallic centipede went berserk, abandoning its indiscriminate attacks, and locked onto Wu-Tian, charging after him like a runaway train. Wu-Tian led it directly into the immense and dense meteor cluster. Boom, boom, boom. The frenzied metallic centipede crashed through the previously impenetrable meteor belt, forging a path with its colossal body. "Keep up," Wu-Tian shouted to the two behind him, and they accelerated in pursuit of the creature. What on earth is going through that guy's mind? Trunks pondered, momentarily speechless at Wu-Tian's audacious strategy. Thus, with the misfortunate cosmic beast as their guide, they traversed the most perilous core area without incident. Finally, a massive, dark red meteor, distinct from the surrounding ones, loomed before them. Its size rivaled that of a small planet. The most radiant point on the Super Dragon radar was located at its center. "This is it." The trio halted. The metallic centipede, having fulfilled its purpose, seemed to abandon the chase, redirecting its attacks toward other passing meteors. "The Dragon Ball is inside," Wu-Tian remarked, gazing at the ominous dark red meteor. The three exchanged glances, no longer hesitating, and flew toward the meteor's surface. They discovered a naturally formed, vast chasm and proceeded deeper into the meteor's core. As they ventured further, the temperature rose significantly, and a faint scent of sulfur filled the air. At last, after traversing a narrow passage, they entered an enormous underground lava cavern. At the center of the cavern, above a seething lake of magma, a massive orange-yellow sphere, comparable to a planet, floated serenely. Two enormous blood-red pentagrams adorned its surface, standing out distinctly. The second Super Dragon Ball. We've finally found it. Yet, no joy appeared on their faces. They all noticed a peculiar, almost imperceptible, purple energy membrane enveloping the surface of the colossal Dragon Ball. The aura emanating from that membrane was identical to that of the blackened Xiangpa. As I suspected, Wutian murmured. This has been a trap tailored for us from the very beginning. However, having come this far, there was no turning back. Wutian took a deep breath and slowly extended his hand toward the surface of the Dragon Ball, eager to discover what would transpire upon touching the tainted sphere. Just as his fingertips approached the purple membrane, a chilling, soul-freezing presence suddenly descended upon them from behind. The three froze in place, slowly turning around. At the entrance of the cavern stood the last figure they wished to encounter, a massive silhouette wreathed in purple flames, blocking their escape. It was the blackened Xiangpa. He had silently appeared without them noticing. His hollow, enormous eyes pierced through the heated air, coldly fixating on them as though they were prey ensnared in a web. Chapter 140, Battling the Demon God. Inside the lava cavern, the air felt as though it had solidified. The boiling magma continued to churn, yet it emitted no sound, as if even the noise had been completely devoured by the overwhelming pressure. The towering figure of the blackened Xiangpa obstructed the soul exit. His vacant gaze did not fixate on the nearby Super Dragon Ball, but rather remained locked onto Wutian and his companions, as if they were his only target. Caught like fish in a barrel, Trunks cursed inwardly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His injuries had yet to heal. Moments ago, outside, unable to subdue the monstrous entity alongside Wutian, our chances in this confined space seemed even more hopeless. Split up. Wutian's voice was eerily calm, sending shivers down my spine. Trunks and I will devise a way to divert its attention. Beulah, take this opportunity to escape to the Hope. No way. Beulah immediately rejected. What will happen to you if I leave? Follow orders. Wutian's tone was unprecedentedly stern. Staying here will only make you a burden. Hurry. Tears welled in Beulah's eyes, fully aware of the truth in Wutian's words. Yet, she could not abandon her companions to flee alone. Beulah listened to Wutian. Trunks, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. His gaze was resolute. He inhaled sharply, his muscles swelling instantly. With a roar, a brilliant golden aura surged forth, intertwined with violent blue and white arcs of electricity. Erupting from his body, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Defying his injuries, he pushed his power to the very limit. Wutian, now, without glancing back, Trunks tossed a small, multifunctional capsule to Wutian. Then, he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging toward the colossal figure resembling a mountain. If you wish to harm my family, you must first step over my corpse. Wutian caught the capsule, a mix of shock and fury flooding him. He understood that Trunks was sacrificing his life to create an opportunity for him and Beulah. In response to Trunks' reckless charge, the darkened Xiangpa merely emitted a disdainful snort from his throat. He did not move. Instead, the burning purple flames before him coalesced into a massive purple hand that struck down toward Trunks with tremendous speed. Trunks had no time to react. Bang! A sound reverberated through the cave, chilling to the bone. Trunks was smashed against the rocky wall like a mere fly. His golden aura dissipated instantly, his body embedding deeply into the hard rock, bones shattering, blood gushing from his mouth. One strike. The Super Saiyan 2, burning with life and pushed to its limits, had been instantaneously obliterated without even touching the opponent. Beulah, she screamed, her voice piercing and sorrowful, nearly fainting. Wutian's eyes instantly turned red. This was no longer a battle. It was sheer slaughter. Uncontrollable rage erupted from Wutian's chest like a volcano. His golden aura blazed fiercely around him. I will kill you, he roared, transforming into a streak of golden light as he charged forward. However, just as he was about to reach Xiangpa, the capsule that Trunks had thrown to him flashed in his mind, along with Trunks' determined gaze. Wutian's body halted abruptly. The flames of rage in his mind were forcefully suppressed by an overwhelming desire to survive. He could not act impulsively. Impulsiveness would only lead to death. The opportunity bought with Trunks' life was not for revenge, but to ensure Beulah's survival. Wutian's body executed a critical pivot in midair. Instead of attacking Xiangpa, he embraced the almost collapsing Beulah and pressed the capsule's button. Bang! A small, single-person assault craft materialized within the cave. This was an emergency escape tool prepared by Bulma long ago. Go! Wutian shoved Beulah into the craft and exerted all his strength to push it toward the cave's exit. Wutian! No! Beulah cried and pounded on the hatch from within the craft. But it was too late. The craft became a streak of light, slipping through the gaps of Xiangpa's colossal form. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Xiangpa seemed taken aback, not expecting Wutian to make such a move. His hollow eyes slowly turned toward the retreating craft, as if contemplating a chase. Your adversary is me. Wutian's voice rang coldly. He stood defiantly before Xiangpa, eyes resolute yet frenzied. He had successfully redirected Xiangpa's attention back to himself. Xiangpa gazed down at the diminutive golden figure before him, a cruel smile of humanity creeping onto his massive face for the first time. He slowly lifted his gigantic foot and brought it down forcefully toward Wutian, as if intending to squash him like an insect. Wutian looked up at the shadow that obscured all light, feeling the terrifying pressure of impending doom. His face bore no trace of fear, only a chilling madness. Come on, he roared back to the heavens. The primal bloodline of the golden great ape within him ignited fiercely at that moment. Roar! A soul-shattering roar echoed throughout the cave. Wutian's body began to swell rapidly and beastify. Golden fur erupted forth. His ivory fangs burst through his lips. In just 2 seconds, a towering golden great ape, over 10 meters tall, emerged once more. Boom! Just as the great ape took form, Xiangpa's enormous foot came crashing down. The two colossal beings, a demon and a beast, collided with tremendous force. The entire dark red meteor quaked violently under this cataclysmic impact. Countless fissures spread like a spider's web from beneath their feet in all directions. This massive meteor, adrift in the cosmos for eons, showed faint signs of fracturing. The golden great ape strained against Xiangpa's foot with all its might, rocks shattering beneath it. Its arms trembled violently, yet it stood resolutely against the onslaught of the demon. Roar! The golden great ape let out another furious roar. It summoned strength from its waist and forcefully pushed Xiangpa's foot upward. To Xiangpa's astonishment, his massive body staggered back a step. A flicker of genuine surprise shone in his hollow eyes, as if he had not anticipated such formidable strength from this ant. However, this only served to infuriate him further. Die! An otherworldly howl erupted from Xiangpa's throat. He no longer harbored any semblance of playful intent. His colossal form resembled a moving purple volcano, ruthlessly charging towards the golden giant ape. The furious might of the divine clashed with the primal power of the giant ape. Two forces embodying ultimate destruction engaging in the most primitive and savage melee within the crumbling heart of the meteorite. With each collision of fists, the space trembled, and every impact of their bodies sent molten lava soaring into the sky. The golden giant ape had completely forsaken reason, embodying a beast that knew only combat and destruction. He tore with his teeth, raked with his claws, and charged with his body. Blood covered him, his golden fur stained with both his own and the enemy's purple blood. Yet he showed no sign of retreat, for behind him lay his companions whom he had sent away with his life. However, sheer ferocity could not bridge the absolute gap in power. Though the golden giant ape fought valiantly, the darkened Xiangpa, imbued with divine power, was nearly indestructible. No matter how deep the wounds the giant ape inflicted, the purple flames could instantly restore him to his former state. With every injury the giant ape sustained, his aura waned. As their strengths fluctuated, the golden giant ape gradually fell into an undeniable disadvantage. Bang! Another violent collision. The golden giant ape was brutally sent flying by Xiangpa, his massive form crashing through multiple layers of rock, ultimately buried beneath the rubble. The darkened Xiangpa slowly approached the ruins. He raised his hand, and within his palm, a purple energy sphere, imbued with boundless destructive energy, rapidly took shape. He intended to completely end this resilient creature. However, just as he was about to launch the energy sphere, his movements abruptly halted. He slowly turned his head to look towards the direction he had come from, which was devoid of life. Yet, for the first time, a look of trepidation, even fear, graced his face, as if there were a presence there that instilled profound dread within him. In the next moment, the darkened Xiangpa disregarded even the nearby Super Dragon Ball. He didn't even glance at the ruins that concealed the golden giant ape. His massive form abruptly swayed. And then he tore through space, vanishing from the collapsing cave. He fled. Just 3 seconds after the darkened Xiangpa disappeared, a tall figure draped in a gray cloak appeared silently in the cave, like a ghost. He glanced at the spot where Xiangpa had vanished and let out an elegant, yet chilling laugh. Quite swift on his feet. Then, his gaze shifted to the massive Super Dragon Ball floating above the lava lake, his eyes brimming with greed and fervor. What a perfect masterpiece. He slowly extended his hand, seemingly intending to claim the Dragon Ball for himself. However, at that moment, a faint cough echoed from beneath the rubble that buried the golden giant ape. Chapter 141. The smile of the fallen angel beneath the ruins. That soft cough resounded like thunder in the silent cave. The fallen angel Beirand, poised to grasp the Super Dragon Ball, halted his elegant hand midair. He slightly tilted his head, intrigued, and gazed at the rubble, a playful smile appearing on his almost otherworldly handsome face. "Oh, so you're still alive?" Boom. The instant his words fell, the rubble erupted violently. A blood-soaked golden figure staggered from the debris, no longer the golden giant ape. After enduring the final devastating blow, Wu Tian's transformation into a giant ape had been forcibly reverted. At that moment, he merely maintained the most ordinary form of a Super Saiyan. His golden hair, drenched in blood, clumped together, and his battle attire lay in tatters. His exposed skin was riddled with gruesome wounds, some so deep that bone was visible. His aura was faint, like a flickering candle in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Yet he stood resolutely, his eyes, ablaze with golden flames, fixed intently on the figure before him, the gray-robed man, the terrifying presence that had made even the darkened Xiangpa flee. "It's you." Wu Tian's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. "It's you who has been orchestrating events from behind the scenes." "It is I," Beirand replied with a smile, calmly acknowledging his role. He slowly withdrew his hand, turned to face Wu Tian, and even performed an exquisitely elegant noble bow. "A pleasure to meet you, Lord Sun Wu Tian. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Beirand, the foremost of the 12 fallen angels serving under the great reformer of order, the Lord of all endings, Karstos." His voice brimmed with magnetism, each word clear and melodious. Yet to Wu Tian's ears, it felt colder than the most venomous curse. The fallen angel Karstos? Indeed. Everything is intertwined with that so-called ancient deity. As a gesture of reciprocity, Beirand continued with a smile. "Might I ask you to relinquish that which does not belong to you?" His gaze drifted past Wu Tian, landing on the massive Super Dragon Ball. Wu Tian followed his gaze, glancing back at the Dragon Ball within reach. Then he laughed, a bloodstained laugh. "Do you think that is possible?" "Alas, such a misunderstanding." Beirand pretended to sigh in regret. "I had thought someone as clever as you would make the wisest choice. Nevertheless, so be it." He shrugged, a playful smile returning to his face. Ultimately, the outcome would remain the same. With that, his figure instantly vanished from sight. Wu Tian's pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't even seen the opponent's movement. An unprecedented sense of impending doom enveloped him completely. However, Beirand did not attack. When his figure reappeared, he was already before the massive Super Dragon Ball. He simply hovered silently before the Dragon Ball, extending his hand to gently caress the mysterious purple membrane, as if admiring a perfect work of art. "How beautiful the glow is," he murmured in rapture. "You know, Lord Sun Wu Tian," he spoke without looking back. "These objects you mortals call Super Dragon Balls are not meant for wishes. They themselves are a manifestation of desire." Wu Tian, furrowing his brow, remained silent. He was desperately squeezing the last vestiges of strength from within him, striving to find an opportunity for retaliation. Long ago, before even the concept of time was born, Beirland, akin to an elegant poet, spoke to himself. Our Lord Karsituos was weary of this hypocritical universe, filled with flaws and discord. Thus, he made a grand wish, desiring to reshape everything, to create a new world that was absolutely perfect, absolutely unified, devoid of any impurities. However, this wish incited the wrath of the decaying old gods. They seized a portion of our Lord's divine essence, transforming it into 7 indomitable shackles, which they exiled to the ends of time. At this juncture, Beirland slowly turned around, his face adorned with a fervent and devout smile. He pointed at the Super Dragon Balls behind him and addressed Wu Tian. These shackles are what you have been tirelessly searching for, the Super Dragon Balls. At that moment, Wu Tian's mind felt as if struck by a bolt of divine lightning, leaving him blank. The Super Dragon Balls are the locks sealing Kar Situo's divine essence. What they had been striving for all along was, in fact, the key to releasing the ultimate demon. Then, Wukong, Vegeta uncle, and all those regarded as the sole hope for saving the universe. Was all of this a colossal, utter lie? Indeed. Bayerland seemed to see through Wu Tian's thoughts, his smile becoming ever more radiant. Each time you gather one, you are unlocking a seal for our Lord's return, and the one who guided you to the first Dragon Ball. He paused, his tone laced with endless mockery. He is the most distinguished ambassador among our 12 fallen angels. It was he who personally initiated this grand treasure hunt for you. Therefore, Bayerland gracefully bowed to Wu Tian once more, sincerely thanking you for completing this most arduous and crucial step for us. After saying this, he paid no further attention to Wu Tian, who was now utterly dazed. He turned around and gently pressed his right hand upon the Super Dragon Ball. A resplendent purple light erupted from his palm. The enormous, mountain-like Super Dragon Ball began to shrink at a visible pace, ultimately transforming into a fist-sized, orange-yellow crystal sphere, quietly hovering in his palm. Then, he retrieved another identical Super Dragon Ball from his bosom, the first Dragon Ball hidden by Telank. He had somehow taken it from the prince he had casually knocked unconscious. 2 keys to unlock the seals had effortlessly fallen into his hands. Thus, the game comes to an end. Bayerland toyed with the 2 Dragon Balls in his hands, a victorious smile gracing his face. Once 7 are gathered, our Lord shall reign supreme, reshaping the universe. And you, Suin Wu Tian. He cast one last glance at the boy, still standing in place, seemingly soulless. A flicker of amusement, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, danced in his eyes. As the most exceptional player in this game, you shall have the honor of becoming one of the first glorious sacrifices before the birth of the new world, alongside your friends. With that, Bayerland's figure, along with the 2 Super Dragon Balls carrying despair, gradually faded away, ultimately vanishing entirely within the impending collapse of the meteorite cave. Chapter 142. Ascendance within the cockpit of the Hope. The atmosphere had become unbearably oppressive. Everyone fixated on the main screen, which was broadcasting real-time images of the prison of gods through a long-distance spatial probe. Bulma's hands nervously tapped on the console, attempting to analyze the data from the black vortex, but all that returned was a sea of red garbled text, symbolizing the unknown and peril. Wu Tian stood behind her, his complexion pale. The recent psychological battle against Bayerland had drained him significantly. Although he had triumphed mentally, the humiliation and anger of being deceived and toyed with gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Bah, Vegeta uncle, he murmured, his fists clenched tightly as he gazed at the 2 familiar and powerful figures on the screen. Just then, a sudden change erupted on the battlefield of the prison of gods. Upon witnessing Kongbei's return, Bayerland not only showed no signs of panic, but instead erupted into a frenzied laughter. You're back. Just in time. He spread his arms wide, resembling a master of ceremonies welcoming a grand celebration. Let you bear witness. Witness the end of the old era and the birth of the new world. He abruptly pulled out 5 Super Dragon Balls, each radiating an eerie purple light. He had already gathered all 7 Dragon Balls through some unknown means, with the 7 divine locks as offerings, with the 7th universe as the gate. Welcome, our Lord's ascendance. Accompanied by his fervent incantation, the 7 Super Dragon Balls erupted simultaneously, emitting a blinding crimson light. They transformed into 7 blood-red pillars piercing through heaven and earth without a moment's pause, violently crashing into the colossal black vortex connecting to the other realm. Not good. Wukong's expression changed dramatically. He sensed an unfathomably terrifying and malevolent presence being drawn towards this world at a terrifying speed from the other side of the black vortex. Vegeta. No need to say it. The 2 exchanged a glance and instantly unleashed their strongest powers. The golden divine aura intertwined with the purple energy of destruction. Ultimate Kamehameha. Gallic Gun. The 2 torrents of terrifying energy, capable of obliterating star systems, merged into one, hurtling towards the black vortex, which was frantically absorbing energy. However, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The energy torrent, which could make any deity tremble, met an invisible, transparent barrier of power just a moment before contact with the black vortex. Boom. The energy torrent collided robustly against the barrier, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of light and heat. Yet that barrier showed not a single ripple. It effortlessly nullified the full force of Wukong and Vegeta's combined attack. What? Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. How is this possible? Too late. Everything is too late. Erland laughed even more maniacally as he observed their futile assault. Did you think my lord could be so easily thwarted? This ritual has been irreversible from the very beginning. Our Lord's divine essence shall be offered upon your filthy seventh universe, to be reshaped and then returned. The moment his voice fell, the black vortex that had devoured 7 blood-red pillars of light spun to its utmost limit. Then, abruptly, it contracted inward, ultimately transforming into an absolute singularity of darkness. Silence enveloped the entire prison of the gods, plunging it into an abyss of utter stillness. No sound, no light. Even time seemed to halt its flow at this instant. Shortly thereafter, the singularity began to expand outward, from which emerged a figure, a colossal silhouette composed entirely of pure radiance. It bore no facial features, no clothing, and even the minutest details were indiscernible. It was as if it embodied the very concept of light itself. Yet, at the sight of it, an instinctual and primal fear surged within the hearts of all present, akin to the shudder one experiences when faced with the inexorable end of life. It stood there, quietly, as the entire realm of the prison of the gods, constituted of countless divine remains and having existed for eons, began to crumble inch by inch. The space fractured like a shattered mirror, revealing innumerable vast cracks. The laws of existence, akin to chaotic strings of a musical instrument, emitted a dissonant wail that sent shivers down one's spine. This space could not withstand its presence. It was the ancient deity, Chalcedos, who had once sought to upend the entire order of the universe of the All-Kings. He had descended. On the Hope, Bulma sat in the pilot's seat, entranced by the apocalyptic scene before her. Goten, too, clenched his teeth, his body chilled to the bone. Was this truly the ultimate adversary they had faced all along? How could one possibly triumph over such overwhelming despair, merely existing with the power to crush an entire world? Within the prison of the gods, even the might of Wukong and Vegeta felt an unprecedented and immense pressure. Their bodies seemed to be suppressed by countless stars, making even the slightest movement an insurmountable challenge. Chalcedos' indistinct visage of light slowly turned to them, and then he raised a finger, also composed of light, pointing directly at Wukong. In that moment, Wukong's hair stood on end, his instincts screaming a warning of impending doom. It was an absolute sense of unavoidable death. He had no doubt that should he be struck by that finger, he would be obliterated entirely, with no hope of resurrection. This was an annihilation from a higher dimension of the laws of existence. Could he possibly withstand it? Faced with Chalcedos' finger imbued with the essence of annihilation, Wukong's pupils constricted to their utmost limit. Flee. There was no escape. The realm of Zai-Ge frantically urged him that no matter how he evaded, that finger would follow him like a shadow, precisely striking at his very existence. Resist? That was even less feasible. This was no mere attack of brute force. It was a higher dimensional erasure of the laws. Life and death hinged on a single thought. In a split second, Wukong made a decisive choice. He did not opt for futile evasion, but instead concentrated all his divine energy into a single point, choosing the most forceful and direct confrontation. A silvery blaze erupted from within him, a manifestation of perfect Zai-Ge. His eyes became a placid silver lake, reflecting the approaching point of destruction. Kakarot. Vegeta unleashed a primal roar. He could not bear to watch his lifelong rival perish before him. The purple aura of destruction entwined with deep blue divine flames surged around him. Self-Ge. He poured his indomitable will and proud spirit into this power without reservation. Then, he transformed into a stream of light, placing himself before Wukong. If you wish to kill him, you must first pass through me. Vegeta crossed his arms protectively over his chest, meeting the divine judgment with his most resilient flesh and proudest soul. Boom! The divine shield forged by their combined efforts collided violently with the seemingly diminutive, yet infinitely destructive point of light. There was no cataclysmic explosion as one might envision, only the acerbic sound of obliteration. The shield, capable of withstanding a supernova's explosion, began to dissolve at a visible pace the moment it made contact with the luminous finger. Akin to ice meeting the scorching sun. Ugh! Vegeta, at the forefront, emitted a pained grunt. He felt as if his arms, no, his very existence, was being gradually erased. The excruciating agony emanating from his soul far surpassed any physical harm. Vegeta, hold on. Wukong immediately channeled his strength into Vegeta. The two gritted their teeth, pushing Zizai GE and Self GE to unprecedented limits. Finally, in a second, or perhaps a millennium, the luminous finger, capable of erasing all, began to dissipate just before piercing through their defenses. Panting heavily, Vegeta knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. His arms trembled uncontrollably. Wukong released Zizai GE, his complexion pale. Both bore the glimmer of divine golden blood at the corners of their mouths. They had succeeded, with their combined might. They had barely managed to fend off Calcido's casual strike. Yet, neither bore the slightest hint of joy on their faces. Only a profound, heavy silence remained. For they had witnessed all along that Calcido's had not even moved. He simply withdrew his finger and regarded them with his indistinct visage of light. Then he spoke slowly. His voice did not traverse through the air, but resonated like a chilling oracle deep within the souls of all sentient beings in the seventh universe. You have done well. The voice was flat, authoritative, devoid of any emotion, akin to a lofty creator evaluating two rather amusing creations. Upon hearing this voice, Goten trembled, an icy shiver from his soul nearly causing him to falter. Bra, frightened, turned pale, instinctively clutching Goten's garment. After uttering this brief appraisal, Calcido's did not continue his assault. He slowly turned away, his luminous visage seemingly penetrating the endless expanse, gazing beyond the seventh universe to the other 11, now enshrouded in silence. His voice echoed once more within the souls of all present. The voice remained as unremarkable as ever. Yet, within it lay a chilling and imposing disdain for all existence, leaving every listener feeling as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Let it begin with you, he declared. Let this decaying and filthy old world wail beneath the feet of my vengeful legion, only to be reduced to dust. What did this mean? Wukong and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback, but they were not alone. Even Wutian and Bulma aboard the Hope felt an intense unease. However, Karlstos provided them no time for contemplation. After uttering this pronouncement, akin to an apocalyptic oracle, he took a slow step forward. In an instant, his form vanished without a trace, seamlessly merging into the void. Meanwhile, the fallen angel Beirand, who had respectfully stood behind him, regarded Wukong and Vegeta with a smile brimming with both pity and mockery before bowing and retreating into the void as well. Had he left? The ultimate adversary had departed just like that. The scene was left with Wukong, Vegeta, and the others aboard the Hope, exchanging bewildered glances, their faces etched with shock and confusion. What was happening? Why had the enemy retreated without a fight? What did his earlier words truly signify? A cascade of immense questions loomed over everyone's minds like dark clouds. An unsettling dread, more disquieting than any direct confrontation, began to spread like wildfire. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark as thunderclouds as he gazed at the spot where Karlstos had vanished. That enigmatic scoundrel. Wukong looked up at the sky above the crumbling prison god realm, his brow furrowed in a tight knot. Something was amiss. Very amiss. An ominous premonition washed over him. Though that fellow had departed, a calamity far more terrifying than they could fathom was likely just beginning. Chapter 144. The Annihilation of 11 Universes. The Final Hope. The prison god realm was collapsing at an accelerated pace. Enormous spatial rifts yawned like the gaping maw of an abyss, devouring the floating remnants of divine beings. We must leave this place at once. Wukong decisively shouted in the direction of the Hope. Bulma, shaken from her earlier shock, quickly suppressed her fear and hastily set the coordinates for their return to the seventh universe. A beam of attraction precisely pulled Wukong and Vegeta back into the cabin. Almost simultaneously, the engines of the Hope roared to life, and the vessel jolted violently before plunging into the warp tunnel, disappearing from this realm on the brink of oblivion. The journey back to the seventh universe was enveloped in a deathly silence. No one uttered a word. The colossal figure composed of light, akin to an insurmountable mountain, weighed heavily upon each person's heart. Bra clung tightly to Wutian's sleeve, as if this simple act could offer her a modicum of safety. Wutian could sense her faint, yet uncontrollable trembling. He gently grasped her icy hand, causing her to stiffen momentarily and instinctively glance up at him. Wu Tian, however, did not meet her gaze. Instead, he stared out the window at the rapidly passing distorted light trails, yet his grip remained reassuringly firm. "It will be all right," he murmured softly. These three simple words seemed to carry an inexplicable magic. Bra's racing heart gradually began to calm. She gazed at the boy's pale, yet resolute profile, momentarily captivated. This man, who was also engulfed in shock and anxiety, instinctively prioritized the emotions of others. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta remained silent, diligently recovering the divine energy they had expended. The seemingly casual gesture from Karlstos had inflicted wounds far more severe than they appeared. The eradicating force from the realm of laws lingered within them like a relentless affliction, requiring immense divine power to gradually expunge. The hope soon reached the Earth Temple of the Seventh Universe. As soon as Goku and the others disembarked, Dandy, Piccolo, and Gohan rushed forward, clearly having sensed the terrifying aura that had shaken the very fabric of the universe. "Dad, Uncle Vegeta, are you all right?" Gohan inquired anxiously, noting their visibly disturbed expressions. "I'm fine." Goku managed to force a smile, but something grave has occurred. He succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing about the ancient god named Karlstos, everyone's countenance darkened considerably. "We must immediately inform the other universes," Bulma decisively exclaimed, rushing to the communication room of the temple. "What that fellow said last is certainly no jest." The communication was swiftly established. The first contact was with the Sixth Universe. On the screen appeared a familiar face. The Supreme Kai Fuwa of the Sixth Universe. "Ms. Bulma," Fuwa exclaimed, astonished. "Did you all feel that terrifying aura?" Before he could finish, the space behind him suddenly tore apart. Countless grotesque, deep-sea demon-like black warships surged forth like a horde of locusts. "Enemy attack!" Fuwa screamed in terror. In the next instant, a devastating crimson beam shot forth from the battleship, instantly engulfing him and the entirety of the Supreme Kai realm behind him. The screen fizzled into a blinding static. In the communication room of the Earth Temple, a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared blankly at the snowy screen, their bodies involuntarily succumbing to chills. They had just witnessed the instantaneous annihilation of a universe's highest deity. "Continue. Quickly. Contact the next one." Bulma's voice trembled. She connected to the communication of the 11th universe. On the screen, the Supreme Kai appeared, but his visage was one of utter disarray, as his realm had transformed into a sea of flames. "Is this the 7th universe? Run. They are coming." Boom. An even more violent explosion engulfed his final words. The screen once again turned to static. Following this, the 2nd universe, the 3rd universe, the 9th universe, and the 10th universe all succumbed to the same fate, each connection resulting in destruction, flames, and desperate screams. Ultimately, the screens faded into a deathly silence of static. Karlstos was fulfilling his promise in the most direct and merciless manner imaginable. His legion of vengeance is sweeping through all universes, except for the 7th, with an unstoppable force. At the same time, beyond the 12 universes, in the temple of the Omni King, the Grand Priest stands beside the two Omni Kings, his eternally calm expression revealing a rare solemnity for the first time. Before him hovers a colossal crystal ball depicting a star map. The brilliant points of light representing the 12 universes are extinguishing one by one at a terrifying speed. Universe 1 falls. Universe 6 falls. Universe 11 falls. It is as if 12 pre-written obituaries of the universes are being coldly recited by an invisible harbinger of death. Ultimately, only one solitary point of light remains, faintly glowing. That represents Universe 7. Within this brief span of less than half an hour, 11 universes have succumbed. The Grand Priest, witnessing this scene, grips his staff tightly. Even one as powerful as he feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Karlstos' power has surpassed the realm in which he can intervene. This is the war between the old gods and the new world. At that moment, the Grand Priest's pupils constrict sharply. He sees, surrounding the point of light representing Universe 7, countless dark points that embody evil and destruction, appearing like a school of sharks drawn by the scent of blood. They tear through space, encircling Universe 7 from all directions. The Legion of Vengeance has arrived. Chapter 145. The Ark of Despair. The temple on Earth is enveloped in a deathly silence. Everyone is rendered speechless by the apocalyptic scene that just unfolded before their eyes. 11 universes, once filled with vibrant life that fought alongside them in the power tournament or battled fiercely against them, have been reduced to dust in a mere half hour. Such an unimaginably grand and brutal reality sends chills deep into every soul present. They are coming. Goku slowly breaks the silence. He gazes skyward, his eyes, which are usually filled with optimism and confidence, now reflect an unprecedented gravity. Without uttering a word, all the powerful beings present feel the tension. Beyond the outer barrier of Universe 7, countless energy signatures emitting evil and destructive auras form an enormous net, ensnaring the entirety of Universe 7. The Legion of Vengeance is at the gates. However, curiously, this colossal net, capable of tearing Universe 7 apart in an instant, does not launch an immediate attack. They resemble patient hunters, quietly surrounding this last untainted hunting ground. They are waiting. Waiting for what? Just as this question arises in everyone's minds, Goten suddenly shouts, "Aunt Bulma, look!" He points excitedly at the star radar of the Hope. On the radar, amidst the vast black circle representing the Legion of Vengeance, countless green points indicating life signatures are desperately crossing the blockade, heading towards Universe 7. Survivors. Bulma instantly comprehends the situation. The Legion of Vengeance does not intend to attack. They are deliberately leaving a path for escape. They are herding the remaining survivors from the other 11 universes into the last bastion of Universe 7. They aim to catch them all in one net. They want all remnants of the old era to experience utter despair in the same place. How cruel. How arrogant. In an instant, in every corner of Universe 7, numerous battered spacecraft land like weary birds returning to their nests. From these vessels emerge figures filled with sorrow, anger, and numbness. They have lost their homes, their loved ones, and everything they held dear. They are the last remnants of the 11 universes. Among them are familiar faces. From Universe 6, the taciturn legendary assassin, Hit, still clad in his trench coat, with his hands in his pockets, now bears a burning flame of vengeance in his usually calm eyes. Following him are two quarrelsome female Saiyans. "It's all your fault, Caulifla. If you hadn't insisted on challenging that monster, we wouldn't have gotten separated from Lord Beerus." The petite girl with a ponytail, Kale, cries as she strikes the other girl, whose hairstyle resembles an explosion. "How was I to know that guy was so powerful?" The girl named Caulifla, for once, refrains from retorting, her face filled with regret and self-blame. "Enough. This is not the time for such discussions." Hit coldly interrupts them. Meanwhile, in another direction, the surviving members of the Pride Troopers from Universe 11 have also landed on a desolate planet. The red-clad, rotund figure of Topo, who always spoke of justice, now kneels dejectedly on the ground, his fists pounding the earth silently. Their god of destruction, Vermaud, their angel, Margarita, their entire universe that they took pride in, is gone. Among them, the most striking is the solitary figure suspended in the vacuum of space, a gray silhouette. He is tall, his muscles as hard as rock. With closed eyes, he remains motionless, resembling an ancient, unchanging statue. Yet, the oppressive and terrifying aura emanating from him shatters the surrounding meteors. Jiren, the strongest mortal who once subdued the Ultra Instinct Goku at the power tournament. He slowly opens his enormous, emotionless eyes. Then, his form flickers, and in the next instant, he appears before Goku in the Earth Temple. "Son Goku," Jiren says, his voice hoarse and low. Goku looks at this former greatest rival, feeling a mixture of emotions within. He senses that Jiren's power has deepened beyond measure since the tournament. Clearly, the destruction of the universe has, in some way, stimulated him, allowing him to transcend his previous limits. Yet, despite this, "My universe is gone," Jiren slowly utters words he never thought he would say. And then, this supremely proud gray warrior, who has never bowed his head to anyone, stands before Goku. Unexpectedly, in the presence of Wukong, he slowly lowered his proud head. "Now, we can only rely on you." This scene moved everyone present. At this moment, the 7th universe became the last hope of the 11 surviving universes, the final Noah's Ark. However, the enemy did not grant them much time to breathe or mourn. Just then, a cold, elegant voice filled with sarcasm resonated through some unknown technological means, instantly spreading across the entire 7th universe. It reached the ears of every survivor. It was the voice of Belanda, the remnants of the old era. "Welcome to your final grave. Here, the merciful Master Karsudos has decided to give you a chance to choose. Surrender Sun Wutian, or else the 7th universe will immediately endure the same fate as the other 11 universes. What? At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone's gaze inadvertently focused on the black-haired boy standing among them. Why? Why was the target Sun Wutian? Chapter 146, The Key. Baelonda's voice, laced with mockery and malice, fell like a bucket of ice water over them. The Earth Temple, which had just ignited a glimmer of hope with the gathering of powerful warriors, was plunged back into a profound silence. Surrender, Sun Wutian? Instantly, all eyes converged upon the black-haired boy. Their expressions were a complex tapestry of shock, confusion, sympathy, and even a hint of barely perceptible evasion and calculation. Why should it be him? Bulma was the first to react. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she flared up instantly. She spread her arms to shield Wutian and, with her eyes aflame, shouted angrily at the sky. You murderers! You have obliterated so many universes. Now you want us to hand over our comrade. In your dreams. The girl's clear and resolute voice tore through the gloom like a lightning bolt, causing some survivors, whose gazes had begun to waver, to display a flicker of shame. Bulma was right. Krillin also stepped forward, taking a deep breath and declaring loudly, we will never betray our comrades to survive. That's right. Let us fight them. Gohan, Piccolo, Tianjin Han, Yamcha. The warriors of Earth stood one by one, surrounding Wutian, forming a wall that, while not particularly strong, was undeniably unyielding. However, this unity of the 7th universe did not represent everyone. Although words were spoken, a survivor from an unknown universe with 3 eyes trembled as he spoke. But the opponent is a monster that has destroyed 11 universes. What can we fight with? His words fell like a stone cast into a lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Yes, our home is already gone. Do we really have to sacrifice this last refuge for an unrelated person? Sacrificing one to save us all, is that not the most rational choice? One after another, voices filled with fear and selfishness began to whisper among the crowd. They dared not speak loudly, but the glances laden with scrutiny and calculation directed at Wutian spoke volumes. What nonsense are you all saying? The female Saiyan, named Caulifla, suddenly erupted in fury. She pointed at those who were whispering, cursing, your universe was easily destroyed because of cowards like you, wasn't it? You. Those people turned red-faced under her scorn, yet dared not retort. The atmosphere became instantly tense. Even before engaging the enemy, this makeshift Noah's Ark, composed of survivors from various universes, was already on the verge of fracturing from within. Silence. A cold, menacing voice reverberated suddenly. It was Vegeta. He had silently positioned himself in front of Bulma and Trunks. He did not glance at the survivors, or even at Baelonda. He merely surveyed the entire assembly with eyes ablaze with the purple power of destruction. Anyone who met his gaze, whether Earth warrior or extraterrestrial survivor, felt a soul-deep tremor. It was as if uttering another word would lead to being obliterated by that terrifying divine power. I do not care who he is. Vegeta's voice was icy and piercing. I only know that anyone who dares to harm my family will find themselves utterly erased from this universe. He was warning those with ill intentions among the survivors, as well as the unseen enemy above. At the same moment Vegeta's words fell, Wukong also stepped forward. He did not unleash any powerful energy. He merely placed a gentle hand on Wu Tian's shoulder. Then, he looked up and smiled at the sky. That smile was still as radiant as the sun. Yet everyone could feel an overwhelming fury capable of shaking the entire universe. You wish to harm my son? Very well. You must first step over my corpse. The father and future father-in-law, the 2 mightiest Saiyans standing at the pinnacle of this universe, expressed their stance in the most direct and domineering manner. In an instant, all discordant voices faded away. Those with ulterior motives lowered their heads, no longer daring to meet the gaze of those 2 powerful beings. However, in this tense moment, Wu Tian, at the center of the storm, remained silent. He slowly pushed aside Bulma, who stood before him, and gently brushed off his father's hand resting on his shoulder. He walked alone to the forefront of the crowd. He looked up, directly facing the intangible holographic image of Baelonda in the sky. His eyes were calm and profound. Tell me, he asked coolly. Why me? This question was one that everyone present was eager to have answered. Baelonda seemed taken aback that this boy could maintain such composure under such immense pressure. His voice carried a hint of appreciative amusement. Good courage, son Wutian. Since you wish to know, I shall indulge you. It is because of your bloodline. Baelonda explained slowly. Your father, son Wukong, is the embodiment of the purest martial spirit of this universe. His bloodline contains the most primal instinct for battle in this universe. Your mother, on the other hand, hails from Earth, a planet renowned for its tenacity of life. Her lineage flows with the essence of life and hope. When these two seemingly contradictory yet perfectly complementary bloodlines converge, you are born, a singular existence. You embody the limitless potential of the Saiyan, who grows stronger in the face of adversity, as well as the indomitable will of the Earthling, a flawless vessel. Vessel? Wu Tian furrowed his brow. Indeed. Bei Erland's voice brimmed with fervent delight. Although Lord Karsituos has descended, his divine form has been sealed by those despicable old gods for eons and is no longer in its most perfect state. He requires a new, youthful body filled with infinite possibilities to bear his divine power, which is poised to reshape the entire universe. And you, Sun Wutian, are the most perfect vessel personally chosen by our Lord. Or rather, Bei Erland paused, his voice laced with endless temptation. You are the final key capable of unlocking our Lord's full power. The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The truth was indeed profound. Yet, upon hearing all this, Wu Tian remained silent. He lowered his head, obscuring his expression from view. After a moment, he slowly raised his gaze, addressing the unseen adversary above with words that astonished everyone present, including Wukong and Vegeta. Very well. I will accompany you. Chapter 147. The Arrival of the Legion. Very well. I will accompany you. When these calm yet chilling words escaped Wu Tian's lips, the entire Earth Temple seemed to be muted. Wu Tian. Wukong was the first to react, seizing Wu Tian's shoulders, his face etched with shock and confusion. What are you babbling about? Do you understand what your departure entails? Wu Tian. Wu Fan cried out anxiously. No, I do not consent. Bulma burst into tears, clinging desperately to Wu Tian from behind, as if letting go would cause him to vanish entirely. I forbid you to go. I forbid you to leave. You fool. If you go, you may never return. The girl's desperate cries tugged at the heartstrings of everyone present. Nevertheless, neither the father's inquiries, the brother's pleas, nor the warmth and softness behind him, everything he cherished, could sway Wu Tian even slightly. He gently patted Bulma's small hand, which had turned pale from gripping tightly, and softly reassured her, "Do not worry, I will be fine. I promise." Then, he lifted his gaze to Wukong, his dark eyes shimmering with a maturity and resolve far beyond his years. "Father," he called, "in the prison of the gods, I once self-destructed before Bei Erland. Do you know why I survived?" Wukong was taken aback. "Because I entrusted a fragment of my consciousness to that spaceship before the explosion," Wu Tian continued. What allowed that fragment of consciousness, nearly on the brink of dissipating, to coalesce again was Bulma, you, Trunks, and Aunt Bulma, all of you who remember me. As long as you still think of me, as long as you still believe in me, I will not truly perish. He looked at Wukong, enunciating each word. So, Father, please believe in me. Wukong gazed at his son's resolute and serene eyes, opening his mouth, yet finding himself unable to utter a single word. He understood the determination reflected in those eyes. He recognized that his son had grown beyond the need for his protection. Slowly, he released his grip on Wu Tian's shoulders. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had remained silent, observed the scene with complex emotions. He glanced at his tearful daughter and then at Kakalo's son, whose eyes were eerily calm. Ultimately, he merely snorted coldly and turned his head away. No one knew what thoughts occupied the mind of this proud Saiyan prince at that moment. In the sky, Bei Erland seemed thoroughly pleased with the outcome. A wise choice, Sun Wutian. His voice resonated with the delight of a victor. Our Lord appreciates those who recognize the times. Since it is so, then please proceed. At the instant his words fell, the dark encirclement enveloping the entire seventh universe began to slowly tear open, revealing a vast chasm. Immediately after, 3 enormous battleships, colossal as moving continents, glided through the rift. As these 3 ships emerged, an overwhelming pressure descended, far more terrifying than that of countless ordinary vessels combined, a sensation akin to 3 ancient demons awakening from slumber. The battleships halted in low Earth orbit above the planet. Then, 3 distinct yet terrifying auras surged forth from the vessels, flashing momentarily. In the next instant, 3 towering figures materialized on the square of the Earth Temple, as if through instantaneous movement. The figure on the far left stood over 5 meters tall, clad in a scarlet, bone-like armor. Its head resembled that of a tyrannosaurus, with crimson vertical pupils radiating a desire for brutality and slaughter. Most striking were its hands, equipped with claws grotesquely disproportionate to its body, coursing with dark red energy veins that seemed ready to tear through space. Simply standing there, it exuded an aura of primal savagery and bloodshed. The figure in the center was shrouded entirely in a magnificent black magical robe, a mysterious individual. Adorning a pure white mask devoid of features, beneath it lay only profound darkness. In its grasp was a twisted staff made from the spine of an unknown creature, topped with a violet crystal orb that emanated an unsettling and ominous glow. Though silent, the enormous and peculiar energy waves radiating from it caused dizziness among all present, as if gazing upon it for even a moment would ensnare their souls. Finally, the figure on the far right was a tall and voluptuous woman. She donned a form-fitting, dark purple leather armor that exquisitely accentuated her curves, capable of driving any man to madness. Her cascading black hair flowed like a waterfall, framing a face that was breathtakingly beautiful, almost otherworldly. Yet, within her elongated, phoenix-like eyes lay a chilling, venomous coldness, brimming with lethal danger. At her waist, two uniquely designed black daggers were sheathed, one on each side. The moment these three figures appeared, the temperature of the entire Earth Temple seemed to drop several degrees. Upon seeing the staff-wielding mage, Zeit's pupils constricted sharply, while Julian's gaze fixated on the massive crimson beast, his muscles instinctively tensing. Clearly, both had encountered these individuals, or rather, these monsters, in their final battles within their respective universes. Balan's voice resonated once more, tinged with a hint of pride. Allow me to grandly introduce to you these three. They are the mightiest commanders of Lord Chalcedos. He gestured towards the colossal crimson beast. Commander of the Charge Legion, the Crimson Claw, Laxia. He pointed to the creature. Commander of the Arcane Legion, the Mask of 1,000 Spells, Mophis. He indicated the mysterious mage with the staff. And lastly, Commander of the Assassination Legion, the Silent Shadow, Ying. He directed attention to the stunning female assassin. After Balan's introductions, Laxia, known as the Crimson Claw, took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. He grinned, revealing a mouth full of menacing teeth, and emitted a laughter reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. Boy, are you the one chosen by our master? He extended his enormous crimson claw towards Wutian. Come with us. In an instant, Wukong prepared to strike, yet Wutian was swifter. He gently placed a hand on Wukong's arm, which was poised to attack, and whispered clearly in his ear, Dad, trust me. Without a trace of fear, he boldly stepped towards the claw capable of crushing stars. A flicker of surprise crossed Laxia's eyes, soon replaced by a more pronounced grin. Interesting. This boy possesses remarkable courage. His claw continued its advance towards the seemingly inconspicuous black-haired youth. Just as the sharp crimson tip was about to touch Wutian's forehead, a brilliant golden light flickered in Wutian's eyes, unleashing a long-suppressed, savage force from his not-so-imposing frame. You wish to take me? You must defeat me first. A primal roar erupted from Wutian, resonating with raw, elemental power, surpassing even the roar of the black warship's engines above. A golden aura erupted from within him, akin to an erupting volcano, as his form began to swell and rise rapidly in the turbulent air. His black hair transformed into a flowing mane of golden locks that cascaded over his shoulders, while his facial features hardened into a rugged, feral visage. His muscles bulged and hardened like those of a dragon. When the golden glow dissipated, a colossal figure over 20 meters tall, entirely covered in golden fur, materialized before all present, the golden giant ape. His golden eyes burned with the flames of battle, fixated on the menacing crimson beast before him. Oh! Laxia's massive crimson claw halted mere inches from the golden giant ape's brow. His slitted red eyes glimmered with a mixture of intrigue and surprise. The transformation of a Saiyan into a giant ape? How fascinating. Remarkably, you retain your intellect even in this primal state. It seems there is merit to our master's choice. Far from feeling any trepidation, he resembled a hunter who had discovered a novel prey, his gaze filled with excitement and cruelty. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. With that, Laxia's suspended claw surged forward with blinding speed, defying the constraints of space itself, leaving behind 5 long, dark red rifts in the air. The golden giant ape's pupils contracted as he sensed the sheer destructive force contained within that claw. He dared not confront it head-on. instead executing an astonishingly agile maneuver to evade. The lethal claw winds grazed his golden fur, severing several strands that were instantly disintegrated by the wild energy. That was close. Wutian's heart raced. This foe was even more terrifying than Zangpa. Laxia's failure to connect only heightened his excitement. With legs as robust as a tyrannosaurus, he propelled himself off the ground, shaking the temple courtyard into two enormous web-like craters. His form transformed into a massive crimson blur, rapidly closing in on the golden giant ape. The primal confrontation between beasts erupted. The clash of titans commenced with explosive force. As the golden giant ape's colossal golden fists collided with Laxia's claw, capable of rending space itself hundreds of times within mere seconds. Each impact unleashed shockwaves akin to nuclear explosions, churning the atmosphere above Earth into chaos. The three black warships, resembling gods of war, trembled slightly amidst the unbridled ferocity of this brutal struggle. Such power! Klin watched the mythic battle unfold before him, struggling to swallow his awe. Whether it was Wutian's transformation into the golden giant ape or the monstrous creature known as Laxia, the raw physical destruction they exhibited transcended his comprehension. Kakarot. Vegeta observed the two gigantic figures battling with cataclysmic intensity, his expression grave. That red creature seems rather unusual. Indeed. Wukong nodded, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. His power continues to grow. No doubt. As the battle raged on, Wutian was astounded to realize the true extent of his burgeoning strength. At the outset, he could still contend with his formidable strength, akin to that of the golden great ape, matching his opponent blow for blow. However, now, with each clash of fists and claws, the terrifying force emanating from his adversary's talons grew stronger than before. At this moment, the intensity of that power had escalated to the point where it caused his arms to tingle. In stark contrast, Laxia resembled an unyielding perpetual motion machine, growing ever more tenacious and frenzied in battle. His crimson vertical pupils radiated an exquisite delight in combat. Realizing he could no longer engage him in a direct confrontation, Wutian made a swift decision. He feigned a strike to push Laxia back, then leaped high into the air, putting distance between them. What? Are you afraid? Laxia mocked him with a low growl. I've only just begun to warm up. Ignoring the taunt, Wutian took a deep breath, then opened the cavernous maw of the golden great ape. Golden destructive energy began to coalesce and compress wildly within his mouth. Roar! In the next instant, a pillar of golden energy, thicker and more ferocious than any prior, descended from the heavens like the wrath of a celestial being, crashing down upon the minuscule crimson figure on the ground. Laxia, gazing at the terrifying energy column capable of evaporating a planet in an instant, showed no inclination to evade. Instead, a more sinister smile crept across his monstrous visage as he slowly raised his claws, crossing them in front of himself for defense. Boom! The golden destructive pillar engulfed his figure completely. The earth groaned violently, and the entire temple quaked furiously. The blinding golden light compelled everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. This strike should have severely wounded him, right? As the golden light gradually dissipated and the dust settled, a massive pit over a kilometer in diameter emerged in the center of the square. Yet, at the very core of the pit, the crimson figure remained standing resolutely, still maintaining his crossed-arm defensive posture. His crimson bone armor bore extensive charred and cracked areas, with dark red blood seeping slowly from the fissures like lava. He was injured, but he had not fallen. Moreover, Laxia gradually lowered his crossed arms, exhaling a puff of white vapor tinged with a burnt odor. He then lifted his gaze to the golden great ape, which was now panting heavily in midair. His crimson vertical pupils bore no sign of weakness from injury. Instead, they burned with 100-fold greater ferocity and battle intent. He could feel the long-dormant power within him boiling and roaring to life. He smiled, a grin both fearsome and exhilarating. Thank you for your hospitality, young one. As a token of my gratitude, allow me to reveal my true form. With that declaration, Laxia's already gargantuan crimson form began to undergo a second stage of transformation. Crack, crack. The disconcerting sound of bones restructuring resonated clearly in the silent square. Laxia's towering figure, exceeding 5 meters, shrank rapidly before the eyes of all present. Ultimately, he transformed into a normal humanoid shape, slightly over 2 meters tall. Yet, not a single person felt he had weakened. On the contrary, The palpable, near-liquid pressure emanating from him was tenfold, 100-fold stronger than in his previous monstrous form. It was as if all the power from his former colossal body had been perfectly compressed into this seemingly diminutive physique. The brand-new dark red biological armor adhered tightly to his sculpted muscles, reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures. The surface of the armor was adorned with dark, golden vein-like patterns that rhythmically flickered, as if breathing. His head no longer bore the fearsome visage of a tyrannosaurus. Instead, it had transformed into a mysterious warrior clad in a fully enclosed dark red helmet. The eye slots of the helmet glowed with slender, T-shaped crimson beams, cold and devoid of emotion. This was the moment when Julien, who had remained silent atop the temple, finally displayed a look of horror in his enormous eyes as he beheld La Sia's new form. He recalled that, in the final moments of the destruction of the 11th universe, he had glimpsed a similar creature clad in dark red armor. That creature had obliterated their universe's god of destruction, along with his most prized colossal energy sphere, into cosmic dust with a single punch. And this being before him was strikingly identical to that monster. Kakarot. Julien instinctively shouted to Wukong, "Be careful." His power, however, his warning came too late. At the very moment he spoke, La Xia moved. Whoosh. His figure seemed to vanish from sight. When he reappeared, he had ghosted above the massive golden great ape, whose bulk remained towering. So swift was his movement that even Wukong and Vegeta could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a blurred crimson afterimage. What? Wu Tian's alarm bells rang in his mind. He had no time to react. Relying solely on the golden great ape's instinctual combat prowess to raise his massive golden arm defensively above his head. Too slow. La Xiao's cold, emotionless voice emerged from beneath the helmet. He then lifted a dark red claw, now considerably smaller, yet appearing more lethal and sharp, and swung it down fiercely at the golden great ape's thick golden arm, which resembled a city wall. Flash. The chilling sound of flesh tearing echoed ominously. The arm of the golden giant ape, capable of withstanding the cataclysm of a planetary explosion, was unexpectedly as fragile as tofu. It was severed at the shoulder by the seemingly modest claws of La Xia. The massive golden arm soared into the sky, and torrents of golden blood cascaded down like a torrential rain. A piercing howl erupted from Wu Tian, a cry of agony that transcended the limits of pain. The colossal form of the golden giant ape could no longer maintain its balance, plummeting to the ground like a meteor. The earth trembled violently once more, and the already shattered temple plaza was further devastated, creating a more horrifyingly deep pit. La Xia descended gracefully, akin to the Grim Reaper, landing slowly at the edge of the chasm. He flicked away the golden blood that stained his claws and gazed down from his elevated position at the golden giant ape, now lying in the pit, clutching its severed arm and writhing in torment. In his cold, T-shaped crimson gaze, there was not a trace of compassion. It was over. He raised his bloodied, lethal claw once again, preparing to deliver the final blow to this overreaching colossal prey. "Stop it, you bastard!" Wukong and Vegeta shouted in unison, their eyes wide with fury, ready to unleash their wrath. However, in the depths of the pit, just when everyone believed Wu Tian had completely lost his fighting spirit, the boy, nearly unable to maintain his giant ape form due to excruciating pain and blood loss, suddenly ceased his writhing. With his only remaining intact arm, he firmly braced himself against the ground. He slowly lifted his head, his golden pupils bloodshot from the intense agony. Yet, beneath the layers of blood vessels, an unprecedented, fervent flame of madness blazed within him. He realized that, in terms of both strength and speed, he had been utterly overpowered by the creature before him, now transformed into its second form. Continuing the fight would lead only to his demise, unless he could find a chance to reverse the tide with a single decisive blow. The only way to create that opportunity was to feign a significant vulnerability, a fatal flaw that would make the opponent lower their guard, believing victory was assured. As this thought crystallized in his mind, the flame of madness in Wu Tian's eyes blazed to its zenith. He forcefully suppressed the overwhelming tide of pain and weakness that surged within him. With his lone remaining arm, he fiercely pushed against the ground, and the golden giant ape once again roared back to its feet. It charged towards La Xia at the edge of the pit with a desperate ferocity. "Oh, you refuse to give up?" La Xia observed the one-armed giant ape charging toward him, a flicker of barely perceptible disdain flashing in his cold gaze. In its dying struggle, he remained unmoved. simply raising his dark red lethal claw once more. This time, a layer of visible dark red destructive energy coalesced upon his claw, as he aimed to thoroughly pierce the heart of this colossal insect. Now, this moment, Wu Tian, witnessing the contempt and disdain in La Xia's eyes, awaited this opportunity. Just as La Xia's claw, imbued with terrifying destructive energy, was about to plunge into the golden giant ape's chest, Wu Tian executed an unexpected, reckless maneuver that astonished everyone present. His massive form surged directly toward the deadly claw. With a sickening sound, the dark red claw, capable of annihilating all, plunged deep into the golden giant ape's sturdy chest. The destructive energy rampaged within him, and the golden giant ape let out a muffled groan of pain. Yet, he did not fall. Instead, he clamped down on La Xia's arm embedded within him with the very muscles of his chest that were being rapidly destroyed, preventing La Xia from withdrawing his limb. What? For the first time, La Xia felt a hint of foreboding. In that brief moment of surprise, Wu Tian channeled all the remaining power of the golden giant ape within him, along with the indomitable pride, rage, and spirit of a Saiyan, and the unwavering resolve to protect his family. He poured everything into his one remaining intact right fist. The golden radiance on his massive fist shone brilliantly. He gazed at the dark red helmet before him and unleashed a roar befitting a king. This punch is for all the universes you have destroyed. With a tremendous impact, his fist, embodying his entire essence, struck fiercely against La Xia's chest. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. La Xia's seemingly indestructible dark red biological armor began to crack visibly under the force of the blow. Ultimately, it shattered, revealing a massive, gaping wound in his chest. However, La Xia did not collapse as one might expect. He slowly lowered his head to examine the great wound now emitting wisps of smoke. Then, he gradually raised his head once more. Beneath his T-shaped crimson gaze, his expression remained inscrutable. All that could be heard was a hoarse, twisted, and cruel laughter escaping from beneath his shattered helmet. Very good. The low, distorted laughter echoed like rusted gears grinding against each other, seeping from beneath La Xia's fractured helmet. The laughter was soft yet pierced the eardrums of everyone present like a poisoned dagger, sending shivers through their souls. Impossible. The only thought resonating in everyone's minds was this three-word phrase. Wukong, Vegeta, and Jiren, the warriors at the pinnacle of the universe, felt their recently ignited hope freeze into a chilling despair. They clearly understood that Wu Tian's punch was a desperate gamble of life, soul, and every ounce of belief he held. The energy unleashed by that punch had undoubtedly surpassed the realm of ordinary Super Saiyan Blue, even brushing against the domain of the divine in an instant. Even a god of destruction could not emerge unscathed from such a pure and resolute strike. Before him, this creature, having been utterly pierced through the chest and left with a gaping wound through which the scenery behind was visible, could still manage to laugh. Remarkable. La Xia slowly raised his head, the T-shaped crimson orbs in his eyes shimmering with an even more bewitching light. He disregarded the golden giant ape that was firmly gripping his arm with its claws, instead addressing his near-death adversary with a tone that bordered on admiration. To compress power to a single point for an explosive strike, even at the cost of one's own life as bait for this lethal blow. Your battle wisdom has far surpassed the average of the Saiyan race. His voice, no longer devoid of emotion, carried a hint of mockery, a cruel delight akin to a cat toying with its prey. Unfortunately, before his words could fully escape his lips, an unexpected transformation occurred. Countless dark red flesh buds began to sprout around the edges of the massive wound on La Xia's chest, writhing and intertwining at a visible pace like frenzied vines. In just 1 second, the horrifying wound, once so transparent, had completely healed. A brand new dark red biological armor, as if endowed with life, covered him anew, rendering the monumental punch from moments ago as if it had never occurred, a mere illusion. To me, it holds no significance. La Xia calmly concluded his statement. Guh. Goten's golden pupils constricted to their utmost in that instant. He could distinctly sense that with the healing of the wound, an even more terrifying and despair-inducing power emanated from the arm he had locked down. It was the sensation of life force being frantically devoured. The remaining power within the golden giant ape was being greedily siphoned away by La Xia through the claw that pierced his chest, like a flood breaching a dam. What? He is absorbing Goten's power. From a distance, Vegeta was the first to react. his handsome face etched with fury and disbelief. This bizarre ability had completely surpassed their comprehension of combat. This is bad. Goku's expression instantly turned grave. He recognized that La Xia was not merely absorbing energy, but also analyzing. He was dissecting the essence of the golden giant ape's power, unraveling the Saiyan bloodline factors, and interpreting the will and technique embedded in Goten's earlier punch. This monster learns in battle. This monster evolves in combat. Roar! The body of the golden giant ape began to tremble violently, its massive form visibly shrinking, its golden fur dimming. Goten's consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishing under the dual torment of excruciating pain and the loss of power. Is it about to end? I'm sorry, brother bra dad. It seems I have messed up again. Just as Goten's consciousness was about to plunge into endless darkness, a gentle yet familiar voice suddenly resonated deep within his soul. No, you have not messed up, my child. What is this voice? You have done well, far better than I imagined. Is it Mom? No, that is not right. Though gentle, this voice bore an ancient and commanding quality, as if emanating from the very end of time, infused with an innate sense of sanctity and compassion. As a Saiyan, to willingly sacrifice oneself for the protection of others, this realization has transcended countless predecessors. Your final fury and roar did not stem from the desire for battle, but from the conviction to protect. This is the true essence of light. Light? Goten's consciousness questioned in the darkness. The Saiyan race once stood as the purest light warriors in the universe. However, endless battles and the thirst for power have gradually obscured this brilliance with savagery and fury. And you, my child, have reignited that most primal, most pure flame with your soul. The ancient voice seemed to carry a peculiar power, energy Goten's fading consciousness anew. Now, close your eyes and feel. Feel the forgotten legacy deep within your bloodline. It is not called Super Saiyan. It has an even older name. As the final words echoed, Goten's world descended into a realm of pure white. In the outside world, Goten, Goku and Vegeta could no longer contain themselves, unleashing resplendent silver light and violet flames that tore through space, launching a furious assault toward La Xia from either side. Irksome insects. La Xia did not even bother to glance back, merely summoning his thoughts. Buzz. An invisible dark red energy barrier instantly unfolded behind him. Boom, boom. Goku's fists, capable of shattering time and space, clashed with Vegeta's leg, imbued with the power of destruction, landing solidly upon the barrier, creating only a ripple, without further penetration. How could this be? Vegeta gasped in horror. The combined might of him and Kakarot had been so easily repelled. It is over. La Xia had grown weary of entangling with these insects. With a fierce exertion of his right hand, he prepared to completely drain the last vestiges of life from the golden giant ape. However, at that very moment, his T-shaped crimson orbs abruptly narrowed. He sensed a power unlike any other, an ancient and sacred force that made even him, a being from beyond the universe, feel a sense of trepidation, awakening fiercely within the golden giant ape. This power was neither golden, nor red, nor blue. It was pure, like the first ray of light from the dawn of creation, white. Roar! A roar, entirely different from before, erupted from the golden giant ape's mouth. This roar was no longer one of pain and fury, but a new, solemn, and sacred proclamation. Blinding white light surged forth from the golden giant ape's now shrunken form, soaring into the heavens. This light was so pure, so warm, yet carried an undeniable majesty. La Xia, who had been voraciously devouring Goten's life force, recoiled as if struck by lightning, abruptly releasing his claws. The seemingly indestructible biological armor on his palms sizzled, emitting wisps of smoke from the searing white light. What power is this? For the first time, shock seeped into La Xia's voice. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta were utterly astonished by the scene before them. Within the soaring white pillar of light, the massive form of the golden giant ape was rapidly dissolving and reconstituting. He was not reverting to human form, but evolving, undertaking the ultimate transformation towards a higher life form. Finally, as the luminescence faded, a brand new figure hovered serenely in midair. He was no longer in the form of a giant ape. His figure had returned to that of an ordinary youth. The tattered martial arts uniform had completely vanished, replaced by a simple, yet sacred white battle attire woven from pure light. The edges of the attire shimmered with faint golden glimmers, reminiscent of mythical armor. His hair was no longer the flamboyant gold or black, but transformed into a silvery hue, radiating a gentle aura. The silvery long hair flowed without wind, each strand seemingly imbued with the power of stars. Most striking were his eyes, no longer the violent green or gold typical of a Saiyan transformation. They had transformed into a pair of dazzling platinum-colored pupils, as pure as the finest diamond. In those eyes, there was neither anger nor sorrow, but rather a profound awareness. An all-encompassing benevolence, imbued with a sense of divinity and majesty. He was, indeed, Suan Wutian, yet he was no longer the same Suan Wutian. He was the heir of light. What exactly are you? Laxia fixed his gaze upon the transformed youth before him, his voice laced with wariness and a hint of unacknowledged fear. Wutian did not respond immediately. He slowly raised his right hand, surveying this new body brimming with unprecedented power. The left arm, once severed, had now returned to its original state. The fatal wound that had pierced his chest had vanished without a trace. He could feel within him a river of energy composed entirely of pure light. This force was no longer the reckless fury of a Super Saiyan. It was gentle, restrained, yet vast as the starry seas, seemingly infinite. He could even perceive the flowing patterns in the air and the ripples in the river of time. Was this the inheritance from the depths of his bloodline? Wutian lifted his gaze, his platinum eyes calmly fixed on Laxia in the distance. I am Suan Wutian. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the temple, as if carrying a strange authority that quelled the trembling earth. He paused momentarily, enunciating each word. I am also the one here to bring an end to you. The instant his words fell, Wutian's figure vanished from sight. There was no sound of air being sliced, no energy fluctuations, not even the faintest hint of a premonition. He simply disappeared and reappeared before Laxia. Swift. This was no longer a speed that could be described as fast. It was a direct interference with space and time. Laxia's instinct for battle screamed in panic. Without a moment's thought, he unleashed the newly healed claws, gathering an even more terrifying dark red destructive energy to strike at Wutian's face. However, Wutian merely raised his right hand, extending his index finger. He gently touched the tip of that deadly claw, capable of rending deities apart. Ding! A sound resonated, akin to jade striking against jade. Time seemed to stand still once more. Then, under Laxia's horrified gaze, as his T-shaped crimson eyes widened in disbelief, a slight crack began to spread from the tip of his indestructible claw. Crack! 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 The fissures spread like a web, enveloping his entire arm, his entire bioarmor, and even his entire second form. No, this is impossible. Laxia let out his first cry of fear and unwillingness since his appearance. A howl filled with dread. In Wutian's platinum eyes, there was no trace of disturbance. He simply withdrew his finger, then softly uttered two words: purification. Boom! Laxia's seemingly invincible form, along with his soul steeped in malice, disintegrated in that pure, radiant light, like snow melting under the blazing sun, scattering into countless particles of light. Ultimately, he vanished into nothingness. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the temple plaza, where even a pin drop could be heard. Wukong, Vegeta, Jillian, and all others stared blankly at the silver-haired youth bathed in soft white light, their minds blank. With a single finger, he had completely erased the creature that had instilled despair in them all from this universe. What kind of magnificent power is this? Chapter 151. The Guardian. As the light dust settled, the universe seemed to clear a bit. The suffocating terror that had loomed over the seventh universe and all surviving beings dissipated with Laxia's complete obliteration. However, the joy of victory did not arrive as anticipated. The temple plaza remained eerily silent. All eyes were focused on the silver-haired youth slowly descending from the sky. Awe, shock, confusion, and a hint of indescribable alienation intertwined in everyone's gaze. Was he still Wutian? Wukong opened his mouth, only to realize he did not know how to speak. The sun before him felt too unfamiliar. The sacred, vast aura that seemed to coexist with the universe was even purer than that of Weiss or the Grand Minister. He resembled an ancient deity who had never set foot in the mortal realm, descending here by chance. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into his palms. The pride of the Saiyan prince was crushed in that moment. His lifelong pursuit had been to surpass Kakaluot, yet now, Kakaluot's son had transcended them all in a manner that left him breathless. This was not merely a difference in power levels. but a crushing dominance in the dimension of life. Wutian? A timid voice broke the suffocating silence. It was Beulah. She looked up. Her blue eyes, so reminiscent of Bulma, filled with worry and unease. She did not care how powerful Wutian had become. She only cared if the person before her was still the one who would bicker with her and protect her in danger, the gentle-hearted Sun Wutian. Hearing that familiar voice, the youth paused midair. He slowly turned his head, and upon seeing Beulah's concerned face, a flicker of humanity stirred within him. The divine aura seemed to wane slightly, and a warm gentleness blossomed in his eyes. He descended to the ground, the light surrounding him gradually receding. The battle attire woven from light transformed back into the familiar orange and yellow martial arts uniform, still pristine and untainted by dust. Only his dazzling silver hair and profound platinum eyes remained as proof that what had just occurred was no illusion. I am fine, Beulah. Wutian's voice returned to the clarity befitting a youth, now laced with a touch of steadiness and magnetism. He offered Beulah a faint, somewhat awkward smile. This smile acted as a key, instantly unlocking the shackles of strangeness within everyone's hearts. Wutian, that's wonderful. Chi-Chi and Bulma could no longer contain their joy, rushing forward with tears of happiness. Wufan and Terlank also approached, their faces alight with excitement as they patted his shoulders robustly, surrounded by loved ones. Feeling their warmth and concern, the indifference that belonged to divinity faded from Wutian's platinum eyes, replaced by the warmth and emotion of humanity. So this is the weight of guardianship. He had finally acquired the strength to bear this weight. Hey, Wutian. At that moment, Yukong approached, circling Wutian as if examining a rare treasure, his face brimming with uncontainable awe and curiosity. What was that you just did? It was incredible. It feels even stronger than my Zazai Ji Gong. Haha, how about this? Once all of this is over, let's have a good fight, just the two of us? Kakaluot, you battle fool. Vegeta smacked the back of Yukong's head, scolding him fiercely. Is this the time to be discussing such things? Yet, despite his words, Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on Wutian, filled with inquiry and a hint of barely concealed anticipation. Observing this familiar scene unfold, Wutian felt warmth in his heart and nodded with a smile. Father. However, amidst the warm atmosphere of survival after calamity, an incongruous voice abruptly pierced the tranquility. Do not rejoice too soon, it was Jiren. The strongest warrior from the 11th universe gazed gravely at the spot where La Xia had just vanished. His expression not easing, but rather growing increasingly vigilant. Although La Xia had perished, Jiren's voice was low and oppressive, yet that individual still lives. Instantly, the atmosphere in the square became tense once more, and the smiles on everyone's faces froze. Indeed, La Xia was merely the commander of the Revenge Corps. Above them loomed a true Damocles sword, the ancient fallen god, Calsudos, who orchestrated all the schemes and had been released from the prison of the gods. Mr. Jiren spoke truly. Goku's expression turned serious as well. He raised his head, his platinum eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the dome of the temple, gazing into the far reaches of the universe. Upon transforming into the form of the inheritor of light, his perception had ascended to a new dimension. He could see, beyond the 7th universe, in the void shrouded in dark energy, a colossal horror, unfathomable by words, slowly awakening. He could also hear a chilling, grand will, suffused with endless malice and chaos, whispering to the entire multiverse. What a splendid offering. The voice resonated not through the air, but deep within the souls of every living being. Whether it was top-tier warriors like Goku and Vegeta, or ordinary individuals like Bulma and Chi-Chi, in that moment, they all heard this voice. Who goes there? Vegeta bellowed, his purple aura flaring fiercely. La Xia, one of my finest creations, was purified by a mere fledgling of light. How amusing, truly amusing. The voice bore an air of condescension, as if critiquing an intriguing work of art. The Saiyans are indeed a lowly race that never fails to surprise me. So, fledgling of light, Calsudos' voice suddenly turned sinister and eerie. Are you prepared to welcome the true despair I have prepared for you? At the moment the words fell, chaos erupted across the entire 7th universe and all remaining universes. The azure sky was abruptly shrouded in a layer of ominous dark red light. Soon after, it began to rain, not droplets of water, but a viscous, foreboding blood rain. This blood rain seemed to possess life and will, precisely avoiding the area of the temple while engulfing every corner of the universe. On Earth, The people who were celebrating peace found their smiles instantly frozen as the blood rain drenched them, their pupils rapidly turning into hollow crimson, their mouths contorting into a bizarre and frenzied arc as they began to attack their companions indiscriminately. On Namek, the peace-loving Namekians, under the blood rain's assault, had their eyes turned crimson, grotesque bone spikes erupting from their bodies. Like savage beasts, they began to mercilessly destroy their own homeland. Even in the realm of the Kaishin, the elder Kaishin and Jebet hastily raised a protective shield, only to discover, in horror, that even the flora and fauna of the divine realm began to twist, mutate, and sprout faces that wailed in agony. This was no mere rain. It was clearly a demonic plague, enveloping the entire universe. "How is this possible?" Bulma exclaimed, staring at her wrist device, which displayed real-time images from Earth that resembled hell, her face turning pale, nearly collapsing. "Calcudos, he has tainted the entire universe." Gohan's voice trembled with shock. Just a single phrase, just a fleeting thought. It dragged countless planets and civilizations into an abyss of irretrievable doom. Is this the power of the ancient god? Damn it! Damn it! Goku gazed at the hellish scene, his body trembling with rage. The silver light of his Ultra Instinct flaring brighter than ever. As the guardian of Earth, he could only watch helplessly as his homeland was so brutally ravaged. "Calcudos!" Goku roared to the heavens, his voice filled with boundless killing intent. And once again, the ancient, sinister whisper echoed within every soul, laced with mockery and disdain. "Rage. Well, then let me witness, when you are compelled to destroy those blessed loved ones and friends you seek to protect. Whether that laughable expression of righteousness remains on your face." Ha ha! The mad, cruel laughter resonated throughout the universe, laden with the most vicious curses against life and the utmost manipulation. Chapter 152, A Desperate Choice. Ha ha! Calcutos's maniacal laughter rang like a death knell from the depths of the universe, striking at the souls of every survivor, extinguishing the flickering flames of hope they had just ignited, grinding them into dust. The plaza of the temple fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke, for any words at this moment seemed utterly powerless. The holographic screen on Bulma's wrist flickered with images. West City, Satan City, and the once thriving Kame House now lay in ruins, transformed into a hell on earth. The tainted individuals with crimson eyes, like mindless zombies, violently attacked all living creatures. Even more terrifying was that their strength and speed received inhuman enhancements, rendering ordinary armies as fragile as paper before them. In the footage, an infected father clawed at his uninfected, crying young son, pleading for his father. No, I can't watch any longer." Chi-Chi covered her mouth, turning away in anguish, tears streaming down her face. Bulma trembled as she turned off the screen, her complexion as pale as paper. The horror of facing the collapse of humanity was more jarring than any spectacle of planetary destruction. How despicable! Vegeta's teeth ground together, his purple aura raging violently around him, revealing his profound anger. He could accept destruction in a fair battle, but he could not tolerate such a filthy, insidious erosion like a plague. This was not only a slaughter of life, it was the most vile desecration of the belief in protection. "Calcudos." Goku lowered his head, his bangs obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression unreadable. His fists clenched tightly. The calm silver light of his Ultra Instinct began to pulse uncontrollably, with silver lightning coursing wildly across his body. He thought of Krillin, of Yamcha, of Tien, and the ordinary people on Earth who had once cheered for him, who viewed him as a hero. Now, those individuals might have become the very monsters he needed to eliminate. Calcudos was right. When he was forced to bring down those familiar faces one by one, could he truly uphold his sense of justice? An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and self-doubt coiled around the heart of this mightiest Saiyan like a venomous serpent. Just as this atmosphere of despair threatened to consume everyone, a calm voice broke the silence. "No, he will not prevail." It was Goten. All eyes instantly focused on him. The silver-haired youth stood quietly, his platinum eyes reflecting the universe's lament, yet devoid of any wavering or despair. He gazed calmly at the crowd, his voice clear and resolute. "The aim of Karasuchuosi is not mere annihilation. He seeks to shake our hearts, to force us into a choice between guardianship and destruction, leading our resolve to collapse into madness and self-denial. To him, this is a game more intriguing than victory itself." Wu Tian's words flowed like a pristine spring, soothing the hearts of those scorched by anger and despair. Wu Fan looked at his younger brother, sensing a glimmer of steadfastness in his calm gaze. Yet, what should we do? Trankus asked, anguish etched upon his face, regarding the people of Earth. Wu Tian slowly raised his head, his platinum gaze seemingly piercing through the endless expanse, locking eyes with the malevolent deity lurking in the universe's shadows. Life may be tainted, but the imprint of the soul is not easily erased. His voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable authority. As long as there is light, there is hope. With that, he ceased speaking, slowly settling into a meditative posture and closing his eyes. Wu Tian, what are you doing? Wukong gazed at him in confusion. A more gentle and vast white radiance emanated from Wu Tian's being, rising gradually. This time, the light did not coalesce into a point of attack, but rather spread outward in ripples, centered around him, enveloping the entire universe. This luminescence bore no warmth nor substance, yet it seemed capable of penetrating all matter, casting its illumination deep within the souls of every living being. Calm your hearts. Wu Tian's voice echoed like a divine whisper in the minds of Wukong, Vegeta, Julian, Wu Fan, Trankus, and even the distant old Kai and Gibbet in the Kaishin realm. Do not let anger and despair cloud your vision. Use your hearts to feel the light I convey to you. It cannot directly purify tainted lives, but Wu Tian's voice grew solemn. It can construct a path of hope leading to the depths of all corrupted souls. Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances. Though they did not fully comprehend Wu Tian's intent, they chose to believe unconditionally. Simultaneously, they took a deep breath, suppressing their tumultuous battle spirit, and adopted Wu Tian's meditative stance. A flicker of hesitation crossed Jillian's eyes, yet ultimately, this proud warrior also slowly closed his eyes. Wu Fan and Trankus showed no signs of doubt, promptly entering a meditative state. As they quieted their minds and reached out with their energy to touch the gentle white light transmitted by Wu Tian, an unprecedented wondrous world unfolded within their perception. They seemed to witness countless threads of light, shimmering faintly, each connecting to a soul struggling in madness and suffering. They could hear the faint cries for help hidden beneath the frantic roars of the infected. I do not wish for this. Who will save me? Mom, Dad. Their souls had not perished. They were merely imprisoned within a dark cell of madness, ensnared by Kar Situaci's nefarious power. In that instant, Wukong understood Wu Tian's purpose. Kar Situaci may taint their bodies, but he could not instantly obliterate the soul's imprint that constituted their existence. Wu Tian, utilizing the sacred power of the Inheritor of Light, had discovered a third path between destruction and rebirth, salvation. Listen, Wu Tian's voice resonated in the minds of the crowd once more, akin to a command from the Supreme Commander on the battlefield. Our strength is insufficient to purify the entire universe simultaneously. Therefore, we must concentrate our power. Wukong, Vegeta, your might is unparalleled. Please channel your Zizai Ji and Zuo Ji powers through the path of light I have constructed, infusing them into the source of life on Earth. Suppress the spread of corruption at its roots. Mr. Jillian, your power is pure and overwhelming. Guard Namek. Use your strength as an anchor to protect the Dragon Balls and the Grand Elder's soul there. Wu Fan, Trankus, though your powers may not match theirs, they are more refined. Please disperse your energies to respond to the souls crying out for help the loudest. Bring them back from the brink of madness, one by one. Old Kai, Mr. Gibbet. Please utilize the power of the Kaishin realm to safeguard the lost souls in the universe, stabilizing the order of the underworld, preventing chaos from spilling into the other realm. Aunt Bulma. Wu Tian's voice turned to Bulma. Purification of Earth and Namek requires time. During this period, please contact Mr. Weiss immediately. We need his assistance. Kar Situaci's true form will not remain idle. Wu Tian's directives were clear, calm, and decisive. In that moment, he was no longer anyone's son or brother, but a true leader, guiding everyone through despair. Received. Understood. Leave it to me. At that moment, everyone found their place and recognized their responsibilities. The despair and confusion that had shrouded their hearts were swept away by this newfound sense of mission, replaced by unparalleled focus and determination. Kar Situaci. Wu Tian raised his gaze, the fire of battle igniting in his platinum pupils. We accept your game, but the conclusion will be penned by us. With that declaration, he immersed his entire being into the vast network of souls woven from countless strands of light. Thus commenced a tug of war, engulfing the entire universe, between body and soul. This was no mere clash of strength. It was the ultimate battle concerning will, belief, and hope. Chapter 153, Light and Darkness. The universe is fracturing. On one side, there is the dark red blood rain of madness and chaos sown by Car Situosi. On the other, a beacon of hope, centered around Wutian, upheld by the most elite warriors of the seventh universe, striving to rescue countless souls. In the temple plaza, 5 distinct and formidable auras soared into the sky, perfectly merging through Wutian's sacred white light, forming a colossal energy pillar that pierced the heavens. The silver Zizai Ji, purple Zuo Ji, crimson fighting spirit flames, and golden super Saiyan potential, these once disparate powers, guided by the path of light, transformed into the purest soul energy, surging toward every corner of the universe. Earth. Wukong and Vegeta sat cross-legged, their divine energies erupting with unprecedented intensity. In their perceptual realm, the source of life on Earth, the planetary will that nurtured all beings, was enveloped by a massive, writhing mass of foul, dark red flesh, eroding it. Their task was to utilize their supreme divine power to sever this malevolent flesh from the will of Earth. Kakarot, hurry up over there. The pollution levels in the Eastern Hemisphere are rising. Vegeta shouted, his eyes tightly shut, veins bulging on his forehead. He was carefully slicing the connection point between the source of pollution and Earth's will with his Zuo-Ji power, a task demanding extreme energy control that left him feeling strained. I am doing my best. Wukong's voice was equally laden with gravity. This fellow's strength was exceedingly tenacious, akin to a parasite clinging to the bone. Even the technique of Zizai Ji could not wholly evade its mental corruption. The divine powers of the two, like two elite armies, waged a fierce trench warfare against the source of pollution from Carsutos on the spiritual plane of Earth. Each purification was accompanied by immense energy expenditure. On Namek, Jillian floated above the residence of the Grand Elder, arms crossed, his red and black uniform billowing in the fierce wind. Unlike Wukong and Vegeta, who engaged in meticulous maneuvers, he utilized his unparalleled might to construct a colossal energy barrier enveloping the entire planet. Outside the barrier, countless eyes glowed crimson. The mutated Namekians surged violently against the shield. Inside the barrier were the remaining, untainted Namekian survivors, encircling 7 Dragon Balls, fervently praying under Muley's guidance. Mere scraps. Jillian coldly regarded the once peaceful race, devoid of any compassion in his gaze. To him, a life tainted by corruption was indistinguishable from death. His task was to safeguard the Dragon Balls, a strategic resource, and these survivors, preserving a spark for the ultimate victory. He stood like an insurmountable red mountain, singularly suppressing the upheaval of the entire planet. In the Soul Network, the battle between Gohan and Trunks unfolded on a more subtle battlefield. Their consciousness sped through the path of light constructed by Goten, akin to 2 valiant network infiltrators. Brother, at 3 o'clock, the soul marked Alpha 7893 is a little girl's. Her distress signal is strong, but is about to be engulfed by darkness. Trunks' voice echoed in Gohan's mind. Understood. With a mere thought, Gohan's golden aura brimming with infinite potential transformed into a warm hand, precisely grasping the faint point of light that was curled up and weeping in the darkness. Do not fear, it is all right now. Gohan conveyed strength and hope to that soul with his gentlest will. The girl's soul flickered violently. As if glimpsing a ray of sunlight in the darkness, she began to struggle desperately toward Gohan's direction. Well done, Gohan. Trunks, at 9 o'clock. The soul imprint of an elderly man is about to dissipate. Concentrate your power to stabilize him. The two coordinated perfectly, engaging in a race against time to rescue souls in this vast sea of billions. Each soul they saved meant another infected individual on Earth fell in agony. Though their bodies remained tainted, their souls were temporarily shielded. This cosmic tug-of-war fell into a delicate balance. Carsutos' pollution did not expand. Yet the hero's purification progressed slowly due to the immense energy drain. Time trickled away, 1 hour, 3 hours, 5 hours. The high-intensity energy output and mental focus left even Wukong and Vegeta feeling unprecedented fatigue. Beads of sweat dotted their foreheads, and the brilliance of Zizai Ji and Self Ji began to flicker uncertainly. Cursed, this fellow's power is simply boundless. Vegeta gritted his teeth, seething with frustration. They were akin to attempting to drain a sea stained black with ink. Despite their utmost efforts, the results were meager. At that moment, an unexpected variable, one that no one wished to encounter, finally occurred. In the realm of destruction, Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis is the Kaioshin Xian anxiously reported to a crystal ball. Reflected within the crystal ball was the figure of Whis, the Angel of Universe 7. At this moment, Whis bore an unprecedentedly solemn expression. The angelic staff in his hand radiated a dazzling light, seemingly engaged in a distant struggle with something. Opposite him, in the void, a figure clad in the attire of the Grand Minister slowly materialized, yet its features were shrouded in a chaotic mist. Is this the true form of Karsutos? No. Both Beerus and Xian discerned that it was not Karsutos, but a mirror composed of pure malice and chaotic energy. Give up, Angel of Universe 13, the Erased Universe 17. The chaotic mirror emitted a voice akin to Karsutos' origin, yet more ancient and authoritative. This voice bore no emotion, only an absolute declaration of rules. Are you attempting to contact that esteemed one? Whis' expression darkened. He was indeed trying to bypass Karsutos' blockade of cosmic rules to establish direct contact with the Grand Minister. However, the other party seemed to possess foresight, intercepting his communication directly. Before the reconstruction of rules is complete, any interference in the game is not permitted. The chaotic mirror slowly extended a finger. Angels should not intervene in the sustenance of mortals. This is an ironclad rule penned by that esteemed one. And you are in violation. In the instant the words fell, a point of purest void coalesced upon that finger. Whis' complexion changed dramatically as the light from his angelic staff blazed forth, instantly erecting dozens of temporal and spatial barriers before him. With a soft pop, that point of void effortlessly pierced through all barriers, imprinting itself upon Whis' chest. Whis gasped, his form swaying violently, the light of the angelic staff dimming slightly. The chaotic mirror then began to dissipate, leaving behind a chilling warning. Do not let there be a next time. The communication was severed. In the temple, Beerus abruptly rose from his throne, his face etched with shock and anger. Whis was attacked. Simultaneously, Goten, who was sustaining the entire path of light, suddenly opened his eyes wide. A trickle of blood flowed slowly from the corner of his mouth. He had witnessed everything that had just transpired. Mr. Whis, a flicker of horror crossed his platinum-colored pupils. Karsutos, indeed, had another hand prepared. He not only polluted the universe, but also entirely severed all assistance from the Grand Minister and even the Omni King at the level of rules. They were now truly fighting a lone battle. In that moment of turmoil, Karsutos' cold whisper slithered into Goten's mind, like a serpent finding its way through the tiniest of gaps. Boom! Goten's mind erupted in an instant. He felt a pure, malicious, chaotic darkness flooding toward his soul, like a dam bursting. Goten could no longer hold on. Spewing a mouthful of blood, the sacred white light surrounding him flickered violently, as if it could extinguish at any moment. As this central point was severely wounded, the entire network of the path of light collapsed instantaneously. Pop, pop, pop. Wukong, Vegeta, Jillian, Gohan, and Trunks all simultaneously felt as if struck by lightning, violently expelling blood, forcefully jolted from their meditative states. The balance was shattered. The dark red pollution that had just been suppressed now roared in victorious exultation, beginning a frenzied counterattack at tenfold the previous intensity. Despair descended once more, deeper than before. Chapter 154, Mortal Flesh, standing shoulder to shoulder with divinity. Golden blood, like pearls strung from a broken necklace, sprayed forth from Goten's mouth, staining the ground before him. The martial arts attire woven from radiant light was visibly dimming, its brilliance fading at an alarming pace. The once resplendent silver hair lost its luster, and the platinum-hued pupils constricted sharply, resembling stars on the verge of extinguishment. The path of light had collapsed. The universe-level rescue network, constructed from the collective will of 5 formidable beings, disintegrated under the precise backlash of Karsutosu. Wutian, the nearest Wufan and Chi-Chi rushed forward, supporting the faltering Wutian. I'm fine. Wutian managed to lift his trembling hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet his violently quaking body revealed the dire state he was in. Karsutosu's backlash was not merely an energy impact. It directly polluted the essence of his soul. In that moment, Wutian felt as though his soul had been thrust into a cauldron simmering with the most vile and chaotic negative emotions of the universe. Had it not been for the strong resistance inherent in the form of the light's successor, he would have been utterly assimilated, reduced to a mere puppet of Karsatosu. Even so, his soul had suffered severe damage, rendering him incapable of reconstructing the path of light in the near future. Without the suppression of the path of light, the entire cosmic situation descended into chaos in an instant. This is bad. Vegeta abruptly looked up, clearly perceiving that the life source of Earth was being ravenously consumed by the unleashed dark crimson flesh at a rate tenfold faster than before. The planet's lament echoed deafeningly in his perception. The pollution is nearing completion. Jiren's voice was as frigid as ancient ice. He sensed the barrier he had established on Maikisi flickering violently, energy rapidly depleting. The complete downfall of the planet was merely a matter of time. It is over. Karsatosu's whisper, imbued with the demeanor of a victor, reverberated through the souls of all present. The game is reaching its conclusion. The fledgling of light has already lost its wings. Now, let me relish your final struggles in the face of true despair. As his proclamation echoed, the dark crimson rain enveloping the universe fell more torrentially, more frenetically. In the temple of Beerus, damn it, damn it, damn it, the god of destruction, Beerus, was in a rare state of disarray. He beheld the hellish scene within the crystal ball, feeling the universe under his dominion being eroded and humiliated little by little. The wrath stemming from his authority as a god of destruction nearly drove him to madness. Karsatosu, Beerus unleashed an unprecedented surge of purple destructive energy, intending to burst forth from the temple and confront that malevolent deity himself. Please, remain calm, Lord Beerus. The Kaioshin, Shin, firmly blocked his path. Going out now would be futile. Even Mr. Whis is bound by the rules. Your destructive energy might not inflict effective damage on his true form. Then what do you suggest we do? Beerus glared at him with bloodshot eyes. Are we just to watch the seventh universe become that bastard's backyard? The temple fell into a profound silence. Shin opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. Indeed, even the angels were restrained, and the pinnacle of divine techniques had been shattered. What could they possibly do? Were they truly destined to await the judgment of the Omni King? Yet, with even the Grand Minister unreachable, who could report this to the Omni King? The fate of the universe seemed already sealed. In the temple square, Wu Fan supported Wu Tian, gazing at the distant figure of his father, who also appeared pale from the backlash, his voice filled with helplessness. Goku slowly rose to his feet. He no longer gazed at the sky nor sensed the state of the universe. Instead, he lowered his head, observing his slightly trembling hands, which felt unresponsive due to exhaustion. The Zenkai, or Ultra Instinct, is a divine technique that emphasizes a state of clarity in the mind, allowing the body to autonomously evade all harm and execute optimal attacks. Yet now, his heart was in turmoil. Anger, helplessness, and self-doubt, a myriad of negative emotions gnawed at his soul like venomous serpents, rendering his Zenkai unable to maintain its perfect state. He understood that even if he charged forward now with his remaining strength, he could no longer contend with Karsatosu in his prime state. Was there truly no way out? Scenes flashed through Goku's mind. The fury of his first transformation into a Super Saiyan on Namek, the determination to sacrifice himself during the Cell Games to protect Earth, the plea to the entire universe for energy against Majin Buu, and the moment he transcended his limits to grasp Zenkai during the Tournament of Power to safeguard the seventh universe. Each time, he faced dire straits. Each time, he believed he had reached the end. Yet each time, he rose again. Why? Was it due to the Saiyan bloodline? Was it because the enemies were insufficiently strong? No. It was because behind him were those he wished to protect. Because by his side were allies battling alongside him. Most importantly, it was because he was Son Goku, who never gives up. A glimmer of enlightenment pierced through the fog in Goku's heart like a lightning bolt. The divine techniques, while formidable, might have led him to forsake some of the most precious aspects of being human in his pursuit of godhood, such as the foolish courage to act despite knowing the odds were against him, such as the pure conviction that could concentrate the hopes of all into a single point. Goku slowly raised his head. The silver light in his eyes began to fade. Yet what replaced it was not weakness, but a return to authenticity, a clarity of blackness. It was the purest black pupils belonging to the earthling son Goku. Vegeta. Goku's voice was soft yet extraordinarily calm. Vegeta looked over, momentarily stunned at the sight of Goku. At that moment, Goku bore no aura, resembling an ordinary martial artist. However, Vegeta sensed a far more dangerous presence emanating from him than the earlier perfect Zenkai. It seems we have entered a misunderstanding, Goku said, gazing at Vegeta. What do you mean? We have become overly reliant on divine power. Goku grinned, revealing an incredibly familiar, confident smile. Zenkai, Ultra Instinct, these are paths of Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis. But we are ourselves. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply as he instantly grasped Kakarot's intention. You intend to use that? Vegeta's voice was somewhat hoarse. Yes. Goku nodded earnestly. This is the strongest power we can wield as mortals. It is also the power most capable of creating miracles. Goku ceased further words, turning to face the universe. Then, he raised both hands high. This stance. Everyone present was all too familiar with it. Everyone. Goku's voice resonated clearly, reaching the ears of every individual in the square, penetrating even the struggling Jiren's ears, and extending to Beerus and Shin in the temple. Please lend me a bit of your energy. The Genkidama. It was the most ancient and simple, yet had saved the universe multiple times, the ultimate technique. Kakarot, have you lost your mind? Vegeta could not help but shout. Karsatosu has polluted the entire universe. Now, apart from us, where else is there energy to be found? All that exists is tainted energy, filled with malice. No, there is. The voice answering him was not Goku's, but Wu Tian's. The silver-haired youth, with Wu Fan's support, struggled to stand upright. His platinum-colored eyes gazed intently at his father, who raised his hands high, filled with an unprecedented sense of pride and admiration. Calcudos may taint the flesh, yet he has not entirely obliterated the soul. Although I am unable to construct the path of light anew, my father has conceived a more humble and grander approach. Wu Tian lifted his remaining strength in his right hand. A faint and pure white light emanating from his palm, soaring first towards Wukong's elevated hands. In that instant, I understood, and without hesitation, I divided my own energy. Humph. Truly an incorrigible fool. Vegeta scolded, yet his body honestly raised a hand. A sphere of purple energy, emblematic of his proud will, flew forth. Since you wish to do this, then this prince shall lend you a hand. Trunks, Bra, and all those still standing in the plaza of Bic unreservedly offered their strength. On the planet of Meiku, Julian, who was struggling to maintain his composure, paused for a moment. Then a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. To challenge a deity with the strength of mortals? Son Wukong, you have a knack for the unexpected. A solid mass of crimson energy ascended from him, traversing the boundless seas of stars, precisely merging with the energy sphere in Wukong's grasp. Even in the realm of destruction, Beerus observed the scene within the crystal ball, fell silent for a while, and ultimately let out a complex sigh. Humph, truly foolish to the extreme. He slowly extended a finger, a minuscule, nearly imperceptible trace of purple destructive power quietly surged from the temple. The energy ball in Wukong's hands, now infused with the hopes of all, had become resplendently brilliant. Yet, it was still insufficient. This degree of power remained but a drop in the ocean against Calcudos. At that moment, Wukong redirected the energy of the sphere back into his own body, his black pupils instantly transforming into a dazzling silver. The state of Ultra Instinct and the 20-fold Kaioken activated. Boom. Wukong's aura surged, nearing its limit, as he combined the energy of the sphere with his own power, entering an unprecedented, temporary state of explosive might. Calcudos. Wukong's voice resonated throughout the universe. The game is not yet over. With our mortal bodies, today, we shall stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. He transformed into a silver streak, boldly charging into the darkened depths of the universe. This time, he was no longer on the defensive. Instead, in the name of humanity, he launched the final, desperate assault against the high and mighty evil god. Chapter 155. In the name of mortals the universe ignited. A brilliant silver streak, akin to a creation comet slicing through eternal night, unhesitatingly surged towards the dark void formed of pure chaos and malice. That was Son Wukong. He embodied the hopes of all surviving beings in the seventh universe. He was the one who pushed the will of mortals and the techniques of the divine to their utmost limits. With each inch he advanced, his body seemed to endure the terrifying pressure akin to a stellar explosion. The energy from the Kaioken layered upon Ultra Instinct was ruthlessly tearing at his muscles, meridians, and even cells. Meanwhile, the pervasive taint of Calcudos' rules pierced his soul like countless poisoned needles. Had it been anyone else, They would have surely perished midway through the charge. Yet Wukong pressed on. In his silver eyes, the indifference characteristic of divine techniques vanished, replaced by an unyielding fighting spirit that belonged solely to the earthling son Wukong. He beheld at the end of the darkness a throne, unimaginably vast, composed of countless twisted galaxies and countless wailing souls. Upon that throne sat an indescribable figure, shrouded in chaotic mist. That was Calpseudos. Oh, the voice of the evil god bore a hint of genuine surprise for the first time. To use the hopes of all beings as fuel to forcibly activate a technique that does not belong to you. What a foolish yet magnificent sight. Calpseudos slowly rose from the throne constructed of cosmic debris. This simple act of standing seemed to warp the very fabric of the universe, causing it to lament. Then, as a reward for your courage, allow me to personally send you off. Calpseudos gradually raised his hand. It was a hand that could not be described by any known biological concept. It seemed composed of pure nothingness, as countless chains of rules flickered in and out of existence within its palm. Then, with a gentle motion, he pressed down upon the oncoming silver streak. There was no cataclysmic explosion of energy, no apocalyptic visual effects. What remained was merely the purest form of conceptual annihilation. As Calpseudos' hand descended, the very fabric of space, time, light, darkness, and all physical laws began to crumble and disintegrate into the most primordial chaos. Any substance or energy existing within the trajectory of this descent would be utterly erased from the very concept of existence. This was an unstoppable, fatal trap. Father, Kakarot. In the temple plaza, all held their breath, their hearts seemingly gripped by an invisible hand. They could distinctly feel the terrifying power of annihilation that froze their very souls. Yet, amidst the eye of the storm, Wukong bore no trace of fear upon his face. He merely smiled widely. I am not alone. Just as Calpseudos' hand of annihilation was about to reach Wukong, a transformation occurred. It was now or never. Wutian. Vegeta suddenly bellowed at Wutian, who was recuperating beside him. A spark ignited in Wutian's eyes as he suppressed the excruciating pain in his soul, unreservedly gathering the small fragment of light power he had restored to his fingertips. The path of light was being rebuilt. Buzz. A beam of pure white light, 100 times thinner than before yet immensely solid, instantly spanned the endless void, precisely connecting with Wukong. Kakarot. Next, Vegeta poured all his remaining self-ultimate energy through this beam, frantically channeling it into Wukong's body. And ours. Gohan and Trunks simultaneously exerted their power. On Meiku, Jillian groaned, also transmitting his strength across the starry sea. This was a gamble. They wagered on Calpseudos' arrogance and underestimation in that fleeting moment when he unleashed his lethal strike. They bet that Wukong could withstand the immense power that could potentially overwhelm him in that minuscule fraction of a second. Ah! Wukong let out a roar filled with agonizing intensity, yet suffused with boundless strength. In that moment, the combined powers of Vegeta, Jillian, Gohan, and Trunks flawlessly merged with the energy within him through the path of light. His ultra instinct was forcibly propelled into an entirely new realm, one unseen even by Whis. The resplendent silver aura was instantly enveloped by a dazzling, prismatic radiance. His body seemed to transform into translucent glass, no longer bound by any physical laws. His will synchronized entirely with the hopes of all. What? In the unchanging voice of Kar Situosi, for the first time, a fluctuation named miscalculation emerged. He never anticipated that these insignificant beings could reach such heights. Yet, it was too late. In the fleeting moment before the hand of annihilation descended, Wukong's figure vanished from the path of certain death. No, it was not mere disappearance. Instead, he transcended causality and concepts, appearing directly before Kar Situosi. With the distance between them now mere inches, Wukong could even discern, through the chaotic mist, the indifferent divine eyes composed of countless extinguished stars. In this moment, Wukong raised high the glazed fist, a manifestation of all brilliance and hope, a testament to what he had learned from everyone. You insignificant mortal. Kar Situosi will let out a final, unwilling howl as he attempted to summon the power of rules for defense. However, Wukong's fist was swifter. The essence of hope, Zizai Ji Chuan. Boom. Silence engulfed the universe beneath this singular punch, plunging it into absolute stillness. Only light prevailed, an infinite, pure, warm, and colorful glazed light. This radiance, centered around Wukong's fist, instantaneously engulfed the colossal form of Kar Situaosi, an entity constituted of innumerable cosmic remnants. Under this illumination, his form began to rapidly melt, purify, and disintegrate, akin to snow meeting the blazing sun. The countless souls of the universes he had devoured seemed liberated at that moment, transforming into twinkling starlight, merging into this sea of hope. No, it cannot be. I am the rule. I am chaos. I am eternity. How could I be defeated by a group of insignificant beings and their hope? Kar Situaosi's malevolent will, resonating throughout the cosmos, grew increasingly faint and distorted amidst the colorful glazed light. Ultimately, accompanied by a final cry filled with resentment and bitterness, he completely returned to the void. With his utter annihilation, the dark red blood rain that enveloped the universe ceased instantaneously. The sky cleared. Those once tainted and maddened souls collapsed to the ground, drained of strength, yet the horrifying crimson in their eyes gradually faded, restoring their humanity. The source of life on Earth emitted joyful sounds. On Namek, the mutated kin returned to their original forms. All the polluted universes began a slow yet steadfast self-repair in that moment. Had they won? In the temple square, everyone stood in a daze, as if caught in a dream. The seemingly invincible embodiment of despair had indeed been utterly vanquished by these mere mortals. However, there were no cheers. All gazes were fixated on the center of the universe. The light was dissipating. Then, they saw it, the figure quietly suspended in the void of the cosmos, Suin Wukong, still maintaining the posture of his punch. Yet, the layer of colorful glazed light had entirely faded away. The powers of Zizai Ji and the King of Worlds were nowhere to be found. He reverted to his most ordinary black-haired self. Then, his body began to crumble like a weathered sand sculpture, fragmenting inch by inch into countless golden light particles. Baba! Kakaluot! A heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the seventh universe. In that final punch, he had burned away everything. His life, soul, and even the very concept of existence itself. He had replaced Kar Situaosi's existence with his own. In the name of mortals, he achieved divine greatness. The price being his complete obliteration. The last golden light particles belonging to Suin Wukong drifted slowly across the universe, landing on Earth, on Namek, on every planet that had been saved, as if bidding a final farewell. It was over. In the temple, Bylus silently turned away from the crystal ball, concealing his expression from all. Meanwhile, Weishi gazed at the empty cosmos where Wukong had vanished, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, in a voice only he could hear, he sighed softly, "Farewell, my most outstanding disciple." Chapter 156, A New Era 3 years later, in the West City of Earth. At the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, the bustling noise and mechanical clamor of yesteryears had vanished, replaced by a sea of flowers, ribbons, and melodious music. A grand wedding, destined to be recorded in the annals of Earth's history, was taking place. The protagonists of this wedding were Suin Wukong's second son, one of the saviors of the universe, Suin Wutian, and the cherished daughter of Capsule Corporation, the Saiyan Prince's jewel, Bulma. On the lawn, guests gathered from all corners, from the martial artists of Earth to the elder Muley from Namek, and representatives Jillian and Tuopo from the 11th universe. Even the god of destruction Bylus and the angel Weishi were unprecedentedly seated among the guests, relishing Earth's culinary delights. I never expected this. Kring touched his bald head, reminiscing with Tianjin Fan beside him. That little crying Wutian is getting married now. Indeed, Tianjin Fan nodded with a smile, and to Vegeta's daughter, no less. Wukong would be so happy to know. They both unconsciously lifted their heads, gazing at the azure sky, filled with nostalgia. The church bells chimed melodiously. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the groom, Suin Wutian, slowly walked down the red carpet, clad in a pristine white suit that fit him perfectly. It accentuated his sculpted physique, honed through countless trials. His neatly groomed black hair framed a handsome face, which bore a hint of nervousness, yet was predominantly filled with uncontained joy. A small orange flower, symbolizing the color of his father, adorned his chest as he stood beside the priest, his gaze fixed intently on the end of the carpet. There, a stunning figure in a resplendent wedding gown was approaching. Bulma's gown, designed by her own hands, was adorned with countless tiny energy crystals that sparkled under the sunlight, as if she wore the entire galaxy. Her blue hair was elegantly styled, complemented by a pure white veil, and the once mischievous expression on her face now radiated pure bliss and shyness. Leading her towards the groom was her father, the proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta. Today, he donned a sharp black suit, carefully storing away his long-standing battle attire. With a stoic expression and piercing gaze, his steady stride exuded a powerful aura that caused a slight pressure among the guests. As he held his daughter's hand, each step was taken slowly, flashes of memories racing through his mind, from her first words to the moment she trembled behind him during the cosmic catastrophe. In the blink of an eye, she was about to marry, and to Kakalote's son, no less. Vegeta's brow instinctively furrowed deeper. Finally, they reached the end of the red carpet. Wutian gazed at the figures of Vegeta and Bulma before him, inhaling deeply before bending slightly at the waist. In the most respectful tone he could muster, he implored, "Uncle Vegeta, I beseech you to entrust Bulma to me. I vow to devote my entire being to loving and protecting her, ensuring she becomes the happiest woman in this universe." Vegeta did not respond immediately. With eyes as sharp as a hawk's, he scrutinized Wutian from head to toe, as if attempting to pierce through to his very soul. The atmosphere in the square grew tense, for all present understood that the Saiyan prince had long harbored reservations regarding his daughter's marriage. After a prolonged silence, Vegeta emitted a characteristic disdainful snort from his nostrils. "Kakarote's son," he began slowly, his voice deep and laden with an oppressive weight, "though you fortuitously awakened some peculiar power during that battle, at the end of the day, your veins run with the blood of a lowly earthling. Your weaknesses, naivety, sentimentality, are qualities no Saiyan should possess, and you share them abundantly with your bookish brother." Vegeta's words were blunt, causing those in attendance to sweat nervously for Wutian. He listened in silence, refraining from rebuttal, his gaze remaining resolute. After a moment, Vegeta glanced at his daughter, whose eyes were slightly reddened, and unconsciously softened his tone. "However, you did exhibit some semblance of resolve during that battle." Vegeta's gaze shifted to Wutian, her expression a complex amalgamation of scrutiny, reluctance, and, most prominently, a recognition she herself was loath to admit. As a descendant of the Saiyans, if he could not safeguard the woman he cherished, what was the point of living? "Remember your words." Vegeta's tone grew gravely serious. "If I ever discover that Bulma has shed a single tear because of you," he paused, a chilling, cruel smile forming at the corners of his mouth, characteristic of a Saiyan prince, "I will personally erase you from this universe, no matter where you attempt to flee." With that, he ceased to regard Wutian and firmly placed Bulma's hand in his palm. In that fleeting moment, Wutian distinctly sensed a subtle tremor in Vegeta's calloused hand, a poignant transmission of a father's final bequest in his own manner. Bulma, unable to contain her tears any longer, let them fall freely. "What are you crying for? Such disgrace," Vegeta chastised in a low voice before turning away, descending from the platform to rejoin Bulma, arms crossed defiantly, as if the preceding events bore no relevance to him. Bulma, smiling, handed him a glass of champagne and softly remarked, "Well done, my dearest king." Wutian clasped Bulma's hand tightly, wiping away her tears, and they exchanged a knowing smile, a multitude of unspoken sentiments shared between them. Under the solemn witness of the priest, they exchanged rings and vowed to spend a lifetime together. "I hereby declare, Mr. Sun Wutian and Ms. Bulma Burafusu are now officially wed. Groom, you may now kiss your bride." Wutian gently lifted the veil, gazing upon a countenance more enchanting than the stars, and leaned in for a tender kiss. The square erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Xiao Fong and Trunks, future, sounded the celebratory horn, and vibrant fireworks erupted in the sky. At some point, Beerus had already devoured his 10th plate of pudding, satisfied as he let out a belch. Vui smiled, lightly tapping his staff in the air. Above, the azure sky shimmered with countless particles of light coalescing into a familiar figure clad in an orange and yellow martial arts uniform. Sun Wukong, who beamed down at the newlyweds with a radiant smile of immense pride. That smile was visible only to Wutian. "Wutian, congratulations. You have found your treasure, one that you shall protect for a lifetime. Your father is proud of you." Wutian's heart swelled, his eyes moistening in an instant. He embraced his bride tightly, whispering in her ear, "Bulma, thank you. I love you." Sunlight bathed every face in warmth and brilliance. The spirit of heroism had been passed down. A new family had been born, and thus, the epic of love and hope for this universe had only just begun.